has over these two peak emperors. Michael explained calmly. Upon hearing that it was the Michael who gave the secret instruction, the other semi-immortal patriarchs suddenly realized. So it was the Michael's order. I thought Elder Darnell Tiansong required it. Yes, no wonder the law-enforcing elder agreed. Looks like the Michael believes Jonathan can win, Adelardiang patriarch remarked. Michael, however, smiled and replied, saying I'm optimistic about Jonathan winning isn't quite accurate. I mainly want to see what Jonathan's trump card is. It remains to be seen whether his advantage comes from the illusory combat immortal's inheritance. As for whether he can defeat Creed and Hardy, I cannot be sure. The Michael clarified, avoiding any explicit endorsement of Jonathan. The semi-immortal patriarchs understood now. The Michael was interested in Jonathan's hidden abilities stemming from the illusory combat immortal's inheritance. As they became intrigued by the mysterious inheritance, they eagerly awaited Jonathan's performance. But this was bound to disappoint them, as Jonathan hadn't fully mastered the Chaos Divine technique and had no intention of revealing it yet. Meanwhile, facing the simultaneous attacks from Creed and Hardy, Jonathan burst into full force with his chi and blood energy. Roar! It was akin to the awakening roar of an ancient beast. The immense power Jonathan released swept across the area, astonishing everyone present. How can he be so strong? Creed's mind reeled. Being extremely close to Jonathan, he felt the terrifying force radiating from Jonathan's body with crystal clarity. Chapter 171. Stunned into silence. This body cultivation expert displayed strength that was in no way inferior to a 10th rank martial saint realm. So this is his body cultivation prowess? It's even stronger than mine. Levi thought aloud. Fortunately, this time both Hardy and I are dealing with him. Otherwise, there's no guarantee we could have one, Levi reflected inwardly. Initially, he had felt insulted by Jonathan challenging both him and Hardy simultaneously. Now, however, he was starting to feel relieved. Otherwise, with just himself alone, he truly had no confidence in defeating such an overwhelmingly powerful Jonathan. On the other side, Hardy's shock at Jonathan's fully unleashed vital energy didn't lag far behind Levi's either. Is Jonathan's body cultivation prowess really so formidable now? Fortunately, this battle isn't me facing him alone. Hardy also marveled at Jonathan's strength while feeling fortunate not to be alone against him. Looks like I'll have to give it my all, Hardy mused, intensifying the sword chi gathered in his hands. The Grand Elder Darnell Tiansong in the sky, along with the half-step immortal ancestors who were secretly observing, were equally stunned by Jonathan's body cultivation prowess. This boy's vital energy is incredibly strong, almost rivaling the peak of a 10th rank martial saint. It's utterly monstrous, remarked the Adrian. Indeed, he lives up to being our Yellow Firmament Sacred Grounds once in 10,000 years prodigy, even surpassing the historical 9 Tribulations ancestor, commented the Corbin. Indeed, he surpasses the 9 Tribulations ancestor. Just based on Jonathan's vital energy alone, he indeed has the means to contend with 2 peak 9th rank martial emperors. I'm beginning to favor Jonathan now, remarked the Red Sun ancestor frankly. At this, even the Supreme Master of the Yellow Firmament Sacred Ground nodded in agreement. Jonathan's future is boundless, he sighed. Ainsworth Levi was also excitedly remarking. This kid has such strong vital energy and didn't even tell his master. He made me worry for nothing. And he still has the fleeting cloud shadow body technique. This fight should be a sure thing. Ainsworth Levi was very confident in Jonathan. After all, as Jonathan's master, he knew more about him than anyone else. Meanwhile, facing Levi's terrifying downward slash, Jonathan, having unleashed all his vital energy, swung a fist skyward. Scram! Jonathan shouted. Instantly, a punch surged directly towards Levi's black greatsword. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. Both Jonathan and Levi staggered back several steps. Having retreated from Levi, Hardy's myriad sword chi swiftly followed. Pooh! 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 Countless golden sword chi rained down like a storm, slashing Jonathan's body, leaving numerous shallow cuts. Disperse! The 7th form of the 9 Tribulations lightning fist. Thunder penetrates heaven and earth. Jonathan roared skyward. Simultaneously pushing back Levi, he immediately swung another massive 9 Tribulations lightning fist. Immediately, a huge lightning fist composed entirely of thunder light soared skyward, guiding the countless golden sword chi and striking upward. Boom! 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 The massive lightning fist continuously clashed with the golden sword chi, completely dispelling all of them. The lightning fist also dissipated amidst this. How can this be? The 9 Tribulations lightning fist is actually so powerful, Hardy exclaimed. Keep in mind, he had used 90% of his strength to drive the myriad sword technique, array, to combat Jonathan. He hadn't expected Jonathan to neutralize everything with just one punch, causing only minor superficial wounds. On the other side, though Levi was equally astonished, his battle instincts were highly sharp. Without hesitation, he rushed forward again right after being pushed back, giving Jonathan no chance to catch his breath. Levi also took the opportunity to shout at Hardy, Hardy, stay focused and continue using the myriad sword technique to suppress and drain him. Let me handle the main attack. Together we will surely defeat Jonathan. Hearing Levi's shout, the momentarily dazed Hardy snapped back to reality and re-engaged in the battle. Myriad sword technique 8th form. Myriad swords converge at sea. Hardy roared skyward. Immediately, even more powerful golden sword chi coalesced, forming an endless sea of golden swords before charging rapidly towards Jonathan. Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. Countless golden sword chi whistled towards Jonathan, and Levi began to display his signature technique as well. With a roar, countless bloody-colored blade chi enveloped his black greatsword. Blood Sea Frenzy Saber 3rd form. Blood Fiend Mad Slash. Levi bellowed. The blood-colored aura on the black greatsword condensed into a substantial form, transforming into a 100-meter-long blood-colored blade beam which slashed down at Jonathan. Meanwhile, Confronting Levi and Hardy displaying their top-notch techniques simultaneously, Jonathan's pressure instantly multiplied. At the very least, without activating the fourth change of the 9 transformations Divine Demon Body, Jonathan did not have the confidence to withstand the frenzied attacks from Levi and Hardy. Reflecting on this, Jonathan sighed. Well, looks like I'll have to resort to the fleeting Cloud Shadow Body technique sooner than I hoped. Alright then, let's see its true power. The invincible might in the mortal world, Jonathan thought. He immediately chanted the fleeting Cloud Shadow Body technique. Suddenly, facing Levi's blood-colored saber slash, Jonathan instantly split into hundreds of shadow bodies, easily dodging the ferocious slash. Boom. A thunderous boom. The blood-colored blade cheese slashed the platform, creating a deep fissure. Yet, Jonathan remained unharmed right next to the crack. How is this possible? Why did my slash miss? Levi exclaimed, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Even his perception of reality wavered because he had never missed a slash before, making this unbelievable. Right. Illusions. There were suddenly many illusions around Jonathan. Could it be some super powerful body technique helped him evade my Blood Sea Frenzy Saber? Levi realized, recalling the moment when his Blood Sea Frenzy Saber was evaded. At the same time, as Jonathan dodged Levi's terrifying slash, Hardy's myriad swords converge at sea also arrived instantaneously. Chapter 172, Ghostly Agility. Instantly, numerous shadows of Jonathan appeared around him once again, directly enveloped in Hardy's myriad swords returned to sea, with its countless golden sword auras. Yet, not a single one was harmed. Boom, boom. The entire arena trembled continuously under the impact of Hardy's myriad sword technique's golden sword auras. In an instant, countless large and small deep craters, numbering beyond count, covered the entire arena. However, under such dense attacks, Jonathan still stood unscathed on the arena, appearing calm, effortless, and at ease. How is this possible? How can it be like this? Even with the most powerful agility, it's impossible to dodge all the sword auras from my myriad swords returned to sea. This is simply not possible. Hardy roared in disbelief. As if unable to believe his eyes, he was momentarily struck a great blow, instantly falling into despair. On the other side, Creed observed the entire process of Jonathan dodging the myriad swords returned to sea. Though also finding it hard to believe, he managed to maintain his composure. Sure enough, Jonathan is not only physically powerful, but his agility is hundreds of times stronger than his physical strength. It seems he was able to dodge my bloody sea mad blade because of that supreme ghostly agility. Creed muttered to himself. Although extremely shocked by Jonathan's agility, he did not lose his fighting spirit. I don't believe it. Your agility can truly be invincible, Creed said fiercely. On the other side, upon witnessing Jonathan's terrifying ghostly agility, the disciples watching below were utterly astonished. After a moment of silence, intense discussions erupted. Heavens! What kind of terrifying agility can completely evade both Senior Brother Creed and Senior Brother Hardy's attacks? Yes, what is this agility? I've never heard of it. This agility is too extraordinary. Could it be the secret technique inherited from Illusion Martial Immortal? It's very likely. Dodging Senior Brother Creed's bloody sea mad blade is understandable, but completely evading Senior Brother Hardy's myriad swords return to sea is terrifying. That's tens of thousands of sword auras. To dodge them all without a scratch is unbelievable. Too extraordinary, incredibly extraordinary. With this supreme agility, Senior Brother Jonathan has already secured an unbeatable position. Yes, this agility is just too terrifying. The true disciples watching were all exclaiming in amazement at Jonathan's terrifying ghostly agility. Even Elder Darnell Tiansong, who was observing the battle from the sky, was astonished. This kid has actually achieved the second level of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique, the 100 Shadows realm, which even the 9 Tribulations ancestor failed to master. My disciple is simply too extraordinary. Elder Darnell Tiansong exclaimed joyfully. But, this kid mastered the second level of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique without telling me, making me worry for nothing, MPF. While rejoicing, Elder Darnell Tiansong also felt slightly angry. Meanwhile, the Half-Step Immortals and the Yellow Primordial Sacred Lands Master were also secretly observing. Upon seeing Jonathan use the second level of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique, they were all astounded. If old man here hasn't seen wrong, that Jonathan just used the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique that only the 9 Tribulations ancestor has ever successfully grasped over 10,000 years? Dao Demon Ancestor exclaimed in shock and disbelief. It indeed looks like the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique, and not just any part. It's the second level 100 Shadows realm, a level even the 9 Tribulations ancestor didn't reach. Immortal Corbin analyzed calmly after being stunned for a while. Upon hearing this calm analysis, all the half-step immortal elders realized that Jonathan wasn't just using the first level 10 Shadows realm of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique, but the second level 100 Shadows realm. This is too extraordinary. Even the 9 Tribulations ancestor can't compare to Jonathan. His talent is astonishing. Crimson Sun ancestor also couldn't help but exclaim. They all knew Jonathan's potential was extraordinary, but none of the half-step immortals had realized just how extraordinary he was. None of them had not tried to comprehend the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique. As absolute powerhouses capable of growing to the half-step immortal level, they were also prodigies in their youth, naturally arrogant and having attempted to comprehend the inheritance crystal of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique. But none of them succeeded. Even with their current perception, comprehending even the first level 10 Shadows realm of Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique was challenging, let alone the second level 100 Shadows realm. Yet, Jonathan could directly display the second level 100 Shadows realm, showing a talent and perceptiveness far superior to them. This realization made the half-step immortal elders marvel in awe, tinged with a touch of shame. Alas, I've lived so long, yet my perceptiveness is inferior to an 8th rank martial king. Truly, The young are formidable. One half-step immortal elder sighed. Indeed, Jonathan's perceptiveness is extraordinary. No wonder he passed through the illusion martial tower. He is undoubtedly an unprecedented genius. Another half-step immortal elder marveled at Jonathan's extraordinary perceptiveness. Well, this child's future is boundless. As long as he grows up safely, he will definitely surpass the 9 Tribulations ancestor. The Yellow Primordial Sacred Land Master concluded, firmly believing Jonathan's talent was unparalleled. All the half-step immortal elders nodded in agreement. On the other side, after seeing Jonathan easily evade all attacks with his terrifying ghostly agility, Creed remained undeterred, shouting loudly to Hardy again. Hardy, keep attacking non-stop. Don't give Jonathan a chance to catch his breath. That terrifying ghostly agility can't be sustained indefinitely. He will eventually make mistakes or run out of stamina. We are at the peak 10th rank Martial Emperor realm. In terms of energy reserves, he cannot match us. Creed shouted, analyzing and reinvigorating the somewhat lost confidence of Hardy. Though Creed might not be commendable in character, his combat intuition and experience were undeniably rich. He immediately identified the weakness of Jonathan's Remnant Cloud Shadow Body Technique, agility. Deploying the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body Technique, indeed consumed a lot of spirit energy and mental energy. Chapter 173, Defeating Hardy. But could they possibly win against Jonathan by depleting his spirit energy reserves? Would Jonathan truly be afraid? Clearly, Creed and Hardy were unaware of Jonathan's true level of spirit energy. After reaching the second heaven realm of the Chaos Divine Art, Jonathan's spirit energy reserves and quality far exceeded those of an ordinary martial artist. Wanting to outlast Jonathan by relying on spirit energy reserves? Simply wishful thinking. Jonathan let out a roar and immediately activated the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, charging directly at Hardy. He realized that, in this situation, Hardy posed a greater threat than Creed. After all, Creed appeared to be an unparalleled expert with a powerful offensive capability but lacked strong area attacks. Therefore, using the second stage of the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, called 100 Shadows, Jonathan could easily evade all of Creed's attacks. On the contrary, Hardy, practicing the Myriad Sword Art, had extremely large and rapid area attacks which Jonathan found hard to withstand with just his physical strength. Thus, he still needed to use the 100 Shadows to dodge effectively. Hardy's range with the Myriad Sword Art was immense. Although Jonathan could completely evade it using the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, the consumption of spirit energy was enormous, far more so than dodging Creed's Blood Sea Wild Saber. Thus, Jonathan planned to first deal with Hardy, who, while weaker, could heavily drain his spirit energy. Once Hardy was eliminated, Jonathan could easily dodge all of Creed's attacks with minimal spirit energy using the 100 Shadows, ensuring Creed wouldn't stand a chance. With his target set, Jonathan ignored Creed's attacks and charged at Hardy. "Be careful," shouted Creed as he saw Jonathan's movement, sensing Jonathan's strategy and quickly warning Hardy. Despite being taken aback initially, Hardy, the second-ranked true disciple on the heavenly ranking, quickly regained his composure, refocusing on the battle at hand. "You want to take me as the weak point? Not so easy," he muttered to himself. At this moment, Hardy put aside his doubts, fully engaging in the fight. "Take my sword." Myriad Sword Art, 9th Technique. Myriad Swords Converge. Hardy roared, unleashing his strongest attack towards Jonathan. Instantly, countless golden swords gathered in the air, forming a massive golden sword array that surged toward Jonathan. Insignificant trick," Jonathan scoffed. He then activated the second stage, 100 Shadows, of the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, producing hundreds of shadow images around him. Not done yet. While using the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art to dodge the attack, Jonathan's right hand crackled with lightning. 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, 8th Technique. Thunder Dragon shatters the sky. Roaring, Jonathan unleashed his technique. Instantly, hundreds of shadow images struck together, hurling fists at Hardy. This 8th technique, though not perfectly mastered, was sufficient in this moment. Seeing the hundreds of shadow images combined with Jonathan's real form unleashing the Thunder Dragon shatters the sky, hundreds of lightning dragons roared simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. "Not good," Creed shouted upon seeing the overwhelming strike from Jonathan. Realizing Hardy might not withstand it, even he doubted he could block such an attack. If Hardy fell, there was no doubt he would not be Jonathan's match either, something he could not allow. So Creed rushed to aid. Blood Sea Wild Saber, 6th Technique. Blood Sea Surges. Creed roared, launching numerous bloody saber shadows toward Jonathan's 100 Shadows, his few area attacks within the Blood Sea Wild Saber. Meanwhile, facing the onslaught of blood-colored saber shadows, Jonathan remained unperturbed. Fully activating the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, he dodged the saber auras, releasing the Thunder Dragon shatters the sky simultaneously. Roar! 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 The Thunder Dragons roared, tearing through Hardy's myriad swords converge instantly. Continuing its momentum, the Lightning Dragon headed straight for Hardy. "Damn it! Why is he so strong?" Hardy screamed, frantically dodging the approaching Lightning Dragon. Dodge! Dodge! Panic gripped Hardy as he struggled to evade. However, the Thunder Dragon seemed sentient, pursuing Hardy relentlessly like a real dragon. A loud boom echoed as the entire platform shook. Finally, Hardy was hit by Jonathan's Thunder Dragon shatters the sky. "Ah! Spurt!" Hardy screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood before being blasted off the arena. Cough cough. "I refuse to accept this," Hardy bellowed with disheveled hair before being carried away by the elders for treatment. On the other side, only Creed remained. Spectators gasped and then burst into exclamations. "Terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. I didn't think Brother Jonathan was so powerful. Yeah, I thought Brother Jonathan was just great with agility. Who knew his martial skills were equally formidable? The power of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist is unbelievable. Brother Jonathan must be winning for sure. Brother Jonathan is invincible. Brother Jonathan will surely triumph." Disciples began cheering for Jonathan's victory, boosting his reputation among the true disciples and Innergate disciples. On the other hand, Creed, witnessing this scene, felt both anger and alarm, cold sweat dripping down his face. He never imagined Jonathan could defeat Hardy in just one move, leaving him alone to face an almost fully powered Jonathan. Even when teamed up with Hardy earlier, defeating Jonathan was difficult and relied solely on draining tactics. Chapter 174, Clash. However, before the strategy of attrition could even be implemented, Jonathan had easily dealt with Hardy. Facing a near-peak condition Jonathan, it was indeed extremely challenging for Creed. But even so, Creed had no intention of giving up the fight. Creed gritted his teeth and charged at Jonathan again. Attack, attack, and keep attacking. As long as I can slash Jonathan, there's still hope. With this resolve, boundless waves of bloody red saber energy surged forth from Creed. The seventh form of Blood Sea Mad Saber, Unrepentant Blood Saber. Creed roared as he slashed towards Jonathan. Under this immense pressure, Creed's potential was fully unleashed, and his aura skyrocketed. Faced with this nearly 11th rank martial saint level attack, Jonathan couldn't help but acknowledge that Creed was far superior to Hermes both in mental fortitude and strength, even surpassing Hardy. However, who made Creed provoke Jonathan? Despite Creed's on-the-spot breakthrough, Jonathan did not intend to hold back. Humph, although your slash is impressive, hitting me is merely a delusion, Jonathan thought. Immediately, Jonathan mentally recited the fragments of Cloud's shadow body art and unleashed its full power. Instantly, countless shadow bodies filled the entire arena, densely packed everywhere, and the unrepentant blood saber of Creed swept across, aiming to pierce through all of Jonathan's shadow bodies. But it wasn't that easy. Over 100 shadows appeared and disappeared in an instant as they passed through the sweeping blade aura. Not a single bit of Creed's blood-red saber energy touched Jonathan. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the arena. The blood-red saber energy landed on the edge of the arena, causing the protective barrier to shudder violently. This Creed slash is almost comparable to an 11th rank martial saint elder. The elder overseeing the competition marveled. All the surrounding disciples were slightly astonished. However, once they saw Jonathan emerging unharmed, their admiration shifted instantly to shock over Jonathan's prowess. Terrifying, incredibly terrifying. Such a powerful slash from senior brother Creed didn't even scratch senior brother Jonathan. What kind of body technique is this? Everyone was stunned by Jonathan's unparalleled body technique. Some even yearned to learn this formidable skill, but cold water was quickly poured over them. Is this the legendary first body technique, fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, known only to the 9 tribulation old ancestor in our Xuanhuan Holy Land? At this point, some well-informed direct disciples finally recognized Jonathan's fragments of Cloud's shadow body art. What? This body technique is fragments of Cloud's shadow body art. How can that be? Isn't fragments of Cloud's shadow body art just a legend? How can anyone truly master it? Though some disciples had heard of the fame of fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, none had ever seen it performed. After all, the last person to master it was the 9 tribulation old ancestor, tens of thousands of years ago. Thus, it was understandable that these direct disciples couldn't recognize it now. Only a few who had thoroughly studied the autobiography of the 9 tribulation old ancestor could vaguely recall the descriptions of fragments of Cloud's shadow body art from books. Therefore, most people had only a vague impression of fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, believing it to be merely a legendary oddity. Now, seeing this legendary art in front of them, how could they not be shocked? Heavens! That fragments of Cloud's shadow body art is so powerful. I wish I could learn it too. Right, if I mastered fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, wouldn't I be invincible? Don't daydream. Do you think fragments of Cloud's shadow body art is so easy to comprehend? Only the true world-defying geniuses can achieve that. That's right. Even the 9 tribulation old ancestor only grasped the first level of fragments of Cloud's shadow body art when he reached 12th rank martial deity. Your chances of comprehending it are non-existent. We can only say that senior brother Jonathan is incredibly talented, truly deserving of being the unprecedented genius of our Xuanhuan Holy Land for 10,000 years. Only someone like him could master such an incredibly difficult fragments of Cloud's shadow body art. Absolutely, senior brother Jonathan lives up to being an unstoppable world-defying genius. Direct disciples and intersect disciples began fervently discussing after recognizing Jonathan's body technique as fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, simultaneously admiring Jonathan's unparalleled insight. On the other side, Creed stood on the arena, having unleashed his ultimate attack, yet found himself powerless against Jonathan. He felt utterly hopeless. Additionally, hearing discussions below about fragments of Cloud's shadow body art and its claim of invincibility further weighed heavily on his heart. Does such a terrifying body technique really exist? Why can Jonathan comprehend such a powerful technique? Why? Creed roared wildly. His confidence was shattered. After all, if his strongest attack couldn't harm Jonathan in the slightest, how could he continue fighting? How could he possibly win? Creed felt despondent. On the other side, Jonathan paid no mind to Creed's despair. While he wasn't vengeful, he wasn't naive either. With no prior connection between them, Creed wanted to assassinate him. There was no way Jonathan would spare him. Even if he couldn't kill him directly on the arena, he wouldn't let Creed off easily. With this thought, Jonathan decided not to hesitate. He shouted, "Creed, since I have taken your slash, it's your turn to take my punch." Jonathan leaped into the air immediately. Creed, snapping out of his daze, gathered his focus to prepare for another confrontation. Even if I cannot defeat Jonathan, I won't lose too badly, Creed thought. After all, with Jonathan possessing the supposedly invincible fragments of Cloud's shadow body art, defeating Jonathan was almost impossible. But Creed also had his pride. He refused to let Jonathan defeat him easily. He intended to clash head-on with Jonathan and see it through to the end. "Jonathan, I admit I cannot defeat you, but don't expect to defeat me effortlessly. Creed roared defiantly. Chapter 175, Defeating Creed. At the same time, Creed raised his black greatsword toward the sky, awaiting Jonathan's ultimate strike to descend and clash head-on. Facing Jonathan's unparalleled agility, Creed had no chance of landing a blow. However, if Jonathan chose to attack, Creed was ready to meet him without any fear. Thus, Creed held his sword high, ceasing any offensive intentions and preparing to defend fully. On the other side, faint thunder roared in Jonathan's hands as bolts of lightning crackled through the air, encircling his arms. To defeat Creed with a single punch, relying solely on my current strength in the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, I might not be able to do it. However, the gap isn't so wide that I can't attempt the second level of the Chaos Divine Scripture. This should give me an edge, Jonathan murmured to himself. Then he chanted softly, "Unleash the second level of the Chaos Divine Scripture." Upon activating the second level of the Chaos Divine Scripture, Jonathan's spiritual energy condensed and surged instantly. The endless thunder light around his hand shone even brighter. With the empowerment from the second level of the Chaos Divine Scripture, a much more potent version of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist began to coalesce. 18th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Thunder Dragon shatters the sky. Jonathan roared. His voice reverberated through heaven and earth. Then, a magnificent thunder dragon roared down from the sky. Rumble. The thunderous dragon crashed down violently. Facing this devastating attack, Creed clenched his teeth, gripping the black greatsword tightly until blood dripped from his palms. He then swung madly upward. Blood. Sword. Without regret. Creed shouted, unleashing his ultimate, slash once more. Boom. Rumble. The intense blood-red saber light collided directly with the thunderous dragon. Suddenly, the entire world fell silent. Then, a violent explosion erupted. Not good. The arena barrier can't hold up. The Elder overseeing the Heavenly Rankings challenge immediately bellowed. The Elder quickly rushed forward to prevent the shockwaves from spreading. Meanwhile, the quasi-immortal Elders who had been secretly observing the match promptly acted to stabilize the safety barrier of the arena. On the other side, after Creed's ultimate, slash collided with Jonathan's thunderous dragon and held for a moment, the 8th form of Jonathan's 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, Thunder Dragon shatters the sky, gained a slight advantage. It shattered Creed's ultimate slash and continued crashing down onto the arena. Rumble. Instantly, under the terrifying power of Jonathan's strongest form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, the entire arena exploded. Creed was instantly shattered by the 8th form of Jonathan's 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Bang bang bang. Countless rocks scattered wildly into the surrounding area. Fortunately, due to the timely intervention of the quasi-immortal Elders, the safety barrier was quickly stabilized. Otherwise, many spectators would have been injured or worse. Boom. After cracking the arena apart, the thunderous dragon carved out a large crater before its light finally vanished. The scene was in utter chaos. Thud. Jonathan descended from the sky, landing directly on the now ruined arena. At the center of the wreckage, Creed lay motionless at the bottom of the large crater, resembling a dead dog. His body was almost entirely burned by the lightning of Jonathan's thunder dragon shatters the sky. There wasn't a single unblemished patch of skin. His appearance was nothing short of pitiful. Hurry to save him. The Elder overseeing the Heavenly Rankings Arena Challenge came to his senses and shouted. Several Elders quickly arrived, taking Creed away for medical attention. Jonathan didn't stop them, for the lesson was already enough for Creed. As for killing Creed outright, Jonathan hadn't considered it. After all, according to long-standing rules, one could not kill a fellow disciple during an arena duel. Jonathan wouldn't violate these rules either. He was here to establish authority, not to be overly ruthless. He needed to maintain a positive image among the disciples. Of course, if it were an uninhabited wilderness, Jonathan might have killed Creed directly. While Creed was being taken away for treatment, the stunned spectators finally reacted, erupting into wild cheers. Jonathan! 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 Brother Jonathan, invincible and peerless. Whether they were core disciples or inner disciples, all of them cheered wildly, shouting Jonathan's name. All previous doubts about Jonathan vanished. In this moment, everyone genuinely acknowledged Jonathan. And Jonathan successfully established significant prestige among all core disciples and inner disciples. Up in the sky, Ewing, who had been watching Jonathan's battle, stroked his beard proudly and smiled. My disciple, you truly bring surprises to your master, he said. I didn't expect you, at just the 8th rank Martial King level, to defeat 2 peak 10th rank Martial Kings. Truly amazing. Ewing couldn't hide his delight. The quasi-immortal Elders who had been silently observing Jonathan's match were also speechless, impressed by his performance. Finally, Arlo broke the silence. This kid is an unparalleled genius, truly terrifying. Yes, as long as Jonathan doesn't perish, it's certain that our Xian Devon Holy Land will produce another near-immortal like Patriarch 9 Tribulations, agreed Patriarch Red Sun with high spirits. Though looking stern, the leader of the Xian Devon Holy Land was inwardly overjoyed. Jonathan will be a harbinger of prosperity for our Xian Devon Holy Land, he marveled silently. Meanwhile, having defeated Creed decisively, Jonathan relaxed and left the arena to train further before the final days leading to the illusory spirit realm opening. Jonathan walked through the square, and wherever he passed, nearly all core disciples, inner disciples, and even some elders made way for him. They watched in awe as Jonathan quietly departed. Thus, Jonathan's challenge for the Heavenly Rankings concluded. During the days leading to the opening of the illusory spirit realm, Jonathan stayed in his residence, cultivating and meditating. During this period, he encountered favorable weather conditions, thunderstorms, which enhanced his luck even further. ####Chapter 176, preparing to depart. Thus, the extremely diligent Jonathan seized this opportunity to continue practicing and reinforcing the 8th form of the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist, Thunder Dragon breaking heaven. During his practice, 3 days quickly passed. This day was also the day when the illusory spirit realm opened. Early in the morning, a disciple came to Jonathan's residence to notify him to gather at the Xuanhuan Square. Senior brother Jonathan, the illusory spirit realm is about to open. Elder asked me to inform you to come, the inner sect duty disciple said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jonathan politely responded, "Thank you for the notification, junior brother. You've been very kind. Don't mention it, don't mention it. It's an honor to serve senior brother Jonathan," the inner sect duty disciple replied joyfully, clearly not expecting Jonathan to be so approachable, which made him feel quite excited. However, Jonathan did not notice these details. After packing the items he needed to bring along, he directly headed to Xuanhuan Square for the gathering. Jonathan soon arrived at a vast square. Apart from the top 100 true disciples on the heavenly ranking list, there weren't many others around, making the place seem quite spacious and deserted. With a quick glance, Jonathan saw many familiar figures, including Cal, Hardy, and others, all present. However, there was no sign of Levi. That guy must have serious injuries. He can't participate in this illusory spirit realm trial this time, Jonathan thought to himself. The illusory spirit realm offered a great opportunity. With Levi unable to participate, Jonathan felt even better, knowing that Levi had missed out on a significant chance. On the other side, when the top 100 true disciples on the heavenly ranking list saw Jonathan arrive, they looked at him with awe. Now, Jonathan was not only an unprecedented genius in the Xuanhuan Holy Land, but also the strongest among their generation of true disciples. No one dared to provoke him anymore. Even Cal and Hardy, who had been severely beaten by Jonathan, could only glare at him fiercely but dared not challenge him again. No one was foolish enough to offend Jonathan openly. His reputation, status, and power far surpassed theirs, and confronting him directly would be unwise. "Senior brother Jonathan, you're here. Come over here," a chubby true disciple exclaimed excitedly, trying to curry favor with Jonathan. Jonathan didn't reject the friendly gesture outright. He knew that cultivating influence and rallying support required tact rather than arrogance. "Senior brother Jonathan, let me introduce myself. My name is Dev. I really owe you a lot this time," Dev said obsequiously. Jonathan was puzzled and asked, "Oh, so you're junior brother Dev. We haven't met before, so why should you thank me?" Dev immediately replied respectfully, "In this heavenly ranking list challenge, my ranking was right at number 101. If you hadn't defeated senior brother Levi, who was ranked first and hasn't woken up yet, I wouldn't have had the chance to participate in the illusory spirit realm. So shouldn't I thank you?" "Oh, Levi still hasn't woken up?" Jonathan was surprised. He hadn't paid much attention to Levi's condition after using the second level of the chaotic divine art. The power was unexpectedly strong, causing him to accidentally strike too hard. The fact that Levi hadn't awakened left Jonathan marveling at the incredible strength of the chaotic divine art. Even though Jonathan had only reached the second level of the chaotic divine art, its enhancement to combat power was already remarkable. If he could cultivate it to the fourth realm like the 9 transformations divine devil body, Jonathan couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Indeed, it's a super grade cultivation technique, Jonathan mused. He then walked to the front of the top 100 true disciples and waited quietly. Everyone else, except for Hardy and Cal who glanced away slightly displeased, found Jonathan's actions perfectly reasonable and offered no objections. Instead, several true disciples tried to ingratiate themselves with him. Jonathan, in turn, conversed politely with each of them, which contrasted greatly with his previously perceived arrogant demeanor. This helped Jonathan gradually establish some authority among the top 100 true disciples. As everyone was conversing with Jonathan, suddenly, several imposing figures appeared in the sky. These were Jonathan's teacher, Ainsworth, as well as Carlton Patriarch and Floydjiang Patriarch whom Jonathan had met a few times before, along with several elders from the law enforcement hall. With the appearance of the 2 half-step immortals, the patriarchs and the elders, all the true disciples instantly fell silent, including Jonathan. They then looked up, quietly observing the figures in the sky. After silencing everyone, Ainsworth stepped forward and addressed the true disciples. The illusory spirit realm opens every 60 years. Today, we will announce important matters concerning the opening. Firstly, any internal conflict or killing within the illusory spirit realm is strictly forbidden. Those caught will face severe punishment. Secondly, once inside, you should hunt illusory spirit beasts and obtain their cores in the outer or middle regions. Try not to enter the deepest part of the illusory spirit realm, where even the weakest beasts are at the 11th stage martial saint level. That area is beyond your capability. Do not dare to act recklessly, it would be suicide. While speaking, Ainsworth glanced at Jonathan, as if those words were specifically meant for him. Jonathan felt somewhat helpless as he noticed Ainsworth's gaze and rubbed his nose. Do I look reckless? Jonathan wondered internally. However, he indeed planned to explore the deepest parts of the illusory spirit realm for hunting. After all, he still had several hidden cards he hadn't revealed, such as the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine devil body, the kill god embodiment secret technique, and dozens of 13th stage Dao protection knives. These were Jonathan's hidden strengths. Chapter 177, The Legend of the Illusory Spirit Realm. Apart from the dozen or so 13th rank protective talismans, Ainsworth was largely unaware of most of Jonathan's trump cards. That was why he had glanced over at Jonathan with particular attention, a detail Jonathan found difficult to explain. Despite Ainsworth's repeated warnings, Jonathan still planned to venture into the deepest part of the illusory spirit realm. Strength provided confidence. This was what Jonathan thought in his heart. Ainsworth, however, had no clue about Jonathan's intentions. After giving him a special glance as if to emphasize his warning, he continued explaining the rules of the illusory spirit realm. By the way, the illusory spirit realm is not located within our Xuanhuan Holy Land. Therefore, for this journey, we have the Elder Demon Blade Old Ancestor, Floydjiang Old Ancestor, and myself leading you to the entrance of the illusory spirit realm. I also need to caution you that apart from our Xinhuang Holy Land's entrance, there are 2 other entrances controlled by the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple June Territory, which neighbor us. So, if you encounter people from the Nine Seas Holy Land or the Purple June Territory in the illusory spirit realm, don't be surprised. Avoid confrontation as much as possible. Ultimately, the most valuable thing in the illusory spirit realm is the illusory spirit crystal core left behind after an illusory spirit beast's death. Therefore, I hope you take advantage of your time to hunt as many illusory spirit beasts as possible and obtain their cores. As for the wonders and effects of the illusory spirit crystal cores, you'll understand once you acquire one, so I won't elaborate further. Alright, do you all remember what I've said? Ainsworth finished speaking and looked at all the disciples present, waiting for their responses. The disciples promptly replied respectfully, "Disciple remembers." Satisfied with their response, Ainsworth smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Then let's set off." Immediately, a large group of people followed Ainsworth onto a flying spirit boat, awaiting departure. On the boat, Jonathan furrowed his brow, recalling Ainsworth's earlier words. This illusory spirit realm actually has people from the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple June Territory, Jonathan muttered to himself. He wasn't very familiar with the Nine Seas Holy Land or the Purple June Territory since he hadn't been in donghua continent long enough to thoroughly understand the other Holy Lands. Just as Jonathan was murmuring about these places, Dev suddenly came over and eagerly said, "Senior brother Jonathan, are you worried about encountering people from the Nine Seas Holy Land or the Purple June Territory? In fact, you needn't worry at all. According to previous experiences when the illusory spirit realm opened, our Xinhuang Holy Land, the Nine Seas Holy Land, and the Purple June Territory are situated at 3 separate entrances thousands of miles apart. Therefore, as long as we hunt in the outer or middle regions of the illusory spirit realm, we will unlikely meet anyone from the Nine Seas Holy Land or the Purple June Territory. After all, the illusory spirit realm spans several million miles. The probability of encountering people from other Holy Lands is extremely low. So, we don't need to worry about running into top disciples from other Holy Lands. We just need to focus on hunting illusory spirit beasts. Dev spoke fluently, displaying his well-informed nature. Jonathan was a bit surprised by how knowledgeable Dev seemed. Since he had only been in Xinhuang Holy Land for a short while, he hadn't delved deep into many matters and was lacking in some common knowledge. Thinking of this, Jonathan asked curiously, "Oh, junior brother Dev, it seems like you know quite a lot and are very well informed. Could you tell me more about the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple June Territory?" Upon hearing Jonathan's inquiry, Dev looked flattered and excitedly replied, "Haha, senior brother Jonathan, thank you for your compliment. When it comes to gathering information, you're asking the right person. I might not excel in other areas, but I am well informed. While other true disciples may not know much about the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple June Territory, I am very familiar with them." Dev puffed out his chest confidently and began elaborating on the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple June Territory. "Senior brother Jonathan, the Nine Seas Holy Land ranks only slightly above us, being the 8th among the 9 great Holy Lands. As for the Purple June Territory, it holds the 6th position, making it somewhat stronger than our Xinhuang Holy Land. It is said that the top true disciple of the Purple June Territory has already broken through to the 11th rank Martial Saint realm. Many elder-level powerhouses can't match the top disciple of the Purple June Territory. Of course, if compared to senior brother Jonathan, the top disciple of the Purple June Territory would definitely fall short." Dev threw in some flattery along with his explanation. As for the top true disciple of the Nine Seas Holy Land, they are roughly equal to senior brother Hardy from our Xinhuang Holy Land, both being at the peak 10th rank Martial Emperor realm. But apparently, the top true disciple of the Nine Seas Holy Land is a woman and the most beautiful woman in their Holy Land. Dev laughed lecherously as he spoke. "Senior brother Jonathan, you wouldn't believe how incredibly beautiful Ethel, the top true disciple of the Nine Seas Holy Land, is." Dev kept drifting off topic until Jonathan coughed and interrupted. "Cough, junior brother Dev, please stick to the important points. I'm not particularly interested in such information. Could you tell me more about the illusory spirit realm?" Realizing his indiscretion, Dev felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected Jonathan to show no interest in women, concluding that his strength must stem from an intense dedication to cultivation. Dev chuckled awkwardly and continued, "Alright, senior brother Jonathan, my apologies for digressing. Let me get back to explaining the illusory spirit realm." Straightening up, Dev earnestly explained the history and legends surrounding the illusory spirit realm. "Senior brother Jonathan, did you know that the illusory spirit realm is said to be a massive secret world, nearly a 20th of the size of donghua continent? It's incredibly vast, and just traveling through it takes a long time. There's even a legend about its origin. Legend has it that the illusory spirit realm formed after the fall of a powerful being." Dev then began recounting the ancient legends about the illusory spirit realm in great detail. Chapter 178, Spirit Mist Canyon. The illusory spirit realm was said to be a part of our eastern wasteland continent in the ancient era. However, after an epic battle by some supreme powerhouses in that area, that piece of land was shattered into fragments, eventually forming the illusory spirit realm. Dev explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Jonathan was quite shocked, never imagining that the illusory spirit realm was once a part of the eastern wasteland continent and had been fragmented due to a great battle in ancient times. Could this realm also be similar to the divine and demonic mausoleum? Jonathan speculated internally. If the illusory spirit realm were as dangerous as the divine and demonic mausoleum, it would be a disaster. Though Jonathan's strength had significantly improved after leaving the divine and demonic mausoleum, he was still far too weak compared to immortal level or immortal emperor level beings, and could easily be crushed at any moment. Thinking about this, Jonathan couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Dev, if what you say is true, isn't the illusory spirit realm very dangerous?" Without hesitation, Dev replied, "Senior brother Jonathan, the legends surrounding the illusory spirit realm are just that, legends. If we talk about danger, only the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm might be perilous. The other areas should not be too dangerous. After all, every 60 years, our Xuanhuan sacred land joins the 9 seas sacred land and the purple handsome noble land to enter the illusory spirit realm. If there were significant dangers, they would have been discovered long ago. Dev added. Jonathan nodded in agreement. Indeed, since the illusory spirit realm has been under the control of the Xuanhuan sacred land, 9 seas sacred land, and purple handsome noble land for countless years, any major dangers would have been detected by now. Thus, the outer or central regions of the illusory spirit realm should pose little risk. Feeling somewhat relieved, Jonathan then thought about the deepest region of the illusory spirit realm, where information seemed scarce from the 3 sacred lands. If there were secrets hidden within, they likely lay in the most profound part. Jonathan continued to inquire, Junior brother Dev, how much do you know about the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm? After pondering for a moment, Dev responded earnestly, Senior brother Jonathan, my knowledge of the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm is limited because historical records about it are few and far between. It is rumored to be the core of the entire illusory spirit realm. If there are any secret treasures, they would most likely be found in the central region. However, many talented disciples from the 3 sacred lands have explored the deepest regions, yet some true transmission disciples perished, while others returned empty-handed. Therefore, no one really knows what treasures lie in the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm, even now. Dev cast a curious glance at Jonathan as he spoke and asked, Senior brother Jonathan, surely you're not planning to venture into the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm? That would be too dangerous. Dev couldn't help but offer a warning. Jonathan smiled and replied casually, Haha, I'm just curious. Whether or not I will go into the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm remains to be seen. After all, who wouldn't want to obtain treasures? Without providing a definite answer, Jonathan remained non-committal. Dev immediately chuckled in response, yes, if senior brother Jonathan ventures into the deepest regions of the illusory spirit realm, it's possible you may find treasures. But remember, that place is indeed dangerous. If you truly decide to go, please exercise caution, Dev reminded him. Jonathan didn't reply further. He hadn't made up his mind about venturing into the deepest regions. Given the unknown dangers and the possibility of encountering supreme immortal level powerhouses, Jonathan was uncertain if he could escape with his life. Even with a demon-slaying sword of the Immortal King grade in his chi, facing an immortal beyond the Immortal King level would still be perilous. Meanwhile, as Jonathan pondered, the spirit boat was nearing the entrance to the illusory spirit realm. Senior brother Jonathan, we are approaching the illusory spirit realm, Dev eagerly announced. The lead Ainsworth began lowering the spirit boat, gently landing it in a valley. Everyone, we've arrived. Ahead lies the entrance to the illusory spirit realm. Please disembark, the Ainsworth announced. Immediately, the true transmission disciples lined up respectfully and began to disembark. Following the group, Jonathan entered the canyon. The mist-filled valley was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it difficult to see ahead clearly. Now, everyone, the entrance is right before us. Let me open the restriction, the Ainsworth said as he began casting spells. Suddenly, a clear path appeared amidst the mist. Stay close and follow my steps carefully. Do not stray, or you'll get lost in the mist, the Ainsworth warned before leading the way into the mist. Seeing this, the true transmission disciples promptly followed. Jonathan moved along with the group, silently observing his surroundings. They soon reached the entrance of a deep cave, guarded by a complex formation. In a moment, I will activate the spatial transmission array with 2 half-step immortals. Once activated, you can enter the illusory spirit realm, the Ainsworth explained, glancing at the Elden and the green-eyed ancestor. The 2 elders stepped forward and joined the Ainsworth in activating the array. A humming sound filled the air as golden light emanated from the spatial transmission array. After a short while, the entrance to the array finally opened, revealing a dark void before them. That's the entrance to the illusory spirit realm? We have to use a spatial transmission array to enter. It's incredible, exclaimed a first-time visitor among the true transmission disciples. Someone else quickly added, what's so amazing? The illusory spirit realm is just a fragment of a shattered space continent. Hashtag chapter 179. Entering the illusionary spirit realm. Besides the spatial transmission array, there's no other way to enter the illusionary spirit realm. Oh, I see. So the illusionary spirit realm is actually a fragment of a shattered spatial continent. The true disciple who had been puzzled now understood. Jonathan also felt a chill run through him, suddenly believing more in the legend that the illusionary spirit realm was formed from fragments after a powerful immortal shattered the continent. It seems this illusionary spirit realm isn't simple at all, Jonathan thought to himself. At this moment, the Ainsworth began his final instructions. When you enter, you may be scattered by spatial turbulence to different locations, but don't panic. Just find a safe place quickly and start hunting the illusionary spirit beasts. Also, you all have a map in hand. If your luck isn't too bad, and you encounter wandering high-level illusionary spirit beasts immediately upon entry, the illusionary spirit realm should still be relatively safe for you. Oh, before you go in, let me remind you one last time. The trial period in the illusionary spirit realm is 3 months. If you don't come out within 3 months, the spatial transmission array will shut down. So remember, you must exit within 3 months. Do you understand? The Ainsworth reiterated meticulously before finally instructing the true disciples to enter the spatial transmission array. Jonathan didn't hesitate and quickly stepped onto the spatial transmission array. Immediately, everything spun wildly around him. When Jonathan regained his senses, he found himself in a vast forest. This place doesn't seem particularly special, Jonathan thought. He began surveying his surroundings while pulling out the pre-prepared map to determine his current location. Roar. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence of the forest. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Then, Jonathan saw a white lion with a body like crystal running toward him, roaring fiercely. Is this an illusionary spirit beast? Jonathan wondered. Scanning it with his divine sense, he discovered that the body of this white lion-like illusionary spirit beast was full of pure spirit energy. Amazing, truly amazing, Jonathan marveled. He decided to try dealing with this illusionary spirit beast to test his abilities. By then, the white lion-like beast had reached Jonathan. Roar. With a loud roar, the illusionary spirit beast's massive paw struck directly at Jonathan. Boom. Jonathan easily dodged and, relying on his physical strength, punched the white lion-like beast. Bang. Instantly, the front paw of the white lion-like beast shattered under Jonathan's punch. Despite losing its paw, the beast continued its aggressive attacks undeterred. Do these illusionary spirit beasts lack intelligence? Jonathan frowned, speculating. Normally, wild beasts would flee if they knew they couldn't win. However, this white lion-like beast seemed mindless, continuing its relentless attack without fear. Even unable to harm Jonathan, it attacked relentlessly as if it knew no fear. Seems like these illusionary spirit beasts really lack any significant intelligence, Jonathan muttered to himself. After entangling with the white lion-like beast for a while, Jonathan concluded some experience. These illusionary spirit beasts indeed lacked any intelligence or wisdom, acting purely on instinct. They were hostile towards all non-illusionary spirit beasts, attacking fiercely upon sight, not stopping until death. Most importantly, they lacked obvious weaknesses. Even if their heads were smashed, they could continue attacking unless completely obliterated. Ah, what a hassle, Jonathan complained inwardly. Facing the charging white lion-like beast again, Jonathan delivered a powerful punch straight to its head. Instantly, the beast's head shattered. Inside, there was no blood or flesh, only mist-like gases resembling spirit fog. Despite this, the beast wasn't dead yet and continued attacking Jonathan with its remaining front paw. Die, Jonathan whispered. Understanding the situation, Jonathan unleashed several fierce punches, reducing the white lion-like beast into fragments. All the white spirit mist scattered. Only then did the white lion-like beast finally die. Upon its death, all the spirit fog dissipated, leaving behind a pure white crystal core on the spot. Seeing the pure white crystal core, Jonathan picked it up immediately and used the system to inspect it. Illusionary Spirit Crystal Core contains extremely pure spirit energy, which can improve the concentration of one's own spirit energy. Reading the system's description, Jonathan was overjoyed. Haha, so this is the Illusionary Spirit Crystal Core? It can indeed enhance spirit energy concentration. Confirming that the crystal core could increase his spirit energy concentration, thereby accelerating his cultivation of the third level of the Chaos Divine technique. Jonathan eagerly prepared to begin his cultivation. The most time-consuming part of cultivating the third level of the Chaos Divine technique was refining and increasing the concentration of spirit energy. If Jonathan could use the Illusionary Spirit Crystal Core to rapidly increase his spirit energy concentration, it would significantly shorten his cultivation time. Thinking about this, Jonathan activated the cultivation method of the Chaos Divine technique, holding the crystal core and slowly absorbing the spirit energy. Instantly, extremely pure spirit energy flowed into Jonathan's body, even purer than the energy from the rank 10 Essence Spirit Pool by several times. Feeling this pure spirit energy entering his Dantian Chi Si, Jonathan noticed a slight improvement in the concentration of his internal spirit energy. The improvement was minimal but much faster than his usual cultivation and refinement. Haha, the cultivation speed is indeed much faster than my slow refinement. This illusionary spirit realm truly is a paradise for my cultivation. Feeling the noticeable improvement in spirit energy concentration, Jonathan couldn't help but rejoice. Looks like I need to obtain more illusionary spirit crystal cores as soon as possible, Jonathan muttered to himself. Chapter 180, Illusion Beasts. After all, the illusion spirit realm had only been open for a mere 3 months. Factoring in the time spent on cultivation, it was indeed very urgent. To advance his cultivation to the third realm of the chaotic divine formula within 3 months, Jonathan needed to improve his efficiency in hunting. To maximize the kills of higher-level illusion beasts and acquire their potent spirit cores, Jonathan spread out his map and began a thorough inspection. My current location is at the periphery of the illusion spirit realm. No wonder those illusion beasts were so weak, Jonathan thought. Looks like I need to head to the central region of the illusion spirit realm. The illusion beasts there should be stronger, Jonathan said aloud. With this goal in mind, Jonathan immediately set off toward the central region. Soon, he ventured through a dense forest filled with illusion beasts, approaching a mountain range near the central area. After crossing this mountain range, I'll be in the central region of the illusion spirit realm, Jonathan remarked, glancing at the map. He entered the mountains immediately. Here, the density of illusion beasts was noticeably higher, and they were also more powerful. As soon as Jonathan stepped into this mountain range, a white spiritual snake-like illusion beast lunged out. Hiss! The white spiritual snake, flicking its tongue repeatedly, carefully sized up Jonathan. After a brief pause, it suddenly charged forward. Boom! The white spiritual snake opened its vast maw, attacking fiercely. Its power was several times greater than that of the previous white lion-like illusion beast. Just as expected, Jonathan roared. Having traveled far to seek out stronger illusion beasts, Jonathan saw this opportunity perfectly fitting his objective. Without hesitation, he unleashed the residual cloud shadow technique and rushed forward. Take this punch. Harnessing all his physical strength, Jonathan delivered a powerful blow to the tongue of the white snake. Instantly, the snake's head shattered from the impact. Faced with an adversary with no clear weaknesses, one that could only be defeated by complete annihilation, Jonathan realized brute force was the most effective method. He refrained from wasting spirit energy on martial techniques such as the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, relying solely on his agility to engage in close combat with the white spiritual snake. Roar! The white spiritual snake let out a piercing shriek, lashing its tail towards Jonathan. Bang! Jonathan endured the snake's tail attack and immediately retaliated with a barrage of punches. Die! Die! Crazily shouting, Jonathan continued pummeling the snake's tail until it fragmented. Not enough, you die now. Roaring again, Jonathan charged at the massive body of the white spiritual snake. Collapse! Collapse! Punch after punch, Jonathan screamed. The white spiritual snake, deprived of its primary offensive capabilities, could only endure silently. In no time, its gigantic body was completely shattered by Jonathan's relentless assault. A pure illusion spirit core fell to the ground. Pant, pant. Truly exhausting, Jonathan admitted. Eliminating a large illusion beast entirely was extremely energy-consuming, even for someone as physically strong as Jonathan. But thankfully, this illusion spirit core appears much purer, Jonathan muttered to himself. Approaching the fallen snake, he picked up the core. Let's see how much this core can enhance the spirit energy concentration, Jonathan said. Sitting down where he was, Jonathan activated the chaotic divine formula and began cultivating. Absorbing the spirit energy from the core, he felt a significant increase in concentration compared to before. The spirit energy concentration has likely increased by over tenfold, Jonathan exclaimed in shock. Unbelievably, the spirit core left behind by the white spiritual snake proved 10 times stronger than that of the white lion-like beast. This effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Understanding that compressing and enhancing spirit energy concentration grew increasingly difficult, Jonathan knew how rare and valuable high concentration cores were. Haha, hunting higher-level illusion beasts definitely boosts efficiency exponentially, Jonathan laughed, deciding to focus solely on these stronger adversaries. Lower-level illusion beasts provided insufficient benefits in terms of spirit core quality, and battling them consumed too much effort, hardly worthwhile. Formulating this plan, Jonathan proceeded deeper into the mountain range. Upon entering the mountains, Jonathan discovered the density of illusion beasts was astonishing, almost encountering one every few steps. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Jonathan destroyed another illusion beast, catching his breath. Along the way, Jonathan faced numerous illusion beasts, sparing none. His travel pace was inevitably slowed down, only barely reaching the mid-region of the mountains. Pant, pant, too many illusion beasts here. I must make choices or I won't be able to handle them, Jonathan sighed. Despite killing many illusion beasts and acquiring many cores, Jonathan still found the efficiency unsatisfactory. With only 3 months remaining in the illusion spirit realm, maximizing hunting efficiency became his top priority. Those enormous illusion beasts are too tiring to battle, Jonathan couldn't help but say. Hashtag chapter 181. Pale yellow illusionary beasts. It was actually easier to kill the smaller but extremely fierce-looking illusionary beasts. Jonathan began recalling the details of his recent battles. Earlier, he had encountered a smaller-sized yet extremely aggressive pale yellow mantis-like illusionary beast. After easily defeating it, the illusionary crystal core he obtained had a higher concentration of spiritual energy than any of the previous cores he had acquired. Clearly, the level of an illusionary beast wasn't determined by its size. Instead, some smaller but more powerful ones were more efficient to kill. Jonathan could take them down with just one punch, while other giant-sized ones required at least 100 punches to be completely defeated. The efficiency difference was immense. It seems more profitable to hunt smaller illusionary beasts, Jonathan thought to himself. But why was that mantis-like illusionary beast pale yellow? Do illusionary beasts have levels? Jonathan speculated. However, since he had only encountered one pale yellow one, he couldn't conclusively determine their levels yet. Forget it for now. Let's continue deeper and hunt more powerful illusionary beasts, Jonathan muttered to himself. He temporarily set aside his doubts and ventured deeper into the mountains. At this point, Jonathan was already very close to the deepest part of the mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. In the deepest part of the mountains, a gigantic, pale yellow ape was leaping continuously toward a canyon, causing chaos throughout the entire area. Alongside the ape, a massive pale yellow scorpion also rushed toward the same canyon, leaving destruction in its wake. Even Jonathan, who was far away, felt the tremendous commotion. What's happening? Why is there so much noise coming from deep within the mountains? Jonathan wondered. Is it a treasure or a powerful illusionary beast? Jonathan guessed. Regardless, he decided to investigate. After all, his mission was to hunt illusionary beasts, and the more powerful they were, the better. With that thought, Jonathan sped towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he locked onto the location. Inside a vast canyon, over a dozen pale yellow illusionary beasts were gathered. At the center of the canyon was a lake filled with yellow spiritual energy, and in the middle of the lake bloomed a yellow lotus. That lotus and the spirit lake seem incredibly potent. It looks like some kind of treasure, Jonathan murmured to himself. Do these pale yellow illusionary beasts want to contest for the spirit lake and the lotus? Jonathan speculated. Indeed, these illusionary beasts have clear hierarchical features. White seems to be the lowest level, while pale yellow appears to be higher. As for even higher levels, I'm not sure what color they would be, Jonathan analyzed, gaining a rough understanding of their levels. But if these illusionary beasts are fighting over treasures, can they evolve? Jonathan pondered. He marveled at how these creatures, made entirely of spiritual energy, could devour and evolve, acting almost like real-life forms. Forget it, no need to think too much. Let's just go in, Jonathan said aloud. He didn't plan to wait for the yellow lotus to mature. His primary goal was to hunt illusionary beasts, and this canyon was full of high-level pale yellow ones, which were all his targets. He intended to kill the illusionary beasts and claim the treasure. Once the canyon was cleared, the treasure would naturally be his. With this decision, Jonathan boldly flew into the canyon. Immediately, all the dozen pale yellow illusionary beasts turned their attention toward him. Roar! 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 All the pale yellow illusionary beasts roared and charged at him in a frenzy. Humph! Come on, let's fight! Jonathan roared loudly, charging head-on into the pack of enraged beasts. Bang! A pale yellow ape swung a fist towards him. Jonathan narrowly avoided it, and the impact created a huge crater in the ground. Immediately after dodging, Jonathan countered with a powerful kick to the ape's arm, causing half of it to dissipate. Just as he attacked the pale yellow ape, a massive scorpion tail lashed out from behind, nearly striking his back. Residual cloud shadow body technique. Jonathan whispered, turning his body into numerous illusions moving at incredible speed, instantly evading the attack. Phew, close call. These pale yellow illusionary beasts are significantly stronger than the previous ones, Jonathan sighed. Facing a dozen powerful illusionary beasts without activating his 4-phase demon body transformation was challenging but manageable. Die! Jonathan shouted, delivering a series of heavy blows to the weakened pale yellow ape. With one final punch to its head, the giant beast dispersed. Instead of continuing the pursuit, Jonathan immediately targeted another beast, considering the defeated one posed little threat and could be dealt with later. You're next, Jonathan roared, shifting his focus to the pale yellow scorpion. With a violent punch, he shattered the most dangerous part, the scorpion's tail, and several more punches rendered it disabled. Having taken out the two strongest threats, Jonathan continued his methodical approach, gradually eliminating the remaining illusionary beasts. Boom. As the last illusionary beast dispersed, Jonathan wiped his hands and exhaled in relief. Ah, refreshing, Jonathan remarked. He then collected the 16 fallen illusionary crystal cores. Picking up one of the pale yellow cores, he began to examine it carefully. Chapter 182. The Yellow Illusionary Spirit Flower. Immediately, he noticed that the spiritual energy within these pale yellow illusionary spirit cores was several times denser than before. Indeed, pale yellow illusionary spirit beasts are more powerful, and the illusionary spirit cores they drop after death contain much higher concentrations of spiritual energy, Jonathan remarked. It seems I need to continue hunting these powerful illusionary spirit beasts, Jonathan sighed. Only after collecting all the spoils did Jonathan come back to his senses and turn his gaze toward the deep end of the canyon where the pale yellow spiritual energy lake lay. That place looks like a treasure land. Let's go see it, Jonathan said. Then, Jonathan slowly approached the spiritual energy lake. As he drew near, Jonathan immediately felt an intense wave of dense spiritual energy wash over him. Damn, this spiritual energy concentration is no less than what you'd find in an ordinary white illusionary spirit core, Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Ordinary white illusionary spirit cores contained only a tiny bit of high concentration spiritual energy. Yet, this pale yellow spiritual energy lake had so much high-density spiritual energy. Got lucky. Got lucky. Jonathan shouted in joy. Hunting a white illusionary spirit beast to obtain a white illusionary spirit core wasn't too difficult, but it was still quite troublesome. Moreover, a single white illusionary spirit core didn't contain much high-concentration spiritual energy, necessitating large-scale hunting which was extremely exhausting. But now, this entire spiritual energy lake right before his eyes could directly rival tens of thousands of white illusionary spirit cores. This saved Jonathan countless efforts and time, a resource he sorely needed at present. Well, worth it. Let me cultivate here directly later, Jonathan thought. Although Jonathan hadn't yet inspected the yellow lotus at the very center of the spiritual energy lake, even just this lake alone was already priceless. But I should still check out that yellow lotus. It might be an even more potent cultivation treasure, Jonathan thought. Flying over the pale yellow spiritual energy lake, Jonathan arrived in front of the yellow lotus. He saw that this yellow lotus was already mostly open, but one petal hadn't fully unfurled, clearly indicating it was nearing full maturity. Seeing this, Jonathan examined the peculiar lotus flower. Unfortunately, Jonathan didn't recognize this yellow lotus, so he activated the system to appraise it. Yellow illusionary spirit flower, not yet fully bloomed, contains extremely pure and clean spiritual flower dew. Consuming it can cleanse and purify impurities from the body's spiritual energy. After reading the system's description, Jonathan was stunned. Cleansing spiritual energy? Purifying impurities and spiritual energy? That's unbelievable. Spiritual energy can actually be cleansed and purified? Jonathan had never heard of such a thing before. However, since the system provided this description of the illusionary spirit flower, it was certain that the flower had the effect of cleansing and purifying impurities from spiritual energy. This illusionary spirit flower must definitely be a specialty of this illusionary spirit realm, and it must be very precious, Jonathan guessed. In the outside world, Jonathan had rarely heard of any natural treasures capable of cleansing or purifying impurities in spiritual energy. Therefore, it was easy to confirm that this illusionary spirit flower was an extremely rare specialty of this illusionary spirit realm. I wonder what cleansing spiritual energy and purifying impurities means, Jonathan wondered. Spiritual energy was usually already highly pure, unlike some medicines that left residues in the body. So, impurities in spiritual energy were typically minute and imperceptible. Yet, this illusionary spirit flower had the effect of cleansing spiritual energy and purifying its impurities, something Jonathan didn't understand but was highly anticipated. After all, Jonathan cultivated the chaotic divine technique, which demanded exceptionally high standards for the concentration and quality of spiritual energy. Thus, if this illusionary spirit flower could significantly enhance the quality of his spiritual energy, Jonathan would be incredibly happy. This would lay a solid foundation for Jonathan's cultivation. Thinking about this, Jonathan began waiting patiently above the spiritual energy lake for the yellow illusionary spirit flower to fully bloom. Moreover, to avoid absorbing spiritual energy and depriving the yellow illusionary spirit flower of what it needed to bloom, Jonathan didn't even use the spiritual energy lake for cultivation. In this manner, Jonathan waited for almost a day. During this period, several pale yellow illusionary spirit beasts found this canyon, but Jonathan easily dealt with them. And on that day, the yellow illusionary spirit flower finally opened its last petal. It's blooming? Jonathan took a glance. Haha, indeed it has bloomed. Seeing the yellow illusionary spirit flower fully open, Jonathan was elated. Now that it's mature, let me eat it and try out its effects, Jonathan said. Thereafter, Jonathan hastily plucked the yellow illusionary spirit flower and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a refreshing sensation spread throughout Jonathan's body. It felt as if Jonathan's entire being was elevating, feeling ethereal and ready to ascend. Ah! Jonathan groaned in comfort. Then, Jonathan felt all the spiritual energy in his Dantian Chi-Si becoming lighter, floating around like mist. While Jonathan's spiritual energy was vaporizing in his Dantian Chi-Si, threads of disharmonious gray spiritual energy began gradually exiting his body through his meridians. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several strands of gray spiritual energy dispersed from Jonathan's body. Feeling this change, Jonathan was instantly alarmed. Does it really have the effect of cleansing spiritual energy and purifying impurities? Jonathan exclaimed in surprise, because he clearly felt several strands of gray spiritual energy that had been circulating ineffectively in his body being expelled. This also made the circulation of spiritual energy in Jonathan's body much smoother. Let me run the chaotic divine technique to see, Jonathan muttered. Subsequently, Jonathan began circulating the chaotic divine technique. Upon doing so, Jonathan distinctly felt that the speed of the chaotic divine technique's operation was faster by a few points. Though not obvious, it indeed increased his spiritual energy circulation speed. This yellow illusionary spirit flower is truly a treasure, Jonathan marveled. Looks like I need to acquire more of these yellow illusionary spirit flowers in this illusionary spirit realm, Jonathan thought. After all, missing this opportunity meant losing access, and he had to maximize the benefits within the 3 months he had in this illusionary spirit realm. After absorbing all the effects of the yellow illusionary spirit flower, Jonathan immersed himself again. He then descended into the pale yellow spiritual energy lake to start cultivating. After all, besides the yellow illusionary spirit flower, this spiritual energy lake was also an extremely precious treasure that shouldn't be wasted. Thus, Jonathan circulated the chaotic divine technique, crazily absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the pale yellow spiritual energy lake. #### Chapter 183, Golden Illusion Beast. About 3 days later, Jonathan had already absorbed the entire spirit lake dry, and in his Dantian energy sea, a large amount of spiritual energy had gathered into a lake. It continuously condensed, resembling a tiny fraction of the 3rd stage of the chaos divine formula. Phew, it's done. I didn't expect that just by absorbing this small spirit lake, my Dantian energy sea concentration would increase so much, Jonathan muttered to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. After all, according to his original estimate, if he had practiced slowly, it would have taken at least 3 months to achieve the current level of spiritual energy concentration. However, after absorbing all the water from the entire spirit lake, Jonathan managed to increase his spiritual energy concentration by nearly 1/10 in just 3 days. He had made significant progress towards the required spiritual energy concentration for the 3rd stage of the chaos divine formula. It seems that apart from hunting higher-level illusion beasts to obtain their illusion crystals, finding these spirit lakes is also very important, Jonathan thought. However, he knew that spirit lakes like this one, along with the yellow illusion flower, were rare opportunities that could not be easily encountered again. Wanting such luck every time was simply impossible. It all depended on fortune. Therefore, Jonathan did not insist on searching for more spirit lakes, but instead let it be. Hunting illusion beasts and obtaining their illusion crystals remained his daily priority. After absorbing the entire spirit lake, Jonathan left the canyon and continued deeper into the mountain range, intending to traverse the entire mountain range to reach the central area of the illusion secret realm. As he journeyed forward to hunt more powerful illusion beasts, Jonathan no longer engaged ordinary white illusion beasts, only killing the light yellow ones. For 7 days, he primarily focused on traveling. Finally, Jonathan emerged from the mountain range and entered the central area of the illusion secret realm. Now, where should I go hunting next? Jonathan mumbled to himself, and then opened his map to examine it. According to the map, ahead lay a vast plain teeming with illusion beasts, but hunting there was extremely challenging because provoking any one of them could easily draw attacks from all the illusion beasts within several miles. Additionally, the plain offered few obstacles for cover, making escape difficult. Though the map marked this area as a gathering spot for illusion beasts, it advised against solo disciples hunting here due to the high risk of being surrounded and the extreme danger that entailed. Jonathan pondered for a moment and decided not to go to the illusion plain for now. He studied the map again, searching for a more suitable hunting ground. I won't go to too weak a place. Let's choose somewhere stronger, where the illusion beasts are tougher, Jonathan said aloud. Given the limited time he had in the illusion secret realm, it was best to focus on hunting powerful illusion beasts for efficiency. I've got it. I'll head to the blood forest, Jonathan decided. Looking at the danger levels marked on the map, Jonathan showed little concern. If he wanted to hunt higher-level illusion beasts, he naturally needed to venture into these dangerous areas. The blood forest was one of the most dangerous spots in the central region, second only to the extremely dangerous areas marked deep within the illusion secret realm. The other dangerous areas were too far away, and traveling there would waste too much time, so Jonathan eliminated them from consideration. As for the deepest part of the illusion secret realm marked as extremely dangerous, Jonathan had no immediate plans to go there. After all, having experienced the adventure in the Tomb of Gods and Demons, Jonathan felt a deep respect for these places associated with immortals and hesitated to step into them without preparation. Deciding to head to the blood forest, Jonathan immediately set off, flying quickly. Along the way, he encountered significantly stronger illusion beasts, mostly light yellow or yellow ones, while white ones became increasingly rare. Indeed, the central region. The illusion beasts here are much stronger, Jonathan thought. After about a day of travel, Jonathan finally reached the blood forest, shrouded in thick blood-red mist. This place looks a bit eerie, Jonathan thought, feeling uneasy at the sight of the endless blood mist. Whatever, I'll kill my way through. With resolve, Jonathan plunged into the blood forest. Inside, visibility dropped drastically, and his divine sense was blocked by the unique blood mist, limiting his perception range to just a small area around him. He had to rely on hearing and other senses to perceive his surroundings. No wonder the blood forest is classified as dangerous. Just the blood mist blocking divine sense alone is troublesome enough, Jonathan noted with caution. In an unfamiliar environment, if divine sense was obstructed, one couldn't detect nearby threats in advance, potentially leading to walking straight into an illusion beast's lair. Hence, the Xian Devon Sacred Land directly labeled the blood forest as dangerous to warn all true disciples entering the illusion secret realm. While Jonathan found it problematic, he was confident in his abilities and did not back down. Thus, he advanced step by step into the forest. Suddenly, roar! A massive roar echoed, causing the blood mist before him to churn. A pale golden centipede illusion beast suddenly darted out, opening its huge maw and lunging toward Jonathan. Damn! Jonathan cursed, immediately blocking with a punch. Yet, he was still knocked flying by the sudden attack from the pale golden centipede illusion beast. Such power? Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance, Jonathan hadn't unleashed his full strength. Yet, he shouldn't have been hit so easily. This indicated the immense strength of the pale golden centipede. Without activating the 4 transformation devil body, even Jonathan's physical strength couldn't match it. This centipede is excessively strong. No wonder it's in a dangerous zone. Even random encounters here are this tough, Jonathan remarked. Immediately, he activated the residual cloud shadow body technique to dodge. The pale golden centipede has greater strength than me. I can't fight it head-on. I need to use agility to defeat it, Jonathan muttered to himself. Formulating his strategy, he charged directly at the pale golden centipede illusion beast. Chapter 184, Mysterious Blood Mist. Boom. The pale golden centipede phantom beast's tail swept across, instantly felling all trees within 1,000 meters. This power is absolutely on par with an 11th rank Marshall Saint peak body refinement expert, Jonathan thought in shock. Having narrowly dodged the terrifying sweep, he immediately came alongside the pale golden centipede phantom beast and let out a loud shout. 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, 8th form, Thunder Dragon Piercing Sky. A dragon's roar echoed. Instantly, a massive lightning dragon erupted beside the pale golden centipede phantom beast, crashing violently into it. Rumble. The ground shook, sand and stones flew about. But when the dust settled, Jonathan saw that aside from several broken legs, the pale golden centipede had no significant injuries. Moreover, even those broken legs were rapidly healing within the blood-colored mist. Huh? How can this be? I barely injured the pale golden centipede. Is this centipede so strong? This defense must rival a 12th rank martial deity. Jonathan exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected his full strength blow under normal conditions to only cause trivial harm to the pale golden centipede, making no significant impact. More bizarrely, its wounds started healing after being injured. This puzzled Jonathan. What's going on? Why are the phantom beasts in this blood forest so much stronger? And why does this pale golden centipede's wound start healing? This hasn't happened with any other phantom beast before. Is it due to the pale golden centipede itself, or because of the blood mist in this blood forest? Confused, various speculations flashed through Jonathan's mind. Meanwhile, while Jonathan was pondering, the several insect legs that had been knocked off the pale golden centipede had regrown. It continued its frenzied attack on Jonathan. Well, let me probe again to see what's happening, Jonathan muttered to himself. Facing the renewed attack, he continued his assault while trying to uncover the secrets of the blood forest. 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, 8th form, Thunder Dragon Piercing Sky. Jonathan roared. He delivered another powerful punch, striking the head of the pale golden centipede, causing it to disintegrate entirely. Observing this, Jonathan waited to see if the head would regenerate. Watching closely, he noticed that after its head was shattered, the pale golden centipede momentarily paused. Then large amounts of blood-colored mist began gathering around where its head should be. So, it's indeed because of the blood-colored mist? Jonathan guessed upon seeing the mist converge on the centipede's severed head. Under the influence of the blood mist, the head of the pale golden centipede regenerated in place. When the new head emerged, a streak of bloody red flashed in its eyes, and it became even more ferocious, attacking Jonathan with renewed intensity. What's going on now? The pale golden centipede, after being repaired by the blood mist, has become even more powerful and savage? Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Since arriving in the blood forest and encountering this first phantom beast, many things have gone beyond Jonathan's expectations. There's definitely a huge secret in this blood forest, Jonathan firmly believed. The differences between this blood forest and other places were too significant not to raise suspicions. Meanwhile, with blood-laced fury in its eyes, the pale golden centipede phantom beast attacked Jonathan once more. It seems I need to resolve this quickly. Otherwise, it will grow stronger and more troublesome as we fight, Jonathan thought. With a loud shout, he activated his 4 transformation body. Immediately, boundless black demonic aura burst forth from Jonathan's entire body, and his presence skyrocketed dramatically. Die! Roaring fiercely, Jonathan unleashed his full strength to swiftly end the battle. Boom, 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 punch after punch. After activating the 4 transformation body and releasing strength comparable to a 12th rank martial deity realm, Jonathan pummeled the pale golden centipede until it shattered completely. Plop! A pale golden phantom crystal fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jonathan finally exhaled in relief. He turned off his 4 transformation body and approached to pick it up. This pale golden phantom crystal emitted a faint glow, but there was an additional trace of blood aura around its core. Huh? Why does this phantom crystal have a streak of red? Jonathan wondered in confusion. Holding the crystal, he began to sense it carefully. However, when his spiritual senses touched the blood-colored aura within the crystal, they met with a slight resistance. Though weak, it felt almost sentient and strongly resistant to Jonathan's probing. What's happening? Jonathan was perplexed yet again. Everything in this blood forest seemed increasingly unfathomable. Fine, just to be safe, Let me use the system for identification, Jonathan muttered. Due to the strange blood-colored addition to the phantom crystal, Jonathan dared not absorb it recklessly, so using the system for identification seemed safer. Thinking this, Jonathan immediately activated the system for identification. Pale golden phantom crystal core. In pure state contains extremely pure spiritual energy, capable of improving one's spiritual energy concentration. However, it has been invaded by blood spiritual energy. Please use with caution. Reading the system's description, Jonathan was astonished. Blood spiritual energy? What does that mean? Is it referring to the blood mist in this blood forest? Jonathan guessed, puzzled. Since the system did not provide detailed information about the blood spiritual energy, Jonathan couldn't determine whether it was good or bad. Nevertheless, due to the system's cautionary note, Jonathan decided to avoid rash actions and stored the blood-infested phantom crystal core for now. Let's try hunting another phantom beast. Translation note: paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to match the original text. Character names like Jonathan are kept consistent. Effort has been made to retain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 185, deep into the Crimson Forest. This time, I must ensure a fatal blow and not give that illusion beast a chance to absorb the crimson mist and recover. Let's see if the illusion crystal core is still tainted by the blood spirit aura after this. Jonathan murmured to himself, having decided on his next plan of attack. He then ventured deeper into the Crimson Forest, determined to uncover its secrets. After just a few steps, Jonathan encountered another pale golden mantis illusion beast. The pale golden mantis illusion beast suddenly attacked with a buzz of its wings, nearly decapitating Jonathan. However, Jonathan was fully alert and instantly activated the residual cloud shadow step to evade the attack as soon as the mantis emerged from the crimson mist. The razor-sharp scythe narrowly missed him by inches. Without hesitation, Jonathan immediately transformed into the 4th stage devil body and shouted, "The 8th form of the 9 tribulations, Thunder Fist, Thunder Dragon Heavenbreaker." Boom. A massive thunder dragon surged out, striking the pale golden mantis illusion beast at point-blank range. In an instant, it was killed outright. Pop. An illusion crystal core fell to the ground, which Jonathan quickly picked up. This time, the core showed no signs of the crimson aura. Indeed, that crimson aura is linked to the blood mist in the forest. As long as the illusion beasts don't absorb the blood mist to repair their bodies, the cores won't be tainted by blood spirit energy, Jonathan deduced. He finally understood the reason for the contamination of the illusion crystal cores. However, the overall mystery of the Crimson Forest still eluded him. What exactly is this blood spirit energy? Why did my attempt to absorb this crimson spirit mist result in no reaction at all? Jonathan wondered aloud. He had tested the crimson mist multiple times, but it behaved like ordinary mist with no effect on him. But he knew better than to think it was harmless. It seems I must venture deeper into the Crimson Forest, Jonathan sighed, continuing his journey deeper into the forest. The deeper he went, the denser the crimson spirit mist became, making it almost impossible to see the surroundings. Meanwhile, the powerful illusion beast within the mist remained unaffected and frequently launched surprise attacks, catching Jonathan off guard. Despite this, his agility allowed him to overcome these challenges without serious injury. It's getting bad. I feel like I've lost my sense of direction, Jonathan said anxiously. The thickening crimson mist made it increasingly difficult to navigate, and he barely remembered the way back. Admitting he was lost in the Crimson Forest, Jonathan gritted his teeth. What secret does this Crimson Forest hide? Since he had come this far, turning back was not an option. Thus, Jonathan decided to continue forward until he uncovered the forest mysteries. Direction was now irrelevant since he was already lost, so he headed toward where the crimson mist was even denser. As he pressed on, the illusion beasts grew stronger. Eventually, he faced almost exclusively pure gold illusion beasts, equivalent to the 12th rank martial god realm, far beyond what Jonathan could handle. Even when he managed to suppress them, killing them was nearly impossible due to their rapid recovery in the crimson mist, growing stronger with each battle. After several defeats, whenever Jonathan encountered such pure gold illusion beasts, he immediately fled using the residual cloud shadow step, avoiding any confrontation. Phew. The illusion beasts in this Crimson Forest are incredibly persistent, Jonathan thought fearfully. Unless they are killed instantly, they can recover rapidly and grow stronger with each fight. It's insane. Initially, even with his 4th stage devil body and the 2nd level of the chaotic divine formula, Jonathan could manage to suppress the pure gold illusion beasts. But the healing power of the crimson mist was simply too overwhelming. Any wound, even if half the body was obliterated, healed almost instantly. Given this, Jonathan could only run. Up to this point, he hadn't managed to kill a single illusion beast. Now what? Should I leave or continue exploring the secrets of the Crimson Forest? Faced with increasing difficulties, Jonathan's resolve began to waver. He couldn't defeat any of the pure gold illusion beasts that rivaled the 12th rank martial god realm, and staying here would waste his valuable time. After all, his goal was to acquire illusion crystal cores to enhance the chaotic divine formula rapidly. Yet, he was also very curious about the forest's secrets. Alright, I'll explore for 3 more days. If there's still no clue by then, I'll leave, Jonathan finally decided after much deliberation. He gave himself 3 days to uncover the forest mysteries. Just as Jonathan made this decision, suddenly, the crimson spirit mist around him churned violently. Roar! 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 Growls erupted from all directions, left, right, and behind him. Not good. I'm surrounded. Panicking, Jonathan instantly activated the residual cloud shadow step, the 4th stage devil body, and the 2nd level of the chaotic divine formula. Boom, boom, boom. 3 streaks of golden light swept in from different directions, leaving chaos where Jonathan once stood. He barely managed to evade the ambush, but one of the golden streaks grazed his shoulder, drawing a line of blood. SSS. Jonathan winced, inspecting his bleeding shoulder. This was the first time he had been injured while fully utilizing the residual cloud shadow step, even under an ambush, a testament to the formidable strength of the creatures surrounding him. Chapter 186, Six-Winged Celestial Wolves. Indeed, the remnant cloud shadow body technique is not invincible. When the gap in strength is too wide, one can still be attacked, Jonathan muttered helplessly to himself. At the same time, his face turned pale as he gazed at the figure emerging slowly from the blood-red spiritual mist. It was a trio of six-winged celestial wolves, their forms dazzlingly radiant with golden light. These three six-winged celestial wolves definitely possessed the power comparable to that of a peak 12th rank divine warrior. Jonathan exclaimed in shock. These were the strongest Huanling beasts he had encountered since entering the illusion spirit realm. Note: Huanling so is used consistently in the original text to refer to a type of beast. For better understanding and fluency in English, it's translated here as illusion spirit beasts, based on previous context. The term should be consistent throughout the document. For improved fluency and clarity, I would recommend. These were the strongest illusion spirit beasts he had encountered since entering the illusion spirit realm. And they appeared in a trio. Damn it, there are actually 3 of them, and they even know how to launch coordinated attacks. Jonathan's expression darkened. Dealing with just one such brilliant six-winged celestial wolf was already extremely challenging for Jonathan. All he could do was barely manage an escape. And now, all 3 had appeared at once. This left only one word in Jonathan's mind: run. Without hesitation, Jonathan unleashed the remnant cloud shadow body technique to its full extent, turning around and speeding away rapidly. Roar. The 3 golden light shimmering six-winged celestial wolves roared simultaneously. They immediately formed a tridirectional pincer movement, chasing after Jonathan. It seems I need to try the deceiving heaven-concealed immortal technique. Jonathan realized that without resorting to a critical technique, escaping would be very difficult. He hadn't used the deceiving heaven-concealed immortal technique until now primarily because he wanted to keep it as a trump card. Moreover, the spatial environment here seemed unstable, and using the technique consumed immense energy which Jonathan couldn't sustain. Therefore, he planned to use it only at the most crucial moment. And this was such a moment. With that thought, Jonathan did not hesitate, instantly activating the deceiving heaven-concealed immortal technique. He vanished immediately from the sight of the 3 six-winged celestial wolves. However, this wasn't the end. After Jonathan disappeared, the 3 six-winged celestial wolves did not leave, but instead began searching the nearby area. To Jonathan's astonishment, the search direction of these 3 six-winged celestial wolves was alarmingly close to where Jonathan was hiding. Could these 3 six-winged celestial wolves sense me? Jonathan exclaimed in shock. Although he didn't believe the deceiving heaven-concealed immortal technique was flawlessly unbeatable, it was still a secret technique praised by the remnant soul of an immortal emperor. How could it possibly be detected by mere 12th rank divine warriors? Impossible. Could these 6-winged celestial wolves be proficient in spatial laws? Jonathan denied it incredulously. If it were someone like his venerable Grand Elder Master, an extremely powerful being at the peak of the 12th rank divine warrior stage, they might be able to detect Jonathan's position through faint spatial fluctuations. But how could these 6-winged celestial wolves understand spatial laws and detect such fluctuations? After all, comprehending laws was the exclusive domain of immortals. While those at the 12th rank peak divine warrior or half-step immortal stages could begin to attempt comprehension, true application required one to have ascended to immortality. Of course, Jonathan, equipped with a comprehension system, was an exception. Thus, considering his own knowledge, Jonathan found it unbelievable that these 3 six-winged celestial wolves could perceive spatial fluctuations. Perhaps it's a coincidence? Jonathan remained unconvinced. Why don't I test this? Thinking so, Jonathan immediately changed his position to probe the 3 golden light shimmering 6-winged celestial wolves. But as soon as Jonathan altered his hiding place, one of the 6-winged celestial wolves suddenly lifted its head and looked towards Jonathan's new position, seemingly confused. Seeing this, Jonathan was instantly taken aback. These 6-winged celestial wolves can actually sense my location. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Jonathan exclaimed repeatedly. Although the 3 six-winged celestial wolves could only vaguely sense a general direction and lacked the ability to pinpoint Jonathan, this was still a remarkable feat. Recalling the encounter in the puppet secret realm with the 12th rank divine warrior puppet Taoist, Jonathan couldn't even be sensed by him in the slightest. These 6-winged celestial wolves managed to vaguely sense Jonathan's location, surpassing the spatial perception abilities of the 12th rank divine warrior puppet Taoist. Of course, this might also relate to Jonathan's relatively low strength. After all, Jonathan was merely at the 8th rank martial king stage, lacking any comprehension of spatial laws, making his execution of the deceiving heaven-concealed immortal technique far from perfect. Considering all this, Jonathan felt a tumult of emotions. To avoid really being discovered by the 3 six-winged celestial wolves, Jonathan quietly retreated. As he retreated, the perception of the 6-winged celestial wolves weakened further, eventually becoming completely unable to detect Jonathan's location. Phew, these 3 six-winged celestial wolves must hold some secrets, Jonathan thought to himself, because these 3 golden light shimmering 6-winged celestial wolves were extraordinarily unique. Apart from coordinated attacks, they seemed to have some understanding of laws and showed signs of high intelligence. Compared to other illusion spirit beasts, the differences were vast. It was hard to believe they had no special encounters or circumstances. Thinking about this, Jonathan observed the powerful 6-winged celestial wolves from a distance, hoping to find a breakthrough. Shadow, go! Jonathan silently recited. Subsequently, he activated the law of shadows, using his shadow as a medium to send 3 shadow forms into the shadows of the 6-winged celestial wolves. Given that the blood-colored fog in the forest had become exceedingly dense, Jonathan's perception had been severely weakened, and he couldn't get too close to the wolves without being detected. Thus, without using the law of shadows to mark them, tracking the 6-winged celestial wolves would have been impossible. After marking the shadows of the six-winged celestial wolves, Jonathan started to cautiously distance himself from them. Soon, Jonathan could no longer see the three six-winged celestial wolves amidst the blood fog. Once he distanced himself, the three six-winged celestial wolves abandoned their search. They let out a long howl and began quickly leaving the area. They've moved. It seems they're preparing to leave, Jonathan exclaimed joyfully. Sensing the rapid movement of the shadow marks he left, Jonathan deduced that the six-winged celestial wolves were giving up on their search and heading home. Seeing this, Jonathan followed without hesitation. ####Chapter 187, Blood-Colored Demon Shadow. Humph, let me see what secrets these three six-winged celestial wolves are hiding, Jonathan thought to himself. He followed the three six-winged celestial wolves at a distance, speeding through the blood-colored forest. Soon, Jonathan noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. As he followed the wolves deeper into the forest, the blood-colored spirit mist became increasingly dense, as if they were about to reach its source. Looks like I've been following them correctly, Jonathan exclaimed with joy. Previously, while wandering in the blood-colored forest, he had noticed that the blood mist gradually thickened. However, nothing compared to the dramatic increase in concentration along this path. Clearly, the place these three six-winged celestial wolves were heading was close to the origin of the blood mist. Finally, there's a chance to uncover the secrets of this blood-colored forest, Jonathan mused, continuing to track them cautiously. After traversing vast stretches of the forest, the speed of the three six-winged celestial wolves finally slowed down. Seeing this, Jonathan became even more cautious, creeping forward slowly. After taking a few steps, he noticed that the markings on the shadows of the three six-winged celestial wolves had stopped, indicating they had reached their destination. Oh, they've stopped? It seems we've arrived at the destination, Jonathan speculated and began investigating cautiously. Soon, Jonathan discovered the three stationary six-winged celestial wolves sitting on the ground, apparently falling into a deep slumber. Only then did Jonathan realize the unique nature of this location. At the edge of the forest lay an enormous, semicircular pit from which the endless blood mist originated. Watching the blood-colored spirit mist visibly spreading out from the pit, Jonathan felt excitement bubbling up within him. I found it! Finally, the secret of the blood-colored forest, Jonathan said with surprise and delight. He began approaching the large pit cautiously. Reaching its edge, he realized that the pit spanned at least 1,000,000 miles in diameter, covering nearly half of the blood-colored forest. The concentration of blood mist inside the pit was 100 times denser than in the forest, almost reaching a liquid state. Looks like I'll have to investigate inside the pit, Jonathan muttered to himself. Though he knew the enormous pit was extremely dangerous, potentially lethal for someone like him, wealth and fortune often came from taking risks. Only by obtaining such opportunities could one qualify for treasures. This was the principle Jonathan always adhered to. Without hesitation, he leaped into the pit. Inside the pit, aside from the overwhelming density of the blood-colored spirit mist, no immediate danger presented itself. However, Jonathan remained cautious, not daring to relax in the slightest. Gradually, Jonathan ventured deeper into the pit, nearing the halfway mark of the massive semicircular depression. Suddenly, a feeling of intense suppression overcame him, as if something terrifying was about to awaken ahead. This unsettling sensation made Jonathan incredibly tense. What's happening? Such a terrifying aura. It can even affect me despite the deceive heaven hidden immortal technique? Jonathan exclaimed internally. Just as he marveled at this, a blood-colored claw resembling a human hand suddenly lunged towards Jonathan's position. No! Jonathan cried out in terror. The lightning-fast blood-colored claw penetrated the deceive heaven hidden immortal technique, piercing Jonathan's left arm, although it didn't truly harm his actual body hidden in another dimension under the technique. Still, Jonathan's left arm trembled from the impact, squeezed by the compressed space around him. Damn! This blood-colored figure can detect my presence, Jonathan exclaimed in fear. This was the first time someone had fully detected his deceive heaven hidden immortal technique. Only now did Jonathan fully see the creature's appearance, a humanoid blood-colored monster without facial features, its body seemingly composed entirely of blood, endlessly flowing. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't look like an illusionary beast. And its strength is at least at the half-step immortal level, possibly even matching that of an immortal. Jonathan repeatedly gasped in shock while rapidly retreating. Though the sudden attack frightened him, fortunately, it didn't cause real harm, only slightly affecting him due to spatial vibrations. Nevertheless, it was terrifying. So, Jonathan immediately sped away. A monster at the half-step immortal level, it would be hopeless against it unless he used the Slay Devil Sword, an immortal king-level weapon. But using the Slay Devil Sword came at a huge cost, risking self-destruction or ruin of cultivation unless he reached the immortal realm and comprehended the second layer of the devil-slaying formula. Thus, Jonathan truly did not want to use the Slay Devil Sword unless his life was on the line. Apart from it, Jonathan couldn't think of any other way to deal with the terrifying blood-colored demon shadow. Even if he exhausted all 13-level Dao protection talismans given by the Xian Devon Holy Land's half-step immortal elders, he might not kill it. From across the dimensional void, Jonathan could feel the aura of the blood-colored demon shadow closely rivaling that of an immortal. If not already at the immortal level, it must be an elite half-step immortal monster. A dozen or so 13-level talismans wouldn't guarantee success. So Jonathan's first thought was rapid retreat. As Jonathan quickly retreated, the blood-colored demon shadow chased after him with 2 claw attacks. But when Jonathan escaped a certain area, the terrifying figure stopped pursuing and turned back into the depths of the pit. Seeing this, Jonathan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in relief. Phew, that was close. Good thing the blood-colored demon shadow stopped chasing. Otherwise, it might have pierced through the void and forced me out. Jonathan inwardly sighed in relief. Just moments ago, he endured 3 consecutive claw attacks from the blood-colored demon shadow. He clearly felt the dimensional space where he was hiding shaking continuously, making his blood boil and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the blood-colored demon shadow ceased attacking and returned to the depths of the giant pit just in time. Chapter 188. Deep within the vast pit. This crimson demonic shadow is simply terrifying. I wonder what kind of secrets lie at the bottom of this vast pit, Jonathan exclaimed in amazement. Observing how the crimson demonic shadow chased him for a while before retreating, it was evident that it was guarding something. After all, the more dangerous a place, the more likely it is to house powerful treasures. This was a commonly accepted truth. And at the deepest part of this vast pit, there must be some exceedingly powerful and extraordinary treasure, worth guarding by these crimson demonic shadows. Moreover, these shadows did not dare stray too far from the pit's depths, suggesting they were bound by some restriction. Should I continue trying or leave now? Jonathan was conflicted. However, he soon made up his mind. Since he had already come this far, retreating now would be intolerable. Thus, no matter what, he had to uncover the secrets at the bottom of this pit. Worst case scenario, I'll use the demon-slaying sword, an immortal king artifact, Jonathan thought to himself. But I still need to plan carefully on how to infiltrate this pit. With this in mind, Jonathan began to study his options. The first step was to probe the number of these terrifying crimson demonic shadows at the bottom of the pit. If there was only one, it might be manageable. If there were many, he would be out of luck. Jonathan circled around the middle section of the vast pit, covering hundreds of miles before finally arriving at another side of the pit and starting to venture deeper into its bottom. As soon as he stepped into the pit, he saw the crimson demonic shadow again, indicating that he was still within its alert range. Jonathan didn't rush forward but waited, wanting to see if entering from this direction would result in encountering the same shadow again. After waiting for a while, he found himself unharmed. Just as he was about to relax, suddenly, a terrifying blood claw tore through the thick crimson mist. Swish! The horrifying blood claw pierced through Jonathan's concealed space, causing him to tremble in midair. Damn it! Still encountered that monster, Jonathan growled softly. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. While retreating, Jonathan observed the crimson demonic shadow, trying to determine if it was the same one he had encountered earlier. This crimson monster seems a bit different from the previous one. Jonathan noted silently and then chanted, Remnant Cloud Shadow Body. Instantly, an invisible figure appeared. Taking this chance to escape, Jonathan transformed into a shadow trail, leaving it towards the pursuing crimson shadow. The shadow seemed to lack much intelligence and passed right through. Seeing the crimson shadow successfully penetrate his shadow form, Jonathan immediately marked it. Phew, marking one success, Jonathan said with relief. This was part of his plan, to mark all the crimson demonic shadows at the bottom of the pit with his shadow marks. By doing so, he could choose the safest route to delve deeper into the pit. Having marked one shadow, Jonathan resumed, circling the middle area of the pit. Let's try this direction, Jonathan said. The previously marked shadow was now far away, appearing at the other end of the pit. Entering from this opposite side, he should avoid the previous shadow. Delving further, Jonathan soon encountered yet another attack by a different crimson demonic shadow. Indeed, there are many crimson shadows in this pit. Including the first one and the one I marked, this is the third one, Jonathan calculated. He repeated the process, using the shadow law to mark this new shadow. Humph, I'll see just how many crimson shadows there are in this pit, Jonathan murmured softly. Again retreating and changing direction, he plunged deeper into the pit. Repeating this process 8 times, he finally marked all the crimson shadows encountered in the middle area of the vast pit. Crap, there are 8 crimson shadows, each stationed in a different direction. This is troublesome. Jonathan frowned, deeply concerned. Each direction in the pit had a crimson shadow guarding it, with an extensive perception range almost completely covering the entire middle section of the pit. His initial plan to stealthily bypass them and sneak into the depths was now impossible. What to do? How can I enter safely? His only advantage was the heaven-hiding immortal art. Although it wouldn't guarantee total invisibility, it could withstand the attacks of the crimson shadows for a considerable time. It was his last resort. If he could endure their attacks under the limit of the art and dash past the middle section, then reach the bottom of the pit, it might be possible. But this approach was extremely risky. Besides the middle section, Jonathan knew nothing about the deepest part of the pit. If it housed even more terrifying creatures, he'd be in serious trouble with no chance of escape, leaving him to rely solely on the demon-slaying sword. Therefore, this attempt to forcibly enter the deepest part of the pit was a highly dangerous venture. Despite the risks, Jonathan, after a brief moment of hesitation, made his decision. Charge ahead. Fortune favors the bold, Jonathan declared firmly. Adventurous by nature, he wouldn't back down unless faced with real danger. After making his decision, Jonathan meticulously planned his strategy. Must enter where 2 crimson shadows are farthest apart. Only then can I charge further. Jonathan searched the edges of the middle section for the optimal entry point. Once decided, he sat cross-legged, resting and adjusting his state for the final sprint. Several hours later, fully rested, Jonathan prepared to make his move. Facing the crimson mist, he roared. 4th transformation of the demon body, activate. Chaos Divine Technique, 2nd level, activate. Remnant Cloud Shadow Body Technique, charge. With everything at full power, Jonathan darted forward like lightning, leaving behind a trail of shadows. In his current peak condition, he pushed himself to the limits, madly racing towards the deepest part of the vast pit. Chapter 189, Blood-Colored Palace. Faster, just a bit faster. Jonathan gritted his teeth and sprinted at full speed. In his perception, the 2 blood-colored demon shadows he had marked with his shadow were rapidly approaching him. If Jonathan slowed down even slightly, he would likely be caught by these 2 blood-colored demon shadows. Therefore, Jonathan was pushing himself to the limit, continuously dashing deeper into the giant pit. Soon, Jonathan covered more than half the distance to the middle of the pit. The 2 pursuing blood-colored demon shadows already appeared behind him, and the distance between them kept shrinking. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. Jonathan was still in danger. Just like this, a little more distance. Jonathan urged himself anxiously. He continued to grit his teeth, maintaining his highest sprinting speed. 3/10, 2/10, 1/10. Just a little more distance. The two blood-colored demon shadows quickly caught up to Jonathan. Roar! Roar! Both blood-colored demons roared simultaneously as their claws reached for Jonathan's back almost at the same time. Buzz! The space trembled violently. Jonathan was instantly struck and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hold on! Hold on! Can't stop, can't slow down. Jonathan persisted through clenched teeth. After enduring the two attacks, he continued to push himself to maintain maximum speed. Closer, closer, just a little more distance. Jonathan yelled. Before his eyes, he could see some details of the deepest part of the giant pit. There stood a massive blood-colored palace, resembling a temple, peacefully in the center. Endless blood-colored mist spewed out from the open doors of the blood-colored palace. Is all the blood mist in this entire blood forest flowing out from this blood-colored palace? Amazing! Jonathan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He originally thought that this boundless blood-colored spiritual mist was formed by natural conditions, but it turned out that all the mist in the blood forest originated from this huge blood-colored palace. That blood-colored palace must be a treasure far superior to a celestial artifact. I wonder what other treasures lie within, causing so much blood-colored spirit energy to overflow. Jonathan marveled endlessly. Just then, the two blood-colored demon shadows chasing him clawed at him again with another fierce attack. Tui! Jonathan spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was now covered in dense blood-colored cracks, an indication that the hidden spatial field was about to shatter. All the spatial fragments began to tear through Jonathan's body. Not good, this hidden space won't hold much longer. If I get attacked once more, this hidden space will surely fragment. Jonathan was horrified. Once the hidden spatial field fragmented, countless spatial currents would instantly tear apart Jonathan's body, effortlessly destroying him. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from Jonathan's forehead. I can't stay in this hidden space any longer. Once it fragments, the damage from spatial currents will be even greater than the claws of those blood-colored demon shadows. Jonathan thought. One last gamble. Perhaps I can withstand one more attack from the two blood-colored demon shadows, Jonathan said coldly. Decisively, Jonathan exited the hidden spatial field created by the deceiving heaven concealment art. As soon as Jonathan revealed himself, the two blood-colored demon shadows suddenly went berserk. Roar! Roar! The blood-colored demon shadows roared almost simultaneously. Sensing Jonathan's presence, they immediately became frenzied, their sizes doubling in an instant. Damn it! These two blood-colored demon shadows have gone berserk. Jonathan was startled and cursed inwardly. Resisting these two demons' attacks was already very difficult. With their newfound frenzy, it became even harder. This is it, one last attempt. Jonathan shouted. The blood-colored palace was right before him. If he could withstand one more attack from the two blood-colored demon shadows, he would reach the palace. Jonathan made up his mind and simultaneously activated 2-tier, 13 protective charms. Xian Shield Pearl, activate. Protective charm, go. Jonathan roared. Then he fully activated the Xian Shield Pearl, blocking his back while throwing the 2-tier, 13 protective charms towards the blood-colored demon shadows. Boom, boom. The ground shook as two enormous shadows, a colossal sword and a terrifying saber, were released from the protective charms. These were the full power strikes left behind by the half-step celestial ancestors within the protective charms, exhibiting immense power. However, facing these terrifying attacks, the two frenzied blood-colored demon shadows charged forward without dodging or evading. Bang! Bang! A series of loud booms followed as the two blood-colored demon shadows endured the attacks equivalent to a half-step celestial being. Though their speed was slightly hindered, they remained unscathed. Seeing this, Jonathan was astonished. These were full power attacks from half-step celestial beings, and these demon shadows withstood them without a single scratch, merely slowing down a bit. Wow, these blood-colored demon shadows are absolutely on par with celestial beings. They can't be matched by force. Absolutely not. Horrified, Jonathan rushed madly toward the blood-colored palace, hoping to avoid further attacks from the demon shadows upon entering. If unable to avoid the attacks and the demon shadows managed to follow him inside, Jonathan would be forced to use the demonic slaying sword, a celestial king weapon. Though myriad thoughts raced through his mind, only moments passed in reality. The two blood-colored demon shadows swiftly overcame the protective charms attacks and resumed chasing Jonathan. A terrifying pressure enveloped him. Jonathan was just a step away from the blood-colored palace. Hold on. Jonathan's heart pounded in anxiety. However, the frenzied blood-colored demon shadows moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, they were right behind Jonathan, their terrifying blood-colored claws reaching for his back. Boom. As the blood-colored claws attacked, a blue light barrier appeared. It resisted for only a moment before shattering with a bang. The two terrifying blood-colored claws broke through the Xian Shield Pearl and slammed into Jonathan's back. Tui. Jonathan spat out a large mouthful of blood and was flung forward, crashing through the entrance of the blood-colored palace. After Jonathan fell into the palace, the two terrifying blood-colored demon shadows slowly stopped, not following him inside. Chapter 190. Blood Spirit Liquid. The blood-colored demonic shadow stood outside the palace and let out a loud, ear-piercing howl before turning and leaving. Phew. Severely wounded, Jonathan couldn't help but cough up several mouthfuls of fresh blood. However, he felt relieved to see those two blood-colored shadows retreating. Indeed, as he had guessed, those blood-colored shadows only guarded within a certain range. Once he entered the blood palace, they would stop chasing him. Phew, finally safe inside, Jonathan said with lingering fear. Just moments ago, when those two blood-colored shadows seemed to be charging at him, his divine consciousness had already connected with the demon-slaying sword, a demi-emperor grade weapon in his Dantian Energy C. Luckily, at the last moment, those two shadows retreated. He didn't have to resort to his final trump card. Otherwise, with severe external and even more grievous internal injuries, Jonathan would have been in serious trouble. Cough, cough, cough. In the midst of his relief, Jonathan again coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Gosh, this is the first time I've sustained such severe physical injuries since cultivating the 9-transformation divine devil body, Jonathan sighed. Since cultivating the 9-transformation divine devil body, his physical strength could rival that of a 12th rank martial deity. It was always his pride. Therefore, he hadn't suffered any external injuries for quite some time. Now, under the transformation of the 4 deviants body, he was still seriously injured. Normally, those 2 blood-colored shadows might have instantly killed him. The thought sent shivers down his spine. At this point, Jonathan also noticed the shattered Xian shield pearl. Damn it, this Xian shield pearl is completely broken. Jonathan was alarmed. He never expected that the life-saving treasure given by the Michael of the Xian Devon's sacred land, capable of withstanding a full-strength attack from a half-step immortal, could be smashed so easily by those 2 blood-colored shadows. It seems that apart from not using immortal yuan qi attacks, those 2 blood-colored shadows are truly monsters on par with immortals, Jonathan said in shock. He also felt fortunate that he used the Xian shield pearl to protect himself at the last moment. Otherwise, his injuries would be even worse. How fortunate I managed to escape alive from an immortal-level monster. This blood palace must be extraordinary, left behind by a powerful immortal from the heavenly realm, Jonathan exclaimed. Jonathan scanned the blood-colored grand hall around him. Inside the hall, there seemed to be endless liquids resembling blood spread throughout the entire space. And the blood mist was the vaporization of these blood-colored liquids. What's the origin of this blood palace? Jonathan muttered to himself. Subconsciously, he touched the blood-colored liquid and found no trace of blood odor. What is this blood-colored liquid? Curious, Jonathan activated the system identification. Blood spirit liquid, a liquid produced after the death of members of the special blood spirit race. It is an excellent treasure for nurturing life or creating avatar carriers. After reading the system's introduction, Jonathan finally understood what blood spirit liquid was. So it's the liquid produced after the death of blood spirits. Does that mean the owner of this blood palace is a blood spirit? Jonathan speculated. He knew little about the blood spirit race except that it was listed among the myriad ancient races, albeit far below the ranks of the ancient spirit race and the heavenly demon race, somewhere beyond the top 100. Famous as it may be, it did not compare to the top 10 ancient races like the ancient spirit race. Hence, Jonathan had almost no knowledge about the mysteries of the blood spirits. But knowing that this blood spirit liquid could only be produced post-death, it was clear the master of this blood palace was long deceased. An advantageous fact for Jonathan. If remnants of a blood spirit powerhouse remained inside the palace, especially malevolent ones, it would pose a significant threat to Jonathan, something even the demonic slaying sword might not defend against. Thinking this, Jonathan relaxed. No wonder terrifying creatures like the blood-colored shadows were spawned outside the blood palace. The main function of this blood spirit liquid is to nurture life and serve as an avatar carrier. Can I use it? This thought occurred because the blood spirit liquid filled the palace. If usable, Jonathan could potentially gain significantly. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have any secret techniques to create avatars. I wonder if this blood palace has such techniques. Jonathan wondered eagerly. Having an avatar would make exploring dangerous secret realms safer. He could send the avatar on perilous missions without much loss. Despite his musings, Jonathan prioritized healing his injuries. Prolonged neglect might cause him to bleed out. Taking a high-quality healing pill, Jonathan sat cross-legged and began circulating the 9-transformation divine devil body technique to heal his wounds. Black demonic chi enveloped the wounds, slowly aiding recovery. Under the influence of the supreme healing pill and the curing effects of the cultivation technique, Jonathan recovered swiftly. By the 3rd day, his injuries were fully healed. Phew, done, Jonathan laughed. After thoroughly recovering, Jonathan began exploring the blood palace. Let me examine the overall layout first, he muttered. Walking around the grand hall, Jonathan soon found 3 doors. The right door was tightly shut, impossible to open despite his efforts. The left and central doors were wide open, though the latter was continuously oozing blood spirit liquid, which looked quite eerie. Jonathan knew the 8 blood-colored shadows outside originated from this liquid. He wasn't sure if there were even more terrifying monsters inside. Moreover, based on his guess, this central door likely led to where the blood spirit powerhouse perished. Chapter 191, Conspiracy. Inside, there might still be the coffin of that blood spirit clan's great power. Therefore, Jonathan was quite apprehensive about entering this central door. As for the door on the far left, it appeared to have no abnormalities, but one couldn't be sure. Before entering, Jonathan didn't know if there were dangers inside. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to explore the leftmost door first. Jonathan slowly walked into the door, alert for any potential dangers. What met his eyes was a long, deep passageway. Jonathan went straight in, taking each step cautiously. While there were no immediate dangers, Jonathan remained vigilant. Bang! After walking for some time, Jonathan discovered that the door behind him had closed. Damn it! Jonathan frowned. This blood-colored palace had existed for countless ages. He hadn't expected that upon entering the passage, the door behind him would close instantly. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either Jonathan triggered some kind of formation which directly caused the door behind him to close, or the master of the blood-colored palace was still alive and intentionally closed the door. If it was the former, things were still relatively manageable. Although it indicated that the palace's defensive formations were still operational, at least there was a chance for survival. However, if it was the latter, that would be a genuine predicament. If the owner of this blood-colored hall was still alive, that terrifying blood spirit clan powerhouse could easily kill him using the palace's mechanisms and formations, even if they were extremely weakened. That way, he would truly be facing certain death. Damn it, why did it happen like this? Jonathan was frustrated. He hadn't anticipated that after so many years, the blood-colored palace was still perfectly functional. Feeling dejected, Jonathan had no other choice but to move forward. No point thinking about it, let's take one step at a time, Jonathan sighed resignedly. Following the long passage, he continued moving inward. Soon, Jonathan arrived at a spacious cultivation chamber. The room was vast, but apart from a stone stele in the center, there was nothing else. Seeing this, Jonathan approached the stele and began examining it. On the stele were densely inscribed texts, seemingly detailing a cultivation technique. This surprised Jonathan as he hadn't expected such a discovery. Additionally, there were a few warnings etched on it. Young cultivator, if you can successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of this supreme divine art, the blood god art, you may become my disciple and gain all the treasures within. If you fail, you will remain trapped here for life. These 2 sentences stunned Jonathan. Blood spirit immortal king? The owner of this blood-colored palace is an immortal king? Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. To append the word king to one's title, one must be at least of the immortal king level. In the immortal world, besides immortal emperors and immortal sovereigns, this person was undoubtedly a top-tier figure. Jonathan couldn't believe that an immortal king, a highly esteemed existence, had fallen in the lower realms. It made him wonder about his incredible luck. Every inheritance he encountered was either of the immortal sovereign or immortal king level. Moreover, the trial seemed exceptionally simple, merely requiring the successful cultivation of the blood god art. With his comprehension system, Jonathan was very confident in meeting this challenge. Haha, this test is really simple. Looks like this blood spirit immortal king fell too quickly, not having time to arrange his legacy properly. He could only come up with the blood god art to test future aspirants. Jonathan speculated. For him, this posed no harm but much benefit. Other inheritances typically involve tests of disciple aptitude, insight, temperament, and numerous other aspects. None were as straightforward as the blood spirit immortal king's trial. Simply presenting a cultivation technique to practice with success leading to all treasures and failure leading to being trapped forever. Thinking about this, Jonathan felt relieved. As long as he successfully cultivated the blood god art, he could leave. Let's activate the system and try cultivating it, Jonathan thought. He immediately began studying the blood god art, recorded on the stele, and started comprehending it. Ding! System detected that you were trying to comprehend a modified version of the first level of blood god art. Would you like to correct it before proceeding with comprehension? Warning! Practicing the altered first level of the blood god art will turn the host into a blood puppet controlled by others. Upon seeing this notification, Jonathan was taken aback. What's going on? Why is the first level of a blood god art modified? And what does it mean to become a blood puppet controlled by others? Jonathan felt alarmed, sensing a grand conspiracy targeting him. Had he not possessed the comprehension system, he might have unknowingly started cultivating the altered blood god art and turned into a mind-controlled puppet. At this moment, Jonathan recalled the 8 blood-colored shadows around the blood-colored palace. Initially, he thought they were naturally born from the blood essence fluid. Now, they seemed more likely to be artificially created blood puppets, possibly due to cultivating the modified blood god art. These shadows might have been former brave explorers who ended up becoming puppets. Many elites from history ventured into this illusionary realm. Being fearless, these elite figures dared to enter the blood forest. If Jonathan managed to reach this blood-colored palace, others must have found ways to do so too. The most puzzling part was why those 8 blood-colored shadows behaved as if under orders, never straying from their fixed territories. Now, everything made sense. Clearly, these shadows were blood puppets commanded by some mysterious entity to guard specific areas without daring to enter the palace. This setup made people believe there were treasures inside, leading them to overlook any suspicions about the inheritance, thus falling into the trap. Too sinister. Too vicious. Jonathan shuddered. Chapter 192, Blood God Art. If not for the guidance system, Jonathan would have definitely fallen into the trap by now. This incident served as a harsh reminder to Jonathan. In this world, it was a survival of the fittest. The sky might not just drop lucky pies. It could very well rain down traps instead. Damn, what should I do now? Jonathan said anxiously. He was sure that there must be another living entity in the blood-colored palace, constantly monitoring him. If he acted out of line, he might get attacked instantly by that mysterious presence. Do I have to use the immortal king weapon, Demon Slaughter Sword? Jonathan thought. However, he soon dismissed this idea. The master of the blood-colored palace was an immortal king. It was likely that the unknown presence lurking in the shadows also possessed an immortal king weapon. Although he could barely tap into the power of the Demon Slaughter Sword, it would clearly not unleash its full strength. Thus, in a confrontation with an immortal king-level entity, Jonathan would undoubtedly be easily crushed. Realizing this, Jonathan forced himself to calm down. What should I do? What should I do? An idea suddenly struck him. That hidden existence doesn't know I've already seen through its scheme. I can feign compliance for now and run once I can get out of here. Then I can activate the Demon Slaughter Sword outside the blood-colored palace to increase my chances of survival. One thought after another raced through Jonathan's mind until he finally settled on a somewhat viable plan. Then, I'll cultivate the corrected blood god art first. Jonathan knew that cultivating the tampered first level of blood god art would directly turn him into a blood slave. Therefore, he had no choice but to start cultivating the corrected version from the system to deceive the other party. Just don't know if that hidden existence can detect any abnormality in my cultivation, Jonathan worriedly thought. If the hidden entity could distinguish that he hadn't cultivated the altered blood god art's first layer, then Jonathan would be left with no options but to rely on the Demon Slaughter Sword and fight to the death. Of course, if he could bluff his way through, it would be best for him to escape intact. I'll leave it up to fate, Jonathan thought, bracing himself for the worst. He'd rather die than become someone's blood slave. With this resolve, Jonathan cleared his mind and began preparing to cultivate the blood god art before him. System, choose to understand and correct the blood god art. Jonathan silently instructed. Immediately, The system responded within his mind. System, starting comprehension and correction of blood god art. In an instant, everything before Jonathan transformed. When he came back to his senses, he found himself standing amidst an endless sea of blood. In the middle of the blood sea, a blood-colored figure was practicing the first level of the blood god art. A distant, ancient voice echoed in his mind. The blood god art was created by the legendary blood god for our blood spirit clan. Only true members of the blood spirit clan can achieve perfect mastery. Other races may reach peak proficiency at most. The blood god art has 10 levels in total. Successfully mastering the first 3 levels allows one to effortlessly create many blood shadow avatars, each having between 10% to 50% of the original body strength. Mastering the first 6 levels grants the practitioner a blood god body with unparalleled recovery powers, making them nearly indestructible unless killed instantly. Mastering 9 levels ensures near immortality. As long as a drop of blood remains, they can resurrect from it. The 10th level is reserved for the master of the blood spirit clan, granting true eternal life and immortality, coexisting with the universe itself. Only blood spirit clan members can fully master all 10 levels. Other races will never succeed, the voice concluded. Hearing this, Jonathan was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe how profound the blood god art was, potentially allowing practitioners to achieve eternity. This was far beyond what an immortal king could create. It looks like the blood god art exceeds even the immortal king level. And the blood spirit immortal king is likely just a descendant who practiced this art, Jonathan marveled. Understanding the origins of the blood god art made him take it extremely seriously. He immediately focused on the practice demonstration provided by the blood-colored figure. While doing so, his real body remained stationary in front of the stone tablet, giving the impression that he was still comprehending. In the blood sea space, Jonathan rapidly grasped the method of the first level of blood god art. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the first level of the blood god art. Would you like to continue comprehending the second level of blood god art? Hearing the system notification, Jonathan returned from his comprehension state. So quick to master the first level of blood god art? Looks like I can quickly reach the third level. The trial given by the hidden entity requires only up to the third level. I'll reach my goal soon enough. Still, I need to keep up the facade for safety. Despite his internal thoughts, Jonathan maintained the appearance of being deep in comprehension to mislead the unseen observer. Hashtag chapter 193. If you have the courage, come out. Faster, just a bit faster. In reality, Jonathan's body was pretending to diligently cultivate the first level of the blood deity scripture. Meanwhile, in Jonathan's perception, the unknown entity he had been cautiously monitoring was secretly observing his direction using covert methods. Had Jonathan not been cultivating the blood deity scripture, he would surely have been discovered by this mysterious presence. It could lead to his demise or forced cultivation. Thus, on the surface, Jonathan appeared as if he was putting all his effort into continuously comprehending the first level of the blood deity scripture. Soon, Jonathan gained the initial trust of the unknown entity, which ceased its constant covert surveillance. Jonathan hadn't expected that such an exalted figure, a true immortal king, would be so easily deceived. This left him astounded. It seemed his luck held. Either the existence was careless or too weakened. Moreover, the difficulty of this inherited cultivation method was extremely simple. Merely finishing the blood deity scripture was enough. Knowing that Jonathan possessed the enlightenment system, he swiftly grasped the first 3 levels of the blood deity scripture. They've given me ample time for this trial. With the unknown entity no longer secretly watching, I can catch it off guard. As long as I seize the opportunity, the door of this cultivation chamber will surely open. Thinking of this, Jonathan couldn't help but feel elated, and his heart gradually calmed down. The most crucial thing now was to rapidly comprehend the first 3 levels of the blood deity scripture. His mind raced with countless thoughts. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the second level of the blood nerve art. Do you wish to start comprehending the third level of the blood deity scripture? Hearing the voice from the system within his mind, Jonathan nodded and continued to comprehend the third level of the blood deity scripture. So quickly, I've comprehended the third level of the blood deity scripture? Seems my comprehension speed far exceeded expectations. The task given by the unknown entity has been achieved without much trouble. However, for safety, I need to escape this sealed cultivation room as soon as possible. Jonathan kept analyzing the current situation. On the surface, he acted out the motions of cultivating for some time before curiously inspecting the surroundings to confuse the hidden entity. This might give him a chance to escape the blood-colored hall. Jonathan looked around the cultivation room and let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, there is something amiss with this blood deity scripture. If I were one of the 8 blood slaves near the blood-colored hall, I would have already fallen for the trap, Jonathan muttered to himself. Just as Jonathan pretended to be curious and approached the closed door, the lights in the cultivation room suddenly brightened, and a cold voice from the shadows rang out. After endless years of silence, it is time for me to harvest again. Insect, you do have some skills, but the blood-colored hall is my territory. Trying to deceive me through underhanded means? How naive. Since you have completed the third level of the blood deity scripture, become my blood slave willingly, The unknown entity sneered inwardly, then triggered a hidden mechanism within the blood deity scripture, intending to watch Jonathan struggle in agony within the cultivation room. But the moment the hidden mechanism was activated, Jonathan immediately cast the Heaven Concealment Immortal technique and vanished from the cultivation room. The unknown entity watched Jonathan disappear before its eyes instead of struggling and becoming a blood slave, feeling utterly incredulous. The entity coldly remarked, Insect, you don't want to be my blood slave obediently? No matter, in my hands, you cannot escape your fate. Why waste everyone's time? Within the blood-colored hall, you have already cultivated the altered 3 levels of the blood deity scripture. Why not become my blood slave directly? The entity looked incredibly confident. Although it was in poor condition, it did not think that someone who had cultivated the altered blood deity scripture within this blood-colored hall could escape its grasp. Thus, it didn't rush to attack but kept mocking Jonathan, as if becoming its blood slave was a glorious honor. However, the unknown entity was soon profoundly shocked by Jonathan's tactics. It carelessly probed the entire blood-colored hall, trying to locate Jonathan, but astonishingly found no trace of him, as if he had already left the hall. Huh? How is this possible? Not only was there no backlash from the blood deity scripture, but you disappeared without a trace even under my probing. However, as long as you're still inside the blood-colored hall, I doubt you can hide anywhere. The unknown entity shouted, eyes scanning the entire hall, and began searching more seriously. A powerful aura erupted from it, sweeping the cultivation room systematically. Yet, it still couldn't pinpoint Jonathan's exact location, as if he wasn't there at all. All of this was thanks to the Heaven Concealment Immortal technique. Even immortal emperors marveled at this technique, capable of concealing even the awareness of celestial demon gods. With the unknown entity severely injured and in poor condition, how could it detect Jonathan's precise location? Meanwhile, unable to find Jonathan, the entity started panicking and roared, "Boy, if you have the courage, come out. What kind of hero hides behind others' backs? I know you're still hiding inside the cultivation room. I can even give you 30 moves. Hurry up and come out." The unknown entity angrily shouted and randomly blasted everywhere, almost destroying the entire cultivation room. Yet all efforts were futile. The Heaven Concealment Immortal technique was a top-tier immortal secret art, not only concealing shape and aura but also placing the person in an independent void. The unknown entity wouldn't find Jonathan even after days of blasting. Unless Jonathan made the first move, he wouldn't reveal himself. Even as blasts passed right by Jonathan, the entity couldn't detect any clues. After some time, the entity stopped attacking, unwilling to waste energy while not in peak condition. Realizing something was wrong, it opened the door of the cultivation room and began searching the entire blood-colored hall, occasionally shouting, "Where did this damned boy go? I don't believe he can leave my domain silently. He must still be hiding somewhere in the hall." The sounds of explosions echoed, gradually reaching Jonathan's ears. Soon, the unknown entity left the blood-colored hall to search elsewhere. Moments later, Jonathan remained concealed, and the entity suddenly returned. Strange, no abnormality in the cultivation room. Did this boy actually escape? He really didn't fool me earlier. Translation note. I have preserved the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text to maintain readability and the narrative flow. The translation adheres closely to the original tone and style while ensuring fluency in English. ##### Chapter 194, Diverting the Tiger Away. The unknown entity was seething with rage, triggering the Immortal King artifact, the Blood Spirit Steel, at the center of the cultivation room. They ran quite far, almost out of the depths of the Illusionary Spirit Secret Realm, and even managed to find allies. But the depths of the Illusionary Spirit Secret Realm are my domain. Even if they use special means to leave, they will still return to the palm of my hand. If Jonathan hadn't been in the blood-colored palace's cultivation room, he might have thought that the unknown entity had found him. Clearly, someone else had entered the depths of the Illusionary Spirit Secret Realm, and this unknown entity mistakenly believed they were Jonathan's helpers. To be cautious, Jonathan continued using the Heaven Concealing Immortal art for a while. After all, the blood-colored palace was the territory of the unknown entity. Including the 8 blood slaves outside, Jonathan would need to employ some special tactics to leave unscathed in a short time. Soon, the unknown entity vanished. Jonathan cautiously stood inside the cultivation room, observing the Immortal King artifact in the center attentively. This hidden unknown entity really has an Immortal King artifact. That was close. Fortunately, he was misled by my words. But Jonathan wasn't about to leave easily. He feared it might be a ruse meant for his unseen ears. Better safe than sorry, he thought. With that, Jonathan activated the system identification, Blood Spirit Steel, an Immortal King artifact used by Blood Spirit Immortal Kings to suppress, seal, and defend against enemies. It can carry Blood Spirit Royal Fluid, which assists the Blood Spirit race and other races in reshaping their bodies. Blood Spirit Royal Fluid? Jonathan was astonished. While he had heard of Blood Spirit Fluid, he hadn't heard of Blood Spirit Royal Fluid. It must be far superior, with only remnants leaking out. And this inconspicuous-looking steel was actually the Immortal King artifact of the special Blood Spirit race. This was a delightful surprise for Jonathan. He was overjoyed. The most concerning aspect had been the unknown entity's Immortal King artifact. Although Jonathan had the demon-slaying sword for offense, if he couldn't hit the opponent, all his efforts would be futile. The Blood Spirit Steel, with its suppression, sealing, and defensive capabilities, could easily make up for Jonathan's weaknesses. Despite the incredible power of the demon-slaying sword, it fell short in defense compared to the Blood Spirit Steel. If Jonathan's guess was correct, the unknown entity intended to reshape its body under the protection of the Blood Spirit Steel. That had been a close call. Jonathan nearly became prey. Proceeding cautiously, Jonathan pulled out a few puppets and continued using the Heaven Concealing Immortal art to hide. Although the unknown entity appeared to have left the blood-colored palace, Jonathan wasn't sure of the exact situation. The blood-colored palace was the territory of the unknown entity, so Jonathan needed to act quickly, accurately, and decisively to leave safely. How odd, the unknown entity is really not here. It seems that his words were not meant for me. He genuinely believes I've left the area. If the unknown entity could hear Jonathan's thoughts, it might have exploded in anger. While pursuing the intruder at the edge of the Illusionary Spirit's secret realm, Jonathan slipped away stealthily. Soon, he had left the blood-colored palace. In this way, Jonathan safely distanced himself from the depths of the Illusionary Spirit secret realm. If the unknown entity couldn't sense his position, leaving the Illusionary Spirit's secret realm would pose no difficulty. The unknown entity's state was very poor, making it unable to penetrate Jonathan's Heaven Concealing Immortal art. In reality, the depths of the Illusionary Spirit's secret realm were guarded by blood slaves, and the unknown entity rarely ventured out from the blood-colored palace. It preferred to remain there alone rather than risk anything. Time was pressing, and Jonathan furrowed his brows. Sure enough, the blood-colored demonic shadows guarding the 8 directions are still active. Even after marking them, the unknown entity didn't move any of them. Is this caution necessary to prevent a diversion? I didn't have time to find the blood spirit royal fluid, so I can only take the immortal king artifact, the blood spirit steel. If the unknown entity heard Jonathan's words, it might truly lose control. Taking just the blood spirit steel was hardly appropriate. It was a multifunctional immortal king artifact, far superior to typical artifacts. Jonathan then carefully observed his surroundings, looking for a safe exit. He soon chose a direction, but suddenly felt a familiar yet oppressive presence. Something dangerous seemed to be awakening ahead, causing Jonathan to frown deeply. The blood slaves created by the unknown entity have indeed detected my presence. They found me earlier, and now they can do so again. Fortunately, the unknown entity's state is terrible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fooled him so easily. The blood-colored demonic shadows guarding the 8 directions were vigilant. One of them discovered Jonathan's location, and a blood-red claw-like hand swiftly lunged at him. Bad. I must leave immediately. Jonathan's expression turned grave as he prepared internally. As the blood-red claw approached with blinding speed, Jonathan remained calm. Explode. In the blood-colored palace, the numerous pathfinding puppets Jonathan left behind detonated instantly, filling the entire hall with deafening noise. The commotion drew the 7 blood slaves' attention, successfully distracting them. Now, they won't block my way. These blood slaves can't think clearly like humans. If all 8 blood slaves intercepted me, plus the unknown entity, it would be too risky. It would be nearly impossible for me to escape easily. But now, with just 1 blood slave in front of me, escaping is much easier. I only need to beware of the unknown entity. Thinking this, Jonathan moved calmly and swiftly in front of the blood slave. Charge. Chaos Divine Technique. Activate. Residual Cloud Shadow Body Technique. Start. Fourfold Demon Body Transformation. Change. Fully charged, Jonathan dashed out like a lightning bolt, leaving trails in the sky. He pushed himself to the limits to break through to the outer layers of the giant pit. The blood slave tried its best but couldn't catch up, thanks to Jonathan's preparations. The unknown entity, hearing the commotion in the blood-colored palace, changed expressions. Enraged, it instinctively returned to protect the blood spirit royal fluid. Upon discovering it intact, it breathed a sigh of relief. Too cautious, the unknown entity instinctively protected the blood spirit royal fluid with the blood spirit steel, remotely controlling it from the cultivation room. Hashtag chapter 195, beauty, a source of disaster. But in the next moment, the unknown existence was dumbfounded. Because the unknown existence was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the immortal king artifact. Well, this can't be right. Where's my immortal king artifact? It was just here a moment ago. I only stepped out for a short while and now it's gone? Could it be? Damn brat. Enraged, the unknown existence waved his hand. He ordered half of the 8 blood slaves guarding the blood-colored palace from all directions to search for Jonathan. If not for the blood spirit liquid being even more important for reconstructing the blood spirit clan's body, the unknown existence would have personally pursued Jonathan. A mere ant-like junior dares to challenge my 8 blood slaves. The depths of the phantom spirit realm are our territory. Don't think that hiding now will save you forever. How dare a human ant take our clan's immortal king artifact? The unknown existence clenched his teeth so hard that the fire spontaneously ignited within the cultivation room. His nerves were on edge, seriously suspecting that Jonathan was still hiding inside the cultivation room, using an illusion to deceive him. After all, the area around the blood-colored palace was entirely under his control. Without special means, there was no way Jonathan could leave unscathed. The same trick wouldn't work twice. If Jonathan knew about the unknown existence's actions, he would truly roll his eyes. He was already far away from the blood-colored palace, having left with the immortal king artifact long ago. Staying longer in the blood-colored palace would be no different from courting death. At this moment, 3 blood slaves began surrounding Jonathan. Jonathan was incredibly fast, trying to maintain distance from these blood slaves to make his escape possible. However, now, the unknown existence had dispatched 3 additional blood slaves to pursue Jonathan, making them overwhelmingly numerous. Together, they attempted to surround Jonathan from all 4 sides, cutting off any chance of escape. But Jonathan constantly changed direction, preventing them from successfully encircling him. The depths of the phantom spirit realm are indeed complex. No wonder the Yellow Earth Sanctuary has always lacked detailed maps of this place. Many true disciples from the 9 Seas Sanctuary in the Purple Junliang region have met their demise here, besides turning into blood slaves. Many must have perished as well. If the 4 blood slaves were coordinated like this against ordinary true disciples from the Yellow Earth Sanctuary, they would likely be dead by now. But the one you've encountered is me. All I can say is apologies. Jonathan thought to himself. It was clear that the blood slaves pursuing him were extremely powerful, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary true disciple to withstand even 3 moves from them. If the 4 blood slaves were to join forces, the situation would become even worse. At this moment, Jonathan smirked slightly, his feet moving like wind and thunder, utilizing the force of the blood slave's claws to launch himself forward. Although the speed boost wasn't tremendous, it was enough to significantly increase his current pace. The 4 blood slaves failed to encircle him at the intersection point. This was partly due to Jonathan intentionally allowing them some leeway. Had he wielded the Immortal King Blood Spirit Stone Tablet, he could have easily suppressed and sealed the 4 blood slaves. If he used the demon-slaying sword, Jonathan was confident in wiping out all 4 blood slaves nearby. Therefore, Jonathan wasn't worried at all, remaining calm. If not for the possibility of another unknown entity lurking in the shadows, even without the Immortal King artifact, Jonathan possessed incredible strength and didn't need to fear them, ready to slay them all. Just as Jonathan temporarily shook off the blood slaves, 2 footsteps nearby caught his attention. Jonathan furrowed his brow. These two figures, wearing robes of the Nine Seas Sanctuary, were the very individuals who had lured the unknown existence away from the blood-colored palace earlier. They were still alive, which Jonathan attributed to sheer luck. The unknown existence must not have reached this vicinity because of the explosion caused by Jonathan's puppet, prompting it to return to the blood-colored palace. Why are these true disciples from the Nine Seas Sanctuary running deep into the phantom spirit realm? Could they be here to hunt phantom spirit beasts and seize their cores for cultivation? They look cautious, yet they pass by the deeper phantom spirit beasts. This doesn't seem right. Jonathan mused silently, his thoughts swirling. Meanwhile, Ethel and Teddy from the Nine Seas Sanctuary, along with a true disciple, cautiously navigated through the depths of the phantom spirit realm, carrying a partial map as they headed toward the Yellow Earth Sanctuary's hunting grounds. The depths of the phantom spirit realm are indeed fraught with danger. It's no wonder many true disciples throughout the generations have met their end here. I just passed through and already felt an eerie oppression despite no visible enemies around. Why dwell on that? Let's plan how we'll embarrass the Yellow Earth Sanctuary true disciples later. The Yellow Earth Sanctuary recently produced an extremely formidable true disciple named Su something or other, and they've started creating a hype for the upcoming Nine Sanctuaries Elite Conference. They want the Nine Seas Sanctuary to rank last? Dream on. Teddy said after glancing at the map. Haha, what a bluff. They claim Su whatever is the most outstanding disciple in the Yellow Earth Sanctuary's history, even the most powerful on the entire continent. Sounds like the Yellow Earth Sanctuary loves to brag. Beside Teddy, a true disciple gritted his teeth and spoke venomously about Jonathan as if he were a thousand cutthroat. Just because Ethel mentioned Jonathan once, did he need to overreact so much? Jonathan didn't even know this Ethel. Beauty truly was a source of disaster. Had it not been for someone within the Yellow Earth Sanctuary mentioning Ethel, Jonathan might never have heard her name. Teddy, unsatisfied with mere words, realized they couldn't match Jonathan directly, so they planned to vent their anger on other ordinary true disciples of the Yellow Earth Sanctuary. Their target was the last few true disciples who entered the phantom spirit realm. Teddy was ruthless, planning to kill these true disciples and then frame Jonathan. Listening to their plans, Jonathan rolled his eyes again. What grudge, what vengeance? I haven't done anything, but misfortune comes from the sky. If I hadn't been near and heard Teddy's words, they might have succeeded in framing me. I am blameless, but Teddy wouldn't care, with people prepared to spread slander after their success. Teddy continued refining his plot to undermine Jonathan's reputation for the sake of preserving the Nine Seas Sanctuary's position. Meanwhile, Jonathan kept rolling his eyes, focusing on cultivation. Their strength could be so much greater. Suddenly, a blood slave appeared nearby, suggesting the unknown existence wasn't giving up. As the blood slave closed in, Jonathan remained calm, lifting his hand nonchalantly. A green leaf silently soared towards the blood slave within the phantom spirit realm. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly. Without haste, Jonathan moved in the opposite direction, leaving a fleeting silhouette in the phantom spirit realm. Teddy, hearing the noise, asked confusedly, who? Quickly, he locked onto the direction. Seeing this, Teddy led the Nine Seas Sanctuary true disciple straight toward the blood slave's location. Chapter 196, Deceiving True Disciples. These true disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land are easy to deceive. Jonathan began to recall the details of what had just transpired deep within the phantom spirit realm. Previously, he had encountered a powerful and highly sensitive blood slave. After he used the heaven-concealing immortal technique, his situation was completely different from before. Clearly, these blood slaves' tenacity was not determined by their intelligence. On the contrary, some obedient blood-colored demonic shadows could faintly sense Jonathan's whereabouts. Having obtained the Immortal King artifact of the Blood Spirit clan, Jonathan did not want to entangle with these blood slaves any further, for fear that the unknown entity might catch up, making it much harder to leave. Teddy, two true disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land, were unaware of the blood slave's strength. Soon, Jonathan heard a cry of pain ring out. So quickly they can't hold on? I thought the 8th-ranked true disciple of donghua continent's Nine Seas Holy Land would stall for a while, but now it seems I overestimated them. They have many life-saving methods, but tangling with blood slaves is impossible. The only pity is that there seems to be just one scream. Teddy vowed to suppress the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Indeed, he made preparations and managed to escape using an evasive charm, Jonathan mumbled to himself. Knowing that this blood slave's power far exceeded Teddy, if he had no trump cards and enough time, Teddy wouldn't have been able to escape safely. At that moment, Jonathan had already fled far from the depths of the phantom spirit realm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. Even after Teddy escaped, a massive blood-colored claw still wreaked havoc deep within the phantom spirit realm, causing dust and debris to rise in clouds. In its wake, mountains crumbled and trees toppled, leaving chaos in its path. Even Jonathan, who was extremely far away, could feel the disturbance deep within the phantom spirit realm. Had Teddy seen Jonathan's expression at that moment, he'd probably explode with rage. The blood-colored demonic shadow was incredibly formidable, and his escape was entirely due to his junior brother acting promptly against the blood slave. Had they attacked together later, Teddy would have also been killed. The blood-colored demonic shadow's strength was unmatched and far beyond his capability. With such a terrifying shadow behind him, Jonathan could still smile, which was incomprehensible and unimaginable. At this moment, Teddy was utterly disheveled, covered in blood. As a distinguished true disciple of the Nine Seas Holy Land, he had almost become a beggar. Just thinking about it made him frustrated and depressed to the extreme. Haha, I finally got rid of that damned blood-colored shadow. It was said that the depths of the phantom spirit realm are extremely dangerous, and true disciples frequently fall here. Now I believe it. Indeed, the records of this holy land must be accurate. Whoever intervened earlier, don't let me catch you, or else I'll make sure you regret it. My priority right now is to frame Jonathan. This damnable blood slave, I'll let it go for now. Once I use the rule prohibiting mutual killing within the Xuanhuan Holy Land to trap Jonathan, I will come back to find this blood slave and take revenge later. There are only so many true disciples who entered the phantom spirit realm. I don't believe I can't find this person. Humph. Teddy gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear apart whoever lured them earlier into pieces. Little did he know that the person who acted was none other than Jonathan, whom he was secretly planning to trap. Shortly after Jonathan and Teddy left the depths of the phantom spirit realm, the unknown entity angrily roared. Although it did not know Jonathan's whereabouts, it controlled the blood slaves. Someone escaping from the depths of the phantom spirit realm was unacceptable. Damn it. Rare is the one who dares to invade my blood palace and escapes unscathed. Historically, few have achieved this. This damned brat, not only did he escape, but he even took the Blood Spirit clan's Immortal King artifact. How dare he? Fortunately, I hadn't yet placed the Blood Spirit essence into the Immortal King artifact's internal space, or it would have been a total loss. The unknown entity grumbled under its breath. Filled with frustration, it hastily recalled the remaining 4 blood slaves and abandoned guarding the blood palace, preparing to capture Jonathan personally. To find Jonathan, it had started making sacrifices. Greed is a sin. You, Callan, were too careless. The Blood Spirit Steel is our clan's Immortal King artifact. Even if it falls into an outsider's hands, I can still sense it within a certain distance. While this perception can be blocked, the Phantom Spirit Realm is my domain. I've existed here for countless years and am very familiar with this place. I cannot easily leave the Blood Palace because the cost is too great, but as long as I lock onto the boy, these 8 blood slaves can hunt him down perfectly. The unknown entity laughed loudly, causing the trees outside the Blood Palace to shake continuously. Meanwhile, as Jonathan flew swiftly away from the depths of the Phantom Spirit Realm, a faint light appeared from the Blood Spirit Steel he carried. Since Jonathan was in a hurry to leave the Blood Palace, he didn't have time to fully control it. Now, the Blood Spirit Steel became restless, seemingly trying to fly out of Jonathan's grasp. After all, it was an Immortal King artifact of the Blood Spirit clan, and Jonathan was still inside the Phantom Spirit Realm. If a regular disciple of the Xuanhuan Holy Land faced the abnormality of an Immortal King artifact, they could only firmly hold onto the Blood Spirit Steel and hastily flee the depths of the Phantom Spirit Realm. Suppressing the anomaly thoroughly was something a regular true disciple couldn't accomplish. Jonathan was different. He immediately pulled out the Immortal King weapon, Demon-Slaying Sword. Without waiting for the Blood Spirit Steel, Jonathan revealed a hint of the Demon-Slaying Sword's aura. I initially thought this Demon-Slaying Sword would be needed to deal with the unknown entity in the Blood Palace. But since I've left the Blood Palace, I no longer need it for that. Now, although I still need to use an Immortal King weapon to suppress the Blood Spirit Steel, at least it isn't dangerous. Jonathan muttered, his hands moving swiftly. The Blood Spirit Steel seemed to sense something, vigorously shaking and attempting to escape Jonathan's control. Moreover, it unleashed wave after wave of energy to attack Jonathan. However, Jonathan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Under the mobilization of the Demon-Slaying Sword, a powerful pressure suppressed the Blood Spirit Steel. Whoosh! In no time, Jonathan thoroughly suppressed the Blood Spirit Steel. For safety, Jonathan continued to firmly suppress it with the Demon-Slaying Sword. In the meantime, Jonathan once again swiftly distanced himself from the depths of the Phantom Spirit Realm, like wind and thunder. After the Blood Spirit Steel was suppressed by the Demon-Slaying Sword, it remained quiet without any disturbances along the way. Indeed, one thing overpowers another. No matter how strong this Blood Spirit Steel is, it is no match for the Demon-Slaying Sword. Jonathan was highly satisfied. Meanwhile, the unknown entity clearly had no idea that Jonathan had thoroughly handled the Blood Spirit Steel and continued to chase after him. After chasing for a while, it moved toward the initial 4 blood slaves. Only after regrouping did it begin to sense the location of the Immortal King weapon, Blood Spirit Steel. Hashtag chapter 197. Enough fooling around? No, this junior isn't ordinary. My Immortal King artifact can't pinpoint his exact location. He's clearly still within the Illusion Spirit secret realm. The unknown entity raised its head and carefully sensed several times, finding that the Immortal King artifact, Blood Soul Stone Tablet, was acting abnormally and peculiarly, clearly not in its normal state. Just sensing the Blood Soul Stone Tablet's location, how could an accident happen? What sort of deity is this junior to possess such incomprehensible means, even deceiving me with his techniques? If it weren't for my suboptimal state, and him being far from the core of the Illusion Spirit secret realm, it wouldn't be worth leaving the Blood Hall too far as it would greatly harm me. Otherwise, I would turn the entire secret realm upside down. Even so, my Immortal King artifact is not easily taken. Find him. Search every inch of the Illusion Spirit secret realm until you find this junior. Enraged, the unknown entity dispatched 8 blood thralls deep into the Illusion Spirit secret realm. The entity ceased its pursuit, having reached its limit for straying away from the Blood Hall. It had hoped to catch Jonathan within the vicinity of the hall, but the unknown entity didn't anticipate Jonathan had run far, which increasingly infuriated it. Meanwhile, Jonathan noticed Teddy, who had used a 13th grade shield talisman, retreating miserably like a beggar from the depths of the Illusion Spirit secret realm. Despite having clean clothes, Teddy did not change. Teddy's face was ashen, appearing as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. Seeing Jonathan, Teddy smiled, as if greeting an ally. Jonathan found this expression extremely odd. Did I know Teddy before? He only saw a green leaf earlier. I never showed myself to him. Why does Teddy look at me so strangely? He seems overly sincere, like an ally in the same camp. If it were another true disciple from the Yellow Supreme Sacred Grounds, Teddy's expression wouldn't seem out of place given the danger from the blood thralls. An ally would indeed provide more security. But I am Jonathan, whom the 9 Seas Sacred Ground targeted to avoid placing last in the competition, using underhanded methods against me. Jonathan concluded that Teddy must be trying to trap him, but decided not to fall for it. Stopping quietly, Jonathan observed Teddy closely, but couldn't discern any signs of deception. Teddy's eyes and demeanor puzzled Jonathan further. He wondered why Teddy wasn't showing open hostility despite their past animosity. In his confusion, Teddy said, panting slightly, "Brother, it's dangerous nearby. Don't go deeper into the illusion spirit's secret realm. There are terrifying blood shadows lurking and treacherous pits awaiting victims." Continuing breathlessly, Teddy stood before Jonathan, murmuring anxiously. He was on edge, fearing the blood shadows might resume their chase at any moment. That experience had been harrowing for Teddy, almost costing him his life in the illusion spirit's secret realm. Now, standing with an ally, Teddy felt safer. Although powerful, the blood shadows lacked human intelligence, making teamwork advantageous. Realizing Teddy's true intentions, Jonathan fell silent, almost giving him a cold stare. "We don't know each other, yet you call me brother? Unbelievable." Jonathan despised those who sought to deceive him. Teddy's strength paled in comparison. Who gave him the courage to try trapping him? Was he really that easy to bully? Noticing Jonathan's reaction, Teddy's eyes shifted subtly. "You've spent a lot of time studying Jonathan. Your actions resemble his remarkably. I'm impressed. Had this not been the hunting ground of the Nine Seas sacred ground, I might have believed you were the real Jonathan and not someone pretending. This behavior is excellent. When we encounter Yellow Supreme's sacred ground disciples later, I can secretly assist you in blending in. Even if some suspect something, they won't care much." Teddy began suggesting tactics, unaware that he faced the real Jonathan. "Who needs to cooperate with you? A Yellow Supreme's sacred ground true disciple? Am I crazy?" Jonathan rolled his eyes inwardly, realizing Teddy came prepared, having already arranged someone to impersonate him. Such deceit was chilling. Had Jonathan not encountered the unknown entity, Teddy's plan might have succeeded. After all, Jonathan wasn't in the Yellow Supreme Sacred Grounds territory, nor told anyone about entering the illusion spirit's secret realm. Now, however, the outcome was different. Their conversation helped Teddy relieve pressure, though the blood shadow's presence still affected him. Seeing Jonathan uncooperative, Teddy snapped. "Enough fooling around. I admit you're a great impersonator, right? In the illusion spirit's secret realm, why do you Purple Junliangdi people still pretend?" "Purple Junliangdi, ranked 6th among the 9 sacred grounds?" Jonathan asked, stunned that these 2 sacred grounds were secretly plotting against him before the competition began. "You keep pretending. Your Purple Junliangdi true disciple Clive teamed up with Xianxia from the 9 Seas sacred ground against Jonathan of the Yellow Supreme sacred ground. Need I spell it out more clearly? Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes." Teddy looked exasperated, nearly rolling his eyes during a clothing change. Both sects had ordered this scheme, instructing their disciples to unite and frame Jonathan first, ensuring the Yellow Supreme sacred ground took action against him. Even if the truth later emerged, it would create rifts between Jonathan and the Yellow Supreme sacred ground. A win-win scenario for the involved parties. "Do you really think I'm pretending?" Jonathan replied with a mocking smile. "Or what, are you actually Jonathan?" Teddy's expression turned irritable as he prepared to inspect Jonathan's face, but felt a sharp killing intent. Chapter 198. Whose confidence? Teddy was shocked as he scrutinized Jonathan closely, realizing that this person wasn't disguised, but truly Jonathan. Teddy felt embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that Jonathan would venture into the hunting grounds of their 9 Seas Holy Land. He thought Jonathan had been impersonated by someone from the Purple Sea Holy Land. Who knew it was actually him? "Senior brother Jonathan, I can only say that everything is just a misunderstanding. Everything I said just now is all fabricated," Teddy quickly argued. Jonathan showed no signs of disguise whatsoever. He and the people from Xuanhuan had agreed to rely on stealth rather than secret arts. With a quasi-immortal outside monitoring, any significant events like the death of a Xuanhuan Holy Land's true disciple would be investigated. In absolute power, barring some special cases, hiding using various secret arts would be difficult. Primitive methods might yield more success. But seeing Jonathan's current appearance, Teddy was completely bewildered. The Xianhuan Holy Land's hunting area is so vast. Why did Jonathan end up in the 9 Seas Holy Land's territory? Am I dreaming? How could such a mishap happen to me? I've seen Jonathan's portrait long ago. Why didn't I recognize him immediately when I saw him? Feeling extremely depressed, Teddy inwardly blamed himself. Jonathan, intolerant of Teddy's blather, coldly demanded, "Do you think I'll believe that?" "No, but please, Senior Brother Sue, consider the reputation of the 9 Seas Holy Land and spare my life. I truly know my mistake." Teddy promptly knelt, begging for mercy. Jonathan, a figure being hyped up by the Xianhuan Holy Land, possessed remarkable strength. Teddy knew full well he stood no chance against Jonathan in direct combat. If it were a regular new disciple, they might have fallen for Teddy's earnest pleas. But Jonathan didn't buy it at all. His attitude never wavered from the start. Teddy, too, was pretending while secretly drawing out a tier 12 sword token, sneering inwardly. "After this big move, I'll surely receive substantial rewards when I return to the 9 Seas Holy Land." What kind of elite from Xianhuan Holy Land is this? Not much, huh? Even he can be manipulated by me. The tier 12 sword token has unbelievable power. Originally intended for emergencies, this unexpected turn is perfect. With its true disciple Jonathan gone, the Xianhuan Holy Land will undoubtedly rank last in the grand competition among the 9 Holy Lands, relying solely on Hardy. Just as Teddy prepared to use the sword token against Jonathan, an unforeseen event occurred. Jonathan suddenly vanished from his sight. Where is he? Teddy panicked. Before Teddy could react, Jonathan appeared behind him. Without making any grand moves, Jonathan effortlessly crushed Teddy with sheer strength. The tier 12 sword token didn't even get a chance to activate before failing outright. Teddy froze, dumbfounded. My sword token. How can Jonathan be this strong? In mere moments, he completely immobilized me. Otherwise, even if the sword token couldn't harm him, it would have been deployed. What should I do now? Jonathan is far stronger than I knew. Must he be this overwhelming? As fellow true disciples, I'm directly overwhelmed. Teddy wanted to cry but couldn't, deeply depressed and speechless. Jonathan shook his head slightly, utterly speechless. Just this level? The true disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land are indeed not much. If they had confidence, they wouldn't need to prevent the 9th place ranking by secretly disqualifying Xuanhuan Holy Land as top true disciple from participating. Jonathan muttered to himself. Though indifferent to Teddy, Jonathan was strategically dismissive yet remained vigilant. Teddy tried to struggle, but there was no escaping once Jonathan made his move. If not for the quasi-immortals of each holy land maintaining order outside the illusory spirit realm, Teddy would have already perished, not just be immobilized. Quickly regaining his composure, Teddy looked up eagerly. Senior Brother Su, this is the illusory spirit realm where killing among peers is strictly forbidden. The elders are watching. So, does the prohibition on killing extend between Xuanhuan Holy Land and Nine Seas Holy Land disciples? Don't give me that. Xuanhuan Holy Land forbids internal strife among true disciples, but some are ready to trap me with this rule. You clearly planned it out just now. If I reciprocate your methods, how surprised will the Nine Seas Holy Land and Zijuan Liangdi be? Teddy broke out in cold sweat, chilled to the bone by Jonathan's simple words. He didn't know what Jonathan was thinking, but his heart raced with regret. Had he known Jonathan was so troublesome, Teddy would never have involved himself. Finding other true disciples might have been a better choice. Realizing it was too late, Teddy grew anxious as Jonathan spoke. His eyes darted around, brainstorming every possible way out. Please show mercy, Senior Brother Su. The Nine Seas Holy Land and Xuanhuan Holy Land are different. We have marks that bind us. If we die, our killers are implicated. I'm expendable. My death wouldn't matter much. Only Xuanhuan Holy Land, S. Ethel, the Adelardif Elder, and the Supreme Elders would care. But it's different for you. Suppressing Xuanhuan Holy Land is a high-level decision. If I die, they might ensure you don't participate in the prestigious great competition of the Holy Lands every 60 years. Desperate for survival, Teddy pulled out every conceivable argument, wishing he had extra mouths to persuade Jonathan further. Despite Teddy's numerous appeals, Jonathan remained calm, saying coldly, Then what? Brother Su, every word I said was sincere. What benefits would there be if I fell to your hands? It would likely bring trouble, as the elders wouldn't overlook your foul play. Looking at Jonathan, Teddy felt deeply troubled and distressed. Seeing Jonathan's resolute stance, Teddy's scalp tingled. If Jonathan was truly merciless, Teddy feared for his life today. Jonathan patted Teddy's shoulder from behind. Relax, I never intended to kill you. Such small courage and still trying to trap others. Who gave you this confidence? With that, Jonathan vanished, leaving Teddy puzzled. Just as Teddy was baffled, a bloody demonic shadow suddenly appeared. After all, one doesn't always have to personally execute the killing themselves. Chapter 199, True Transmission Rescue. Roar. The blood-colored demonic shadow unleashed a terrifying roar, its crimson claw quickly reaching out toward Teddy's body. Snap. The air quivered violently. Teddy's internal organs ruptured instantly, and he couldn't stop the gush of blood from his throat. He spared me earlier, yet this blood-colored demonic shadow was waiting for me. No wonder he left in advance. This blood-colored demonic shadow actually chased me out from the depths of the phantom spirit realm. How despicable. Clenching his teeth, Teddy unleashed his most powerful move to save himself. He truly didn't want to die. But Blood Slave's strength far exceeded what Teddy could handle. Seeing Blood Slave approaching again, Teddy shouted in desperation, No! PFT. Without any surprise, Teddy was impaled through the head by Blood Slave's claw, killing him instantly. Jonathan shook his head continuously. Did Teddy really think Jonathan was just a beginner who needed such leniency? If it weren't for the half-deity ancestors from various sacred lands watching outside the phantom spirit realm, Jonathan wouldn't have needed to use the blood-colored demonic shadow to kill. Now things were better. Although the existence within the blood-colored hall wasn't marked as an extremely dangerous area in the phantom spirit realm, Jonathan still gained significantly. The comprehensive type Immortal King artifact, the Blood Spirit Steel, was not something easily found on the eastern desolate land, and even in various mystic realms, it was an exceedingly rare treasure. Even if Jonathan had no further gains after this, his journey into the phantom spirit realm already made him one of the true transmission disciples with the greatest harvest in the Xian Devon Sacred Land. As for the true transmission disciples of the Nine Seas Sacred Land and Purple June Liangdi, Jonathan doubted anyone had greater gains than him unless they ventured into extremely dangerous areas of the phantom spirit realm. Upon learning that Blood Slave killed a true transmission disciple of a sacred land, the unknown existence felt a faint satisfaction. Communicating with Blood Slave from the blood-colored hall, he discovered that the person killed was not Jonathan. You insignificant worm, your skills are indeed remarkable. I've sent Blood Slave to chase you beyond the Blood Forest, but I couldn't find your whereabouts. The blood-colored hall may not be marked as an extremely dangerous area by the sacred lands, but it is deep within the phantom spirit realm, and yet you managed to escape safely. Useless. Enraged and unable to find Jonathan, the unknown existence vented his anger on these phantom beasts. Due to Jonathan taking away his Immortal King artifact, the unknown existence issued a kill order to Blood Slave. Enraged and unable to find Jonathan, the unknown existence vented his anger on these phantom beasts. Due to Jonathan taking away his Immortal King artifact, the unknown existence issued a kill order to Blood Slave. 8 Blood Slaves divided into 3 groups to target the hunting zones of the 3 major sacred lands. Jonathan's Xian Devon Sacred Land received special attention from the unknown existence, with 4 blood-colored demonic shadows dispatched. Although the unknown existence didn't know Jonathan's specific identity, he deduced that Jonathan belonged to the Xian Devon Sacred Land as true transmission disciples. Had the phantom spirit realm been smaller, Jonathan might have ventured into other Sacred Lands hunting zones. The true transmission disciples of Purple June Liangdi and 9 Seas Sacred Land were preparing to cause trouble, wanting to trap Jonathan. While Jonathan wasn't afraid, he also didn't willingly fall into their traps knowingly. I finally crossed this area and returned to the Xian Devon Sacred Land as hunting zone, no longer within the hunting range of the 9 Seas Sacred Land, Jonathan said, glancing at the map. He then headed back into the mountains. Normally, the density and strength of phantom beasts here should be less compared to before, and they should be weaker too. However, reality proved full of surprises. Just as Jonathan returned to the Xian Devon Sacred Land as hunting zone, he saw a powerful phantom beast appear nearby. Hiss! This chameleon-like phantom beast kept flicking its tongue, abandoning its natural camouflage to expose itself. Its actions seemed quite unusual, clearly suggesting there was something amiss. Normally, a phantom beast that can blend into the environment would ambush Jonathan instead of revealing itself first. Soon, the chameleon-like phantom beast, having exposed itself, rushed towards Jonathan. Boom! The chameleon-like phantom beast abandoned its advantage, opening its massive mouth to fiercely pounce on Jonathan. Its speed and force, though not achieving an ambush, revealed significant power, surpassing its normal capabilities. If the weakest true transmission disciple of the Xian Devon Sacred Land encountered this phantom beast, they likely wouldn't stand a chance. Even without its environmental cover, the chameleon-like phantom beast's strength surpassed ordinary disciples. Being close to the depths of the phantom spirit realm, the strength of phantom beasts naturally wouldn't be weak. Humph, good timing, Jonathan roared. After focusing on leaving the blood-colored hall, he hadn't hunted many phantom beasts. Now that it came looking for him, Jonathan found it amusing. The chameleon-like phantom beast probably thought it was dealing with the unknown existence in the blood-colored hall. Jonathan feared that existence, but not the phantom beasts in the intermediate zone. Currently, this strong chameleon-like phantom beast perfectly fit Jonathan's hunting criteria, saving him time searching for others. Though it posed little danger to Jonathan, he didn't hesitate, unleashing the faded cloud shadow technique and charging forward. Eat my fist, Jonathan roared, striking the chameleon-like phantom beast's vulnerable point with his immense strength. Boom! Jonathan shattered the chameleon-like phantom beast's midsection with a single blow. Dealing with creatures like this, which lack weaknesses and can only be defeated by complete destruction, was something Jonathan had become proficient in. It caused him no significant stress, only slight inconvenience. Roar! The chameleon-like phantom beast let out a fierce roar. Despite its broken middle, it lashed its tail at Jonathan forcefully. Bang! Jonathan habitually withstood the attack, seemingly anticipating everything. Regardless of the snake's frenzied assaults, Jonathan calmly delivered a torrent of punches. Throughout the fight, Jonathan did not waste mana using the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Die! Die! Jonathan noticed the chameleon-like phantom beast's behavior was off, more furious than before, but this wasn't concerning. He struck persistently, disintegrating the phantom beast from head to tail. Shortly after, a pure phantom crystal fell to the ground. At that moment, the sky above the phantom spirit realm lit up with an emergency distress signal from a true transmission disciple of the Xian Devon Sacred Land. Oh, what happened? A distress signal? Could it be that 9 Seas Sacred Land and Purple June Liangdi attacked someone from Xian Devon Sacred Land? The more Jonathan thought, the more plausible it seemed. After all, as Teddy mentioned earlier, those 2 sacred lands had plotted together to harm him, and it wouldn't be simple. Chapter 200. Senior Brother Sue, wait for me. This doesn't feel good. The 9 Seas Sacred Land and Purple Handsome Good Place are still intent on trapping me. The mysterious Yellow Sacred Land has more than 100 genuine disciples scattered everywhere. Now they are suddenly summoned together. I always feel there's something fishy about it. I hope I'm overthinking it, and everything is just a coincidence. Jonathan muttered to himself. He sped like thunder and lightning towards the mysterious Yellow Sacred Land's genuine disciple distress location. As Jonathan approached, the situation was different from what he had anticipated. This was a distress signal sent by Hardy's cronies. On site, a dozen genuine disciples had gathered. Jonathan quietly stood on a large tree, observing what Hardy's cronies were up to. Dev immediately asked, Senior Brother, why did you rush to send out the distress signal? Did something really happen to Senior Brother Hardy? It can't be possible. Senior Brother Hardy is very powerful. Apart from Senior Brother Jonathan, how many other genuine disciples in the mysterious Yellow Sacred Land could hurt him? It couldn't possibly be a genuine disciple from the 9 Seas Sacred Land, or Purple Handsome Good Place, right? Don't all think too much. Senior Brother Hardy is doing well. This time he gathered everyone because he discovered that a group of illusion spirit beasts seemed problematic, suddenly becoming irritable, said one of Hardy's cronies, adding hastily with a slightly sweating forehead, brothers suspect someone might be secretly sabotaging them, such as genuine disciples from Purple Handsome Good Place. He's investigating now, and wanted to inform us beforehand. If he offended most of the genuine disciples on site, especially powerful ones like Jonathan, he would be in serious trouble. Although the half-immortal elders of the mysterious Yellow Sacred Land do not allow mutual killings, it doesn't mean nothing else would happen. The illusion spirit beasts have become more agitated. It seems true. When I dealt with an illusion spirit beast that looked like a chameleon snake, it didn't even use its color-changing ambush technique, Dev remarked. I initially thought it was just a coincidence. Now it appears that something unusual is indeed happening in the central region's hunting area of the mysterious Yellow Sacred Land. Jonathan thought to himself. If not for Faulkner and Ethel sending people to scheme against Jonathan, he might not have considered it much. Now, Jonathan immediately associated this matter with Faulkner. Jonathan wasn't a novice cultivator and wouldn't naively believe everything was a mere coincidence. For Faulkner to pit mysterious Yellow Sacred Land's genuine disciples against each other in the illusion spirit secret realm, he must have made thorough preparations, ensuring there would be witnesses. The illusion spirit secret realm was vast and sparsely populated. Even if the mysterious yellow sacred land brought hundreds or even thousands of genuine disciples, they'd hardly meet each other. Given the circumstances, the probability of this being related to Faulkner was extremely high. Of course, Jonathan wasn't making wild accusations. He had absolute confidence. Suddenly, a face both familiar and unfamiliar appeared before Jonathan. This person looked almost exactly like Jonathan. It was clear that someone from the Nine Seas sacred land, likely under Faulkner's orders, had disguised themselves as him to frame him. Previously, Teddy had mistakenly believed Jonathan had changed his appearance and thus did not suspect him, having no guard whatsoever. But Teddy never expected that was the real Jonathan or that Jonathan would appear in the Nine Seas sacred land as hunting area. Faulkner's crony could come to the illusion spirit secret realm, as they were originally a genuine disciple of Purple Handsome Good Place, only submitting to Faulkner. Many genuine disciples of mysterious yellow sacred land, upon seeing the fake Jonathan, hadn't scrutinized him carefully, their attention elsewhere. Standing on the tree, Jonathan crossed his arms, anger flickering in his eyes. How poor was their observation skill? As soon as he appeared, they began flattering him without confirming if he was the real deal. If they had observed closely, Faulkner's subordinate's disguise would have been easily exposed. Truly powerful secret arts weren't dared used by Faulkner's subordinate, who feared being instantly recognized by the half-immortal elders. This kind of physical disguise made Jonathan shake his head repeatedly. Ordinary genuine disciples might overlook him since they weren't familiar, but why did Hardy's cronies fail too? As sworn enemies, they should have suspected the imposter more readily. But Jonathan didn't realize that none of them had ever imagined a genuine disciple from the mysterious yellow sacred land would dare to impersonate someone. Any abnormal behavior from Jonathan now made Hardy's cronies wary rather than suspicious. While Jonathan stood on the tree observing, the fake Jonathan directly addressed Dev. You, come with me. Me. Senior brother Sue, wait for me. Pleased with how obedient Dev was, the fake Jonathan thought, these, mysterious yellow sacred land, genuine disciples are indeed useless. They didn't suspect me at all. Jonathan, indeed known for manipulating situations within the mysterious yellow sacred land, makes a convincing imitation. I just casually asked, not giving any reason, and yet managed to trick this Tianbong ranked number 101 Dev out. Corrected for natural fluency and accuracy. I just casually said that, without even giving a reason, and yet I managed to lure out Dev, who is ranked 101 on the Tianbong. Note, Tianbong seems to be a specific ranking system or list name in the context of the story. Since it's likely a proper noun or title from the original Adelardnese text, I have left it untranslated but ensured it reads more fluently within the sentence. If you prefer it fully translated or explained, please provide the appropriate term. As for other, mysterious yellow sacred land, genuine disciples, while I might not win against them, Dev is different. He barely qualified to enter the illusion spirit secret realm, purely by luck. I will kill Dev, pretend to loot illusion crystals, then threaten them a bit. This way, I can obtain some illusion crystals and also frame Jonathan effectively. Thinking this, the fake Jonathan grinned. Naturally, Jonathan witnessed everything. Without further ado, he knew what the imposter planned. Though Dev was now the most acquainted with Jonathan, he was the weakest among them. If there were a real fight, the fake Jonathan would definitely win. Although the fake Jonathan was also a subordinate, being a genuine disciple from the Nine Seas sacred land, his rank and strength far surpassed Dev's. The fake Jonathan didn't find killing Dev difficult, especially if he ambushed him unexpectedly, potentially resulting in instant death. Obviously, the fake Jonathan was being cautious. However, as a genuine disciple of mysterious yellow sacred land, Dev wasn't an easy target either. After walking some distance, noticing no other genuine disciples around, Dev became wary. Who are you? Senior brother Sue wouldn't act like this. Oh, you uncovered my identity so quickly. Not bad for someone who has interacted with Jonathan. I indeed don't know Jonathan well, finding it hard to mimic his actions accurately, but it's too late for you to realize this. Realizing he was discovered, the fake Jonathan stopped pretending. Had he been exposed earlier, facing numerous genuine disciples of mysterious yellow sacred land, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself, let alone harm Dev. Currently, he saw no threat in dealing with a dying man. No matter how deeply hidden another genuine disciple's strength might be, it wouldn't change Dev's fate, a lucky entrant into the illusion spirit secret realm. Dev die. Smiling, the fake Jonathan walked towards Dev. Just as the fake Jonathan prepared to make his move, the real Jonathan came from afar, calmly saying, "Oh, really? Hashtag chapter 201. Unmasking the imposter. How did another one come here?" The fake Jonathan felt a chill run through him. Dealing with two people would be far more challenging. Making too much noise would only attract even more people, which would complicate matters further. First, he needed to confirm who this person was. If the newcomer was not strong, he could take care of both of them together. With this decision made, the fake Jonathan turned around, and his smile immediately froze. The new arrival looked exactly like Jonathan. This must be the real deal. Senior brother Sue. Dev looked at the new senior brother Sue. Even without the earlier events, the differences were clear. One appeared calm and collected while the other seemed nervous and evasive. It was easy to tell who was the real one. Really bad luck. The fake Jonathan's heart sank. Without hesitation, he chose to flee. His movements were swift and elusive as he dashed away. If it had been anyone else, he might have considered fighting, but against Jonathan, he lacked any courage to battle. Jonathan was an elite disciple of a sacred land, whereas he was just a subordinate. They were on entirely different levels. One misstep could lead to certain death. Dressed up as me to commit fraud, and now you think you can escape? Jonathan wasn't about to let the imposter get away so easily. He gave chase immediately. As they ran, the genuine Jonathan was noticeably faster than the imposter. Boom. Jonathan punched forward, thunder flashing as the 9 tribulation lightning fist burst forth with incredible power. This technique had long been mastered by him, and even a casual strike was immensely powerful. For the fake Jonathan, there was no way to avoid this attack. so he had no choice but to brace himself for impact. A massive force surged in, shattering his armor and causing his body to go numb from the lightning's energy. This guy is a freak. The fake Jonathan's face fell. The man before him was even stronger than he had anticipated. Even senior brother Jonah might not be able to match him. Due to Jonathan's unreserved attack, the loud noise caught the attention of other true disciples from the Xuanhuan sacred land nearby, who rushed over to investigate. What happened here? Could it be a powerful illusion beast? As everyone arrived, an idea struck the fake Jonathan. He quickly tore off the mask that looked like real skin, revealing his true face. Who is this guy, and why is he in our hunting grounds of the Xuanhuan sacred land? The disciples of the Xuanhuan sacred land all knew each other well, as there were only about 100 of them in the illusionary spirit realm. A sudden unfamiliar face left everyone puzzled. After all, the illusionary spirit realm was vast, and each sacred land had its own hunting area, seldom venturing into others. Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Zhuhai sacred land. I accidentally wandered into your territory, and to my dismay, brother Jonathan intended to kill me. The fake Jonathan sobbed, portraying Jonathan as a villain intent on murder. Can he actually pull this off? Even Jonathan was stunned. He thought, impressive acting skills, he's really going all out. Because of the fake Jonathan's convincing performance, several people began to look at Jonathan with suspicion. Acts of murder for gain were not uncommon in the cultivation world, though they couldn't be openly discussed. Bullshit. It was clearly you pretending to be senior brother Jonathan, intending to harm me, and fortunately, senior brother Jonathan arrived in time. Dev was livid. Had the real senior brother not arrived in time, he might have been killed. Do you have any proof that I wanted to kill you? Bastard. Dev nearly spat blood in anger. With the mask destroyed, he indeed had no evidence. Seeing Dev at a loss, the fake Jonathan felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had secured his life. The illusionary spirit realm is fraught with danger. Ordinary true disciples usually act together. How dare you venture alone when your strength is clearly lacking? Jonathan questioned sternly. I encountered a powerful illusion beast and got separated from my companions. The fake Jonathan grimaced. Despite being a ranked true disciple of the purple handsome ground, he was portrayed as weak in Jonathan's words. Is that so? Then you won't mind if I check your storage ring, will you? Jonathan sneered. Having impersonated him for so long, the imposter must have harmed many Xuanhuan sacred land disciples and looted their belongings. Upon hearing this, the fake Jonathan's expression changed drastically. His storage ring contained numerous items taken from Xuanhuan sacred land disciples, especially unique treasures specific to the Xuanhuan sacred land. Why should I let you see my storage ring? The fake Jonathan clutched the storage ring tightly, refusing to show it to anyone. This behavior raised suspicions among the gathered crowd. If there was nothing wrong, why wouldn't you let us see? Everyone has noticed the issue with this guy. He has come here to cause trouble, killing many of our fellow Xuanhuan sacred land disciples. I suspect he may even be responsible for the agitation of the illusion beasts. Jonathan's words resonated with the others, making them believe it to some extent. Hand it over. Jonathan approached and snatched the storage ring from the fake Jonathan, then dumped out its contents. Among the items were many Xuanhuan sacred land treasures. If 1 or 2 items were found, it might be a coincidence, but there were over 10. The guy from the Zhuhai sacred land is truly audacious, thinking we are so easy to bully. He wants to fool us. How despicable. The assembled disciples were outraged, surrounding the fake Jonathan menacingly. Both impersonating Jonathan to harm their fellow disciples and agitating the illusion beasts were actions that enraged everyone. Many Xuanhuan sacred land disciples had been injured by the agitated illusion beasts. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The fake Jonathan panicked, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Everyone, hold on. Someone must have instructed him to do this. Let's get the whole story first. Jonathan restrained the others, knowing very well who was behind this. However, such matters required confession from the involved party. All of this was forced upon me by Jonah. Please forgive me. I had no choice. The fake Jonathan immediately revealed the mastermind behind the scenes. It's Jonah? That guy is truly despicable. I always suspected he wasn't a good person. The true disciples were furious, wanting to confront Jonah right away. Let's deal with this guy first. He has spilled the blood of many of our brothers. Seeing his goal achieved, Jonathan didn't hesitate. Others clearly shared his thoughts. Together, they attacked, and the fake Jonathan was quickly overwhelmed and killed. Chapter 202. Hunting in a different place. This matter can't just be let go. Those guys are truly despicable. We must make them pay. That's right. If we don't show our strength, others will think that the Xuanhuan Holy Land is easy to bully. Even after dealing with the fake Jonathan, everyone was still furious. Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. Jonathan suddenly had an idea, one he found quite interesting. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. People naturally tend to follow stronger individuals, and Jonathan was clearly the strongest among those present. Currently, hunting in our designated area is fraught with danger. Why don't we switch to a different territory? I think the Zhijianliangdi area would be perfect, Jonathan said with a smile. This plan had been formulated long ago. Facing the entire Zhijianliangdi alone would be exhausting, but pulling in fellow disciples made it much easier. As for the Zhuhai Holy Land, which acted alongside Zhijianliangdi, they would need to wait until later. The Xuanhuan Holy Land alone wouldn't stand a chance against 2 major Holy Lands simultaneously. Brother Su's proposal is excellent. We'll do it. Everyone immediately agreed. Since Zhijianliangdi caused trouble for the Xuanhuan Holy Land's hunting grounds, they might as well hunt in their area. Then let's gather everyone first. Jonathan looked around, satisfied with everyone's response. They quickly dispersed to assemble the scattered disciples throughout the hunting area. Though the region was vast, most disciples operated in groups of a few or even larger teams of over 10, making the task manageable. Over a dozen true disciples worked together using distress signals, efficiently gathering everyone. Indeed, someone is playing tricks behind our backs. Hardy also rushed over, agreeing with Jonathan's suggestion. He thought it was a solid plan. Zijin Liangdi wouldn't dare sabotage their own area, as it would prevent them from continuing to hunt. Hardy, second only to Jonathan in strength, and a renowned disciple of Xuanhuan Holy Land, held significant influence. His agreement swayed many others, leading nearly 90% of the group to concur. The few remaining reluctantly followed, given that staying behind would leave them isolated and vulnerable if issues arose. To be honest, Jonathan hadn't expected Hardy's support. But considering the external threat, Hardy naturally put aside their personal grievances, making Jonathan understand his decision. The group marched toward the Zijin Liangdi hunting grounds. Despite encountering powerful illusionary beasts, they posed no match for so many formidable warriors. Over 100 true disciples united could overcome any obstacles outside explicitly marked forbidden zones. Almost there. Ahead is the Zijin Liangdi area. Be cautious, something's coming. A blood-colored shadow appeared abruptly. It was one of the 8 blood slaves. Their targets were always outsiders. The congregation of Xianhuan Holy Land disciples naturally drew attention from the blood slaves. The nearest blood slave arrived first, striking mercilessly at the group. A few individuals couldn't contend with the blood slave, but Jonathan's group numbered over 100. A rational creature might have hesitated, but the enslaved blood slave, manipulated by an unknown entity, lacked reason. Their master's command was paramount. Even death didn't deter them. As soon as the blood slave appeared, Jonathan reacted, intercepting its attack. The targeted disciple, whose average abilities barely matched this assault, was petrified. Without Jonathan's swift action, he would have perished. Finally, other disciples responded, unleashing various martial techniques and spells, forcing the blood slave back. Despite being refined by the unknown entity, the blood slave remained corporeal, rapidly succumbing to the overwhelming assault, falling into a pool of blood. What the hell is that? It's completely different from the illusionary beasts. It looks human? The disciples stared bewildered at the mangled blood slave. Everyone, be on your guard. I encountered these monsters before, and they aren't alone. Jonathan warned everyone to stay vigilant. There's more than one? These creatures are terrifying. Thankfully, we're in a large group, or it would have been dangerous. Hearing there were multiple creatures, the group grew wary. Although they had the numbers to easily kill the monsters, the latter's speed and strength meant anyone caught off guard could be killed instantly. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. After this encounter, the group officially entered Zijin Liangdi's territory. Exploring the area, they heard sounds of combat nearby. They rushed forward to investigate. They saw several Zijin Liangdi elite disciples attacking a gigantic tiger-like illusionary beast. The tiger was formidable but outnumbered, already showing signs of fatigue. Someone's here. Get lost. This is our discovery. Upon sensing intruders, the Zijin Liangdi disciples initially mistook them for reinforcements. Realizing the newcomers' identities stunned them. They're from Xianhuan Holy Land. Why are they in our hunting ground? That's Jonathan. He's here too. Some recognized the origin of the new arrivals and spotted Jonathan within the group. Immediately, a dozen members from Jonathan's party surged forward, attacking the Zijin Liangdi disciples without hesitation. Outnumbered and exhausted from battling the tiger, the Zijin Liangdi disciples were quickly subdued. The tiger became prey for Jonathan's side. What are you doing? Why did you attack us? Afraid of sparking a war between the sects? Though beaten and restrained, the Zijin Liangdi disciples remained defiant. I think you're the one stirring up trouble. Don't think what you've done remains unnoticed, Jonathan sneered. Their expressions changed. While not primary planners, they knew about the operation and had been briefed to assist Clive in suppressing Xianhuan Holy Land if necessary. Chapter 203, The Trap. Needless to say, it must be that Clive's actions had been exposed, inviting the retribution of the Xin Devon Holy Land. The group felt like crying but held back their tears, unable to utter a word. Jonathan made an eye signal, and Dev led a few people forward to take off all the storage rings from the members of the Purple Noble Good Earth. What are you doing? Those are our possessions. Robbers, a bunch of robbers. The eyes of the Purple Noble Good Earth members turned red. In those storage rings were not only the spirit stones they obtained by hunting illusion beasts over these days, but also everything they had accumulated over the years. If these were taken, they would be left penniless. Dev and the others did not even bother to pay attention to them. It was already generous enough that they were sparing their lives. If it were not for fear of infuriating the Purple Noble Good Earth by killing these people, plus the fact that these individuals were not the main culprits, the Xin Devon Holy Land team would have shown no mercy. After giving them another thorough beating, Jonathan and his group left triumphantly. As they rampaged through the Purple Noble Good Earth's hunting area for a long time, they failed to encounter a single member of the Purple Noble Good Earth. This wasn't surprising. After all, the secret realm was vast, and it was already quite fortunate that they had encountered a few earlier. This blind wandering isn't going to work. Yeah, if we keep this up, we won't get many spirit stones. Seeing how they spent several days with little success, everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged. Though they had encountered some illusion beasts over the past few days, the numbers were too small and insufficient to divide among so many people. It was far less efficient than hunting separately. But if they split up, they could be attacked by blood slaves, and when facing the Purple Noble Good Earth, they would lose their numerical advantage. Don't worry, I have a plan. Jonathan pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. Everyone looked at him eagerly. Dev, search through those guys' storage rings and see if there's any tool to send a distress signal. Got it. This is the Purple Noble Good Earth's unique communication tool. Once used, everyone within hundreds of miles holding the same device will receive the message. The few storage rings hadn't been divided yet, and were still in Dev's hands. He quickly found a few compass-like artifacts. Perfect, we can use this artifact to lure them here, Jonathan said with a smile. Great idea. Now we don't have to worry about finding those guys. Everyone instantly brightened. With this artifact, their search efficiency would increase significantly, and they wouldn't have to worry about the Purple Noble Good Earth not taking the bait. While moving around, they used the compass artifact to send messages to their surroundings and soon received a response. Jonathan immediately stated that they had encountered a powerful illusion beast and needed support, quickly luring the enemies over. When the arriving Purple Noble Good Earth disciples saw over 100 people on site, they were momentarily stunned. Soon, their fate matched that of the previous Purple Noble Good Earth members who were injured and left with only their underwear. As the saying goes, a novel gimmick works everywhere. Jonathan's group quickly tricked dozens of Purple Noble Good Earth members using the compass. Even if someone received a distress call but was unwilling to help, Jonathan enticed them with heavy rewards, tricking them into coming over. Since all the cheated individuals lost their communication compasses and couldn't contact other Purple Noble Good Earth members, Jonathan's actions continued for several days without the Purple Noble Good Earth noticing anything amiss. The vastness of the illusion spirit realm greatly benefited Jonathan and his group. We've gathered quite a bit. Let's divide the loot. They had acquired dozens of storage rings from the Purple Noble Good Earth disciples, which were now stored in a small cloth bag carried by Dev. Jonathan glanced over and felt it was time to share. With so much loot, dividing it could boost everyone's morale. Under Jonathan's direction, the treasures, talismans, and spirit stones were roughly and fairly divided into over 100 portions, one for each person. This method ignored who contributed more or less, treating everyone equally. This fairness moved many. Typically, division should be based on strength. In such a case, as the leader, Jonathan should have gotten the most, but with equal distribution, he took less. However, Jonathan didn't mind. His gains were already substantial, and while these items were valuable to others, they were ordinary to him. What he truly aimed for was retribution against the Purple Noble Good Earth, not just for this gain. In contrast, the rest of the group felt much differently. Everyone was excited. For them, it was akin to obtaining a significant fortune, especially those spirit stones, which could greatly enhance their power and potentially improve their rankings in the 9 Holy Land competition. With considerable gains, everyone was eager and ready to rob the next batch of Purple Noble Good Earth members. The compass is active again, and disciple holding the compass said excitedly. Those guys are asking for our help. They seem to be in great danger. Holding the compass, the disciple hesitated after seeing the message. Let's go rescue them and clean them out while we're at it. Someone laughed heartily. Others agreed wholeheartedly. Soon, they obtained the location of the enemy. Led by Jonathan, they headed toward the target site. The target site was a massive canyon, deep and bottomless. Jonathan and his group entered the canyon, where dense vegetation grew everywhere, looking vibrant yet ominous, creating an eerie atmosphere. Should be here, but where are those guys? Arriving at the specified location, the disciple holding the compass looked around but found no one. They might have realized our identity and set a trap, someone said anxiously. It's possible. Everyone, be careful. Jonathan nodded. It was indeed a possibility, given their actions over the past days. One of the Purple Noble Good Earth's victims might have contacted others. Checking the area, they found no signs of any fight. Retreat quickly, there's an array here. Hardy suddenly shouted, retreating rapidly. Suddenly, firelight erupted around them, coalescing into terrifying fire dragons, emitting astonishing power. Haha, got you now. This is our Purple Noble Good Earth's special offensive array, the Crimson Dragon Array. See where you run this time, Jonathan. A smug voice sounded as Clive appeared outside the array with dozens of Purple Noble Good Earth disciples. The flames separated both sides, trapping even Hardy, who sensed something amiss beforehand, inside the array. Chapter 204. Leaving no stone unturned. The Xian Holy Land really has great courage to dare attack us. Unfortunately for you, your plan has backfired. Clive was utterly smug. This formation was his ace in the hole. Initially, he only intended to use it against Jonathan at a critical moment, but unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to capture everyone from the Xian Holy Land all at once. This rare chance could turn into a great boon for him. Imagine what would happen if all the true disciples of the Xian Holy Land inside the illusory spirit realm were wiped out. The Xian Holy Land would be relegated to last place during the great contest among the 9 Holy Lands, their reputation severely tarnished. It could even lead to a severe blow to the younger generation, causing a generational gap within the sect. This way, the Zhuanliangdi could seize the Xian Holy Land's assets and resources, growing even stronger. And he would become a great hero within the Zhuanliangdi, earning the admiration of the venerable elders and receiving focused cultivation support. He might even become a half-immortal or immortal one day. Himph, using despicable means to harm our people first, and now you try to blame us? How ridiculous, Jonathan sneered while surreptitiously examining the surroundings for a way to break the formation. There were 13 fire dragons, each emitting fluctuations equivalent to those of the blood slaves they previously encountered, if not stronger. This kind of tactic might work against a few individuals, but relying on just 6 fire dragons to wipe out all of the Xian Holy Land's disciples was clearly impractical. This implied that the Grand Array had some other tricks up its sleeve. Despicable methods? As long as the goal is achieved, even the most despicable means are acceptable. Today, you will all die here, and we will rely on the resources on your bodies to rank highly in the Holy Land contest. Clive spoke with mocking sarcasm. Winners take all, losers lose everything. That's the eternal truth. Do you think this array can kill us all? If news gets out, do you really think the Xian Holy Land won't retaliate? The disciples of the Xian Holy Land were both shocked and angry. They never imagined the Zhuanliangdi would not only steal but also try to eliminate them completely. It was simply outrageous. Earlier, when they encountered the Zhuanliangdi, it was just theft, not such a ruthless approach. News leaking? No need to worry about that. Outside this grand array is a formation that blocks all divinations. Even someone proficient in fortune-telling wouldn't know what happened here. We'll create a false impression later so that the Xian Holy Land believes you died due to a disturbance in a forbidden area. Clive explained his plan without hesitation. After all, everyone else present was either an ally or doomed. You won't have a good end for doing this. We should have taken tougher actions earlier against these scoundrels. The Devon Holy Land disciples cursed angrily. Calm down everyone, don't fall into their trap. This person is trying to provoke us into losing our composure. A hastily set up formation, I don't believe it can stop all of us. Jonathan consoled the group, knowing panic was the last thing they needed. It wasn't the time for rashness, staying calm was key. Brother Sue is right. With over 100 of us and only dozens of them, numbers are on our side. One formation alone cannot frighten us. Everyone, let's break through this formation together. Upon hearing Jonathan's words, everyone found reassurance. Being the strongest disciple present, Jonathan's voice carried weight. Under Jonathan's leadership, they aimed at a single direction, trying to break through the formation. It's futile. Clive laughed, waving his array flag, prompting the 13 fire dragons to spew searing flames. The temperature was extremely high. Clearly, it was powerful spiritual fire. Some disciples fought off the approaching flames under Jonathan's command, while others remained vigilant against the Zijuan Liangdi outside. They tried to push toward the outer edge of the formation while fending off attacks. Leaving won't be easy. Clive waved his hand, and his followers unleashed artifacts from afar. Under his control, the formation allowed the Zijuan Liangdi to attack from the outside while the trapped Devon Holy Land disciples could only defend passively, unable to retaliate. Soon, injuries began piling up. If this continued, casualties were inevitable. It seems we must deal with those fire dragons first before breaking the array. Anyone with water-affiliated artifacts or spells, use them now. After a brief consideration, Jonathan decided they couldn't escape until the fire dragons were neutralized. A fire dragon lunged directly at them. Jonathan charged forward, smashing out a terrifying fist wrapped in thunder. The fire dragon weakened considerably. Seeing this success, others quickly attacked with water-based techniques and artifacts, immediately subduing the leading fire dragon. Using this experience, they split into groups to counter external attacks and battle the remaining fire dragons. They gradually eliminated all 13 fire dragons and reached the outer perimeter of the grand array. This wall of fire is too hot. Even our spiritual energy burns more rapidly here. Just standing here depletes our reserves. On reaching the outer boundary, they realized the fire wall was far more intense than the fire dragon flames. Escaping unscathed seemed impossible. They'd be left defenseless afterward. Now you understand. The grand array is unbreakable. You're all going to die here. Clive waved his array flag again, and the Scarlet Dragon formation erupted with fire, producing more fire dragons. How can there be more? Jonathan was stunned. They thought eliminating the original dragons would suffice. Did the fire dragons never run out? It didn't make sense. There had to be a source of the flames. Chapter 205, The Breakout Squad. Are these fire dragons endless? At this rate, aren't we doomed to die? The disciples of Devon Holy Land felt their hearts sink as they watched the fire dragons approach once again. Though they had swiftly dealt with over a dozen fire dragons earlier, it was only because of their combined efforts. Many of them had already expended a great deal of spiritual energy during the last battle, and some of their treasures were even destroyed. This time around, facing the fire dragons would be far more difficult. You were fated for this. Do you know why I led you all to this canyon? Because beneath this canyon lies an extremely powerful underground fire. With its power, the fire dragons condensed by the Red Dragon formation can never be completely destroyed. Seeing that the people from Devon Holy Land couldn't break through the wall of fire, Clive simply waved his hand, signaling the people beside him to stop attacking. Since they were going to be drained to death by the Red Dragon formation anyway, why waste spiritual energy? Now, he just needed to watch and enjoy the show. While everyone from Devon Holy Land was in dire straits, Jonathan gazed thoughtfully at the formation flags in Clive's hand. Earlier, the other side had controlled the Red Dragon formation using these very flags. If Jonathan could seize the flag, wouldn't he be able to break the formation? This idea popped into his mind, and Jonathan began to evaluate its feasibility. Although it was a risky plan, it wasn't entirely impossible. While others might not be able to get past the wall of fire, Jonathan felt that with his strength, he could give it a try. But after breaking through the firewall, he would still have to face the people from Parker D, which would be quite troublesome. By himself, he couldn't fight Clive, let alone reach him without being hindered along the way. Jonathan, do you have any ideas? If we don't find a way to break the formation soon, when our spiritual energy is depleted, we'll be dead. Hardy approached to ask. Although they had crossed swords before, now, in this life or death situation, there was no time for such concerns. I do have an idea, but I need someone to assist me, Jonathan replied after a moment's thought. What is it? Senior Brother Sue, please tell us. Everyone quickly urged upon hearing Jonathan had a plan. The formation is controlled by the array flags in Clive's hand. If we can seize those flags, the formation will collapse on its own. But I can't complete this task alone, Jonathan stated. I'll assist you. Hardy stood up first. Me too. And me. Many cultivators from Devon Holy Land volunteered to join Jonathan. Jonathan selected 10 of the strongest individuals among the crowd, forming a breakout squad of 12 with himself and Hardy. But how can we break through the wall of fire? Yes, the wall of fire is too formidable. Everyone was at a loss. Even though the 12-member breakout squad was formed, only Jonathan and Hardy had confidence in breaching the wall. Others didn't dare to try, fearing they would be severely burned or lose combat ability once they got out. Who has any treasures to ward off water? Now we must work together. Only if the entire breakout squad gets out safely do we stand a chance. Jonathan scanned the group and asked. I have a fire-resistant pearl. Although it serves no other purpose, it's effective against flames. I have a green water silk cloak that also resists fire. I have a fire-resistant talisman. Many people responded, taking out various items. Even though fire-resistant treasures were rare, they managed to gather enough among the 100+ people. Earlier, no one used these treasures to break through the wall of fire because even if they made it out, they'd still face the menacing Parker D disciples waiting outside. Outnumbered, staying inside the formation seemed safer. With these treasures gathered, everyone had one item. Equipped with these, the breakout squad immediately took action. One person threw a pellet to the ground, releasing thick black smoke that rapidly spread, enveloping everyone in Xian Holy Land. It even broke through the wall of fire, making everything pitch black. These fellows are playing tricks? Clive frowned, annoyed by his inability to see inside the red dragon formation. Unknown variables could lead to unexpected developments. Boss, who cares what they're doing? Can they possibly break the red dragon formation? That's right. We know the power of the red dragon formation better than anyone, especially with the underground fire's enhancement. There's no way they can break through. Clive pondered and agreed. If his subordinates weren't worried, why should he be? No matter what, as long as they couldn't escape the formation, they were as good as dead. Soon, the black smoke spread to where Clive and his team stood. There seems to be something in the smoke. Those guys couldn't really be breaking out, could they? The Parker D group was startled to notice movement in the black smoke. Fear not, even if the strongest few emerge, we are many and can handle them, Clive shouted loudly, surprised that Xian Holy Land actually dared to charge out of the firewall. So what if they came out? Could just a few of them contend with so many? Under Clive's orders, the Parker D members launched attacks into the black smoke. They could only vaguely discern movements, unable to pinpoint exact locations, leading to ineffective attacks. Moments later, the first silhouette emerged from the smoke. It wasn't Jonathan but Hardy, instantly drawing the attention of Parker D, who directed their attacks towards him. Subsequently, 10 more silhouettes rushed out, yet Jonathan remained unseen. Though the breakout squad numbered only 11, they were elite. They might not be a match for Parker D, but holding their own for a while wasn't a problem. Not just the others, even Clive's focus was drawn to the breakout squad as they fought. Clive watched these fighters from Xian Holy Land closely. To counter Xian Holy Land, he had done extensive preparations, having a fair understanding of their top-ranked warriors. These were the finest among the true disciples of Xian Holy Land, especially Hardy. Yet, something seemed missing. Chapter 206, Seizing the Array Flag. It seemed that someone who should have been there was missing. Jonathan, where had that guy gone? Earlier, several figures had suddenly burst out from the black smoke, throwing Clive into a momentary disarray. It wasn't until now that he realized the critical issue. As the strongest figure on the Xian Holy Land side, if Xian Holy Land intended to break through, Jonathan could not possibly be absent. So, only one possibility remained. He was still hiding within the black smoke. Upon this realization, Clive immediately cast a nervous glance toward the smoke. To deal with Jonathan, he had specifically conducted thorough investigations into him. He knew all too well how powerful his opponent was, which was also why he had always avoided direct confrontation with Jonathan. Unfortunately, his reaction was still a step too late. Just as he was about to gather people to pay attention to the figures in the black smoke, a lone figure had already emerged from it. This last person was indeed Jonathan. Before that, within the black smoke, the breakout squad had already planned their move. Hardy led 10 others to act together, stepping out first to draw the majority of the attention. While the defenses were thin, Jonathan broke through towards Clive and aimed to seize the array flag. As soon as he emerged from the smoke, 2 of Clive's subordinates blocked Jonathan's path. Bang! Bang! 2 fists struck so swiftly they blurred, and before the 2 subordinates could react, they were sent flying by Jonathan. Seeing this, Clive had no intention of fighting. He threw a defensive magical treasure and immediately retreated, attempting to hide in the crowd. At this point, other disciples from Purple Handsome Fine Place rushed to aid, buying time for Clive's retreat. Having seized this rare opportunity, how could Jonathan let it slip away? Residual Cloud Body Shadow Technique. Over 100 illusions appeared out of nowhere, each realistic enough to pass as real, making it seem like 100 Jonathans were charging towards Clive. Each attack from the Purple Handsome Fine Place, disciples hit these illusions. By the time the 100 illusions reached Clive, less than a tenth remained, but Jonathan's true form was still hidden. Heh, you lose. Jonathan's body approached Clive, flashing a grin. Dark energy surged around him, followed by a fierce punch. No. In a panic, Clive pulled out a pitch-black talisman and tore it apart. A streak of dark light erupted from it, shooting straight at Jonathan. Facing this sudden strike, Jonathan didn't dodge. He took the hit directly. At this moment, Jonathan's fist landed, striking Clive mercilessly on the face while his other hand snatched the array flag. To Jonathan's sight, Clive's cheek caved in, teeth scattered, and he staggered backward dozens of steps. Not pausing to deliver a finishing blow, Jonathan quickly retreated. Other, Purple Handsome Fine Place, disciples surrounded him, and if he didn't withdraw now, he'd be trapped in a tight siege. Jonathan had just endured a talisman attack from Clive, and was in a weakened state. If he were besieged, it would complicate matters. The mission is done. Don't stay here. Retreat quickly. Jonathan bellowed. Upon hearing this, the breakout squad members felt a huge relief and promptly abandoned their opponents to run back into the black smoke. Facing far more enemies, they had long felt strained, and further delay might lead to casualties. Moments later, Jonathan and his group disappeared entirely into the black smoke. Chase after them. Clive looked extremely disheveled, covered in blood and having lost all his teeth, causing his speech to be garbled. Despite his comical appearance, none dared oppose his command. In Purple Handsome Fine Place, Clive was notoriously ruthless. Anyone who crossed him faced brutal retribution. A flurry of Purple Handsome Fine Place. Disciples hurried into the black smoke. Clive stared intently at the black smoke, feeling increasingly anxious. The array flag was key to controlling the Crimson Dragon formation. If lost, the formation would no longer be under his control. However, the array flag was a magical treasure bearing his mark. Even if seized, it required time to assimilate. Otherwise, it would be unusable. If he could reclaim the flag before its assimilation, everything would still be salvageable. For Clive, seizing the array flag meant achieving great merit. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Although aware of the flag's importance, Clive still didn't intend to enter the black smoke personally. Visibility within was poor, and encountering Jonathan head-on would spell certain death. Thinking back to the earlier encounter, he shuddered. That talisman was the renowned eroding body black talisman, lethal even to a 10th stage Ajay. Yet, Jonathan had taken it as if nothing had happened. Simply astonishing. This made Clive realize that his previous estimation of Jonathan had been too conservative. That man was far more powerful than he imagined. What Clive didn't know was that the talisman's power was indeed formidable. Had Jonathan not used the 9 transformations god-demon body, he would have suffered grave injuries. Even with it, he sustained some damage. Had it not been for this, Jonathan would have killed Clive before retreating. Within the black smoke, visibility was minimal, allowing only nearby objects to be seen. The purple handsome fine place. Disciples wandered aimlessly like headless flies. The breakout squad, however, wasn't affected because the black smoke was created by a Xian Devon Holy Land disciple using a peculiar item called a smoke pill. This pill was obtained by chance. Within the smoke pill-induced black smoke, vision could only be cleared with specially prepared spiritual water. All members of the breakout squad had used the spiritual water, rendering their vision unobstructed. They knew the positions of the purple handsome fine place disciples well. Additionally, the purple handsome fine place disciples hesitated within the smoke, moving cautiously and slowly. Thus, the breakout squad easily evaded their search and even launched sporadic attacks, greatly irritating the purple handsome fine place disciples. How can those guys see clearly? Are you an idiot? They created the smoke, so of course, they have a way to move freely. Purple handsome fine place disciples cursed. Many had suffered attacks, and their morale was low. Stop arguing. Let's split up into groups, 10 per group, forming 6 groups. That will increase our chances of finding them, commanded one of Clive's subordinates named Dag. ####Chapter 207, Internal Strife. It's easier said than done. If we form groups of 10, we might as well just be offering our heads to those guys. Especially that Jonathan. He's a freak of nature. It would take at least a dozen people to take him on. Dissatisfied voices echoed from the crowd. Who dares speak so boldly? Are you going against Senior Brother Song's will? Another of Clive's cronies, hearing the murmurs from the crowd, immediately shouted. He was also one of Clive's staunch supporters named Aaron, who had some familial ties with Clive. Relying on this relationship, he frequently bullied other disciples. Upon his words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, but soon another voice emerged. You two leeches rely only on Clive's power. Without him backing you up, do you think your strength would even allow you to talk big? The voice sounded distorted and couldn't be identified. Combined with the poor visibility in the black smoke, it was impossible to pinpoint who was speaking. In truth, everyone had long harbored resentment toward Clive. Even if this mission succeeded, all the credit would go to him while the others would merely be exerting effort for nothing. Outside, under Clive's intimidating presence, no one dared to resist. But within this cloud of black smoke, things were different. Fine. All of you have mutiny in mind. I'll report this to Senior Brother Song when we get out. You won't dare act recklessly after he or the sect deals with you, Dag threatened angrily. Aaron also roared, you dogs will get what you deserve once we're out. As Clive's subordinates, they were always treated with respect by the other disciples. Never had they been mocked like this before. To them, it felt like dragons in shallow waters being taunted by shrimps or tigers on flatlands being bullied by dogs. Unbeknownst to them, others saw them merely as 2 vicious dogs. After their threats, the crowd ominously fell silent again. Humph, now you're afraid? Do as you should, form the groups quickly, and 2 of them should follow us. Yes, the 2 strongest groups should come with us. Dag and Aaron, seeing that no one objected, felt very pleased. They believed it was Senior Brother Song's reputation that kept everyone in check. Only Senior Brother Song was formidable enough to scare these useless disciples into silence. They wanted 2 groups to accompany them because the whispers reminded them that the enemies from the Xian Devon Holy Land were dangerous, and having 2 teams for protection made them feel safer. Why don't we kill these 2 now? We can just say they were killed by Jonathan. What do you think? A hoarse voice floated eerily from the crowd. This plan is good. These 2 lapdogs have been bullying us. I've been wanting to teach them a lesson. Another high-pitched voice chimed in. Clearly, both voices had been altered to avoid identification. More voices of agreement followed, making Dag and Aaron's scalps tingle. These people actually wanted to attack them. Terrified and furious, they realized that even one-on-one, they wouldn't stand a chance against some of the present individuals. Their daily indulgences had left their martial arts skills severely neglected, placing them at the bottom among the true disciples. Had it not been for their status as Clive's cronies, they wouldn't even qualify to enter this illusionary spirit realm. If you don't want to split into groups, let's just act together. It's safer this way. Yeah, let's stick together. Why fight each other when we're all from the same sect? Dag and Aaron's tone softened considerably, far from their earlier arrogance. However, deep-seated resentment surfaced, and the crowd wasn't about to let this pass easily. Do you finally know fear? Everyone, cover your faces. Let's act together, and no one will know whose hands killed them. Someone sneered, giving a reminder to the group. Most had face veils in their storage rings, and those without could easily make one from their clothing. Soon, everyone covered their faces. The Bayo, keep an eye on them. I'll inform Senior Brother Song. Dag spoke, and then bolted in the direction leading out of the black smoke. Son of a bitch Dag, you're abandoning me. Hearing this, Aaron hurriedly ran as well. Ignoring everything else, they fled wildly towards the edge of the black smoke. Once outside, they would be safe with Senior Brother Song backing them up. Don't let them escape. We'll be doomed if they get out. People around sprang into action, chasing after them. Aya! Aaron let out a blood-curdling scream as someone suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him hard. The sound triggered a frenzy. People rushed over, delivering punches and kicks, leaving Aaron battered and bruised, unable to escape. None of the attacks were lethal, they only caused immense pain. This wasn't out of mercy but a desire to prolong Aaron's suffering. It clearly showed how much hatred Aaron and his cohort had earned over time. Even at the brink of death, they would make him suffer. Meanwhile, hearing Aaron's screams, Dag was trembling with fear. Squatting on the ground, he remained motionless for a long time. Ironically, this made him harder to find. After a while, Dag got a bright idea and pulled out a veil to cover his face. In the dense black smoke, already difficult to see clearly, the veil made it nearly impossible for anyone to recognize him. Feeling secure, he walked calmly. Did you see that bastard Dag? A masked person suddenly approached Dag and asked. Startled, Dag, realizing the person didn't recognize him, casually pointed in a random direction. I think he went that way. Himph. The sly dog changed directions and headed deeper into the black smoke. Nearly tricked me. The masked person huffed and chased in that direction. Dag secretly breathed a sigh of relief, confident his disguise was foolproof. That idiot probably never imagined he was talking to me. Dag. Translation notes. Ensured proper use of English only. Maintained accurate pinyin names for characters. Retained original tone and style. Kept paragraph and line breaks consistent with the source text. Provided coherent translation aligned with previous content. Chapter 208. Dag is here. Just wait until I get out of here, you'll see. Debao, rest assured, I will make Xianxia avenge you. Dag thought to himself as he continued walking outward. In the black smoke, a series of bizarre and laughable events unfolded. Some were beating up Aaron, while others were searching for Dag, yet no one bothered to look for Jonathan and his companions. All this was clearly observed by Jonathan and the others. The breakout squad watched with an amused attitude, acting as onlookers. Only Jonathan was busier, diligently refining the array flag. That lackey called Dag seems to be almost escaping. As one of Clive's minions, that guy is truly despicable. We can't let him escape like this. The members of the breakout squad began to discuss, fully aware of how Dag hid and tried to escape disguise with a veil. I'm going to give those purple Junliangdi guys a gift. Hardy grinned maliciously and vanished in a flash. Soon after, Dag, who was about to leave the black smoke, suddenly got a severe punch. Then, his veil was torn off. The assailant dragged him back into the black smoke for hundreds of meters, shouting, Dag is here, before tossing him deeper into the smoke. How did he see through my disguise? This is disastrous. Dag's heart turned cold as he saw several masked figures staring at him intensely. Ah! Painful cries echoed continuously. Outside the black smoke, Clive remained unaware of all this, still believing his men were searching for the array flag. Little did he know, 2 of his minions had already met a terrible end. Haha, well done, senior brother Hardy. Just now, that kid thought he could escape. Now, it's over for him. The breakout squad burst into laughter. It was indeed Hardy who intervened, shattering Dag's hopes of escape. It's done. Jonathan laughed loudly. With a wave of his right hand, the red array flag hovered in his palm, emitting a faint red glow. Now, we can turn defeat into victory. Thanks to senior brother Sue for coming up with such a good plan. Not only was the plan brilliant, but also thanks to senior brother Sue's prowess, any ordinary person couldn't break through the siege and snatch the commander's array flag from a group of enemies. The breakout squad rejoiced. The crisis was truly resolved. Without hesitation, Jonathan manipulated the array flag, and the blazing fire from the red dragon array dissipated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. The walls of fire and the fiery dragons vanished completely. Jonathan then made a seal, causing over a dozen larger array flags to fly from all directions into his hands. These very flags had formed the red dragon array but were previously hidden underground, making them impossible to find. Now that Jonathan had control over the critical array flag, he knew exactly where the others were. He merely had to summon them back with ease. The scene left the breakout squad members envious. Anyone could tell these array flags were valuable, but since Jonathan had obtained them, they naturally had no share in them. Besides, such items couldn't be divided without compromising the entire formation. Inside the Grand Array, the Xuanhuan Holy Land, disciples noticed the disappearance of the surrounding firewalls and fire dragons, realizing that the breakout squad led by senior brother Sue had succeeded. Great, we can get out now. We must teach that Clive a lesson once we get out. That guy is too arrogant. Everyone was elated as they walked through the black smoke. Since the spiritual water used for cleansing eyes was limited, it was given exclusively to the breakout squad members. Thus, when the main force exited the red dragon array, their vision was just as limited as the purple Junliangdi people, seeing nothing but darkness as they moved forward cautiously. On the other side, Jonathan instructed the breakout squad members, our job isn't finished yet. You take everyone to deal with those purple Junliangdi guys. Got it. Now it's our turn to counterattack. The breakout squad eagerly prepared themselves, ready to act. Seeing everyone in motion, Jonathan quickly moved outside the black smoke, his target being the mastermind, Clive. He dashed out of the smoke, scanning the surroundings but found no one. Where did that guy go? Jonathan frowned, realizing what had happened. Likely, Clive sensed the connection between himself and the array flag had been severed and knew Jonathan had successfully refined it. Knowing the game was up, he fled. Foolish, don't let me catch you, or you'll experience true pain. Though enraged, Jonathan was helpless since the opponent had escaped. The vastness of the illusionary spirit realm meant anyone could disappear into its depths. Deciding to resume helping his side fight the remaining purple Junliangdi forces, Jonathan re-entered the black smoke. Now, the Xuanhuan Holy Land, disciples, outnumbering the enemy twofold and bolstered by Jonathan's formidable strength, swiftly defeated the purple Junliangdi contingent. Dozens of purple Junliangdi disciples were captured. Of course, this didn't include Aaron and Dag, who had already met gruesome ends at the hands of their own comrades. Senior brother Sue, what should we do with these guys? Why not kill them all? They wanted to kill us anyway. You're right. If we lost, they wouldn't have shown mercy. Some from Xuanhuan Holy Land sought Jonathan's opinion, while others suggested killing all the purple Junliangdi captives. Enough, let's hear what Jonathan thinks. We managed to escape thanks to him. Let him decide what to do with these people. Hardy interrupted everyone, surprising Jonathan. They had always been rivals, yet now Hardy willingly deferred to him. In reality, Hardy, having witnessed Jonathan's prowess step by step, had long abandoned any competitive spirit and now saw Jonathan as the top disciple within the sect. To Hardy, Jonathan was no longer a rival but a goal to aspire toward. With Hardy's words, everyone fell silent, awaiting Jonathan's decision. Chapter 209. A difficult decision. No, don't kill us. Clive forced us to do this. He has been bullying everyone in the sect for too long. We had no choice but to listen to him. The disciples of Xianxia wailed and pleaded with Jonathan, begging him to spare their lives. For a moment, Jonathan was at a loss. This was the first time he had to decide the fate of so many people's lives. He knew he needed to be cautious. After hesitating for a moment, Jonathan said, "Take off all their storage rings, then let them go." "What? Senior brother Sue, you can't let them go. They were trying to kill us just now. Letting them go like this would be too lenient." Many of the xuanhuan disciples on the scene were visibly upset, clearly not wanting the matter to end so easily. They felt that these Xianxia disciples must be dealt with severely. "Everyone, follow me over here. I need to discuss something important with you all." Seeing the crowd's anger, Jonathan sighed inwardly. He made this decision reluctantly, not out of any saintly compassion, but after carefully weighing the pros and cons. The group followed Jonathan to an open area nearby, while the Xianxia disciples remained bound, unable to escape. Killing those Xianxia guys might vent our anger and give us some satisfaction, but have any of you thought about what comes next? Jonathan said with a bitter smile. What comes next? Hearing this, most people were momentarily stunned. Their minds were still clouded by anger, and they hadn't thought much beyond immediate revenge. Those Xianxia disciples are only a part of their force within Devinling's secret realm. There are also the ones who escaped, including Clive, as well as many who had their communication devices taken away and couldn't reach the other disciples. If we start a massacre, news will inevitably leak out. Then the two sects will surely engage in a major battle. Jonathan carefully explained the consequences. Upon hearing this, most people fell silent. Only a few remained defiant. One person said, "Xianxia may not dare to wage war against us. What benefit would they gain from mutual destruction? Right, it's their fault anyway. Getting their just desserts is what they deserve. They might not dare to attack." These comments made others waver, thinking that Xianxia might not risk a direct confrontation. Listening for a moment, Jonathan was about to speak when Hardy interrupted. "Jonathan is right. If this gets exposed, Xianxia will definitely declare war on us." His words caused an uproar. Hardy was one of the top-ranked disciples present, and his credibility carried weight. Everyone turned to look at him, eager to hear what he would say next. "You think they won't wage war because you're looking at it from our perspective. But does it really matter who's right or wrong to Xianxia? Xianxia ranks 6th among the Holy Lands, significantly stronger than our xuanhuan. If our sect loses dozens of core disciples and has to swallow this humiliation, it will become a laughingstock among the Holy Lands. So, they will wage war, even if not an all-out battle. They'll make sure xuanhuan pays a heavy price. Can our already lowest-ranked sect withstand such a conflict?" Hardy's words brought silence to the crowd. Engaging in a war with Xianxia seemed to offer no benefits. Jonathan added, "It doesn't stop there. Zhuhai Xingdi has always been watching us, seeking to advance by stepping on us. If a war breaks out, they won't miss this opportunity. At that point, facing two powerful Holy Lands simultaneously, our situation will be dire. Once heavily damaged, other Holy Lands will swoop in like predators smelling blood, taking advantage of our weakness." No one spoke of large-scale killing anymore. These disciples, being core members themselves, had calmed down and realized the gravity of the situation after hearing Jonathan and Hardy's analysis. They returned to where the Xianxia disciples were bound. The Xianxia disciples looked terrified, trembling as they faced this critical moment. No one could remain calm. Xuanhuan disciples approached, removing their storage rings one by one. Despite their pleas for mercy, no one paid attention to them. Once all the rings were taken, Jonathan finally said, "All right, release them and let them go." "Not going to kill us?" The Xianxia disciples were shocked, not expecting to escape with their lives. "Do you want to die?" Jonathan retorted irritably. Foregoing their execution was indeed leniency. "We don't want to die. We don't want to die." The Xianxia disciples shook their heads vigorously, expressing their desire to live. Then scram. Jonathan instructed everyone to release the binds before speaking sternly. The Xianxia disciples left hastily, fearful of further retribution. Despite outnumbering the xuanhuan disciples by half, they didn't dare cause trouble once freed. After walking quite a distance, one Xianxia disciple gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn xuanhuan, you'll pay the price someday." A lowly last-ranked Holy Land dared to rob us. Just wait. Though vocal, this was a minority view. Most were still reeling from their narrow escape. Although they lost all their possessions, it was better than losing their lives. They had faced life and death situations. Surviving was enough. "Stop yelling. What if the xuanhuan people are following us? Hearing your threats might provoke them." One person reminded them cautiously. "It can't be. We've walked far enough. I don't see anyone behind us." Though they grumbled internally, their voices quieted down. In reality, someone was following them. Jonathan had quietly trailed behind to observe whether these people intended to return and retaliate. However, despite some dissatisfaction, it appeared that within the Devinling's secret realm, they wouldn't dare continue stirring trouble. Chapter 210. Comprehending the Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array. Aside from wanting to see if the people from the Purple Handsome Good Land would cause trouble, Jonathan also wanted to observe if these individuals had a way to find Faulkner. For example, did they have a pre-arranged meeting place or not? However, it was quite unfortunate as Jonathan had followed them for such a long time and still gained no useful information. Unable to get what he wanted, Jonathan stopped following them and simply returned to the Grand Canyon, which was currently being used by the Xuanhuan Holy Land members as a temporary base camp. That bunch shouldn't dare to cause more trouble for now. We should be safe temporarily, Jonathan reported to everyone upon returning. Senior brother Sue, how should we handle these items? Deb asked while holding a cloth bag full of storage rings that they had just confiscated. The storage rings weren't particularly significant in themselves, but the items inside were a huge treasure trove. As soon as this was mentioned, all eyes turned toward the bag, filled with desire, though no one dared to speak up since it was Jonathan and the breakout team who had saved them. Jonathan pondered for a moment before replying, let's divide everything into equal shares. Each member of the breakout team can take 2 shares, and the others can each take 1. This decision satisfied everyone. To the others, it seemed only right for the breakout team members to receive extra shares after taking risks to seize the array flags. And the members of the breakout team thought Jonathan might still distribute things equally as before, so naturally, they had no objections. Once everything was divided, everyone became incredibly excited, as their gains on this trip were extraordinarily bountiful. After receiving their shares, someone asked, Senior brother Sue, what should we do next? It's still some time before the illusionary spirit realm closes. I suggest we all stay here until the secret realm closes. 1. We've already gained a lot. There's no need to take further risks hunting. 2. There are still blood slaves hunting around, along with many people from the purple handsome good land roaming about, especially that guy Faulkner who hates us with a passion. Encountering these dangers could cost us our lives, which would be a bad deal. If we stick together, we'll be much safer and won't have to worry about blood slaves or other threats. Jonathan explained his thoughts, and everyone nodded in agreement after hearing him out, finding his reasoning sound. Soon, they adopted Jonathan's advice, settled down properly, and set up patrols to guard against any blood slaves, powerful illusionary spirit beasts, or other threats. Inside a temporary cave within the base camp, Jonathan carefully examined the array flag in his hand. These array flags belonged to the Red Dragon Great Array he had just seized from Faulkner. He had received a system prompt earlier indicating that this array flag could be comprehended, but due to the urgency at the time, he hadn't managed to comprehend it then. Now, he finally had the time. Incomplete array flag, part of an ancient array formation crafted by a divine-level array master in ancient times. In its prime, it possessed astonishing power capable of trapping even immortals and deities. Reading this brief description, Jonathan felt a surge of excitement. The Red Dragon Great Array's array flags were likely obtained unexpectedly by the Purple Handsome Goodland, who considered it a relatively powerful offensive-type array formation without realizing it was merely a fragment of a greater array. Realizing this, Jonathan didn't hesitate and immediately began to comprehend the array. In the next instant, a sea of clouds appeared before Jonathan. Within this sea of clouds stood a lone peak where an elderly man with white hair and beard was diligently refining an array flag. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. Time seemed to pass endlessly. Suddenly, the elderly man burst into laughter. Haha, I've done it. My Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array is finally completed. Even those immortals will have to acknowledge my prowess. The scene shifted, and before the elderly man were several terrifyingly powerful beasts, yet his face remained calm. Despite their formidable strength and the ability to challenge even immortals when united, these beasts were now firmly trapped within the Grand Array. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed triumphantly again. The laughter echoed in Jonathan's mind, jolting him awake. Though the vision felt like it lasted a long time, in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. Comprehended the Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array. Done. Jonathan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, now fully understanding the refining process and materials required for the Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array. The power of this Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array is astounding. I need to find the materials. If I can refine it, it will become my greatest asset. However, Jonathan knew refining the Grand 5 Elements Forbidden Array wouldn't be easy. Just obtaining the materials needed for the array flags would be extremely challenging, as they were all rare treasures in the world. Additionally, refining array flags required superb alchemy skills, something he couldn't achieve quickly. Take it one step at a time, Jonathan mused, storing the array flag back into his storage ring. He could acquire the necessary alchemy skills through comprehension, but collecting the treasures would require time. After thinking this over, Jonathan left the cave, gathered Hardy, the breakout team members, and a few others, and informed them of his intention to leave the base camp. Where are you planning to go, Senior Brother Sue? Everyone was surprised, as Jonathan was the pillar of their group. I plan to find Faulkner. If that guy leaves the illusionary spirit realm alive, he'll definitely continue causing trouble. It's best to eliminate him now and remove a major threat, Jonathan explained. This was partly true, but he also sought opportunities. Although the confiscated items might be highly attractive to others, to him, they were just small gains. Senior Brother Sue, we'll go with you. Right? Faulkner deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Many offered to join him. Shaking his head, Jonathan replied, no need. More people would make us too conspicuous and less effective. Leaving the base camp, Jonathan found his direction and sped off. According to his prediction, Faulkner would likely avoid staying within the hunting grounds of the Purple Handsome Goodland for safety reasons. Given that the Xuanhuan Holy Land's hunting grounds were now infested with frenzied spirit beasts, he wouldn't go there either. So, the only possibility was that he went to the Nine Seas Holy Land's hunting area. Jonathan made this judgment partly because the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple Handsome Goodland were now cooperating to suppress the Xuanhuan Holy Land. In Faulkner's current situation without support, he would likely seek refuge with Ethel of the Nine Seas Holy Land. Traversing the entire hunting ground of the Purple Handsome Goodland, Jonathan avoided various forbidden areas and didn't encounter significant danger. Occasionally, he met 1 or 2 spirit beasts, but they were weak and easily dispatched by Jonathan. Chapter 211, The Fallen Forest. I wonder where those blood slaves have gone. Haven't encountered any since then. Jonathan had been reflecting on the past few days, during which he hadn't run into any other blood slaves. He wasn't sure if it was because the phantom spirit realm was simply too vast or due to some other reason, but this was actually for the better. Without encountering blood slaves, things were easier for him. The phantom spirit realm was immensely expansive. It took Jonathan several days to reach the Nine Seas Sanctuary's hunting grounds. He wasn't worried about Clive leaving the phantom spirit realm, as it was only accessible during the opening and closing days. Otherwise, no one could leave. Upon arriving at the Nine Seas Sanctuary's hunting grounds, he began searching around. Not far away, he heard a commotion. Rushing over, he saw several Nine Seas Sanctuary disciples with injuries conversing. What bad luck. Why did Senior Sister Ethel insist on touching that restricted area? Yeah, now we've suffered heavy losses without gaining anything. They were clearly disgruntled and complaining. After listening for a while, Jonathan gathered some information. It seemed that Ethel from the Nine Seas Sanctuary had dared to provoke a certain restricted area, likely hoping to gain some treasure but failed in her attempt. Worse yet, she hadn't given up and planned to continue her efforts. An idea struck Jonathan. This might be a rare opportunity. Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos and benefit from it. Once the thought arose, it couldn't be suppressed. He quickly disguised himself by smearing his face with some dirt and covering it with a veil before stepping out. Senior brothers and sisters, you mentioned earlier that Senior Sister Darnell is attempting to invade a restricted area. Is that true? Jonathan approached and asked, Who are you? Why are you covering your face? Do you have something to hide? The disciples eyed Jonathan warily and ignored his question. Senior brothers and sisters, please don't ask. I accidentally got hit by a poisonous fluid from a powerful phantom spirit beast. My face is unrecognizable now, so I covered it. Jonathan slightly pulled back his veil, revealing blood-stained skin, a terrifying sight. This was just animal blood and mud smeared on his face, enough to fool anyone not paying close attention. Seeing this, they relaxed. A female disciple said sympathetically, You are truly unfortunate. With a face like this, it will be hard to find a companion. Then, Senior Sister, would you pity me and become my companion? Jonathan said with a mischievous tone. The female disciple was taken aback and shook her head vigorously. Even the male disciples glared at him hostilely. This made Jonathan chuckle inwardly. How practical these people were. They pitied him moments ago but now acted differently. Of course, they didn't know his true appearance. If they saw his handsome face, perhaps the female disciple might be drawn to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal his real self here. Alright, aren't you curious about Senior Sister Ethel? Head about 100 miles in that direction, and you'll find a base where she's recruiting people. Given your condition, you should join to accumulate wealth. Who knows, maybe you'll find someone uglier to settle down with later. A male disciple pointed in a direction irritably. Jonathan thanked them and left promptly after obtaining the information. 100 miles was nothing for a 7th-rank martial spirit practitioner. Soon, Jonathan arrived. Standing on a hill, he observed below and indeed saw many Nine Seas Sanctuary disciples, about 30 to 40 of them. After observing for a while, he spotted a familiar figure, Clive. Beside him stood an icy cold yet beautiful woman, undoubtedly Ethel. Although Jonathan wanted to kill Clive immediately, there were too many people around, making it impossible for now. Perhaps his chance would come when they provoked the restricted area. Honestly, Jonathan couldn't understand how they dared to provoke such a place. Even places as dangerous as the Crimson Hall were merely quasi-restricted areas. True restricted zones were far more perilous. Even the combined strength of the 3 major sanctuaries wouldn't stand a chance against any single restricted area. However, since Ethel dared to do this, she must have some backing. Jonathan would just wait for the right moment. 2 days later, the group from the Nine Seas Sanctuary had grown to over 70 members. Finally, they moved in one direction. Consulting his map, Jonathan realized their destination was the Fallen Forest, a restricted zone filled with strange, corrupted creatures, some as strong as immortals. Though the most powerful corrupted beings stayed deep within, the outer regions alone housed formidable creatures equivalent to martial emperors and imperial kings. Following them, Jonathan reached the outskirts of the Fallen Forest. As expected, their target was the Fallen Forest. Thinking of the Fallen Forest, Jonathan recalled tales of abundant spirit flowers and herbs within, greatly beneficial for cultivation. During the initial discovery of the Phantom Spirit Realm, many warriors from the 3 major sanctuaries found valuable herbs in the Fallen Forest. However, the forest was extremely dangerous. Less than 10% survived. Thus, the 3 sanctuaries banned their disciples from entering, especially after learning of immortal-level creatures residing within. Could Ethel's goal be those spirit herbs? As Jonathan pondered, Ethel's group entered the Fallen Forest. Following closely, he didn't want to lose them. Entering the Fallen Forest, Jonathan felt uneasy. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, with decaying smells permeating the air. The trees were dark and twisted, resembling monsters. The ground was soft with rotting leaves, giving an unsettling sensation underfoot. Occasionally, he spotted bizarre skeletons, likely the remains of corrupted beings. Hashtag chapter 212, the true treasure. This thing is really strange looking, Jonathan remarked, marveling at the skeleton in front of him. The skeleton was several meters long, with a spherical cluster of bones in the middle from which extended numerous long bones like an octopus, except these bones were far more numerous, dozens of them, and each bone was covered in sharp, needle-like spines. It was hard to imagine what this creature looked like when it was alive. After a brief moment of observation, Jonathan continued on his way. The dense forest provided ample cover, and he wasn't worried about being discovered by Ethel and her companions, so he followed closely behind them. Not long after, a loud commotion erupted ahead. Surprised, Jonathan realized that Ethel's group had likely encountered something. Moving swiftly, he hid behind a tree to observe. In front of him, the disciples of Nine Seas Holy Land were surrounding a monstrous creature with tentacle-like limbs bristling with sharp spines, a sight that was both bizarre and terrifying. Immediately, Jonathan made the connection to the skeleton he had seen earlier. This must be the same type of creature, only larger. Each of its tentacles stretched over 10 meters, making it a colossal monster. Jonathan estimated that this creature possessed the cultivation level of a peak martial emperor, yet its combat strength was even greater. Any injuries inflicted upon it by the 9 Seas Holy Land disciples healed almost instantly, even severed tentacles regrew within moments. Its resilience was truly horrifying. Everyone, step back, Ethel ordered. The disciples immediately complied, retreating to the sides. Ethel raised an ancient, dimly glowing lantern and formed seals with her other hand. In an instant, the light intensified, and the creature, clearly terrified by the illumination, recoiled as if avoiding a predator. However, this was futile. Under the intense light, its flesh began to dissolve rapidly, leaving only a pile of bones that collapsed to the ground. Now I understand why Ethel dared to enter the fallen forest. She has a treasure that can suppress these creatures, Jonathan thought. This ancient lantern was remarkably effective against the fallen creatures. If he had such a powerful tool, he would have also ventured into the fallen forest to seek treasures. Thanks to this lantern, Ethel's group encountered little resistance and collected many spirit herbs along the way. However, they seemed to have a specific destination in mind and never deviated from their path. Jonathan couldn't help but wonder what treasure they sought. At the same time, he was concerned. If Ethel and her group remained unscathed, how could he find an opportunity to act? For now, he could only proceed cautiously and see how events unfolded. If no opportunity presented itself, Jonathan might have to abandon his plan for now and find another chance to confront Clive later. Fighting dozens of 9 Seas Holy Land elite disciples alone was too risky, especially considering he didn't fully understand Ethel's true strength. As the eldest disciple among the elites, she was undoubtedly formidable, possibly even stronger than someone like Clive. According to some of the Xianxia Academy students, Clive had connections in higher places, which explained his success there despite his mediocre abilities. Still, Jonathan would not hesitate to act if the right moment came. After some time, Jonathan noticed that Ethel's complexion had become pale, and she kept taking pills. Clearly, using the lantern was draining her spiritual energy significantly. Even with the pills, her condition had deteriorated. At this rate, her strength would weaken considerably, increasing Jonathan's chances. I wonder if there are any conditions to using that lantern. It would be great if I could get my hands on it. If Jonathan could obtain the lantern and use it, with his substantial spiritual energy reserves, he could explore the fallen forest extensively and gather much treasure. Moreover, without the lantern, Ethel and her group would suffer greatly in future encounters with fallen creatures, making them easier to deal with. With this thought in mind, Jonathan continued following them. After traveling a considerable distance, Ethel's group entered a cave. He quickly followed, careful not to lag behind and risk attracting unwanted attention from fallen creatures. Inside the cave, Jonathan became even more cautious. The environment was dark, damp, and cold, with moss covering the walls, a typical scene in the fallen forest. To avoid drawing attention, Jonathan did not light a torch, but moved forward in the darkness. What's this? Jonathan suddenly felt a black shadow dart towards him. He swiftly drew his sword and slashed it down. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small toad covered in pus-filled blisters, likely highly venomous. Stepping forward, he saw that the ground was littered with dead toads, all killed by Ethel's group. Jonathan found something near his feet. Looking down, he saw a corpse. Judging by the clothing, it was one of 9 Seas Holy Land's disciples. The exposed parts of his body were purple-red, indicating death by poisoning. The disciple must have been caught off guard by the toad's venom. This discovery made Jonathan even more vigilant as he carefully advanced to avoid making the same mistake. A fork in the road? Jonathan paused at the intersection, choosing the path with signs of recent passage. They're nearby. He heard voices ahead. Moving silently, he found himself in a spacious area illuminated by firelight, wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people. It appeared they had reached the end of the cave. Hiding in a shadowy corner, Jonathan observed. A strange fragrance permeated the air, emanating from a small, vibrant flower growing in the center of a pond. Just inhaling the fragrance stirred an intense desire within Jonathan to consume the flower. This primal urge could only come from encountering a top-tier spirit plant. Chapter 213, Sudden Change. It seems Ethel and their group's target is this spiritual plant. Jonathan's heart raced, and he had already reached a conclusion. Such an extraordinary spiritual plant would undoubtedly bring many benefits if obtained. That's right, this is precisely the mystical spirit flower, a treasure medicine hard to find in this world. If not for someone from our 9 Seas Holy Land mistakenly wandering into this cave, we wouldn't have discovered such a supreme treasure exists in the fallen forest. Be cautious, all of you. There's a giant python in this pond that has achieved the peak 12th rank soul level. If not for this obstacle, we would have already claimed this mystical spirit flower for the 9 Seas Holy Land. Ethel stared intently at the small flower in the middle of the pond, her gaze intense. Actually, it's the mystical spirit flower. Your 9 Seas Holy Land kept this very secret, didn't you? I thought our main goal was to jointly deal with the Xianxia Holy Land, but now I realize you're here to acquire treasures. Clive sneered coldly. The idea infuriated him. Both Holy Lands agreed to work together against the Xianxia Holy Land, but it turned out the 9 Seas Holy Land was only using them as a smokescreen, deceiving Zhejianliang Holy Land. Had Ethel sent help earlier, he wouldn't have been so humiliated. So what? Do you have objections? Ethel glanced at him coldly. Even though Zhejianliang Holy Land ranked higher than the 9 Seas Holy Land, Clive speaking like this alone was sheer recklessness. She'd have killed him already if not for their current alliance. Not at all. Clive forced a laugh, his expression flickering with a shadow of resentment. Bitch, relying on your numbers to be so arrogant. Just wait until we're outside, and I'll make you beg for mercy. Don't worry. Once we leave here, I will lead people to deal with the Xianxia Holy Land. That Jonathan dared to kill my brother. I won't let him leave the illusory spirit realm alive, Ethel said coldly. Jonathan was startled upon hearing this. How did this guy know it was him who caused Teddy's death? But soon Jonathan found his answer. Clive immediately laughed. That's great. When we get out, I'll gather more forces to ensure Jonathan has no way out. Jonathan is extremely cruel. You don't know how horribly your brother died. He was tortured to death by that guy. When we found him, brother Teddy was left only as a mangled corpse covered in lightning marks, utterly horrifying. Hearing this nonsense, Jonathan was speechless. This guy obviously knew nothing and was just making up lies. Jonathan figured Ethel couldn't reach Teddy, knowing he was dead but not the cause, thus allowing Clive to fabricate a story to rally support against him. However, some parts were correct. Teddy's death was indirectly due to Jonathan, but not through torture as suggested. Jonathan wasn't a sadist. But Ethel believed it, her eyes blazing with fury. Jonathan clenched his teeth in frustration, yet felt helpless. At this moment, several disciples from the Nine Seas Holy Land slowly approached the pond, attacking to lure out the python, aiming to seize the spiritual plant. The python hidden in the pond was indeed tougher to handle. All other disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land looked tense, ready for battle. Ethel also held her ancient lamp with caution. Facing a 12th rank peak soul entity, no one dared to be careless. Even a slight mistake could cost their lives. As the Nine Seas Holy Land disciples attacked, the pond trembled violently. A large, pitch-black head emerged, its eyes as big as eggs glowing eerily green. Seeing this, the Nine Seas disciples immediately launched attacks. These hits landed on the python but only angered it. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at the nearest disciple. Ethel's lamp emitted light, causing the python to twitch and retreat. Others took advantage of this pause to attack. This python was clearly stronger than previous fallen creatures. The light from the lamp merely pained it, unlike other creatures which dissolved instantly. Howl! Ethel shouted. A thin man with astonishing speed darted out from the crowd, diving into the pond toward the flower. We can't wait any longer. Jonathan grew anxious, realizing most of the Nine Seas Holy Land members were preoccupied by the python. Now was the perfect time to act. But just as Jonathan prepared to join the fray, a sudden change occurred. A monstrous mouth erupted from the water, swallowing Howl whole. What's happening? There's another python. The Nine Seas disciples were taken aback, discovering a hidden danger in the pond. Jonathan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had he acted too hastily, he might have fallen victim too. How could this happen? Ethel's face darkened. To counter the python on land, she had pushed her ancient lamp to its limits, unable to sustain it much longer. The second python struck and then submerged, showing no intention to resurface. The faces of the Nine Seas disciples darkened further. Who would dare enter the pond harboring such a fierce beast? No good. Ethel's complexion turned pale as her spiritual power drained, and her lamp dimmed before extinguishing entirely. Without the suppressing light, the python unleashed its wrath, attacking the disciples ferociously. Within moments, over 10 disciples lay dead. No one could withstand the power of a peak 12th rank soul. This is over, Ethel despaired, glancing around at the beleaguered disciples. Only Clive remained nearby. After hesitation, she handed him the ancient lamp. Brother Song. Now it depends on you to use the Tongxian lamp. Relax, I'll suppress this creature. Clive confidently promised but laughed loudly once he grasped the lamp. Ha ha, with this supreme treasure, my trip is worth it. Note: I have maintained the structure and tone while ensuring the translation remains natural and coherent. Chapter 214. A praying mantis stalking a cicada is unaware of the oriole behind. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Clive ran straight out. You. Ethel was utterly infuriated by this scene. Under normal circumstances, disciplining someone like Clive would be easy for her. But now that her spirit energy was depleted, she could only watch helplessly as he fled. The other disciples of Zhuhai Holy Land were struggling to defend themselves against the python's attack and couldn't care less about Clive. They didn't have the time or resources to deal with him. Just as he stepped into the dim passage, before Clive could enjoy his escape for long, a fist smashed into his forehead, knocking him unconscious. In the darkness, Jonathan took the Tongxian lamp from Clive's hand, grabbed him, and walked away. Never thought I could obtain the Tongxian lamp so easily. Jonathan was elated. Not only did he capture Clive, but also gained an invaluable treasure, making it a highly rewarding venture. Having obtained what he wanted, Jonathan did not hesitate further, and chose to leave the cave immediately. The pythons were formidable, and he certainly didn't want to give the Zhuhai Holy Land people a chance to regroup due to his use of the Tongxian lamp. Clive slowly opened his eyes in a daze, finding himself tied to a tree. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the sky above was obscured by dense foliage. It appeared he was still within the fallen forest. Recalling the punch in the cave, Clive seethed with rage. Who was it? Which bastard dared to ambush me? Have you forgotten me after a few days? Jonathan grinned as he emerged from the side. Jonathan, it's you. Clive looked terrified, as if he had seen a demon. Yes, it's me. What a coincidence meeting you here in such a desolate place, and you even delivered me a great gift, Jonathan said, waving the Tongxian lamp. Jonathan was in high spirits. He had already tested the lamp. There were no special usage instructions. One only needed to refine it, after which an incantation would come intuitively. By channeling spiritual energy into it, it could be used, with the intensity of the light increasing as more energy was poured in. You damned bastard. You've ruined my plans again and again. Clive clenched his teeth, glaring at Jonathan with intense hatred. Jonathan was speechless. This guy took himself too seriously, thinking everyone revolved around him. It was clear that Clive, who had continuously caused trouble, was now trying to deflect blame. Forget it. Scream all you want. You're as good as dead. Jonathan spoke expressionlessly. He had chased Clive from the Parker hunting grounds to those of Zhuhai Holy Land, and was not about to let him off. For someone like Clive, mercy was not an option. You're going to kill me? No, how dare you? My brother is Solomon, the strongest true disciple of Parker. If he finds out you killed me, he will tear you limb from limb. Even in his dire situation, Clive tried to intimidate Jonathan with threats. I don't care if he's Solomon or Song Dilong. You messed with me, so you deserve to die, Jonathan sneered, adding that even immortals wouldn't stop him. Don't kill me. If you release me, I'll give you countless benefits, cultivation resources, beauties, power, anything you want. Clive resorted to bribery when intimidation failed. Jonathan rolled his eyes, ignoring him. Just a worthless man leaning on his brother's reputation, now trying to make empty promises. He had already witnessed Clive's ruthless behavior towards his own companions. While Jonathan and Zhuhai Holy Land were enemies, taking the Tongxian lamp from them was understandable. But Clive, despite the cooperation between Parker and Zhuhai Holy Land, betrayed his own side during their greatest peril, a fact even Jonathan found appalling. To Clive, there was no distinction between friend and foe, only value and utility. I can't die. I, Clive, am destined to become an immortal. I cannot die in such a godforsaken place. Clive roared incessantly. Suddenly, sounds of something large stirring came from the distant forest, heading this way. Something's coming. Enjoy your wait. With a flash, Jonathan disappeared from Clive's view, hiding in a nearby secret spot. Shortly after, a fearsome monster appeared, noticing the still screaming Clive. Viewing him as delicious prey, it approached and swallowed him whole. After witnessing Clive's demise, Jonathan wasted no time and left. With the Tongxian lamp in hand, as long as he stayed in the outer regions of the fallen forest, he would be safe, giving him the perfect opportunity to gather various spirit flowers and herbs. Rumble. A huge monster fell to the ground, its flesh dissolving away. Jonathan retrieved a peculiar crimson fruit it guarded, and then vanished into the woods. Soon after, a similar scene played out elsewhere in the forest. Days passed, and Jonathan thoroughly searched the entire outer region of the fallen forest. As it was marked as a forbidden zone, no one had visited it for a long time, and even the outer areas were teeming with valuable spirit plants. What Zhuhai Holy Land had taken was merely a small portion. Jonathan now possessed the lion's share. After clearing the outer area, he chose not to venture deeper into the forest. Deeper regions contained far stronger creatures that wouldn't easily die even under the Tongxian lamp's light, potentially alerting the most terrifying monsters lurking deeper in the forest. Excessive greed often led to one's downfall, a lesson Jonathan understood well. Throughout history, many ventured into forbidden and deadly zones hoping to strike it rich, but rarely succeeded. Most ended up as bones buried deep within these treacherous lands. Though some might succeed through sheer luck, Jonathan valued stability. Possessing the max-level insight system, he already harbored a massive treasure within, obviating the need for unnecessary risks. He would seize opportunities that presented themselves without forcing what remained elusive. This was Jonathan's philosophy on fortune and fate. Chapter 2:15. Re-encountering Ethel. On his way out, Jonathan encountered a group of people who surprised him. Ethel and her companions were also heading out of the fallen forest. This left Jonathan quite astonished. He had assumed that Ethel's group would be completely wiped out. Yet, these individuals managed to survive. Clearly, Ethel was significantly stronger than Clive. However, although some survived, their losses were severe. A group that initially numbered 60 to 70 now only counted a dozen survivors, all of whom bore injuries. These people had truly suffered due to Clive's betrayal. Had Clive helped defend against the giant python when it mattered most, the Nine Seas Holy Land wouldn't have faced such catastrophic losses. These guys are in no condition. If I strike now, I could capture them all, Jonathan mused, feeling somewhat eager. Eliminating these people, especially Ethel, would likely ensure the Nine Seas Holy Land finishes last in this grand competition of the Holy Lands. It certainly was an excellent opportunity. Jonathan remained hidden, seeking the right moment to act. Compared to their reckless entry into the forest, Ethel and her team were now much more cautious, carefully guarding against any sudden encounters with powerful creatures from the fallen forest. Damn Clive, we'll get him once we're out. That despicable man actually took advantage of us in our greatest moment of need. It's unforgivable. The members of the Nine Seas Holy Land cursed loudly, filled with hatred for Clive. Lower your voices, don't alert the monsters, Ethel reminded them sternly. Clive will pay for this. I'll make sure he wishes he were dead. Hearing this, Jonathan suddenly had an idea. Perhaps letting them live would lead to a more interesting outcome. What would these people do once they emerged from the illusory spirit realm? They'd report Clive's actions to the leadership of the Nine Seas Holy Land immediately. This would sour the relationship between the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple Junliang territory, creating tension. With dozens of true disciples dead due to Clive's betrayal, this incident couldn't be swept under the rug easily. If the two Holy Lands came into conflict as a result, the Xuanhuan Holy Land would naturally gain a reprieve. This far outweighed simply eliminating a dozen or so more true disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land. Considering this, Jonathan let them go, allowing them to leave the fallen forest. Upon exiting, Ethel gathered all the other disciples of the Nine Seas Holy Land present in the illusory spirit realm. What? Clive dared to do this? This shows total disregard for our Nine Seas Holy Land. The summoned disciples expressed shock and disbelief at Clive's treachery. Though the disciples normally competed with each other, losing dozens of true disciples seriously harmed the Nine Seas Holy Land's interests. Without retaliation, they'd face severe reprimands from higher-ups upon returning to the Holy Land. Let's teach them a lesson. Make those bastards from Purple Junliang pay. Led by Ethel, the Nine Seas Holy Land disciples marched angrily toward the hunting grounds of the Purple Junliang territory. Seeing this, Jonathan was delighted. Letting the Nine Seas Holy Land and the Purple Junliang territory fight among themselves would be beneficial. He wasn't worried about them clashing with the Xuanhuan Holy Land, given that the Xuanhuan disciples were now the strongest force within the illusory spirit realm. The Purple Junliang territory, without its core leaders and stripped of valuable resources, was greatly weakened. The Nine Seas Holy Land, having lost nearly half its numbers, would also struggle if forced into a confrontation with the Xuanhuan Holy Land. With a spectator's mindset, Jonathan followed along, curious about how events would unfold. Upon reaching the hunting grounds of the Purple Junliang territory, the 9 Seas Holy Land disciples charged in recklessly. There are some Purple Junliang guys over there, someone shouted, pointing forward. The group pounced like ravenous wolves. Why are those 9 Seas Holy Land guys here? The Purple Junliang disciples, though confused, felt no immediate fear due to the cooperative nature between the two Holy Lands. But soon, their assumption proved wrong. The 9 Seas Holy Land disciples launched an attack without warning. Do you 9 Sea guys have any sense left? We're allies. You're attacking us, too despicable. They did not show mercy. Why should we? Ethel sneered coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? The Purple Junliang disciples were bewildered, unsure what transpired. Blame Clive, one of the 9 Seas Holy Land disciples said. He killed dozens of our comrades, and we hold you responsible. What? Killed dozens? The Purple Junliang disciples were stunned. Just days ago, Clive abandoning them had already caused unrest, and now this. Leader Darnell, what should we do with these people? Someone asked. An eye for an eye. Kill them all, Ethel stated decisively. Why should we suffer because Clive offended you? Seek your revenge on him. Regardless of their protests, Ethel remained unmoved. She understood the gravity of the situation. This mission to the Fallen Forest wasn't just her decision. It involved years of planning within the Holy Land. The potential for acquiring significant quantities of spiritual herbs to boost the power of true disciples was immense. As the leader of this expedition, the Holy Land had placed great hope in her success, but she failed. No matter the cause, she had failed. Chapter 216. One dog bites another by the hair. The decades-long plans of the 9 Seas Holy Land were ruined in an instant. Over half of the true disciples who entered the secret realm were dead or injured, and even the path to Profound Lamp was lost. Ethel was extremely uneasy. She didn't know how to face the fury of the higher-ups. Now, she could only try to salvage the situation as much as possible, such as capturing Clive, reclaiming the path to Profound Lamp, and retaliating against the Hawk clan. Even if this retaliation wouldn't play a crucial role, it would at least prove that Ethel wasn't someone who wouldn't fight back after being hit. Pella, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Despite their desperate cries, several unfortunate members of the Hawk clan ultimately couldn't escape death. What a fine show indeed. Jonathan watched from the shadows with great interest. This was highly entertaining. Ethel's frenzied retaliation would likely make reconciliation between the 9 Seas Holy Land and the Hawk clan impossible. With both sides' true disciples fighting to the death, how could peace be maintained? Huh? Why aren't there any storage rings on these guys? A disciple of the 9 Seas Holy Land, searching through the bodies, expressed his surprise. How is that possible? Did you hide them? Do you really think we'd let you keep all the spoils for yourself? The others didn't believe him, suspecting the searching disciple had hidden the rings. A martial artist without a storage ring? Who was he trying to fool? Yet after thoroughly checking the searching disciple, they still found no additional storage rings. I told you there weren't any. These guys only had a few illusion spirit stones on them, nothing else. The disciple responsible for searching the bodies looked quite aggrieved. Fine, they're just a few storage rings, not worth getting worked up over, Ethel said impatiently. The resources obtained from looting corpses were insignificant to her. How peculiar. That's too bad. While the other disciples felt regretful and puzzled, they eventually gave up. When Clive approached Ethel earlier, he only mentioned being ambushed by Jonathan, not detailing how almost everyone from the Hawk clan had been plundered by the Xuanhuan Holy Land. These deceased Hawk disciples must have suffered greatly, losing all their possessions before aimlessly wandering, hoping to hunt some illusion spirit beasts to recoup losses, only to lose their lives instead. Afterward, the 9 Seas Holy Land continued their search, killing more Hawk disciples but never finding Clive. This Clive has probably hidden himself in a secluded place. The illusion spirit realm is vast. At this rate, we won't find him. Gradually, the group from the 9 Seas Holy Land lost patience. Finding Clive was incredibly difficult, and their relentless efforts thus far had yielded nothing. Killing Hawk disciples left them poorer than before. Why should you neglect the sect's interests for your personal gain? Ethel cast a formidable gaze over the crowd. Seeing no one dared challenge her, she sternly added, whoever can kill Clive will receive enough resources to cultivate to the Emperor realm. Killing Clive means becoming a Ajay, Emperor? Excitement spread through the crowd. Even among the true disciples, only the elite few had reached the Emperor level. Most were at best Wu Devon, Empire. Becoming a Wu Devon was what they all longed for, which stirred their enthusiasm. Satisfied with the scene, Ethel nodded. Though providing resources for advancement to Wu Devon was a significant expense, it was worthwhile if it kept them motivated. You can search forever in this illusion spirit realm, but you'll never find Clive. Jonathan sneered. By now, Clive was probably fertilizer. It seemed Ethel and her group wouldn't stop until the end, turning the entire realm upside down. Jonathan stopped tailing them and went about his own business. He already had sufficient resources. Hunting more illusion spirit beasts was unnecessary when he could use the time to cultivate. He returned to the canyon where the Xuanhuan Holy Land's base was located. Someone's coming. Who's that brave enough to intrude on our Xuanhuan Holy Land base? Don't they know who rules here? From a distance, guards spotted a figure approaching, immediately shouting boastfully. The Hawk clan had already been defeated, so who could oppose them? Idiots, it's senior brother Jonathan. Only as Jonathan drew closer did a sharp-eyed disciple recognize him. Oh, it's senior brother Jonathan. The previously aggressive shouts turned into awkward silence upon hearing Jonathan's name. Challenge senior brother Jonathan? That would be asking for death. Quick, everyone welcome senior brother Jonathan. Many ran out to greet Jonathan. Do I enjoy such popularity now? Jonathan was surprised. Previously, many disciples of the Xuanhuan Holy Land had belittled him due to his mere Wu Darnold status, even resenting him. Now, unexpectedly, many had changed their opinions. How did it go, senior brother Sue? Someone asked about the progress. Pretending to be very frustrated, Jonathan sighed. I searched every corner of the Hawk clan's hunting grounds and even ventured into the Nine Seas Holy Land's territory, but still couldn't find Clive. That despicable Clive. He must be hiding somewhere. That scoundrel better not cross our paths again. Otherwise, he'll pay. Though disappointed, the crowd found it unsurprising. The illusion spirit realm was vast, and if Clive intended to hide, finding him would be near impossible. Jonathan chose not to reveal the truth, considering the involvement of the Nine Seas Holy Land. Once exposed, things could get messy. The path to Profound Lamp was still in his possession. If the Nine Seas Holy Land learned of this, they would spare no effort to reclaim it. Chapter 217. Leaving the Secret Realm. In a makeshift cave within the xuanhuan Sacred Land outpost, Jonathan looked at the various array of spiritual plants before him and felt somewhat perplexed. Many of these plants were beginning to leak spiritual energy, which left him anxious and pained. If he let them lose most of their power like this, their value would drop drastically. What should he do? Jonathan was unsure for a moment and hurried out to ask around, only to find out that spiritual plants needed to be stored in jade boxes. These few aren't enough. After searching his storage ring, Jonathan managed to find only a few jade boxes, remnants from past victories. Yet compared to the sheer number of spiritual plants, these few boxes were insufficient. Jonathan had no choice but to ask others at the outpost if they had spare jade boxes. Fortunately, most people carried a few with them just in case, and after some effort, he gathered enough boxes to store all the spiritual plants. Of course, he didn't take these jade boxes without compensation. He purchased them with spirit stones, paying far more than their actual value. This made everyone in the outpost more than happy to sell him their boxes, as jade boxes could be bought easily once they exited the illusion spirit secret realm. With the spiritual plants safely stowed away, Jonathan took out an illusion spirit stone and began to cultivate. Though his strength was commendable, his cultivation level was still relatively low. Amongst disciples who were mostly at the martial emperor or even martial sovereign levels, he stood out too much. Jonathan planned to use the large quantity of illusion spirit stones to break through to the martial emperor realm before the sacred land competition began. Time flew by, and it was now time to leave the illusion spirit secret realm. Jonathan emerged from his cave, appearing unchanged yet exuding a steadier aura and more condensed spiritual energy. Most importantly, he had advanced to the middle stage martial king realm. Finally leaving. This journey wasn't in vain. Thanks to the illusion spirit stones acquired from Parker's disciples, many xuanhuan Sacred Land disciples had significantly improved their cultivation. Within just 1 month, over 10 of them had broken through to new realms. For cultivators of their level, each breakthrough was incredibly difficult. When the group exited the illusion spirit secret realm, the half-immortal guards outside were surprised. They clearly sensed that the direct disciples' strength had increased considerably, and more had survived compared to previous years. Given that the xuanhuan Sacred Land was the weakest among the 3 entering the realm, this was highly unusual. Word spread quickly, even reaching the Michael of the xuanhuan Sacred Land. Upon hearing the news, he summoned Jonathan, Hardy, and several other powerful direct disciples to inquire about what had transpired. How dare Parker attempt such a scheme? The xuanhuan Sacred Land Michael was furious upon learning of Parker's actions. However, his anger subsided quickly since Jonathan and the others had turned the tables on them. There was no need for anger when they hadn't suffered any losses while causing the other side trouble. You all should prepare well. Soon there will be another trial within the sect, and only the top 10 will have the qualification to participate in the 9 Sacred Lands competition, said the Michael cheerfully. What? Another trial? Jonathan was surprised. He wanted to focus on cultivation during this period. You and Hardy are exempt. The top 3 students on the heavenly list don't need to participate and are directly qualified for the competition, the Michael explained with a shake of his head. This reassured Jonathan. He wasn't worried about losing but simply saw it as a waste of time. Seeing the Michael's happy expression, Jonathan found it amusing. His lordship had no idea about the 9 Seas Sacred Land situation or its feud with Parker. Back at his residence, Jonathan rested for a night. Early the next morning, he headed to the treasure hall to exchange a few alchemy books and learn the art of alchemy. He believed in self-sufficiency and didn't want to rely on others for processing valuable herbs. Entering the treasure hall, Jonathan found the gray-robed elder far more courteous than before. Not only did he not stop Jonathan, but he also nodded respectfully and welcomed him warmly. It's you, young friend Sue, please enter. This reinforced to Jonathan the importance of strength. Despite being a martial sovereign, the elder still treated him respectfully because of Jonathan's own formidable strength. With sufficient power, one naturally earned respect. As a direct disciple, Jonathan could now choose treasures directly from the halls, rather than through catalogs. Although named the treasure hall, it was essentially a multi-story building, with increasingly rare items on higher floors. As a direct disciple, Jonathan could access up to the 5th floor. Ignoring the lower floors, Jonathan went straight to the 4th floor. Here, he finally found items that sparked his interest. Though there were many magical artifacts and manuals, Jonathan wasn't interested in them. He lacked nothing in terms of cultivation methods or magical tools. Eventually, he found items related to alchemy, but the books he discovered only covered basic information, disappointing him. However, he found other useful items. A decent alchemy furnace and a comprehensive book detailing various spiritual plants and precious materials called the 100 Herbs and Treasures Record. This book was invaluable, detailing not only names but also descriptions, characteristics, and properties of various herbs and treasures. Hopefully, the 5th floor has what I need. With this hope, Jonathan ascended to the 5th floor. Compared to the abundance of items on the 4th floor, the 5th floor had only a few hundred pieces. Chapter 218, Divine Level Alchemy. The number of items on the 5th level had significantly decreased, and as a result, there were even fewer things related to alchemy. Jonathan only saw a few Dan formulas, some finished pills, and some alchemy materials. Although these items were invaluable treasures in the outside world, they held no significance for Jonathan. He couldn't even practice alchemy at this point, so having numerous formulas and materials was pointless. Pity, I doubt I'll find anything useful here. Jonathan sighed regretfully. The Xinhuang Holy Land wasn't renowned for alchemy, and its records on alchemy were scanty. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to obtain an alchemy book from elsewhere. Alchemy knowledge was mostly passed down through generations, and finding a book on it wouldn't be easy. Those blasted academic cliques. Jonathan couldn't help but complain. In his view, those alchemy families and their exclusive alchemists were despicable. If not for their monopolies, it wouldn't be so difficult to find an alchemy book in the outside world. Hey, what's this? A pill? Just as Jonathan was about to leave, he noticed something in the alchemy section, a fist-sized, grayish-brown sphere. Since it appeared in the alchemy area, Jonathan instinctively thought it was a pill, albeit a rather large one. Who would swallow a fist-sized pill in one go? I wonder who managed to create this. But since it's here on the 7th level, it must be significant. Jonathan picked up the suspected pill, intending to inspect it closely. As soon as he touched the sphere, a message flashed in his mind. Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill, Divine Level Pill, created by a Divine Level Alchemist. Do you wish to gain insight into its creation? A Divine Level Pill. Jonathan was overjoyed, never expecting to stumble upon such a treasure. Without hesitation, he chose to gain insight. Suddenly, he found himself immersed in a fiery world surrounded by bubbling lava. An old man was using an ancient alchemy furnace to refine pills. Despite its dark appearance, intricate inscriptions adorned the furnace, marking it as no ordinary object. Flames danced vigorously in the old man's hands. After what felt like an eternity, the furnace opened, revealing a fist-sized pill floating within. Jonathan snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Even at his current realm, comprehending such insights was draining. Insight into mystic fire alchemy. All memories related to mystic fire alchemy flooded into Jonathan's mind. This is exactly what I need. Jonathan was thrilled. This alchemy technique, coming from a divine level alchemist, was precisely what he wanted. It was like someone offering him a pillow when he was feeling sleepy, utterly perfect. Without further ado, Jonathan picked up the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill, ready to exchange it downstairs. Despite the abundance of treasures around, Jonathan didn't bother to look. Except for the main hall on the 1st floor, there were no guardians on the 2nd to 5th floors. Yet, no one dared to take anything randomly. Jonathan could sense 3 guardians on the 7th floor, each at least a half immortal level. With such formidable protectors, the treasure hall was virtually impregnable. Once downstairs, Jonathan began the exchange process. Young friend Sue, are you sure you want to exchange for this? The gray-robed elder pointed at the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong with it? Although it's placed on the 5th level, it's practically useless. An elder found it in a secret realm but couldn't discern its use. They merely presumed it was valuable because it came from a significant secret realm. Though the elder seemed to be telling a story, he was genuinely warning Jonathan that this item was worthless and not worth exchanging for. Ah, I see. It just caught my eye. Maybe it has some use. Let me exchange it. Jonathan played dumb, handing over his token without revealing the item's true value. Well, if you insist. The elder accepted the token without further argument. Having warned Jonathan, there was nothing else he could do. After the points were deducted, Jonathan left the treasure hall satisfied. On his way back, Jonathan encountered someone unexpected, Darnell Kalang. Surprised to see him fully recovered, Jonathan met his gaze. Heh, we'll see each other again during our Holy Land competition. Darnell Kalang sneered, venomous malice evident in his eyes. Jonathan ignored him, seeing him merely as a defeated foe boasting out of confidence. Ignoring this minor interruption, Jonathan returned to his residence. Never expected to find such a treasure. Looking at the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill, Jonathan felt incredibly fortunate. Not only did it bring him a divine-level alchemy technique, but it was also immensely valuable in itself. But how do I use this thing? As Jonathan toyed with the pill, he wondered how to utilize it. Has the one who obtained my treasure received my legacy? Who's talking? Jonathan was startled, searching for the source of the voice. Realizing it came from the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill, he reacted quickly. Legacy? Could it refer to mystic fire alchemy? Jonathan invoked the technique, summoning a beautiful flame in his hand. Ha ha ha, after 10,000 years, I never thought I'd still have disciples in this world. A cheerful laughter echoed from the pill, followed by a beam of light entering Jonathan's mind. Startled, Jonathan feared the old man might possess his body. However, he soon realized it was just a memory concerning the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill. According to the memory, the Heavenly Gang Constitution Pill was a supreme treasure for enhancing physical strength. However, ingesting it was extremely risky. Only bodies at the immortal level could directly assimilate the pill. Chapter 219, Tai Spirit Liquid. If consumed by anyone below the immortal realm, the Tiangang body tempering pill would result in a fatal explosion of their body. However, there are always exceptions, and the divine alchemist who concocted the Tiangang body tempering pill had discovered a method for those below the immortal stage to consume it. This method involved using a spirit liquid called Tai Spirit Water to facilitate the digestion of the Tiangang body tempering pill, thus neutralizing its intense medicinal power. It was truly a genius idea. The memory also contained the recipe for refining the Tai Spirit Water required to refine the Tiangang body tempering pill. This meant that even if Jonathan only possessed the strength of a martial king, he could still digest the Tiangang body tempering pill with the help of Tai Spirit Water. This discovery delighted him. At this moment, an indistinct figure emerged from within the Tiangang body tempering pill. Jonathan immediately recognized it as the divine alchemist's spirit. The alchemist seemed to have left a fragment of his soul attached to the pill. Despite passing 10,000 years, the soul fragment hadn't dispersed yet. But the white light just now seemed to exhaust the last of its energy, and it slowly vanished into the air. Jonathan gave a bow towards the spot where the soul had disappeared. Regardless of how he obtained the mysterious fire alchemy technique, this person could be considered his half-teacher. For Jonathan, the current priority was to refine the Tai Spirit Water, and then use the liquid to absorb the Tiangang body tempering pill. This method could bring far more benefits than simply improving his cultivation. According to his plan, he could even advance the 9 transformation divine devil body technique all the way to the 5th transformation through this process. Jonathan placed the Tiangang body tempering pill directly into his dantian. Storing it like this would not cause any harm until he started absorbing it. Based on the precious herbal catalog, Jonathan gathered the ingredients needed for the Tai spirit water. With cold essence herb, red fruit, and fire velvet ginseng, we're almost halfway done. We need to collect the remaining ingredients. Identifying the spirit plants from the fallen forest, Jonathan quickly found many of the rare ingredients required for refining the Tai spirit water. Only some common materials and a few rare ones were missing. He decided to return to the treasure hall to see if he could find the rest. An hour later, Jonathan left the treasure hall with a strange expression. He felt uncertain whether he should be happy or not. He did find most of the ingredients, but was missing one very rare one. This ingredient, known as Tai divine mud, was the main material for refining the Tai spirit water and was indispensable. Without it, Jonathan couldn't refine the spirit water. Without the spirit water, he wouldn't be able to absorb the Tiangang body tempering pill. The lack of Tai divine mud effectively blocked Jonathan's path to advancement. If it's not in the sect, I can only go outside to look for it. But the risk is too high, thought Jonathan. After offending several powerful factions such as Tiangong Holy Land, Zhejuanliangdi, and Zhuhai Holy Land, going out would likely get him targeted by these enemies. Escaping from one half-immortal ancestor might be possible, but multiple half-immortals would make it nearly impossible. After hesitation, Jonathan decided to act. The Tai spirit water was too important. With it, he could complete the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation divine devil body technique before the 9 Holy Lands competition, giving him his biggest trump card. Even if it meant taking a risk, it was worth it. To keep things under wraps, Jonathan deliberately spread news that he was about to enter seclusion until the day of the 9 Holy Lands competition. This would at least confuse some people. Leaving the sect, Jonathan headed straight to nearby cities in search of the Tai divine mud. After visiting several large cities without success, Jonathan felt disheartened. Many people didn't even know what Tai divine mud was, making him wonder if it even existed anymore. Given that it dated back 10,000 years, it might have already vanished over time. Such disappearance wasn't unusual in this world of martial prowess. Powerful dynasties, ancient alchemy formulas, and precious treasures could all fade away over time. A rare alchemy ingredient like Tai divine mud was no exception. Despite this discouraging thought, Jonathan remained undeterred. There was still time before the competition, and he planned to spend every moment searching for the ingredient. He traveled further away, targeting Ao Fabian City, a city tens of thousands of miles from xuanhuan Holy Land. He chose this destination because Ao Fabian City was a major hub in the region, boasting a colossal superchonthongjun that could transport people millions of miles away. Due to this superchonthongjun, Ao Fabian City became the most famous and bustling place in the area aside from xuanhuan Holy Land. Note, Chonthongjun means teleportation array, or super teleportation device. I will use super teleportation array for consistency. Edited version. He traveled further away, targeting Ao Fabian City, a city tens of thousands of miles from xuanhuan Holy Land. He chose this destination because Ao Fabian City was a major hub in the region, boasting a colossal super teleportation array that could transport people millions of miles away. Due to this super teleportation array, Ao Fabian City became the most famous and bustling place in the area aside from xuanhuan Holy Land. Even if he couldn't find the Tai divine mud in Ao Fabian City, he could use the super Chonthong array to travel to other cities. However, reaching Ao Fabian City required traveling another 100,000 miles. Fortunately, thanks to a flying magic treasure he purchased, the journey would only take a day. Note, Chonthongchun should be translated as teleportation array or super transmission array to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Revised. Even if he couldn't find the Tai divine mud in Ao Fabian City, he could use its super teleportation array to travel to other cities. However, reaching Ao Fabian City required traveling another 100,000 miles. Fortunately, thanks to a flying magic treasure he purchased, the journey would only take a day. Jonathan unfolded a blanket-like magic treasure, a flying carpet, which was relatively inexpensive compared to expensive spirit boats, but sufficient for his needs. Mounting the carpet, he soared into the sky, heading toward the distant horizon. As he flew, surrounded by clouds, it felt like floating on air. At such height, the vast mountains and rivers looked like a miniature painting. Fortunately, Jonathan wasn't afraid of heights, or he wouldn't be able to use the flying carpet. Time passed slowly. Initially intrigued by the scenery, Jonathan eventually got bored and began practicing on the flying carpet since controlling it didn't require much effort. Ayo! A shrill cry suddenly echoed. What's happening? What's that? Jonathan hurriedly looked around and saw several huge eagles flying towards him from the cloud layer, each carrying a martial artist. Hashtag chapter 220, bandits. These guys don't seem to have good intentions, Jonathan frowned, immediately recognizing that the approaching group was far from harmless. Brat, this path was opened by your grandfathers. If you want to pass through, pay the toll, the leader of the burly men shouted. Where did this path in the sky come from? Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that mountain bandits had now evolved into air pirates, adapting with the times. What are you, a little brat? No? This place used to be teeming with demonic birds. It was only after we killed them all that peace returned to this area. The burly man snorted coldly. Jonathan paid no heed to these words. They sounded like nonsense, and only fools would believe such lies. Not paying? Well, there's nothing we can do then. We'll just have to take it ourselves. The burly men immediately surrounded Jonathan, their actions clearly indicating they intended to rob him by force. You're asking for death. Jonathan's expression turned cold, and powerful spiritual energy began to emanate from his body. Oh no, a martial king level expert. Upon sensing Jonathan's cultivation, the burly men were taken aback, scattering in panic. Their strongest member was merely at the martial ancestor level. How could they stand against a martial king? Want to run? Don't you think it's too late? In a flash, Jonathan disappeared from his flying carpet, reappearing in front of the burly man, and delivered a punch. The man's body flew off like a broken kite. Jonathan had only used 10% of his strength, but he was certain that the burly man would not survive. A group of mere martial masters and martial ancestors could not possibly escape under his watchful eyes. In moments, all the bandits lay dead at his hands. Jonathan was convinced these bandits had killed before. He could sense the unmistakable aura of bloodshed on them. For people like this, Jonathan held no mercy. To let them go would be cruel to the weak. After dispatching them, Jonathan left without bothering to loot their bodies. Given their low cultivation levels, Jonathan wasn't interested in whatever items they might have possessed. Following this minor interruption, the rest of the journey was uneventful, aside from occasionally encountering one or two demonic birds. A day later, from the flying magic carpet, Jonathan saw a magnificent city in the distance. Its towering walls stood over 100 meters high, said to be inscribed with complex runes, making them impervious to attack. On top of the walls, squads of guards patrolled. Jonathan landed near the city as flight was forbidden within its limits. He had to enter through the gates or risk being treated as an intruder. This region either belonged to the Yellow Earth Holy Land or various families and sections. The Proud Wind City belonged to the Darnell family, a renowned clan known for its power. Rumor had it that they had a 12-stage martial deity, making them formidable local authorities. At the gate, Jonathan paid some spirit stones and underwent a simple inspection before entering smoothly. With a bit of inquiry, Jonathan learned about several notable shops within the city and hurried to check each one for traces of Thai divine mud. What Jonathan didn't know was that a cunning, shifty-eyed man had quietly started following him. Half an hour later, inside a pleasure venue, the shifty-eyed man entered a private room and respectfully said, "Iggy Darnell, Ned has prepared a precious gift for you." "Oh, tell me more." Surrounded by beauties, Darnell Kulang listened with interest. His subordinates knew well that angering him could lead to severe consequences. He would disable or kill those who displeased him. Therefore, the man's statement suggested something significant. "The Jonathan you despise is now in the city." "What?" Darnell Kulang slammed the table and stood up. "I swear I haven't made a mistake. That man is Jonathan, exactly as described in the portrait you provided," Ned stammered, visibly shaken. As a lackey, he knew all too well of Darnell Kulang's cruelty. No matter the reason, if Darnell Kulang was angered, there would be no good outcome. "Well done, Jonathan. You really make things happen when least expected. This time, I will ensure your demise." Darnell Kulang laughed coldly. The city's mayor was his grandfather, and he had returned home to obtain treasures to use against Jonathan in the Holy Land competition. Who would have thought Jonathan would come right to his territory, providing a great opportunity? Ned recognized Jonathan because Darnell Kulang had given him a portrait to offer a bounty on Jonathan's head. Even if it didn't succeed, creating trouble for Jonathan would still be worth it. Unexpectedly, this portrait proved useful, leading his henchmen to find Jonathan. "Where is he? Did you lose him?" Darnell Kulang controlled his excitement and asked. "Please rest assured, Iggy Darnell. We've already sent someone to follow him. We won't lose him," Ned guaranteed confidently. "Good." Darnell Kulang nodded and tossed him a storage ring. "This is yours." Ned received the ring excitedly, astonished by its contents. The spirit stones inside could keep him comfortable for decades. He was going to make a huge profit. "All right, continue monitoring him. Report regularly on Jonathan's activities. I need to plan how to get rid of him." Darnell Kulang waved him off. Meanwhile, Jonathan, unaware of all this, continued searching for Thai divine mud. Though he found none, he learned that in 3 days, the city would host a grand auction featuring many rare treasures. This sparked new hope in Jonathan. Perhaps the auction would have the divine mud. Deciding to attend, Jonathan looked for accommodation. The auction was in 3 days, and he needed a place to stay in the meantime. Wandering around, Jonathan chose a random inn and settled in. Many Holy Land disciples believed they were of noble status and insisted on staying at the best inns and restaurants wherever they went. Jonathan, however, didn't care. Cultivation wasn't just about indulgence. Hashtag chapter 221, the auction. To Jonathan, maintaining a normal heart while experiencing the trials of the secular world was also part of cultivation. Many martial artists lost their way in the hustle and bustle of society, ultimately faltering and failing to make progress in their cultivation. As Jonathan settled down, Ned hurriedly reported to Creed. Since Creed always rewarded Ned with a generous amount of spirit stones whenever he received news about Jonathan, this made Ned even more enthusiastic about tracking him. "You mean he's looking for Thai divine mud?" After hearing Ned's report, Creed had an idea. He searched all over the city without success. He's probably planning to find it at the auction. "Since you want Thai divine mud so badly, I'll give you your Thai divine mud." Creed laughed coldly, as if Jonathan was already dead in his eyes. After dismissing Ned, he immediately arranged for someone to go to the auction. In the remaining days, Jonathan continued searching the city for information about Thai divine mud, but found nothing. His only hope now rested on the auction. On the day of the auction, Jonathan paid 100 spirit stones just to enter and obtain a seat, which made him inwardly wince. This auction must be making a fortune just from entry fees. It was rumored that this auction was run by the Darnell family, which explained its success in Ao Fabian City. Even with the 100 spirit stones, Jonathan only got a regular seat in the main hall. To rent a private box, one needed at least 5,000 spirit stones, a sum that Jonathan could afford, but spending it like that seemed meaningless. Inside the hall, Jonathan found his seat early, before the auction started. Gradually, the crowd grew. A young and charming Jo, and then stepped onto the platform, warming up the crowd. Jonathan ignored her. He wasn't there for her or any other distractions. He only had eyes for Thai divine mud. To secure it, he sold quite a few items recently, earning a substantial amount of spirit stones. Most of these items were spoils from previous killings, and selling them earned him a good sum. Jonathan believed these spirit stones should suffice for acquiring Thai divine mud. Its applications were limited, though valuable, and he didn't expect much competition. The auction progressed item by item. Next is a rare alchemical ingredient called Tai Divine Mud. Tai Divine Mud. Jonathan snapped to attention as soon as he heard it. The big moment had arrived. The starting bid for Tai Divine Mud is 30,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 10,000 spirit stones. 30,000. Jonathan felt a chill. Even the starting price was hefty. Clearly, the auctioneers knew the value of Tai Divine Mud well. However, the crowd looked at each other hesitantly, unsure what Tai Divine Mud was or how useful it would be to them. Feeling confident, Jonathan bid 30,000 spirit stones. Just as he thought he'd secured it, a voice from a private box countered with 40,000 spirit stones. Jonathan frowned, adding another 10,000. 100,000 spirit stones. His opponent replied with a sneer. Are they crazy? Jonathan wondered, frustrated by the sudden doubling of the bid. It felt like this person was targeting him. Why did they not bid when I first raised the price? This unreasonable bidding behavior troubled Jonathan. Did he have an enemy in AO Fabian City? But he had taken precautions before coming to the auction, wearing black robes and covering his face with a veil to hide his identity. No one should have recognized him. 11,000. Despite his confusion, securing Tai Divine Mud was paramount. 15,000. The opponent raised the bid again. This guy must have too much money. Jonathan couldn't figure out why the opponent was acting this way. Could it be some rich idiot? People might be silly, but wasting spirit stones like this was outrageous. Bidding escalated to 300,000 spirit stones. The crowd was astonished. Such an exorbitant price for an alchemical ingredient seemed insane. Even precious finished pills wouldn't cost this much. That amount of spirit stones could boost a low-level martial artist to the level of a martial king. Jonathan sighed after hearing 300,000. He only had around 200,000 spirit stones left. He thought securing Tai Divine Mud was a sure thing, but fate turned against him. Although he still had valuables, the auction only accepted spirit stones, not items. Even with possessions worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones, it did no good. Jonathan missed out on Tai Divine Mud despite being so close. Feeling helpless, Jonathan couldn't do anything about the situation. Stealing or robbing it would make him no better than a bandit. There was nothing else he could do. Chapter 222. This is an open scheme. Failing to obtain what he desired, Jonathan no longer had the mood to stay. He left the auction house directly. However, just as he stepped out, 2 towering men dressed as guards blocked his path. Do you have something we can help with? Jonathan frowned. Anyone who was suddenly stopped on the street would not be in a good mood. Unsure if you were still interested in the Tai Divine Mud, one of the guards said with a smile. Tell me, what do you want? Jonathan's heart tightened. He instantly became wary. These fellows were after him because of the Tai Divine Mud. Meet us tomorrow at this time, 100 miles east of the city. You'll know everything then. The guards left immediately after speaking. Jonathan watched them leave and began to think deeply about the matter. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like a trap. But by using the Tai Divine Mud as bait, it undoubtedly appeared to be an open scheme. Should he give up or investigate? After hesitating for a moment, Jonathan decided to check it out. No matter what, the Tai Divine Mud was within reach. To abandon it right now would be too painful for him. Moreover, based on his assessment, the matter shouldn't involve any half-immortal level experts. Such masters wouldn't go through all this trouble. They could easily confront him directly. Even if they acted within the city, the Darnell family, which controlled the city, wouldn't dare complain. With these thoughts in mind, Jonathan returned to his lodging. Night fell. Jonathan silently opened the window, confirming that the trackers outside hadn't noticed anything unusual, and then quietly left. After discovering that someone was following him, Jonathan had carefully noted the positions of all those tracking him and managed to leave the inn unnoticed. He wasn't foolish enough to wait until tomorrow but planned to visit the location tonight to check the situation. Jonathan headed east, covering roughly 100 miles before setting up a set of array flags. Under his control, each flag sank into the ground and vanished without a trace, leaving only one master flag to control the entire array. This array was precisely the Red Dragon Great Array confiscated from Clive, though it was a fragmented version. If complete, it should be called the Great 5 Elements Prohibition Array, which would be much more powerful. However, even this fragmented version was formidable and might prove useful the next day. Because there was no underground fire here, Jonathan spent considerable spirit stones setting up the array. The array required a power source. Although it could draw on natural spiritual energy, the efficiency was far too low. After setting up the array, Jonathan hid in the shadows, waiting until the next day. A group of people arrived. One person was a familiar face to Jonathan. It was Creed. Why is it him? Jonathan's brows furrowed as he surveyed the group. Creed was with 4 others, including 3 martial emperors and 1 martial saint. The middle-aged martial saint resembled Creed closely, indicating they were likely father and son. The Darnell family, I see. Jonathan suddenly understood. No wonder Creed was here. This was the Darnell family from Alfing City. Likely, when Jonathan entered the city earlier, he was recognized either by Creed or someone in his entourage. This cunning plan was aimed at taking Jonathan's life. Thinking this over, Jonathan sneered. The Alfing auction house was owned by the Darnell family, so the Tai Divine Mud was probably just false information. Despite feeling disappointed, Jonathan felt fortunate that he had come last night rather than fall into their trap. Father, that guy isn't easy to handle. Make sure he doesn't escape, or things will get complicated, Creed warned the martial saint beside him. So what if he's strong? He's just a minor martial king, the father replied dismissively, clearly not taking Jonathan seriously. This isn't as simple as you think. That guy is now the top disciple of Xuanhuan Holy Land, with exceptional skills. Seeing his father dismiss his concerns, Creed hurriedly tried to persuade him again. All right, I'll set up a spirit binding array. He won't escape this time. The father waved a hand, embedding another set of array flags into the ground. Coincidentally, this array was set right next to Jonathan's Red Dragon array. Seeing his father activate the spirit binding array, Creed remained silent, clearly viewing it as an extremely powerful array. I need to be cautious and not fall for it. Jonathan silently noted its position, reminding himself not to get trapped. Jonathan didn't intend to leave, but decided to act. Only fools defend themselves forever, while thieves keep striking. This opportunity with the enemy exposed offered a perfect chance to strike back. If he missed this, it would be far more troublesome if Creed continued scheming in the shadows. After waiting for some time, Jonathan walked out from another direction, appearing casually. That guy's here. Creed exclaimed excitedly, finally getting his chance for revenge. Creed, why are you here? Jonathan feigned surprise. Haha, didn't expect it, did you? Today is your end, Jonathan. Creed gloated, having been humiliated at Xuanhuan Holy Land and now relishing the moment. You and I were just sparring inside the gate. How could you try to kill me? Jonathan said, frowning. Blame yourself for being too talented and shining too brightly. As long as you're at Xuanhuan Holy Land, I, Creed, will never rise to prominence. Only your death can make me the top disciple again. Creed was visibly agitated, almost deranged, driven mad by his recent defeat to Jonathan. Come in, don't leave. The father smiled, thinking Jonathan would soon step into the range of the spirit binding array. But Jonathan suddenly turned around and fled. Trying to escape? Everyone, chase him down and don't let him get away. On the father's command, the three martial emperors pursued Jonathan. As soon as Jonathan was intercepted by the three, he engaged them in battle. Though they were early-stage martial emperors with mediocre cultivation methods, even outnumbering Jonathan, they were still suppressed by him and fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 223. How is there another formation here? This boy does have some skill, but it ends here. Father Darnell, after seeing Jonathan fighting three opponents at once, was a little surprised but did not take it seriously. What if he could beat three early-stage martial emperors? Could he possibly be a match for a grand and honorable martial saint? It's a pity the soul-binding formation was set up in vain. If the opponent had walked into the soul-binding formation, even without his interference, the matter would have been easily resolved. Hee, Jonathan, this time I will definitely defeat you. Creed laughed out loud. Only by killing Jonathan could he rid himself of his psychological demon. One martial saint and four martial emperors surrounded Jonathan, launching a fierce assault on him. Facing their onslaught, Jonathan finally fell into a disadvantageous position. But in the next moment, Jonathan smiled and said, since everyone has come, it's time to close the net. Damn, how is there an array's fluctuation here? Father Darnell suddenly became alarmed. He felt the fluctuation of an array here, which was incredibly strange. Apart from the soul-binding formation he had arranged, there were other formations. Damn it, this mischief is caused by the kid in front of him. Though Father Darnell and others reacted quickly, it was too late. Flames rose up all around them, enveloping Father Darnell and the others within a wall of fire. Fire dragons made entirely of fire elements condensed into being. Compared to the Crimson Dragon Great Array Clive laid down using ground flames, due to the limitation of spirit stones provided by Jonathan, only 6 fire dragons coalesced. Each of these fire dragons possessed strength comparable to that of a peak martial emperor. That meant Jonathan had suddenly acquired 6 powerful helpers. Under Jonathan's control via the formation flag, 2 fire dragons went to restrain the 3 early-stage martial emperors. 1 fire dragon restrained Creed, while Jonathan, along with the remaining 3 fire dragons, rushed towards Father Darnell. Jonathan didn't choose the weakest opponent to tackle first, but decided to start with the strongest one. Once Father Darnell was dealt with, the remaining individuals wouldn't be much trouble. Humph, do you think relying on these mindless constructs can match me? Father Darnell sneered disdainfully as spiritual light emanated from his body. Despite the flames spat by the fire dragons falling upon him, they barely caused any harm. Seeing this scene, Jonathan couldn't help but feel very surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to possess such a formidable defensive technique. Father Darnell, now radiating spiritual light all over, charged straight at Jonathan. He knew very well that once Jonathan was taken care of, this great formation would collapse on its own. Boom. Jonathan's punch met with Father Darnell's, both engaging in direct physical combat. They both practiced body strengthening, resulting in bone-crushing close-quarters combat. What is this spiritual light? Its defense is so strong. Jonathan stared at the spiritual light enveloping Father Darnell in surprise. That glow covering his body acted like an impervious suit of armor, which was incredibly astounding. Humph, what would a half-grown kid know about the vastness of the world? There are many things in this world you don't understand. Father Darnell coldly snorted. The body-strengthening technique he obtained unintentionally suited him perfectly. It was precisely thanks to this technique that he broke through to the martial saint realm. Do you have techniques? So do I. Jonathan sneered, shaking his body, releasing dense demonic aura all around, as if an ancient demon had descended. Demonic path cultivation method? Father Darnell was shocked. Knowing that demonic path cultivation methods were forbidden and extremely difficult to handle, only those reviled demonic path martial artists would practice them. Father Darnell wondered, isn't this guy a disciple of the Xian Devon Holy Land? Why would he possess demonic path cultivation methods? A frog at the bottom of a well. Jonathan sneered, mocking the other's narrow horizons now. You're courting death. Father Darnell narrowed his eyes, becoming thoroughly serious. Yet, he soon discovered that Jonathan, in his demonic aura-laden state, had a defense that was terrifyingly formidable, far stronger than Father Darnell, the martial saint. Moreover, although he looked like a demonic path martial artist, he wasn't completely so. Demonic path martial artists, long exposed to demonic aura, would turn bloodthirsty and manic, fighting like wild beasts. Yet, Father Darnell saw only calm composure in Jonathan's eyes, clearly not what a demonic path cultivator should be like. This guy isn't a demonic path cultivator. He practices not demonic path techniques, but an exceedingly profound technique capable of utilizing demonic aura without being eroded by it. Upon reaching this conclusion, greed filled Father Darnell's eyes. If he could obtain such a powerful technique, let alone breaking through to the martial deity realm, becoming immortal might not be impossible in the future. Bang bang bang. Both parties continued to clash. Jonathan had already gained the upper hand, especially with 3 fire dragons assisting. Even though Father Darnell's protective spiritual light could withstand the attacks from the fire dragons, it consumed spiritual energy to do so. As time went by, Jonathan's advantages grew more significant. 9th Thunder Fist 8th move, Thunder Dragon shatters heaven, Jonathan shouted. Accompanied by his swinging fist, a giant thunder dragon emerged, rushing directly at Father Darnell. Trapped within the Crimson Dragon Great Array, Father Darnell's activity range was already limited. Now, he couldn't avoid the attack and had to endure it head-on. This is the Xian Devon Holy Land's fist technique. I didn't expect you've already advanced to this level. Father Darnell was disheveled, his long hair scorched black by lightning. Black blood trickled from his mouth as he coldly remarked, "You're indeed strong, but it ends here." Without finishing his words, Father Darnell grabbed a pill and shoved it into his mouth. Instantly, his aura soared, reaching the peak of the martial saint realm in just moments. What kind of thing did this guy eat? Jonathan was somewhat startled, unsure what the guy had ingested to boost his power so dramatically. However, pills like this usually had significant side effects. No one would willingly take them unless facing life or death situations. After consuming the pill, Father Darnell's strength, speed, and various aspects were significantly stronger than before. Even though the opponent before him had doubled in strength, Jonathan still didn't resort to his true trump card. In his possession were potent treasures like Immortal King tools and semi-immortal tools, which he hadn't used yet. But Jonathan obviously did not plan to rely on these treasures. Although they were very powerful, they were ultimately external objects. A body-strengthening practitioner's most formidable weapon should be his own body. Because of this, unless it was a matter of life or death, Jonathan would never casually use semi-immortal tools or Immortal King tools. Frequent usage would lead to dependency on these powerful treasures, neglecting self-cultivation, which would be putting the cart before the horse. According to Jonathan's reasoning, Father Darnell's current state would not last long. He just needed to drag out this period, during which the opponent would enter a weak phase. Then he could easily defeat the other. Hashtag chapter 224, sending you father and son to reunite. Time was something Jonathan had in abundance. In contrast, it was Darnell Klyang's side that should feel the urgency. Now, under the influence of Jonathan's Red Dragon formation, Darnell Klyang's group of 5 had been split into 3 separate battlefields. Fighting a fire dragon alone, Darnell Klyang relied on his solid strength to hold his ground against the dragon. However, the other 3 were not so fortunate. Even with 3-on-1 odds, they were still miserably tormented by the scorching flames of the fire dragons. If this continued, their defeat was inevitable. Once they fell, Jonathan would have 3 more fire dragons to deal with Darnell Klyang's father. Darnell Klyang's father clearly understood this as well. He continuously attacked Jonathan, attempting to defeat him. But panic led to poor decisions, and now his attacks were devoid of any coherent strategy, relying solely on brute force. However, Jonathan no longer engaged in direct combat with him, which made each punch seem like it hit nothing but air. The longer time passed, the more frantic Darnell Klyang's father became, losing all semblance of order. No. Finally, with a mournful cry, Darnell Klyang's father's energy plummeted drastically, his spiritual power even weaker than before. Now it's my turn. Without hesitation, Jonathan launched his attack. Residual Cloud Phantom technique conjured hundreds of illusions around him, encircling Darnell Klyang's father. Boom. Jonathan emerged from the illusions and unleashed a barrage of punches onto Darnell Klyang's father, weakening his protective aura until it flickered dangerously. At the same moment, the 3 nearby fire dragons launched a coordinated attack. Their combined flames shattered the protective aura completely. Without the aura, Darnell Klyang's father's physical strength was no match for Jonathan, turning him into a helpless punching bag. With each scream of agony, he was pummeled to death by Jonathan. Father! Darnell Klyang was grief-stricken, trying desperately to rescue his father, but held back by the fire dragon in front of him. Don't worry, I will soon send you both to reunite, Jonathan said with a twisted smile. He took Darnell Klyang's father's storage ring and walked straight toward Darnell Klyang. The 3 fire dragons meanwhile went after the 3 Empyreans who were still struggling to hold their ground. Even 1 fire dragon was too much for them. What chance did they have against 4? No, I don't want to die. 2 Empyreans quickly perished under the dragon flames. The last one, driven mad by desperation, rushed into the wall of fire, only to become a burning man within moments, eventually reduced to ashes. Even Jonathan shook his head at the sight. While he had seen many battles, this was absurd. An early-stage Empyrean dared to charge into the wall of flames. This was pure suicide. It's your turn. Standing before Darnell Klyang, Jonathan spoke without emotion, while the fire dragons hovered menacingly around him. Jonathan didn't need the dragons to intervene. He could handle this defeated opponent alone. You're the reason, damn you, Jonathan. You've destroyed everything I had, ruined my standing in the Xian Devon Holy Land, and killed my father. Damn bastard. Darnell Klyang cursed wildly, descending into madness. Seeing this, Jonathan felt no sympathy. This man had brought this upon himself. Could he not accept that others were stronger than him? There were plenty stronger than him in the world. And his father's death. If they hadn't tried to ambush him, none of this would have happened. One must bear the consequences of one's actions. Oh right, I do have one question. Is the Tai Divine Mud you mentioned real? Jonathan asked, though he suspected it was just part of the ruse, hoping it might be genuine. Tai Divine Mud? You mean this? Without another word, Darnell Klyang took out a wooden box from his storage ring. Jonathan carefully inspected the box, ensuring it was safe, before opening it. Inside was merely a clump of mud. I intended to use this to mock your stupidity before killing you, but I never expected such an end. Darnell Klyang spoke sadly, then snarled. Don't think you can kill me easily. We still have a fight ahead, and the outcome is yet to be determined. If you want to fight, let's do it. Before Darnell Klyong could respond, Jonathan attacked immediately. Darnell Klyong was already no match for Jonathan. Now, having advanced to the middle stage of Martial King, Jonathan's strength far surpassed his previous level, making Darnell Klyong's defeat even more inevitable. Just a few short months, and you've gotten even stronger, Darnell Klyong lamented bitterly as he was repeatedly pushed back. You should go and reunite with your father. Jonathan prepared to deliver the final blow. Haha, what does it matter if you kill me? My grandfather will not let you off. He'll slaughter you for revenge. Darnell Klyong spat venomously in his final breaths. Rest assured, if your grandfather refuses to stop, I'll send him to join you. Boom. Jonathan's punch landed, and Darnell Klyong, the former first disciple of the Xian Devon Holy Land, lost his life, falling into a pool of blood. Jonathan took his storage ring and set the bodies ablaze along with the others before heading into the city. He needed to leave this city using the super teleportation array before the rest of the Darnell family reacted. It wasn't fear of the Darnell family that drove him, but a need to save time. He had limited time left before the grand competition among the 9 holy lands, and he still hadn't found the Tai Divine Mud. Covering over 100 miles was no challenge for a high-level martial artist. Entering the city, Jonathan noticed no unusual activity, indicating the Darnell family hadn't yet realized Darnell Klyong's and his father's deaths, a fortuitous situation for Jonathan. He headed straight to the location of the super teleportation array. Fortunately, there were few people waiting, so he didn't have to queue. The super teleportation array required 500 spirit stones, a hefty price but worth it for the time saved. Legend had it that this array was crafted by a grand array master who had been greatly favored by the Darnell family, transforming Ao Fabian City from a small town into a bustling metropolis. Translation notes asterisk. Character names, Jonathan, Darnell Klyong, and others are transliterated directly. Tone and style. The translation aims to maintain the original tone, preserving the intensity and dramatic elements. Fluency and coherence. Ensure the English version reads naturally and coherently, following the storyline and logic from previous content. Paragraph structure. Kept consistent with the original Adelardnese text. Hashtag chapter 225. The Black Market. It was through this super teleportation array that the Darnell family had built its fortune. Never thought I could use the Darnell family's super teleportation array right after dealing with father and son Darnell. Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. By the time he left, the entire Ao Fabian City would likely be in chaos. Jonathan stepped onto the super teleportation array, joining a few others who were headed to the same destination. A beam of light appeared, revealing complex and esoteric inscriptions across the array. In an instant, Jonathan and the others vanished in a flash of light. Not far away, several Darnell family guards rushed over, shouting, "Don't activate the teleportation array. Just a few people left. There probably isn't a murderer among them," one guard said hesitantly, watching as the group had already disappeared. "Who knows? Our master told us to seal the teleportation array. We just follow orders," another guard replied indifferently. Jonathan felt a dizzying sensation as the surroundings twisted and blurred. When the sensation ceased, they had arrived in another city. "Please pay 100 spirit stones upon leaving the teleportation array," a guard instructed. "Buy tickets when boarding. Buy tickets when disembarking." Jonathan muttered to himself in frustration but didn't want to cause trouble, so he paid the 100 spirit stones and exited the array. This city was named Xianxia City, also a fairly large settlement. Here, Jonathan felt his chances of finding the Tai Divine Mud were good. Not only because Xianxia City was more prosperous than Ao Fabian City, but also because it housed an enormous black market. The black market was a place where rare treasures and things that couldn't be bought openly were readily available. It was even rumored that slaves could be purchased here. However, Jonathan didn't rush to the black market. He first searched in the official sections of the city. After a day of running around Xianxia City shops, he found nothing. "Looks like I have no choice but to check the black market," Jonathan sighed, feeling helpless. The next day, Jonathan decided to visit the black market. Spending some spirit stones, he obtained its location from an information peddler. The black market wasn't inside the city but somewhere outside. Following the given directions, Jonathan arrived at a small hill. To the untrained eye, there was nothing unusual here. Ping ping. Jonathan approached and knocked on the stone wall twice. With a rumble, the stone wall shifted aside, revealing 2 burly men in black robes. "Do you know the rules?" one of the men asked. Jonathan handed over 1,000 spirit stones, receiving a bracelet in return. The man stepped aside, allowing him passage. The bracelet served as an access permit and could be reused indefinitely. Wearing the bracelet, Jonathan descended down a steep staircase. Soon, he saw a faint light ahead. Approaching, he entered an expansive square filled with rock-carved houses, each a shop. Numerous stalls lined the streets, and tunnels led to other areas of the black market. As he moved along the square, Jonathan stopped at every store selling materials and precious resources, but his search remained fruitless. "Let's try other areas," Jonathan thought, and entered a tunnel leading elsewhere. Shortly, he found another vast area specializing in magical artifacts. Uninterested, he moved on. Suddenly, he heard roaring sounds before reaching the next section. How can there be wild animal roars here? Jonathan wondered as he approached. The scene that met his eyes startled him. Numerous cages held all sorts of demon beasts and even creatures corrupted by dark energy. "Sir, are you looking for anything? This entire area is our 10,000 Beast Workshop's exclusive zone," a young, attractive woman in a cheapao greeted warmly. "What do these demon beasts do?" Jonathan asked, frowning. "They can serve as mounts or sources of materials. Many ingredients are most effective when harvested from freshly slain demon beasts." The cheapao-wearing woman smiled. "Mounts? These demon beasts look ferocious. How can anyone ride them willingly?" "Don't worry, sir. All our demon beasts wear slave collars and are very obedient," she explained, pulling out a bell from her storage ring and approaching a cage holding a raging giant bear. "Roar! Roar!" The bear snarled fiercely, standing on its hind legs, clawing at the iron bars, ready to tear the intruders apart. Ding ding ding. The woman calmly shook the bell, and the bear screamed in agony, writhing in pain. A few rounds of this, and even the fiercest demon beast will be tamed, never disobeying its owner, she demonstrated, offering the bell to Jonathan. No need, Jonathan declined, recalling the bandits he had encountered earlier riding giant eagles equipped with similar collars. Sir, don't you want one? They're incredibly useful for battles or travel, the woman urged as Jonathan prepared to leave. No thanks, Jonathan refused again. For travel, he had his flying carpet, and for combat, these demon beasts, which were only emperor level at best, wouldn't be much help, not to mention their exorbitant prices. If demon beasts aren't your interest, we have other goods that might suit your tastes, the woman hinted meaningfully, hinting at something more hidden within their stock. Chapter 226, Divine Alchemy Furnace. Other goods. Jonathan glanced over and noticed that deeper in this area, there were indeed some cages covered with black cloth. These cages were not large, and they didn't seem to house any fierce demonic beasts. You'll see if you take a look. The cheapao-clad woman walked gracefully to a piece of black cloth and pulled it away. Inside were several young women. Some had swollen red eyes. Others looked vacant as if they had lost their souls. These are people too. Can they be sold like goods? Jonathan frowned. Although he had heard that slaves could be bought in the black market, seeing it firsthand was shocking. Living people being sold as goods. He walked to other cloth-covered cages and revealed more humans. Men, women, children, even individuals with exotic features. Each one wore a slave collar around their neck. In our market, you can buy furnace maidens, combat slaves, or even warriors with special constitutions, the cheapao woman said proudly, seemingly indifferent to the prisoners as if they were just beasts. Please buy me, please, cried out a young woman clinging to her cage. This incited more cries from other women, with some even attempting to draw Jonathan's attention by posing seductively. These scenes left Jonathan silent, unable to find words. Without another glance, he left the place without hesitation. This was merely a branch of the 10,000 Beasts Market. Who knew how many such places existed across the continent? So many people. There was no way he could save them all. Even saving one or two wouldn't make a difference. Nonetheless, he silently vowed to remember this organization. If he ever gained enough strength, he would ensure that such organizations cease to exist in this world. Moving on, Jonathan quickly found the area related to elixirs. This section was filled with alchemy materials, cauldrons, and various other items. After several unsuccessful inquiries, he was about to leave when he saw an unusual black alchemy furnace at a stall. In the black market, many such small stalls existed where warriors would temporarily sell or trade items. This furnace seems familiar, as though I've seen it somewhere, Jonathan thought, yet couldn't recall exactly where. But how often had he seen an alchemy furnace? Not even in his sex treasure hall did he come across a furnace like this. Suddenly, he remembered. The illusion he experienced while comprehending the Tian Gang body supplement pill showed a similarly ancient-looking furnace. Could this really be the divine alchemist's furnace? At this thought, Jonathan's heart raced. If it truly was, its value was incomparable, belonging to a divine alchemist. Moreover, he might gain new insights through this furnace. This furnace is valuable, Jonathan said as he approached, pretending to inspect it casually. The moment his hand touched it, a message flashed in his mind. Divine Alchemy Furnace Black Abyss, crafted from black iron by ancient godly artisans, capable of increasing the success rate of alchemy and can be used as a weapon. It was real. Joy surged within Jonathan, but he maintained a nonchalant demeanor to avoid arousing suspicion from the vendor. Revealing excitement might lead to price hikes, or even cancellation of the sale. An alchemy furnace that could increase success rates was undoubtedly treasured by countless alchemists. However, what did it mean by using it as a weapon? Smashing people with a cauldron seemed impractical, worse than using a hammer. 1,000 spirit stones, the vendor casually said. So expensive? Jonathan feigned surprise. Don't buy it if it's too expensive. You poor guy running to the black market for purchases. All right, here's your 1,000 spirit stones. Jonathan hesitated before handing over the payment. Perfect, no regrets now. The vendor grinned upon receiving the spirit stones, clearly unaware of the furnace's true value. Jonathan placed the furnace into his storage ring immediately. It wasn't the right environment for further examination now. His experience at the stall gave him an idea on how to acquire Tai Divine Mud. He could set up a stall to trade, or use spirit stones to exchange for it. Though he couldn't find it in shops, someone might possess it privately. As long as he offered a good price, he believed the owner would be willing to trade. Deciding on this, Jonathan acted swiftly. He rented a booth at the black market square where every warrior entering or exiting passed by, a high-traffic area with correspondingly high prices. Just for a little booth, so many spirit stones. I wonder how much rent the shops have to pay. Jonathan was amazed at the sheer profitability of the black market. It was a treasure trove. Given its lucrative nature, it likely had powerful backing, possibly even from local powerhouses. Regardless, Jonathan needed not concern himself with these details. At his booth, he laid out a variety of items, waiting for potential trades. Chapter 227, Setting up a stall. Next to the stall, Jonathan placed a sign that read, "You can exchange Tai Divine Clay for any item in the stall." After setting everything up, Jonathan began to wait. Soon, people came over to ask about the prices of the items. Jonathan simply stated that only Tai Divine Clay was accepted as an exchange and dismissed them. He wasn't here to sell anything. Naturally, he had no intention of wasting time on such matters. People flowed through the square, frequently drawn to the items displayed at Jonathan's stall. However, none could provide Tai Divine Clay. The items displayed were all extremely valuable treasures. Some were from the secret realms Jonathan had explored in the past, while others were war trophies taken from enemies. This caused a constant stream of inquiries about the items' prices. Ultimately annoyed, Jonathan added another line to the sign. Items are not for sale, only exchanged for Tai Divine Clay. Hey, how much do you want for this? A gruff voice came from the side. Jonathan looked up to see a large man with a scarred face standing by the stall. Not for sale, Jonathan replied, pointing to the sign. You're crazy. You put things out here but won't sell them? Just give us a price. The scar-faced man got angry and started swearing. Get lost. Don't go berserk at my stall. Jonathan frowned, equally annoyed. He was here to trade for Tai divine clay. Whether or not he sold the items was his business. You're asking for it. Hey, this is the black market. No troublemaking here. The scar-faced man, about to lunge, was stopped by his companion, remembering that anyone who tried to start a fight here wouldn't leave alive. Despite his displeasure, the scar-faced man backed off, leaving after threatening Jonathan. Jonathan paid no mind to the scar-faced man's threats. He was just a mere Wu Darnold. Had they been anywhere else, Jonathan would have beaten him into submission. Some time passed, and a Callan approached cautiously, somewhat wary as he asked, Do you really need Tai divine clay? Yes. Jonathan nodded, examining the youth. His cultivation level was low, unlikely to possess something as rare as Tai divine clay. I know a place where there's some, if you dare go. The youth hesitated, scrutinizing Jonathan for a moment before speaking. Oh, tell me what you need. Jonathan became interested and asked. Half of whatever treasures we find. The youth stated his terms. Can you be sure there's Tai divine clay there? Jonathan frowned, wanting to confirm the situation first, as wasting time without achieving his goal would be futile. I can guarantee it. It's a secret realm I stumbled upon with some companions. Only I managed to escape. The Tai divine clay is inside. The youth affirmed confidently. How did you recognize the Tai divine clay? Jonathan asked sternly. I saw it once in an ancient text. It's definitely what we encountered. The youth was certain. Monster. Jonathan's expression changed. He now believed most of what the youth said. Tai divine clay isn't actually soil but rather the blood of an ancient mythical beast. Once outside its body, it solidifies into a mud-like substance. It can be used for refining medicines and cultivating spirit plants, hence being called divine clay. Few knew the origin of Tai divine clay, so if this youth knew it too, it was likely true. Alright, let's go, but if you lie, the consequences won't be good. Jonathan stood up and began packing away the items from his stall. The youth reassured him again. Packing up, they left together. My surname is Sue. What's your name? Earl. Oh right. Why are you so sure I can help you enter the secret realm? Jonathan asked curiously. Sir Sue, with all those priceless treasures on display, you must be very strong. Earl answered. Jonathan nodded, understanding the youth had probably been hesitant because he wasn't sure of Jonathan's character and feared Jonathan might monopolize the treasures inside. Still too young. If Jonathan were in his shoes, he wouldn't easily team up with a stranger, especially one far stronger than himself. If the stranger turned greedy, intent on monopolizing the treasure, not only would he not get anything, he might lose his life. Conversely, if this boy was clever enough, he might miss out on the chance to obtain Tai divine clay. They left the black market, and Jonathan unfurled a flying carpet. They set off toward the direction Earl indicated. The flying carpet hadn't traveled long when Jonathan stopped. Sir? Earl was curious, not understanding why they had stopped in the middle of a barren wilderness, far from the secret realm. Jonathan didn't answer but stared at the nearby clouds, saying, Come out already. Didn't expect to be discovered. Several figures emerged from the clouds. Among them were the scar-faced man and his companion whom Jonathan had seen earlier. Boy, hand over everything you have, and we'll spare your lives. The scar-faced man demanded greedily. Oh, let's see if you can. Jonathan spoke coolly, his aura spreading out. Wu Wong powerhouse. Realizing Jonathan's cultivation level, the scar-faced man and his companions were terrified, fleeing hastily. Arrogant fools. Jonathan muttered, continuing on his way. Had he more time or thought these people were serious about killing him, he wouldn't have shown mercy. Sir Su is a Wu Wong powerhouse. Earl was also shocked, initially thinking Jonathan was only slightly stronger than himself, perhaps a Wu Zong or Wu Jun. In truth, Earl's knowledge was too limited. While Jonathan's displayed treasures were indeed valuable, Earl couldn't gauge their true worth. The same went for the scar-faced man. Had someone more knowledgeable seen those treasures without knowing Jonathan's cultivation, even a Ajay powerhouse wouldn't dare act rashly. On the flying carpet, they quickly entered a mountain range. This area was known for its numerous beasts. According to Earl, they were hunting here when they accidentally found the secret realm, leading them to enter it for treasures. Chapter 228, Goal Achieved. No one knew that instead of obtaining the treasure, they lost their companions inside. Speaking of these matters, Earl's face turned grim, reflecting sorrow. Following this, Jonathan inquired further about the secret realm from him. According to Earl, the secret realm was filled with many demonic beasts, which made it perilous. However, Jonathan was not overly concerned. After all, even a lowly martial artist like Earl could escape from within. How could it pose a danger to a cultivator who could defeat a martial saint? The two didn't walk for long into the mountain range before stopping at the foot of a large mountain. Under Earl's guidance, Jonathan found the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance was a pond. The secret realm lay beneath it in an ancient teleportation array. Through this array, they could enter the secret realm. According to Earl, they had just hunted a demonic beast, and were preparing to take a bath in the pond and leave when they discovered the entrance to the secret realm. The two dived into the water, and Jonathan indeed saw a teleportation array. It had been around for some time, and appeared somewhat dilapidated. However, based on Earl's words, it still functioned. Jonathan took out several spirit stones, infusing their energy into the teleportation array. Instantly, a flash of light emerged, and both Jonathan and Earl vanished within it. When Jonathan regained his bearings, he saw a completely different scene. A dense, boundless plain. Earl mentioned there wasn't much valuable here except for a grand hall filled with treasures, likely the residence of the secret realm's owner. After so many years, however, its master would have long perished. The teleportation point was fixed, allowing Earl to quickly identify the direction of the grand hall. Just as Jonathan was about to activate his flying carpet, Earl stopped him, saying flight was prohibited in this secret realm. Anyone flying would be struck by lightning. Jonathan guessed this was a protective mechanism designed to fend off outsiders. Unable to fly, the duo relied on their feet, slowing their progress. On their way, a large group of bats rushed toward them. Without hesitation, Jonathan unleashed a punch, sending the bats crashing to the ground. Predecessor, you are truly formidable. When we encountered such blood-sucking bats earlier, several people were injured. Earl said beside him, astounded. Titles like Martial Spirit or Martial King meant little without personal experience to know just how powerful true experts were. We should be close, Earl remarked, glancing at a nearby river. Continuing forward, Jonathan indeed spotted a complex of buildings towering ahead, appearing magnificent from the outside. The Tai Divine Mud is inside those buildings. Leading the way, Earl added cautiously, Predecessor, please be careful. These structures are occupied by a group of monkey-like demonic beasts. My companions died because of these beasts, and I also sought refuge here while fleeing from them, where I stumbled upon the Tai Divine Mud. Adelarder chirp. Sounds echoed as over a dozen robust, bull-sized monkeys emerged from nearby structures. They shrieked and charged toward Jonathan and Earl. Without hesitation, Jonathan engaged them, pulling out a long sword from his storage ring and dispatching them swiftly. Entering the structure Earl spoke of, they found numerous cells lined with bones, clearly remains of demonic beasts. Jonathan estimated this place must have once housed and bred demonic beasts. Reaching the innermost area, Jonathan found a creature in one cell. It was covered in fluffy fur, resembling a ball. Indeed, this was the beast possessing the Tai Divine Mud. Overjoyed yet cautious, Jonathan noted the aura emanating from the beast matched that of a peak martial emperor. Despite being confined here for so long, it remained alive while others perished. Did it not require sustenance? Regardless, its vitality was impressive. To break this cell open, even a simple blow from Jonathan couldn't budge the cell. Astonished, he thought, is it impenetrable? Unbelieving, Jonathan wielded the golden tortoise sword, slicing through the cell's door. Unaware it was a semi-immortal grade weapon, Earl merely deemed it an excellent magical treasure. Upon breaking free, the formerly docile beast became frantic, charging out. Imprisoned for years, it cared little about Jonathan's strength, bearing a massive mouth full of teeth and lunging at him. You aren't fit to kill me. Expressionless, Jonathan swung the golden tortoise sword. The beast, having seemingly forgotten evasive techniques due to prolonged confinement, did not dodge, smashing headlong into the blade. The indestructible golden tortoise sword sliced effortlessly, splitting the creature into two. Jonathan promptly gathered its blood using jade bottles, controlled by his spiritual energy. The blood would soon solidify into large quantities of Tai Divine Mud, enough for him to refine the Heaven's Justice Pill. These are crucial to me, so I won't share. In other discoveries, I will give you a larger portion. Feeling elated, Jonathan informed Earl, who nodded approvingly, relieved. Initially fearful of betrayal post-success, Earl now felt assured of Jonathan's integrity. After securing all the Tai Divine Mud, they ventured further into the complex but found only more monkey-like demonic beasts, leaving Earl disappointed. Let's look around more. Remaining composed, Jonathan reasoned that the place's former owner must have been strong, likely hiding numerous valuables. Even if nothing else was found, Jonathan's mission was already accomplished. Chapter 229, Hidden Mysteries. As for Earl, Jonathan compensated him with items from his storage ring, equivalent to the value of the Tai Divine Mud, ensuring he left fully satisfied. The two continued their exploration. Jonathan believed that while the surface buildings looked impressive, they were merely superficial. There was likely something more hidden beneath. Do you confirm that this entire secret realm only has this one building? Jonathan inquired. We wandered aimlessly within the secret realm and practically scoured every corner, but found nothing else, Earl replied honestly. If it's not on the surface, then it must be hidden somewhere. Apart from underground, there isn't really any other place that can be called hidden here. Before Earl could respond, Jonathan slammed a punch into the ground. Boom. A massive noise echoed as the ground collapsed, revealing a deep, bottomless pit. Indeed, it's down there. Let's go take a look. Jonathan felt a surge of excitement and leaped into the pit. Izzy, shouldn't we investigate first before going down? Earl hesitated at the sight of the dark abyss, but after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. Where is Izzy? Where did he go? As soon as Earl landed, he glanced around, but everything was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Bang! Someone tapped his shoulder, startling him. Aya, who's there? Earl shouted in fright. It's me, Jonathan said, somewhat exasperated by Earl's reaction. The boy was truly timid. Ah, it's Senior Sue. Relieved to see it was Jonathan, Earl let out a breath. Meanwhile, Jonathan had already fashioned a makeshift torch using cloth, oil, and a stick, all common items he kept in his storage ring. Whoosh! Flames roared up, instantly illuminating the area. Only then did they realize they were standing in what appeared to be an underground palace. There were numerous structures around, even more splendid than those above ground. Creak. Not far into their journey, Earl stepped on something, causing a sound. This guy must have died many years ago, yet his bones are still intact and strong. He must have been quite powerful during his lifetime, at least a martial emperor. Jonathan examined the skeleton, recognizing it as human. This guy was a martial emperor? Earl was astonished, realizing he had just stepped on the remains of such a powerful figure. Seeing such mighty individuals reduced to mere bones evoked a sense of melancholy in him. Even these great figures couldn't escape death, leaving him to wonder if someone like him could ever achieve immortality. Storage ring? Suddenly delighted, Earl discovered a storage ring on the corpse. If its contents were still intact, it would be a significant find. Everything's inside. After checking the ring, Earl was overjoyed. It contained plenty of spirit stones, magical treasures, and other valuable items. Senior Sue, you should keep it. Remembering Jonathan's presence, Earl handed over the ring reluctantly. Jonathan briefly inspected the ring. Its contents held little value to him, so he tossed it back to Earl, saying, "It's yours now." "All of it?" Earl asked incredulously. "Yes." Jonathan nodded. Earl was ecstatic. Possessing all of a martial emperor's belongings was a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. With this storage ring, Earl felt content, regardless of what happened next. This newfound wealth would provide ample cultivation resources for a long time. "Let's check out other places," Jonathan reminded Earl, pulling him back to reality. They continued walking and occasionally stumbled upon corpses. "This one's a martial king. Oh, and another martial emperor over there." Jonathan identified the ranks of the deceased as they walked. Meanwhile, Earl gleefully collected the storage rings from these powerful figures, since Jonathan showed no interest in them. What happened here? So many high-ranking martial artists ended up dead. Jonathan began to question. There were no signs of combat, so how did these experts die? Even if killed by others, their storage rings should have been taken, yet they remained intact on their bodies. This situation was indeed peculiar. Deeper into the underground complex, they encountered even stronger corpses, including several martial emperors. At the deepest point, they entered a grand hall filled with more corpses. Only here did they see evidence of battle, with the walls marred and damaged despite their apparent sturdiness. Living person. Fabian pointed upward in shock. Jonathan followed his gaze to see a turner sitting upright in the center of the hall. His robes, made of some special material, remained undamaged despite the passage of time. His flesh was also preserved, looking like that of a living being. "Who are you?" Jonathan cautiously questioned, unsure if the man was alive or dead. Though he had probed with divine senses and found no sign of life, caution was necessary, as some experts could hide their presence through specialized techniques. Beside him, Earl remained silent, knowing this was beyond his capacity to intervene. After a brief wait, receiving no response, Jonathan cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, the turner on the throne moved in an unsettling manner, almost like a reanimated corpse. His joints clicked loudly as he turned his eyes toward Jonathan. Those eyes had no pupils, only pure white. What the hell is this thing? Even Jonathan shuddered at the sight, despite having witnessed many strange phenomena before. This was unnervingly bizarre. Chapter 230. Soul-devouring demon worm. It looked like a monster. It no longer resembled a living human. "Hey, can you hear me?" Jonathan asked again. "SSSHHH." However, the figure did not respond to him, but emitted a raspy sound and lunged at Jonathan with blinding speed. Bang! As soon as Jonathan engaged in combat with it, he was greatly alarmed. This creature had possessed the cultivation of a martial god while alive, and more specifically, a body-refining martial god. But what happened that turned it into this ghostly appearance? Could it really be a reanimated zombie? Jonathan had some knowledge about zombies. It was said that the bodies of certain powerful individuals, due to specific reasons, would remain undecayed for years and could eventually transform into zombies. Jonathan continued to fight against the zombie, marveling at how formidable the physical prowess of a martial god was, even surprising himself. After a short exchange, he already felt sore all over. 9 transformations of divine demon body. Without hesitation, Jonathan activated his 9 transformations of divine demon body and continued to engage with the zombie. Earl, standing aside, was too frightened to speak. He knew well that such a level of combat was far beyond his reach. If he ventured forward, he could easily lose his life. Thus, he hid behind a nearby stone pillar, nervously observing the battlefield. Darn it, I can't keep up with brute force. Jonathan realized in surprise that even with the 9 transformations of divine demon body, he still could not match its physical strength. Perhaps only by cultivating it to the 5th level would he stand a chance against it. Realizing this, Jonathan darted back, creating distance between them, and without any hesitation, drew out the golden turtle sword. Previously, he hadn't used this semi-immortal grade weapon, fearing recognition from others, and because he hadn't encountered an opponent worthy of drawing it. Faced with this tenacious foe, he finally utilized the golden turtle sword. Normally, he avoided using it to train himself, but in such a critical moment, not using it would have been foolish. Thunderbolt sword technique. Jonathan rarely used the thunderbolt sword technique. Although he had mastered it early on, lacking a good sword and focusing primarily on body refinement made him habituated to close-quarters combat. Hence, he seldom used this technique. Humph, let's see if your body can withstand an attack from a semi-immortal grade weapon. Jonathan snorted coldly, waving his long sword with thunder flashing around it before stabbing outwards. The surroundings seemed to slow down infinitely, yet Jonathan moved like a lightning bolt. Swish! This stab struck the zombie's neck. So hard. Jonathan was alarmed. Despite his abilities, he barely left a shallow mark on its neck. The issue wasn't the sharpness of the golden turtle sword, but his inability to fully harness its power. This thing is strong, with an indestructible physique, but it doesn't have much intelligence, relying only on instinct to fight. Jonathan remained calm and analyzed the zombie's weakness. SSSS. Suddenly, the zombie let out a shrill scream, and several bizarre worms jumped out of its mouth, charging straight for Jonathan's face. Even though Jonathan dodged and killed these worms with a slash of his sword, he was momentarily confused. What were these creatures? Were they perhaps necrotic insects inside the zombie's body? Ancient strange insects? At that moment, Earl spoke from the side. Do you know the origin of these worms? Jonathan asked Earl, who seemed to know something. If my guess is correct, Senior must not let these demons touch you. These are likely the famous soul-devouring demon worms from ancient times, Earl shouted in terror. If Jonathan fell in battle, his fate would be unimaginable. Soul-devouring demon worms? Although Jonathan hadn't heard of them before, their names sounded anything but easy to deal with. Tell me what they are. While carefully fighting the zombie, Jonathan inquired. I learned about the Tai Divine Mud and the soul-devouring demon worms from the same ancient book. According to it, these soul-devouring demon worms rank 7th on the list of heaven and earth's peculiar insects. Even martial saints and martial gods can accidentally fall prey to these worms, having their souls devoured and turning into slaves. The original owner of this corpse probably raised these soul-devouring demon worms and fell victim to their counterattack, leading to the soul being devoured and the body taken over. Earl narrated the details about the soul-devouring demon worms. Is it that powerful? Upon hearing this information, Jonathan was indeed startled. Even martial saints and gods could become victims, making these worms truly terrifying. In the following battles, numerous worms emerged from the zombies' mouth multiple times, each time being narrowly avoided by Jonathan and killed by his sword. Are they this fragile? Jonathan frowned, sensing something odd. If this was all they could do, the power of soul-devouring demon worms seemed exaggerated. With just this degree of capability, even martial saints and gods' reflexes wouldn't get caught off guard. These worms might be merely imposing. Or do they have other tricks? Suddenly, Jonathan felt intense pain in his head, as if his mind was under attack. Not good. Mental assault. Just when Jonathan thought it was dire, a white light halo spread in his mind, instantly dissipating the previous agony. Regaining consciousness, Jonathan quickly dodged several soul-devouring demon worms attempting to leap onto him. Phew, thank goodness for the system. Jonathan was shaken. His mind suffered an attack from the soul-devouring demon worms, and if not for the system's defense, he might have turned into a slave. Senior, I remember. Soul-devouring demon worms parasitize in a host's brain. Attacking the brain and killing the worm inside will free the controlled individual. Earl recalled the method to defeat soul-devouring demon worms and loudly reminded Jonathan. Armed with this crucial information, Jonathan focused his attacks on the worm's head. Since the golden turtle sword couldn't breach the defenses, he resorted to his true ace. From within his spirit acupoints, the previously tranquil demon-slaying sword responded to the demon-slaying spell, emitting a thread of sword chi. Under Jonathan's control, this stream of sword chi streaked directly towards the zombie. Chapter 231, Medicine Field. In an instant, the supposedly impenetrable head of the zombie was easily shattered by a terrifying force that crushed his entire skull. Inside his head, dozens of soul-devouring demon worms were similarly reduced to nothing. Jonathan waved his hand, retrieving the storage ring from the opponent's body, then conjured a flame in his palm which fell onto the remaining corpse. Only after the entire body had turned into ashes did Jonathan finally relax. After doing all this, Jonathan discovered detailed records within the storage ring of how this martial deity-level expert raised the soul-devouring demon worms. It seemed that the worms had already become nearly uncontrollable, but the man refused to stop and still planned to suppress them for future use. The outcome was predictable. Everything spiraled out of control. Not only did he himself turn into a dwelling for the demonic worms, but everyone under his command was also killed as their souls were devoured. The storage ring of this martial deity-level expert was finally something Jonathan valued. There were quite a few items within it that were very valuable even to him. You can't monopolize that storage ring. Let's split it between us, Jonathan said as he began inspecting the contents of the storage ring. No need, senior. I'm content with what I have. Earl shook his head and hurriedly declined. The resources he had now could even elevate his cultivation to the martial emperor level. He didn't need any more. Besides, if not for Senior Sue solving the problem with those terrifying soul-devouring demon worms, leaving this place would have been incredibly difficult, let alone obtaining these resources. All right then. Jonathan nodded and didn't say anything more. Just as they were about to leave, they found a secret chamber. There's actually a medicinal field here. Jonathan was surprised to find a whole field of medicinal plants, growing in various kinds. Many of these plants he had seen in the herbal treasure records, and were absolutely invaluable. Medicinal plants usually require extremely stringent living conditions. It's astonishing that they can survive being casually planted underground like this. Earl was equally astonished. This place is probably not as simple as it seems. Take a look at the soil on the ground. Jonathan walked into the field, examining the soil. Earl followed suit upon hearing this. What's wrong with the soil? Earl looked for a long time but couldn't spot any issues. The soil is mixed with Thai divine mud, which has nourishing properties for medicinal plants. That's why these plants can thrive underground. As Jonathan spoke, he suddenly thought of something and regretfully added. They must have kept that strange beast captive and periodically extracted its blood for use. Damn, why did I forget such a good method? Jonathan was filled with remorse. If he had thought of this earlier, he could have had an inexhaustible supply of Thai divine mud. Regret aside, there was no turning back now. Earl felt secretly relieved for the strange beast. Thankfully, it was dead. Otherwise, it might have faced unimaginable torture. Well, getting Thai divine mud is great. Kid, come help me collect the medicinal plants carefully without damaging the roots so they can be replanted later. Jonathan started digging up the plants with great care, treating each one as if it were a priceless antique. Okay. Earl hurried over to assist. Despite spending considerable effort, they managed to dig up all the medicinal plants in the field. All right, let's divide them. Jonathan divided the plants based on their value. What? This is also my share? Earl was surprised, never expecting to receive part of the collection. Didn't you ask for half originally? Jonathan sighed. These plants, unlike the previous martial deity's belongings, came without danger and should naturally be split evenly. You're truly generous, senior. Earl was deeply moved, nearly shedding tears. I'm just adhering to our agreement. Jonathan replied nonchalantly. He knew well the value of these plants, even surpassing the contents of the martial deity's storage ring. In another person's place, seeing Earl's weakness, they might have tried to cheat him, but Jonathan wouldn't do that. As a martial artist, he believed one must adhere to principles to avoid corruption. After dividing the plants, Earl curiously watched Jonathan dig up soil with a sword. Senior Sue, why are you digging up the soil? The soil contains mixed-in Thai divine mud. Even though it cannot be refined, it's still excellent for cultivating medicinal plants. Earl realized this made sense. He also had some medicinal plants and couldn't sell them all at once. Bringing back some soil would be a good choice. Without hesitation, Earl joined in. They dug up the entire field, finally feeling satisfied. Afterwards, they confirmed there was nothing valuable left in the secret realm and decided to leave. Splash. Emerging from the water, Jonathan arrived in the mountain range. Earl soon followed. What are your plans next? Jonathan asked Earl. Earl thought for a moment. I plan to enter the city, sell some items, buy some cultivation resources, and then focus on practicing. Jonathan pondered for a while. Those high-level cultivators' storage rings already contain plenty of spirit stones. You shouldn't randomly sell items for now. Also, don't buy too many cultivation resources at once to avoid drawing attention. As for the medicinal plants, keep them hidden. Each of these is invaluable, and you should wait until you gain more strength before showing them. Remember, without enough power, even if certain treasures are in your hands, they don't truly belong to you. Based on his experience, Jonathan shared these warnings to ensure Earl didn't lose his life due to excessive wealth. Thank you for reminding me, Senior. Earl bowed respectfully, seriously contemplating Jonathan's advice. He wasn't foolish. Earlier, he was momentarily blinded by wealth, but now, he understood that having too much without the ability to protect it was meaningless. Moving forward, he needed to be more cautious to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Chapter 232, The Heaven and Earth Cauldron Control Technique. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Earl couldn't help but recall how Jonathan had previously laid out a pile of good items at the black market, seemingly not minding at all if it drew envious eyes. But considering Jonathan's strength, Earl was reassured. The predecessor had the power to back up such bold actions. You return to the city first, I still have some matters to handle here. Predecessor has more business? Although puzzled, Earl did not pry further and left on his own. Finally, I can begin. At the thought of being about to refine the Heavenly Gang Energy Supplement pill, Jonathan felt an unstoppable excitement. He didn't rush to leave, but instead saw potential in this mountain range as a great location. There were no powerful demonic beasts around, and it was secluded. Hunting parties only occasionally ventured into the outer edges. By establishing a cave dwelling deeper within the mountain, Jonathan could peacefully refine the pill. He acted swiftly, delved into the mountains, and found a quiet spot where he carved a cave into a rock wall. After setting up the Crimson Dragon formation outside the cave, Jonathan entered contentedly. He took out the divine-grade alchemy furnace, Black Abyss, which he had bought at the black market, and once again reviewed its information in his mind. Start comprehending. A scene appeared before him, wherein he saw the turner from before. This time, however, he seemed younger and held a secret manual, exclaiming with delight, I didn't expect such an interesting technique. The manual was titled, The Heaven and Earth Cauldron Control Technique, detailing a rare technique for manipulating a cauldron for attack. After absorbing the information, the images faded away. Comprehended the first level of the Heaven and Earth Cauldron Control Technique. Didn't think I'd directly comprehend the first layer of this technique. In high spirits, Jonathan instantly comprehended the first level and would later comprehend more through Black Abyss. However, he decided not to push himself, as comprehending once already drained his mental energy. Following the Tai Spirit liquid recipe, Jonathan began placing the required materials into the alchemy furnace. Thanks to the memories inherited from a divine-grade alchemist, even on his first attempt, Jonathan executed each step systematically. An hour later, the alchemy furnace emitted a pleasant fragrance. Jonathan opened the lid and released the spirit liquid into a prepared jade bottle. Now I can refine the Heavenly Gang Energy Supplement pill. However, Jonathan planned to rest for a day before taking the pill to ensure he was in top form. The next morning, holding the jade bottle, Jonathan drank all the Tai spirit liquid inside. Instantly, a refreshing sensation filled his body, making him feel cold. Quickly beginning the refinement process, Jonathan felt the energy from the Heavenly Gang Energy Supplement pill spread throughout his body. A wave of heat followed, but soon the power of the spirit liquid subdued it. The two energies balanced magically, allowing Jonathan to continuously absorb the pill's power. This state lasted for a day and night, during which Jonathan felt boundless strength. A certain bottleneck broke, and Jonathan experienced an overwhelming sense of liberation as his 9 transformations divine devil body advanced to the 5th level. Simultaneously, the power of the Tai spirit liquid ran out. The heat returned, prompting Jonathan to stop absorbing the supplement pill. Unexpectedly, the Tai spirit liquid I prepared wasn't enough to fully refine the Heavenly Gang Energy Supplement pill. But this is fortunate, as I can still enhance my physical strength through it. Examining the Heavenly Gang Energy Supplement pill with his divine sense, Jonathan was surprised. Despite absorbing it for a day and night, elevating his body transformation to the 5th level, the pill was still not entirely consumed. Though he lacked some materials to continue producing Tai spirit liquid, Jonathan was not worried since his body transformation had already reached the 5th level. If he faced that zombie in the secret realm again, relying solely on physical strength, Jonathan could overpower it without using the Demon Slayer sword. This was the power granted by the 5th level of the 9 transformations divine devil body. It's about time to return, otherwise, I'll miss the great contest of the 9 holy lands. Leaving the cave, Jonathan dismantled the Crimson Dragon formation and headed back towards Chi Mountain City. As he neared the city, Jonathan noticed figures emerging from nearby clouds with interest. Again you. Jonathan recognized the scar-faced giant from before, whom he had spared, but hadn't given up. Hee, look who it is. The scar-faced giant sneered, holding someone captive. Earl. Jonathan's expression darkened, realizing they had captured Earl. It appeared they had been lying in wait outside the city, catching Earl as he returned because Earl had previously accompanied him to the black market and was identified by the scar-faced giant. Predecessor Sue, I didn't betray you. I never revealed your whereabouts despite their threats. Earl shouted upon seeing Jonathan, believing him due to visible injuries indicating torture for remaining silent, and knowing if Earl had betrayed him, the group would have gone to the mountains sooner. Why don't we dispose of this brat now? The scar-faced giant suggested with a vicious smirk. As you wish, the elder with a skull staff replied indifferently. Die. The scar-faced giant dropped Earl, whose restricted spiritual energy meant a fatal fall from the sky. You are courting death. Jonathan flashed forward, catching Earl mid-air. Boom. With a few quick movements, Jonathan freed Earl from his restraints. Hashtag chapter 233, the 5 demons of Black Mountain. Many thanks for saving my life, senior. Earl, who had narrowly escaped death, expressed his gratitude profusely. Where are your belongings? Jonathan glanced at Earl, whose hands were empty. The storage ring was long gone. They have all been taken by them. Earl's face darkened. He had hoped to transform into a powerful figure, but ended up losing everything. Don't worry, they will be dead soon. A sinister gleam flashed in Jonathan's eyes. Senior, we should flee quickly. The 5 cultivators with Jetty are all martial emperor-level experts known as the 5 demons of Black Mountain. They're said to be able to defeat even an ordinary martial deity when they join forces. Upon hearing that Jonathan intended to fight, Earl hastily tried to dissuade him. Martial emperor? Jonathan almost laughed at this. Even an ordinary martial god couldn't match him now, let alone a few martial emperors. Earl clearly hadn't grasped the true strength of the strange creatures and zombies they encountered in the secret realm. I didn't expect you to save this little fellow, but both of you will die soon enough. The scar-faced man smirked smugly, feeling confident about his decision to bring in the 5 demons of Black Mountain. They had found a trove of valuable items on the Callan alone, and even if he got only a fraction, it would still be substantial enough for him to live comfortably. Not to mention, the Martial King realm fellow likely carried even more valuables. Suddenly, a saber pierced the scar-faced man's body, followed by a soft, sinister voice. Enough racket. Did you really think we'd share anything with you? The speaker was a pale-faced man who looked utterly feminine despite being male. Hee lol, that's not very kind of you. He helped us get all these treasures. Why did you kill him outright? You should have left him for me to play with. A dark-skinned, burly man chuckled thickly, his eyes filled with lust, sending chills down others' spines. The pale-faced man seemed disgusted too, saying with a curl of his lip, there are 2 more over there. There'll be plenty to play with. Hearing this, Jonathan felt almost nauseated. What monsters were these? Earl's face turned ashen, silently vowing to commit suicide rather than fall into the hands of that perverted strongman. Enough chatter, brothers 3 and 4. Let's finish off these 2 first to avoid any unexpected developments, the elderly leader ordered sternly. That kid is just a martial king. What could go wrong? Though unconvinced, the others followed the elder's command and prepared to attack Jonathan. I can take care of them myself. Baby, here I come. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. Eric led the charge, swinging a large saber towards Jonathan. Jonathan didn't dodge or evade, allowing the saber to strike him. Did this guy get scared stupid? The 5 demons of Black Mountain looked bewildered, thinking Jonathan was paralyzed by fear. The saber slashed against Jonathan's body like cutting into black iron, leaving a dent without breaking through. Without even using the 9 transformation divine body technique, Jonathan's physical power far exceeded what a mere martial emperor could breach. How is this possible? Eric was shocked. His 9th-ranked treasure saber could easily slice through other martial emperors, yet it couldn't cut through this lower-ranked foe. This boy is strange. Anthony, get back here. The elder, most experienced in combat, immediately called the burly man back. But before he could react, a fist smashed into him. Bang! Jonathan's punch struck the burly man's face, causing it to collapse inward. Blood splattered as he fell from the sky, dead. Anthony! Hanson! The other 4 cried out in sorrow. Not so fast. It's your turn next. Jonathan rolled up his sleeves, having completed his mission and willing to spend some time playing with them. Quick, form the formation. At the elder's command, the remaining 4 rapidly cast spells, summoning countless ghosts that merged into a semi-material ghostly beast. Accursed fiends. Seeing this, Jonathan's face darkened. These men must have killed countless people to wield such a vast number of ghosts. The ghostly creature roared and charged at Jonathan. Foolish. 9 tribulation lightning fist. Without changing expression, Jonathan unleashed a punch filled with lightning energy, the bane of all evil entities. The ghostly creature writhed in agony even before making contact with the punch. In the next moment, the massive ghost disintegrated under the blow, releasing countless souls that scattered into the air. Jonathan chose not to obliterate the souls directly, sparing their existence from complete annihilation. Freed from the spell, the souls flew away, dissipating into the heavens. Damn it, our 5 demons technique. The 5 demons of Black Mountain were heartbroken. Their signature technique had killed many martial cultivators, yet now it was easily defeated by a mere martial saint. This boy is likely from a great family or sect. We can't stand against him. Flee immediately. Recognizing the dire situation, the elder shouted and fled without hesitation. The others, though reluctant, followed suit, knowing that even their leader had retreated. Who allowed you to leave? Jonathan laughed bitterly. These villains had killed countless innocents and now dared to target him. How dare they try to escape? Even at the Martial King level, Jonathan's speed surpassed that of the 4 demons due to the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body technique. In no time, he caught up with the pale-faced man and sent him to his doom with a single punch. Chapter 234, Killing the 5 Ghosts. The next one. Jonathan turned to chase another person. This time, it was a woman with a seductive figure. Despite this, he did not show any mercy and fiercely landed a punch. No. Another man let out a mournful cry. It appeared that they were a pair of fellow cultivators. The man glared at Jonathan and tapped his waist-bound spirit beast pouch, from which a flying snake shot out straight for Jonathan. Whoosh! Jonathan's figure flashed as he dodged the flying snake's attack. He casually drew a long sword from his storage ring and slashed the flying snake in 2. Then he flung the sword carelessly, striking it into the man's chest. These swords were obtained in past battles. They were of relatively low grade, usually just 8th or 9th rank. To Jonathan, they were not particularly valuable and could be used as expendable items. Lastly, your turn. Jonathan turned his gaze to the leader of the Black Mountain 5 Ghosts who was gradually getting farther away, then dashed straight toward him. It didn't take long before Jonathan caught up. Realizing escape was impossible, the elderly man holding the skeleton scepter made a hand seal, causing the skull on the scepter to fly up and spew out a large cloud of dark purple mist. Is this mist poisonous? Upon coming into contact with the mist, Jonathan's arm instantly turned purple, and the color began spreading throughout his body. Haha, now you've been hit by my purple hollohawk poison. See if you can still be so arrogant. In a short while, all your spiritual energy will be corroded, turning you into a cripple. Seeing Jonathan fall victim, the old man was overjoyed. Not only had he escaped death, but he could now claim all the benefits for himself. Erode spiritual energy? You underestimate me too much? Jonathan sneered as divine fiend power surged around him. In an instant, the poison on his hand disappeared. How is this possible? Even an Empyrean would suffer greatly from my poison, let alone you being merely a martial king. The elder was utterly shocked that his pride-inducing toxin was ineffective. You should blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent, Jonathan said calmly. His 9 transformations divine fiend body was a divine-level cultivation technique. If it couldn't resist such a small amount of poison, it wouldn't deserve the title of divine-level technique. No, please don't kill me. I'll acknowledge you as my master. Servant pays respects to the master. The old man hurriedly pleaded for mercy, kneeling on the flying artifact. Old man, have some decency, will you? Jonathan was speechless. This old man had just been incredibly arrogant, but now suddenly changed faces, a level of shamelessness that left Jonathan astounded. However, Jonathan clearly did not intend to let him go. How could he be lenient towards someone who had blood on his hands just because of a few pleas? With a swoosh, Jonathan's long sword pierced through the elder's chest, ending his life. Senior Sue is truly formidable. Earl, after hesitating for a while, finally spoke. All your things are here. Jonathan checked the old man's storage ring and found Earl's belongings, apparently undistributed yet. Thank you, Senior. Earl responded joyfully. By the way, do you want the things belonging to those martial emperors? If not, we'll head directly to the city. Jonathan was about to activate the flying carpet when he thought of this. He hadn't bothered with those martial emperors' possessions earlier, allowing them to fall along with their bodies. Yes. Earl's eyes lit up as he happily went to strip the corpses. Although he was already quite wealthy, every little bit counts, especially given these were the belongings of several martial emperors. Let you strut around arrogantly, and now you're like a dead dog. Earl found the corpse of the Scar-Faced Giant, taking off his storage ring. The Scar-Faced Giant was at least a spirit-level cultivator and a corporeal strength practitioner, so his body remained fairly intact even after falling from the sky. This allowed Earl, who had suffered at the hands of the Scar-Faced Giant, to kick his body viciously, feeling somewhat vindicated. Farewell. Your corpses shall be left to the wild beasts of this mountain forest. Having gathered everything, Earl quickly flew upward, afraid of lingering too long and upsetting Senior Sue. The two rode the flying carpet towards Chi Mountain City. Senior, please take me as your disciple. Do you wish to become my disciple? Jonathan looked at the serious expression on Earl's face, somewhat taken aback. Senior, you're so powerful. I want to be as strong as you. Earl was earnest. After experiencing this incident, he understood what Jonathan had meant earlier. Without powerful strength, even abundant resources are meaningless. I can't accept you as a disciple. Jonathan shook his head and refused without hesitation. He was busy preparing for the great competition among the 9 sacred grounds and had no time to take on a disciple. Hearing this, Earl felt deeply disappointed. Your talent isn't bad. With those resources, perhaps you might enter our Xuanhuan sacred ground someday. Xuanhuan sacred ground? I didn't expect Senior to be from there. Earl was stunned, realizing that Jonathan must be from the Xuanhuan sacred ground, one of the 9 sacred places. The 9 sacred grounds were the dream destination for martial artists. Thinking that he had a chance to join the Xuanhuan sacred ground made Earl yearn intensely. Work hard. If you reach a certain level, you can mention my name at Xuanhuan sacred ground, and I'll introduce you within the sect. However, it depends on your strength. Our sect doesn't accept weaklings. After reaching Chi Mountain City, Jonathan gave Earl these words and rushed to the super teleportation array. Almost a month had passed since he left, and Jonathan estimated that the super teleportation array in Alfing City should be operational again. Certainly needs to be operational. Thinking this, Jonathan knew that if the super teleportation array was still sealed, he'd need more than 10 days to return to the Xuanhuan sacred ground, inevitably missing the competition among the 9 sacred grounds. Arriving at the super teleportation array, luckily, as Jonathan expected, the super teleportation array in Alfing City was not sealed. The super teleportation array brought considerable income and massive foot traffic to Alfing City daily, so even though the patriarch of the Darnell family lost his eldest son and grandson, he wouldn't keep the teleportation array sealed for long. After paying the spirit stones, Jonathan's figure vanished from the super teleportation array and reappeared in Alfing City almost instantly. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Jonathan surveyed his surroundings. Alfing City remained bustling, seemingly unchanged from before. As he walked out, several people hidden in the shadows noticed him. That guy is Jonathan. That's right, that's the guy. One of them immediately headed to the city lord's residence to report. Killing my descendants, yet he dares to show up. This time, see how you escape. Chapter 235, the head of the Darnell family strikes. In the city lord's residence, Howard listened to his subordinate's report with growing anger. Despite believing that his fury over losing his son and grandson had gradually subsided over the past month, it now flared up once more. Jonathan walked out of Alfing City, tossed out a flying carpet, and flew off into the distance. However, he hadn't flown for long when he noticed a flying boat rapidly approaching from behind. This speed is truly impressive. Jonathan couldn't help but feel envious as he watched the faultless appearance and incredible speed of the flying boat. It reminded him of how no Callan in his previous life could resist a sports car. Although Jonathan's wealth was sufficient to purchase a flying boat, he did not intend to do so. For one, traveling alone made a large flying boat unnecessary. Additionally, such a large boat consumed a great deal of spirit stones, making it too wasteful. Jonathan thought the flying boat was just passing by, but it stopped in front of him, blocking his path. What does this mean? Jonathan frowned, looking at the group standing before the flying boat, led by an elderly man with white hair and beard. The Darnell family? Instantly, Jonathan thought of the Darnell family. He had believed they hadn't noticed him, but it seemed he had been under surveillance while still within the city. You killed my son Darnell Chi and my grandson, and you think you can leave like this? Don't you think too little of our Darnell family? Howard said coldly. At that moment, Jonathan realized that this old man was none other than Howard, the mastermind behind the Darnell family and the city lord of Alfing City. Do you even want to ask why I killed them? Jonathan asked with interest. Trash like you only deserves to be used as stepping stones for my family. Since you dared to rebel, death is your only fate. My grandchild Kalang is a Chilan child. How can someone lowly like you compare? Howard sneered. He naturally knew the whole story and did not care who was right or wrong. It was unforgivable for a mere Wu Wang practitioner to dare defy the Darnell family. Although he had several sons and dozens of grandchildren, among all his children, only Darnell Chi reached the Sog realm, giving Howard high hopes for him as a potential successor. And his grandson Creed, who had joined the Xuanhuan Holy Land, ranked highly among the geniuses there. With limitless potential, everything had been ruined by this accursed brat. Hopeless. Hearing this, Jonathan finally understood why Creed had acted the way he did. Clearly, like father, like son. With Howard being like this, it wasn't surprising his son or grandson weren't any better. Brat, today is your day of reckoning. Everyone, attack him together. Howard ordered, and the people behind him moved forward. Among these attackers, the weakest were 5 peak Ajay practitioners, while the other 3 had already reached the Sog level, 2 at the initial stage and 1 at the mid-stage. This force was far stronger than what Jonathan faced when dealing with Creed before. So be it. Just let me use you guys to test out the 5th layer of my 9 transformation divine body. Jonathan spoke calmly, completely disregarding the threat posed by those before him. Had it been earlier, these opponents might have given him some trouble, but now, a few Sog-level individuals were hardly enough. Kid, are you underestimating us? A fool who doesn't know his limits. These combatants were all guest experts of the Darnell family, accustomed to their elevated status. They were incensed by Jonathan's blatant disregard. In their eyes, Darnell Chi had only failed due to his carelessness and getting caught in Jonathan's trap. Without the Array's assistance now, a mere Wu Wang practitioner stood no chance against them. Kid, remember, I'm Riker who kills you. A peak Ajay practitioner eager to earn credit launched his attack first. Raising his hand, countless ice spikes coalesced in the air and rained down on Jonathan, a sign of a mage practitioner. Meaningless attack. Jonathan punched the air, shattering the ice spikes with a single strike. Just one punch broke my spell? Riker was shocked. His showy attack proved ineffective, which made him lose face. He immediately attacked again, summoning a palm-sized blood-colored sword that hovered in midair. With confidence, he pointed at Jonathan. The blood-colored sword sliced through the air, speeding towards Jonathan. Seeing the attack, Jonathan neither dodged nor blocked, letting it hit him. Haha, this kid is done for. Riker laughed triumphantly, knowing his sword, obtained from a hidden realm, was powerful enough to seriously injure even a body cultivator at the Sog level. Bang! The blood-colored sword hit Jonathan's chest but was deflected. This can't be. Riker was utterly baffled by this impossible scene. Anything is possible. Jonathan dismissed the shock, confident in his abilities. Having taken the Tiangang supplement pill, even without fully integrating its effects, he was far beyond what Riker could handle. The deaths of Master and Iggy aren't simple. One Sog-level guest expert said grimly. Initially, they assumed Darnell Chi and Creed were merely careless, but now it was clear things were more complicated. Jonathan wasn't just a Wu Wang practitioner. He was a freak. Attack together, we won't believe a bunch of us can't handle him. The 8 guest experts unleashed their full strength simultaneously. Various attacks pummeled Jonathan, yet he endured every blow effortlessly. Whoosh! Jonathan vanished and reappeared before one of the guest experts, snapping his neck before the man could react. In the next moment, he charged towards another. Resistance was futile, and soon all 5 peak Ajay practitioners were dead. Only the 3 Sog-level guest experts remained. Yet in this situation, even they were no match for Jonathan. Hashtag chapter 336, the power of the alchemy furnace. It seems this little brat indeed has some substance. Howard, having watched his guests and retainers almost be slaughtered entirely before intervening, finally chose to act. He lifted a hand, causing an immense surge of spiritual energy to coalesce in the air, forming a massive hand that covered half the sky, pressing down fiercely on Jonathan. 9 Transformation, Heavenly Demon Body. Faced with a law cultivator at the martial deity level, Jonathan did not dare to be arrogant, immediately unleashing his strongest form. The giant hand descended, and Jonathan felt an indescribable pressure as if a mountain was being pressed upon him. Rise up for me. Bearing the weight of this pressure, Jonathan soared into the sky, instantly shattering the giant hand into nothingness. A fierce battle ensued. Due to Howard being a law cultivator, he never engaged Jonathan directly, but instead had 3 martial saints fend off attacks while continuously casting spells from behind. Even under Howard's relentless assault, Jonathan still suppressed the 3 martial saints completely. Seizing an opportunity, Jonathan hurled a pitch-black object. What is that? The 3 martial saints were startled, thinking Jonathan had unleashed some powerful magical treasure, only to realize it was just an alchemy furnace. Is this guy crazy? Using an alchemy furnace means he doesn't have any treasures? The 3 martial saints burst into laughter, believing Jonathan had run out of options and resorted to an alchemy furnace. However, Jonathan paid them no heed and stared at one of the martial saints. The alchemy furnace instantly transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling directly at that martial saint. Facing the incoming furnace, the martial saint instinctively tried to block it, but the next moment, he felt an enormous force from the furnace. Spit. The targeted martial saint flew backward, spitting blood. Is this really an alchemy furnace? The other two martial saints were dumbstruck. How could such a small furnace possess this kind of power? Could it merely look like a furnace, but actually be a formidable offensive magical treasure? So potent? Jonathan was also surprised. Initially, he wanted to test the power of the xuanhuan Dinggong, heavenly cauldron mastery, he obtained recently, but he hadn't expected it to be so effective. Of course, this was also due to the divine grade material of the furnace, forged from black iron, making it indestructible and thus capable of such force. An ordinary alchemy furnace would likely be destroyed upon impact. Jonathan had always relied on close combat tactics and lacked long-range combat skills, but xuanhuan Dinggong filled this gap. Under Jonathan's control, the alchemy furnace named Black Abyss moved as nimbly as an extension of his own body, hitting whatever it aimed for. Transforming into a streak of dark light, Black Abyss wreaked havoc in mid-air. After witnessing the fate of their comrade, the remaining two martial saints dared not confront its attacks directly. This allowed Jonathan to dominate them almost entirely. Soon enough, one martial saint was distracted momentarily and was struck squarely by Black Abyss, falling from the sky, either dead or crippled. Little brat, you're courting death. Howard was infuriated. Most of his attacks were dodged by Jonathan, and even when he hit, they caused minimal damage. Additionally, Jonathan possessed an extremely powerful movement technique that created hundreds of difficult-to-distinguish illusions, making it even harder to land hits. You've been saying that for a while now, yet here I still stand, alive and well. Jonathan's words dripped with provocation. If you're so eager to die, then I'll send you off, Howard said, thoroughly enraged. His descendants were brutally killed, and the backbone of his family's strength was reduced to one person. The family's decline seemed inevitable, but all he cared about was killing Jonathan. Before Jonathan could react, Howard took out a jade gourd. When he opened the stopper, a cluster of black objects emerged. These black entities resembled a stream swirling in the air before rushing towards the remaining martial saint. The martial saint had no time to react before being entirely enveloped by the black entities. Ah! Screams of agony echoed as the martial saint's flesh disappeared within moments, leaving not even bones behind. This scene shocked even Jonathan. He hadn't expected Howard to spare even his own subordinates. It appeared to be some sort of sacrificial ritual, akin to certain dark arts that required blood to activate. What the hell is this? Jonathan furrowed his brows, scrutinizing closely, only to realize the black entities were tiny thumb-sized flying ants. Compared to the soul-devouring demonic insects, these flying ants were far more aggressive. Their sheer numbers astonished Jonathan. There must have been hundreds of thousands inside that jade gourd, which likely contained a storage space. After consuming the martial saint, the ants turned their focus on Jonathan. They swarmed toward him, dense and overwhelming. Jonathan quickly directed Black Abyss to attack. As Black Abyss touched the swarm, entire groups of flying ants plummeted from the sky. But under Howard's command, the ant swarm scattered, rendering Black Abyss's attacks largely ineffective, as it barely managed to crush a few ants at a time. At this rate, I'll deplete my spiritual energy before annihilating these cursed ants. Jonathan frowned, realizing his vast reserves wouldn't suffice to recklessly expend against such dispersed targets. Soon, some ants approached from all sides. Instead of charging at him like they did the martial saint, these ants sprayed highly corrosive acid. Jonathan noticed that once the acid hit, his skin softened, allowing the ants to swarm over him. Boom! Punch after punch, each with thunder crackling around his fists, electrocuted and killed clusters of ants. Despite this, there were too many, and some inevitably landed on him, biting into the acid-corroded skin. In moments, Jonathan's body was covered in bites. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. The iron ants are known as the nemesis of physical cultivation warriors. No matter how strong you are, you're still flesh and blood. Under the iron ants' bites, you will be devoured alive. Howard cackled triumphantly, having recognized the extraordinary nature of Jonathan's physical cultivation technique. If he could obtain it, he could practice both physical and law cultivation, potentially breaking through the bottleneck he had struggled with for so long. Chapter 237, A Bunch of Fools. The anger he felt over the deaths of his descendants was gradually dulled, as he began to fantasize about the future. If he could break through his current bottleneck, his lifespan would increase significantly. If he could reach the level of a semi-immortal, his life would be even more prolonged, giving him ample time to nurture other descendants. These damned creatures are really troublesome. Jonathan glanced at his storage ring, searching among the spoils he had taken from enemies for something that could deal with the iron magic ants. Soon enough, he found quite a few talismans. Jonathan took out a highly destructive fire-based talisman and threw it without hesitation. Immediately, a group of iron magic ants were incinerated by the flames. Not bad. His eyes lit up, and he quickly drew out a few more talismans, clearing away the nearby swarm of iron magic ants. It's just a few talismans. What will you do when they run out? Howard immediately ordered the other iron magic ants to spread out further to reduce losses. He believed that these talismans were not only expensive, but also one-time use items. Most martial artists only carried a few at most, so the opponent's supply must be limited and would soon be depleted. However, Howard was soon dumbstruck. Not far away, Jonathan kept tossing all kinds of talismans in every direction, as if they were free. Why did this guy buy so many talismans? Could it be that this guy is also a talisman master, making them himself? Howard was utterly astounded, truly doubting his own judgment. The onslaught of talismans was genuinely frightening. If this continued, his meticulously cultivated iron magic ants would be exterminated. On the other side, Jonathan hadn't even used half of his talismans. These talismans were spoils from past enemies. While each person might have only carried a few, the sheer number of foes meant the total count was astonishing. Normally Jonathan didn't use these talismans and simply stored them in his ring. He never expected they would come in handy now. Afterward, Jonathan relentlessly killed off the iron magic ants using nothing but talismans. Watching this scene, Howard felt a chill run down his spine but was powerless to intervene. All he could do was keep fighting Jonathan. Over the years, the Darnell family had been arrogant in this region, and as the patriarch, Howard knew better than anyone that if he died, the high-level combatants within the family would be practically wiped out. They wouldn't have the power to oppose their enemies. What would happen next was predictable. He had no way out. Once he lost, the entire Darnell family would be finished. Now, there was only the option of fighting to the death. As the battle raged on, Jonathan fought with growing ferocity. Even after a long period of intense combat, his fighting spirit remained strong. On the contrary, Howard had already expended most of his spiritual energy from repeatedly casting spells and now found himself at a disadvantage. How can this be? I am a great martial god. How could I lose to a mere brat like you? Howard spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a streak of bloody light flying toward Jonathan. His face turned deathly pale, clearly paying a heavy price for this attack. Jonathan abruptly retreated and tossed a shield from his storage ring. It hovered before him, but unexpectedly got pierced by the blood streak. Scatter! Biting his teeth, Jonathan punched the blood streak. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the blood streak shattered, dispersing in all directions. Jonathan shook his right hand, feeling numbed from the impact. The power was indeed significant. Seeing the blood streak fail, Howard's expression darkened further. At this moment, a dozen figures approached from afar. Why hasn't the battle ended yet? Could something have gone wrong? Don't talk nonsense. Your grandfather is a powerful martial god. How could he lose to a mere martial king? Upon appearing, they immediately focused on the battlefield. What happened? Where are Omar Cocking and Elderly? They arrived at the battlefield only to find Howard and the familiar Jonathan but saw no signs of the others. Why are you all here? Howard asked sternly. Father, we came to support you and see the death of the murderer who killed our elder brother. One turner spoke up. In truth, they had rushed over upon learning that someone had discovered the murderers of Creed and another, and that Howard had already gone to deal with them. This was their way of showing loyalty and gaining Howard's favor. Although they didn't care about their brother's death, in fact, they felt relieved. They couldn't miss an opportunity to curry favor with their patriarch. Is this the guy who killed Brother Kalang? Young punk, daring to harm our Darnell family members. Soon you'll wish you were dead. A Callan shouted at Jonathan. Humph, grandfather. Let us help you teach this little trash a lesson. Another youth followed suit. Alongside them were several others, all at the martial spirit level, which might not be impressive to top-tier forces like the Xuanhuan Holy Land, but it was still astonishing in the outside world. Several youths drew their magical treasures and attacked Jonathan. They felt secure under the protection of their powerful grandpa, a martial god. To them, this was an excellent opportunity to show their worth. Usually, Apollon favored Creed. Now, they wanted to prove they were not weak and were nearly as good as Brother Kalang. They're a den of snakes, all the same breed, Jonathan thought, facing their attacks without flinching. To him, the treasures used by these martial spirits were like children's toys, completely harmless. Frustrating. How can his skin be so thick? We can't even scratch him. I wish I could peel off his skin. Heh, wasn't that how you dealt with that disobedient slave last time? That's what happens when they don't obediently hand over their daughters for my pleasure. The youth laughed as they spoke, revealing their monstrous natures. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's expression darkened. These noble heirs acted with impunity, treating human lives as mere jokes. You fools, get out of here. The farther, the better. Howard watched the scene, almost enraged. These wastrels usually causing trouble was one thing, but not recognizing the situation in such a critical moment was beyond foolish. If he truly died, these people wouldn't just be killed by their enemies. They would probably ruin the entire family. Chapter 238. The end of the Darnell family. Old patriarch, what are you talking about? Let's quickly kill this little bastard to avenge elder brother. Absolutely, elder brother Darnell Chi died too tragically. We must make this kid pay. In my view, killing him now would be letting him off lightly. He should be kept alive, and we should find out everything about him and wipe out his clan. Two other middle-aged men chimed in. A bunch of fools. Howard stepped forward and hurled a treasure pagoda straight at Jonathan. Old patriarch is magnificent. With old patriarch's demon subduing pagoda, that boy has no chance. Seeing this, the Darnell family disciples immediately started flattering him. Howard nearly choked. He used his only trump card to buy time for these younger generations to escape. But these people couldn't even see that much. If they stayed on the battlefield and he engaged in a fierce battle with Jonathan, he wouldn't be able to care for their safety. How many of them would survive was anyone's guess. Facing the demon subduing pagoda rushing towards him, Jonathan controlled Black Abyss to fly over and collide with it. Bang! The demon subduing pagoda was knocked flying away. But Black Abyss suffered no damage at all. My demon subduing pagoda can't even match a Dan furnace? Howard was momentarily stunned. If his pagoda had lost to a powerful magic weapon, it would have been understandable. But the opponent merely used a Dan furnace. His demon subduing pagoda being inferior to a mere Dan furnace was unbelievable. To Jonathan, however, this was expected. After all, this was a god-level Dan furnace crafted by a divine blacksmith. If it couldn't surpass a demon subduing pagoda that wasn't even a semi-immortal artifact, that would be strange indeed. Is old patriarch actually at a disadvantage in the duel? What's going on? That boy is just a mere martial king. Why is he so strong? At this point, the Darnell family disciples realized the severity of the situation. Whether the old man could win was uncertain. Old patriarch, don't worry. I'll go back to the clan for reinforcements. Apollon, we won't disturb your battle to avoid distracting you. Upon sensing danger, the Darnell family disciples prepared to flee. This frustrated Howard even more. These people didn't run earlier, but now, when danger loomed, they all fled faster than lightning, some even claiming they'd bring reinforcements. Where were the reinforcements coming from when all the family's experts were already dead here? I never told you to leave. Jonathan sneered and charged directly toward the Darnell family disciples. What do you want to do? Howard's face changed as he tried to intervene, but it was too late. The strongest among the Darnell family disciples was merely at the martial emperor level, and most of the younger generation were at the martial spirit level. Seeing Jonathan, who had just fought evenly with their patriarch, charging at them, they were instantly terrified. Bang! Jonathan arrived in front of the Darnell family disciples, mercilessly striking one after another. Within moments, 3 of the younger generation were dead under Jonathan's fists. From this encounter, Jonathan saw clearly that not a single good person remained in the entire Darnell family. They all deserved death. It was almost like executing justice on behalf of heaven. Bastard! With 3 grandsons killed in an instant, Howard's eyes turned red. Forgetting his identity as a law cultivator, he rushed forward to engage Jonathan, trying to hold him back. Residual cloud shadow body technique. Jonathan directly employed this technique to create numerous illusions to confuse Howard. His real body and these illusions rushed towards different Darnell family disciples. For a moment, Howard couldn't tell which was real or fake, and could only try to destroy these illusions, hoping to find Jonathan among them. Unfortunately, he couldn't identify Jonathan's real body and could only watch helplessly as Jonathan killed one of his sons. You wicked little beast. Having already lost several grandchildren, Howard now lost a son and 2 more grandsons. This completely shattered his rationality. He wanted nothing more than to fight Jonathan to the death. However, Jonathan had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Instead, he continued pursuing and killing the Darnell family disciples, intent on wiping them out entirely. Jonathan's resolve to slaughter was unrelenting, and Howard couldn't stop him. The Darnell family disciples couldn't escape either. One by one, they fell to Jonathan's hands. This scene mirrored how they treated those they oppressed in the past. In their rise, the Darnell family had wiped out countless families and killed many people to become the rulers of Alfing City. Through these slaughters, the Darnell family disciples had become insane, arrogant, and callous, treating human lives as grass. Now, the killings continued, but this time, the victims were the Darnell family themselves. In the end, Jonathan left every Darnell family disciple dead on the battlefield. No, Howard wailed. Even if these people were often useless and disdainful, they were still his descendants, now brutally killed. How many were not present? Not many, perhaps none at all. The Darnell family was truly finished. Everything was gone. Quietly observing this, Jonathan expected Howard to fight to the death, but instead, the old man turned and fled into the distance. No, this old thing can't escape. All his descendants are dead, yet he can endure. I can't let him escape. Otherwise, he will be a future threat. Without hesitation, Jonathan pursued him. Today, he had no intention of leaving any survivors, especially the strongest. They chased and fled, one after the other. In his flight, Howard even used a flying boat. How fast is this flying boat? Seeing the flying boat rapidly distancing itself, Jonathan swiftly used Black Abyss to punch a large hole in the boat and destroyed the control array on it. Seeing the boat about to crash, Howard hurriedly retrieved it and continued flying away. Old thing, all your descendants are dead. Do you still wish to live alone? Don't you want to avenge them? As a martial god-level warrior, you're really pathetic. Truly despicable. Jonathan taunted Howard from behind, trying to provoke him into a confrontation. Howard was furious, but showed no signs of stopping. To him, with most of his descendants dead, there was no point in continuing the fight. Better to escape and preserve his life. As long as he lived, the Darnell family might rise again. Everything could still be salvaged. Chapter 239. The Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. Although Darnell Changfeng, as a martial god-level warrior, was not slow, Jonathan's constant harassment from behind made it impossible for him to shake him off. Old dog, prepare to die. Jonathan seized an opportunity to rush forward, delivering a powerful 9 tribulation lightning fist that crashed down with tremendous force. A lightning dragon appeared mid-air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. You little brute. Darnell Changfeng knew he couldn't avoid the attack and turned around to brace for the blow. His 12th-tier battle armor shattered layer by layer, quickly turning into scraps. Blood spewed from Darnell Changfeng's mouth. Without the protection of his armor, even a powerful martial cultivator like himself was no match for a formidable body cultivator, akin to an infant's fragility. That single strike nearly killed Darnell Changfeng. Jonathan gave him no chance to catch his breath and lunged forward with another punch. Punch after punch, his hands blurred into near invisibility, moving too fast to be seen clearly. Darnell Changfeng had lost all ability to counterattack and was ultimately beaten to death under Jonathan's relentless assault. It's finally over. Jonathan retrieved Darnell Changfeng's storage ring and sauntered away into the distance. As for the other storage rings, he couldn't be bothered. These were merely a bunch of pampered aristocrats. What could they possibly have on them? In reality, the Darnell family's true assets lay in their territories. But Jonathan had no interest or time to claim them. Most likely, the other forces within Alfing City would soon carve up the Darnell family's territory entirely. Seated on a flying carpet, Jonathan felt much better than when he left the Xuanhuan Holy Land. He had cultivated the 9 transformations divine demon body to its 5th level, and he was confident this competition among the 9 great holy lands would yield excellent results. Oh right, let's see what this old man has. Bored on the flying carpet, Jonathan idly thought about passing the time and remembered the storage ring he had just acquired from Darnell Changfeng. As a martial god-level powerhouse and head of a prominent family, he was bound to possess some valuable items. Taking out the storage ring, Jonathan used his divine sense to scan through it. There was indeed quite a lot inside, several 100,000 spirit stones alone, but not many magical treasures or talismans, most of which Darnell Chongfeng had already used during the battle. There was also a secret manual titled the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. Seeing this, Jonathan immediately recalled the enormous palm imprint Darnell Chongfeng had formed in midair earlier. It looked intimidating but seemed rather useless. This impression came partly because Jonathan's divine physical strength was simply extraordinary. Based on Jonathan's estimation, if Darnell Chongfeng's strike had hit an ordinary martial saint, it would likely have flattened them into paste. It was certainly terrifying in terms of power. Thinking about it, Jonathan decided to give it a try. Although it was far less powerful than the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, it could help Mibu his lack of area of effect damage capabilities. Note, there's a mix of English and Adelardnese in the last part of the sentence. Here is the corrected version for fluency and accuracy. Thinking about it, Jonathan decided to give it a try. Although it was far less powerful than the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, it could help address his lack of area of effect damage capabilities. If he mastered the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal, facing the Iron Magic Ants again wouldn't be as troublesome, and he wouldn't need to use talismans. Moreover, this move would be very useful for clearing out small minions. At least he wouldn't have to beat each one individually. Detected cultivation technique the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. Would you like to comprehend it? Comprehend it. The scene before Jonathan changed, showing middle-aged Darnell Chongfeng pursuing a family of 3, a Callan and woman with a baby still in swaddling clothes. Do not run. Darnell Chongfeng caught up and engaged in a fight with a scholar, who was using the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. The two battled fiercely, but the scholar seemed to have been poisoned and grew weaker with each exchange. Darnell Chongfeng, will you truly exterminate us all? The scholar asked angrily. You Zhao family stand in my way. You must be eliminated. If I let you escape today, wouldn't that be releasing a tiger back into the wild? Darnell Chongfeng replied with a cold laugh. Soon, the scholar gradually weakened and was killed by Darnell Chongfeng's flying sword. Darnell Chongfeng snatched the scholar's storage ring, retrieving the secret manual triumphantly. This Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal is mine now. With that, Darnell Chongfeng pursued the remaining 2 into the distance. Suddenly, Jonathan returned to reality. You have comprehended the first level of the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. I didn't expect that this old man's Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal was stolen, Jonathan muttered to himself, feeling somewhat uneasy about the fate of the fleeing mother and child. Unfortunately, those events had happened decades ago, and everything was settled now. He shook his head, focusing instead on lifting his hand. In no time, a large spiritual energy hand condensed in midair. Boom. The giant hand descended, dispersing the surrounding clouds instantly, revealing clear skies. The momentum is good, but it's only the first time. The power isn't enough yet. With more comprehension sessions, the power will increase, Jonathan observed carefully. The Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal had 7 levels. The technique remained unchanged across all levels. All involved forming a spiritual energy hand to strike enemies. However, each higher level doubled in power, making it brutally simple. By Jonathan's judgment, Darnell Chongfeng should have already reached the 5th level of the Cloud-Turning Great Palm Seal. With the comprehension system, Jonathan would catch up to Darnell Chongfeng's progress in just a few days. Looking at the flying boat he had damaged, Jonathan felt a bit regretful. If not for the hole, he wouldn't mind occasionally using it or selling it for a good price. Now it was uncertain whether it could even be repaired. After a day, Jonathan was almost back at the Xuanhuan Holy Land. He traveled leisurely, but inside the Xuanhuan Holy Land, things were not so calm. Inside the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Do you know where senior brother Jonathan went? Who knows? 2 genuine disciples were discussing this issue. About half a month ago, someone had unexpectedly entered Jonathan's residence and discovered he was missing, despite being expected to be in seclusion. The news spread quickly. Some speculated that Jonathan had gone out for training, which wasn't unusual for a martial artist. Others said he had ventured out to find treasures and heavenly materials in preparation for the competition among the 9 great holy lands. Besides these normal guesses, there was also an unfriendly rumor circulating within the sect. Some believed Jonathan had chickened out, unwilling to face the top-ranked holy lands. Please note that this translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and natural flow in English. Hashtag chapter 240. Rumors spread. Rumors specifically targeting Jonathan began to spread, seemingly with the intent of tarnishing his reputation. The orchestrators behind the scenes spoke convincingly and logically. According to their narrative, those top-ranked sacred grounds were incomparably powerful, with disciples far stronger than those of the Xuanhuan sacred ground. Jonathan was said to be afraid that as the first disciple of the Xuanhuan sacred ground, he might embarrass himself in the great competition among the 9 sacred grounds. For some reason, news of Jonathan's supposed cowardice and fear of battle took over and spread throughout the entire sacred ground. Senior brother Su wouldn't back down from a fight. He's someone who never admits defeat. In a true disciple's residence, Dev finished listening to his friend beside him and didn't believe it for a second. His friend hadn't participated in the illusion spirit realm journey and thus lacked a deeper understanding of Jonathan. However, Dev knew very well that senior brother Su would never back down. Elsewhere, Hardy was meditating in a private chamber. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Upon hearing Hardy's voice, several of his juniors rushed in eagerly. Brother, guess what I heard? One junior beamed with excitement. Don't play games. Hardy frowned, seemingly displeased. Seeing his expression, the junior quickly continued. Brother, you'll be happy to hear this. Jonathan is too scared to participate in the competition and has already fled. Who told you that? Hardy's expression darkened immediately. Everyone is saying it. The juniors replied without hesitation. Nonsense. Hardy roared angrily. Brother, what's wrong? Weren't you always annoyed by Jonathan? The juniors were stunned. They had never seen Hardy so furious before. Jonathan is our Xuanhuan sacred ground's top-ranked disciple. If even he backed down, what does that make us? A bunch of cowards? At such a critical moment concerning the prestige of our sect, instead of focusing on cultivation, you're spreading rumors. The juniors were scolded so harshly that they finally came to their senses. If Jonathan, the strongest disciple of the Xuanhuan sacred ground, became a laughingstock, how could the others fare any better? They all belonged to the same sect, and despite any personal grievances, they should unite against outsiders. Though Hardy and his juniors stopped discussing the matter, the rumors continued to spread widely outside. Until one day, a piece of news broke the cycle of gossip. Jonathan had returned. As soon as he arrived at the sect, Jonathan noticed that many people looked astonished upon seeing him, as if witnessing something unbelievable. This left him thoroughly confused. So, Jonathan went straight to Dev's residence. Knock knock. Who's there? Dev called from inside. It's me, Jonathan. Senior brother Su. You're finally back. I knew you weren't a coward. That day, you led us all against Ziju and Liangdi. How could someone like you run away? Dev rushed out, his face filled with excitement. What do you mean coward and running away? Jonathan felt even more bewildered by these words. What was this nonsense? Seems like you don't know yet. Lately, many people in our sacred ground have been saying that you're too scared to face other sacred grounds, fearing to lose and bring shame upon yourself. They say you fled to avoid this competition. Dev explained hurriedly. They're calling me a coward? Do you know where this rumor started? Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. He had fought countless battles and faced death numerous times, earning his top rank through sheer determination and strength. Now, they dared to call him a coward. I've investigated, and it seems Levi's juniors are spreading this rumor. Dev responded immediately. After learning about the situation, he had quickly traced the source of the rumors. Such matters were usually orchestrated intentionally, and with careful attention, the culprit could always be found. So, it's those guys. Jonathan's expression turned odd. He had long heard that Levi's group relied on his support to act arrogantly. He hadn't expected them to dare target him directly. Those fellows probably didn't know Levi was dead yet. Once they found out, it would be quite amusing. Without Levi's protection, his juniors would become rats running across the street, everyone chasing after them. Do you know where they are now? Jonathan asked. That group controls a large area under Levi's name as their private territory. They should still be there now. Dev thought for a moment and answered. Let's go see them. Lead the way. Jonathan decided to head over right away. But senior brother Su, that's brother Darnell's territory. Isn't it inappropriate to just go there? Dev hesitated, sensing Jonathan's intentions. Jonathan wasn't afraid of Levi, but he couldn't afford to anger him. If Levi targeted him, it would certainly lead to fierce retaliation. Don't worry, I can guarantee Levi won't bother you. Jonathan saw through Dev's concern. Hearing this, Dev naturally assumed Jonathan would protect him. With such assurance, he no longer feared Levi. Unfortunately, he didn't know Levi was already dead, making his fear unnecessary. With Dev leading the way, Jonathan quickly reached the area rumored to be Levi's private territory. Though the outside world exaggerated it as Levi's domain, it was merely a piece of land Levi had claimed within the allowed residential areas, prohibiting other disciples from residing there. Senior members of the sect paid little attention to it, as the Xuanhuan sacred ground had plenty of better places. The two approached a house from which voices could be heard. Haha, we did such a great job this time. Do you think Brother Darnell will reward us with a lot of spirit stones? Of course, discrediting Jonathan like this must have pleased him. Can you believe that a false rumor got believed by so many fools? There are really a lot of idiots. Inside the house were several of Levi's juniors, chatting happily, believing they had done a good deed and would be rewarded by Levi. By the way, why hasn't brother been back for so long? Who knows? Maybe he has some family business. Chapter 241, Protection Fee. That Jonathan hasn't returned either. If you ask me, it's better if that guy Jonathan died out there. Ever since he came to our Xian Devon Holy Land and snatched the position of our leader, many people now dare to look down on us. Right. Those bastards actually dare to belittle us. I really wish I could twist off their heads one by one. As they discussed fiercely, the door creaked open. Could it be that brother has returned? Now it's good. We should tell brother this great news as soon as possible. Several of Levi's underlings looked eagerly at the door, but in the next moment, their expressions turned stiff. Jonathan, how did this guy return? Senior brother Su, why are you here? One of the underlings asked in a trembling voice. Why not? Can I come? Jonathan said indifferently. Of course, senior brother Su is always welcome here. Yes, welcome senior brother Su. The underlings all spoke warmly on the surface, while secretly sweating profusely. When did this Jonathan arrive? Did he hear all of our conversation? Since you welcome me, that's good. Jonathan nodded, choosing a seat with a smile and sitting down. What's up with this guy? All the underlings couldn't help but feel puzzled. From Jonathan's demeanor, it seemed like he hadn't heard what they just said. It was a false alarm. I wonder what business brings senior brother Su here? Speaking was Levi's top henchman named Darnell Shan. Although he had the same surname, Darnell Shan wasn't related to Levi, merely favored by him because both shared the same surname. Not much, just collecting some protection fees from you guys. Jonathan casually took a nearby teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it nonchalantly as he spoke. Protection fees? Levi's underlings were dumbfounded. They were always the ones collecting protection fees from other disciples. Who dared ask them for fees? Even Dev on the side was stunned, thinking Jonathan would directly thrash Levi's underlings. But this was an unexpected move. Senior brother Su, aren't you mistaken? If you need protection fees, we can collect them for you from others. One of the underlings forced a smile through his anger. I don't want others' protection fees, just yours, 10,000 spirit stones each. Jonathan shook his head, rejecting their offer. 10,000 spirit stones. Su, are you crazy? Darnell Shan couldn't hold back his fury and stood up, slamming the table. Why all the racket? Can't you calm down? Jonathan frowned, showing no change in his demeanor despite Darnell Shan's outburst, as if he didn't take him seriously. Brother Darnell Shan, stay calm. With brother Levi away, none of us can match Jonathan. If Jonathan really snaps, he might actually kill us. The other underlings were frightened, afraid Darnell Shan would enrage Jonathan further. Do you all fear him so much? He won't dare defy the sect rules to kill us. Despite the advice from those around him, Darnell Shan remained defiant, yelling loudly in front of Jonathan. In Darnell Shan's view, no matter how strong Jonathan was, he was alone while Levi had a powerful family backing him. He already knew from Levi that Jonathan would die sooner or later. Why should he fear a man marked for death? It seems when I talk calmly, some people take my words lightly. Jonathan flickered beside Darnell Shan, grabbing him by the throat and slowly lifting him up. You. Darnell Shan tried to speak, but couldn't form any words. Senior brother Sue, let go. He'll choke to death. Killing inside the sect is a grave offense. Please stay calm. Senior brother Sue. Seeing Darnell Shan turning purple, barely breathing, the other underlings quickly persuaded Jonathan, fearing Darnell Shan's demise. Can you repeat your words? Jonathan released his grip, staring intently at Darnell Shan, who was gasping for breath. Darnell Shan's expression fluctuated, despite his resentment. Remembering nearly crossing into the afterlife made him unable to speak another word. 10,000 spirit stones, or experience that again. This time, no one will save you. Darnell Shan knew Jonathan might really kill him, so he dared not risk it. After fumbling a bit, he handed over a storage ring. Here, 10,000 spirit stones. Jonathan took the ring, scanning it with his spiritual sense. Exactly 10,000 spirit stones. Now it's your turn. Do you hand over or experience that life and death sensation? I think you should all experience it. It'll make you more obedient. Looking at the remaining henchmen, Jonathan suggested. Hand it over, I'll pay. So will I. Senior brother Sue, here are the 10,000 spirit stones. The henchmen hurriedly paid the fee, preferring immediate compliance to unnecessary suffering. Though each handed over the spirit stones, internally, the underlings felt as if their hearts were bleeding. They often collected protection fees for Levi, but kept little themselves, especially needing the stones for cultivation. Giving 10,000 meant they'd be broke. All right, this month's protection fees are collected. Jonathan looked at the storage rings before him, feeling his resources grow. Even without fighting, one could still gain resources. This month? The henchman caught on to this phrase. What do you mean by this month, Senior brother Sue? One henchman asked fearfully. Obviously, monthly protection fees. Did you not understand this basic concept? Protection fees aren't one time. They're collected monthly. Jonathan replied matter-of-factly. Levi's henchmen were dumbstruck. Monthly? 10,000 spirit stones each? They'd be bankrupt within a few months. Calm down. I'm not a devil. I'll adjust according to your financial situation. Rest assured, I won't drain you dry. Jonathan patted one of the henchmen on the shoulder, chuckling. Chapter 242. Levi was killed by me. Not a devil? You are more terrifying than any devil. After collecting the protection fee, Jonathan and his companion left. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I admire you so much, Senior brother Sue. Dev, who had watched the entire process, couldn't help but admire Jonathan from the bottom of his heart. Senior brother Sue managed to punish those despicable fellows effortlessly without violating the sect's rules. He could guarantee that these guys were now bleeding inside. Whoosh. Jonathan tossed a storage ring to Dev. What is this, Senior brother Sue? Dev instinctively used his divine sense to scan it upon catching it, only to be startled. It contained 10,000 spirit stones, clearly the protection fees collected from Levi's minions. Take it, it's your reward. Jonathan said with a smile. Senior brother Sue, this is too much. Dev waved his hands repeatedly. Despite being tempted, he refused because he merely inquired about some information, and getting such a large amount of spirit stones for such a trivial task felt too unethical. It's fine, take it. It's just some spirit stones after all. You did a great job with the information this time, and this reward isn't much, Jonathan replied. Dev's intelligence gathering greatly pleased Jonathan. If not for Dev's information, returning to the sect would have taken much longer to understand the situation fully. In Jonathan's view, time was invaluable. He wanted to focus on cultivation without being distracted by mundane matters. Through Dev's actions, he realized the potential benefit of grooming Dev as an assistant in the Xuanhuan Holy Land, someone who could handle minor issues for him. Since Senior brother Sue insists, I'll accept it. Seeing Jonathan showed no intention of taking back the spirit stones, Dev finally accepted the 10,000 spirit stones. While his surface expression was just excitement, his heart swelled with immense joy. As one of the lower-ranked disciples, Dev usually received limited cultivation resources, making 10,000 spirit stones an enormous sum. You can go back now. I need to see the Michael for some matters. Bidding farewell to Dev, Jonathan went alone to meet the Xuanhuan Michael. The Michael allowed Jonathan's visit promptly after learning it was him who came after many days of absence. Jonathan, where have you been? Some people within the sect claimed you fled out of fear. Idiots, they undermine our own dignity, the Michael said upon seeing Jonathan. I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation technique and needed special celestial treasures, so I went out to search for them, Jonathan explained frankly. Is that so? The Michael nodded, then remembered something and added, right. You returned from Alfing City, didn't you? Did you see Levi? His family is from there, yet he hasn't returned. To be honest, this very matter is why I'm here. Jonathan respectfully replied. For this matter? What does it have to do with you? The Michael looked puzzled, unsure how Jonathan could be connected to Levi's prolonged absence. Levi is dead, and it was at my hand. Jonathan calmly revealed the reason behind Levi's disappearance. What? You killed Levi? Do you know that internal strife is strictly forbidden in the Xuanhuan Holy Land? The Michael instantly became furious. No matter how valued Jonathan was, breaking the sect's rule was unacceptable. Please calm down, Michael. Allow me to explain. Jonathan remained unperturbed, as if breaking the rules wasn't his fault. Fine, tell me what happened. The Michael calmed himself, realizing the issue might not be as simple as it seemed. If it were purely a matter of Jonathan breaking the rules, he wouldn't appear so confident. Thus, Jonathan narrated the events leading up to Levi's death. So, Levi set a trap to kill you. but you turned the tables and killed him instead? A trace of admiration flashed in the Michael's eyes. If Jonathan spoke the truth, he survived and retaliated against 4 peak martial emperors and a martial saint. This was something rarely seen even throughout history. Can you ensure everything you say is true? Despite trusting Jonathan, the Michael couldn't accept his account without verification. Certainly, if the Michael doubts me, you can send investigators to Alfing City. The incident has already stirred significant buzz within the Darnell family. Jonathan was confident. The aftermath of Levi's death caused a stir in Alfing City, with everyone knowing the Darnell family sought revenge but ended up losing both father and son. Now, another detail must be added. The old patriarch of the Darnell family met the same fate while seeking revenge, resulting in the near destruction of the Darnell family. I will dispatch investigators. The Michael nodded. He mostly believed Jonathan. Given Jonathan's readiness for investigation, there was no reason for deception. After further discussion, the Michael suddenly asked, I heard Levi's grandfather is a law cultivator at the martial deity level. Hasn't he sought revenge? Levi's grandfather, Howard, the city lord of Alfing City, was also killed by me. Jonathan answered without hesitation. What? Howard was killed by you too? The Michael was stunned again but this time felt no anger, only surprise. Howard was not part of the Xuanhuan Holy Land, so his death mattered little to the Michael. What truly amazed him was that Howard was a well-known martial deity-level law cultivator, whose fame reached the Michael. Note: maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible. Chapter 243, heading to the Martial Way City. Jonathan then recounted how he killed Howard. When Finley learned that Jonathan had not only killed Howard but also 3 Wu Saints and 5 peak Wu Emperors, his jaw almost dropped in astonishment. As for the other pampered children of the Darnell family, they were all completely ignored by Finley. Those good-for-nothings were no different from cattle and sheep awaiting slaughter. They barely merited a mention. Right, this can be used as proof. Jonathan rummaged through his storage ring and produced a token. This token had only the character Darnell on it, found in Howard's storage ring. Originally, Jonathan intended to discard this item carelessly, but since its material seemed quite excellent, he kept it, hoping it might sell for some money or be melted down to forge magical artifacts. Finley took the token and glanced at it. He immediately confirmed it was the family head token of the Darnell family. It wasn't because he had seen the Darnell family's family head token before, but because the material of this token was made from meteoric iron, which was quite valuable. Even though the Darnell family held significant influence in Alfing City, they wouldn't be extravagant enough to forge such a token for each family member. Upon confirming that Jonathan had indeed killed a Wu deity, Finley was more than just shocked. He was thrilled beyond measure. If Jonathan could defeat even a Wu deity, their Xuanhuan Holy Land would surely shine brilliantly in the grand contest among the 9 great Holy Lands. He would see who dared underestimate the Xuanhuan Holy Land after this. I understand everything. Afterward, I will send people to investigate in Alfing City. If the matter is indeed as you described, then Creed's misfortune will have been self-inflicted. You have not violated any of our sect rules. After saying this, Finley dismissed Jonathan. Jonathan returned to his residence, finally feeling relieved. He ran to inform Finley the truth, confident that the latter would not do anything to him. Rather than waiting for someone to investigate Creed's disappearance and then point the finger at him, it was better for him to clarify the situation himself. After all, Creed had attacked him first, and no matter how it was viewed, it was self-defense. Moreover, he didn't believe the senior figures of the Xuanhuan Holy Land would punish him. Choosing between a disciple with great potential who was expected to secure a good ranking for them in the contest among the 9 Holy Lands and a dead man, anyone knew which choice to make. Returning to his residence, Jonathan had nothing else to do, so he continued his cultivation. The next morning, Dev came over and told him that the team participating in the contest would set out in 3 days, heading to the Martial Way City where the grand competition has always been held. Time flew by, and soon it was 3 days later. Jonathan arrived at the assembly arena and was surprised to find hundreds of people there. Weren't only 10 people supposed to participate in the competition? Why were so many people present? Were they here to see them off? Thinking of this, Jonathan felt somewhat moved, never expecting everyone to take time out of their busy schedules to send them off. However, the next moment, he was dumbstruck when he saw these hundreds of disciples boarding the flying boat one after another. What's going on? Jonathan thought he might have boarded the wrong flying boat. Could the flying boat bound for Martial Way City have already left? Was this one headed for some secret realm instead? It was a distinct possibility. Otherwise, why would so many people travel together like this? This misunderstanding was resolved when Jonathan encountered Dev on the flying boat. Senior brother Sue. Dev, what are you doing on this flying boat too? Did I really board the wrong one? Jonathan looked at Dev with suspicion. Senior brother Sue nearly forgot to tell you. Although only 10 of you are participating in the contest, every grand competition sees many spectators from the various Holy Lands come to watch. It broadens their horizons and supports their own teams. Dev scratched his head, explaining somewhat bashfully. So that's how it is. Jonathan exhaled deeply, relieved that he hadn't boarded the wrong boat. I'll cheer for you, Senior brother Sue, Dev said sincerely. Jonathan gave him an incredulous look. He wasn't a girl. What was there to cheer about? If girls cheered for him, he'd probably feel more energized. Everyone's here? Suddenly, an old man in white appeared at the bow of the boat. He took out a roster and began calling names. Only 10 people were called, including Jonathan and the other 9 participants. As for those who came to spectate, if they missed this bus, they'd just miss out. Once the old man confirmed all 10 participants were present, he raised his hand, and the flying boat instantly moved, shooting forward as a streak of red light. From Dev, Jonathan learned many things afterward. It turned out the start of the grand competition previously mentioned did not include travel time. The mentioned 3 months actually excluded the travel duration. Including travel time, the actual competition would begin in a month and a half. Jonathan and his group would arrive in Martial Way City in roughly a month, and have some time to appreciate its beauty. Why can't we use a super teleportation array to reach Martial Way City? Jonathan curiously asked. Logically, Marshall Way City, being the venue for the grand competition, should be bustling and well-equipped with a super teleportation array. Dev shook his head. I'm not entirely sure either, but it seems that quasi-deities, as semi-steppers into the domain of immortals, cannot use the super teleportation array because it can't bear the power of such high-level beings. This was the first time Jonathan heard such a theory, finding it intriguing, but he soon had another question. Since quasi-deities couldn't use the super teleportation array, why not let the disciples travel via the array? That would be much more convenient. Soon Jonathan got the answer. In previous grand competitions, several Holy Lands did exactly that, but this resulted in some Holy Lands arranging assassins in cities with super teleportation arrays to ambush disciples from other Holy Lands to gain a competitive edge. This led to severe losses for all Holy Lands and made them realize it was counterproductive. So now, disciples traveled under the protection of quasi-deities to Marshall Way City. Thinking of spending the next month confined to the flying boat, squeezed together with so many people, Jonathan felt stifled. However, fortunately, the 10 participating disciples did not need to share rooms with others, but had their own private quarters. This afforded Jonathan some peace. Otherwise, with all his secrets, he would hardly dare cultivate normally. Chapter 244, The Black Dragon. In the solitary room, Jonathan once again took out the secret manual of the Turning Cloud Great Seal. Do you wish to comprehend the Turning Cloud Great Seal? Comprehend. The scene before him shifted. Howard was conversing with an elder. After a lengthy discussion, Howard's expression turned stern, and he suddenly struck with a palm. Caught completely off guard, the elder was struck by the palm and exclaimed in disbelief, Xuanhuan, why are you doing this? Hee, old man, do you think I don't know you intend to pass the position of sect master to my junior brother? Howard sneered coldly. The talent of your junior brother surpasses yours. His mastery of our sect's supreme art, the mystic spirit art, is far greater than yours. According to our sect's rules, whoever excels more in the mystic spirit art will become the next sect master. You know this. The elder's face paled as he spoke with gravity. So what? As the eldest disciple, how many contributions have I made to the sect? Yet you want to hand over the position to Casey? I just can't accept it. Howard's expression grew more menacing. Do you mean to say that because of this, you would dare commit patricide, you beast? The elder's hair bristled with anger, beyond furious, never imagining he could raise such a monstrosity. Is this not enough? Howard stated matter-of-factly. Even if you kill me, what does it matter? Your junior brother's talent far exceeds yours. One day, he will cleanse the sect of you. The elder laughed bitterly, believing Howard could never match Casey. Ha, junior brother, rest assured teacher, you'll soon see your beloved junior brother. Howard laughed triumphantly. What do you mean by that? The elder immediately sensed something amiss, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. You'll find out soon. Howard raised a hand, and a large hand formed in midair. Is this the Turning Cloud Great Seal? Casey's family technique? Why can you use it? The elder's heart sank to the bottom. You should already have guessed. Casey has already preceded you. Howard gloated arrogantly. That's impossible. With your beastly strength, how could you possibly be a match for Casey? Despite the obvious truth, the elder couldn't believe it. If it were a fair one-on-one, I wouldn't stand a chance. But what if I used poison? He never expected his revered senior brother would poison him, ha. Howard laughed, reveling in the memory of Casey's incredulous face. This old man must exterminate you, monster. The elder drew a flying sword, preparing to duel Howard. Teacher, you're too old. You just received a blow from me, and now you still want to fight. Howard looked disdainfully at him. First, check yourself, old man. After killing you, I will destroy the Mystic Spirit Sect. This world doesn't need the Mystic Spirit Sect. We only need the Darnell family. You won't believe the look on his face when he died, haha. Too bad his wife and daughter escaped, but no worries, I'll find them eventually. The two battled fiercely, and ultimately, the elder perished in defeat. The scene faded, and Jonathan snapped back to reality. You have comprehended the second layer of the Turning Cloud Great Seal. This Howard is truly a beast. However, it's fitting retribution that he was eventually killed by me. Jonathan sighed after witnessing the entire scene. Betrayal, murder within the sect, and filial impiety. Howard's deeds warranted his demise. Yet, Jonathan felt a glimmer of hope, knowing from the final moments of the vision that Casey's wife and daughter had managed to escape. After comprehending the second layer of the Turning Cloud Great Seal, Jonathan felt mentally drained. Such a state was unsuitable for practice, so he left the room to get some fresh air. The flying boat sailed above the clouds, everything below looking like a miniature painting. While staring absent-mindedly at the clouds, Jonathan noticed something unusual. It was a dragon, with 2 horns on its head and covered in black scales. A water dragon, or jiaolong. Good heavens, there's a dragon. What class of monster is that? Soon, others also spotted the jiaolong, all astounded. Among monsters, dragons were undisputed powerhouses. Even a jiaolong was exceedingly rare. An incredible 12-rank black jiaolong. A half-sage level elder leading the team appeared at the bow, gazing at the black jiaolong with excitement. A jiaolong would make an excellent mount, especially a 12-rank one. Even as a half-sage, he didn't own such a mount. Capturing one would certainly boost his status. Without delay, the half-sage elder flew off the boat toward the black jiaolong. Sensing danger, the leisurely swimming jiaolong in the clouds quickly fled. Everyone expected a thrilling capture, but soon both the elder and the jiaolong disappeared from sight. However, not far away, several shadows hidden in the clouds closely watched the events unfold. Haha, what a fool Irvin is, even at the half-sage level. He probably never imagined that the black jiaolong is owned by someone else, nor that this is a trap set to lure him away. One fat man laughed loudly among the group. Enough nonsense, hurry up. That guy is still a half-sage, and the black jiaolong can't hold him for long. If he returns, we're in trouble. Another muscular man said. They descended toward the flying boat. Bang! Attacks rained down on the boat, all intercepted by its protective barrier. The commotion startled everyone aboard, particularly Jonathan. Seeing several figures rushing towards them, he sensed something amiss, yet dismissed it, thinking they wouldn't dare attack the yellow primordial sacred ground spirit boat. But they did. Are they insane? What's happening? Is it a monster attacking the boat? True disciples emerged from their rooms, many assuming it was a monster attack, never expecting an actual assault on the boat. It was simple. The boat bore the exclusive emblem of the yellow primordial sacred ground and was guarded by a half-sage. Who dared challenge them? Forget future retaliation from the yellow primordial sacred ground. Even Elder Irvin alone was enough to tear them apart. The strength of a half-sage wasn't a joke. Throughout the eastern wasteland continent, few could rival such power. Saying they could walk the continent without fear wasn't an exaggeration. Who would dare oppose a half-sage unless the major sacred grounds themselves acted? Chapter 245. How daring they are. Someone actually dared to attack us. Just a few mere Wuxian warriors dare to provoke our Xuanhuan holy land, courting death. Everyone who rushed out of the rooms was instantly shocked and infuriated when they saw the Wuxian warriors attacking their flying boat in midair. Where's Ancestor Mu? Why hasn't he taken action? Many people present had just stepped out of their rooms and did not know that Irvin had gone to chase the Mo Jiao. Upon learning that Irvin was absent, all disciples were stunned. Wasn't Ancestor Mu supposed to protect them? Why did he go hunting for a Mo Jiao? So unprofessional. For a moment, everyone panicked, knowing full well that there were 6 Wuxian-level experts attacking from the sky, and the defense barrier wouldn't hold long. Those who dared to attack the Xuanhuan Holy Land's boat certainly wouldn't leave any survivors. Once the boat was breached, the situation would be dire for everyone on board. Thinking of fleeing? A direct disciple quietly flew off from the back of the boat, trying to escape but was noticed. A Wuxian expert summoned a flying sword. The flying sword buzzed in midair before speeding towards the escaping person. Facing an attack from a Wuxian-level expert, this disciple had no power to resist, instantly pierced through. This immediately discouraged many others considering escape. Now, everyone could only hope Ancestor Mu returned soon. Once he was back, these annoying fellows would be nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. While we still have the shield, everyone worked together to harass them, buying some time. Jonathan stepped forward and began to direct the group. This crisis was also a serious one for him, since those were 6 Wuxian-level experts, too much for him alone. Although he still had the demonic slayer sword as his ace, he couldn't easily use it here. Once he used it, even if others didn't know it was a fairy king weapon, they would suspect he possessed something valuable. It would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing Jonathan's words, everyone felt a newfound resolve. Most present were former participants in the illusionary spirit realm journey, fully believing in Jonathan's capabilities. Various treasures and spells shot out from the boat, attacking the 6 Wuxian experts. Though most Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples were only Wu Wang or Wu Devon level, with so many attacks combined, these 6 Wuxian had to divert attention to defend, delaying the inevitable by some margin. In this process, Jonathan casually attacked using some artifacts without performing cloud-inverting great handprint, or Xinkuan dome control technique. He wasn't deliberately slacking. He just didn't want to stand out, drawing extra attention. Humph, these little brats actually dare to resist. Wait until the shield breaks. It'll be fun watching them squirm. Eric sneered. Hee, keep a few pretty female disciples alive then. Let us brothers enjoy them properly. Dirk leered, scanning over the female disciples aboard, looking for prime choices. Others laughed heartily. True disciples of the revered Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even they, the Wuxian experts, had never experienced such pleasures. Damn bastards. If you have the guts, wait for our Ancestor Mu. Then see if you'll still have the balls to talk like this. The unreserved remarks of the Wuxian warriors were clearly heard by all true disciples on the boat. Instantly, many people shouted curses. Knowing their spouses or beloveds among the female disciples, they could not tolerate such insults. Female disciples were equally furious, with some even readying knives at their necks to avoid dishonor once the shield fell. Even though Xuanhuan Holy Land was bottom tier among holy lands, it still held great renown outside. Normally, everyone treated them with utmost respect wherever they went. They had never faced such treatment. Boom. The boat violently shook, its protective barrier wavering precariously, losing its glow. It won't last at this rate, the shield will be destroyed soon. Jonathan grew anxious, knowing the current situation couldn't hold much longer. Brother Sue, what should we do? Dev approached, visibly distressed. He had only come to join the martial city festivities, not anticipating such danger. What about the smoke pill user from the illusory spirit realm, Yanis? Is he here? Jonathan inquired. I'll check. Without a second thought, Dev dived into the crowd, soon returning with Yanis. Do you still have the smoke pills? Jonathan asked. Yes, after the success in the illusory spirit realm, I made hundreds of them. I've also prepared plenty of vision-enhancing elixirs, Yanis replied. Good. Gather everyone. I have a plan. Jonathan nodded, instructing Dev and Yanis to gather everyone. Now, I have an escape plan, but it requires your cooperation. With my plan, at least 70% can survive. Hearing an escape plan, everyone stirred up. 70%? That's quite a bit. Brother Sue, rest assured, we'll cooperate. Immediately, Jonathan explained his plan. Simple but effective. Using smoke pills to cover a 10-mile radius in black smoke, allowing everyone to scatter in all directions. Hundreds of true disciples versus 6 Wuxian, creating a smoky buffer zone, making it impossible for the Wuxian to catch everyone. While not everyone could escape, most would live. Brother Sue's plan is brilliant. Not surprising from Brother Sue. Many from the illusory spirit realm knew how effective the black smoke was even for Wuxian experts, obscuring both sight and divine sense. Yanis, it depends on your smoke pills and elixirs now. Jonathan looked at Yanis beside him. Hashtag chapter 246. Smoke pills once again prove effective. Yanis said solemnly, it is an honor for me to help everyone escape this danger. Yanis quickly produced several hundred smoke pills and a few bottles of eye-washing spirit liquid. There were enough smoke pills, but the amount of eye-washing spirit liquid was only sufficient for about 100 people. Ultimately, following Jonathan's suggestion, the group decided that every 5 to 6 people would form a team, with one person from each team using the eye-washing spirit liquid. This solved the issue of insufficient quantities of the spirit liquid. During the grouping process, everyone wanted to be in the same group as Jonathan. Everyone knew that their chances of escaping successfully would be much higher with Jonathan, but he refused all requests. In the end, Jonathan only took Dev and Yanis with him. Jonathan chose these two because Dev was like his half-brother, and Yanis had provided the most significant support for this escape plan. Just as everyone was discussing, 6 martial gods noticed something unusual. What are these guys talking about? They can't possibly have some plan to escape, right? Eric frowned at the scene before him. Whatever they're planning, it doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of kids. I don't believe they can actually escape. Dirk looked indifferent. That's right. If these kids manage to escape, we might as well quit being top-notch assassins. Haha, if they really do manage to escape, I'll chop off a finger for each one. The others were equally unconcerned, not believing that Jonathan and his group could escape. However, things soon felt off as dense black smoke began to spread from the flying boat. The black smoke rapidly expanded outward. This isn't right. My divine senses can't penetrate this smoke. Eric's expression grew grave. I can't sense anything either. Could those kids be trying to use this smoke to escape? Fear nothing. It's just a little smoke. We'll guard different areas and kill anyone who tries to escape through the smoke. The martial gods still didn't fully grasp the severity of the situation. Soon, the black smoke enveloped all 6 martial gods. As soon as they entered the smoke, they found they couldn't see clearly, and their divine senses became ineffective, as though trapped in quicksand. With the martial gods surrounded by the smoke, Jonathan and the disciples walked out of the flying boat and continued to use smoke pills, expanding the smoke's range even further. Within moments, it covered an area 10 miles in diameter. The 6 martial gods were utterly disoriented inside the smoke, bumping around like headless flies. Meanwhile, Jonathan and his group easily avoided them, relying on clear sight outside the smoke. Eventually, the 6 martial gods escaped from the smoke from a higher vantage point and observed from above, constantly scanning with their divine senses. Anyone who emerged from the smoke would immediately be attacked. When everyone on the Xuanhuan Holy Land side used up their black smoke supply, they exited the smoke simultaneously in various directions and began fleeing. Upon leaving the smoke, the initial groups of 5 or 6 dispersed even further. People are coming out. So many. The group is escaping in all directions at once. Realizing what was happening, the 6 martial gods' faces darkened. Without a word, they split up and pursued in various directions. Clearly, they knew it was impossible to kill everyone now. Escape one. Cut a finger? Not even toes would be enough. Let's stick together. Follow me. Jonathan told Dev and Yanis as they left the smoke. Both readily agreed, finding comfort in following Jonathan. Jonathan threw out a flying carpet, and the 3 rode it into the distance. Shortly after takeoff, Jonathan's expression turned grim. Brother Sue, what's wrong? Dev, noticing Jonathan's change in demeanor, sensed something amiss. Someone is chasing us, Jonathan said somberly. How convenient. Dev and Yanis paled. Out of hundreds escaping in all directions, the probability of someone pursuing them was only about 1%, yet it happened. They soon saw a figure rapidly approaching from afar. You two go ahead. I'll distract him. Jonathan watched the pursuer. Brother Sue, you must survive. Dev and Yanis were deeply moved by Jonathan's willingness to draw the pursuer away to save them. No time for talk, go. Jonathan barked. Dev and Yanis didn't hesitate, choosing directions and fleeing. Only after the two had gone a fair distance did Jonathan continue moving. The pursuer indeed followed him. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, even if he hadn't paused and all 3 had fled in different directions, the assassin would have still targeted him. He was the primary objective. After a while, Jonathan was caught. The pursuer was a tall, thin man in a black robe, his face concealed by a mask, revealing only emaciated hands. Who are you, and why attack our Xuanhuan Holy Land? Aren't you afraid of facing the wrath of the Holy Land? Jonathan questioned the masked man. That's none of your concern. Though you're a dying man, there are rules to every trade, and you won't learn the truth. The masked man coldly replied, already having condemned Jonathan to death. An assassin? Hearing this, Jonathan sensed information that the assailant might be an assassin. Whether I'm an assassin or not matters little to you. Before Jonathan could respond, the masked man lunged forward. Himph, you think I'm easy prey? Jonathan scoffed, countering aggressively. He hadn't let Dev and Yanis leave to die. Even against a martial god, if he couldn't win, escaping wasn't an issue. Martial god? He'd killed one before. Bang! To Jonathan's surprise, despite the thin, almost skeletal appearance of the black-robed man, he too was a body cultivation practitioner. The two collided, fighting fiercely. After a long struggle, they both stepped back, and the black-robed man remarked with surprise, no wonder the client insisted on dealing with you specifically. You've got some strength. It seems the Xuanhuan Holy Land isn't as weak as outsiders claim. Hashtag chapter 247, key target. You have some strength? If it gets out that a soul like me can barely handle a Wu Wong, people will laugh their heads off, Jonathan taunted. I was planning to play with you for a bit, but it looks like you're asking for death. Although the black-robed man knew Jonathan was trying to provoke him, these words about his power were true. How could a soul struggle against a Wu Wong? It would be a laughingstock even if he won. Immovable Ming Wong. The black-robed man immediately summoned his strongest form, his body emanating a golden light that penetrated and shone through his robe. This is a Buddhist martial art? Could you be a monk? Jonathan instantly recognized the telltale signs of Buddhist martial arts, the golden or divine light emitted during use. The black-robed man remained silent, not answering Jonathan's questions. Instead, his body suddenly swelled, bursting the robe as his lean physique expanded into solid muscle. Not bad, this technique. You could easily win a bodybuilding championship. Though Jonathan spoke lightly, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent, and also prepared his strongest form. 9 transformations divine body. Jonathan was enveloped in divine energy, looking both righteous and demonic, with immeasurable power. That guy's skills are impressive. As a soul-level body cultivator, the black-robed man immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Jonathan's body cultivation technique. They clashed again, each punch landing with brutal force. Despite being at the pinnacle of martial prowess, their fight lacked any grace, resembling barbaric brawls, a testament to the essence of body cultivation. The simplest truths often held the greatest power. Advanced techniques were often the most unadorned. Raw strength could crush any flashy maneuvers. Your martial techniques look cool? Fancy and entertaining? I'll smash you with one punch. Their fighting sounds reverberated like thunder. Below them lay a village. It's thundering in broad daylight? Is it going to rain? Dogdan, quickly go home and take in the clothes. Hurry up, or you'll be butt naked at the market tomorrow. Villagers heard the noise and rushed home, assuming a storm was coming. Little did they know, 2 powerful martial artists were battling above the clouds. You're very strong. Among all the martial artists I've seen, none below the soul level match your power. The black-robed man admitted, his body throbbing with pain. On the other side, although Jonathan was similarly bruised, his injuries healed rapidly thanks to the 9 transformations divine body's regenerative power. The longer they fought, the more he grew stronger, relishing the brute force combat over casting spells from a distance, which he found less exhilarating. Despite being dual cultivated in body and spell, Jonathan preferred the straightforward combat style of body cultivators. Since you acknowledge my strength, tell me who ordered the ambush on our Divinity Sanctuary members. Don't say you're just ordinary bandits. No one dares target the Divinity Sanctuary. Jonathan tried once more to extract useful information. Don't waste your breath. I won't tell you anything. The black-robed man shook his head, unfazed by Jonathan's attempts. You damn monk, you're no fun. Jonathan was irritated. This antagonist wasn't spilling the beans as villains typically did in stories before the protagonist's demise. Jonathan thought he deserved the lead role with his system. After exchanging a few words, they resumed fighting, still evenly matched. This isn't getting us anywhere. Why don't you let me go? With so many others having escaped, one more or less won't matter. Jonathan talked while fighting, hoping to distract his opponent. He considered body cultivators tougher than spellcasters since, once close-ranged, Jonathan's attacks overwhelmed spellcasters, whereas body cultivators had formidable physical strength, making them harder to beat despite his superior recovery. You, Hardy, and Creed are on a must-kill list. There's no way you can escape. The black-robed man revealed some information, apparently deeming it non-essential to hide. Hardy and Creed too? Sounds like these guys might be from other sanctuaries. Jonathan realized that with the grand competition approaching, who wouldn't want to see Divinity Sanctuary's participants suffer? Other sanctuaries were likely behind this. Ironically, the black-robed men probably didn't know that one of their targets, Creed, was already dead, thanks to Jonathan. Do you think you can kill me? Jonathan sneered, aiming to provoke the black-robed man. An enraged, disorganized foe was easier to defeat than a calm one. I initially thought I could handle you alone, but now it seems I need help. 2 comrades are on their way. The black-robed man said calmly. Damn, unethical fighting. Wait. Is this wise? Your mission involves hundreds of targets, yet you're calling reinforcements just for me. How will you finish the job? Jonathan was shocked by the audacity. If you escape, it would be far worse. The black-robed man replied matter-of-factly. According to their employer, if killing all Divinity Sanctuary disciples was impossible, targeting the strongest few was the next best thing. Chapter 248, Successive Strikes. Of all the targets, Jonathan was the most crucial. He must not be allowed to survive. The employer had specifically emphasized that if anyone else escaped, it would merely reduce the payment. However, if Jonathan got away, not a single spirit stone would be received. No, this can't continue. If reinforcements arrive, escaping will come at an even greater cost. After weighing his options, Jonathan made a decisive choice. He rapidly closed in on the black-robed man and unleashed the demon-slaying technique. The demon-slaying sword within his spirit acupoint was immediately activated, resonating ominously as a faint sword aura began to ripple out. What is this? Sensing the imminent threat, the black-robed man hastily deployed a defensive treasure. But in an instant, his defensive treasure was obliterated. He couldn't even discern what had destroyed it. What's going on? The black-robed man quickly retreated, trying to evade, but could a mere martial deity escape the attack of an immortal king-grade weapon? With a whoosh, the sword aura sliced through him. The black-robed man froze, then a gush of blood exploded from his waist. Despite his formidable body cultivation technique, he was cleaved in 2. Meanwhile, even though Jonathan had already advanced to the 5th level of the 9 transformations divine devil body, wielding the demon-slaying sword still taxed him. His complexion was pale, and his stamina significantly depleted. Back when he first encountered the Tai Divine Mud and fought the zombie, he had already used the demon-slaying sword once, which caused some damage to his internal meridians and dantian. Using it again triggered old injuries, resulting in even more severe harm. Such internal injuries were not easily healed by the 9 transformations divine devil body alone. Under normal circumstances, Jonathan would never have resorted to using an immortal king-grade weapon unless the situation was dire. Can't do this. I must escape quickly. Without a glance at the storage ring taken from the black-robed man, Jonathan stashed it into his robe, unfurled his flying carpet, and fled into the distance. Behind him, about 100 miles away, 2 martial deity-level experts abruptly halted, exchanging uneasy glances. Their expressions were grim. Bergen is dead. How could that little griffin defeat him? Their moods fluctuated as they debated. In their estimation, a mere griffin shouldn't be able to kill Bergen. Someone else must have interfered. Could it be the quasi-immortal ancestor of the Yellow Heaven's sacred land has returned? The thought sent shivers down their spines, but soon they dismissed it. Earlier, they had approached the flying boat due to a powerful tool that shielded one's senses. Without such an item now, they couldn't hide from a quasi-immortal's perception. A quasi-immortal's divine sense could cover hundreds of miles. If they were discovered, they would already be dead. The one who killed Bergen must be someone else. They concluded, hesitating briefly before resuming pursuit of Jonathan. Though dangerous, they had no choice given the lucrative reward offered by the employer. Had it not been for the tempting payoff, they wouldn't have provoked the Yellow Heaven's sacred land. In peak condition, they quickly caught up to the injured Jonathan. Why is he alone? Did he really kill Bergen by himself? The pursuers couldn't believe it. Let's be cautious. There might be others hiding nearby assisting him. As they warily pursued Jonathan, he felt his situation worsen upon sensing them approach. He had decisively used the immortal king-grade weapon, yet they still caught up. Brat, stop running. If you cooperate, we won't kill you. If you keep running, we'll make sure you suffer worse than death. The pursuers alternated between threats and reassurance, hoping to stop Jonathan while also testing if he had any accomplices. Haha, do you think I'm 3 years old? Who's the fool here? Jonathan sneered at their attempts to deceive him. If you insist on running, you'll find out soon enough that living isn't better than dying. Seeing Jonathan wasn't fooled, the pursuers dropped their pretense and began threatening him fiercely. Kill me? You should die first. After considering his options, Jonathan decided to use the demon-slaying sword once more. Given his dire condition, he stood no chance of evading 2 martial deities, let alone the entire group of 5. If more joined the chase, escape would be impossible. Therefore, he needed to act now before it was too late. Using the demon-slaying sword would only kill one opponent, but Jonathan gambled that the other would lose courage and flee after witnessing a comrade's death. A surge of sword aura erupted from his spirit acupoint. What is this? The pursuers sensed danger and quickly scattered. One pursuer died instantly. Ignoring the corpse, Jonathan continued fleeing. He knew he couldn't use the demon-slaying sword a third time. What did he use? The surviving pursuer, seeing his companion fall, felt a chill. A misstep, and he could have met the same fate. He remained frozen, unable to fathom what had just happened. Suddenly, he shouted, "It must be an immortal artifact." He reasoned that no half-immortal weapon could produce such overwhelming power in the hands of a mere martial emperor. Only a true immortal artifact could wield such unreasonable force. This realization sparked hope. If I kill that boy, the immortal artifact will be mine. Despite the allure, fear held him back. Although a griffin using an immortal artifact incurs immense cost, he dared not risk facing its power again. Such a weapon wasn't something a martial deity could withstand. Chapter 249. Escape from the quagmire. Jonathan. The pursuer's expression flickered as he committed this name to memory. Although he had lost the opportunity to obtain the immortal weapon for now, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't get it in the future. His opponent was merely a Wu Wang level warrior. With sufficient preparation, he would definitely be able to overpower him. Once he possessed the immortal weapon, he would be invincible at the soul realm. Having made his decision, the pursuer dove downward to search for his companion's body, not to retrieve it, but to find the storage ring. On the other side, Jonathan, having successfully escaped, was in a dire state. The previous use of the demon-slaying sword had already damaged his meridians and dantian, and now, using it twice more had pushed his body to its limits. In this condition, even the formidable healing power of the 9 transformation divine body technique could hardly keep up. His body was like a cracked bucket, continuously being repaired but constantly breaking again. My spiritual energy is dissipating. If this continues, I might even regress in my cultivation. Jonathan used his divine sense to inspect his body and realized the severity of the situation. He had worked hard to reach Midwu Wang with the help of illusion stones, and now he was about to fall back. I must find a place to recuperate immediately. With that thought in mind, he landed on the ground. Flying in the sky would draw too much attention, whereas on the ground, he could stay hidden. The area around him was desolate and showed no signs of human presence, which suited Jonathan well. He could establish a temporary cave residence without worrying about disturbances. Huh? What happened to you? Did you get injured while gathering herbs? A sudden voice broke the silence. Who's there? Jonathan was startled. He was in such poor condition that he hadn't noticed anyone nearby. Don't worry, I'm here to gather herbs too. The speaker was a young woman of average height with a delicate face. She carried a medicinal basket on her back and exuded the scent of herbs. Jonathan scrutinized her and confirmed that she was only a Wu Jiang, posing no threat to him. Clearly, the woman couldn't discern Jonathan's cultivation level and saw him as another herb gatherer. She naturally assumed he had lost his basket during an attack by a beast. My name is Tuesday. What's yours? Jonathan. Looking at your condition, why don't you come to my place and apply some medicine first? Yes, thank you. Through conversation, Jonathan learned that Tuesday lived at the foot of the mountain nearby. Initially, he wanted to refuse her offer, but considering the many beasts in the mountains and his current weakened state, taking refuge in her home seemed like a good option. During their descent, Jonathan explained that he wasn't an herb gatherer but a traveler who had been attacked by a beast, leading to his current sorry state. Along the way, Tuesday supported Jonathan, and they soon arrived at a simple hut at the foot of the mountain. So, this is your home? Jonathan was surprised by the humble abode. As a Wu Jiang, Tuesday shouldn't be living in such destitution. There was likely a reason behind it. Rest over there for a bit, while I prepare some medicine for you. Tuesday took out a pot to boil medicine. Jonathan, seizing the moment, rummaged through his storage ring, finding and consuming some healing pills before beginning to meditate. After a while, Tuesday brought him a bowl of herbal tea. Drink this, Sir Su. It should help. Without hesitation, Jonathan drank the concoction. While he appreciated the gesture, the herbs were common and could barely aid his recovery. He relied mainly on his own pills and the 9 transformation divine body technique to repair his meridians and dantian. When asked if he had a place to stay, Jonathan admitted he did not. so Tuesday invited him to remain. Jonathan decided to stay for half a month, using the time to partially recover before utilizing the super teleportation array to reach Marshallway City. Although this period would not be enough for a full recovery, it would restore at least 50% of his strength, providing him with sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Unexpectedly, as he prepared to rest further, voices outside disrupted him. Tuesday, when will you compensate our master? Our master has been bedridden due to your treatment. Out of mercy, he demands only 100,000 spirit stones, the minimum amount. The voices were those of rough men. I clearly healed your master. His illness is not my responsibility, Tuesday responded. As a healer, you caused harm and refused to take responsibility. Pay the 100,000 spirit stones or marry our master. This way, you'll be one family and compensation won't be necessary. Do you think I'd marry a degenerate? Not even in my dreams, Tuesday retorted. Jonathan pieced together the situation. Likely a wealthy son lusting after Tuesday and trying to force her into marriage. He stepped out of the house. Why did you come out? This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with you. Tuesday tried to protect Jonathan from involvement. Who is this? What audacity, Tuesday. Secretly fraternizing with men behind our master's back. The servants immediately became hostile, threatening to attack Jonathan. If you leave with us, we won't hurt him, they added. Shameless. Tuesday found herself in a dilemma. Chapter 250, 10,000 Spirit Stones. She loathed the young wastrel named Yuri to the core. A month ago, she learned that the eldest young master of the Song family, Yuri, had contracted a strange illness and was seeking medical help from all quarters. She bravely volunteered to treat him. Initially, she thought that once she cured his strange illness and received payment for the treatment, it would be over. But who knew that the wastrel had set his eyes on her? Tuesday could not stand such people. Hence, he kept sending people to harass her. Until now, they hadn't taken any forceful actions against her, so she wished this matter would just fade away. Who knew these guys were trying to make a move on Jonathan? Would he disregard others' safety for his own benefit? Tuesday certainly wasn't that selfish. So, she gritted her teeth and said, all right, I'll go with you. Her intention was to adapt as circumstances arose. If they truly wanted her to marry that wastrel, it was absolutely impossible. The several servants of the Song family suddenly felt overjoyed. It would naturally be best if they could bring Tuesday back. In the past month, they'd come multiple times but never succeeded in bringing Tuesday back. Hadn't their young master been considerate? Otherwise, according to their intentions, they would have snatched her even by force. Hold on, Jonathan suddenly interjected. Hey, you better be honest. Don't you know the prestige of our Song family? One servant retorted nastily. 10,000 spirit stones, right? I'll pay for Eve, Jonathan said, pulling out a storage ring. Did you mishear us? We said 10,000 spirit stones. Do you think someone like you can come up with that amount? None of the Song family's servants believed Jonathan. In their eyes, Jonathan was wearing tattered clothes, appeared weak, and didn't look like someone who could come up with 10,000 spirit stones. Whether or not you believe it, just take a look. Jonathan threw the storage ring over. One servant subconsciously caught the ring and took a casual glance inside. But then, he was immediately startled to see countless spirit stones densely packed within. Even without counting, there had to be at least 80 to 90,000 stones. The servant quickly scanned it with divine sense. It indeed contained exactly 10,000 spirit stones, no more, no less. What's wrong with you, Yanni? Asked another servant when they saw his frozen expression. Without saying a word, Yanni handed over the storage ring. The others checked with divine sense and were stunned speechless. 10,000 spirit stones were no small sum. These servants earned only a few dozen spirit stones a month. For them, 10,000 was an astronomical figure. Is everything all right now? Jonathan calmly remarked. If not for his poor condition, he would have stormed the Song residence to teach that wastrel a harsh lesson. However, considering his current dire situation, using spirit stones to settle things would be perfect. Tuesday watched the scene unfold, dumbstruck. Did Lord Su actually provide 10,000 spirit stones, judging by those servants' reactions? Originally, she considered Jonathan a passerby with similar cultivation levels. Who would have thought he could produce such a large sum of spirit stones? Could Lord Su also be a wealthy young master? This thought occurred not only to her, but also to the Song family's servants. Yanni asked, may we know where this young master hails from and which power? After all, anyone capable of producing 10,000 spirit stones likely held significant status, and thus, these Song family servants dared not easily provoke Jonathan again. No sect, no faction, just a wandering cultivator, Jonathan replied, shaking his head. He didn't wish to expose his background as a direct disciple of the Xuanhuan Holy Land, fearing that pursuers might get wind of it. Unaffiliated? The servants exchanged dubious glances, uncertain what to make of it. They gathered together and one whispered, this kid has a faint aura, probably not very high in cultivation, at most a martial general. If he really came from a major force, how could he be so low-ranked? You're right. Those major forces' disciples are usually highly cultivated and domineering. After deliberating, the servants concluded that Jonathan likely didn't have much backing. But where did he get so many spirit stones? To me, he must have gotten lucky, inheriting treasures from some senior expert, Yanni speculated. All agreed this sounded reasonable. In the cultivation world, lucky fellows often found relics left by senior experts or treasures from secret realms. Such incidents weren't uncommon. Since this kid can casually produce 10,000 spirit stones, he must have more valuable items. Yanni said firmly. The servants grew greedy. Perhaps the other person had powerful artifacts or cultivation techniques. If they got hold of them, why stay as Song family servants? Perhaps one day they'd surpass the Song family in strength. After deciding, Yanni kept the storage ring Jonathan had given, smirking coldly. You being unaffiliated and lacking background, why do you have so many spirit stones? We suspect you robbed for these stones. Shall we escort you to the Song residence? Their plan was simple. Deceive Jonathan into a secluded area, kill him, and then escape with his possessions. The origin of my spirit stone's important? You're overstepping here. Jonathan's face darkened. He hadn't expected these men to be so insatiable and turn their greed on him. If you don't want to come peacefully, then we'll have to handle this here. The servants growled menacingly, closing in. It seems peaceful resolution isn't possible, Jonathan sighed resignedly. You, with that attitude, do you think you can resist us? The servants laughed derisively. Even as mere servants of the Song family, they were martial generals or martial adepts. How could they lose to a seemingly sickly brat? I'll teach you a lesson. Yanni sneered and lunged at Jonathan with a punch. Punches aren't used like that. Jonathan easily dodged and countered, smashing Yanni's face with a fist. Arg! Yanni screamed, bloodied and kneeling on the ground. This kid has skills. Let's gang up. Realizing Jonathan was tough, the servants attacked simultaneously. Chapter 251. Return to confront again. Master Su, be careful. Eve, rest assured, I'll be fine. Tuesday saw this scene and was about to step forward to help but was stopped by Jonathan. Although Jonathan was in a poor state, even a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. He was a mighty martial king whose true strength could rival that of a martial deity. How could he be compared to a few insignificant martial generals and martial adepts? Their battle experience and awareness were not on the same level. These fellows were just ordinary servants, practicing extremely average cultivation techniques. Even among martial generals and adepts, they were considered worthless. Jonathan easily dodged their attacks with ease. However, his simple punch carried immense power. Any of them who received a blow from him would be rendered powerless. Before long, all of Song family servants had been laid down by Jonathan, either dead or injured. There are still 2 alive. Eve, please finish them off, Jonathan said after glancing at the 2 still writhing on the ground. He hadn't left anyone alive out of mercy, but to avoid worsening his injuries, he had minimized the use of force as much as possible. Do you want me to kill them? Tuesday hesitated upon hearing these words. Jonathan then gave her a strange look. Killing people wasn't a daily affair for warriors? After all, she was also a martial general living alone. Had she never seen blood? If she had never seen blood, how did she survive until now? Seeing her delay without action, Jonathan's lips twitched, walked forward, pulled out a long sword, and personally ended the last 2 lives. Eve, let's leave quickly before Song family finds us soon. Jonathan picked up their storage rings while walking past the corpses, took back only his own, and handed the remaining ones to Tuesday. These belong to you. I can't take them. Tuesday shook her head. She had been rescued by Jonathan. How could she take his spoils of war? Take them. These things aren't useful to me, Jonathan said with a shake of his head. Recalling the moment when Jonathan produced 10,000 spirit stones earlier, Tuesday thought he might not value these items, so she accepted them. To her, these were all valuable resources that would ensure she wouldn't lack in cultivation materials for some time. Are we leaving now? Tuesday looked at the humble thatched cottage with a flash of reluctance in her eyes. Despite its shabby condition, it was still her home. If we don't leave soon, Song family will catch up, Jonathan sighed. In the past, he would have taken on the entire Song family to teach them a lesson. But now, he wanted to avoid fights as much as possible. Even if he hadn't killed those servants, the problem wouldn't be resolved. Those fellows would bring reinforcements back, and regardless of whether Song family targeted Tuesday or not, the young master would eventually lose patience. Staying here meant danger sooner or later. These weren't idle threats but predictable outcomes. That spoiled brat still found it novel to woo Tuesday without using force. It might not stay like this forever. Do you know of any good hiding places around here? Jonathan asked. I found a cave while collecting herbs. It's quite hidden, Tuesday replied after thinking for a moment. Afterwards, let's hide there for a while. Jonathan pondered for a moment. With Tuesday leading the way, the 2 of them headed into the mountains. Jonathan originally didn't want to go into the mountains, but had no choice now. They soon found the cave Tuesday mentioned. Except for the house that couldn't be moved, she brought everything else along. Soon enough, the cave became no different from her hut. Jonathan initially thought they could stay here until he fully recovered, but unexpectedly, intruders arrived after only 2 days. At the forefront stood a Kalin dressed in purple silk, holding an ominous-looking demonic hound and followed by many thugs. That's Yuri, Tuesday whispered to Jonathan. Jonathan's expression flickered. He hadn't expected them to track him down. Most likely, it was due to the demon dog. Why are you with Xianxia? Yuri immediately spotted Jonathan, standing beside Tuesday and frowned. Who I am has nothing to do with you, Jonathan shrugged. Yuri, weren't you bedridden? How did you recover so fast? Tuesday laughed coldly. Xianxia, let's discuss this matter later. Yuri glanced at Jonathan and said, you must be the one who killed my servants. Though they're just servants, hitting the dog should make you think about its owner. You dare to kill my servants, don't expect to leave alive. When his servants didn't return, Yuri realized something was wrong. His servants weren't something Tuesday could handle alone, indicating others were involved. Seeing Jonathan, he instantly suspected him of being responsible. What irked him most wasn't the death of his servants, but that this damned fellow was with Tuesday. That's what truly made him intolerant. Everyone, attack. Show your true skills. This guy can single-handedly kill several martial generals and adepts. He's not weak. Yuri ordered his followers. Jonathan doesn't wish to provoke trouble, but since you seek death, don't blame me. Jonathan lifted his right hand, and a large spiritual energy hand materialized in the air. As his right hand fell, the spiritual energy hand struck from above with great force. No one had ever witnessed such a powerful attack. Some resisted, others tried to escape, but everyone was killed within moments. Only Yuri, watching from the side, remained unharmed. What kind of technique is this? Yuri's face was full of disbelief. His dozen subordinates, all martial adepts, were experienced fighters but were wiped out so easily. Tuesday was also stunned, unable to snap out of it. When she finally regained her senses, she looked at Jonathan with a touch of coldness in her eyes. Unaware of her change, Jonathan kept his focus on Yuri. Chapter 252. A misunderstanding. Master Song, it's your turn next. Jonathan did not plan to leave any survivors this time either. He wasn't naive enough to believe that by letting Yuri go, the latter would be grateful. Most likely, he would bring even more people to settle the score. Instead of waiting for that to happen, it was better to take care of him now. Don't kill me. Our Song family has plenty of spirit stones. If you don't kill me, my family will certainly come up with a large sum to ransom me. Yuri's face was filled with fear. He was immediately frightened into tears and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. With merely a martial master cultivation, he spent his days eating, drinking, and entertaining himself, while bullying the weak was left to his subordinates. Thus, he had no real combat experience and was even weaker than those thugs when it came down to a fight. I'm not a bandit who demands ransom. Jonathan shook his head. He wasn't foolish enough to believe the Song family would honestly trade spirit stones for a person, and even if they did, retaliation would inevitably follow. Swish. Jonathan thrust his sword into Yuri's body, ending his life. What a fool. As a martial master, he doesn't even know how to defend himself. Jonathan looked exasperated. He had been cautious in case Yuri tried a sneak attack, but the boy proved utterly useless. Even animals struggle in their final moments. For a living person not to do so was laughable. Are you okay? Jonathan glanced at Tuesday, who stood there in a daze, lost in thought. From Jonathan's perspective, the girl was probably overwhelmed by seeing so many dead bodies at once. In the cultivation world, this was inevitable. Seeing bloodshed could be beneficial, especially for someone like her who traveled alone. Naivety could lead to trouble. I'm fine. Tuesday shook her head, her expression growing complex. It seems we can't stay here anymore. We'll have to leave again. Jonathan chuckled bitterly. They packed up and were about to depart when suddenly Tuesday lunged at Jonathan with her sword. Experienced in battle, Jonathan sensed the anomaly immediately and dodged effortlessly. Eve, why are you doing this? Jonathan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why she would try to kill him when they had no grievances against each other. Was she also after wealth? Jonathan? That's a fake name, isn't it? You should be surnamed Darnell. Seeing her attack fail, Tuesday knew further attempts were futile. She spoke coldly, revealing her suspicion. What do you mean? Jonathan frowned, feeling puzzled. 40 years ago, Howard wiped out our Zhao family and stole our cloud-reversing palm technique. I doubt anyone besides the Darnell family could use this move. Tears welled up in Tuesday's eyes. For years, she had sought news of the Darnell family, hoping to one day avenge her family. But the Darnell family grew stronger over time, making revenge seem impossible. Encountering someone from the Darnell family gave her no choice but to act. You must have misunderstood. Jonathan couldn't help but laugh and cry at once, realizing the issue lay here. The girl looked only about 15 or 16. Could she be the descendant of the infant mentioned? He guessed it was so. You're mistaken? Don't lie to me. My mother described the cloud-reversing palm before she died. The move you used against the Song family is clearly the cloud-reversing palm. Tuesday said firmly. Her mother had ensured the details of the Darnell family, and their crimes were ingrained in her memory. And who says using the cloud-reversing palm means you belong to the Darnell family? What if I took it by force? Jonathan chuckled, finding it both funny and frustrating. How could she jump to conclusions so easily? Besides, what benefit does lying to you bring me? If I were truly from the Darnell family, wouldn't I have already killed you instead of wasting time talking? Jonathan rolled his eyes at her lingering doubts. After considering his words, Tuesday realized he made sense. Killing several martial masters casually, an actual member of the Darnell family wouldn't waste time lying to a mere martial general. Convinced, Tuesday asked, can you explain how you obtained the cloud-reversing palm? She couldn't resist asking. If Jonathan had indeed taken it from a Darnell family member, hearing the specifics would provide some catharsis. Hee. Once you hear the whole story, you'll feel much better. Jonathan smiled and revealed, I got the cloud-reversing palm from Howard himself. Howard. Hearing that name, Tuesday's eyes blazed with hatred. Since childhood, her mother had reminded her never to forget Howard, the mastermind behind the destruction of her family and the relentless pursuit that cost her grandmother's life and her mother's health. Did you steal the cloud-reversing palm from Howard? She pondered and concluded that was the only plausible scenario. Killing Howard seemed inconceivable, given Jonathan's apparent youth and strength. No, I killed Howard. Jonathan shook his head, delivering a stunning revelation. That's impossible. Tuesday's disbelief was evident. Howard was now a martial deity. How could he be defeated by a Callan? These items will prove I'm telling the truth. Jonathan produced the cloud-reversing palm manual, the Darnell family patriarch's token, and other artifacts verifying Howard's identity. Chapter 253. Warriors ultimately must see blood. This is indeed our Zhao family's turning cloud great seal, and only the successive heads of the family have ever possessed the genuine article. Tuesday looked at the ancient text before her with excitement. She had heard about its characteristics and appearance countless times from her mother and grandmother. Still excited, she then turned to observe other items. All signs indicated that what Jonathan said seemed to be true. Not only Howard, but his descendants mostly died by my hand as well, including Darnell Chi and Darnell Klyong. You can ask around in the area of Proud Wind City. This news has been widely circulating there for some time. Seeing her agitation, Jonathan couldn't help but worry if she would faint from too much excitement. After waiting for her to calm down, he recounted the fate of the rest of the Darnell family. I never thought it would come to this for the Darnell family. This is retribution. Tuesday was often informed about the Darnell family situation, so naturally she knew about Darnell Chi and Darnell Klyong. The former was Howard's most favored son, while the latter was the best talent within the entire Darnell family and even entered the Xinhuan sacred ground. One could say the Darnell family relied on these three individuals, Howard, Darnell Chi, and Darnell Klyong. If all three were dead, then the Darnell family was finished. As they talked, several streaks of light flew towards them from the sky. Could it be people from the Song family? They came awfully fast. Jonathan frowned as he looked up at the sky, not expecting that after merely staying here for a short while, the Song family would arrive. It was already too late to leave now. Only defeating the members of the Song family would work. The few figures landed from the sky. Leading them was a Turner with a spirit warrior cultivation level. He swept his gaze over Jonathan and Tuesday, finally fixing his cold eyes on Jonathan. Did you kill my son? So what if I did? Jonathan didn't bother to argue with them. To these kinds of people, there was no concept of right or wrong. If someone was killed by him, there would be no chance for negotiation. Young man, then you shall die. Remember, I am the head of the Song family, Hayes. Before his words even faded, the Turner waved his hand, and those standing beside him immediately attacked. Fearfully, it might not be me who dies. Jonathan allowed them to get closer, then raised his hand and delivered a palm strike. No one could withstand Jonathan's single palm strike. Each person, under the pressure of the spiritual force giant hand, was ruthlessly crushed to death. What kind of technique is this? Hayes suddenly felt intimidated by the sight. The power of this technique was astounding, indicating that this Callan must have a remarkable background. From his speculations, Jonathan must belong to some major power. Otherwise, how could he possess such a powerful technique? With this thought, Hayes, instead of stopping, revealed a sinister look. If this Callan truly belonged to a great power, he absolutely could not let him escape. Otherwise, the Song family would face the wrath of a powerful force and risk being utterly destroyed. Deciding quickly, Hayes blurred into motion and lunged at Jonathan. Based on his analysis, the technique used by Jonathan just now clearly belonged to a spell practitioner, and the worst thing for a spell practitioner was close combat with a martial artist who specialized in body cultivation. His aim was to get close to Jonathan and deliver a fatal blow. In his opinion, Jonathan was young and thus inexperienced in battle. Seeing him approach, Jonathan would surely panic, greatly increasing the chances of a lethal strike. Ideals are abundant, reality is often bleak. When Hayes got close to Jonathan, he found Jonathan standing still without any signs of casting spells. This kid definitely hasn't reacted yet. It's now or never. Boom. Hayes threw a punch using full strength. Even a mountain would crumble under this punch. He envisioned Jonathan being smashed into pieces by this punch. That scene was too beautiful. My son Changming must find peace at last. And as for that little girl, he would take pleasure in her. Bang. Held off. Hayes' punch did not land on Jonathan's face, but was blocked. His full force punch was effortlessly stopped by the opponent. Isn't this guy a spell practitioner? Even a spell practitioner higher than him wouldn't block his attack so easily. At this moment, Jonathan spoke a sentence that filled Hayes with despair. Sorry, I am indeed a spell practitioner, but also practice body cultivation. Hayes' vision darkened as he realized that his opponent was actually a genius proficient in both techniques and body cultivation, and blocking his attacks so effortlessly meant he was stronger in body cultivation. By the way, I forgot to ask you, if you die, will anyone from the Song family avenge you? Jonathan asked a puzzling question. What do you mean by that? Hayes' brow furrowed, sensing impending doom. 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Without answering, Jonathan responded with a fist covered in lightning power that effortlessly penetrated Hayes' body. Spit. Hayes' body flew back like a kite cut loose. Seems like you're not completely dead. Still the same question, will anyone save you? Jonathan looked at the dying Hayes and asked. No, don't kill me. We have plenty of spirit stones in the Song family. We can give them all to you. The entire Song family's wealth can be yours. Terror was evident on Hayes' face. Completely ignoring Jonathan's question, he kept begging for mercy. It seems like no one will stand up for you. Though Jonathan didn't get a direct answer, judging from the other's reaction, it was unlikely that someone like an ancestral member of the Song family would come to his aid. In that case, he and Tuesday needn't relocate and could rest here peacefully for some time. Jonathan prepared to finish him off when he remembered something. He handed a sword to Tuesday nearby. You try. That's unnecessary, isn't it? Tuesday hesitated. This guy who taught someone like Yuri is obviously not good. Just now, he also wanted to kill us. You shouldn't feel burdened, and remember, you stabbed me without hesitation earlier. Jonathan persuaded her, his intention simple, to let her experience bloodshed as well. Ultimately, warriors must see blood. Without the slightest bit of fighting spirit, being hesitant during battles, even high-ranking cultivators might fall at the hands of lower-level ones. All right, I'll do it. Apparently, Jonathan's last statement made Tuesday feel somewhat ashamed. Biting her teeth, she took the sword and walked over to Hayes. Eve, please spare me. You treated my son's illness before. You're a good person and wouldn't bear to harm me. Seeing his life in Tuesday's hands, Hayes hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Chapter 254, heading to AO Fabian City. Ha, since you know you've cured your son's illness, why did you still allow Yuri to harass her? Jonathan said with a cold sneer. This? Hayes froze on the spot, momentarily at a loss for how to explain this matter. He was fully aware of Yuri's actions and had even incited him behind the scenes. The reason was simple. He admired Tuesday's medical skills. In the cultivation world, who could avoid getting injured? Having a skilled healer in the family could not only treat injuries but also attract wandering cultivators. Besides, his son liked Tuesday, making it a two birds with one stone situation. Hearing these words, Tuesday gritted her teeth and thrust her long sword down. Ah! Hayes screamed in agony as the sword pierced him, but Tuesday had closed her eyes when she stabbed, intentionally missing vital areas. This left Hayes in excruciating pain but still alive. You should have hit the vital spot. Jonathan was speechless. Hayes' continuous cries sounded like some kind of torture session. Opening her eyes, Tuesday, knowing human anatomy well, aimed carefully, closed her eyes again, and struck once more. But this stab still missed, hitting Hayes' waist. Please, just give me a quick death. Don't torment me anymore. Hayes wailed pitifully. With a final strike, the sword finally found its mark, ending Hayes' life. As expected, no one came looking for trouble after that. Half a month passed, and Jonathan's injuries had healed considerably, though not as much as he had hoped due to consecutive battles. Still, he was fit enough to travel. Jonathan planned to use the super teleportation array in Ao Fabian City to reach Wudao City, while Tuesday wanted to visit Ao Fabian City to personally inspect the Darnell family's condition. Thus, they set out together. It will take about a day to get there. Tuesday scanned the horizon from the flying carpet. She knew this area better than Jonathan. Along the way, Jonathan remained vigilant. Even though half a month had passed, he was uncertain if they would encounter an ambush. During this time, he had been completely cut off from external information. How many of the Xuanhuan Holy Land's true disciples had escaped, and where were they now? Had the sect traced the masterminds behind the attack? His mind was filled with questions that needed answers, and as a major city in the region, Ao Fabian City should be able to provide them. Upon arriving at Ao Fabian City, Jonathan was surprised to see many Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples stationed outside the city. He approached them immediately. "It's Brother Su." One of the disciples recognized Jonathan instantly. "Why are you here?" Jonathan asked, puzzled. After some discussion, he learned that following the incident, word reached the sect, causing outrage among the Supreme Master and senior leaders. Several semi-immortal elders had mobilized to search for the 6 martial gods, with more elders guarding various cities to gather scattered disciples. These disciples were under the protection of a semi-immortal elder, tasked with locating their missing fellows. Following the event, it was said that the semi-immortal elders captured 3 of the 6 martial gods using various means, 2 of whom were caught by the berserk Atabeo. Efforts to locate the remaining 2 martial gods continued. Hearing this, Jonathan's heart skipped a beat. According to what they said, 3 had been captured, and he had killed 2, leaving only 1 remaining. He wondered if the last one was the one who pursued him. Seeing the attire of the Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples, Tuesday guessed Jonathan's identity. Confirming through his conversation, she realized he was indeed from the Holy Land. Suddenly, she remembered that Creed was also from the Holy Land, likely having enmity with Jonathan that led to the massacre of his family. "How many true disciples have returned so far?" Jonathan asked, concerned. 5 have returned. A disciple replied honestly. "Only 5? Jonathan frowned. He had expected more to have escaped, especially considering he had distracted a significant portion of the pursuers. Why were only 5 survivors? Brother Su might not know, but after the incident, the mastermind likely sensed things weren't going as planned and posted bounties through various assassination organizations to hunt down the escaping disciples, the disciples explained. There was such a thing? Jonathan furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. With the added threat of assassins, surviving at 50% was commendable. He wondered about Dev and Yanis. Initially, he thought they had escaped unharmed after he diverted the attackers, but now it seemed less certain. The disciples informed Jonathan that the Holy Land decided to send 3 semi-immortal elders to continue toward Wudao City in 3 days. There was still a month until the grand competition, and they could make it on time with the airship picking up disciples from various cities along the way. Jonathan only needed to wait in Ao Fabian City. With a semi-immortal elder guarding the city, there was no need to worry about safety. After gathering the necessary information, Jonathan and Tuesday entered the city. After some inquiries, they learned of the Darnell family's former residence, now abandoned. It was rumored that on the night Howard died, dozens of black-clothed figures raided the Darnell family, massacring everyone. The next day, various factions in Ao Fabian City systematically divided the Darnell family's assets. Within a day, the once powerful Darnell family vanished without a trace. This left the city dwellers sighing. Even mighty families like the Darnell family could crumble overnight. Given the Darnell family's unsavory reputation, few felt sympathy, merely adding to gossip during tea breaks. Chapter 255. Remnants of the Darnell family. "This must be the Darnell residence," Jonathan said, looking up. The signboard at the gate of the Darnell family had been smashed to pieces. It was clear they had made many enemies. Tuesday remained silent, pushing the door open and walking in first. Even after so many days, a bloody stench still lingered in the courtyard. Bloodstains were everywhere, vividly reminding one of that night's horrific scene at the Darnell family compound. The two walked all the way into the main hall deep within the courtyard. Tuesday took out several memorial tablets from her storage ring, placing them on the only surviving wooden table one by one. She sobbed as she spoke. "Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, your vengeance has been avenged. The Darnell family has already received retribution and their entire clan has been destroyed. I hope your spirits can rest in peace." Seeing this, Jonathan stepped out of the main hall, allowing Tuesday some time alone to communicate with her loved one's spirits. There was surely much he wanted to say. After exiting the main hall, Jonathan began to wander around aimlessly. Soon after, he heard voices speaking. A few burly men with intimidating auras soon approached. "Who are you? And why are you here in the Darnell family residence? Could you be a remnant of the Darnell family?" Leading them was a towering 8 feet tall giant clad in thick scale armor, which looked weightless on his broad shoulders. "I have a feud with the Darnell family. I heard it had been wiped out and came to take a look," Jonathan explained casually. At this point in time, if any member of the Darnell family survived, they wouldn't return foolishly. He expected the men to leave after hearing him, but instead, the armored giant sneered, "Capture this remnant of the Darnell family?" Instantly, the men surrounding him understood the intention and moved forward to surround Jonathan. "What do you mean? Wasn't my explanation clear enough?" Jonathan frowned. He couldn't believe these people would act so unreasonably. Just because he was at the Darnell residence, they assumed he was a remnant of the Darnell family? That was absurd. "The order is out. Capturing a remnant of the Darnell family will earn 500 spirit stones. What are you waiting for?" the armored giant yelled again. Immediately, others started to move into action. Jonathan now understood. These people didn't care whether he was a Darnell family remnant or not. They just wanted the reward. It was no different from those who killed innocent civilians during wars for rewards. It was utterly despicable. Boom. A series of loud sounds followed as each attacker was felled by Jonathan, falling to the ground in pain. Still, they were within the city limits, so Jonathan did not want to make a bigger fuss. You audacious remnants of the Su family, you dare resist. The armored giant pulled out a bamboo tube, firing off a signal flare, a call for reinforcements. Master Su, what's happening? Tuesday heard the commotion outside and hurried out to investigate. A bunch of unreasonable fools, insisting we are remnants of the Darnell family. Isn't that hilarious? Jonathan sneered. One of them had exterminated the Darnell family, while the other harbored intense hatred toward it. It was absurd they would be considered remnants. Don't speak nonsense. I harbor deep-seated enmity towards the Darnell family. How could I possibly be a remnant of the Darnell family? Tuesday retorted, angered. She wanted nothing more than to see every single member of the Darnell family torn limb from limb. Now being called a remnant of the very family infuriated her. Your words won't change anything. Orders are orders. Anyone who enters the Darnell residence is considered a remnant. The armored giant looked at them as if certain of victory. It seems not only the dogs beneath bite unjustly, but the leaders are also alike, Jonathan remarked coldly, realizing these people acted under similar commands. Boy, you're asking for death. The armored giant flew into a rage upon hearing Jonathan's sarcasm, pulling out a heavy mace and slamming it towards Jonathan. It didn't matter if the person was dead. As long as the body remained, they could claim the reward. Kill me? You're not even qualified. Jonathan grabbed the incoming mace firmly by its head. Damn you. Are you mocking me? The armored giant's face flushed red. His cultivation and physical enhancement focused on strength, making him stronger than most practitioners at the same stage. This was why he used a heavy mace. In the past, no one dared catch his mace without suffering severe injuries. But now, not only had his mace been caught, the opponent seemed completely unfazed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. The other's grip felt like it had merged with the mace itself. Who is this guy? Just as the armored giant felt unease, more than 10 streaks of light flashed from the distance. Reinforcements had arrived. Another Darnell family remnant? Upon landing, a Callan immediately started shouting. Being able to fly openly in the city indicated these were local powers in Haofeng City. With respect to Sir Brock, it's these two. They're both remnants of the Darnell family, former servants who cried for the dead when we arrived, the armored giant reported eagerly to the newcomer. Surprising to see loyal servants among the Darnell family. Brock looked puzzled. Loyal servants within such a wretched family were unexpected. I've already explained. We have enmity with the Darnell family and aren't remnants. Despite irritation, Jonathan repeated himself. I come from one of the 4 major families in Haofeng City. Whether you're remnants of the Darnell family will be decided by us. Come with us. Brock's expression was cold. One of the 4 major families? Jonathan furrowed his brows. Clearly, these were once suppressed families now seizing power. They'd formed an alliance calling themselves the 4 major families. I've already said, we have no connection to the Darnell family. Stand aside. Seeing no possibility of reasoning, Jonathan prepared to force his way through. How bold, daring to oppose the 4 major families in Haofeng City. Do you wish to die? Brock's demeanor turned icy. He commanded. Why aren't you attacking? That's why you exist. Yes. Immediately, henchmen sprang into action. Leading them were body cultivation practitioners, while the rest provided magical support from behind, coordinating seamlessly. Jonathan vanished from his spot and appeared in front of a henchman, sending him flying with a punch. After a brief struggle, all leading body cultivation practitioners were defeated by Jonathan. Chapter 256, Easy to Talk to. The remaining cultivators of magical arts hastily locked onto Jonathan, attempting to stop him with their spells. However, Jonathan's speed was too fast. Their spells couldn't hit him at all. Very soon, Jonathan also dealt with these few cultivators of magical arts. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Brock said grimly, it seems I have to take action personally. Before he finished speaking, Brock slapped his spirit beast pouch, and instantly several vicious beast spirits rushed out from it. These beast spirits were a wolf, bear, tiger, and eagle. Only Jonathan didn't recognize the exact species. Well, saying he would take action personally just meant summoning a few beast spirits? The corner of Jonathan's mouth twitched. This guy was truly unique. Among these beast spirits, the bear-type beast spirit was the most irritable and charged up first. The wolf-type and tiger-type beast spirits flanked, looking for an opportunity to attack. Roar. The bear-type beast spirit roared and stood up on its hind legs when it reached Jonathan, slapping down a massive paw towards him. Jonathan ducked to avoid the paw, then flicked his finger at the chest of the bear-type beast spirit. The huge bear suffered a heavy blow and flew backward. Meanwhile, the tiger-type beast spirit was already approaching Jonathan from the side. Jonathan dodged the attack again, then stomped hard on the tiger's back, creating a large crater in the ground. Seeing this scene, the wolf-type beast spirit on the other side lost its nerve and tried to flee. How could Jonathan let it escape? In one swift movement, he chased after it and delivered a fatal punch. Only the eagle-type beast spirit remained, howling and invoking a strong wind that hurled countless wind blades at Jonathan. Jonathan did not dodge such attacks. At this level, they were merely tickling him and couldn't cause substantial harm. To launch attacks while staying in the sky, those are the types I hate most. Jonathan leaped into the air, grabbed the neck of the eagle-type beast spirit mid-flight, and pulled it down. Looks pretty good. Wonder if it makes a nice soup? Without further ado, Jonathan strangled the beast spirit to death and stuffed it into his storage ring. He didn't spare the bear-type and tiger-type beast spirits either. Tiger bones and bear gallbladders were all valuable things and highly nourishing. Who are you? Seeing all this, Brock finally lost his composure. After all, these 4 beast spirits had cost him a fortune each and were stronger than himself. If Jonathan could easily kill these 4 beast spirits, it meant he could just as easily kill him. Do you really need to know who I am? Jonathan replied disdainfully, as he looked down upon these rich kids. The Darnell family had been under constant surveillance by the 4 new powerful families in Haofeng City. With all this commotion, naturally, it reached the ears of the heads of the 4 major families. There was a very capable Callan appearing in the Darnell family's residence, suspected to be a remnant of the Darnell family? That wouldn't do. If they let the Darnell family remnant escape, it would be like letting a tiger back into the wild, leaving them restless even at night. Just as Jonathan was about to make his move against Brock, people flew from all 4 directions from afar. You brat, what audacity you have to stir up trouble in our Alfing city. Leading them were 4 men, all middle-aged, each possessing martial saint-level cultivation. I only came to see the current situation of the Darnell family, but was mistaken for a remnant and wanted to be captured. Is it wrong to defend myself? Seeing this scene, Jonathan frowned. His injuries were not fully healed, his strength greatly diminished, and defeating 4 martial saints would likely come at a considerable cost. Do you have any evidence that you're not a Darnell family remnant? The head of the Wong family stepped forward and asked. This question was just for show. The 4 had already decided to capture Jonathan regardless of whether he was a remnant or not. After all, today's commotion was significant. If they let Jonathan walk away, where would their face go? Now that the 4 families replaced the Darnell family in managing Alfing City, they needed to establish authority and not be underestimated. Evidence? Jonathan thought for a moment and pulled out a token from his storage ring. This is the evidence. This is the Darnell family's family head token? Why is it in this kid's hands? The heads of the 4 families had mixed expressions, as if contemplating the implications. The Darnell family's family head token was originally with Howard. Howard was killed by an unknown powerful individual, so the token should have ended up with that person. Why was it in this kid's possession? They never considered that Jonathan had killed Howard, due to his youthful appearance and lack of the imposing aura of a true powerhouse. Could this kid be the descendant of that mysterious powerful individual? The heads of the 4 families were not fools and thought along these lines, sweating profusely. If this kid was indeed the descendant of that powerful individual, wasn't antagonizing him poking a hornet's nest? That unknown powerful individual could destroy the Darnell family, and similarly, they feared the same fate for their 4 families. The Darnell family used to be much stronger than their 4 families, yet they met the same end. There was no guarantee they could fare better. Thinking this, the head of the Wong family changed his expression. Ha, this must be a misunderstanding. We apologize, sir. Please accept this small gift as compensation. Before he finished speaking, a storage ring flew from his hand and landed in Jonathan's. Jonathan glanced at its contents and, despite his considerable wealth, was still startled. This was truly a billion-dollar gift. Old foxes. The other 3 heads cursed silently but smiled amiably, each presenting a small gift to Jonathan. Jonathan inspected each one, estimating that these guys had bled quite a bit to gather these gifts. Indeed, the gifts were very heavy, totaling more than the entire assets of any one of the 4 families present. The gift from the Jamal was the heaviest. Primarily because the Jamal felt he had offended Jonathan the most, preparing the heaviest gift as an apology. Had it not been for recently dividing the Darnell family's wealth, they might not have had so many resources to give. Jonathan retrieved the Darnell family's family head token just to avoid trouble. Now that they apologized, he was naturally satisfied. It seemed that these family forces were not entirely impossible to communicate with. These guys were quite easy to talk to, all friendly, and even giving a generous gift. What a bunch of nice people. Chapter 257. A Visitor at Night. Jonathan cheerfully put away the items. The patriarchs of the 4 major families had wanted to invite Jonathan for a feast, but he declined their offer. After that, Jonathan dismissed them all. Mr. Su, I am truly sorry to cause you more trouble, Tuesday said apologetically, grateful that she came with Mr. Su. Otherwise, she would have been arrested as a remnant of the Darnell family. No problem. Jonathan shook his head. It was just about disciplining a few henchmen. With his current state of recovery, it wouldn't be much effort for him. Moreover, he had even earned some benefits from it and was in a fairly good mood. What are you doing? Jonathan thought everything was done and was about to leave when he saw Tuesday suddenly kneel down. Mr. Su, you killed Howard and avenged our Zhao family's deep-seated hatred. I have nothing to repay you with, except by becoming your servant. You can get up first, then we'll talk. Jonathan was taken aback for a moment and helped her up from the ground. His expression turned peculiar. According to common scenarios, if someone met an attractive person, they'd offer themselves in marriage, while meeting an unattractive one would lead to servitude. Was he not handsome enough? Jonathan subconsciously touched his face. His appearance hadn't changed after the previous battle. He still looked as dashing as ever. There should be no reason. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Seeing Jonathan lost in thought, Tuesday couldn't help but ask curiously. I didn't expect that usually people would say offering themselves in marriage. Jonathan inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Oh. Tuesday blushed and stammered. I just think I'm unworthy of Mr. Su. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, it's not entirely out of the question. I was joking. Jonathan waved his hands quickly. He had no intention of finding a companion now, and even if he did, it would be after he achieved significant progress in cultivation. It was too early now. Jonathan spent quite some time persuading Tuesday, eventually dissuading her from becoming his servant. Actually, I have another favor to ask of Mr. Su. I hope you will agree. Tuesday hesitated for a moment before speaking. What is it? Just don't mention anything about repaying favors again. Jonathan smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat wary due to her previous actions. I want to learn the Turning Cloud Great Hand Seal. Tuesday bit her lip and spoke out her wish. So that's it. No problem. Upon hearing this, Jonathan wasn't surprised. As the last bloodline of the Zhao family, wanting to learn this ultimate skill was natural. Seeing Jonathan agree, Tuesday finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the Turning Cloud Great Hand Seal was a Zhao family skill, Jonathan had already avenged their deep-seated hatred for her. Now she couldn't even repay him and was asking for more, which made her feel ashamed. Take it. This originally belonged to your Zhao family, so consider it returning to its rightful owner. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Jonathan handed over the Turning Cloud Great Hand Seal secret manual without hesitation. He had thoroughly comprehended the manual these past few days. Due to his limited magical cultivation level and severe injuries, he hadn't yet broken through the higher levels. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will copy the content and return the book to you. Tuesday said excitedly. I've already said it's returning to its rightful owner. I've already comprehended this manual, and keeping it has no use. You keep it yourself? Jonathan shook his head and laughed. Really? Thank you, Mr. Su. Your great kindness. That's enough. I told you not to mention it again. Just as Tuesday was about to express more gratitude, she was interrupted by Jonathan. She could only tightly hold the secret manual in her arms, moved to tears. She had thought being able to practice her family's technique was already fortunate. Never did she expect to find the family secret manual back. This made Tuesday so emotional she couldn't speak for half a day. She remembered how her grandmother had always cherished this manual. For the Zhao family, it was even considered a symbol of authority. With it now back in her hands, the Zhao family would never be completely extinguished. With the turning cloud great hand seal, perhaps one day she could restore her family's glory. After leaving the former site of the Darnell family, Jonathan discovered several Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples looking for him. The half-immortal elder stationed there wanted to see him. Jonathan followed them to meet the half-immortal elder. Disciple Jonathan pays respect to elder. Jonathan saluted to the person on the throne. What surprised him was that the elder was an elegantly dressed, beautiful woman. Based on the many half-immortal level experts he had seen before, all of whom were white-haired like aged mortals, she looked far too young. Could she have mastered a method to maintain her youthful appearance? Even among martial artists, women tend to love beauty more than men. Most likely, this elder had some youth-preserving cultivation technique. Jonathan wondered if it would be difficult to practice such a technique. Although it didn't aid cultivation, who wouldn't want eternal youth? Unfortunately, the elder in front of him was a half-immortal level expert, and Jonathan felt it inappropriate to ask for such a technique from her. The elegantly dressed woman summoned Jonathan simply to inquire about how he escaped on that day. After praising his cleverness that day, she bestowed him a bottle of healing medicine and dismissed him. This left Jonathan speechless. Despite making considerable contributions to the sect, he only received a bottle of healing pills as reward. Fortunately, the healing pills worked well. Just one pill filled his body with warmth, gradually repairing his injuries. If he could recover soon, he would feel more confident during the upcoming competition among the 9 Holy Lands. Jonathan found a place to stay within the city, planning to rest for 3 days before traveling with the team to Marshall City. Night. Knock. Knock. The window was tapped. Jonathan frowned. This was the 3rd floor, and outside was the street. How would anyone climb up and tap on the window? But since the person knocked, it likely meant no ill intentions. Who is it? Come in. Before Jonathan finished speaking, a figure darted into the room. The visitor was dressed in night clothes and wore a veil, appearing mysterious. Hiding like this, who are you? Jonathan furrowed his brow slightly. Hee, Mr. Su, please don't be angry. I'm here to discuss important matters. The visitor removed the veil, revealing a familiar face to Jonathan. Chapter 258, Darnell Family Treasure Vault. What are you doing here? Jonathan was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this person. The visitor turned out to be Brock, the extremely arrogant man from earlier in the day. I wish to propose a business deal to Iggy Su. Brock stood to one side, looking rather humble. What is it? Do you know why our Wong family has been so persistent in hunting down the remaining members of the Darnell family? Brock asked mysteriously. Isn't it to eliminate all threats at their roots? Jonathan retorted sarcastically. While that's part of the reason, all the high-level warriors of the Darnell family are dead. Even if a few remnants escaped, they wouldn't amount to much. In truth, we have another motive for pursuing the Darnell family remnants. If you don't get to the point soon, I'll throw you out. Jonathan looked impatient. This man took forever to reach the crux of the matter. He had no time for idle chatter. Our Wong family has discovered the location of the Darnell family's treasure vault. However, the vault is protected by an array formation. Only someone holding the Wong family token or a direct Wong family descendant can open it. Attempting to force the array will only cause it to self-destruct, destroying the vault. Seeing Jonathan's impatience, Brock quickly explained the situation. So, your purpose here is for the token I possess? Jonathan immediately understood his intentions. It all came down to the token. Exactly. Our Wong family wishes to cooperate with Iggy to open the Darnell family's treasure vault. Once it's opened, we can split the treasures 50-50. Brock's eyes lit up as he mentioned the vault. This was truly the treasure trove of the Darnell family. With it, the Wong family would have the capital to rise rapidly. Within a decade, the Wong family could potentially match the former scale and influence of the Darnell family. 50-50? Your family already gained plenty from the downfall of the Darnell family. Now you want half again? Isn't that too greedy? Jonathan scoffed. By killing many of the Wong family's high-ranking fighters, he indirectly helped the other families gain power and control over the city. If he agreed to this arrangement, he'd be shortchanged. How about we negotiate a better split then? Brock laughed nervously, clearly uneasy. According to their calculations, the value of the Darnell family's treasure vault was immeasurable, and each percentage point represented significant profit. 70-30. 70 for me, 30 for you. Jonathan thought for a moment before replying. Well, Brock hesitated but finally gritted his teeth and said, all right, as Iggy wishes. That's more like it. Jonathan nodded in satisfaction. We should set off now then. Saying this, Brock opened the window. Why not use the door if you're going to jump out the window? Jonathan felt baffled, unsure why Brock had such an odd habit. Iggy doesn't know, but since you revealed the token, every major family in the city has been guessing your identity. They likely sent people to track your movements. It's best we proceed cautiously. Brock chuckled, explaining the reasoning. I see. Jonathan realized the city was full of people, making it difficult to detect anyone tracking him. Brock went first through the window, checking outside before calling Jonathan. Jonathan had already changed into night attire, and together they silently left through the dark alley. They eventually reached the outskirts of the city. The Darnell family's treasure vault is outside the city? Jonathan asked, puzzled. That old fox Howard wouldn't keep the vault within the city walls. It's hidden in an underground river in the wilderness. Most Darnell family members didn't even know about it. We only found out after capturing an old servant who escaped early. Brock explained proudly. Had they not captured this servant first, he might have fled, leading to a significant loss. Jonathan followed Brock along a route that Brock knew very well, indicating he had been there multiple times. This is it. Brock moved a large stone and cleared away some dirt to reveal a hidden passage. Inside, they soon heard water flowing, the underground river Brock mentioned. As predicted, they reached the river, where a path beside it allowed them to walk without waiting. Be careful, Iggy. There are swamp dragons in this river, bred by the Darnell family to attack intruders. Brock warned. Almost immediately, a creature several meters long leaped from the water, its massive mouth opening wide, lunging towards Jonathan. Humph, a beast thinks it can harm me? Jonathan coldly remarked and punched the creature, sending it flying back into the water with a splash. The swamp dragon resurfaced lifelessly. Upon closer inspection, it was a white crocodile-like creature with 2 bumps on its head, resembling budding horns. Truly impressive, Iggy, Brock praised. These swamp dragons were martial spirit-level creatures, capable of tangling with martial king-level fighters using the terrain to their advantage. Jonathan had dealt with it effortlessly. Several more swamp dragons emerged from the river but ignored Jonathan and Brock, instead feasting on the corpse of their fallen companion. Clearly, these cold-blooded creatures viewed both outsiders and kin as food. Without further interference, they continued forward, reaching a moss-covered stone wall. Brock tapped the wall in various places until finding the right spot, triggering a mechanism that caused the wall to open, revealing a passage. That old fox Howard was indeed crafty. This place uses only ordinary mechanisms. Even if a powerful martial artist uses divine sense to investigate, it would be hard to find anything amiss, Brock said while walking. They soon arrived at a massive door. Seeing this, Brock's spirits lifted. Once we open this door, the Darnell family's treasures will be ours. Is there an array formation on this door? As Jonathan extended his hand toward the door, a dark light flashed, deflecting his hand. Indeed, it was protected by an array formation. Chapter 259, Too Greedy. Master Su, you just need to put the token in here. Jonathan followed Brock's gesture and saw an indentation on the gate, neither too big nor too small, perfectly fitting the head of the Darnell family's token. As Jonathan took out the Darnell family's head token and approached the gate with it in his hand, the black light appeared again. However, this time the Darnell family's head token reacted as well, emitting a glow that completely nullified the black light. Clank. Jonathan inserted the Darnell family's head token into the indentation, causing the gate to shake violently before finally opening. The sight inside stunned both Jonathan and Brock. On either side were countless treasures, secret manuals. The quantity was such that even they were taken aback. Although these treasures and secret manuals were all fine, they were placed at the very front of the treasure vault, clearly not the most valuable. As the two continued deeper inside, they could see chests of medicinal pills, talismans, and spirit stones. Despite Jonathan already having quite a few good items, the sheer volume of these valuable items piled together still gave him a sense of excitement. Even though the value of all these items combined couldn't compare to the demon-slaying sword, no matter how expensive it was, it only looked like a sword. But these items provided a visual feast. This reminded Jonathan of his favorite sport from his past life, fishing. Even though he often came back empty-handed, the process itself was what mattered, much like discovering various treasures in the vault, enjoying the process it brought. Even a fabulously wealthy person would still find counting money a simple pleasure. The duo examined various treasures as they kept going deeper. The deeper they went, the more valuable the items became. There were rare and precious treasures unseen in the outside world, and some things Jonathan and Brock couldn't even identify. Finally, they reached the deepest part, where 5 items were stored separately, evidently the most valuable 5 items. These should be the Darnell family's top collections, Brock exclaimed eagerly, reaching for one of the items. Zap. Suddenly, the item emitted a spiritual light, forming an electric arc. Ah! Brock screamed, his extended hand now charred black. I didn't expect there to be restrictions on these treasures. Jonathan looked astonished. The Darnell family was indeed cautious, with such a hidden treasure vault and additional seals on the treasures. One can never be too careful, but let's see if I can break them. Jonathan struck the treasure in front of him with a single punch, instantly shattering its seal and retrieving a jade flute. Master Su is truly formidable. Brock watched in shock, knowing how difficult those seals were, yet Jonathan broke them effortlessly. Ignoring what the jade flute did, Jonathan moved on to the next treasure. Before long, he had retrieved all 5 items. Alright, we've seen enough. Let's divide the spoils. Jonathan laid out all 5 items and began examining the jade flute. This jade flute was exquisitely crafted but didn't seem like an offensive type treasure. It likely had other uses. We should divide them now. Brock heard this and hesitated, then clenched his teeth and quietly crushed a jade slip. What did you just do? Just as he finished, Brock saw Jonathan coldly staring at him. Nothing. Brock's face turned pale, avoiding Jonathan's gaze. Were you just sending a message outside? Jonathan laughed coldly. He had suspected the Wong family might have ulterior motives. After all, the temptation of the treasure was too great. If they could take it all, why share? Master Su, you're overthinking this. I didn't do anything. So be it. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I'll take care of you first. Hold on. Don't you dare harm my Wong family member. Just as Jonathan was about to move, several figures suddenly rushed in, blocking him. Haha, Floyd, well done. With this treasure vault, our Wong family will surely flourish. The head of the Wong family looked around at the treasures, excitedly walking in. Father, the other 3 families will be underfoot this time. Our Wong family has made it. Seeing the experts of his family arrive, Brock grew bold. You seem to have forgotten something. According to the agreement, only 30% of these belong to you. Jonathan's face darkened. He knew things wouldn't go smoothly. 30%? We Wang family want it all. The head of the Wang family, who had been respectful earlier, spoke without hesitation. Everything? Aren't you worried your greed will choke you? Jonathan sneered sarcastically. Master Su, aren't you being too naive? There's no one else here, no elders behind you. What can you possibly do against us? The head of the Wang family looked down on Jonathan, who meant nothing to him. He feared the unknown powerful figure behind Jonathan, but here, Jonathan's death would go unnoticed. Father, don't waste time with this kid. He thinks he's something, but he's just a pampered, ignorant youth. Brock, fed up with kowtowing to Jonathan, revealed his true colors, insulting Jonathan openly. Do you think you've got me cornered? Hearing their words, Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. If they knew that the person who killed Howard stood before them, they'd probably be terrified. Kid, stop bluffing. The head of the Wang family sneered, gesturing the other experts to attack. Prepare to die, kid. I hope you learn a lesson in your next life. Several experts attacked simultaneously, using various skills and techniques against Jonathan. Residual cloud shadow technique. Jonathan flashed, creating illusions that left the Wang family experts missing their marks. What kind of technique is this? One expert, surprised by Jonathan's technique, was struck in the chest by a fist. PFFF. The struck expert flew backward. Ah. Several cries echoed as more experts were knocked away. The narrow space of the vault gave Jonathan greater advantage, utilizing his speed and the residual cloud shadow technique to swiftly deal with all the Wang family experts before they could react. Chapter 260. Who's harder? This kid actually has this kind of power. The head of the Wang family was inwardly shocked. No wonder this Callan is a disciple of that unknown powerful figure. To think he could be so strong at such a young age. But it ends here. How could he, an esteemed martial saint, possibly fall at the hands of a mere brat? The head of the Wang family was still confident, knowing he was at the level of a martial saint, far beyond the capabilities of those previous fighters. As for the individuals who had either died or been injured earlier, he did not care. As long as he could seize the Darnell family treasure vault, their deaths mattered little. He would still be able to cultivate more experts using the wealth found here. Brat, you have guts. While the head of the Wang family was envisioning his future plans, he saw Jonathan charge towards Brock on the side, which immediately enraged him, and he moved to intercept. But Jonathan's target wasn't Brock. Instead, he turned around and threw a punch straight at the head of the Wang family. In his frantic attempt to save his son, the head of the Wang family was caught off guard by Jonathan's move, forcing him to retreat repeatedly from the impact. How could this kid possess such divine strength? The head of the Wang family was astonished. In the case of two body refinement cultivators, how could a martial saint like himself be forced to retreat continuously? He must eliminate this boy, regardless of his background. Even without considering it, this kid's strength alone was alarming enough. To be so powerful at such a young age, what would he become in the future? The effect is still lacking. Jonathan was unsatisfied with the outcome of the punch. Although he didn't use the 9 transformations of divine fiend body, even with just his physical strength, an ordinary martial saint couldn't withstand his attack, especially since it was unexpected. Ultimately, it was because his injuries hadn't fully healed, limiting the amount of force he could use. If he used the 9 transformations of divine fiend body, he could easily deal with the opponent before him, but that would worsen his already improving injuries. It wouldn't be worth it just to defeat one martial saint. For martial saints during the day had indeed given him some headaches, but now, in his current state, Jonathan was confident he could handle one martial saint without hurting himself. Jonathan was about to make his move when the head of the Wang family said, "Let's take this outside. We shouldn't destroy this treasure vault." "That's fine." After a moment of consideration, Jonathan nodded. If it were earlier, he could have swiftly defeated the opponent without worrying about destroying the treasure vault. But now, with 2 high-level martial artists fighting recklessly, most of the items inside would be destroyed. Clearly, the head of the Wang family thought the same. Probably realizing that resolving the situation wasn't as simple as he initially thought, he now worried about protecting the treasure. They cautiously walked out together. Jonathan glanced at the remaining Brock and said, "You come out too." "You." Brock was about to react but thought about the valuables inside the vault and held back his anger, obediently following the head of the Wang family outside. Seemingly to prevent Jonathan from escaping, the head of the Wang family led Brock out of the vault first. The 3 emerged from the underground river onto the surface. "Don't even think of running. You won't escape today." The head of the Wang family drew a large ringed blade, its body gleaming with a cold light, indicating its exceptional material. "Don't be so sure. Maybe you'll be the one begging to run soon." Jonathan smirked nonchalantly. Young people always think they're destined for greatness, imagining themselves different from others, arrogant and ignorant. Unfortunately, your fate ends here. The head of the Wang family remained calm. To him, Jonathan was already a dead man. How could a mere martial king overturn the situation? The 2 soared into the sky, where the air was better for unleashing their full power. Armed only with his fists against a weapon, Jonathan casually pulled out a sword from his storage ring to serve as a weapon. For a moment, the sky was filled with flashes of steel. Fangma slash. The head of the Wang family roared, raising his large ringed blade and chopping down forcefully. A blood-red beam of light, several yards long, shot toward Jonathan. "Come on then." Jonathan horizontally blocked with his long sword, ready to withstand the blow. Snap. The blood-red light struck the sword, emitting a snap sound as the sword broke in half. Jonathan quickly sidestepped to avoid the beam. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Jonathan was speechless. This sword was just something he had grabbed from his storage ring. It belonged to some unlucky soul in the past and clearly wasn't up to par. "Haha, even your weapon breaks. What do you have left to fight me with?" The head of the Wang family laughed smugly. This kid looked impressive, but what good was it if he didn't have a decent weapon? "Weapon? That was just a toy. Now I'll show you a real weapon." Jonathan, irritated by his words, pulled out the golden turtle sword. Although the sword spirit of this blade had perished, its material far surpassed the large ringed blade. "One after another, let's see if you can break it all." The head of the Wang family paid no attention, not even looking at the golden turtle sword. An expert would always use their best weapon first. Would someone start a life or death battle with a poor quality sword? Logically, the head of the Wang family assumed Jonathan's best sword was the one he first used, and anything he pulled out afterward would be even worse. Let's see if you have the ability to break this one. Jonathan sneered. If the opponent could sever this sword, he'd need to ask Amin why his semi-immortal level was inferior to a martial saint's weapon. Kid, taste my xuanhuan slash again. The head of the Wang family swung his large ringed blade once more, slicing down. Blood-red light surged forth instantly, and Jonathan, without hesitation, held the golden turtle sword in front of him to block. The seemingly unstoppable red beam struck the golden turtle sword, scattering harmlessly without inflicting any damage. How is this possible? The head of the Wang family refused to believe it, slashing his blade again. This time, Jonathan effortlessly deflected it. He flashed through the air, creating hundreds of illusions approaching the head of the Wang family. Moments later, standing before the head of the Wang family, Jonathan brought down his sword with a clang, and the large ringed blade snapped in two. Pity. Looks like mine is harder. Jonathan said mockingly. My treasured blade actually broke? The head of the Wang family looked incredulous, unable to believe that the sword he had carried for years could break so easily. What confused him more was why Jonathan didn't bring out such a powerful sword earlier. Was it just to mock him? Chapter 261. The Filial Son. Destruction of my treasured blade. Today, I will ensure you have no place to bury yourself. The patriarch of the Wang family held the broken blade in his hand, his face contorted with pain. This was his finest weapon, now destroyed, and he knew it would be impossible to surpass Jonathan in terms of weapons. The patriarch of the Wang family then produced a jade vial, pouring out a golden pill which he immediately consumed. Instantly, his skin turned bronze, as if he had transformed into an impenetrable body of copper and iron. Is this guy really planning to use his flesh to withstand my sword? Jonathan watched in disbelief, clearly recognizing that his opponent had taken some kind of defensive enhancing potion. Was this potion really that powerful? After all, he had just severed the other party's treasured blade. How could the Curtis be so confident? Jonathan was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious. If the opponent truly couldn't be cut by the Xianxia sword, things would indeed become complicated. Boy, prepare to die. The Curtis fearlessly charged forward, ready to take on Jonathan's sword head-on. Swish. Not daring to clash recklessly, Jonathan tentatively unleashed several strands of sword chi. Just these few can stop me? The Curtis did not dodge. Instead, he let the sword chi strike him, causing sounds like strikes against fine steel. This only increased his confidence. This old man is indeed tough, Jonathan remarked, slightly surprised. Even the sword chi from a quasi-artifact blade failed to harm him. It seemed the earlier potion had some real substance. The battle continued, with the Curtis pressing closer to Jonathan, forcing him into close combat. Phew! Jonathan slashed his sword, striking directly at the unflinching Curtis. It pierced through. SSSSH. The Curtis sucked in a sharp breath, wincing in pain. He was inwardly astonished. What kind of sword did this boy wield to break through his impervious defenses? Haha, looks like I overestimated you, Jonathan laughed in relief. Initially, he thought his opponent was invincible, but now he realized otherwise. Even the toughest human body had its limits against a quasi-artifact. If Jonathan were at full strength, that one strike would have split the Curtis in two. Where did you get this sword from, boy? Despite losing his treasured blade, the Curtis wasn't panicking yet, but he felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Was he, a martial saint, about to lose? Stolen from a half-immortal. Jonathan replied nonchalantly. Half-immortal? Boy, if you don't want to talk, don't come up with such absurd lies. The Curtis sneered angrily. He didn't believe Jonathan for a second. A half-immortal level expert was incomparable, someone even a martial saint like himself rarely encountered. Even the city lord had only seen one from a distance. Standing before them would bring an indescribable pressure that ordinary people couldn't bear. Robbing a half-immortal of a sword? Absurd. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Telling you was futile. Jonathan shook his head helplessly. I don't care where your sword came from. It will soon be mine. The Curtis stared greedily at the Xianxia sword. This blade had severed his treasured blade and severely injured him, making it a rare treasure. Possessing it would significantly boost his power. Though the sword was sharp, he was still a seasoned expert. Believing he had rich experience in battle, far superior to a young novice, the Curtis continually tried to grab Jonathan while avoiding the Xianxia sword. Jonathan saw through this strategy instantly. It was a fool's dream to think he could capture and disarm him. His thunderbolt sword technique was lightning fast, leaving occasional cuts on the Curtis's body. If this keeps up, it won't end well. The Curtis clenched his teeth and endured a blow from Jonathan's sword, grabbing onto the sword's hilt tightly, blood gushing from his hands, but refusing to let go. Hand it over. The Curtis exerted force, trying to snatch the Xianxia sword. Meanwhile, Jonathan casually released his grip, making the Curtis believe he had succeeded. Sorry, what I'm best at is actually fist techniques. 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Just as the Curtis savored his supposed victory, a fist struck him in the face, returning the Xianxia sword to Jonathan. The Curtis plummeted to the ground. Even with his defenses, an attack to the vulnerable face rendered him unconscious. Below, fearing the repercussions of the battle, Brock had been waiting in the woods. Seeing a figure fall from the sky, he exulted. Looks like Jonathan has been defeated. To challenge our Wang family foolish. Thud. The corpse hit the ground hard. Brock stepped forward, intending to trample the body in anger. But then he froze, horrified. Father? How could it be you? His father, a formidable martial saint, had lost to a mere novice. Realizing his impending doom, Brock fled into the woods without a second thought. That boy runs fast. Upon landing, Jonathan found the unconscious Curtis, but no sign of Brock. He had obviously escaped. Brock's escape didn't concern Jonathan much. The surrounding wilderness made tracking futile, so he delivered a final blow to send the Curtis to the afterlife. Strange, where's the storage ring? Jonathan searched the body in vain, surprised not to find a storage ring. How could a martial artist lack one? He quickly deduced that Brock had likely taken it. This left Jonathan speechless. What a filial son, leaving his father behind while only taking the storage ring. Incredible. Dismissing their antics, Jonathan left the body for wild beasts and headed for the treasure vault. There, he gathered an immense amount of treasures into several storage rings he possessed and returned to Alfeng City. Chapter 262. Where's Brock? Upon returning to the city, Jonathan did not return to his residence, but went straight to the Wong family's estate. Brock, get out here now. Jonathan shouted outside the Wong mansion. Amplified by his spiritual power, the voice sounded like thunder, almost alarming everyone in the Wong residence. Who dares to create a ruckus outside the Wong mansion? Are you courting death? Several servants of the Wong family came out yelling. The Wong family had risen in power and was now one of the 4 strongest families in Ao Fabian City, making even these servants arrogant and full of themselves. A bunch of lowlifes, don't block my path. I'm here for Brock. Jonathan gave them a dismissive glance and said coolly, how dare you call out our young master's name? The servants saw that Jonathan was young and took him lightly. Each of them had a martial master level strength, formidable enough among smaller clans. I've already told you to back off. Jonathan didn't want to waste time on these underlings. With a roar, he attacked, sending the servants sprawling on the ground, wailing in pain. Who dares to cause trouble at the Wong residence? Many experts from within the Wong family came out when they heard the commotion. Master Su, one of the Wong family experts who had met Jonathan during the day, looked surprised, not understanding why Jonathan was here. Where is Brock? Jonathan asked directly. Do you have business with Iggy? The expert hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Others had no idea who Jonathan was, treating him as an ordinary martial artist. Someone stepped forward, saying, where did this wild boy come from, daring to act so brazenly at the Wong residence? Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Jonathan. Bang! A loud noise echoed as Jonathan punched the attacker, hurling the martial king into the distance, shocking everyone present. Humph! Youngster, you're looking for death. Another imperial martial artist stepped forward, because the one thrown was his junior. What? You're dissatisfied? Jonathan retorted coldly. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Enraged, the imperial martial artist attacked immediately, using lethal force to try to kill Jonathan instantly. Even your head of the Wong family isn't my match, let alone you, just a mere imperial martial artist. Jonathan's expression was indifferent. As the imperial martial artist attacked, Jonathan struck out and severed the attacker's arm with a single sword strike. Ah! The imperial martial artist screamed, clutching his maimed arm and retreating, terrified. Before he could react, he lost an arm. This kid has some serious background, someone muttered. He said the head of the clan couldn't beat him. Isn't that outrageous? Seeing their second-best imperial martial artist defeated, the Wong family experts realized the severity of the situation. They still did not know that the head of the family was dead, or they would have panicked and fled. Where is the head of the family? Why hasn't he appeared yet? A member of the Wong family asked curiously. Others found it strange too. At such a moment, the head should have been the first to step forward. But where was he? Could the head really have been beaten by this guy? Impossible. The head is a holy martial artist. Jonathan ignored the group, charging through the Wong family estate, searching everywhere for Brock. No one dared to stop him. The commotion at the Wong residence also alarmed the other 3 major families in the city. Leaders from these families appeared, investigating from above the Wong mansion. Soon they learned it was the same Jonathan who had been wreaking havoc inside the Wong family. Allegedly, an imperial martial artist was seriously injured. What is that guy up to? Where's Christopher? Why hasn't he stepped forward? The 3 family leaders discussed the matter. While they felt some schadenfreude, they also couldn't help but worry. To them, Jonathan was far too arrogant, ignoring the 4 major families. If he could create chaos at the Wong family today, wouldn't he do the same to them tomorrow? In fact, I have a good idea. One of the leaders smiled slyly. What is it? The others looked at him. We can report this incident to the half-immortal ancestor of Xuanhuan's sacred land. Since Ao Fabian City is a vassal city of Xuanhuan's sacred land, and the ancestor is here, she surely won't let such unruliness go unchecked. That's a good idea, the other leaders agreed. In their view, even if Jonathan had backing, his supporter was probably just a divine martial artist, nothing compared to a half-immortal ancestor. Even a divine martial artist would be cowed in front of a half-immortal ancestor. The 3 leaders quickly sent messengers. Soon, a figure appeared above the Wong residence, the same palace-clad beauty Jonathan had seen earlier. You say there's trouble here? She frowned. She usually wouldn't care about such trivial matters, but since Ao Fabian City belonged to Xuanhuan's sacred land, if the powerful families were in turmoil, her non-intervention could damage morale among other vassals. We salute the ancestor, the 3 leaders hurriedly greeted upon seeing her. Report to the ancestor. The troublemaker is named Jonathan. He must be some upstart, running rampant at the Wong family. It's truly despicable. The boy is too arrogant, boasting to annihilate the Wong family. Doesn't he know there's a Xuanhuan sacred land ancestor in the city? Yet he acts so recklessly, clearly not respecting you, ancestor. The leaders embellished the story. Jonathan? Hearing the name, the palace-clad beauty's expression turned peculiar. If it really was Jonathan causing trouble, then she would have to intervene. As one of the 9 sacred lands, Xuanhuan shouldn't harbor unruly disciples, especially on its own territory. With a flash, she vanished and reappeared inside the Wong residence. Ancestor? Jonathan was startled when he saw the palace-clad beauty while searching for Brock. What are you doing here? The palace-clad beauty's expression darkened. She surveyed the chaotic scene and the casualties around her. Chapter 263, The Extinction of the Wong Family. The beautifully dressed matron was displeased. She had heard some things about Jonathan, the top disciple of the sect. Initially, she thought he would be a rare talent among the young generation, but now, she held little hope for him. In her view, Jonathan's actions were too blatant. After all, Alfeng City was under the jurisdiction of the Xuanhuan sacred land. Acting with such recklessness would make it seem as if they were oppressing their subordinates. How could they expect the various forces to submit under such conditions? Even if action had to be taken, it should at least be more discreet. Ancestor Layla, this is what happened. Jonathan calmly recounted the entire sequence of events. Darnell Chengfeng was also killed by you? After hearing Jonathan's account, the beautifully dressed matron was momentarily stunned. When she learned of Darnell Chengfeng's death previously, only a select few people knew the exact details from the Xuanhuan Sacred Lord. This was her first time hearing about the cause of his death. What concerned her wasn't Darnell Chengfeng himself, but his cultivation level, a martial deity-level powerhouse. Such a person could dominate the continent if not for a demi-immortal's presence. It was truly inconceivable that he was defeated by Jonathan. She didn't doubt the authenticity of the event because she could verify it with the Xuanhuan Sacred Lord anytime. She believed Jonathan wouldn't dare lie to her. Every word I say is true. All the items in the treasure vault are contained within these storage rings. Reluctantly, Jonathan took out several storage rings. These items were extremely valuable to him. Keep your items, the beautifully dressed matron said without much kindness, having seen through Jonathan's concern that she might keep the Darnell family's treasures. However, it was merely a martial deity's possessions, which she found insignificant. Her expression suddenly turned cold as she added, "If everything you say is true, then the Wang family no longer needs to exist." Ah! Jonathan was momentarily dumbstruck, unable to fully grasp her meaning. Since this is an issue within Alfeng City, let them handle it themselves. Follow me. Without further explanation, the beautifully dressed matron flew into the sky. Jonathan hesitated briefly before following her. Upon reaching the air, they saw the three clan leaders waiting with smug expressions, anticipating a spectacle. What's going on? Why is this kid with Ancestor Layla? He doesn't look like he was captured either. The three clan leaders looked puzzled, trying to understand the situation. Tell them what happened earlier so they know we from the Xuanhuan Sacred Land don't just kill anyone casually. Yes, Ancestor. Jonathan proceeded to recount everything related to the Darnell family's treasure vault. Upon hearing his account, the three clan leaders were stunned. There was simply too much information. Their first thought after comprehending the gravity of the situation was directed at Christopher. You greedy fool. They then speculated on Jonathan's background. Could this boy be a disciple of the Xuanhuan Sacred Land? Was his backer Ancestor Layla? Could it be that this lad was actually a descendant of Ancestor Layla? They quickly wondered where Christopher was since Jonathan had only mentioned fighting him, not killing him. Dead. Already been slain by me. Jonathan stated matter-of-factly, feeling secure under the backing of his ancestral elder. You killed Christopher? How is that possible? That old man was a mid-stage martial saint. The three clan leaders were shocked, finding it hard to believe Jonathan's claim. Why? Is it so hard for a disciple of our Xuanhuan Sacred Land to slay a martial saint? The beautifully dressed matron laughed coldly. Not hard, not hard. Mr. Su truly embodies youthful heroism. Observing her angry demeanor, the three clan leaders grew more convinced that Jonathan had powerful backers. They treated him even more courteously, realizing that if it were just any ordinary disciple, it wouldn't have provoked a half-immortal elder who has faced countless storms. Unbeknownst to them, the matron had two reasons for her anger. Firstly, many genuine disciples had been harmed recently, and now someone dared to provoke the Xuanhuan Sacred Land again. Secondly, being the top disciple under her watch, Jonathan's tragic demise would tarnish her reputation, making her look foolish like Mukwang. Alright, with Christopher dead, the Wang family no longer needs to exist. I trust you understand what must be done. Leaving these words behind, the matron departed. What she wanted was a complete annihilation of the Wang family, to send a clear message. The consequences of crossing the Xuanhuan Sacred Land were dire. Hearing this, the three clan leaders shuddered involuntarily. Just yesterday, the Wang family was one of the four major clans in Alfeng City, influential and prominent. Now, after tonight, they would meet the same fate as the Darnell family, ceasing to exist. Though they didn't pity the Wang family, they feared a similar fate might befall their own families. But thinking about it, it was Christopher's own doing, offending the descendant of a demigod ancestor. They consoled themselves that being cautious with their heirs and ensuring they weren't reckless would prevent disaster. The three clan leaders felt fortunate that they didn't know about the treasure vault, or else they might have desired to share, meeting the same end as the Wang family. Well, Mr. Su, we shall take our leave. They bowed respectfully towards Jonathan before heading straight for the Wang family. Ji Fei, why attack us? Head of the Li family, are you declaring war on the Wang family? Are you saying the Wang family has no capable hands? Angry shouts echoed from the Wang family, their experts enraged and battling the heads of the other three major families. However, with their strongest members only reaching the martial emperor realm, they stood no chance against three martial saints. One by one, they met their demise. The three major clans received urgent orders from their leaders to blockade the entire city, ensuring no one from the Wang family could escape. This night was destined to be sleepless, and no one from the Wang family would survive. Jonathan had nothing much to say. Some innocent children might have perished, but the situation had escalated beyond his control. Chapter 264, Brock's Fate. Jonathan was well aware that the top priority now was to restore the face of the Xinhuang Holy Land and make an example out of the Wang family, serving as a deterrent to other minor families. At other times, some ordinary members of the Wang family might have survived, but this time the Xinhuang Holy Land had lost hundreds of disciples in succession. The events caused by the Wang family left them no choice but to take drastic action. Jonathan did not bother watching further and returned to his residence. He knew very well that even if Brock fled from the city, he would meet the same fate as Tuesday once did. Constantly on the run with the constant threat of being hunted down, how could the three major families allow someone from the Wang family to escape and become a future threat after exterminating their entire clan? This was a feud that demanded retribution. Even though the person who suggested the attack was Layla Patriarch, the Wang family would most likely direct their hatred toward the three major families involved in the massacre. Of course, Jonathan himself might not be spared from that wrath. Back at his residence, Jonathan started organizing his spoils of war. Besides spirit stones, medicinal pills, talismans, and such items, he was particularly interested in the 5 treasures among the loot. One of these was a jade flute he had already examined but hadn't yet fully understood. The remaining items included a folding fan, a piece of dark, unidentified metal, a jade bottle, and an ancient book. Jonathan inspected the folding fan, a 12th rank Wuxian grade magic weapon, presumably for offensive use. He wished to test its power but didn't have the space for it. The dark, unidentified metal, according to Jonathan's speculation, was likely a rare material used for forging artifacts. Being one of the most precious treasures in the Darnell family, it must be highly valuable. Clear water. Opening the jade bottle, Jonathan found what seemed like clear water, appearing normal at first glance. But he soon realized something significant and probed it with his divine sense. Under his perception, the liquid shimmered with colorful hues like a rainbow. Turns out it's clear spirit water. Jonathan was delighted. The 100 Grasses treasure record documented this miraculous liquid. It wasn't artificially synthesized but derived from the sap of a rare mystical tree. Known for its clarity-enhancing properties, using it to cleanse the eyes could grant the ability to see through illusions and perceive everything clearly. To think he stumbled upon such a treasure. Without hesitation, Jonathan applied it, using a drop in each eye. Immediately, a refreshing coolness spread, bringing immense comfort. What a wonderful thing. Even at night, Jonathan's vision became incredibly sharp, penetrating through darkness effortlessly. With just one drop, he realized how transformative this would be. Over time, daily applications would drastically improve his sight. How odd that Howard chose to keep such a precious item, Jonathan mused, appreciating the practicality of the clear spirit water. He wondered why Howard didn't use it, instead choosing to leave it behind. Reflecting on it, he concluded that while he acted alone, Howard had to consider the welfare of his entire lineage. If the Darnell family faced ruin or decline, these treasures could help them rebuild. Unfortunately, the treasure ended up in Jonathan's hands. Time passed quickly. The next day, the entire city buzzed about the Wang family's extermination and the division of their assets among the other 3 major families. Shortly thereafter, a gift arrived for Jonathan. Though purportedly from the 3 major families, he knew it came from the spoils of the Wang family. Skimming through the gifts, he marveled at their value without knowing exactly how much of the Wang family's wealth they represented. Afterward, the 3 major families left him undisturbed. However, Tuesday visited to inquire about the cloud-turning Great Hand Seal. Having mastered the technique, Jonathan provided her with insights that immediately enlightened her. On the 3rd day in Alfing City, representatives from the 3 major families brought another unexpected individual. Behave yourself, kneel down. You dare to offend Master Su. You're courting death. Heh, who would have thought the great master of the Wang family would come to this? Several men roughly dragged Brock, tied up and bruised, before Jonathan, forcing him to kneel. Brock looked wretched, covered in wounds, and toothless, having endured severe punishment. Wah wah. Brock glared at Jonathan, trying to speak but unable to utter a word. Mute. Jonathan noticed his tongue had been cut out. From the guards' accounts, he learned how Brock was captured. The 3 major families set a trap, spreading false rumors about his children still being alive and confined in the Wang family estate. This trick lured him out, leading to his capture. Knowing now what has happened, why didn't you think of this outcome earlier? Jonathan shook his head in regret. Had Brock and his son not been so greedy, they might have secured enough wealth to rival the top families in Alfing City. Unfortunately, it was too late to change the past. Master Su, our lord said you can dispose of him as you see fit, to vent your anger. One guard said sycophantically. The Wang family is gone, and you've dealt with him enough. Do as you please, Jonathan replied indifferently, feeling his vengeance satisfied. Hashtag chapter 265, setting off again. With matters here concluded, Jonathan had finally wrapped up all his business in Proud Wind City. Over these past days, the true disciples who had been staying in Proud Wind City gathered in the sky above the city, waiting for the flying vessel that would take them to Marshall Way City. The flying vessel, which set off from Xuanhuan Holy Land, would pass by several nearby cities on its route to pick up the true disciples scattered in different locations. This time, a team of 3 half-immortal elders would be leading the group. Among them were Hendrix, who oversaw Proud Wind City, the previous Maddox, and another elder named Jedediah. Seeing this lineup, Jonathan felt at ease. With 3 half-immortal elders guarding the ship, even if more martial god-level experts came, it would make no difference. The flying vessel was virtually as sturdy as a city. Here it comes. A streak of light flew in from the distant horizon, only revealing its true form when it drew closer. It was a dark black spirit boat adorned with intricate inscriptions and equipped with high-grade soul-breaking crossbows on both sides and the bow. These weapons used for defending cities were now on a flying vessel, leaving Jonathan quite astonished. It seemed the sect had put in a lot of effort this time. This flying vessel was much stronger than the last one. Even if there were no half-immortal elders on board, several martial gods would find it difficult to breach this vessel. Considering the formidable power of the high-grade soul-breaking crossbows, even martial gods dared not face them directly. At this moment, another streak of light rose from below. It was Hendrix. This time we all have to accompany Irvin, said Jedediah with a chuckle. Why did he get so daring? Escorting disciples and then running off to capture a black dragon. Who would have thought he'd do something like that? Hendrix said coldly, sarcasm dripping from his words. Normally, given Irvin's temper, they would have fought long ago, but Irvin remained silent, letting himself be criticized. The disciples, seeing this, all lowered their heads, not daring to show any disrespect towards the half-immortal elders. They knew such behavior could lead to their deaths. Soon after, the flying vessel set off again, heading to the next city. Compared to the previous departure, the number of people on board was much fewer. Many survivors had been thoroughly frightened and lost interest in the competition. Jonathan, as a contestant in the grand competition, still had his own room. Inside, he continued to recuperate, healing his injuries. Several days passed, and the flying vessel stopped near a large city. Sensing the halt, Jonathan walked out of his room to check the situation. He saw about a dozen disciples preparing to board, among whom he recognized two familiar faces, Dev and Yanis. Senior brother Sue, it's been a while. Dev's eyes lit up upon seeing Jonathan. Senior brother Sue led the pursuers away from me and junior brother Chen. We've been worried about you, and now that we see you're fine, we can finally rest easy. Yanis also approached. That day, both he and Dev thought Jonathan might not make it, feeling somewhat guilty since Jonathan had led the pursuers away for them. It's all right, Jonathan waved his hand nonchalantly, understanding that those pursuers had initially come for him, thus indirectly involving Dev and Yanis. Now tell me, what happened to you two afterward? That's a long story. The three started chatting. Jonathan learned that after separating, Dev and Yanis hid in secluded forests. Later, Yanis was found by a group of bounty hunters and narrowly escaped with Dev's help. They stayed hidden in deep mountains until they learned that the Holy Land had sent people to search for them in nearby cities. I didn't expect you two to run into bounty hunters. Jonathan couldn't help but feel sympathetic. His luck had been better afterward, without encountering any trouble from bounty hunters, though ordinary ones wouldn't pose much threat to him. Who knows what forces are bold enough to challenge our Xuanhuan Holy Land? Yanis said angrily, clearly traumatized by his experience. Probably has something to do with those two places in the mystic realm, Dev sneered. Both Jonathan and Yanis knew he referred to Zijuan Liangdi and Zhuhai Holy Land. Without solid evidence, mentioning it was pointless. Moreover, Xuanhuan Holy Land was weaker than those two, and even knowing the culprit wouldn't change anything. Understanding this, the three fell silent, changing the topic. I've heard things outside are chaotic. Demons are wreaking havoc everywhere. Dev shared news from the city. Always restless, he had been exploring and gathering information. I heard there's a huge crack in Zijuan Liangdi territory. Ghosts emerged from it, causing a lot of trouble. Yanis was instantly interested. That's good news. Let's hope more of those Zijuan Liangdi scoundrels die. Jonathan laughed. If it troubles Zijuan Liangdi, those ghosts must be powerful. Not just ghosts, I heard Zhuhai Holy Land has zombies too. Some even have silver wings and are called Yeka. Hao Tian Dynasty is also facing issues. Sea creatures are invading the infinite sea. Many people joined in the conversation, discussing problems across the 3 great dynasties and 9 holy lands. Then, a true disciple whispered mysteriously, I heard that even our Xuanhuan Holy Land's territory is having some issues. What kind of issue? How did we not hear about this? Everyone was taken aback, as they had no idea about any such problem. Jonathan also knew nothing about it. If something significant had occurred, the disciples should have heard rumors. Chapter 266, Chaos Abounds. Hee, the higher-ups are suppressing the news to prevent panic. After all, there was a major incident not long ago. Another one now would inevitably cause more unrest. Besides, this matter isn't something we disciples should get involved in, the disciple continued. Since the higher-ups have sealed the information, how did you know about it? Someone scoffed, suspecting this fellow had only heard some false rumors. This is what my cousin witnessed firsthand. Gigantic and twisted vegetation grew from the abyssal valley. Any land it touched turned into decaying soil, and countless monsters crawled out. The disciple's face darkened as he spoke. Sounds pretty convincing. Ridiculous. How could such vegetation exist? Moreover, no matter how powerful it is, it's just a plant. We have so many experts in the Yellow Emperor Holy Land. Can they not handle it? Most of the true disciples were dismissive, thinking it was just hearsay. If you don't believe me, wait until things escalate. Then you'll see. The disciple telling the story, seeing no one believed him, walked away angrily. This incident made Jonathan's expression serious. Regardless of whether there was a problem in the Yellow Emperor Holy Land's territory, most incidents involving other major forces were likely true. The entire eastern wasteland was now in disarray, a bad omen that could easily lead to chaos if mishandled. In such circumstances, even half-transcendent experts might find it difficult to escape, let alone a mere martial saint like him. This gave Jonathan a sense of urgency. He yearned to enhance his strength. In these times, only personal power could ensure survival. Just as everyone was talking, the flying boat set off again and vanished into the horizon. Jonathan called over Dev, who was nearby. Find out for me how many of the top 10 disciples are still on board. Senior brother, leave it to me. I'm an expert at gathering intelligence. Without another word, Dev dove into the crowd to gather information. Jonathan returned to his room and started cultivating. Before long, Dev returned with the information. Senior brother Sue, according to my inquiries, among the top 10 disciples, including you, only 4 remain on the ship. Only 4 survived? Jonathan was surprised. These were the best disciples of the Yellow Emperor Holy Land. And this was after 3 divine warriors had been distracted by him. Had he not killed 2 divine warrior-level experts, the casualties would have been even worse. What about Hardy? Is that guy still alive? Jonathan suddenly thought of him and asked casually. Senior brother Hardy hasn't returned. It's probably not good, Dev said after a moment's silence. Didn't expect him to run into trouble too. Jonathan sighed. He had a decent impression of Hardy. Although Hardy had also been surpassed, he wasn't like Darnellku, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. At least Hardy had some principles. Unfortunately, given his absence, Hardy was likely dead. As participating disciples, they were prime targets, and failing to escape was not surprising. A few days passed, and the originally quiet flying boat became lively again. What's happening? Jonathan asked curiously. You may not know, Senior Brother Sue. Only 4 disciples from the original participants remain. The patriarchs plan to have the disciples spar to select 6 more participants for the competition. Oh, that makes sense. Jonathan nodded in understanding. Several days had passed, and most expected disciples had already boarded the flying boat. The remaining participants indeed needed additional members for the competition. Having stayed inside for several days, Jonathan felt cooped up and decided to come out and take a look. Since the selection took place on the flying boat, it was straightforward and brutal. 6 platforms were set up on the boat. By sunset, anyone still standing on a platform without being knocked down would earn a spot in the competition. At the start of the trials, a burly body cultivation expert jumped onto one of the platforms. Seeing this, Jonathan was speechless, thinking how foolish the Callan was. The trial lasted until sunset. Jumping on the platform too early would waste energy. Moreover, being the first meant becoming everyone's target. Sure enough, someone soon challenged him. Despite his strong capabilities, after defeating several opponents in quick succession, the body cultivation expert eventually grew exhausted and lost. Jonathan wasn't surprised. He had predicted this outcome but acknowledged the Callan's perseverance, which exceeded his expectations. As the afternoon approached, all 6 platforms were occupied. Challenges came and went. One platform changed hands frequently while challengers on others got beaten to the ground. It was quite a spectacle. At that moment, a streak of light sped towards them. Who is that? Don't they see this is the Yellow Emperor Holy Land's flying boat? They can't be here to attack us again. Don't jump to conclusions. We have 3 half-transcendental elders this time. No one can mess with us. Discussions among the disciples grew as they wondered about the identity of the newcomer. When the light approached, it revealed a ragged, unkempt figure covered in mud, looking like a beggar. Where did this guy come from? Is he a lunatic? Speculations rose again. Given his exceptional speed, he was clearly not a low-ranking martial artist. Something must have happened to bring him to this state. I feel like I've seen this guy before. Dev scrutinized the lunatic, frowning and thought. Jonathan shared the same feeling, finding the figure familiar yet unrecognizable due to the messy hair and dirt covering his face. Who dares to obstruct our Yellow Emperor Holy Land's flying boat? Adebayo emerged from the flying boat, visibly agitated. After recent events, any disturbance prompted immediate investigation. Chapter 267. Hardy returns. Everyone aboard the flying boat watched curiously, not knowing what the Domenico had said to Ailbe. He bowed and then Ailbe looked utterly surprised, leading him aboard the vessel with a look of remorse. Do you think this guy could be Ailbe's illegitimate son? It's possible. Maybe he tracked down Ailbe's whereabouts to come here. Some disciples' curiosity was ignited, and they began discussing it amongst themselves. Most importantly, Ailbe's expression was just too strange. If there was no connection between them, why would Ailbe show such an expression? However, that theory was soon dispelled when someone on the flying boat recognized the Domenico's true identity. Boss, is that you? I never thought you were still alive. Several inner disciples exclaimed in excitement. Hardy? Jonathan suddenly realized who the Domenico was. The few people who spoke were Hardy's former subordinates. Yes, I'm still alive. Hardy responded with a hoarse voice. At that moment, everyone finally understood why Ailbe had reacted the way he did earlier. Boss, how did you end up like this? One of Hardy's subordinates asked in disbelief. Afterward, Hardy recounted his experiences. After escaping from the flying boat, a martial deity-level expert pursued him. Even after using several escape artifacts, as if something more important occurred, his pursuer left hastily at the last moment, allowing Hardy to barely survive. Subsequently, numerous assassins chased him relentlessly, forcing him to disguise himself as a Domenico hiding in a small town to stay alive. After hearing Hardy's story, everyone felt sorrowful. A prodigy son of the Xuanhuan sacred land ended up in such a state, truly miserable. I knew you would survive. Hardy scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Jonathan. Long time no see. Jonathan nodded. He silently rejoiced. His luck had been good, managing to escape from the martial deity-level expert without encountering any more assassins afterward. Due to Hardy's appearance, the number of contested spots decreased from 6 to 5, intensifying the competition further. Acquiring a spot in the competition meant upgrading one's resource level within the sect by 1 tier, implying more resources and opportunities for growth. Securing a good rank in the competition would mean even more resources within the sect in the future. This was the reason everyone competed fiercely. This kind of competition was also what the various sacred lands wished to see. Without competition, how could outstanding disciples be cultivated? Ultimately, after sunset, the 5 spots were claimed by their owners. On the journey thereafter, nothing significant happened. Occasionally, a beast bird appeared but was easily dealt with by the spirit-breaking bows on the flying boat, not requiring any intervention from the half-immortal ancestor. A month later, the flying boat arrived smoothly at the martial Dao city. Outside the room, voices buzzed with excitement. Jonathan couldn't help but step out to see what was happening. Wow, this city is so huge. I've never seen such a magnificent city. The inner disciples voiced their awe. Jonathan stared dumbfounded at the enormous city before him. A towering city wall reached into the clouds, with squads of golden armored guards patrolling the walls. Compared to Proudwind City, it was merely a speck of dust in front of a giant. I didn't expect East Wasteland Continent to have such a vast city. Jonathan finally recovered from his shock, uttering a sigh. He was also curious about why this city was built so large. Senior brother Sue, it seems you don't know much about Martial Dao City, Dev remarked with surprise. Indeed, I don't know much about this city. Jonathan nodded. Being originally from another continent, he naturally knew very little about this place. There aren't many people who focus solely on cultivation like you. Dev sighed. In his view, Jonathan must have devoted all his energy to cultivation, thus knowing very little about external matters, even some common knowledge. Since senior brother Sue doesn't know the purpose of Martial Dao City, you might not know about the Eastern Desolate Beast race either. Although martial artists claim that the East Wasteland continent has 3 kingdoms and 9 sacred lands, this only pertains to our human race. On this continent, there is also a vast nation, the Eastern Desolate Beast Kingdom. Composed of various beast races, it is incredibly powerful, even surpassing any kingdom or sacred land. As Dev explained, Jonathan was stunned. He only learned now that such a massive alien force existed on this continent. The main reason was because Xinhuang's sacred land's location was close to the core human territories, rarely interacting with beast races. Additionally, since knowledge about the Eastern Desolate Beast Kingdom was common on the East Wasteland continent, no one ever mentioned it to Jonathan. This led to Jonathan only learning about its existence now. Even though the Eastern Desolate Beast Kingdom is powerful, could it possibly surpass the 3 kingdoms and 9 sacred lands combined? Jonathan asked. Not at all. Combined, the various kingdoms and sacred lands are indeed stronger than the Eastern Desolate Beast Kingdom. However, too many factions might not always be a good thing. Jonathan immediately understood Dev's meaning. The various factions weren't a united force. They were constantly engaged in internal struggles and conflicts. How could they unite against the beast race? Precisely because of this, these major forces established Martial Dao City purely for defense against beast attacks. Jonathan knew well how difficult it was to unite these forces. For humans, unity likely only comes during existential crises. In fact, after the establishment of Martial Dao City, the conflicts between our human race and the beast race have significantly reduced. There hasn't been a large-scale invasion by the beast race for nearly a century. Dev looked at the towering city walls calmly. Let's hope this peace continues. Jonathan gazed at the bloodstains on the city walls, evidence of fierce wars that occurred during the early days of the city's construction. He felt a lingering unease. Recent events on the continent were too abnormal. Occasional big events might be coincidental, but with various factions facing trouble, it might indicate a conspiracy. Chapter 268. The competition begins. At some point, Martial Arts City had been shrouded in dark clouds. Jonathan gazed at the gloomy city, his unease growing more intense. Hopefully, nothing strange would happen during his stay in Martial Arts City. The flying boat stopped outside Martial Arts City, and everyone entered the city smoothly. Inside the city, it was bustling with activity. Warriors were everywhere, and it was not uncommon to see high-ranking warriors. High-ranking warriors were rarely seen in the outside world. Why is this place so prosperous even though it's on the border? Jonathan asked in surprise. He thought this city should exude a sense of grimness. Apparently, Martial Arts City wasn't like this when it was first established. However, because the territory beyond the border belongs to the demon race, many hunting teams ventured outside the border to hunt demonic beasts. This led to the formation of various industries, making this place gradually flourish. Dev explained the information he knew. So that's how it is. Jonathan nodded. The materials from high-ranking demonic beasts indeed held great value. For profit, people wouldn't hesitate to venture into dangerous places, even if it meant risking their lives. The Xuanhuan Holy Land's entourage marched forward grandly within the city. These guys, who are they? Judging by their attire, they're from the Xuanhuan Holy Land. It's best we keep our distance. No one wants to tangle with those holy lands. Their presence soon drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Upon realizing they were from one of the 9 great holy lands, everyone made way for them. As they proceeded, Dev occasionally shared some general knowledge with Jonathan. We're heading to the Xuanhuan Holy Land's base here in Martial Arts City. The Xuanhuan Holy Land has a base here? Of course. Each of the 3 kingdoms and the 9 great holy lands have their bases in Martial Arts City, and the entire city is managed by these top-tier forces. During their conversation, the disciples were brought to a fortified area within the city. At the entrance, guards wearing Xuanhuan Holy Land attire stood watch, clearly marking this as the protected area of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Greetings, elders. The guards bowed respectfully to the 3 elders accompanying the group. After entering the city, the group was assigned accommodations. That's it, go rest now. The competition begins the day after tomorrow. Otis gave his instructions, and the 3 elders left. Finally, I get my own room. Being crammed on the flying boat was unbearable, Dev said excitedly while holding the key to his room. Too bad we arrived too late. According to the original plan, we'd have another half-month before the competition started. That would give us enough time to explore the city. Yanis expressed his regret. You should be grateful we survived, Dev retorted. Considering that nearly half of their members had perished en route, they were fortunate to have made it alive to Martial Arts City. Without hesitation, Jonathan left for his room. With the competition just 2 days away, he needed to rest properly, especially given that his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. The next day, Dev and another disciple invited Jonathan to stroll through the city streets, but Jonathan firmly declined. He had no interest in sightseeing, especially with only men. What fun would that be? Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Where exactly will the competition take place? Jonathan noticed that after gathering all the disciples, there was no sign of them heading elsewhere. I'm not sure, Dev scratched his head, admitting that it was his first time attending such an event. Just then, Layla Elder and 2 others appeared, along with 2 other semi-immortal elders whom Jonathan had never seen before. They were likely the resident elders guarding the city. Upon their arrival, one unfamiliar elder threw a token into the air. A spatial rift opened up, and he shouted, "Disciples, enter the arena immediately." Despite their confusion, none of the disciples dared to disobey the semi-immortal elder. One by one, they entered the spatial rift. To think the competition venue is actually a fragmentary space, Jonathan marveled upon entering the realm. This turned out to be a relatively large fragmentary space filled with ancient ruins and remnants of massive weapons, creating an awe-inspiring scene unlike anything he had ever seen before. Floating in the sky were 9 colossal platforms, each adorned with the emblem of a different holy land. Besides the Xuanhuan Holy Land, there were also representatives from other holy lands, including Zijuan Liangdi. Upon seeing Jonathan and his group, the Zijuan Liangdi members displayed hostile looks. A handsome man in purple robes approached the Xuanhuan Holy Land group and focused on Jonathan. Are you Jonathan? So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Jonathan replied indifferently. Excellent. You're just as arrogant and ignorant as rumored. The man in purple robes sneered. Arrogant and ignorant? Jonathan couldn't help but find it amusing. If not for the rule forbidding disputes between factions before the competition, he would have given the guy a good punch. There's no point talking to you now. I'll kill you in the competition. Leaving this arrogant statement, the man turned and walked away. Jonathan didn't bother to reply further. We'll settle this during the competition. Brother Sue, that's Raymond, Clive's cousin, Dev commented from the side. Oh, it's him. Jonathan finally understood. He had known that Clive had someone backing him, but he didn't know whether this Raymond was aware that he had killed Clive. More disciples from various factions began arriving, and among them, Jonathan recognized Ethel. However, Ethel did not look towards the Xuanhuan Holy Land, but instead glared fiercely at Zijuan Liangdi, indicating that the animosity between them had continued since the Phantom Darnold's secret realm. Jonathan felt a bit of excitement. It would be entertaining to watch the Nine Seas Holy Land and Zijuan Liangdi feud again. Once the appointed hour arrived, a semi-immortal expert announced the rules of the competition. The competition would last 3 days, with each faction occupying one of the 9 platforms, engaging in battles to vie for the top spot. Chapter 269, Challenge from the Tiansong Sacred Land. According to the rules, each of the 10 participants from every sacred land could challenge other sacred lands' arenas. The challenged sacred land must send one person to respond. Victory would add 1 point both to the total score of the victorious sacred land and to the individual score. Defeat would result in a deduction of 1 point from both the sacred lands and the individual scores. After 3 days, the sacred land with the highest total score would be declared the champion of this competition, and the individual with the highest score would be crowned the personal champion. The competition begins. You may now choose your opponents, announced a voice, after which a transcendent-level powerhouse raised his hand. 9 martial deity-level powerhouses came forward to oversee scoring for the various factions at different arenas. Who should I fight? As Jonathan scanned the arenas of the various sacred lands, he noticed Raymond flying towards him. It seemed like Raymond was looking for trouble. Preparing to meet the challenge, Jonathan heard a nearby shout. Ethel from the Jiuhai Sacred Land challenges Zijuan Liangdi. Instantly, murmurs erupted among representatives from the sacred lands. What's wrong with the Jiuhai Sacred Land? They usually start by challenging the Xuanhuan Sacred Land to grab some early points. Jiuhai, ranked 8th, actually has the audacity to challenge Zijuan Liangdi, ranked 6th? They must have something up their sleeve. This will be entertaining. Seeing someone call out for a challenge, Raymond's expression darkened as he had no choice but to return to his own arena. The competition had just begun, and all sacred lands hadn't played their first match yet. If Zijuan Liangdi lost, especially to a lower-ranked sacred land, it would be humiliating. As the senior disciple of Zijuan Liangdi, Darnell Tianlei stepped forward to accept the challenge. Friend Darnell, our 2 sects are cooperative partners. Why cause such a fuss? Raymond climbed onto the platform, laughing bitterly. Do you have the nerve to say that? Your cousin was almost killed by Xuanhuan in the illusory spirit realm and fled to us for refuge. At a crucial moment, he betrayed us and stole the divine treasure, the Tongxian Lantern. Hand over Jasper and the Tongxian Lantern, or there'll be no end to this matter. Ethel's face darkened, recalling her harsh punishment within her sect after returning. Her cultivation resources drastically reduced and her authority severely diminished. There was no longer any grandeur befitting a senior disciple of a sacred land. I've already told you, Tianxia died in the secret realm. We don't know where he is. Raymond said helplessly, knowing that they too had suffered heavy losses, with many dying at the hands of Jiuhai. He wanted revenge for Jasper, but couldn't find him. Plus, Jasper had provoked too many people, who knew how he ended up dead. Investigation suggested he might have been killed by Xuanhuan, Jiuhai, or even members of his own sect. Combined with the dangers in the illusory spirit realm, with Jasper alone, who knew what happened? But the Jiuhai powerhouses refused to believe this. They saw it as Zijuan Liangdi covering up for Jasper and trying to claim the Tongxian Lantern. Today, I'll take your life to quench my hatred. Ethel unsheathed her sword and lunged at Raymond. Seeing this, Raymond had no choice but to hurriedly defend. In his heart, he planned to deal with Ethel first before going after Jonathan and Xuanhuang's sacred land. Die! Ethel shouted, her sword nearly piercing Raymond's waist. Just an inch more, and it would have struck fatally. How can her swordsmanship be so formidable? Raymond was astonished. Originally, he thought defeating an 8th-ranked sacred land disciple would be easy, but he had almost suffered a significant defeat. What he didn't know was that after the illusory spirit realm incident, Ethel had experienced significant stress, leading to rapid improvements in her sword skills, bolstering her confidence to challenge Raymond. Either way, it's good news for us. Jonathan watched gleefully. Regardless of who won between Raymond and Ethel, Xuanhuang would benefit. Brother Sue, it's bad. A member of the Tiansong Sacred Land is here to challenge us. Dev rushed over. Tiansong Sacred Land? Jonathan was taken aback, realizing this was likely retaliation from the Jin family. As the top-ranked disciple of Xuanhuang's Sacred Land, he naturally had to be present. He immediately rushed back. The Xuanhuang arena was surrounded by onlookers, eager to watch. Unbelievable that Tiansong's Sacred Land would challenge Xuanhuang. In the past, they never bothered. That challenger seems to be only 10th ranked in Tiansong. They clearly don't respect Xuanhuang's Sacred Land. Speculations abounded as thousands of spectators gathered, including disciples from various sects and residents of Martial City. Brother Sue, who should we send? The Xuanhuang disciples looked to Jonathan for guidance. I'll go. After a brief pause, Jonathan made his decision. This might not be wise. Their 10th ranked challenger doesn't warrant you, Xuanhuang's top disciple. Other sacred lands might mock us. And you need to conserve your strength for tougher opponents. Hardy advised against it. Jonathan hesitated, realizing Hardy was right. The competition was long, and he needed to pace himself. I'll do it. A contestant named Iolo stepped forward. He ranked 5th in this round for Xuanhuang's Sacred Land, originally 9th, but several ranks above him were deceased. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Jonathan nodded, receiving general approval. From Tiansong's Sacred Land, I accept your challenge. Iolo flew onto the platform. Who are you? Never heard of you, Inigo. Tiansong's 10th ranked disciple sneered. Humph, I am Iolo, the 5th ranked disciple of Xuanhuang's Sacred Land. That's enough to handle you. Iolo retorted coldly. Hashtag chapter 270. Iolo's defeat. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll show you that a mere Xuanhuan Holy Land can never rival my Tiansong Holy Land. Even if you were the 5th disciple, let alone the 1st, I would still cut you down. Iolo still had that look of disdain on his face. In his eyes, the Tiansong Holy Land far surpassed the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even as just the 10th disciple of Tiansong, he could easily overpower the 1st disciple of Xuanhuan. You're asking for death. Enraged by these words, Iolo felt that representing Xuanhuan in this match meant he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. With a swift move, he lunged forward to engage Inigo in close combat. I want to see what your Xuanhuan Holy Land's body tempering is all about. Inigo drew out a dagger and moved like a ghostly shadow, evading Iolo's charge with ease. Swish! The dagger flashed coldly, instantly leaving a bloody slash on Iolo's chest. What incredible speed! Iolo was taken aback. Before he could react, he had already been slashed. The speed was simply too fast. Swish, swish, swish. Several more clashes occurred, and Iolo was unable to catch even a glimpse of Inigo before another slash appeared on his body. Despite the competition rules prohibiting fatal injuries, it was clear to everyone that Inigo was merely toying with Iolo. Just by speed alone, Inigo had Iolo completely overpowered. They were not on the same level at all, and Inigo could end the match in one move if he wished. Yet, he continued to leave slashes all over Iolo's body. Too humiliating. How despicable this guy is. Many disciples from the Xuanhuan Holy Land were enraged, wishing they could personally beat Inigo into submission. So this is Xuanhuang's body tempering technique? Huh. At your current realm, you're nothing but a punching bag. Inigo sneered cruelly, slashing again with his dagger, this time leaving a gash on Iolo's back. Iolo's face turned pale, finding it nearly impossible to capture Inigo's high-speed movements. His own speed was clearly his weak point, making him appear like a baby to Inigo. Zhang Jr. brother, give up, it's futile. Yeah, brother Zhang surrender. We still have senior brothers Su and Darnold to stand up for you. Several disciples from the Xuanhuang side urged Iolo to concede. He was now drenched in blood, a sight no one could bear. It was clear that continuing the fight would only lead to further suffering without any chance of victory. Haha, so Xuanhuang's top students are all like this? It seems Xuanhuang has truly declined. Soon, you might not even be considered one of the Holy Lands. Inigo mocked once more, full of contempt for the Xuanhuang Holy Land. You. Iolo wanted to retort, but found himself too weakened. A waste is a waste. Someone like you is the 5th disciple of Xuanhuang? You wouldn't even make the top 100 in our Tiansong Holy Land. With a cold laugh, Inigo added a slash to Iolo's face. What should I write on your face? Waste or rubbish? Such extreme humiliation was intolerable for Iolo, who was considered an elite in the Xuanhuang Holy Land. Grinding his teeth, he persisted in fighting. This guy from Tiansong is too despicable. He's trying to cripple Iolo. The true disciples of Xuanhuang clenched their fists in anger, helpless unless Iolo conceded. Giving up already? Seeing Iolo standing unsteadily, reaching his limit, Inigo walked toward him nonchalantly, as if taking a stroll. Die! Just as Inigo approached, Iolo, appearing to be on his last breath, suddenly launched a furious punch directly into Inigo's chest. Lunge! Inigo spat out blood, flying backward. Although Iolo's speed was nowhere near Inigo's, as a body-tempering cultivator, his strength was formidable, inflicting severe injury with that one blow. Senior brother Zhang did great. Ha! This shows those arrogant ones what we're made of. The Xuanhuang disciples were electrified, venting their built-up frustration. What a pity. Jonathan sighed. He knew Iolo's last attack had used up the rest of his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt. Thud. As expected, Iolo collapsed unconscious. Filth, dare to ambush me. Inigo roared furiously, rushing forward with his dagger aimed at Iolo's heart. Stop. Junior brother Zhang has already lost. Do you intend to harm him further? Jonathan stepped forward to block him. You've won. Step down. At this moment, the martial deity level judge appeared on stage, coldly staring at Inigo. Humph, lucky you. Seeing the martial deity, Inigo knew he had no chance of killing Iolo, so he reluctantly left the arena with a scowl. Take him away for healing. Jonathan administered a healing pill to Iolo before having others carry him off. It seemed Iolo would not participate in the subsequent rounds. The scene dampened the spirits of the Xuanhuang Holy Land disciples. Iolo, ranking 5th, could barely handle the 10th disciple from Tiansong. What hope did the others have? If this trend continued, wouldn't Xuanhuang Holy Land end up dead last once again? Just this opening match had severely impacted the morale of the Xuanhuang disciples. Let's go challenge Tiansong. I'll seek justice for brother Zhang. Jonathan scanned the group, resolved to say something that stunned them. Brother Su, calm down. That's the mighty Tiansong Holy Land. Let's not provoke them. The Xuanhuang disciples were alarmed. After all, Tiansong ranked 5th among the Holy Lands, much stronger than Xuanhuang. Confronting them was like hitting a rock with an egg. Though the Xuanhuang disciples had earlier seethed with hatred towards Inigo, now they had to weigh the consequences. Chapter 271. Jonathan makes a move. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach the Heavenly Azure Holy Land a lesson today. Jonathan waved his hand, dismissing the crowd's attempts to stop him. His actions encouraged some of the Yellow Earth Holy Land disciples to muster their courage. Senior brother Su is right. We should give them something to think about. Don't be afraid. With Senior brother Su here, we will surely defeat the Heavenly Azure Holy Land. These words finally bolstered everyone's confidence. The group marched grandly towards the Heavenly Azure Holy Land's arena. Along the way, Jonathan glanced at the purple Junliang Land's arena and was surprised to see that Ethel and Raymond were still fighting fiercely. Both were injured, clearly having unleashed all their might in what looked like a fight to the death. Seeing this, Jonathan couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, he had other matters to attend to, or else he would have loved to watch this intense battle unfold. Yellow Earth Holy Lands, Jonathan challenges the Heavenly Azure Holy Land. As soon as Jonathan arrived at the Heavenly Azure Holy Land's territory, he shouted loudly. Did I hear correctly? The Yellow Earth Holy Land dares to challenge the Heavenly Azure Holy Land? What's going on this year? It was strange enough that 9 Seas Holy Land challenged the Purple Juliang Land, and now it's even stranger that the Yellow Earth Holy Land is doing this. In previous years, only 9 Seas Holy Land and Purple Juliang Land played around. This year sure is interesting. The onlookers chattered animatedly, with many rushing over to witness the audacity of the Yellow Earth Holy Land challenging the Heavenly Azure Holy Land. Did I hear right? Your Yellow Earth Holy Land dares to challenge us? Do you want your last place faster? A Heavenly Azure Holy Land disciple stepped forward provocatively. Enough nonsense. Is there no one in the Heavenly Azure Holy Land brave enough to accept my challenge? Jonathan replied in a low, challenging tone, using the same tactics against them. You've got guts. Usually dealing with you bottom-tier teams only requires Inigo, ranked 10th, but unfortunately, he was careless and got ambushed by your people. So be it. Today I, Ryder, ranked 9th, will handle you. A man in fine robes stepped out from the Heavenly Azure Holy Land group. Yellow Earth Holy Land's top-ranking disciple Jonathan, let's see what you're made of today. As Jonathan approached, announcing his identity, murmurs rippled through the crowd. So this guy is the top disciple of the Yellow Earth Holy Land. He looks pretty ordinary. A mere martial king? Haha, the top disciple of Yellow Earth Holy Land is just a martial king. Some in the crowd used divine sense to probe Jonathan and found him to be merely at the martial king level. The revelation sparked more curiosity and surprise. Is Yellow Earth Holy Land out of better options? A mere martial king as the top disciple? How absurd. Ryder laughed heartily, thinking it was almost too easy. To him, facing a martial king as a mighty martial emperor felt like an adult wielding a weapon against a baby, virtually effortless. Why so many words? Even if you are a martial emperor, you'll be crawling on the ground begging for mercy shortly. Jonathan paid no heed to the provocation. Higher rank didn't matter. None of the martial emperors were his match. I heard that your Yellow Earth Holy Land faced an attack on the way here, resulting in severe casualties among the true disciples. Could it be that they're all dead, forcing you to bring out this mere martial king to make up the numbers? Ryder mocked again. The trouble the Heavenly Azure Holy Land caused was on Jediah's orders. Jediah had promised generous rewards to any participants who could deal a harsh blow to the Yellow Earth Holy Land, especially to Jonathan. Such a reward promised by a quasi-immortal level powerhouse was undoubtedly rich beyond imagination. Ryder was delighted by the prospect. Killing a mere martial king would be child's play. If he killed Jonathan, he could easily claim it was an accident due to Jonathan's weak prowess. Moreover, pleasing the ancient patriarch Jean could earn him acceptance as a disciple. The thought excited Ryder. He was eager to dispatch Jonathan. To ensure a quick kill, he immediately launched a deadly attack. A flying sword sped toward Jonathan's face. Senior brother Sue, be careful. That guy is aiming to kill. The Yellow Earth Holy Land disciples watched in shock, fearing for Jonathan. Just that to hurt me? Jonathan sneered, pointing at the flying sword. Suddenly, a dark light shot out, colliding with the sword mid-air. Do you really think you can compete with me using artifacts like a brute? Ryder scoffed, viewing Yellow Earth Holy Land's disciples as mere meatbags who wouldn't know anything about artifacts. In his mind, he already saw the sword piercing the dark light and then Jonathan's body. Boom. The dark light met the sword with a sharp clink. The sword recoiled, falling off the arena, while the dark light sped directly toward Ryder. What the hell is this? Ryder was taken aback, never expecting his sword to fail. He hurriedly retrieved a defensive artifact, a small round shield which expanded to full size before him. Feeling secure behind the shield, Ryder believed he was safe. However, the dark light smashed into the shield, shattering it like brittle metal and slamming him onto the arena floor. Senior Brother Bowden. Senior Brother Bowden, are you alright? The Heavenly Azure Holy Land disciples were stunned. They hadn't expected Ryder to lose in just one move. When the dust settled, they saw the dark light revealed as a black alchemy furnace. How can this be an alchemy furnace? This guy actually uses an alchemy furnace as a weapon? What an oddball. But this alchemy furnace must be incredibly durable. No wonder it survived such a collision. It must be from a high-quality source. Hashtag chapter 272. Challenging again. This alchemy furnace is too formidable. I wonder what it's made of. Maybe this isn't even an alchemy furnace, but just a treasure that looks like one. Nonsense, this is definitely an alchemy furnace. With so many of us here, could we really not recognize an alchemy furnace? The onlookers were chattering among themselves, all showing great interest in Jonathan's alchemy furnace. Soon, news that someone from Tiansong's sacred land was using an alchemy furnace as a weapon spread quickly, and many people came to watch. This made the area more popular than even Taiyi's sacred land, which ranked first. Retract. Jonathan raised his hand and Black Abyss returned to him. At this moment, Ryder's figure appeared from the large crater left by the impact. Ryder was barely recognizable, his chest rising and falling faintly, breathing erratically, clearly on the brink of death. Several disciples from Tiansong's sacred land hurried onto the platform to carry Ryder away. One disciple examined his body and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Nearly every bone in Ryder's body was broken, his meridians ruptured beyond repair. Even if he were saved, he would lose several stages of cultivation and might never return to the martial emperor realm. Jonathan, you're so cruel. How could you cripple Senior Brother Bowden? A Tiansong's sacred land disciple roared in anger. The other Tiansong's sacred land disciples glared at Jonathan, their expressions filled with murderous intent. Regardless of their usual relationship with Ryder, today he represented Tiansong's sacred land. By ruthlessly crippling Ryder, Jonathan showed blatant disrespect for Tiansong's sacred land. How dare the last-ranked Xuanhuan's sacred land show such contempt for them? Hemph, if your skills aren't up to par, what else is there to say? He couldn't even block one move from our Senior Brother Sue. Are all of you useless pieces of trash at Tiansong Sacred Land? The Xuanhuan Sacred Land disciples finally had a chance to vent their frustrations, mocking the Tiansong Sacred Land people mercilessly. This good-for-nothing piece of trash. From the distant spectator stands, Henry watched, his expression dark and gloomy. He had intended to use this competition to harshly punish Jonathan and suppress Xuanhuan Sacred Land, but who would have thought that his disciple was so easily defeated after only one move? Weren't they saying Jonathan was severely injured? How can he still be so strong? Henry had previously sent people to investigate and learned that Jonathan was gravely wounded while escaping a martial god-level pursuer, greatly reducing his strength. This gave him confidence to use his disciples to teach Jonathan a lesson, but now Jonathan didn't seem injured at all. Let's send more people to challenge Xuanhuan Sacred Land and give them some punishment. Yeah, with so many watching, we can't let Xuanhuan Sacred Land off that easily. We must win this back or no one will respect us, Tiansong Sacred Land anymore. The Tiansong Sacred Land disciples were seething with anger, clamoring to challenge Xuanhuan Sacred Land again, determined to thoroughly humble them and preferably cripple all their contestants, which would make Xuanhuan Sacred Land rank last once more. Xuanhuan Sacred Land's Jonathan challenges Tiansong Sacred Land. Just as the Tiansong Sacred Land disciples were about to set out, they heard the familiar voice again. This guy is challenging us again? He clearly doesn't take us, Tiansong Sacred Land, seriously? He can't think that beating one rider gives him license to provoke us recklessly. The Tiansong Sacred Land disciples were furious. In their eyes, Jonathan had slapped them hard once, and now he wanted to do it again. I'll deal with him. The 8th-ranked disciple stepped forward, ready to ascend the stage. Are you sure you can beat him? Ryder was directly KO'd by him. Some of the Tiansong Sacred Land disciples hesitated. Despite their loud bravado, they had witnessed Jonathan genuinely defeat Ryder in a single move. This newly stepped forward disciple was merely ranked one position higher than Ryder. If he lost to Jonathan, Tiansong Sacred Land would suffer 2 consecutive losses, utterly disgracing them. These words also made the 8th-ranked disciple hesitant. Although he was stronger than Ryder, it wasn't by much. If he lost, wouldn't he face the same fate as Ryder? Forget it. Let me handle it. The 6th-ranked disciple stepped forward. Senior Brother Wong, are you sure you can do it? You can't lose this one. Another disciple asked dubiously. Why? Do you think I'll lose to some lowly Xuanhuan Sacred Land trash? The 6th-ranked disciple, named Broderick, turned cold, speaking sharply. No, that's not what we meant. The questioning disciple quickly withdrew his head. Everyone knew Broderick was notoriously overbearing within the sect, especially because his brother, Keaton, ranked 3rd. In Tiansong Sacred Land, the top 3 disciples all possessed martial saint-level cultivation, far surpassing the status of other disciples. Broderick, think carefully. If you lose, I can't protect you from the sect's blame. Keaton interjected. Don't worry, brother. Ryder lost because he underestimated the opponent. Prepared as I am, there's no way I'll lose to that guy. Broderick exuded unwavering confidence, as if victory was already assured. Fine, then the honor of redeeming our sacred land falls on you. Don't disappoint us. Keaton nodded, knowing that standing out during this competition was a good thing. Who dares fight me? Come up and meet your doom quickly. Jonathan scanned the crowd of Tiansong's Sacred Land disciples from atop the platform. His purpose this time was to boost the morale of the Xuanhuan Sacred Land members, so he played it up dramatically. Senior Brother Su, awesome job. Haha, the Tiansong Sacred Land guys must be scared stiff. The Xuanhuan Sacred Land disciples cheered gleefully. In previous years, they were mere targets for scoring points by other sacred lands. Now they felt triumphant for once. Brat, remember, the one who kills you is Broderick of Tiansong Sacred Land. Broderick strode onto the platform, equally bold and confident. In such moments, both sides were comparing morale. He couldn't allow the tiny Xuanhuan Sacred Land to outshine Tiansong Sacred Land in terms of spirit. Come on, Senior Brother Wong. Teach this brat a lesson and show him that being number 1 at Xuanhuan Sacred Land means nothing before us Tiansong Sacred Land. Pfft, your Tiansong Sacred Land is waiting to lose. Senior Brother Su will surely crush that Wong something or other. Both sacred lands began hurling insults at each other. A common spectacle during these annual competitions. Fighting on top, arguing below. Chapter 273. Another defeat. Just as the onlookers below were arguing heatedly, Broderick on the platform began to move. Daring to challenge our heavenly azure holy land. You indeed have some courage. Unfortunately for you, it ends here. This time, the primordial yellow holy land will still be last, just like your own ranking. Broderick was extremely arrogant. Even though Braden had been defeated, he did not take Jonathan seriously at all. In his eyes, he and someone like Braden were in entirely different leagues. His brother was one of the 3 jackals of Heavenly Azure, sharing the same bloodline. How could he be like ordinary disciples? Just hope you can still be this arrogant later. Jonathan curled his lips into a sneer. No matter how beautiful the words sounded, everything had to be decided by strength. Die! Broderick raised his sword, and beneath him formed a massive ice dragon. Roar! The ice dragon roared furiously, carrying him toward Jonathan. As they approached, countless icicles rained down from the sky, true to the scion of Heavenly Azure Holy Land, with such impressive momentum from the start. This time Jonathan probably won't be able to hold up. The onlookers chatted among themselves. Bang bang bang. Facing these attacking icicles, Jonathan did not dodge, allowing them to strike his body without changing expression. The icicles shattered upon impact, as if hitting solid steel. Jonathan charged straight ahead, unswayed by the onslaught, directly rushing toward Broderick. That guy is interesting. Those icicles aren't simple. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would be riddled with holes, but he charged through them. He has the air of a body refinement martial artist. But ultimately, body refinement techniques have declined, far inferior to cultivation methods. Although many spectators were amazed by Jonathan's physical prowess, few were optimistic about body refinement martial artists. In this era, the celestial treasures needed for body refinement were extremely scarce, making it increasingly difficult to progress, which also explained the decline of the primordial yellow Holy Land. You should die now. Broderick slashed his sword, unleashing hundreds of sword auras that fell like rain, their cold breath chilling. Jonathan's figure flickered, transforming into hundreds of illusions in midair. These illusions appeared real, making it difficult to discern his true form. Where did that damned guy go? Broderick looked around frantically, trying to locate Jonathan. Be careful. The crowd of Heavenly Azure Holy Land disciples below suddenly shouted in alarm. Broderick immediately sensed something wrong, but it was too late. A fist crackling with lightning struck his forehead. Broderick flew off the platform, plummeting toward the ground. Several Heavenly Azure Holy Land disciples quickly flew over to catch him midair. How is he? What's the extent of his injuries? Keaton rushed over, his face grim. Brother Wong, you should check for yourself. The disciples stammered nervously. Keaton's heart sank as he examined Broderick. His examination made him instantly furious. Jonathan's punch had targeted Broderick's head, carrying lightning power that damaged his divine soul. If it were just physical injuries, they, as a major clan, could handle it with healing medicines, but damage to the divine soul was another matter. The rare celestial treasures required for treating divine souls were hard to come by, even for the Wong family. Ah, don't hurt me. Devils, demons, go away. All of you. Broderick, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up and started shouting wildly, looking deranged. Keaton's face darkened. His brother clearly seemed to have gone mad, and whether he could be cured remained uncertain. Jonathan, I'll kill you. Keaton roared, fury blazing in his eyes. This was his own brother, now in this condition. It infuriated him. At this moment, Jonathan's voice echoed again on the platform. Jonathan of the primordial yellow Holy Land challenges the Heavenly Azure Holy Land. What a tough guy. Jonathan is really set on going head-to-head with Heavenly Azure Holy Land. Never thought we'd see Heavenly Azure Holy Land embarrassed like this. This is too amusing. Heavenly Azure Holy Land lost 10 members. The 9th and 6th ranks can no longer fight. Their ranking in this competition will surely drop. There was a sudden uproar as everyone realized Jonathan dared to challenge Heavenly Azure Holy Land again, despite having already incapacitated 2 of its members. I'll take this one. Keaton stepped forward to accept the challenge. Although many Heavenly Azure Holy Land disciples felt Keaton's involvement was excessive, no one objected. After all, his brother had been brutally beaten. As an elder brother, Keaton had every right to avenge him. From the disciples' perspective, this battle was certain to be a victory. Keaton was a martial saint level expert. How could he possibly lose to a mere martial king? When Keaton entered the arena, the onlookers were astonished. Heavenly Azure Holy Land actually sent a martial saint level expert. Who would have thought they regarded Jonathan so highly? You don't understand. Broderick is Keaton's younger brother. Seeing Broderick beaten like that, Keaton wants revenge. So that's why. Jonathan is in big trouble. To defeat a divine emperor at the martial king level was already incredible, but facing a martial saint expert like Keaton, winning is impossible. Everyone thought Jonathan had no chance, given the vast gap between martial king and martial saint levels, especially against Keaton, one of the 3 jackals of Heavenly Azure. Things look bad. That's a martial saint expert. Can elder brother Jonathan win? I heard elder brother Jonathan was gravely injured, trying to escape a divine spirit level pursuer. He probably hasn't fully recovered yet. Seeing Keaton step onto the stage, even the primordial yellow Holy Land disciples murmured in worry. Dealing with a martial saint level opponent was daunting. Do you know what huge mistake you made? Keaton said emotionlessly. What mistake? Offending your Heavenly Azure Holy Land? Jonathan found amusement in the other's arrogance and decided to provoke this self-righteous man further. You shouldn't have provoked my Wong family's disciple. Keaton spoke each word with venomous hatred. Oh, right, that guy earlier was also surnamed Wong. With your martial saint level, you must be quite old. Could he be your son? Jonathan sneered. Hashtag chapter 274, Primal Spirit Flame. Ah, you're asking for death. Keaton completely lost his temper, flames bursting out around him as if the god of fire had descended. Angry? It's amusing that you're so mad that your whole body is on fire. Jonathan hadn't expected that a few teasing words would infuriate the other party this much. He wondered if it was due to poor kidney health. What kind of spell is this? It looks too exaggerated. You don't know, right? Keaton has the body of fiery spirit. He is born with clear fire, making it easy for him to practice fire-based techniques, and he also possesses primal spirit flame. An informed spectator quickly spread the news about Keaton's abilities. Upon learning that Keaton had the body of fiery spirit, many people were surprised. In the cultivation world, unique constitutions were rare, each incredibly powerful. If developed properly, they would become formidable experts in their own right. Keaton, appearing like an incarnation of flame, raised his hands, forming a fiery sphere that grew larger until it reached over a meter in diameter. The massive fireball hovered in the air. Jonathan thought it would be hurled at him, but instead, Keaton threw it skyward. Bang! A loud explosion erupted, the fireball exploding into a rain of flames. Hide. Let's see how you hide now. Keaton was smugly pleased. His move covered a wide area, making it nearly impossible to avoid, especially on the arena. Jonathan frowned. The dense fire shower made dodging extremely difficult. Despite his quick movements, he eventually touched one strand of fire. As soon as it touched Jonathan, the flame ignited on him, burning despite his efforts to extinguish it using water-based talismans. My primal spirit flame burns everything. Once you're caught, there's nothing but death by burning. Let's see what you do now. Keaton didn't intend to attack again. He simply wanted to watch Jonathan burn to death. This flame is indeed special. Jonathan tried using spiritual energy to suppress the flame, but it only consumed his energy, becoming stronger instead. His actions backfired. Despite this, Jonathan remained calm. Although the flame was powerful, It wasn't enough to put him at the end of his rope. If this continues, Brother Su will be burned alive. Maybe we should persuade Brother Su to concede. The Yellow Supreme Sanctuary disciples were anxious. Jonathan represented their sanctuary's rising hope and couldn't die here. In my opinion, it's fine if Su loses to Keaton. Their realms differ too much. At the same level, I believe Su could beat Keaton. Seeking mercy? So, the Yellow Supreme Sanctuary is no more than this. Maybe the 9 sanctuaries should be renamed to 8. A sanctuary like yours deserves to be compared with ours? Ridiculous. Keaton taunted, clearly not wanting Jonathan to give up. Why the rush? To think you could kill me with this flame is an underestimation. Jonathan spoke calmly. A dying man still talking? What can you, a mere brute relying on physical strength, do against my primal spirit flame? Keaton didn't believe Jonathan could counter such a powerful flame. From his perspective, cultivators who focused on physical training relied solely on their robust bodies, being weak in other aspects. Against his primal spirit flame, these cultivators were nothing more than logs, burning a bit longer at best. Primal spirit flame? Not impressive at all. Jonathan emitted divine and demonic power from his body. The interplay of these forces extinguished the flames instantly. How is this possible? How could you, a brute, extinguish my primal spirit flame? Keaton was shocked. His primal spirit flame had always been invincible, even causing higher-ranked cultivators to suffer. How could a mere Wuwang-level, physical cultivator neutralize it? Don't be too confident. Your flame isn't that impressive. Jonathan rolled his eyes, knowing that the divine and demonic power from his 9 transformations of divine demon body far exceeded ordinary spiritual energy. So what if you extinguished my primal spirit flame? I won't believe you can win against me. Enveloped in flames, Keaton charged directly at Jonathan. Both engaged in battle. I don't believe this powerful flame can't harm you. Relying on the flames covering his body, Keaton fought Jonathan in close combat. Let's see who prevails. Surrounded by divine and demonic power, Jonathan clashed with Keaton. The power fiercely absorbed the flames surrounding Keaton. At this moment, Keaton's primal spirit flame seemed powerless, unable to escape, being forcibly absorbed by Jonathan. Damn it, what are you doing? Keaton was terrified, realizing his primal spirit flame was decreasing. This was heart-wrenching. These flames had been cultivated over years and were his greatest asset. You bastard! Keaton roared, trying to break free from Jonathan, but Jonathan wouldn't let go, holding him tightly. In just a moment, all of Keaton's primal spirit flame was absorbed by Jonathan. What did you do? Keaton questioned, filled with anguish. Jonathan lifted his hand, showing a flame identical to Keaton's primal spirit flame. Your fire is female, mine is male. It doesn't work anymore. Anyone could tell Jonathan was mocking Keaton. Just how did Jonathan manage to steal Keaton's primal spirit flame? It's unbelievable. This will definitely infuriate Keaton. Without the primal spirit flame, his capabilities will greatly diminish. The spectators were astonished, unable to understand how Jonathan managed to pull this off. I'll kill you. Keaton drew a longsword and attacked Jonathan, intending to retrieve his primal spirit flame. Always relying on the power of his primal spirit flame, Keaton lacked true combat skills. Now, he was being thoroughly dominated by Jonathan, suffering repeated defeats. Without your primal spirit flame, your strength is probably inferior even to an ordinary Wu Saint. Jonathan looked down on Keaton, who, without his primal spirit flame, was like a toothless tiger, no longer able to act recklessly. Hashtag chapter 275, Raymond challenges. It looks like Keaton has lost. Truly unbelievable. A Sog like Keaton actually lost to Jonathan. Most likely Jonathan has some special means that just happens to counter Keaton's origin flame. This guy's luck is too good. In the crowd watching, someone thought it was merely Jonathan's good fortune. If it were another Sog, Jonathan wouldn't stand a chance. Phew. Keaton spat out blood from his mouth and was sent flying back as if he were a broken kite. His condition wasn't much better than those before him. Jonathan, what did you do? Hand over Keaton's origin flame. After checking on Keaton, one of the Tiansong Holy Land disciples shouted, Origin flame? How should I know if you ask me? Jonathan wore an unconcerned expression. There was no way he would give up the origin flame once it was in his hands. Referee, this guy stole someone's spirit flame, violating the competition rules, someone from Tiansong Holy Land yelled. Violation? Which rule? I have no clue. Jonathan sneered. The competition rules didn't mention anything about such an act, so how could it be considered a violation? Younger generation, you've taken our Tiansong Holy Land disciples' possessions. Hand them over. Henry stepped down from the upper viewing platform, clearly making a move against Jonathan. Jean Daoist friend, competitions are fair play. Your Tiansong Holy Lands people aren't up to par. It's not our fault. Layla Laozu and 2 others also came down from the viewing platform. If someone was bothering Xuanhuan Holy Land, they couldn't just sit by and watch. Doesn't matter how reasonable you sound, you're stealing someone's belongings. Henry's face darkened. He didn't really care about the disciples' origin flame but wanted to use this opportunity against Jonathan. You say I took Keaton's origin flame. What proof do you have? Jonathan said coldly. Keaton's origin flame is a celestial flame. It cannot burn out or disappear into thin air. Since it's not with him, it must be with you. Henry replied firmly. Well, does this look like Keaton's origin flame? Jonathan lifted his hand, revealing flames intertwined in red, black, and gold. Initially, Henry was about to affirm it, but noticed something amiss. Keaton's origin flame was red, without any black or gold hues, which made it different from the flame Jonathan held. Different colors don't necessarily mean it's not his. Probably some trickery by you. Henry used his divine sense to investigate. He confirmed that Jonathan indeed held Keaton's origin flame but detected differences. If you insist, I'll return this flame to Keaton. Jonathan walked toward Keaton, all Tiansong Holy Land disciples eyeing him warily. According to the rules, fighting offstage was forbidden, giving Jonathan confidence. That's origin flame. Too bad. If I had it, my strength would skyrocket. Everyone was surprised by Jonathan's willingness to return it. Even possessing one type of celestial flame brings significant benefits. This kid must be afraid of Jin Laozu. Look who we are. A mere Wu Wang can dare defy us from Tiansong Holy Land? Tiansong Holy Land believed Jonathan feared them, especially since Xuanhuan Holy Land ranked last. They assumed Jonathan dared not oppose Tiansong Holy Land. Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples felt gloomy. They thought Jonathan capitulated, but understood Tiansong Holy Land's power made opposing them unwise. Still, they felt indignant. Why should Tiansong Holy Land be arrogant, while Xuanhuan Holy Land suffered humiliation? After all, Xuanhuan Holy Land was once the foremost of the 9 Holy Lands. Despite ridicule from Tiansong Holy Land, Jonathan remained calm. Approaching Keaton, he released the origin flame, which entered Keaton's body. Heh, what good was it for you to steal the origin flame only to give it back? One Tiansong Holy Land disciple mocked. This guy foolishly coveted Brother Wang's flame and ended up empty-handed. Another chimed in agreement. Keaton, unconscious, suddenly screamed, his body glowing red and burning hot. His clothes ignited. What's happening? Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples were bewildered. Jonathan, what did you do? You tampered with the origin flame. A Xuanhuan Holy Land disciple reacted, accusing Jonathan angrily. You said it belonged to him, so I returned it. How can it hurt its rightful owner? Jonathan sneered, knowing he'd mixed god-demon energy into the flame, only controllable by him with the 9 transformation heavenly demon body. Keaton, a mere spell practitioner, couldn't endure this power. Remove that cursed flame. Seeing Keaton's weakening life signs, Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples roared in anger. By your logic, Keaton shouldn't suffer backlash from his own flame. This proves it's not his origin flame. Jonathan calmly extracted the origin flame from Keaton, relieving his suffering. Jonathan, you damn scoundrel, don't think having some means to control origin flames gives you free reign. Today, I will settle accounts with you. A stern-faced man stood up. Another challenger? Who are you? Jonathan looked at him coldly. I'm Omar Changchuan, the second-ranked disciple on Tiansong Holy Land's heaven list. The man spoke coldly. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Jonathan was nonchalant, not putting Tiansong Holy Land's group in high regard. Just as he prepared to challenge, someone informed him that someone else was challenging the Xuanhuan Holy Land arena. Someone challenging us? I'll deal with this one first. Returning to the Xuanhuan Holy Land arena, Jonathan saw Raymond issuing a challenge. Clearly, he had won his match against Ethel. Jonathan, today I'll teach you a harsh lesson. Raymond issued a threat on the spot. Not very impressive. Just a Ajay. Boring. Is this guy asking for death? Some disciples, having watched Jonathan's match, expressed confusion. What nonsense are you saying? I'll kill him today. Raymond grew increasingly infuriated by their words. Hashtag chapter 276. A scheme takes shape. Raymond had been locked in a fierce battle with Ethel earlier, and finally emerged victorious. He immediately came to challenge Jonathan. Unaware of Jonathan's previous achievements at the Heavenly Azure Holy Land, Raymond felt utterly insulted by the spectators' comments. Was it possible that an esteemed martial emperor like himself couldn't beat a mere martial king? Hey, how many moves do you think it'll take for Jonathan to finish this guy? He was still fighting at the Heavenly Azure Holy Land just now, but he insisted on coming here to cause trouble. How boring. The crowd didn't hold Raymond in high regard. After all, Jonathan had already defeated a martial sage. Although Jonathan seemed to have found a way to counter Keaton's heaven's spiritual fire, it remained true that he faced a genuine martial sage, a realm 2 steps higher than a martial emperor. You should ask what exactly happened. Raymond called over a few underlings, instructing them to gather information. Earlier, the disciples from Purple Excellence Grounds had been watching his fight with Ethel and were equally unaware of the recent events. Soon, they returned with news, quickly informing Raymond. What? Jonathan actually beat one of the 3 heroes of Heavenly Azure, Keaton? Upon hearing this report, Raymond was shocked. At peak martial emperor, he still stood far below the level of the 3 heroes of Heavenly Azure who were all martial sages. Despite Heavenly Azure Holy Land being only 1 rank above Purple Excellence Grounds, the current generation of disciples at Heavenly Azure was significantly stronger. Considering cultivation levels, Heavenly Azure boasted 3 martial sages among its younger generation. While he remained merely at peak martial emperor, there was no comparison. After learning that Jonathan had defeated a martial sage, cold sweat trickled down Raymond's back. He considered backing out, but realized it would be a humiliating admission of defeat. He hoped Jonathan wouldn't represent Xian Devon Holy Land. Although Raymond was arrogant, he wasn't delusional enough to believe he could defeat one of the 3 heroes of Heavenly Azure. As for avenging his cousin? Forget knowing the killer. Even if he knew it was Jonathan, so what? Just a distant cousin. It was not worth risking his life over. I was planning to visit your Purple Excellence Grounds sometime, but here you were first. Before Raymond could respond, Jonathan flew onto the arena. Brother Daoist Su, let's just spar. Raymond laughed awkwardly, feeling his heart sink as Jonathan approached the platform. Spar? That's not what you said before. Didn't you want my life? Jonathan rolled up his sleeves, ready for a serious fight. Haha, I was just joking earlier, Raymond chuckled nervously, deciding to endure a few rounds before surrendering, an improvement over surrendering outright. Come on then, let's see if you die or I do, Jonathan said openly, without any hint of humor. Brother Daoist Su, don't joke around. We're just sparring, not trying to kill each other. Is that so? Then I'll teach you a lesson. As Jonathan spoke, he shot forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for Raymond. Oh no! Raymond instantly tensed, fully aware of the dangers when a body cultivator got close. He pulled out a treasured bow, drawing the string, gathering spiritual energy into an arrow which flashed toward Jonathan. Jonathan dodged the arrow and continued advancing. Watch out, Brother Daoist Su. Behind you, Brother Daoist Su. Anxiously, the disciples yelled from below. On the stage, Jonathan sensed something amiss. He turned to see the arrow had curved back towards him, now within striking distance. Got you. Raymond rejoiced, expecting his bow to have secured victory. Once struck, the intense spiritual force would overwhelm even a body cultivator. Bang! Upon hitting Jonathan, the arrow exploded, making Jonathan grunt. Haha, let's see how you move now. Even if you're a body cultivator at the level of a martial sage, taking that hit will make you fall. Prepare to die, boy. Raymond pulled out a long sword, intent on finishing Jonathan off. That Jonathan is really foolish to fall for such a low-level trick. I always said this guy only got lucky with Keaton's origin spirit fire. Now, he can't even beat a martial emperor. What garbage. At least some people from Purple Excellence grounds aren't completely useless. Hey, you guys, finish him off. The disciples from Heavenly Azure cheered at Jonathan's predicament. Die, ha. Raymond laughed arrogantly, approaching Jonathan and thrusting his sword. Wanna kill me? You're not qualified yet. Suddenly, Jonathan moved, dodging the sword strike, grabbed Raymond's hand, and slammed him into the ground, creating a large crater. Earlier, Jonathan had indeed been hit, but he immediately activated the 9 transformation divine body, whose strong defenses protected him. Otherwise, he might have been in real trouble. Great job, Brother Daoist Su. Bash this bastard to death. Xian Devon Holy Land's disciples erupted in cheers, their worries dissipating. Alongside them, some disciples from the 9 Seas Holy Land also celebrated, especially after seeing Ethel lose to Raymond moments ago. Noticing this, Jonathan spotted Ethel staring intensely at Raymond, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. A plan began forming in Jonathan's mind. Seeing Raymond sprawled in the crater, mouth open as if to surrender, Jonathan swiftly kicked him, knocking him senseless. Hand over Clive today, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, we won't be done. Jonathan shouted suddenly. Clive? What did this have to do with anything? This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the story flows naturally and remains coherent. The structure, including paragraphs and line breaks, has been preserved to reflect the original text. Hashtag chapter 277, Jonathan's plot. Raymond was utterly baffled, having no idea why Jonathan had brought up Garfield at this moment, or what his intentions were. What do you mean by that? Raymond panted, bewildered. At the illusory spirit realm, Garfield brutally killed so many of our primordial Yellow Sanctum disciples. His methods were exceptionally cruel. Are you still trying to protect him? Jonathan sneered. Garfield died in the illusory spirit realm long ago, Raymond said, feeling a heavy weight settle over his heart as he realized Jonathan had come seeking vengeance. Dead? What a joke. Just before the illusory spirit realm closed, I saw Garfield with a group of your Sanctum disciples. If there weren't so many people around, I would have definitely killed him, Jonathan said, feigning anger and sounding absolutely certain. Ethel, standing below, glared even more viciously at Raymond upon hearing these words. According to Jonathan, Garfield must still be alive, and the profound lamp likely fell into the hands of Zijin Liangdi. Damn Zijin Liangdi. They were not only protecting Garfield but also seizing the treasures of their Jiuhai Sanctum, an intolerable insult. Raymond was stunned by this information. They knew nothing about how Garfield had died. Seeing Jonathan's confident assertions, Raymond couldn't help but doubt. Could some disciples have attacked Garfield and killed him within the illusory spirit realm? Raymond was all too aware of Garfield's usual behavior. He had never restrained Garfield, instead serving as his protector and suppressing other disciples for him. He did this because he and Garfield were cut from the same cloth. It wasn't far-fetched to think that one of his own disciples might have hated Garfield enough to kill him. The thought ignited a surge of rage within Raymond. How dare those bastards kill his cousin? Did they have no respect for him? This blatant disrespect fueled his fury. Had it not been for this incident, he wouldn't have confronted Jonathan, nor would he have fallen into such a dire situation. Raymond made up his mind. Once back at the sect, he would investigate who had killed his cousin and punish them severely to assuage his anger. Brother Su, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Can we end things here? Raymond said with a bitter laugh, knowing full well that surrendering now wasn't something he could decide on his own. Saying the word surrender would surely get him thrashed half to death. At such a time, it was better to admit defeat honestly. After all, admitting defeat would just hurt his pride. But if he enraged Jonathan to the point of losing his cultivation, he wouldn't stand a chance of continuing in Zijin Liangdi. Moreover, he had made several enemies over the years. Without his cultivation, his fate wouldn't be much better than Garfield's. Fine, I'll wait for you to hand over Garfield, Jonathan said, pressing his foot down on Raymond's stomach, making him wince in pain. Yes, Brother Su, rest assured, I will hand over Garfield, Raymond hurriedly agreed, completely forgetting Garfield's supposed death. All he wanted now was to leave the arena alive. You can surrender now, Jonathan, having achieved his goal, allowed Raymond to surrender. I surrender. Raymond rasped out the words, instantly feeling relieved. To the Zijin Liangdi disciples watching, these words were explosive. Their illustrious first disciple had been beaten so badly by someone from the primordial Yellow Sanctum, and was acting so submissive. If news of this spread, where would Zijin Liangdi's dignity go? Raymond, you useless waste. You can't even defeat a martial saint. What use are you? Get lost. You don't deserve to stay in Zijin Liangdi. The crowd jeered, many of whom harbored grudges against Raymond. Now, seeing his downfall, they didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. With so many people present, nobody would know who was calling out insults from the crowd. Raymond lay on the ground, and no one bothered to help him off the platform. Eventually, the referee, not wanting to delay the next match, had him carried away. So, this is Zijin Liangdi. Since you dare act this way, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ethel watched everything unfold from below. Hearing Raymond beg Jonathan, she was convinced that Garfield was still alive, and the profound lamp was indeed in Zijin Liangdi's possession. While the two sanctums had initially been cooperative, Zijin Liangdi's actions struck Ethel as mockery toward Jiuhai Sanctum. Humph, let's seize this opportunity to teach Zijin Liangdi a lesson. Just as Jonathan was planning to confront Zijin Liangdi, someone had already challenged them on the arena. He looked up to see Ethel standing on the Zijin Liangdi arena, sword in hand. Jonathan felt pleased. His plan seemed to have worked. Ethel likely believed Garfield was still alive. In her previous battle with Raymond, Ethel had narrowly lost, sustaining little injury. With her strength, Zijin Liangdi might not be able to stop her. This should be interesting, Jonathan thought, naturally intrigued by this dog-eat-dog scenario. Just as he prepared to watch, another challenger appeared, one targeting the primordial yellow sanctum. Turning around, Jonathan saw a figure from the heavenly azure sanctum approaching. Almost forgot about these guys. Jonathan suddenly remembered the heavenly azure sanctum disciples. Having taken out several of them already, he knew they wouldn't let this slide. Jonathan paid them no mind. His true focus was on the leading figures of the top 3 sanctums. Heavenly azure sanctums D challenges the primordial yellow sanctum. A man wielding a massive sword announced on the primordial yellow sanctum arena. Brother Su, be cautious. This guy is the second of the heavenly azure trinity, D, reputed to be a reincarnated sword immortal. He holds the azure abyss sword, which supposedly held its own against martial saints, Dev warned, familiar with the renowned disciples of the various sanctums. Held its own against martial saints, truly laughable. Jonathan dismissed the warning, unconvinced. Ignoring the dubious nature of the claim, he himself had killed more than one martial saint. Chapter 278, the alchemy furnace displays its might again. Even true martial god level experts had been killed by Jonathan before, not to mention a guy who wasn't even at the martial god level yet. I will fight you. Jonathan stepped onto the platform, his eyes fixed on D not far away, who wore an arrogant expression. Although this D's name contained the word immortal, Jonathan saw no trace of immortality in him. Instead, he could feel a dense aura of malice, indicating that this person must have killed a lot of people. Otherwise, there would be no such intense malice around him. Are there no other adepts left in your yellow firmament sanctuary? Only you are here to challenge? D stared intently at Jonathan for a moment before sneering. To deal with you guys, I alone suffice. Jonathan said calmly. The participating disciples from the yellow firmament sanctuary all sighed when they heard this. In such battles, they were completely useless and couldn't argue with that fact. The challengers to the yellow firmament sanctuary were too strong, far beyond what they could defeat. If Jonathan did not step up, others stepping forward would be tantamount to sending themselves to their deaths. Jonathan's expression turned cold. The man's words were clearly aimed at demoralizing the yellow firmament sanctuary and might affect the mental state of its participants. If they couldn't shake off this shadow, it could influence their future cultivation. Merely with words, he had managed to achieve such an effect, demonstrating his ability to manipulate hearts and minds. Without giving the man time to talk more nonsense, Jonathan suddenly dashed straight towards D. Just fight like that? Can't we just get along amicably? D sneered as he raised his sword to meet the challenge. As soon as they engaged, Jonathan immediately noticed that D was significantly stronger than Keaton. Keaton relied too much on the power of the origin spirit fire, neglecting his own strength. As a result, without the origin spirit fire, Keaton lost all combat capability. On the contrary, D's swordsmanship was powerful. Though he wielded a massive sword that seemed overly aggressive, his moves were meticulously crafted and aimed at vital points. Haha, no more close combat with you. In a flash, Jonathan arrived at the edge of the platform. Not engage in close combat? You, a body refinement cultivator, don't engage in close combat? Are you planning to use your alchemy furnace again? If you dare bring it out, I will destroy it. D showed a disdainful look, dismissing Jonathan's words. To him, an alchemy furnace was just a furnace. How could it possibly match his giant sword, which contained celestial meteor iron? If Jonathan had heard this, he might have laughed out loud. D's giant sword only had a bit of meteor iron added to it, whereas Jonathan's alchemy furnace, Black Abyss, was entirely made of celestial meteor iron, personally forged by a divine craftsman. Not even a quasi-immortal level expert could hope to damage this furnace, let alone someone merely at the martial saint level. Alright then, let's see whose is tougher, your giant sword or my alchemy furnace. A shimmer appeared on Jonathan's ring, and the alchemy furnace Black Abyss materialized before him. He pointed remotely, and Black Abyss transformed into a streak of dark light hurtling toward D. Hemph, just an alchemy furnace. D sneered, waving his giant sword. As the dark light approached, he slashed down with a single strike. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and D's giant sword snapped into 2 pieces with a sharp crack. This can't be. D's expression faltered. His giant sword was a gift from his master, a renowned quasi-immortal level expert who once used it at the martial god level. It was nearly unbreakable, one of the rarest treasures below the quasi-immortal grade artifact. Such a blade being inferior to an alchemy furnace was unimaginable. Could this alchemy furnace be a quasi-immortal grade artifact? The dark light struck D directly, causing him to cry out in pain as his chest caved inward. Why go this far? Jonathan shook his head helplessly. Had D not been so confident and avoided this blow, he wouldn't have ended up like this. No, this can't be. D remained dazed, staring blankly. For a sword cultivator, unwavering belief in their sword was crucial. Belief that the sword could sever anything. But now that belief vanished with the breakage of his sword. From then on, he might never advance in swordsmanship. Haha, you wanted to crush our yellow firmament sanctuary disciples' resolve, but now it seems you've destroyed yourself. A sword cultivator's blade defeated by an alchemy furnace. What face do you have left to practice swordsmanship? Jonathan delivered another crushing blow while observing D's state. No, my sword can cut through anything. Ha ha ha, anything? D shouted wildly, as if driven mad. Seeing this, Jonathan laughed. Well done, another one gone crazy. Your heavenly azure sanctuary disciples' mental states aren't very good, are they? So fragile, losing it one after another, really amusing. The heavenly azure sanctuary disciples glared at Jonathan. Now, 2 of their outstanding Trinity stars had already fallen to Jonathan. This was a tremendous disgrace to them. First Ryder, then Broderick, followed by Keaton and Dee from the Trinity Stars. 4 out of the top 10 from the Heavenly Azure Sanctuary had been defeated by Jonathan. Though the Heavenly Azure Sanctuary disciples wanted to continue mocking Jonathan, they couldn't find any retort. If they said Jonathan was still a waste, what did that make the 4 who were defeated by him? That would mean admitting that they were worse than a waste like Jonathan. You shouldn't be so smug. It's just because you have a good alchemy furnace, probably given by your yellow firmament sanctuary ancestors. Depending on external tools, how can you call yourself a martial artist? Right? Why don't you put aside that alchemy furnace and fight properly? Without that alchemy furnace, you would stand no chance against Senior Sue. Unable to call Jonathan trash anymore, the Heavenly Azure Sanctuary disciples attributed his victory to the alchemy furnace. Fine, I won't use this alchemy furnace. Let's see how you plan to defeat me. Jonathan knew exactly what these Heavenly Azure Sanctuary fellows were plotting and promptly said what they wished to hear. Great, you said it. Don't regret it. The Heavenly Azure Sanctuary disciples rejoiced, believing their provocation worked. Sigh, this Jonathan is too young. Yes, indeed too young and brash. Please note that this translation aims to retain the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and naturalness in English. Chapter 279. The Wager. The onlookers shook their heads in succession at Jonathan's decision. They thought he was too impulsive and reckless. What did it matter if the people from Tiansong Holy Land said a few words? It was truly a waste that he wouldn't use such a fine weapon. This revision ensures that the reference to Tiansong Sungdi is consistent with how it's named elsewhere in the text, Tiansong Holy Land, making the translation more coherent and fluent. Can Senior Brother Sue win without using the pill furnace? How despicable those Tiansong Sanctuary people are to provoke Senior Brother Sue like this. This edit ensures the terminology is consistent and reads more fluently in English. The term Tiansong Sungdi has been changed to Tiansong Sanctuary for consistency and clarity. A disciple from the Xuanhuan Holy Land voiced his concerns. I believe Senior Brother Sue must have his reasons for doing so. He will definitely win. Dev said with great certainty. That's right, I believe so too. Yanis also wore a firm expression. Right, when has Senior Brother Sue ever lost? Whenever we were in danger before, wasn't it always Senior Brother Sue who turned the tide? When we were attacked by 6 martial deity-level powerhouses back on the flying boat, didn't he save most of us? Without his cool-headed strategy then, we would all have been doomed. The other disciples gradually regained confidence in Jonathan. They knew that he wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. There must be a reason for his actions. Jonathan, you made the choice not to use the pill furnace. Don't regret it later. A martial sage powerhouse stepped forward from the Tiansong Sacred Land side. There was no doubt that this person was the strongest among the 3 heroes of Tiansong. Dev had already informed Jonathan about this man. His name was Dan, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the young generation in Tiansong Sungdi. Correction, Tiansong Sungdi should be translated consistently as Tiansong Holy Land. Revised sentence. Dev had already informed Jonathan about this man. His name was Dan, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the young generation in Tiansong Holy Land. If I say I won't use it, I won't. Are you afraid I might renege? Jonathan frowned and coldly responded. That's hard to say. If you lose to me and fly into a rage, wouldn't you want to use the pill furnace? Dan said quietly. If that's what you're worried about, then watch closely. With these words, Jonathan floated the pill furnace down from the platform. What are you doing? Don't do something crazy. Everyone below panicked. They had seen the pill furnace's power. Any ordinary person struck by it would end up flattened. The pill furnace gently landed in front of the Xuanhuan Sanctuary disciples, and Jonathan said, Dev, keep this for me first. These Tiansong Sanctuary people are too cowardly. They're afraid my pill furnace will hurt them. Sure thing, Senior Brother Sue. Don't worry, it won't be lost. Dev happily stowed away the pill furnace into his storage ring, feeling honored that Jonathan trusted him enough to entrust him with it. Seeing this, Dan completely put his mind at ease. Earlier, he had been worried about the pill furnace, which was why after Dee's defeat, he had hesitated to challenge. Now, without the furnace, Jonathan seemed like a toothless tiger, incapable of being overbearing anymore. Dan of Tiansong Sanctuary challenges Xuanhuan Sanctuary. Dan leaped onto the stage, shouting loudly, I'll take your challenge. Jonathan stood on the platform as if it was a given that he would fight. He merely said this out of formality. Jonathan, don't think that because you beat Keaton and Dee, you can measure up to me. I'm not on the same level as them, Dan said confidently. Hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just now, this Dan hadn't shown himself until he saw that Jonathan wouldn't use the pill furnace, then dared to come out to challenge. How absurd. Enough talk. Let's fight. Jonathan didn't bother wasting words with this guy, and was about to make a move. Hold on. Dan hurriedly stopped him. Why, are you scared? Jonathan asked with an amused look. Afraid of you? What nonsense. What if we made a bet? Do you dare? Dan flashed a malevolent glint in his eyes, suggesting it deviously. A bet? What kind of bet? Speak. Jonathan wanted to see what Dan was up to. Let's bet on who wins. The loser must cripple themselves and never set foot in the cultivation world again. Dan said smugly. In his view, since Jonathan couldn't use the pill furnace, this was a perfect chance to cripple him once and for all. Below, all the Tiansong Sungdi disciples lit up at the prospect. The idea sounded fantastic. Note, the term Sungdi was not translated in the user's input. For consistency and fluency, it should be translated to Sanctuary. Therefore, a more accurate and fluent translation would be. Below, all the Tiansong Sanctuary disciples lit up at the prospect. The idea sounded fantastic. While they were annoyed by Jonathan, they still recognized his strength. After all, he was just a martial king now. If Jonathan reached the martial sage level one day, he might become incredibly formidable. In that case, even the 3 heroes of Tiansong combined might not be able to match him. Just thinking about this possibility made the Tiansong Sungdi disciples break out in cold sweats. They didn't want to see that happen. Disabling Jonathan in this battle would be their best option. Note, For better context and narrative flow, this possibility is added to clarify what made them sweat. Also, for consistency, that happen is kept parallel with that possibility. Don't do it, Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su, don't fall for his trick. The Xianhuan disciples urgently advised Jonathan, not wanting him to accept the wager. To improve the translation for accuracy and fluency, the Xianhuan Sanctuary disciples urgently advised Jonathan, not wanting him to agree to the bet. Even the three elders on the viewing stand couldn't remain calm. They had witnessed Jonathan's previous victories and believed that if he were allowed to grow stronger, he might become another Armand elder, leading the rise of Xianhuan to the peak among the 9 sacred grounds once more. Note, Xianhuan should be translated as Xianhuan Sanctuary for consistency and fluency in English. Here is the revised paragraph. Even the three elders on the viewing stand couldn't remain calm. They had witnessed Jonathan's previous victories and believed that if he were allowed to grow stronger, he might become another Armand elder, leading the rise of Xianhuan Sanctuary to the peak among the 9 sanctuaries once more. Young people tend to act on impulse. If Jonathan accepts the challenge and loses, the hope for Xianhuan resurgence would be completely dashed. Even if they managed to save Jonathan from mutilating himself, this incident would still become a lifelong psychological burden, potentially causing serious issues during his future advancements. Note, for better context and flow in English, Xianhuan should be consistently translated as Xianhuan Sanctuary or similar throughout the text. Jonathan, don't rush. You're still young and only a martial king. There's no need to be overly eager. Wait until you reach the martial sage level, then you can deal with him. The 3 heroes of Tiansong will just be ants to you. A female voice echoed in Jonathan's mind, startling him. It belonged to Layla Elder. This made Jonathan look involuntarily at the viewing stand where Layla Elder shook her head. After hearing these words, Jonathan felt moved, realizing that Layla Elder cared deeply about him as a disciple. He looked solemnly at the Xianhuan disciples and the 3 elders on the viewing stand, then smiled and said, "Everyone of Xianhuan Sanctuary, rest assured, I won't lose this battle." To improve fluency and consistency, he cast a solemn gaze over the Xianhuan Sanctuary disciples and the 3 elders in the viewing area, then smiled and reassured them, "Everyone from Xianhuan Sanctuary, rest assured, I will not lose this battle." Chapter 280, Half Immortal Blood. I can beat Vlad easily, let alone the so-called 3 heavenly blues combined, Jonathan said confidently. His words were both a response to Layla Laozu's previous statement and a message to the disciples of Xianhuan Holy Land. He was not afraid of Vlad and had full confidence in winning this battle. After saying this, Jonathan looked at Vlad on the platform and said, "All right, since you want to gamble, I'll play along with you. Whoever loses this battle will self-abolish their cultivation, and no one can interfere." Haha, good. Vlad was extremely pleased. He felt that his plan had succeeded. He dared to place such a bet because he had a surefire way to win. "Come at me." Jonathan raised his fist, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Vlad. "Humph, I won't let a mere body refinement practitioner get close to me so easily." Vlad drew a deep breath, puffing out his cheeks like a frog. With a sharp exhalation, a vast cloud of toxic mist spewed from his mouth, covering an area of several dozen meters around him. Haha, this poison fog is extracted from the Western magic toad, capable of corroding everything. Even hard metals dissolve within moments. Even though you are a body refinement practitioner, you're still made of flesh and blood. Do you think you can just barge through my poison fog? Vlad was extremely proud. Previously, he had feared Jonathan might use the alchemy furnace for long-range attacks, which was tougher than Dee's giant sword, making his toxins ineffective. Now that Jonathan didn't have his alchemy furnace, he was no longer worried. How vicious. No wonder he says he can beat Senior Brother Su. Too despicable. This poison fog is simply our nemesis as body refinement practitioners. The Xianhuan Holy Land disciples were furious. This poison fog completely restrained body refinement practitioners, leaving them unable to approach. Remember, a body refinement practitioner's strength mainly comes from close combat. How could they fight without getting close? Even the 3 patriarchs in the stands had cold expressions. Jonathan was Xianhuan Holy Land's hope for resurgence. Was this how they were going to let him be ruined? If Jonathan loses later, I'll snatch him away. Let's see who dares to abolish his cultivation today. Irvin communicated telepathically to the other 2 patriarchs. Azrael nodded, also speaking telepathically. Seems we have no choice now. Even if it means sacrificing our reputations, we must protect Jonathan. Otherwise, how do we explain ourselves to the Sage Lord or the other elders back at the Holy Land? You should calm down. Jonathan seems quite composed, indicating he likely has a countermeasure. If even he isn't anxious, we old folks shouldn't act rashly. Layla Patriarch reminded them not to be impulsive. Jonathan's earlier words gave her more confidence in him. Well, let's observe for now and adapt accordingly. Agreed. Irvin and the others nodded, deciding to watch the situation unfold. Just some poison fog? You think that decides the match? Jonathan pulled out a magical treasure, a fan he had acquired from the Darnell family treasury. This 12-ranked fan was immensely powerful. With a wave of the fan, a fierce wind swept across the platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The poison fog was instantly blown off the platform. Seeing this, the judge hurriedly used the treasure to collect all the poison fog to prevent it from reaching the spectators, who would otherwise be in grave danger. You have treasures too? Vlad's face turned green with jealousy. He never imagined Jonathan would have exactly the right treasure to counter his poison fog. That fan nullified his poison perfectly. Since when do body refinement practitioners have so many treasures? In most people's minds, including Vlad's, body refinement practitioners disdain using magical treasures, believing their bodies to be the best treasure. Moreover, the materials required for body refinement were priceless, often leaving practitioners broke and thus unable to afford good treasures. For someone like Jonathan to have so many powerful treasures was highly unusual. Haha, this guy thought using poison could beat our Senior Brother Su. Trying to win through trickery is laughable. He thinks he can counteract body refinement? Clearly, It's our senior brother Su holding him back. The Xianhuan Holy Land disciples nearly burst out laughing. The sudden turn of events was exhilarating. Don't think a few tricks can win against me. You're not qualified to beat me. Vlad gritted his teeth, took out a jade bottle from his storage ring, and with a gesture, a crimson liquid flew out, which he swallowed entirely. What is that? Jonathan frowned. Though he didn't know what it was, Vlad's behavior suggested this unknown liquid was key to his confidence. Now, see how you can win me. Before Jonathan could respond, Vlad's face turned red, and his entire body swelled, doubling in height like a small giant. His aura surged, and his spiritual energy fluctuations reached the level of a divine warrior. What kind of substance is that, enhancing him so drastically? This is incredible. The audience was stunned, almost dropping their jaws. It was exceedingly rare to achieve such a leap in power. The gap between a sage warrior and a divine warrior was huge, yet this unknown liquid bridged that gap, which was astonishing even if only temporarily effective. Could that be half immortal blood? Layla Patriarch stared at Vlad, guessing uncertainly. Probably. I can't think of anything else with such effects, Azriel agreed. Didn't think Heavenly Blue Holy Land would be willing to part with this stuff. Konal's expression darkened. The rarity and value of half-immortal blood, the essence of a near-immortal, were immense. Whether it allowed a semi-immortal to transcend was unknown, but implied its enormous worth. This was why the three patriarchs had grim expressions. Could Jonathan withstand the effects of half-immortal blood? Chapter 281, Battle Soul again. Let's see how you escape this time. There's no need for any bet. Dan will likely beat this little brat to death on the stage. Jediah coldly snorted and secretly gloated. The half-immortal blood was indeed provided by him. Initially, Jonathan had stolen his heart-linked half-immortal weapon, the Golden Turtle Sword, causing a decline in his cultivation and eliminating any chance of advancing to true immortality due to the loss of its sword spirit. Therefore, Jediah decided to give the half-immortal blood to Dan, hoping it would aid in killing Jonathan and avenging his ruined path to immortality. Soul level, huh? Jonathan frowned slightly and said coldly, though he seems to have reached the soul level in cultivation, it's ultimately just a forced enhancement, far from being a genuine soul. Boy, don't be overconfident. Even if it's not a real soul level, I can still kill you. Dan felt a surge of power within him. In his eyes, Jonathan now appeared as a mere ant he could crush effortlessly. Enhanced by the half-immortal blood, Dan's physical strength skyrocketed in a short time, making his body nearly indestructible. Die! Dan brought down a huge hand toward Jonathan, seemingly intent on crushing him to death. Just this level won't kill me. A divine aura surged around Jonathan as a three-colored flame appeared in his hand, charging directly at Dan's hand. Ah! Upon contact with Jonathan's three-colored flame, Dan let out a piercing scream as the fire burned fiercely on his palm. This is Keaton's origin spirit fire. You damn thief, stealing fire like this. Dan and Keaton were from the same Holy Land and had fought many times before. Even though the colors of the flames used by Jonathan differed from Keaton's origin spirit fire, Dan was certain it must be Keaton's fire, albeit modified by Jonathan. Bang! Dan clenched his fist, extinguishing the origin spirit fire. Although the fire could burn spiritual energy, under sufficient force, it could still be extinguished. Pity, but this thing isn't enough to defeat me. Dan looked down at Jonathan with his towering frame. Who said I'm using this to defeat you? Jonathan coldly replied, raising his hand to summon a massive spiritual energy hand in midair that pressed downward. Even facing such a large hand, Dan's giant form seemed insignificant. Bang! Dan grunted, his body shrinking as if carrying a heavy mountain. Jonathan flashed beside him and punched his abdomen. This punch hit something incredibly hard, unlike hitting a regular cultivator. That damn thing also enhanced his physical strength. Jonathan immediately understood the problem. Ha, now you get it. I possess soul level power and a physique matching that of a comparable body refinement practitioner. With this strength, how can you compete with me? Dan was triumphant, every punch creating a deep crater on the solid stage, revealing terrifying power. Even so, you can't win me. Jonathan drew a black, ancient-looking sword and held it tightly. You think holding a broken sword can hurt me? Truly laughable. Dan glanced at Jonathan's sword, finding its black appearance ridiculous. How could a treasure sword look like this? But on the viewing platform, Jediah was seething. Jonathan held Jediah's golden turtle sword, only painted black. This sword was his origin treasure, which he had followed for years. He could recognize it instantly. Shameless thief. Jediah gnashed his teeth, desperately wanting to retrieve the golden turtle sword but resisted, knowing he would be outnumbered against the Xianhuan Holy Land's three half-immortals. Moreover, the young thief wouldn't admit the weapon was the golden turtle sword. Losing it publicly would make him the laughingstock of a half-immortal bested by a mere martial king. With all 9 Holy Lands gathered, he couldn't afford the humiliation. Never mind, Dan would surely kill the wretched boy, then he could reclaim the sword. Jediah transmitted a secret message to Dan, instructing him to seize back the golden turtle sword after killing Jonathan. Dan now understood Jonathan's weapon was the renowned golden turtle sword, treating it more cautiously. Jonathan darted forward, his sword piercing like lightning towards Dan's vital points. Dan, no longer taking things lightly, took out a dark stone hammer to strike Jonathan in midair. Under Dan's massive form, even the hammer seemed small. Bang! The stone hammer collided with the golden turtle sword, splitting into 2 halves instantly. Dan's face darkened. The hammer was his hardest treasure, yet it crumbled against the golden turtle sword. The power of a half-immortal weapon was truly formidable. Thus, he had no means to counter the golden turtle sword. Accepting this fact, Dan grew increasingly wary of Jonathan. On the viewing platform, Jediah's expression darkened further. His precious golden turtle sword became a deadly tool in Jonathan's hands, now turning against Tiansong Holy Land disciples. He also saw Dan clearly fearing the golden turtle sword's might. If this continued, once the effects of the half-immortal blood wore off, Dan's defeat was inevitable. Wu Yao, do you fear him? The sword spirit of the golden turtle sword is dead. It's merely a sharper treasure sword now. With soul-level power, should you fear a mere martial saint? Don't forget your wager. Your fate if you lose should be clear. No one can save you then. Dan heard Jedediah's words, sending chills down his spine. Jedediah implied no interference if he lost. He'd be crippled. Furthermore, having taken Jedediah's half-immortal blood, and failing the task meant facing Jedediah's wrath. Knowing Jedediah's reputation, any opponent who fell into his hands faced soul extraction, worse than death. This translation retains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and character names in Pinyin. It provides a fluent and natural English version while ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 282, Fulfilling the Wager. He can't lose. He absolutely cannot lose this battle. Golden Elder's words were spot on. Even if this guy possesses a semi-immortal weapon, what difference does it make? He's just a mere martial king. How could he unleash the true power of a semi-immortal weapon? And now, with his combat strength at the martial god level, how absurd would it be for him to lose to a martial king? Understanding this point, Dan gritted his teeth and no longer dodged, charging straight towards Jonathan's golden turtle sword. This was clearly an exchange of wounds. To Dan, using his formidable physical strength, even if he endured one strike from the opponent while avoiding vital spots, it wouldn't endanger his life. Meanwhile, his attack would surely be lethal. This guy wants to go all in. Seeing this, Jonathan immediately dodged. Although he was confident that he could win in such a life-or-death situation, enduring injuries would be disadvantageous for the upcoming matches. It would be counterproductive. After realizing this, Jonathan stopped confronting Dan head-on and kept dodging, thereby stalling time. Once Dan's semi-immortal blood burned out, his power would drastically diminish, and overusing the semi-immortal blood would leave him exhausted and weakened. By then, resolving this fellow would be as easy as pie for Jonathan. Damn it, why don't you fight me fair and square? Dan was infuriated. His body, though now massive, had slowed down significantly. In this state, catching Jonathan was incredibly difficult, especially since Jonathan wielded the golden turtle sword. If he wasn't careful, Dan would be stabbed. Heh, you're about to lose. Why should I compete with someone who's running out of time? Jonathan sneered, refusing to fall for Dan's provocation. Patience was crucial at this moment, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to pounce on its prey. You bastard, cowardly rat. Damn it. Dan could feel his semi-immortal blood nearly depleted, side effects already showing. His strength and aura were visibly weakening. His mind clouded with anger, striking randomly on the stage. How can you hit me with such disorganized fighting? Foolish thoughts indeed. Jonathan casually evaded. Given Dan's current state, hitting him was impossible. No. A cry of agony echoed as Dan's size continually shrank, returning to and even surpassing his original form, appearing more emaciated. His cheeks and arms looked shriveled, signs of severe energy depletion. With your current state, you cannot defeat me. Jonathan advanced and slashed, severing Dan's right hand, causing a spray of blood. Jonathan, you are so ruthless. You bastard. The audience of Tiangang's Sacred Land disciples were furious. It was evident that Dan had lost, yet Jonathan still cut off his hand, an extremely vicious act. It's just a hand. As per our bet, disable your cultivation, Jonathan said coolly as he looked at the fallen Dan. Upon hearing this, Dan felt as if struck by lightning. If he really lost his cultivation, his future would be pitiful. Once, he was the top disciple of Tiangang's Sacred Land, the leader among Tiangong's 3 heroes. But if his cultivation was ruined, no one would care about a cripple anymore. What? Reluctant? You proposed this wager yourself? Jonathan mocked him. Jonathan, don't be too harsh. As they say, always leave room for others. Will you really take things to extremes? Tiangang's Sacred Land disciples spoke up. Seeing their own about to be crippled, they couldn't just watch passively. You guys are laughable. Dan proposed this bet. Willing to bet means willing to accept the loss. If I, Jonathan, lost today, I would have disabled my cultivation without hesitation, unlike Dan, who is so afraid of death. Jonathan cast a disdainful glance at the Tiangang's Sacred Land disciples. In his eyes, these people were truly ridiculous. If he had lost, they would probably gloat and clamor for him to be crippled. Do you guys from Tiangang's Sacred Land not know shame? Bet and accept the loss. Dan should disable his cultivation. Exactly, can't Tiangang's Sacred Land take a loss? Xuanhuan's Sacred Land disciples also spoke up in support of Jonathan. Tiangang's Sacred Land is indeed laughable. Do such people deserve to be called top disciples? I see Tiangang's Sacred Land isn't much. Any waste can become a top disciple. Crowd members, all influential figures, fueled the fire for amusement. These remarks left the Tiangang's Sacred Land disciples speechless. Dan did lose, but besides protesting, what else could they do? Supporting Dan's self-disabling seemed unreasonable. Their own sect wouldn't approve either. If you won't do it, let me help you fulfill the wager. Jonathan approached Dan. Jonathan, dare you? You're bold. Tiangang's Sacred Land disciples were enraged. Letting Jonathan cripple Dan would humiliate them. Ainsworth, please say something. Please, Ainsworth, save senior brother Lee. One disciple shouted towards Jack. Jack was infuriated by Dan's loss, originally reluctant to intervene. With his disciples urging him, he couldn't stay silent. As the elder of Tiangang's Sacred Land, if he didn't step in when they were bullied, it would be unacceptable. Jack thought this could be an opportunity. Under the pretense of protecting Dan, he could approach Jonathan, deliver a decisive blow, and claim it as an accident. If he got close to the stage, Xuanhuan's Sacred Land's 3 semi-immortals wouldn't have enough time to stop him. By then, Jonathan would be dead. The Xuanhuan trio wouldn't dare retaliate over a corpse. Would they really oppose Tiangang's Sacred Land over a dead man? Deciding this, Jack stood up, ready to reach the stage. Today, no one will stop me. Jonathan advanced, striking towards Dan's forehead. Brat, dare you? Jack roared, rushing downwards. Chapter 283. Who was being beaten? Jediah was too far from the arena. Jonathan's palm had already landed, striking heavily on Dan's crown. A brutal surge of spirit energy flooded into Dan's body, destroying his dantian and spiritual meridians completely. No, my spirit energy, my cultivation. Dan felt his spirit energy rapidly depleting. In excruciating pain, he realized his dantian and meridians were destroyed. Within less than an hour, all his spirit energy would be gone. Jonathan, you bastard. The hell, I'll kill you. Several disciples from the Azure Sky Holy Land rushed onto the platform to attack Jonathan. Meanwhile, Jediah, up high, dashed towards Jonathan, clearly intending to take advantage and attack him. Brother Gene, what are you doing? Irvin and two others blocked Jediah's path. The moment Jonathan won, they kept their eyes on Jediah, ready to intercept him. Jonathan crippled one of our Azure Sky Holy Land disciples. Aren't I allowed to punish him? Jediah's expression turned cold as he spoke icily. This match's wager was proposed by your Azure Sky Holy Lands Dan. Now that Dan has lost, isn't it natural for his cultivation to be crippled? Irvin spoke first. Humph, it was just a playful fight between two disciples, not to be taken seriously. Jediah sneered, trying to talk his way out. If it were our Yellow Emperor Holy Lands Jonathan who lost, would you feel the same, Taoist friend? Layla Ancestor murmured softly. I want to see how you handle this today. Jediah raised his hand, and an overwhelming surge of spirit energy emerged, preparing to fight three at once. Take it outside if you want to fight. Irvin ignored Layla and Ivis' attempts to stop him and engaged in combat. Once the fight started, Layla and Ivis exchanged helpless glances and joined the fray. The battle between quasi-immortal level experts unleashed such chaotic spirit energy that spectators scattered. On the platform, several Azure Sky Holy Land disciples drew their magical treasures and attacked Jonathan. The referee saw everything but did nothing to stop them, instead watching passively. The Azure Sky Holy Land disciples attacked en masse with various treasures and spells flying towards Jonathan. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. Jonathan couldn't help cursing. These Azure Sky Holy Land fellows were incredibly brazen, despite Dan setting the bet and losing. Facing such a large group, Jonathan couldn't fight head-on and chose to retreat rapidly. Senior Brother Sue, don't panic, we'll assist you. The Azure Sky Holy Land acts so shamelessly, let's get them together. Seeing this, Yellow Emperor Holy Land members rushed over to aid Jonathan. Though Azure Sky Holy Land was stronger overall, without its 3 heroes and half its top 10 fighters, the gap wasn't as significant. This led to some Azure Sky and Yellow Emperor Holy Land disciples clashing while others continued chasing Jonathan. Jonathan darted past several arenas, attracting many spectators. What's going on here? Why are these Azure Sky Holy Land people chasing someone? That guy seems to be from the Yellow Emperor Holy Land. I heard an Azure Sky Holy Land disciple lost and got furious. That's just being a sore loser, really shameless. Spectators gossiped, condemning the Azure Sky Holy Land's behavior. Don't run. One leading Azure Sky disciple hurled a treasure tower which expanded midair, enveloping Jonathan inside. Haha, caught him. This time, let's see how he escapes. Azure Sky disciples rejoiced. Quickly get inside. We'll teach him a lesson. He must be exhausted after continuous battles. A few disciples eagerly rubbed their hands. My tower can hold only 8. Too many, and it will collapse. I'll send 7 of you inside. The disciple using the tower waved, sending them inside. They'll beat him down soon. Then we swarm him. Even if we don't kill him, we cripple him. He cannot be left alive. The Azure Sky disciples secretly plotted. With Jonathan's talent, he posed a future threat. As part of Azure Sky Holy Land, they couldn't allow it. Together, they could overpower him even if they killed him. If Yellow Emperor Holy Land retaliated, it would lead to a full-scale war. What could a last-place Yellow Emperor Holy Land do against Azure Sky Holy Land? They'd have to endure quietly. Ah! Shrieks echoed from the tower. Haha, look at Jonathan getting beaten. That's truly pitiful to behold. This edit ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The phrase Tanburandu is translated to truly pitiful to behold to maintain the tone and context. No matter how strong he is, outnumbered, he meets this fate. Those Yellow Emperor Holy Land trash are pathetic. Just a few can keep them at bay, watching Jonathan die. Azure Sky disciples gloated. But then, more cries came. Why aren't the cries from one person? They can't handle Jonathan? Azure Sky disciples looked alarmed. Release them. Hurry. All right, releasing them now. The disciple lifted his hand, releasing the 7. Ah, I give up. Don't hit me anymore. Ah, he's like a monster. 5 lay on the ground wailing. The remaining 2, bruised, begged for mercy. Seeing this, Azure Sky disciple sighed inwardly. 7 men beaten this badly, utterly humiliating. You're useless. So many, yet beaten by Jonathan. You're all rubbish. Some disciples berated them. Humph, though we're battered, Jonathan isn't faring better. A few more will finish him. Chapter 284, The 3 Great Sanctuaries. Go ahead, send a few more people in, and we'll definitely take down Jonathan. One of the beaten disciples bluffed, even though they had only been on the receiving end of Jonathan's beating. To save face, he lied. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in Tiansong Sanctuary anymore. Actually, another disciple who had been beaten tried to speak the truth but was fiercely glared at by his fellow victims. His words died in his throat. All right, let's send more people to take down Jonathan. This time, we'll finish him off for sure. The group from Xuanhuan Sanctuary thought that with such numbers, Jonathan must have suffered quite a bit. They believed sending more people would finally subdue him. A shimmer of spiritual light enveloped the pagoda, and 7 more individuals entered. The Tiansong disciples waited outside, hoping for good news. Soon after, cries of agony echoed from inside the pagoda. The pagoda shimmered again, revealing 7 more bruised and battered figures emerging, wailing on the ground. Still can't beat him? Let's just release him and mob him. Right? Surround him as soon as he comes out. We won't give him a chance to escape. Prepared for action, the Tiansong disciples watched as Jonathan reappeared from the pagoda's glowing light. Go. Finish him off. Make sure he doesn't survive. All the Tiansong disciples attacked simultaneously. Jonathan, seeing the onslaught, was taken aback. He hurriedly used the residual cloud body technique, instantly creating multiple illusions. These illusions surged toward the Tiansong disciples from all directions. The Tiansong disciples were shocked. They knew it was an illusion, but among so many figures, one had to be the real Jonathan. Meeting him head-on could be disastrous. Facing numerous illusions, their attacks became scattered, giving Jonathan some breathing room. Boom. Jonathan landed a heavy punch, sending a Tiansong disciple flying. Several others nearby fell victim to his relentless strikes, flying off in various directions. He's here, everyone attack. Don't let him run away. The Tiansong disciples quickly surrounded Jonathan's true form. Damn, there are too many of them. Jonathan had just thrown over a dozen people aside, but compared to the total number of Tiansong disciples, it was insignificant. Back off. Jonathan roared, sending several blocking disciples flying, allowing him to flee once more. Damn you. Don't think you can escape. We will kill you. The Tiansong disciples resumed their chase. Are you trying to do what here at the competition site? An elder suddenly appeared before the Tiansong disciples. Anthony of Xuanhuan Sanctuary, a semi-immortal powerhouse. The Tiansong disciples groaned inwardly. The voice contained a power that assaulted their spirits, making them suffer greatly. Even this minor damage to their spirits required at least a month of recovery. Faced with a semi-immortal, the Tiansong disciples reluctantly lowered their heads, no longer daring to speak. Greetings, Elder Anthony. Thank you for your assistance. Jonathan sighed in relief and thanked Anthony. Nothing to worry about. I couldn't just watch these scoundrels bully our Xuanhuan Sanctuary disciples. Anthony sneered at the Tiansong disciples. Even if insulted, the Tiansong disciples dared not respond, keeping their heads down. Standing before them was a semi-immortal powerhouse who could easily kill anyone who displeased him. In this tournament, killing was technically against the rules, but those rules applied mainly to the disciples of the great sanctuaries. With a semi-immortal around, anything could happen. In Wu Dao City, as long as there were no true immortals, semi-immortals were the apex fighters, each wielding supreme authority. The Tiansong disciples were enraged but powerless due to the presence of 3 semi-immortal elders from Xuanhuan Sanctuary. If not for them, Jin Laozu would not be stretched thin, preventing them from being in this predicament. Jonathan also felt fortunate. Originally sent to protect the disciples during the assassination attempt, Xuanhuan Sanctuary increased their escort from 1 elder to 3. This turned the tide in his favor. Henry, despite being relatively powerful among semi-immortals, would have stopped any single Xuanhuan elder, making it impossible for Jonathan to handle the Tiansong crowd alone. It's said that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. Tiansong had brought hundreds of people, outnumbering Xuanhuan. Just part of them could block Xuanhuan while the rest overwhelmed Jonathan. With the involvement of semi-immortal elders, the conflict ended. Despite Henry's desire to confront Jonathan, the presence of 3 semi-immortals forced him to hold back. Order was restored, and Jonathan relaxed. He went to the Zijuanliangdi arena to watch the matches. Ethel was already defeating her 6th opponent from Zijuanliangdi, having injured 5 previously. Wow, this woman is ruthless. Hearing this, Jonathan chuckled. Without his involvement, Zijuanliangdi was already suffering heavily, which was a favorable outcome. If this continued, Zijuanliangdi might end up last, meaning Xuanhuan wouldn't be dead last anymore. In recent competitions, Xuanhuan had consistently been the worst. With Zijuanliangdi taking the bottom spot, Xuanhuan could break this record. Feeling pleased, Jonathan strolled around. Seeing Tiansong and Zijuanliangdi cowering upon spotting him, he found it amusing. Oh right, let's check out the strongest 3 sanctuaries matches. Jonathan had long wanted to witness the strength of the top 3 sanctuaries. His goal was to lead Xuanhuan into the top 3. Compared to other sanctuaries, the top 3 were overwhelmingly powerful, always claiming the first 3 places in previous tournaments. Chapter 285, Tianheng Holy Land. Now he stood before the arena of Tianheng Holy Land, which ranked 3rd among all the Holy Lands. 2 individuals were engaged in an intense battle on the platform. Both warriors possessed the cultivation level of martial saints, and neither had gained a decisive advantage over the other. Jonathan originally thought these were top disciples from the top 3 Holy Lands. After making some inquiries, however, he learned that the 2 competitors hailed from Tai Holy Land and the 3rd-ranked Tianheng Holy Land. Shockingly, they merely ranked 7th and 8th in their respective Holy Lands. This meant that at least 7 or 8 of the top 10 disciples in each of these 2 Holy Lands were martial saint-level powerhouses. From this alone, Jonathan could see the immense strength of the top 3 Holy Lands, who occupied the best resources across the entire Eastern Wasteland continent, allowing their disciples to become increasingly formidable. If nothing unexpected happened, the strong would only grow stronger, and it was no wonder that other Holy Lands looked down upon Xuanhuan Holy Land. It was too weak, with its new generation far inferior to others. Without fresh powerful reinforcements, Xuanhuan Holy Land risked falling out of the top 9 Holy Lands. But now, everything is different. Jonathan's expression flickered. With his full-level enlightenment system, he believed he could catch up to those powerful Holy Lands and even surpass them one by one. The match on the stage dragged on, and eventually, Tianheng Holy Land's disciple fell short, ultimately losing. Looking at the Tianheng Holy Land's arena, Jonathan declared, Xuanhuan Holy Lands, Jonathan challenges Tianheng Holy Land. Xuanhuan Holy Land? What a joke. When did Xuanhuan Holy Land dare challenge the top 3 Holy Lands? Who is this guy? He must be crazy. Those watching from below couldn't believe what they heard. Historically, only the top 3 Holy Lands challenged other Holy Lands for scores. Never had another Holy Land dared to challenge the top 3. I've heard of this kid before. He defeated the 3 heroes of Tiansong Holy Land and has considerable strength, someone who had watched Jonathan's previous matches remarked. Just defeating Tiansong Holy Land means nothing. Does this guy really think he can challenge the top 3 Holy Lands? Even the 3rd-ranked Tianheng Holy Land isn't something he can provoke. This kid must be tired of living. It's truly foolish to provoke Tianheng Holy Land. Xuanhuan Holy Land will suffer because of him. Despite learning that Jonathan had beaten the 3 heroes of Tiansong Holy Land, many still dismissed him as the 3 heroes came from the 5th-ranked Tiansong Holy Land, which couldn't compare to Tianheng Holy Land. Where did this wild kid come from, defying death? Sinclair, go deal with him. The speaker was a pale-faced man with a raspy voice, cloaked in black. Despite his bizarre appearance, none of the Tianheng Holy Land disciples dared disobey him. Sure thing, Brother Giroux. I'll handle him right away. Sinclair complied, leaping onto the stage. You, a trash from Xuanguang Holy Land, don't you know your place? You should be fighting other trash instead of running to our Tianheng Holy Land's arena. Are you tired of living? Upon seeing that Jonathan was merely at the Martial King realm, Sinclair sneered. Though ranked 10th in Tianheng Holy Land, he was still a mighty martial saint, and engaging a martial king seemed shameful. Who said Xuanguang Holy Land can't challenge Tianheng Holy Land? Or are you afraid of me? Jonathan frowned, expecting more decorum from these powerful Holy Lands, but finding them much like those from Tiansong Holy Land. A sharp-tongued kid indeed. Wait until I beat you half to death and see if you still talk so big, Sinclair snarled, furious at Jonathan's audacity. We'll see if you have the ability. With no further words, Sinclair drew his sword and attacked. Jonathan unsheathed the golden turtle sword and met the assault head-on. What kind of sword is this? Shocked by the golden turtle sword's might, Sinclair realized his own blade was vastly inferior. That guy's using a semi-divine weapon. Using a semi-divine weapon in the match is shameless. Those knowledgeable in the crowd recognized Jonathan's weapon immediately. Many Tianheng disciples were displeased, believing Jonathan only dared defy them because of the semi-divine weapon. Sinclair heard the comments and sneered, no wonder you're so cocky. You're relying on a semi-divine weapon. But how can you wield its true power at your mere martial king level? You're just like a baby holding a sharp knife. Having a good weapon while being a waste yourself is truly pitiful. Dodging Jonathan's attacks while looking for openings, Sinclair remained unperturbed despite knowing Jonathan used a semi-divine weapon. Indeed, the top 3 Holy Lands are tough opponents. Jonathan sensed that although Sinclair was comparable to the 3 heroes of Tiansong in strength, he exuded extreme confidence, remaining calm even against a semi-divine weapon, truly unlike other Holy Lands. Let's see you dodge this. Seizing an opportunity, Sinclair stabbed toward Jonathan's vital spot. You've fallen for my trap. Jonathan dodged in an almost unbelievable manner, knocking Sinclair's sword away and slicing open his chest with a fearsome gash. Hiss! Wincing and retreating, Sinclair shouted angrily, damn you, you lowly bastard. Losing and blaming it on excuses. This is the disciple of Tianheng Holy Land? Jonathan wasn't bothered, exploiting Sinclair's rashness to his advantage. Don't think only you have a powerful weapon, others don't. Sinclair pulled out a small bell, shaking it in his hand. What's that thing? Seeing the unknown treasure for the first time, Jonathan became cautious, unsure of Sinclair's intentions. Chapter 286, An Unexpected Method. Ding ding ding. The sound of the bell reverberated sharply in Jonathan's mind, causing him immense pain. Is this a soul attack? Jonathan was taken aback. Soul-attacking artifacts were rare. He quickly steadied his thoughts and used his own soul power to resist the sound. I must interrupt this boy. Otherwise, this soul attack is too dangerous. Jonathan made up his mind and flicked his wrist, sending a stream of dark light straight towards Sinclair. This dark light came from the alchemy furnace, Black Abyss, which he had retrieved from Dev before coming to the Tianheng Holy Land arena. Faced with the incoming dark light, Sinclair, having witnessed Jonathan's prowess, did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged. However, the dark light relentlessly pursued him, denying him any chance to continue ringing the bell. What is this? It looks like an alchemy furnace, but how can it be black like this? Sinclair examined the dark light closely, feeling confused. To him, it looked like an alchemy furnace, but who would use one as a weapon? Realizing that dodging wouldn't solve the problem, he knew he had to bring the thing down from the air. With that thought, Sinclair pulled out several small swords. These swords flew into the air, heading straight for the dark light. Clang clang clang. Upon contact, a metallic clashing sound echoed. Each small sword was deflected away. Sinclair was shocked. His swords were made of special material, capable of tearing through ordinary defensive artifacts like paper. Yet, the opponent's artifact not only deflected all the swords, but also maintained its speed. Having no choice, Sinclair retrieved another defensive artifact, but it was smashed to pieces in the next moment. Unable to dodge in time, he was hit by the dark light. Sinclair spat blood. His chest caved in, looking pitiful. It's actually an alchemy furnace. Only now did Sinclair see the true face of the dark light. An alchemy furnace. You lose. Jonathan retracted Black Abyss and stepped forward, saying coolly, I lost to someone from the Xianhuan Holy Land. Sinclair was unwilling. He couldn't accept losing to someone from the last-ranked Xianhuan Holy Land instead of one of the top 3. This would be a lifetime disgrace. I concede. Despite his reluctance, Sinclair had no choice but to admit defeat. He knew he could not continue fighting in his current state without making things worse. I didn't expect Sinclair to lose. That guy only won because of his artifacts. Whether it was the demi-immortal sword or the alchemy furnace, they aren't ordinary. Without them, Sinclair might not have lost. Many disciples of Tianheng Holy Land remained unsatisfied, seeing Jonathan's victory as a fluke. Without powerful artifacts, they believed he was nothing. I'll challenge him. The 9th-ranked disciple of Tianheng Holy Land wanted to step in. Let me handle it. If we want to reclaim our honor, we need decisive action. The 3rd-ranked disciple emerged from the crowd with a determined look. Senior Brother Chu, why should you deal with such a minor character? Yeah, just send anyone else. We can take care of that guy from Xuanhuan Holy Land easily. The other Tianheng disciples were puzzled, while the competitors assured that anyone could defeat Jonathan without Ulrich's intervention. Alright, let junior brother Chu handle it. That boy showed no fear even on Tianheng Holy Land's territory. He must have some skills. If others go, losing to him would be a disgrace for Tianheng Holy Land. A disciple called senior brother Giroux spoke up. No one dared to object after his words. I will challenge him. Ulrich stepped onto the platform and said to Jonathan, Brother Su, do you dare fight again? Why not? Jonathan replied calmly. Very well. Ulrich nodded and then said solemnly, Brother Su, watch my moves. Jonathan stood unmoved, ready to receive the attack. With restrictions in place, Ulrich leaped into the air and swung his sword, instantly unleashing thousands of sword beams that rained down. Jonathan parried each beam, but Ulrich redirected the scattered beams toward Jonathan. How is he controlling those released sword beams? Heavens, thousands of sword beams attacking at once. Who can defend against that? Jonathan is going to end up covered in blood. He asked for it. A mere Xuanhuan Holy Land disciple challenging Tianheng Holy Land. A pity. Jonathan is quite strong, even defeating Sinclair. I thought he might be their best. Who knew he'd die here? Spectators murmured, thinking Jonathan would either die or be crippled. But then, Jonathan pulled out the alchemy furnace again, opened it, jumped inside, and closed the lid. Clang clang clang. Thousands of sword beams struck the furnace, leaving no mark. Is this even possible? This isn't just an alchemy furnace. It's a top-tier defensive artifact. Not just defensive, it was used as a weapon earlier. This is a world-class artifact for both offense and defense. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jonathan used the alchemy furnace to withstand the unpredictable sword beams. Even Ulrich was stunned. His technique had defeated countless opponents, but he had never seen anyone block his sword beams like this. Senior brother Chu's 1,000 sword formation blocked? What a bizarre move. Totally unexpected. Holy cow, this style is unpredictable. The Tianheng disciples were equally baffled. They thought Ulrich's famous move had sealed his victory. Chapter 287. The Debate of Swordsmanship. Who would have thought at this moment that Jonathan would resolve the crisis in such an unexpected manner? Now, Jonathan also felt the sword chi had dissipated and crawled out from the alchemy furnace. This method wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea but something he had studied beforehand and found to be a good solution, never expecting it to come in handy so soon. The crowd's chatter hadn't ceased. However, Jonathan ignored it all. A cat is a good cat as long as it catches mice, be it black or white. Likewise, no matter how peculiar the method was, as long as it worked, that was all that mattered. In fact, even without the alchemy furnace, Jonathan could have blocked the attack. However, with his injuries still unhealed, it wasn't wise to endure it head-on. He must preserve himself for the days ahead since this was only the first day of the competition. He needed to secure a good result for both the Xuanhuan Sacred Land and himself. Worsening his injuries now would be too costly. Su Daoist has truly unique combat techniques. Seeing Jonathan emerge from the alchemy furnace, Ulrich held back his surprise for a while before speaking. As long as it works, how the move looks doesn't matter, Jonathan shrugged. Ulrich nodded thoughtfully. Su Daoist makes a valid point. However, merely using such a method will not defeat me. I didn't expect it to be so easy to win against you either, Jonathan said indifferently. The man spoke politely, so Jonathan took the effort to respond further. Among these powerful sacred lands, he often encountered those who were arrogant and condescending. Thus, Ulrich, who spoke courteously, seemed like a rare gem. Now watch my next move. How will you counter this time? Ulrich raised his hand and slashed again. This time, ice condensed on the blade tip, lowering the temperature on the platform by several degrees, creating a chilling sensation. Sword chi encased in ice raced toward Jonathan. Jonathan immediately saw through Ulrich's plan. If he hid in the furnace again, the ice sword chi would freeze it solid, trapping him inside. Moreover, Ulrich's reluctance to engage in close combat suggested a fear of the golden turtle sword in Jonathan's hands. Jonathan swung a few sword chi, colliding with the incoming icy sword chi, neutralizing them. Didn't think this guy can swing out sword chi, muttered one spectator. Weren't they saying Xuanhuan Sacred Land cultivators are all body-strengthening practitioners, more brawn than brain? How did this guy achieve some level of mastery in swordsmanship? The crowd was astounded. To wield sword chi might only be considered an entry-level achievement in swordsmanship, yet it was already beyond most people. For a body-strengthening practitioner to wield sword chi was already unbelievable. What was even more incredible was that this sword chi could actually block Ulrich's attack, leaving everyone flabbergasted. To think Su Daoist has such high attainments in swordsmanship, Ulrich exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed toward Jonathan. Jonathan understood that Ulrich was a formidable swordsman. Seeing him charge forward, Jonathan did not dare to underestimate him. Ulrich subtly cast a minor spell to shield sounds, ensuring no noise escaped their immediate vicinity. Only Jonathan and Ulrich could hear each other. Furthermore, the frosty aura surrounding Ulrich made it difficult for others to see the details of the battle clearly. Upon approaching Jonathan, Ulrich suddenly asked, "Could Jonathan switch swords for a different match with me?" "What do you mean?" Jonathan's expression turned cold. Initially, he had thought Ulrich was a rare, well-mannered cultivator, but now he suspected otherwise. On this platform, his golden turtle sword gave him a significant advantage, which he was unwilling to give up. Su brother may have misunderstood me. I simply wish to practice swordsmanship thoroughly with you. My sword Feishue was gifted by my master when I ascended to Ajay. It has accompanied me for many years, becoming one with me. I cannot bear to see it damaged by your half-immortal weapon. If Jonathan is willing to compete in swordsmanship, whether Jonathan or I win, I will admit defeat. Seeing Jonathan misinterpret his intent, Ulrich hastily explained. How do I know you're telling the truth? Jonathan frowned. He knew Ulrich was a true sword enthusiast, but who could guarantee he wasn't being deceived? Please catch this. Ulrich discreetly tossed an item to Jonathan. Cautiously accepting it, Jonathan identified it as a voice stone. I have recorded our conversation on this stone. If I go back on my word, you can use this as evidence, ensuring my reputation will be ruined, Ulrich added. Jonathan infused a trace of spiritual energy into the stone and indeed heard their previous dialogue. Fine, I'll trust you this time. Nodding, Jonathan withdrew the golden turtle sword and randomly selected another longsword from his storage ring. Thank you, Su Daoist. Ulrich's eyes lit up. Practicing swordsmanship since childhood, whenever he met someone skilled in swords, he would challenge them. Now, meeting Jonathan was no exception. The two engaged in fierce combat, enveloped in a heavy frosty mist created by Ulrich's sword movements, obscuring everything from view below the platform. This is boring. We can't even see what's happening on the platform. Ulrich must be driving Jonathan back relentlessly. Most likely, it won't take long for Jonathan to lose. Many spectators believe Jonathan wouldn't last long. I disagree. Brother Su has never lost in this competition. Ulrich isn't necessarily a match for him. A disciple of the Xuanhuan sacred land disagreed. Xuanhuan scum, scram. Do you think you trash can challenge the Tianheng sacred land? Pathetic. Some truth in that. Know your place, others jeered. Dismissing the Xuanhuan sacred land, many spectators mocked the disciples openly. Wait and see, Brother Su will win, insisted the criticized disciple, steadfast in his belief in Jonathan's victory. Hashtag chapter 288. Where did he go? Everything inside the frosty mist was invisible to the outside world, and only the sounds of clashing swords could be heard. From these sounds alone, one could sense the intense nature of the battle. Senior Brother Su, you must win. The hearts of the Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples in the audience were on edge. Now that Jonathan had challenged Tianheng Holy Land, he had already offended them. If Jonathan were to lose, then Tianheng Holy Land would surely retaliate against Xuanhuan Holy Land. Without Jonathan's formidable combat strength, even the 10th-ranked disciple of Tianheng Holy Land would be enough to crush Xuanhuan Holy Land. At that point, Xuanhuan Holy Land's fate would be no better than that of Zhaijunliang. The fools from Xuanhuan Holy Land have no idea how powerful Senior Brother Chu is. To think that a mere martial king realm cultivator could win against him, it's simply delusional. I've heard that Senior Brother Chu once injured a martial deity level powerhouse. Not just rumors, this is fact. When Senior Brother Chu led a team on a mission, I was among them. That martial deity level cultivator was a solitary practitioner who tried to seize our treasure by force, but Senior Brother Chu repelled him with brute strength. Compared to the anxiety of the Xuanhuan Holy Land group, the disciples of Tianheng Holy Land were brimming with confidence. In their eyes, Ulrich absolutely would not lose to Jonathan. Within the frosty mist, friend Daoist Su, it seems I have lost, Ulrich said with a wry smile. A sword was pressing against his throat. As the frosty mist gradually dissipated, the scene on the stage was revealed. How is this possible? Senior Brother Chu actually lost. Could that kid really be better than Senior Brother Chu at swordsmanship? He's a body cultivation practitioner. When did they start using swords? The Tianheng Holy Land disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they saw. They never imagined Ulrich would lose, especially while both were using swords. That kid clearly won because of that half-immortal weapon. Someone looked displeased, thinking Jonathan had relied on a demi-immortal weapon to win. Are you blind? Our Senior Brother Su used an 11th grade treasure sword, not a half-immortal weapon. An observant disciple from Xuanhuan Holy Land retorted coldly. The Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples had seen Jonathan use the Jinfo sword multiple times. They knew it wasn't a half-immortal weapon. It really isn't. No way, then how did he win? The Tianheng Holy Land disciples finally noticed that Jonathan hadn't used a half-immortal weapon. Their faces turned grim. If Jonathan didn't use a half-immortal weapon, they couldn't find another reason for his victory. It was my loss. Ulrich bowed and walked off the stage. Senior Brother Chu, why did you lose? That guy must have used some dirty tricks. Yes, Senior Brother Chu, tell us what happened. Seeing Ulrich walk off the stage, the Tianheng Holy Land disciples immediately surrounded him, asking how he had lost. Ulrich shook his head solemnly. Jonathan did not use any despicable means. I simply lacked the skill. I didn't expect even you to lose. Paul Rong, the black-robed figure known as Senior Brother Giroux, looked pensive and said gravely, I'm truly ashamed, disappointing Senior Brother Rupert. Ulrich gave the black-robed man a bitter smile before walking into the crowd. I'll handle him next. Let's see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. Paul Rong, now identified as Rupert, looked at the stage with a dark expression. Why bother, Senior Brother Giroux? I'll take care of him. This speaker was Ronnie, the second-ranked disciple of Tianheng Holy Land. Even after Ulrich's defeat, he remained confident, a trait typical of top students from powerful Holy Lands. What, don't you understand me? Rupert glanced at him coolly. Just this glance made Ronnie feel a chill down his spine. Hastily, he replied, since Senior Brother Giroux is going to act, I dare not argue. Rupert stepped onto the stage. Another one? Jonathan inspected Rupert and found him peculiar. He wore a black robe as if hiding from sight, and his skin was extremely pale and gaunt. Senior Brother Su, be careful. This guy is the top disciple of Tianheng Holy Land named Rupert, reportedly extremely powerful, Dev quickly informed Jonathan. He's the top disciple of Tianheng Holy Land? Jonathan's expression grew serious. As the top disciple of Tianheng Holy Land, he couldn't underestimate this opponent. Tianheng Holy Land Rupert, will you face me in battle? Rupert looked at Jonathan and asked indifferently. Why not? We are both from Holy Lands. You're the best of Tianheng. I'm the best of Xuanhuan. What's there to fear? Jonathan sneered, unapologetically blunt. Very well, arrogant boy. Let's see if you can remain so arrogant after this. Rupert flicked his hand, sending a cloud of powder into the air. Jonathan immediately became wary. Although he didn't know what Rupert was doing, it clearly had a purpose. The powder spread out, enveloping the stage in a rosy hue. In the next moment, Rupert vanished from sight. Vanished? Where did he go? Jonathan searched around but couldn't find Rupert, causing his heart to race. Where did he go? What's happening here? The crowd was equally surprised, seeing this for the first time. Jonathan, don't panic. He's merely using an illusion. Pay attention to the flow of spiritual energy. This trick shouldn't fool you. A hoarse voice echoed in Jonathan's mind. Recognizing it as Ailbe's voice, Jonathan calmed down. His eyes took on an eerie blue hue, revealing waves of spiritual energy fluctuations around him. Some strong, some weak, each carrying different colors representing various attributes. These spiritual energies came from the crowd below, while a thick wave of spiritual energy on the stage was rapidly approaching him. I see it. I see everything. Jonathan drew the Jinfo sword and slashed forward. To his side, Rupert's silhouette appeared faintly, a smug smile on his face. But Jonathan abruptly turned his sword and struck sideways. Holding a dagger, Rupert aimed to stab Jonathan but was caught off guard. Though he dodged hastily, he was still too slow, leaving a bloody gash on his chest. Hashtag chapter 289. No more pretense, time to reveal all. How could you possibly find me? It must be a coincidence. Gavin fully revealed his form, looking utterly incredulous. The next moment, Muru's figure vanished again from the platform. Jonathan raised his hand, and Black Abyss transformed into a jet of black light, streaking toward the direction he pointed. Although nothing could be seen on the platform, Black Abyss was dashing around as if it were relentlessly pursuing its target. Could it be that he can see senior brother Muru? This move is unique to the Muru family. Even a war god level expert would find it hard to detect him. How did this guy see through it? The crowd of Tianheng Holy Land disciples was stunned, unable to believe that Jonathan could actually detect Gavin. What none of them knew was that, in Jonathan's eyes, Gavin's spiritual energy was crystal clear. This was thanks to the clear spirit elixir he obtained from the Darnell family treasure vault. Using this elixir to cleanse his eyes had long allowed him to see through various illusions. While Gavin's move was powerful, it couldn't escape his vision. After being pursued for some time, Gavin finally reappeared, his expression extremely grim. The continuous pursuit by the alchemy furnace had already confirmed to him that Jonathan could indeed detect him, so there was no point in remaining invisible. I originally intended to toy with him using invisibility techniques, but now I have no choice but to kill him outright. Gavin flashed forward, rushing directly at Jonathan. Logically, a mage-type cultivator facing a body-forged type should try to keep distance. However, Gavin clearly didn't follow this logic. As he approached Jonathan, two identical figures suddenly appeared beside Gavin. Jonathan initially thought they were mere illusions, but when he used his Dharma eye, he found that both figures possessed considerable spiritual energy, clearly more than simple illusions. These three figures wielded different weapons, attacking Jonathan from three different directions. Suddenly, Jonathan felt immense pressure. He lifted a hand to deflect one attacker with the alchemy furnace and swung the golden AO sword to block another. The last attacker aimed a stab at Jonathan's neck. Not good. Jonathan abruptly retreated, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Fighting three opponents at once put immense pressure on Jonathan, almost more than he could handle. Haha, this is one of the strongest secret techniques of our Tianheng Holy Land, enabling one to transform into three distinct beings. It's a secret technique not taught outside the sect, and only senior brother Muru has mastered it among this generation. With senior brother Muru using this secret technique, Jonathan's defeat is certain. There's no suspense left in this battle. The Tianheng Holy Land disciples were convinced that Jonathan was bound to lose. So this is the top disciple of Tianheng Holy Land. I didn't expect him to be so strong. 3 War Saints combat power? That's terrifying. The Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples lost confidence. After all, 3 War Saint level powers were formidable enough that few peers could defeat him, let alone a mere martial king like Jonathan. If Brother Su is overmatched, we should suggest he surrender. If he gets too seriously injured, the following matches will be difficult. One of the Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples proposed. Agreed. We should give Brother Su a way out. Another concurred. With their minds set, they planned to urge Jonathan to surrender once he appeared to be losing. On the platform, Jonathan fended off Gavin's attacks, sighing inwardly. It seemed impossible to preserve his strength any longer. In the previous battles, to avoid aggravating his yet-to-heal injuries, Jonathan had only used half of his strength and rarely employed the 9-change divine magic body. He couldn't afford to hold back anymore. Without his full strength, defeating Gavin would be difficult. Boy, do you now understand the gap between us? A trash from Xuanhuan Holy Land dares to court death. Today, I'll cripple you. All 3 Gavins spoke in unison, creating a bizarre scene. Is that so? Then I'll use my full power. Be prepared. Jonathan smiled calmly. You're still trying to bluff. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. Gavin sneered, clearly disbelieving. Just watch carefully. As soon as Jonathan finished speaking, his spiritual energy surged, doubling in intensity. Not only that, the divine magic power emanated from Jonathan, making the spectators feel an overwhelming aura. Bang! Jonathan's fist struck like a cannonball, sending one of Gavin's clones flying into the air before dissipating. Such incredible speed. Gavin was terrified. He hadn't even reacted to that punch. The next one. Jonathan vanished from his spot, appearing behind another clone and delivering another punch. Within moments, both of Gavin's clones were eliminated. They're all gone? The spectators were incredulous. Those clones possessed War Saint level strength and were obliterated with a single punch each. Has Jonathan been hiding his true strength all along? It turned out to be true. No matter how reluctant the crowd was to believe it, they had to accept that Jonathan had been playing it safe. A mere martial king. How could this be possible? Gavin was stunned, knowing well the strength of his clones, which possessed 70% of his own power. If they could be instantly killed, what chance did he have? Now, it's your turn. Jonathan closed in on Gavin, delivering another powerful punch. Gavin couldn't dodge and was knocked off the platform. The spectators watched in disbelief. The mightiest disciple of the once-renowned Tianheng Holy Land had fallen so ignobly. Is the world truly changing? Is the Xuanhuan Holy Land rising? We won, Brother Su won. Tianheng Holy Land has been beaten. Ha ha ha, just look at those Tianning Holy Land fellows now. The Xuanhuan Holy Land disciples celebrated joyfully. No one could overlook the Xuanhuan Holy Land anymore, especially after defeating Tianning Holy Land. Amidst the jubilation, the Tianheng Holy Land crowd fell silent. Despite their pride, they couldn't utter a word. With their strongest disciple defeated, how could anyone else argue? From today on, Tianheng Holy Land might become a laughingstock among the 9 holy lands, and its disciples would struggle to hold their heads high. At least now, even if we lose, we can explain it better. Suddenly, it doesn't seem so shameful to lose. This chapter captures the dramatic turn of events in the competition between Jonathan and Gavin, showcasing Jonathan's hidden strength and the subsequent reactions of both sides. The tension and shock felt by the characters are vividly conveyed, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. Chapter 290. The Beast Race attacks the city. Now, all eyes will be on Tianheng's sacred ground. It'll be much easier for us. The disciples of Tiangang's sacred ground suddenly felt much better. If it had been explosive news that the 5th-ranked Tiangang sacred ground lost to the 9th-ranked Xuanhuang sacred ground, then Tianheng sacred ground's defeat would be an unprecedentedly shocking piece of news. Since even the 3rd-ranked sacred ground had lost, what did Tiangang's loss matter? It wasn't that Tiangang was too weak. It was that Xuanhuang was exceptionally strong. Hee, Tianheng sacred ground actually lost. I wonder how they have the face to call themselves the 3rd sacred ground anymore. I think they should just swap places with Xuanhuang and take last place. The disciples from Taiyi sacred ground and Yaoqi sacred ground, the 1st and 2nd-ranked sacred grounds, spared no mercy in their ridicule. Normally, these top 3 sacred grounds were already fierce competitors, so relations between disciples weren't much better than those between Xuanhuang and other grounds like Zhejianliangdi or Zhuhai. Why don't you go challenge Xuanhuang's sacred ground then? Talk after you beat Xuanhuang's sacred ground. Tianheng's disciples argued back despite feeling helpless. On the arena, Jonathan felt his internal spiritual energy flowing, but his meridians were already damaged, as was his dantian, which had suffered worse damage. It seems using full power was still a stretch. Jonathan smiled wryly, knowing his injuries had worsened further. If he were to fight intensely again now, it would be out of the question. Were Taiyi sacred ground or Yaozi sacred ground to challenge him at this moment, he would only have to surrender. As Jonathan was thinking this, a figure rushed into the competition venue. It was a half-immortal powerhouse who immediately transmitted messages in all directions upon arrival, gathering all present half-immortals together. Everyone seemed to be discussing something high up in the air, drawing everyone's attention below. What's going on? That person coming seems to be Taiyi sacred ground's elder, long stationed in Martial Dao City. Given such urgency, there must be something big. Disciples from various sacred grounds and Martial Dao City were all anxious. Seeing this, Jonathan also had a bad feeling. Even when arriving at this city, he had sensed unease. After a moment, the half-immortal elder from Taiyi sacred ground declared solemnly, the great competition among the 9 sacred grounds is temporarily suspended. Martial Dao City is under attack by the Beast Race. All of you are to remain in the city and resist the Beast Race. The Beast Race attacked? Weren't we told they hadn't attacked in nearly 100 years? Why now? I just came to watch the competition. I don't want to stay here. Disciples from various sacred grounds fell into chaos. A Beast Race assault on the city had not happened for nearly a century. This sudden turn of events suggested matters were not simple. The disciples' faces were extremely unpleasant, especially those who came only to watch. They regretted their decision. Originally, they could have stayed safe within their sections. Now they faced the ferocious Beast Race, unsure if they would survive. I wish I hadn't come to watch the match. Although Brother Su's performance was impressive, my life is more important, Dev said with a mournful look. A sigh. Who knew things would coincide this way? There hasn't been conflict for nearly a century, yet a major battle happens right now. We've forgotten Martial Dao City is a strategic border fortress. Yana sighed helplessly. Both were worried about what would happen next. Don't worry so much. Though the Beast Race is powerful, our human race isn't to be trifled with. With the 9 sacred grounds and the 3 imperial dynasties, it's not certain the Beast Race will gain any advantage, Jonathan said to encourage them. Truthfully, he didn't feel confident either. After all, once the fighting started, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of martial artists might be involved. Individual strength would become insignificant, and even he couldn't guarantee his survival. Everyone left the mystical realm, and the bustling Martial Dao City became oppressive. People on the streets rushed around, looking anxious. Jonathan and company were led by a manager from Xuanhuang sacred ground to their territory. My surname is Devin, and you can call me Fraser. For the next period, you'll all follow my orders. Fraser brought everyone to a courtyard and said seriously, do you understand? Seeing no one respond, Fraser coldly shouted, yes. They all replied seeing this. Are you Jonathan? Why didn't you answer my question just now? Fraser locked his gaze on Jonathan and spoke coldly. Had I? Jonathan frowned. He responded along with others, and this guy was clearly trying to provoke him. This left him puzzled. Fraser had always been in Martial Dao City, while Jonathan had just arrived. Before this, they had never met and shouldn't have any grudges. Dare you talk back? Fraser struck towards Jonathan. Jonathan finally reacted, realizing this was an attempt to assert dominance by making an example out of him. Is this really necessary? Jonathan blocked the palm strike calmly. How could you block it? Fraser was shocked, knowing he was a martial saint. He targeted Jonathan because he thought Jonathan was merely a martial king, relatively easy to deal with. Fraser, I saw it. Brother Su also responded. Maybe you made a mistake? Right, I saw it too. Dev and Yanis hurriedly testified for Jonathan. Seeing this, Fraser's face darkened. His move failed to subdue Jonathan, losing face. Continuing might only invite ridicule, so he decided to handle them later. Alright, let's get familiar with Martial Dao City's situation. Fraser introduced them to Xuanhuang's jurisdiction and Martial Dao City's general conditions. Martial Dao City was basically divided into three groups. First were the troops sent by various sacred grounds and empires, known as the military. Second were martial artists who committed crimes and were sentenced to guard Martial Dao City, the lowest class, called convicts. Third were mercenaries who came for trade, or to hunt beasts outside the city. As members of Xinhuang's sacred ground, Jonathan and others naturally belonged to the military. Chapter 291, Guarding the City Gate. After gaining an understanding of the general situation, Jonathan and the others were assigned to different accommodations. The living conditions here were far inferior to those on the flying boat. Jonathan's room alone housed 4 people. It seemed that Fraser deliberately placed the 3 of them in the same accommodation to make it easier to deal with them all at once. Who would have thought we'd run into such bad luck? We really shouldn't have come. Dev complained, his face full of worry as he continued to sigh. Cut it out. Didn't you hear Fraser say that if the battle becomes intense, other disciples above the Martial Emperor realm will also be sent here? Yana sighed in response. At least they wouldn't be sent over immediately like us. That Fraser really ticks me off. He's just a martial saint. It's not like he's something great. Our senior brother Sue could easily take care of someone like him. Dev's displeasure was evident whenever he thought about Fraser. That guy has some power. I don't think he'll let this go so easily. We need to be cautious, Jonathan warned from the side. Aware that they had been targeted because of his conflict with Fraser, Dev and Yanis had been caught in the crossfire. Senior brother Sue is right. We all need to be careful. Let's see what tricks he pulls. The 3 of them continued chatting for a while before settling down to meditate and adjust their states, knowing that if the demons attacked, they needed to be in top condition. Sure enough, as Jonathan had predicted, Fraser came looking for trouble the next day. Pushing open the door, he barked, Jonathan, Dev, Yanis, you 3 have a mission to carry out. What mission? Jonathan asked, frowning. Some merchants and mercenaries inside the city want to leave. You are to guard West Gate number 3. No one is allowed to leave the city under any circumstances, or your heads will roll, Fraser coldly stated. The 3 felt disgruntled, but knew they had no choice but to obey given the manager's authority. They headed towards West Gate number 3 as ordered. On the way, Jonathan noticed that no one else had left their accommodations. It was clear Fraser was targeting them specifically. When they arrived at West Gate number 3, they found a crowd gathered at the gate. Let us go. Why can't we leave? I'm just here for business. We businessmen and mercenaries have paid our taxes diligently. Why can't we leave now? Defending the city is your job, from the Holy Lands and the imperial dynasties. Don't expect us to die along with you. The crowd, composed of merchants and mercenaries, grew increasingly agitated, brandishing weapons as if ready to fight. There were only a few soldiers present, all clad in standard-issue armor and possessing Martial King realm cultivation levels. We're disciples of the Xianhuan Holy Land and have been dispatched to assist you. What's the situation here? Jonathan squeezed through the crowd to ask a soldier. You finally arrived. Wait, why are there only 3 of you? Upon seeing Jonathan and company, the soldier initially relaxed, but then his expression turned grim. Damn it, that Devin is playing games with us. There are too many people here. How can we possibly hold the gate with just a few of us? That guy is clearly seeking revenge. That's despicable. Jonathan and the others immediately realized something was amiss. Normally, dozens should have been sent for such a task, yet only 3 were dispatched. Dev and Yanis couldn't help but voice their complaints. Just 3 of us will do. Explain the situation. Jonathan remained calm, which helped to soothe the soldiers as well. One of them said, these people learned that the demons are about to attack and are trying to leave. However, orders have been given that absolutely no one is allowed to exit the city. You protect the gate. I'll handle these people. Turning to the crowd, Jonathan added, half-immortal old ancestor has decreed that no one may leave the city. Do you wish to defy half-immortal's order? Himph. You just want us cultivators without connections to die for you. Either way, staying in the city means death. We might as well try our luck outside. Voices of discontent rose from the crowd. Jonathan frowned, understanding their concerns. The higher-ups wanted to retain these individuals to ensure the city's fighting strength. If Jonathan were in their shoes, he would also consider escaping. However, their positions differed, making their right and wrong different. While the 9 great holy lands and the 3 great imperial dynasties' actions were indeed tyrannical, they had undeniably protected the human race in Donghua continent from numerous battles with the demon races since the establishment of Martial City. Without the presence of the 9 holy lands and 3 imperial dynasties, the damned demons would likely have already overrun the city. I'll see who dares to cause trouble. A booming voice echoed from outside, followed by a burly man wielding a massive sword leading over a dozen others towards the scene. It's Brooks. This is perfect. We have reinforcements. One of the soldiers exclaimed with excitement. Jonathan's demeanor changed as well upon recognizing the arrival of a martial god realm expert, accompanied by several others at the martial emperor level. He's a martial god. This is bad. We didn't expect a martial god to arrive so quickly. The crowd's noise dwindled significantly. So what if he's martial god realm? Are we afraid with so many of us? Voices of encouragement emerged, stirring the crowd once more. That's right. If we stand united, we can get out. The city won't hold for long. We mustn't stay here. As voices multiplied, the crowd surged toward the gate. Who's spreading these rumors? Martial City has stood strong for nearly a century without being breached by demons. Who's sowing discord and undermining morale? Brooks pushed through the crowd, quickly dragging out a scrawny man with shifty eyes. What are you going to do? It wasn't me. The thin man struggled and shouted. Brooks tore off a scarf around the man's neck, revealing a criminal mark. He sneered. A convicted criminal wants to escape? You're asking for death. No, don't kill me. Terrified, the man clutched his neck and tried to flee. Ah! With a horrific scream, Brooks snapped the thin man's neck with a twist. Chapter 292. Iron-Fisted Measures. Although Jonathan had already heard that the criminals in the city were the lowest of the low, with no dignity to speak of, He did not expect that a single sentence would provoke Brooks to take such brutal action. This further revealed to Jonathan the contemptible status of the criminals and allowed him to experience the iron-fisted nature of the military. "Imph, all of you attack. Let's see who dares to talk back. I want 30 heads," Brooks said coldly. With these words, the soldiers accompanying Brooks and the station guards rushed towards the crowd one by one, leaving Jonathan and his two companions standing there stunned. "What? Did you three not understand my order?" Brooks looked at Jonathan and his companions, as if he would personally take action if they did not move. Hearing this, the three of them could only grit their teeth and charge into the crowd. For a moment, cries of anguish resounded from within the crowd. Before long, a pile of severed heads was placed before Brooks. "Why are there only 27? Brooks swept a glance over the pile of heads on the ground and instantly turned cold. "Commander, we have already caught everyone who spoke out," a soldier reluctantly explained. "I said 30, so it must be 30. Wait, did the three of you kill no one at all?" Brooks suddenly looked at Jonathan and his companions. He immediately saw from their bloodless clothing that they hadn't even tried to kill anyone. "We didn't find anyone who was talking out of turn just now," Jonathan stepped forward and said. The three usually trained within their sect. Even when involved in disputes, they only killed adversaries. If asked to kill randomly without reason, they found it difficult to do so. "If you can't find them, then keep looking. If we don't gather 30 heads, we'll use yours to make up for it." Brooks's expression remained stern and showed no mercy. Jonathan and his companions understood that he meant every word, and they immediately resumed looking among the crowd. Originally, those clamoring to leave the city were now terrified. Their faces showed fear. Jonathan clenched his teeth and said, "If I am to kill, I will kill demon clans. I cannot bring myself to kill our own people." Upon hearing this, although Jonathan had defied him, Brooks's expression softened slightly. He said mildly, "Big talk indeed. I hope you're not a coward on the battlefield. Senior Brother Su is the strongest disciple of our Xuanhuan sacred land and is definitely not a coward." Dev overcame his fear and said from the side, "The strongest disciple of Xuanhuan sacred land is merely at the Wu Wang stage. It looks like Xuanhuan sacred land has truly declined." Brooks immediately shook his head upon hearing this. A mere Wu Wang stage disciple being the strongest of Xuanhuan sacred land. What future could it have? Don't underestimate Senior Brother Su. He defeated the strongest disciples of Zhijianliangdi, Tiansong sacred land, and Tianheng sacred land in the grand competition. Yes, none of these three sacred lands had anyone match Senior Brother Su. When Dev and Yanis heard the belittlement of Xuanhuan sacred land, they too became agitated, proudly recounting Jonathan's achievements. A Wu Wang stage disciple defeating the strongest disciple of Tianheng sacred land? Do you take me for a fool? Brooks's face darkened. Zhijianliangdi and Tiansong sacred land were nothing much, but Tianheng sacred land was among the top three. Its power far exceeded lower-ranking sacred lands. Moreover, Tianheng sacred land was currently thriving, with many talents emerging among its disciples. Although Brooks wasn't from Tianheng sacred land, he knew it well. How could a mere Wu Wang stage disciple defeat such elite individuals? "Commander, please don't be angry. Such information is easily verified. Although my realm is not high, those from Tianheng sacred land are no match for me." Though Jonathan disliked causing trouble, he also had pride. These achievements were hard-won victories. He wouldn't allow others to denigrate them. "I will look into it." Seeing Jonathan's calm demeanor, Brooks felt a hint of doubt. He decided to investigate the situation once current matters were resolved. But for now, the remaining 3 heads are still needed. Without waiting for a reply, Brooks rushed into the crowd. With 3 more agonizing cries, 3 additional heads were thrown onto the growing pile. Jonathan and his companions shuddered at the scene. These were living, breathing people, some of whom might not have caused much trouble, and they were killed so easily. The crowd fell completely silent, afraid to make a sound. "From now on, you have 10 minutes to leave. If there are still people at the gate after 10 minutes, I will kill them." Covered in blood, Brooks glanced coldly at the crowd. Before his killings, few would have believed him, but now no one doubted his words. Because he had really killed. Within minutes, gate number 3 in the western part of the city was empty. "Let's go to the next place." Brooks led the soldiers toward the next gate, leaving Jonathan and the rest behind in shock. "What should we do with these bodies?" Jonathan glanced at the pile of heads and the decapitated corpses. Despite having killed many, he still felt uneasy. "Just burn them," a soldier sighed as he scanned the bodies. They gathered all the corpses and set them ablaze. For the rest of the day, no one dared to cause trouble again. Jonathan and his companions finally had a break. Due to his battle with Zhiru Fu, Jonathan's injuries worsened, so he meditated outside the gate to recover. After a day passed, they returned to their residence. Upon arriving in the area designated for Xuanhuan sacred land, Steward Devon saw them return, surprised and sarcastically remarked, "I didn't think you'd actually come back alive. I imagined you'd be torn apart by the enraged crowd." "What do you mean by that? Do you want us dead?" Unable to bear it, Dev and Yanis questioned angrily. "Don't get worked up. I was just joking," Steward Devon shrugged, feigning indifference. Jonathan and his companions knew he meant what he said. They genuinely wanted the 3 of them dead. Jonathan's face turned grim. There was no significant feud between them, but Steward Devon wanted to establish authority through them and failed. Just because of this, he intended to kill them. It was despicable. Chapter 293, Minding Other People's Business. Does this guy even deserve to be one of us from the Xuanhuan Holy Land? Why don't we go to the founding ancestors and let them decide on this matter? Dev said angrily as soon as he returned to their residence. "This probably won't work. The founding ancestors are all busy preparing against the beast tribes. We probably can't see them." Yanis sighed. "Don't worry, let's just wait and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. If I get an opportunity, I definitely won't let him off easily." Jonathan's voice was cold, having made up his mind to strike at Clerk Devon when the time was right. He couldn't allow the other party to behave so arrogantly. The next morning, the door was knocked on again. Dev opened it and saw Clerk Devin strolling in as if nothing had happened, saying, "There is another mission for you to complete. There are quite a few criminals hiding within the city, unwilling to join the criminal army. We're short on hands to catch these criminals, so you should come along to help. We just carried out a task yesterday. Isn't it too soon for another one today?" Jonathan asked, still lying in bed without opening his eyes, maintaining his meditative state. "Daring to defy my orders, do you intend to rebel?" Clerk Devin's eyes lit up instantly, bellowing loudly. He wanted to enrage Jonathan, Yanis, and Dev, so he could punish them with justification. But Jonathan restrained the two excited men and said coldly, "If we finish the task today, can we rest?" Seeing Jonathan's calmness, Clerk Devin felt more agitated and replied irritably, "That depends on your performance." "All right, let's carry out the mission then." With that, Jonathan led Dev and Yanis out of the residence. "Senior brother Sue, how could you agree with that man?" "Yeah, that guy deserves a good beating." As soon as they left Clerk Devin's jurisdiction, Dev and Yanis questioned, confused. In their view, Jonathan was not a coward. Even the strongest disciple from Tianheng Holy Land wasn't his match. What could this insignificant Clerk Devin do? "Don't worry, beating him during the day isn't much fun. After tonight, he'll never be able to speak again." A glint of savagery flashed in Jonathan's eyes. Inside the residence, he also wanted to teach Clerk Devin a lesson, but no matter how much he punished the other party, he couldn't kill him there. That would only result in harsher retaliation. So instead of making things worse, Jonathan decided to ensure Clerk Devin couldn't trouble them again. "That's good. Let's act together when the time comes," Dev said eagerly. "Let him have his last day of arrogance." They would be happy to kill Clerk Devin. Though they were all from the Xianhuan Holy Land, such a despicable person would likely harm countless others. He was a disgrace to the Xianhuan Holy Land. Even if they killed him, the three of them wouldn't feel guilty at all. Leaving the inner city of the Xianhuan Holy Land, the trio went to a location as instructed by Clerk Devin. There were already some soldiers present. "We are from the Xianhuan Holy Land here to help catch criminals." Stepping forward, Jonathan stated their purpose. A soldier handed him a jade slip without even looking at them. Inside is the list of criminals still on the run and some intel. "Now, go catch them." "It doesn't seem very strict," Dev mused. "How about we just stay somewhere random for a day and report back saying we didn't catch any?" They looked at Jonathan for confirmation. "That's fine, let's rest," Jonathan agreed. Rest would give him time to recover from his injuries. They rented rooms in a nearby inn. That guy covering his neck? Could he be a criminal? On the way upstairs, Yanis noticed a hooded figure dressed entirely in black, appearing abnormal under current circumstances. Forget him. Let's not stir up trouble. No need to invite trouble. Both Dev and Jonathan decided to avoid unnecessary conflict and return to their respective rooms. In his room, Jonathan took a healing pill from his storage ring and resumed meditation. In the afternoon, a heavy knock rang at the door. "Who is it?" "Opening now," Jonathan muttered as armored soldiers burst into his room, checking for criminal markings on his neck before leaving. Jonathan thought they'd finally have peace, but then screams came from the neighboring room. "What do you want?" "I'm not a criminal." A woman's voice, presumably the same hooded figure Yanis noticed earlier. "Humph, a mere criminal dares to resist? Serve us well, and we might spare you." Enraged, Jonathan heard these words. Initially thinking the soldiers merely followed orders to catch criminals, he intended to stay out of it. However, the situation turned sinister unexpectedly. Jonathan kicked open the door to the neighboring room and roared, "Stop it!" Inside, soldiers surrounded a fragile woman, ready to forcibly undress her. "Isn't that the neighbor? Trying to be a hero now? Since you're military personnel, why attack people? The beast tribes are attacking, yet you harm our own kind. You aren't fit to be humans." Jonathan raged at them. "Young man, stop minding other people's business. Just a criminal. Let us have our fun. What can you do? If you continue acting so recklessly, today we'll brand a criminal mark on your neck and see how you like being a criminal yourself." Chapter 294, Cannot Slash Through. Just a few petty soldiers, yet they wield such authority. You decide who is a criminal and they are? Truly laughable. Jonathan's face showed disdain. Just a few minor soldiers. He did not even consider them as opponents. "Oh, so there's someone who doesn't believe in our might? Today we'll teach you what it means to defy us soldiers." Seeing Jonathan showed no sign of retreating, the soldiers sneered. "Boy, soon enough you'll beg for mercy." One soldier stepped forward and grabbed at Jonathan. "Ah!" Jonathan twisted his arm powerfully. Immediately, this soldier screamed in pain. This kid's got some moves. No wonder he dared to stand out. Let's all take him on. The soldiers initially thought that young Jonathan must have a low cultivation level, but were surprised by how easily he captured one of their men. This changed their perception as they drew their long knives. Just a kid, in such a confined space. Even if you have any prowess, it'll be hard to utilize. You're too young. We'll send you off now. Initially, the soldiers intended to capture Jonathan, but seeing that he wasn't easy to handle, they shifted to killing him. Although Wu Dao City hadn't experienced major battles in nearly a century, to train troops, the soldiers within the city would occasionally venture out to hunt demonic beasts. Therefore, these soldiers were battle-hardened veterans. In their view, Jonathan was too young and lacked combat experience. They believed that with their coordination and using the terrain advantage, they could slash him into minced meat together. Several soldiers swung their long knives towards Jonathan while charging forward. Jonathan stood still without dodging. Haha, this kid must be scared stiff. Remember next time not to do something foolish. Feeling victorious, the soldiers struck down, intending to chop Jonathan into pulp. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Can't slash through? One soldier exclaimed in shock. Others' faces filled with disbelief. Their knives, provided by the military, could cut through iron and stone, but now they couldn't cut through flesh? Does this guy wear an artifact armor? Doubting human flesh could resist such attacks, they focused on Jonathan's neck where there was no visible protection. Swish, swish, swish. Several large knives slashed towards Jonathan's head. Sir, be careful. The female convict shrieked, closing her eyes, unable to watch. Is this guy a monster? How can human flesh have such defense? The soldiers stood dumbfounded, one of them hearing his knife snap. Had enough? Now it's my turn. Jonathan took the soldiers lightly, each having only a martial master level cultivation. They belonged to the lowest class of soldiers in Wu Dao City. If these guys could hurt him, his body tempering cultivation would truly be pointless. Hearing Jonathan, the soldiers braced themselves. Before their eyes, Jonathan disappeared, and almost simultaneously, several cries resounded as all the soldiers fell to the ground groaning. Jonathan originally planned to kill, but considered that they were military personnel. Killing them would bring unnecessary trouble, hence he spared their lives. Otherwise, these people would already be dead. Why don't you scram? Jonathan roared. Please spare us, sir. We're leaving right away. The soldiers scurried out of the room. It's okay now. Jonathan reassured the tearful convict woman. Thank you, sir, for saving me. The woman bowed gratefully. It's nothing, just a small deed. What crime did you commit to be exiled to Wu Dao City? Looking at the frail woman, Jonathan doubted she could commit any wrongdoing. My name is Ivy. I am not a convict. Ivy shook her head. You're not a convict? Frowning, Jonathan recalled the soldier's words, guessing part of the story. Through her explanation, Jonathan learned that Ivy was born and raised in Wu Dao City. Her parents, mercenaries, died in the territory of demon tribes, leaving her alone. She later fell in love with a mercenary, but a military commander, Darnell, lusted after her. When she refused, Darnell marked her as a convict and killed her lover. That Commander Darnell wants me to submit when living becomes unbearable. It's a delusion. My poor Bowden. Ivy cried. It's unsafe here. You should leave as soon as possible. Sighing, Jonathan felt disheartened, realizing the military had many corrupt individuals, probably due to the city's prolonged peace. Ivy thanked him again before hurrying off. Brother Sue, what happened? I heard commotion, saw your room empty, and rushed over. Dev and Yanis arrived, noticing the chaos in the room. Nothing much, just helped the lady being bullied. Jonathan summarized the event. Bastards. Never expected such monsters exist in the military. They're garbage. How dare they claim to protect humanity? Dev and Yanis felt indignant upon hearing the story. All right, we should go. With this mess, it's a place of strife. Jonathan walked downstairs, passing a few spirit stones to compensate for broken furniture. It's them. Commander Darnell. These are the ones helping the convicts escape. Outside the inn, Jonathan and friends were surrounded by soldiers. The same soldiers pointed at them, shouting around Darnell, a silver-armored commander. Are you disciples from the Xuanhuan Holy Land? Why aid convicts escaping? Don't you know it's a grave offense in Wu Dao City? Darnell eyed Jonathan coldly, enraged that Ivy, whom he wanted as a concubine, avoided him. He sent soldiers to get rid of her, only to be thwarted. Chapter 295, Battle Formation. Commander Darnell, you must be mistaken. We were just resting here and saw nothing of a crime. As soon as Jonathan heard that this man's surname was Darnell, he immediately understood what was happening. He inwardly sneered, refusing to acknowledge any of his earlier actions. Do you dare lie in the face of an army officer? Do you know what the punishment is for assisting criminals and assaulting soldiers? The penalty can range from stripping your cultivation to execution. You unrepentant fool, prepare to be executed on the spot by Commander Darnell. The soldiers, seeing that Jonathan refused to admit anything, immediately began to curse at him, each one wanting to tear him apart alive. You were clearly extorting spirit stones from us and threatening to turn us into criminals if we didn't hand them over. Jonathan naturally wasn't foolish enough to admit that he had let the criminal go, even though Ivy's status as a criminal was not genuine. He had already witnessed the iron-fisted methods of the Marshall City Military Department. Even if Ivy wasn't a true criminal, he would likely face severe consequences if he admitted to letting her go. His best option now was denial. Do you think it's enough just to deny it? The soldiers say you released the criminal, so you did release the criminal. I, as the commander, can execute you on the spot. Commander Darnell inwardly sneered, thinking Jonathan could escape with this tactic. Commander Darnell has quite a lot of authority. I'll see how you execute me today. Jonathan showed disdain, though he wasn't sure about the exact ranks within the military department. Commander Darnell was only at the Martial Emperor realm, far below the martial deity level of Brooks. It was absurd to think this kind of person could kill him. Boy, since you seek death, then don't blame me. Commander Darnell held a sharp sword, striking toward Jonathan. Although he had learned from the other soldiers that Jonathan was a body-cultivating practitioner, he didn't take it seriously. Those soldiers were mere martial ancestors, unable to injure a body cultivator, which was understandable. But he was a martial emperor. How could he fail against a mere martial king-level body cultivator? Facing an attack from a martial emperor, Jonathan pulled out the golden turtle sword and swung it, slicing through the opponent's sword in half. My sword broke? Commander Darnell was stunned, never expecting his treasured sword to be so easily destroyed. Who are you, boy? A flicker of thought crossed Commander Darnell's mind. Though the sword Jonathan used looked ordinary, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. To possess such a sword suggested that Jonathan might have some background. Just a common disciple from the Yellow Supreme Sanctuary, Jonathan said calmly. A common disciple? Commander Darnell hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. If Jonathan was truly a common disciple, there would be no need to fear. But if he had an extraordinary background, dealing deadly blows could bring major trouble. Commander Darnell, look at this boy. He lacks any dignity or air of importance. I think he's just lucky to have obtained this treasured sword. That's right. Scions of powerful families would likely have achieved the martial emperor realm by this age, while this fellow is just a lowly martial king. The soldiers urged Commander Darnell. Listening to their words, Commander Darnell felt they made sense. With so many subordinates watching, if he backed down, who would listen to him afterward? Form the battle formation quickly and deal with these 3 prisoners. Commander Darnell commanded. Behind him, The soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into a specific formation. A battle formation? Jonathan had heard that the three great empires possessed various sophisticated battle formations. While practitioners who specialized in battle formations were individually weaker than disciples from sanctuaries, once formed, their strength multiplied exponentially. Though a formation of thousands or even tens of thousands of people on a battlefield was terrifying, the current soldiers were all of lower cultivations, totaling only dozens, and Jonathan remained unafraid even with the formation in place. Thump thump thump. The soldiers rapidly formed the formation. Battle formations are truly remarkable things. In Jonathan's eyes, if viewed by the naked eye, these soldiers merely stood in a fixed pattern. However, through his mystic sight, each soldier was connected by spiritual energy, forming a coherent whole, much like an intricate formation designed by a master tactician. Indeed, battle formations shared a similar principle with mystical formations, created by a renowned strategist using the principles of array formations. Commander Darnell stood at the center of the formation. As he raised his hand, the surrounding soldiers' spiritual energies converged on him, forming a giant composed entirely of spiritual energy in midair. The giant wielded a long spear, thrusting toward Jonathan under Commander Darnell's control. Jonathan sensed that this giant possessed saint-level power, astonishing him. The soldiers' cultivations were low, yet in the formation, they could unleash such formidable strength, truly miraculous. Jonathan slashed at the spear, and the indestructible golden turtle sword instantly shattered the fierce spear, scattering it. Commander Darnell's expression turned to shock upon seeing this, seemingly surprised that the spear could be so easily destroyed. Next, a longbow materialized in the giant's hand, and as it drew back, spiritual energy formed an arrow, firing at Jonathan. With a single stroke of his sword, Jonathan deflected the arrow straight toward the battle formation. Seeing him charge forward, Commander Darnell shot arrows to block his path. Jonathan dodged left and right, easily avoiding the arrows without slowing down. Within moments, he reached the formation. A slash of his sword sent sword chi directly at Commander Darnell, the core controller of the spiritual energy giant. Jonathan realized that this was the formation's weakest point. Want to hurt me inside the formation? Boy, you still don't understand its power. Commander Darnell didn't dodge. When the sword chi neared him, a spiritual barrier appeared, blocking it. It stopped it just like that? Doubtful, Jonathan swung the golden turtle sword again, sending multiple sword chi blasts. Under Jonathan's mystic sight, the surrounding soldiers' spiritual energy quickly converged, forming barriers precisely in front of Commander Darnell, dispersing the sword chi and weakening it. When I strike, it's as if all of them together resist the attack. Jonathan quickly understood the mechanism. Hashtag chapter 296, method to break the formation. Boy, you're not as stupid as I thought, but alas, your only fate today is to die beneath this battle formation. Commander Darnell launched another attack. The spirit-powered giant in his hands transformed into various weapons, relentlessly attacking Jonathan. Humph, do you really think you can kill me with just these tricks? Jonathan showed disdain. He had not used his full strength due to his injuries. If he did use his full power, the force comparable to a martial god could easily tear apart their battle formation. The arrogant boy, you're still being defiant even at the brink of death. Commander Darnell controlled the spirit-powered giant to form a wave of flames that shot toward Jonathan. Flames. Upon seeing the flames, Jonathan's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about his ultimate weapon. Let's see whose flames are more powerful. Dodging the enemy's attack, Jonathan revealed a tricolored flame in his palm and hurled it into the air. The tricolored flames turned into a rain of fire, cascading down upon the elders below. Do you really think such a petty trick can break our formation? Dream on. Commander Darnell sneered, not giving any importance to Jonathan's attack. In his view, this kind of assault would be easily blocked by the battle formation. However, as sparks rained down on the protective barrier of the battle formation, the flames grew more intense, enveloping the entire formation in a sea of fire. What's happening? Commander Darnell was startled and tried to summon his spirit power to extinguish the flames. But as soon as he mobilized the spirit power, other parts of the defense weakened, causing soldiers who caught fire to scream in agony. In an instant, the battle formation was dismantled. Jonathan used Origin's spirit fire, which, when combined with divine might, became immensely powerful. The battle formation relied entirely on the aggregation of spirit power. Although substantial, it lacked quality. Under these circumstances, once Commander Darnell allocated spirit power, the Origin spirit fire found too many weak points to exploit. Seeing many soldiers burned beyond recognition, Jonathan finally withdrew the Origin spirit fire. It looks like you've lost. Jonathan stepped forward and placed the golden turtle sword against Commander Darnell's neck, who suffered from the backlash of the broken formation. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Sir, I was wrong, truly wrong. Commander Darnell was terrified. The sword capable of easily severing his treasured blade would effortlessly take his life. You didn't have that tone earlier. Seeing him in this state, Jonathan's disdain deepened. Was this person fit to lead? Spare my life, I beg you. Commander Darnell begged relentlessly, his fear apparent. Watching this, Jonathan felt a rising urge to kill him but sighed inwardly, realizing the potential complications of doing so. Since you know you were wrong, kneel and call me Grandpa a few times. Apollon, spare my life. Without hesitation, Commander Darnell knelt and bowed while loudly begging for mercy. Then he turned to the soldiers. Did you hear what Apollon said? Kneel and apologize now. Terrified, the soldiers quickly knelt and begged forgiveness. Get lost. Jonathan left with Dev and Yanis, leaving Commander Darnell and his men behind. Feeling pardoned, they scrambled away immediately. To think that someone of such caliber could become a commander? His courage is laughable, Dev said dismissively. If I were him, I'd rather commit suicide than beg like that. Yanis nodded in agreement. Even insects cherish life. Commander Darnell, having achieved emperor-level cultivation and leading soldiers, is considered mid-level in Wu Dao City. He likely has a family and wives. If he dies, they will be taken over by others. Imagine if others slept with your wives and spent your spirit stones, wouldn't you feel resentful? Jonathan said thoughtfully. After hearing that, life seems much better. Yeah, especially since I don't have a partner yet. After hearing this, Dev and Yanis understood Commander Darnell's actions. They knew they too would do anything to survive. Meanwhile, Commander Darnell and his soldiers returned to camp. That damned brat humiliated us. Yeah, that kid is despicable. A few less injured soldiers expressed their hatred. Commander, we can't let this slide. We should report this and get higher-ups to punish that brat. A soldier who had been beaten by Jonathan suggested angrily. You idiots, can't you see how unusual that boy is? A sword that can cut through anything and terrifying origin spirit fire, coupled with his ability to contend with our formation despite being at the Martial King stage. Doesn't all this suggest something else? He must be a protege or descendant of some bigwig. We can't provoke such people. And you failed to even discreetly dispose of a woman. Commander Darnell was enraged, wondering how these fools survived. They clearly couldn't understand what was going on. Jonathan and his group returned to their residence after this incident. Why are you back? The remaining person inside, looking puzzled, asked. The mission is completed, so we returned. Dev glanced at the person. Jonathan remained silent. The one living with him, Reed, was merely a common disciple at the Martial Emperor stage. I'm stepping out. Reed walked outside. Soon, Armando entered, glancing at Jonathan and company coldly. Why are you back? You shouldn't have finished the task so quickly. The mission is done. We caught quite a few criminals, naturally. We came back. Jonathan ignored him, fabricating an excuse. So fast? Who are you trying to fool? Armando shouted. If we say it's done, then it's done. If you don't believe us, you can verify with the military department, Jonathan retorted. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency. Hashtag chapter 297, Despicable Men. Right. You can ask Commander Darnell about our mission completion. He knows all about it. Dev and the other man paid no attention to Fraser, treating him with obvious indifference. After all, they were going to deal with Fraser tonight, so they weren't afraid of offending him now. Very well, I'll verify this with the military, but I hope you've truly completed the mission. Otherwise, don't expect me to consider any bonds of brotherhood. Fraser was enraged by Jonathan's trio's dismissive attitude. He hated disobedient subordinates the most, and in his eyes, these three had become thorns that must be removed. With those words, Fraser slammed the door and left. Not long after, Reed returned to the room. Some people didn't expect to become dogs so quickly, Dev said coldly, glancing at Reed who had just come back. Yeah, such a despicable person is truly detestable, Yanis remarked from the side. Whether human or dog, what's most hateful is their despicable conduct. Jonathan looked at Reed with a cold stare. I don't understand what you're talking about. Reed seemed flustered as he sat on his bed and began meditating immediately. Humph, if this kind of person goes to war, he'd likely betray us and guide the demon tribes, Dev muttered. If he dares to do that, I would kill him first. Haha, that would be getting rid of a menace to our race. The three talked jovially, never directly mentioning Reed. Yet every word was clearly about him. On their way back, only a few people saw them. Yet shortly after Reed left, Fraser came over. How coincidental. Clearly, this Reed had become Fraser's lackey, informing him just now. Reed trembled slightly upon hearing this on his bed. He secretly regretted taking Fraser's bribe to report Jonathan's movements. As an observer disciple for the competition, he knew very well how formidable Jonathan was. If Jonathan acted, he could easily tear him apart. Even if Jonathan didn't act, the remaining two Empyrean Realm seniors weren't someone he could handle either. Senior brother Sue, younger brother Yang. Why don't we go for a stroll? It's still early. Dev gave Jonathan and Yanis a meaningful look and then walked out. It's good to go for a stroll. That makes sense. I don't want to stay with scum either. Understanding Dev's intentions, Jonathan and Yanis stood up and followed. Walking down the street together, Dev started the conversation. Senior brother Sue, what should we do? If we leave tonight, that bastard will certainly inform Fraser. He is indeed a problem. How about we get rid of him first? Leaving someone like him around is just asking for trouble. Yanis's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, clearly harboring murderous intent. The guy lives in the same place as us. Killing him would be too obvious. Leave it to me. I'll make sure he can't inform anyone. Jonathan grinned. Since senior brother Sue has a plan, we won't worry about it. Just as I thought, such a minor issue wouldn't stump senior brother Sue. Upon hearing Jonathan's assurance, Dev and Yanis felt relieved. Since Jonathan said he had a plan, there was indeed a plan. You two buy some food and wine. After walking for a while on the less bustling streets, Jonathan suggested. Buy food and wine for what? Dev was taken aback. What else? Of course to eat. We have big things to do tonight. We need to enjoy a good meal. Jonathan rolled his eyes. Senior brother Sue makes sense. Dev and Yanis nodded. Although they wondered why not eat at a tavern directly, they followed Jonathan's instructions and went to buy food and wine. Jonathan glanced at the quieter street and soon entered a pharmacy. Do you have any sleeping powder here? Jonathan asked inside the shop. What does the honored guest need sleeping powder for? The clerk asked with a smile. Why does it matter to you? Just tell me if you have it. Jonathan responded irritably. Why reveal such matters to strangers? I'll fetch the medicine for you right away. What type of sleeping powder do you need? Seeing Jonathan's unfriendly demeanor, the clerk became even more courteous. I need one that works well, preferably one that can put even high-rank martial artists to sleep like dead pigs for a whole night. Without hesitation, Jonathan demanded. We have it. I'll bring it right now. Shortly, the clerk placed a small packet on the counter and added meaningfully. We also have excellent nighttime medicine that you might like. What do you mean by that? Jonathan frowned, confused by the clerk's implication. It's actually an aphrodisiac, the clerk whispered. Go to hell. Do you take me for a pervert? Jonathan erupted in anger. The clerk mistook him for a rapist. His appearance clearly showed he was an upright gentleman. How could he do something so vile? Please calm down. I spoke out of turn. The clerk slapped himself, knowing full well that in Martial Dao City, many people were cultivators, including soldiers and mercenaries. These people had short tempers and wouldn't hesitate to strike, leading to extremely polite service from merchants here. Places outside often had clerks looking down on customers, which rarely happened here. Recently, the Madam of Spring Breeze House was beaten to death by a powerful mercenary she offended. Seeing the clerk was sensible, Jonathan ignored him further, paid for the medicine, and left. When Jonathan returned to the gathering spot, Dev and Yanis were already waiting with food and wine. Dev, give me a bottle of wine. In front of the two, Jonathan poured a small amount of sleeping powder into the wine. Upon seeing Jonathan's actions, they understood instantly. Dev exclaimed brightly, Senior Brother Sue, what a straightforward plan. Why couldn't I think of that? It's because you're stupid. If you had Senior Brother Sue's mind, you wouldn't be at the bottom of the heavenly list disciples, Yanis sneered. Dev retorted, come off it. Your ranking isn't much better than mine. They argued back and forth, neither gaining any advantage. Chapter 298, Nighttime Operation. After the three returned to their residence, they laid out the wine and dishes on the table. Jonathan looked at Reed and said, Brother Chi has been in this room all day. Surely you must be hungry. Come, join us for a meal. Reed immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother, but I'm not hungry. Please, eat without me. How so? Is Brother Chi looking down on me? Jonathan's expression turned cold, his voice lowering ominously. Why won't Brother Chi give Senior Brother Sue some face? The rest of us brothers are feeling quite upset by this. Dev and the other two stood up as if ready to confront Reed. Seeing this display, Reed was frightened, speechless, trembling and unsure of what to say. Jonathan stepped forward and patted Reed on the shoulder with a serious tone. Brother Chi, there's no need to be so distant. After all, we're fellow disciples living in the same room. We see each other every day. Why should we make things difficult between us? Eating together harmoniously, wouldn't that be much better? Reed considered these words, realizing that Jonathan and the others were trying to gain his favor to prevent him from reporting to Fraser again. He gradually relaxed. The four began to eat together. Jonathan gave Dev a meaningful glance, and Dev immediately understood, picking up the bottle of special wine to pour a drink for Reed. Come, Brother Chi, have a few cups with us. Thank you for the offer, Senior Brother, but I don't drink. Reed shook his head and firmly declined. Is this kid seeing through our plans? This boy doesn't seem very smart, but he sure has a lot on his mind. Jonathan and the others exchanged looks. In reality, Reed refused because he feared revealing secrets while drunk. If Brother Chi doesn't want to drink, then eat more food. Try this roast duck, it's fatty and juicy. You should eat more. Jonathan grabbed the duck wrapped in oil paper from the table and shoved it into Reed's mouth. Reed, already terrified of Jonathan and the others, dared not object and could only focus on eating the duck. Come, Brother Chi, try this pork knuckle. It's delicious and fragrant. Jonathan then shoved a piece of pork knuckle into Reed's mouth. Left with duck in one hand and pork knuckle in the other, Reed quickly choked and couldn't speak. Oh, take it easy, Brother Chi. Even the best food shouldn't be eaten too quickly. Here, have a sip of wine to clear your throat. Dev saw this and promptly poured wine into Reed's mouth. Soon, Reed started to feel dizzy. Huh? Why is my head spinning? Reed looked at Jonathan and the others, noticing their figures becoming blurry. Brother Chi, you've had too much. Go to sleep and you'll feel better when you wake up. Jonathan knew from Reed's condition that they had succeeded. In no time, Reed passed out under their watchful eyes. Haha, this fool is really easy to fool. Senior Brother Sue, let's hurry. We have important business to attend to. Dev and Yanis eagerly rubbed their hands, ready to go. Jonathan looked at them, hesitating. I can handle this alone. More people mean a bigger target and less chance of success. In truth, Jonathan thought Dev and Yanis would be of little help, but saying that outright might hurt their feelings, so he kept quiet. Senior Brother Sue, don't underestimate us. We can contribute too. Yeah, that bastard Fraser has made life hell for us. If we don't do something ourselves, it will haunt our cultivation path. Seeing Jonathan reluctant to bring them along, Dev and Yanis became anxious. Alright, we'll go together, but be cautious. If this mission is exposed, attacking a manager regardless of reason will result in severe punishment. Unable to refuse any longer, Jonathan reluctantly agreed. Great. Hee, I've wanted to teach that fat bastard a lesson for a long time. Hearing Jonathan's agreement, Dev and Yanis became excited again. First, we need to change into night gear for stealth. Jonathan took out 3 sets of night clothes from his storage ring and handed 2 sets to Dev and Yanis. Their sizes were similar, so the clothes fit well. Dressed in black, the 3 vanished into the night. Near Fraser's residence, standing on a rooftop, Jonathan, Dev, and Yanis observed Fraser's house. The lights were still on inside, indicating he hadn't gone to bed yet. Let's go kill him now. Dev was eager to rush in. Calm down. Jonathan stopped him, exasperated. Yanis also stared at Dev as if he were crazy. What's wrong? Dev asked curiously. If we charge in, we'll cause a scene. Don't forget, this is the inner city of Xuanhuan Holy Land, filled with our people. We're dealing with a SOG-level martial artist, not a pig. Rushing in like this would be reckless. Jonathan and Yanis were exasperated by Dev's impulsiveness. They didn't expect him to act so rashly, especially Jonathan. He usually found Dev capable in gathering information, but never guessed he could be so simple-minded. To put it kindly, Dev was just simple. But Jonathan thought he was as dumb as a pig. Considering they were comrades and Dev often gathered intelligence for him, Jonathan refrained from voicing such thoughts. What should we do then? Killing him will inevitably make noise. Dev wore a worried expression. Now is the time for this. Jonathan pulled out some array flags, giving some to Dev and Yanis. These are concealment array flags. They suppress sound and spiritual energy fluctuations within range, making it hard to detect what's happening inside. Spread these out, then we can act. Don't worry, senior brother. Leave it to us. Dev and Yanis took the flags and set them up around the area. Jonathan disappeared into the night to assist in setting up the array. Chapter 299. The plan begins. Under the cover of night, the three individuals silently set up the array flags and regrouped on the rooftop. Jonathan took out the main control flag for the formation. He held the flag in one hand while performing seals with the other. Strands of spiritual energy flowed into the array flags surrounding them, and a faint mist enveloped Armando's residence. It's done. Let's finish this quickly, Jonathan said calmly as he observed the surrounding mist. The three leaped down from the roof, moving like silent cats toward Armando's door. Knock, knock. Jonathan gently tapped on the door. Who is it? An irritable voice came from inside the house. Armando, some of the newcomers are causing trouble. You should check it out. Jonathan lowered his voice slightly as he spoke. Cause trouble? They dare to cause trouble on my territory? Are they tired of living? Hearing this, Armando became enraged, his voice rising sharply. Shortly after, the door opened, and he stomped out, cursing under his breath. Who are you people? As soon as Armando saw their attire, he sensed something was wrong. The ones who will take your life. Before Jonathan finished speaking, he charged at Armando. You have the nerve. Armando shouted angrily, engaging in combat immediately. There are assassins. Help, there are assassins. A sharp female voice rang out from inside the house. There's someone inside? Jonathan frowned and glanced at Dev and Yanis. You two handle whoever is inside. Leave it to us. Dev and Yanis dashed into the room, and soon, all sounds inside ceased. Who are you exactly? Why do you want to kill me? At a time when humans and monsters are about to be engulfed in war, you would kill your own human kindred? Have you betrayed our race and become an insider for the monster race? As they exchanged several blows without alarming anyone nearby, Armando felt a chill run down his spine. He suspected that they must have used some means to block out sound so that no one outside knew what was happening. Do you even deserve to say such things? Hearing these words, Jonathan laughed. This man had no right to speak of righteousness. He had previously attacked Jonathan just to establish dominance, continuously made things difficult for him, and now dared to talk about racial loyalty. It was absurd. Could you be the surname Sutrio? Seeing that there were indeed three of them, Armando couldn't help but guess. But he also thought it unlikely, as Jonathan and his companions didn't seem to have high enough cultivation levels to match him evenly. My identity isn't important. Just know that tonight is your last night. Jonathan wouldn't reveal anything to his dying opponent. How arrogant. Armando sneered and threw out a flying sword aimed at Jonathan. Then he leaped into the air, intending to escape. Jonathan wasn't about to give him that chance. He hurled the golden tortoise sword, which transformed into a streak of light, directly aiming at Armando. No matter how fast Armando tried to flee, he couldn't outrun a flying sword. If he didn't turn back to defend, the golden tortoise sword would pierce him through. Damn it. Faced with the incoming golden tortoise sword, Armando gritted his teeth and turned to block it. You won't get away that easily. Today, you die here. Jonathan closed in again, resuming the fight. The one inside is taken care of. Dev and Yanis emerged from the room, watching the ongoing battle between Jonathan and Armando. Good. Keep watch and intercept him if he tries to escape. Jonathan nodded, giving the instruction. Don't worry. We won't let this old turtle escape. He's like a fish in a jar today. He can't live through this. Dev and Yanis stood in different positions, ready for action. Though only at the Emperor realm, they could still hold off Armando for a moment if needed. Now I'm in real trouble. Armando's heart sank. Dealing with one opponent was already taxing. Now with two more, escaping would be nearly impossible. Where are you looking? Focus on the fight, or have you forgotten how to battle after becoming a mere manager? Jonathan suddenly intensified his attacks, pushing Armando further back. Armando's expression hardened as he hurled several golden needles towards Dev. He realized that Jonathan was the strongest among them. If he could take out one of the others first, he might find an opening. Beware, Jonathan warned, but the needles were too fast for him to reach Dev in time. Dev was startled and quickly retrieved a defensive artifact, managing to block the needles. After this close call, both Dev and Yanis increased their vigilance, holding defensive artifacts before them and forming barriers with protective talismans. Seeing this, Armando's face darkened further. His initial attack failed, and now the two black-clothed figures were much more cautious. He wouldn't be able to surprise them again. Bang! Finding an opportunity, Jonathan struck a punch squarely into Armando's face. Pain-stricken, Armando launched a hasty counterattack that Jonathan easily evaded. After getting hit, Armando became increasingly panicked. His fighting grew disorganized, often leaving openings for Jonathan to strike. If Armando had been a mere mage cultivator, Jonathan's punches would likely have killed him. However, as a member of the Xuanhuan sacred land and also a body-refining practitioner, Armando's physical strength far exceeded ordinary cultivators. Although Jonathan had inflicted heavier injuries this time, using only 40% of his power, it would take time to bring down a saint-level body refiner. Cursed be you all. Why do you want to kill me? If someone has offered a price for my life, I'll double it. Name your demands and I'll meet them. Why fight to the death? Realizing the dire situation, Armando started begging for mercy. If you blame someone, blame yourself for being arrogant and offending those you shouldn't have. Jonathan punched him again, knocking out Armando's teeth and covering his face in blood, a pitiful sight. In that case, I'll see if you can actually kill me. Armando threw several magical artifacts at Jonathan and the others while attempting to escape. Realizing that continuing the fight would lead to certain death, his only hope lay in escaping this area and spreading news of his attempted assassination. Chapter 300, Fraser's Scheme. Think twice before you try to leave. Jonathan swung his sword, cutting the several flying artifacts into halves, and then sent a streak of dark light flying toward Fraser. Fraser, who was about to fly into the air, was hit by the dark light. He let out a painful scream as he plummeted from the sky. You can kill me if you want, but before I die, can I at least know who wants my life? And why? Let this dying man understand his death. Fraser lay on the ground, blood oozing from all over his body as he spoke in a barely audible voice. All right, then I'll make sure you die clearly. Dev walked forward with an arrogant look, preparing to reveal their identities. Enough with the nonsense. Jonathan stopped him immediately. He walked up and ended Fraser's life with one swift sword stroke. Don't rush to kill him. If he knew who we were, he'd definitely be mad to his grave. Dev felt somewhat regretful seeing Fraser dead like this. Forget it, I don't have that kind of hobby. It's better for such scum to be dead. Yanis shook his head beside him. Let's be careful. When doing something like this, we must be meticulous and leave no evidence, Jonathan said as he approached, removing Fraser's storage ring. Then, he searched and found a blackish stone in Fraser's sleeve. Recording stone. Jonathan immediately recognized the origin of the stone. His face fell as he activated it with his magic power. You can kill me? The voice emanating from the stone was exactly what Fraser had previously said to Jonathan and his companions. This old bastard actually left a trap like this. Dev looked shocked, clearly not expecting this kind of move from the other party. If we had revealed our true identities just now without finding this thing, we would have been in trouble, Yanis said with relief. Now you understand why I was so cautious. There's no room for mistakes in this kind of matter. Jonathan glanced at Dev disapprovingly. My fault for talking too much. Almost fell into this old bastard's trap. Dev looked embarrassed, realizing that in such a situation, he would have easily fallen for the trick. All right, to ensure there are no leaks, we can't leave this guy's body behind either. Jonathan raised his hand, causing 3 colored flames to appear. The flames quickly consumed Fraser's corpse, leaving only ashes behind. How did you deal with those inside? After ensuring everything was fine, Jonathan turned to inquire about the others. The 2 women inside have been knocked out. 2. Jonathan was taken aback momentarily, marveling at how cunning this old man could be. Do we need to kill them too? They don't seem to have any grudge against us. Dev and his companion hesitated. They still felt a burden in killing innocent people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just knocked the women out earlier. Did they see your faces? Jonathan hesitated for a moment before asking. No. They shook their heads. In that case, ignore them. Since they don't know who we are, there's no need. Jonathan considered and realized there were no loopholes, so killing innocents was unnecessary. Thus, the 3 of them left the place. Back at their residence, they divided all of Fraser's belongings. This guy really accumulated quite a fortune. We've struck it rich. That's true. Even though we didn't help much, splitting it equally feels somewhat unfair. Neil and the other both felt ashamed. After all, in the previous battle, they only knocked out 2 low-ranking martial artist women, while Jonathan dealt with Fraser single-handedly. Enough chatter. Jonathan dismissed it indifferently. Seeing Jonathan wasn't bothered, and since he had suggested dividing the loot equally, they gradually relaxed, starting to examine what they received. As a SOG-level martial artist residing in this martial way city, Fraser enjoyed good treatment daily, plus occasional tributes from the various shops and mercenaries under his jurisdiction, resulting in his wealth being far greater than that of a typical SOG. So many treasures. If we killed 1 person per day, wouldn't we become rich overnight? Dev's eyes gleamed with excitement, recognizing the fastest way to gain wealth was through robbery and murder. Forget it. There aren't so many bastards for us to kill. We can't just go around slaughtering innocents. Yanis was delighted but kept his head clear. You're right, Neil sighed, shattering his dream. Early next morning, inside Fraser's residence. Ah. Screams echoed. What happened? What's going on? Many martial artists rushed over. There were assassins. A woman exclaimed loudly. Assassins? Please explain the situation. A martial artist asked. Soon, news spread that Fraser's residence was attacked by assassins. Despite searching everywhere, no sign of Fraser was found, only traces of a struggle in the courtyard, indicating he might be in dire straits. Who would have thought assassins dared to strike in our Xian Devon Holy Land territory? It's outrageous. This is clearly a disrespect to our Xian Devon Holy Land. Xian Devon Holy Land disciples were furious. One reason was the audacity of the assassins to target the inner city. Another was the apparent weakness of the inner city's defense. How could a SOG be assassinated without anyone noticing? Upon hearing the news, the high-ranking officials in the inner city increased security several-fold to prevent further assassinations. Simultaneously, numerous personnel were dispatched to search for Fraser. In Jonathan's trio's residence, Reed became visibly shaken upon learning this news. Recalling last night's events made him increasingly uneasy. Normally friendly Jonathan and his friends invited him to dinner and urged him to drink constantly. Although he usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, he got drunk after barely consuming much, which was indeed unusual. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Jonathan's trio was involved. Knowing Jonathan's strength, Fraser stood no chance against him. It was highly likely that Jonathan's trio committed this deed. Concluding this, Reed decided to keep the matter a secret. He couldn't afford to become the next Fraser. After Fraser's murder, many disciples were dispatched to investigate, including Jonathan's trio. ####Chapter 301. Special mission. Jonathan and the other 2 found it amusing. They were the masterminds behind this event, yet now they had to pretend like everyone else and look for clues. All 3 of them knew such an investigation would never bear fruit, so they went through the motions half-heartedly. A few days later, a new overseer was sent by the higher-ups. My name is Imran. You can call me Overseer Ma. Initially, you weren't under my charge, but since Overseer Devon has run into some issues and his status is unknown, I will be temporarily assigning your tasks and responsibilities. Overseer Ma swept his gaze over the crowd before speaking. This time, there was no incident like establishing authority or asserting dominance. After delivering his message, he left, leaving everyone to wait for their assignments. According to Overseer Ma's instructions, the military originally planned to integrate all disciples from the great sanctuaries into the army as soldiers. However, the major sanctuaries disagreed with this arrangement for two main reasons. First, those who could come to the martial arts city to watch the competition were all direct disciples, including some of the most powerful students. These disciples were the cream of the crop in their respective sanctuaries, and integrating them into the regular army would likely result in many casualties. Second, direct disciples generally had strong cultivation levels, making them suitable for special operations. Without training in battle formations, their true potential couldn't be realized if they were placed in ordinary units. Several days later, Overseer Ma gathered all the direct disciples together for an important assignment. Today, we have a very important mission that requires action. Jonathan, Hardy, the two of you, please follow me, Overseer Ma said, glancing at Jonathan and Hardy as he named them. Jonathan and Hardy were somewhat taken aback, unsure what sort of task would require them specifically. The three entered a room where Overseer Ma explained, I'm sure you're aware that the demon race is eyeing martial arts city warily. In fact, some of our smaller units have already engaged with demons outside the city. Now, we have a critical mission that requires you to leave martial arts city and enter demon territory. Upon hearing this, Jonathan and Hardy felt a chill. Entering demon territory meant the danger level would be sky high. I don't have the full details of the mission either, but every sanctuary has dispatched their finest disciples, with Tai Sanctuary's top disciple serving as the leader of this operation. He will provide you with specific instructions once you meet up. After a brief explanation, Overseer Ma let Jonathan and Hardy return to prepare for the mission, which was set to begin in 3 days. What kind of mission could it be that requires us to go into demon territory? Hardy asked with a wry smile. I'm also confused. We'll know when the time comes, Jonathan replied, equally puzzled. There wasn't much useful information in Overseer Ma's words, and he too felt uneasy. Going into demon territory was perilous. If they encountered a powerful demon or an entire demon army, survival would be slim. At that time, Brother Su, I hope you can take care of me, Hardy bowed respectfully. We're from the same sanctuary. We must help each other while on missions, Jonathan nodded. No matter their previous relationship, both being from Xuanhuan Sanctuary, having someone familiar in a dangerous place would offer mutual support. Back at their residence, Dev and Yanis immediately asked what Overseer Ma wanted with Jonathan. They looked worried, fearing that perhaps the earlier incident had been exposed. Jonathan gave them a brief overview of the situation. Entering demon territory? That's incredibly dangerous. Leaving the city now is like sheep entering the wolf's den. Dev and Yanis were shocked. To them, demon territory was an extremely dangerous place. While mercenaries sometimes ventured there to hunt beasts, this was a special period, with demons lurking everywhere outside the city walls. A misstep could lead to capture. Brother Su, be careful. I've heard demons are ruthless, devouring human hearts and livers. Yeah, they prefer live humans. It's truly terrifying, Dev and Yanis expressed their concerns. Jonathan found these remarks more alarming than comforting. The pair seemed intent on scaring him rather than offering support. His initial calm was now tinged with worry. 3 days passed quickly, and Jonathan and Hardy arrived at the city gate as instructed. Several people were already waiting there. Why did they send someone at the Empyrean Emperor realm? And why is one of them only at the Martial King realm? What a joke. A mere Martial King coming here for such a critical mission. Is Xuanhuan Sanctuary slacking off? A warrior muttered unhappily, glaring at Jonathan and Hardy. I heard Xuanhuan Sanctuary's Martial King defeated the strongest disciples from Tianheng, Tiansong, and Zhejianliang. Could it be this guy? Another wondered aloud. Others began to look over. Once the first speaker heard about Jonathan's achievements, he changed his tone and didn't press further. Warriors continued arriving until 18 were present. This mission will be led by me. Some of you are old friends, others I don't know. Let me introduce myself. My name is Terra, Adelardif disciple of Tai Sanctuary and responsible for this operation. Specifics will be provided en route. Jonathan was surprised to see a woman leading this critical mission. Being the top disciple of the strongest sanctuary, she must be exceptionally powerful. Terra scanned the crowd. To better complete this task, let's introduce ourselves briefly and get acquainted. Each introduced themselves, mentioning their positions within their respective sections. Besides those who couldn't attend due to past incidents, like Jiru Fu, Tiansong Trio, Song Feilei, etc., the group included elite disciples from various sanctuaries, including Jonathan's acquaintance Ethel. Jonathan, Xuanhuan Sanctuary's top disciple. Because of his recent accomplishments, many turned to look at him upon his introduction. So, this is Dawa Su. Your reputation precedes you, Terra smiled. After everyone got acquainted, they followed Terra out of Martial Arts City using a special token. Chapter 302, the mission's purpose is to save someone. Friend Dawa Shun, do you know what the purpose of this mission is? Yes, until we set out, none of us knew why we were heading into the territory of the Demon Clan. Without knowing the mission, how can we act? Not long after leaving Wudao City, someone couldn't help but ask about the mission. Others also looked at Terra upon hearing this. Jonathan was equally curious. He truly couldn't understand what kind of task could be so important. While we were in the city, the superiors kept it secret and didn't divulge the details because if too many people knew, the information might leak to the Demon Clan, Terra explained thoughtfully. She was about to continue when she was interrupted. Leak to the Demon Clan? We are all elites from the younger generation of various holy lands. How could any of us betray to the Demon Clan? A disciple from Tianheng Holy Land stepped forward. He was the second-ranked disciple of Tianheng Holy Land, named Hiram. What Terra said greatly displeased him. It seemed like she implied that there could be spies among them. Was she suggesting that while they might have spies, she was immune to suspicion? You people from Tianheng Holy Land are simple-minded. Even if there are no spies here, what about your fellow disciples or others? If someone slips up and the news spreads widely, it won't take long for it to reach the ears of the Demon Clan. A disciple from Tai Holy Land, who was ranked second, retorted with a cold laugh. Chin. Hiram wanted to argue but realized the logic behind the words, falling silent instantly. Although our human race and the demon clan are irreconcilable enemies, over the past 100 years, numerous spies have been planted among our territory, including mercenaries who even do business with the demons. So, caution is necessary. Now that we've left Wudao City and avoided spreading the word to too many people, I can tell you that our mission is to rescue someone, Terra continued as nobody raised further questions. Rescue someone? Everyone was immediately startled. The demon clan's territory was like diving into a dragon's den. How could they possibly rescue someone if one of their own had been captured by the demons? In fact, it's not as complicated as you think. We need to save the young princess of Xuanhuan dynasty, and she's not in the hands of the demons, but trapped in an ancient ruin within their territory. Terra explained their mission's objective. So, that's it. But if the higher-ups decided to send people, shouldn't stronger ones be dispatched? Wouldn't soul-level experts be more suitable? Besides, why should the 9 holy lands go to such lengths to save a princess of Xuanhuan dynasty? After listening, another person asked doubtfully. Indeed, Xuanhuan dynasty has many formidable warriors. Why should we risk our lives for this? Another voice joined in. It seemed unjust that they, unrelated parties, had to undertake this dangerous mission. Some of you may not know that as the dynasty closest to the demon clan's territory, there have been numerous traces of demon activity and even demon spies found within its borders. This is why sending anyone from Xuanhuan dynasty could jeopardize the mission. Furthermore, every soul expert has their own duties, and Wudao City cannot allocate manpower currently. Hence, sending us is the best approach. Terra explained the reasoning, understanding their dissatisfaction and hoping to clarify things before it endangered the mission. Damn, what a job. Risking our lives for others. Really, how do the superiors think? Are our lives worth nothing? Despite her explanations, discontent lingered among the group. They were all elite disciples from various holy lands, each with significant status in their respective lands. Were their lives worth less than Isabella? Don't get angry. The higher-ups have their considerations. Moreover, the young princess is the favorite daughter of Xuanhuan Emperor, who has promised us access to the royal family's secret area if we succeed. Everyone knows the benefits that come with that. Terra offered a powerful incentive, confident that this would quell any objections. Access to the Xuanhuan Imperial secret area? I never expected the Emperor to offer his secret place as a reward for his beloved daughter. I heard only members of the Imperial family could enter the secret area. Never thought we'd have a chance to. Many showed shock and excitement upon hearing this. What makes the secret area so special? Jonathan asked curiously. Having always trained in the Xinhuang Holy Land, he wasn't familiar with outside matters. Perhaps Dev knew such information, but he was not around to ask. Anyone know more about this place? Another voice joined in. One thing you might not know is that the Xuanhuan Imperial secret area is called the 10,000 Beast Garden, a self-contained small world where powerful beasts and treasures from ancient times remain. Legend has it that the true dragon bloodline possessed by the Xuanhuan Emperor originated from this garden, a well-informed disciple revealed. True dragon bloodline? Unbelievable that such wonders exist in our realm. The group was astonished. Even those aware of the 10,000 Beast Garden didn't know about this secret. Even getting a strong spirit beast bloodline would be invaluable. True, obtaining powerful bloodlines would make reaching soul easier. The revelation stirred much excitement. Even Jonathan felt the allure of the 10,000 Beast Garden. If the rumors were true, the opportunities within were immense. No wonder the Xuanhuan royal family regarded it as a treasured domain. Chapter 303, The Colorful Giant Tiger. Jameson is truly generous to offer such substantial rewards just for his daughter. After all, she's only a daughter, not a crown prince or anything like that, Hiram sneered, feeling that Jameson's actions were rather foolish. As an emperor, how could he be swayed by personal sentiments? He probably had countless wives and children already. What do you mean, just a daughter? If it were a crown prince, would you save him, but not a princess? Rebukes came from all around. Hiram looked up and immediately noticed the female disciples glaring at him, their expressions unfriendly. Even many of the male disciples cast disdainful glances at him. Jonathan was also speechless. In this day and age, who still harbors such sexist views? It's only natural for an emperor to worry about his beloved daughter. By offering entry into the secret land as a reward, it shows that even as an emperor, he isn't heartless. But in Hiram's eyes, this had all gone wrong. Besides, if Jameson hadn't offered these benefits, wouldn't they have come here for nothing? Haha, my mistake, it was unintentional. I hope all the immortal maidens will forgive me. Hiram realized the problem with his words and regretted them internally. He still needed to work with everyone for the next actions. If he offended everyone, things would get complicated. Sigh, poor judgment. Hiram glanced sideways at another Tianheng Holy Land disciple who accompanied him. She too was a female disciple, and now her gaze toward him felt somewhat strange. Since fellow Daoist Qian has apologized, let's not hold it against him. Just be more careful with your words in the future, Terra reminded him irritably. If not for the upcoming operation requiring unity, she wouldn't bother acknowledging him. Our scouts have marked out all the demon territories along the border. As long as we carefully avoid these areas, we won't encounter much danger. Terra pulled out a map and drew a route avoiding demon settlements, towns, and other demon-dense regions. The entire path remained in wilderness areas until reaching the ancient ruins. From this map, as long as we are cautious, we should indeed not run into demons. Even if we do encounter a few, our strength can handle it. It seems they don't plan on sending us to die. This is more like a training exercise. After seeing the map, everyone became more assured, no longer as panicked. Often, the unknown is the most terrifying. Initially, everyone imagined powerful demons everywhere, and possibly encountering demon armies or even deities. But now it seemed otherwise, easing everyone's fears. With the situation clear, they proceeded deeper into the wilderness, avoiding potential demon hotspots. A day passed without any demons appearing, which relieved everyone. While in demon territory, it wasn't as if demons filled every corner, just as human lands mostly remained uninhabited outside cities and nearby villages. Roar. A roar echoed through the forest, accompanied by a gust of wind. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. It's likely a tiger-type demon beast. Everyone be cautious. Terra instantly grew alert upon hearing the roar. Everyone else tensed as well. There were far more and stronger demon beasts in demon territory. Some were said to be of semi-immortal level. Never underestimate them. Previously, they had encountered several Martial King and Martial Emperor level demon beasts, unheard of in human territory. Usually, strong demon beasts appeared only in remote areas. This made mercenaries hunt within demon territories. Shortly after, a colorful giant tiger leapt from the forest. Upon appearance, it scanned the surroundings, its gaze passing over Jonathan and the others, seeking suitable prey. This beast is at the Martial Saint realm. Everyone be cautious. Terra's expression turned grave after gauging the demon beast's power. High-tier demon beasts possess formidable bodies and innate abilities, making them even tougher than cultivators of the same rank. Everyone braced themselves, unsure of the demon beast's capabilities or exact strength. Roar! The giant tiger roared again, charging straight for Jonathan. Apparently, the tiger considered Jonathan, radiating the weakest Martial King aura, the easiest target. Beware! Several faces changed, especially Terra's. Despite hearing of Jonathan's victories, she found it hard to believe. Was a mere Martial King really so powerful? If Jonathan were killed by the giant tiger just one day after leaving Wudao City, it would demoralize the group. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Bang! A loud noise rang out as the giant tiger was smashed away by Jonathan. Is this guy really that strong? His previous victories must have been real. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Such a massive tiger-type demon beast was effortlessly sent flying. Jonathan, a body refinement cultivator, showed incredible strength. Stop gawking and help. Jonathan snapped at the dazed crowd. That punch had appeared powerful but was harmless, given everyone's presence and his injuries. Let's all attack and finish this off. Everyone finally reacted, attacking swiftly. Various treasures and spells bombarded the tiger, preventing it from getting closer. With most having Martial Saint prowess and the rest being elite Martial Emperors, their assault was rapid and intense. Chapter 304. What went wrong? Despite the giant tiger's formidable strength, it could not withstand the overwhelming number of attackers. Soon, the giant tiger was covered in wounds and ultimately collapsed in a pool of blood. I can't believe we encountered a beast sage-level demonic beast just in an ordinary wilderness. The territory of the demon race is truly perilous, one disciple sighed. Things will likely get even more complicated from now on. We must all be extremely cautious, another person warned. Jonathan found these people exasperating. When the giant tiger had attacked earlier, no one in the group dared to make a move. In truth, there was no teamwork or trust among them, which led to no one taking immediate action when the tiger appeared. Everyone was afraid that their actions would draw the tiger's attention and make themselves its primary target. Now, deep within demon territory, everyone hoped nothing would go wrong for them. Not even a slight injury or excessive spirit energy expenditure that could compromise their condition. The group passed through the wilderness and entered a path. In the demon race's territory, they didn't dare to fly. Once airborne, they would become too conspicuous and would likely encounter high-tier demons if faced with any enemies. Everyone, be careful. On both sides of this area are demon towns. There's a high chance we might encounter demons, Terra reminded everyone. Now, everyone wore long robes with hoods, concealing their faces. This attire would stand out significantly in human territories, but wasn't unusual in demon lands. The demon race's territories were mostly deserts with intense heat, far harsher than human lands, leading to different clothing styles. Clopping. The sound of horse hooves approached from the distance, and at the end of the road, a group of mounted demons appeared. The horses were covered in dense scales, towering and clearly extraordinary, belonging to a species of demonic beasts. Not every demonic beast in demon territories could transform into humanoid forms. Some were powerful yet lacked the ability to transform. Seeing this group, Jonathan became wary. As the horses passed by them, the lead rider suddenly pulled his reins and stopped, scanning Jonathan and his companions. Who are you, and why are you here? The group froze, remaining silent. Speak up. Who are you? The demons spread out, encircling the group. The leader had animal-like ears, with rough features covering his neck and face. Although he resembled a human, the differences were still apparent. Other demons also exhibited varied physical traits, retaining elements of their beastly origins. It was said that only truly powerful demons could perfectly assume human forms. Attack. Leave no survivors. Terra ordered. In this situation, killing everyone was the only way to ensure they didn't leak information. The mounted demons were not highly skilled, and the group took swift and decisive action, subduing them in moments. I didn't expect us to be discovered so quickly. Though we've eliminated these demons, prolonged time will surely lead to suspicion. Let's leave quickly, Terra said grimly, looking at the dead demons. How did the demons discover us? A disciple asked, puzzled. Others shared similar thoughts. They should have blended in well enough with the typical demon attire. Perhaps it's the smell, Jonathan mused after a moment. The smell? One of the Yaoqi Holy Land disciples suddenly understood. These demons emit a strong fishy and musky odor, and most of their senses are quite sharp. They likely smelled that we lacked this particular scent, leading to their suspicion. So that's it. No wonder we were discovered. Everyone nodded in understanding. What do we do now? Someone asked. We can simply wear their clothes. They have a strong enough smell, someone suggested. The group frowned, especially the female disciples. The demon clothing was dirty and foul-smelling. No one wanted to wear it. We don't have much choice now. Put them on. Terra stripped a set of clothes from a demon and walked into the woods, saying, Female disciples, follow me to change. Oh well, let's just get it over with. It's better than being caught by the demons. Someone took the lead, and the rest reluctantly changed into the demon clothes. Soon, everyone had new outfits and burned the demon corpses before leaving hurriedly. This smell is unbearable. A female disciple pulled out a sachet and tied it to her veil. Seeing this, others employed various methods to minimize the impact of the stench. How do these demons bear this? They grow accustomed to it since before they transform. Of course, they can endure it. The group continued forward, encountering a few more demons without detection. Days later. As long as we cross this forest, we'll reach the ruins. Be cautious. This forest is teeming with demonic beasts, including powerful beast kings. Terra held a map, eyeing the forest. According to the markings, this forest was the most dangerous part of the journey apart from the ruins. They entered the forest and soon encountered a python-type demonic beast. Afterward, they sporadically met more demonic beasts. Following Terra's plan, they aimed to resolve encounters swiftly and quietly to avoid attracting more. If unable to handle a beast, they fled promptly. Their journey through the forest was filled with tense moments, but they emerged relatively unscathed. Encouraged, they felt relief. Once they left the forest, they'd soon reach the ruins. Rescuing Isabella of the Haotian dynasty meant completing their mission and returning to Martial Dao City. #### Chapter 305. Encountering the Beast Tide. Why do I feel like the ground is shaking? A disciple suddenly frowned and said, but it really is shaking. What's happening? Soon, everyone noticed the continuous tremors of the ground. Birds in the forest flew into the sky, and roars of beasts echoed through the woods. This isn't right. We need to leave immediately. Terra's expression darkened, and he hurriedly urged everyone to leave. Not far away, demonic beasts began to reveal themselves, charging towards Jonathan and his companions. Why are there so many demonic beasts? What's going on? The Holy Land disciples looked terrified. If there were only 1 or 2 demonic beasts, they wouldn't be afraid with so many people around. However, the sheer number of demonic beasts was overwhelming. Just the ones at the front numbered in the dozens. From the sounds behind them, even more seemed to be approaching. Damn, are these beasts crazy? We must flee. There's no way we can stop so many demonic beasts. The demonic beasts moved swiftly, scattering everyone in moments as they each tried to escape for their lives. Jonathan chose a direction and hastily fled. Staying here would lead to certain death with such a large number of demonic beasts. As he left, he inadvertently spotted a figure on a tree. Who's that? A member of the demon race? Jonathan immediately sensed something was amiss. The sudden appearance of a demon-like individual in this area suggested something was wrong, possibly connected to the frenzied behavior of the demonic beasts. But Jonathan couldn't dwell on it now. He needed to escape first. At least a dozen demonic beasts pursued him, some of which were formidable enough that even Jonathan couldn't handle all of them alone. Gritting his teeth, Jonathan took off into the sky. Instantly, various attacks like fireballs, lightning bolts, and wind blades rained down from below, clearly talents of the demonic beasts. Earlier, they avoided flying over the forest because of the many powerful demonic beasts within. Even those in the high sky could detect and attack. So, they stayed on the ground. After blocking the initial attacks in the sky, Jonathan successfully shook off the pursuing demonic beasts. He then returned to the ground to avoid detection by stronger creatures. Now I don't know how the others are doing. That beast tide was too strange, almost as if it was controlled. Could it have been caused by that person on the tree? Jonathan felt heavy-hearted. He had hoped the mission would go smoothly, but things were clearly more complicated than expected. If the beast tide was indeed triggered by that demon individual, they might still be targeting them. For now, I can only take it one step at a time. First, I need to leave this forest. Jonathan made up his mind. The next logical step for the others to escape the beast tide would also be to leave the forest and head toward the ruins, where they could regroup. Jonathan had memorized the map, and he had already covered more than half of the forest. According to the map, he was close to exiting. Zoom. A streak of light appeared. Jonathan caught it, revealing a dart in his palm. I sensed something was off long ago. Who are you? Jonathan looked to the side of a tree, spotting a black-clothed figure. The dart had come from this direction. Since noticing the demon figure in the beast tide, he had felt someone following him, and now it confirmed his suspicions. Didn't expect you to notice me. The black-clothed figure spoke coldly. Tell me, who are you? Jonathan focused on the figure, deducing that he was at least a martial saint-level cultivator, given his calm demeanor during the beast tide. It doesn't matter who I am. I intended to eliminate all of you using the beast tide. You Holy Land disciples are tougher than I thought. But it doesn't matter. If necessary, we'll deal with you directly. The black-clothed figure leaped from the tree, walking calmly towards Jonathan. You know we're from the 9 Great Holy Lands. Jonathan was shocked. Initially, he thought the individual was just a demon race member who accidentally discovered their human identity. Now it seemed more complex. The figure knew about their affiliation, and they were likely targeted. Moreover, the use of "we" implied accomplices. Realizing this, Jonathan's expression turned grim. Only combat could resolve the current situation. He needed to finish quickly before more enemies arrived, or drew powerful demonic beasts. Die! The black-clothed figure lunged at Jonathan. They clashed fiercely. In moments, Jonathan sensed the man's combat skills were excellent, honed through frequent battles unlike managers like Devon who lacked practical experience despite their cultivation levels. The fight was intense, felling numerous trees with their sword chi. Jonathan seized an opportunity and decapitated the black-clothed figure. Upon removing the figure's veil, Jonathan was taken aback. It was a human. How can it be a human? This is demon territory, not near the border. Why would a human be here? Jonathan stared at the figure intently. A human knowing about their origin from the 9 Great Holy Lands could only mean one thing. They were specifically targeted. Was our operation exposed? Searching the body, Jonathan retrieved the storage ring but found no useful information. Best to leave here. Traversing the forest, Jonathan headed straight for the ruins. Now halfway through, regardless of the other situations, he had to attempt completing the mission. Who's there? Turning to the side, Jonathan saw a figure rapidly approaching. Oh, it's you. The newcomer was Terra, the leader of this mission from the Tai Holy Land. Ah, fellow Taoist Shun. Seeing it was one of his own, Jonathan relaxed slightly and reported, "Fellow Daoist Shun, the beast tide wasn't simple. A group of black-clothed figures has been pursuing us." "You encountered black-clothed figures too?" Terra paused, his face turning grave upon hearing Jonathan's words. "So, fellow Daoist Shun also faced them." Given her reaction, Jonathan realized what had happened. Terra, as the top disciple of the Tai Holy Land, had likely handled the black-clothed figures she encountered. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 306, the location of the ancient ruins. The two discussed what to do next. According to Jonathan's suggestion, they should regroup with the others before heading to the ruins to continue their mission. However, Terra believed they couldn't wait any longer. Those black-clothed individuals were likely after the same goal, and any delay might allow them to succeed. "If you, fellow Daoist Su, are unwilling to go, then I will head there alone." Terra glanced at Jonathan and said indifferently. Jonathan hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly. "Then let's set out as you suggest." With the decision made, both of them wasted no time and immediately set off towards the location of the ruins. "The ancient ruins are located in a nearby canyon. We just need to find the canyon, and we'll find the ruins," Terra explained as he flew up into the sky, scanning the area before descending and pointing in a direction. That way, they continued on their journey and arrived at the canyon about half a day later. "The ancient ruins are deep within this canyon. Let's hurry," Terra said without hesitation, entering the canyon. Seeing this, Jonathan had no choice but to follow. Although the canyon was often dark, it was filled with lush vegetation that looked vibrant and full of life. "This canyon is so dense with plants. There could be beast creatures here too," Jonathan commented as he observed his surroundings. Before he finished speaking, squeaking sounds erupted from all around. A large group of monkeys with white fur emerged, and upon seeing the two, they began throwing rocks, which flew like projectiles and could easily snap thick trees in two. "These damn monkeys are troublesome. We can't waste time here. Let's get out quickly." Ignoring the monkeys, the duo pressed deeper into the canyon. As they ventured further, mist began to envelop the area, obscuring their vision. "Damn, my divine sense can only perceive up to 100 meters here." Terra used his divine sense to gauge the surroundings, finding himself astonished. "I didn't expect the mist to block divine senses. This doesn't seem simple." Jonathan also tried and found that his divine sense was indeed ineffective. The low visibility forced both of them to proceed cautiously, avoiding rash actions in the mist. Suddenly, a blood-red snake darted out from the mist, aiming straight for Jonathan's head. "What the hell is this?" Jonathan swiftly evaded the attack. "Let me check it out." Terra drew his sword and chased after the direction from which the snake's tongue had come. "Don't rush." Seeing this, Jonathan had no choice but to follow. Given the situation, Terra's impulsive behavior left him unsure if she was overly confident in her abilities or recklessly brave. A toad? That size is absurd. As they pursued, they encountered a massive, mountain-sized toad covered in pus-filled boils. Its eyes, larger than human heads, glared at the two. "Kill it." Terra raised his sword and slashed at the toad. "This thing might be poisonous. Be careful," Jonathan warned from the side. Toads were one of the 5 venoms, and with such a huge specimen, it could possess lethal toxins. Hearing this, Terra sheathed his sword and cast a spell directly at the toad. The toad, however, retaliated vigorously with its long, flexible tongue, deflecting each spell mid-air. Jonathan joined the battle soon after. This creature's tongue is incredibly tough. Terra realized the toad's formidable nature after a few exchanges. Normally, tongues are fragile, but this toad's was different, a powerful defensive weapon. Tough. Jonathan drew his Jin-Ao sword, reasoning that the tongue would likely not be poisonous. When the toad attacked again, Jonathan slashed through its tongue, severing it in two. Quah! The toad retracted its damaged tongue and roared in anger. The boils on its body swelled, as if ready to burst. "Not good. It's about to release poison." Jonathan's expression changed instantly. "It's just some poison." Terra pulled out a paper umbrella, which floated and grew larger in the air, shielding both of them. Quah! The toad roared again, and its boils burst open, releasing toxic liquid that rained down. "Here it comes." Jonathan stared intently at the falling drops. "No need to worry. This is my most powerful defensive artifact. The poison cannot penetrate it," Terra said confidently. However, the next moment proved him wrong. The paper umbrella quickly corroded under the poison's effects. "This poison can erode my artifact?" Terra was visibly shocked. "Quickly, get inside." Jonathan retrieved a black alchemy furnace, black abyss, and climbed inside. Will this work? Terra doubted, knowing that if the furnace failed, they would be trapped. But without better options, Terra joined him in the furnace, closing the lid behind him. Too cramped. Once inside, Terra felt the tight quarters. Although large for a furnace, 2 people inside were almost squished together. "Keep your distance." Terra expressed discomfort. "Come on, it's this big. Where else can I go?" "Don't worry about it now. If you were outside, you'd be dissolved into bones." Jonathan responded irritably, thinking it wasn't the time for such concerns. Even if Terra looked decent, there were many beautiful women in the world, and he had no interest in him anyway. Terra fell silent, staying put inside the alchemy furnace. Chapter 307, Water-Repelling Pearl. A barrage of fierce attacks rained down, but the alchemy furnace remained unscathed. What is this alchemy furnace made of? How can it be so tough? Terra was astonished. Even her strongest defensive artifact couldn't withstand the toad's venom, yet this seemingly ordinary furnace had withstood the assault without a scratch. It was truly unbelievable. "It's a secret." Jonathan rolled her eyes, finding this woman a bit odd. Why would anyone easily reveal the secrets of their treasure? Seeing that Jonathan was unwilling to speak, Terra didn't press further. Clank. The alchemy furnace began to shake violently. Suddenly, Both felt as though the furnace had flown into the air and was now plummeting downward. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, leaving Jonathan and Tara dizzy. We need to get out now. Otherwise, that beast will finish us off. Jonathan hurriedly opened the furnace lid and climbed out, followed closely by Tara. Just then, the toad's broken tongue lashed out again. Jonathan brandished her sword and slashed at it once more, severing another segment. Quah! In pain, the toad retracted its tongue, hesitant to attack with it again. This thing isn't easy to take down, Jonathan remarked, staring at the toad's massive body. Uncertain where to strike, she hesitated for a moment before lifting her hand. Tri-colored flames erupted, enveloping the toad's enormous form. As soon as the flames touched the toad, they rapidly spread over its entire body. The toad struggled fiercely, oozing copious amounts of venom that covered and extinguished even the primal spiritual flames capable of burning through spiritual energy. Enraged, the toad fixed its gaze on Jonathan and Tara, leaping toward them with its massive frame. The toad was now a cauldron of poison, any stray splash of venom from its body being deadly. Both Jonathan and Tara quickly dodged to avoid its approach. You're a body-cultivating cultivator and are having trouble dealing with this creature. Let me handle it. Tara drew a flag and began to wave it. Instantly, a whirlwind surrounded her. Jonathan, seeing this, relaxed. As the top disciple of Tai Holy Land, Tara should have no problem handling this toad. He stepped back. Fine wind blades formed in the air, too small to see clearly. They fell like raindrops upon the toad, slicing its flesh open and causing numerous wounds. The toad endured the onslaught and lunged at Tara again. A gust of wind lifted Tara, allowing her to swiftly dodge. Under this relentless attack, the toad soon became a bloody mess, losing the ability to resist. Done. We shouldn't waste time. Let's continue searching for the ancient ruins. Tara retrieved her artifact, preparing to leave, but noticed Jonathan gazing intently at something. What's wrong? Furrowing her brow, Tara followed Jonathan's line of sight. More giant toads were emerging. Let's go. Without another word, Jonathan leaped forward, flying through the mist. Tara followed suit. There could be countless monsters like these in this canyon. Troublesome. I wonder if Isabella has already died here. Jonathan looked grim. One toad had already caused chaos. Imagine facing many more. He wondered what Isabella was thinking, venturing into such a treacherous place. No, Isabella must still be alive. Her soul lamp in the Haotian dynasty hasn't extinguished, meaning she's still alive. Tara said with certainty. Navigating through the mist was difficult enough, and those toads had completely disoriented them. They wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, a pink tongue lashed out from the side. Recognizing it instantly, they changed direction and continued on. After what felt like an eternity, they finally escaped the toads and arrived at a cold pond. This is it. According to information from the Haotian dynasty, the ancient ruins are within this pond. Tara looked excited at the sight of the pond. Are you sure? This isn't ordinary water. The cold here is beyond what even high-ranking martial artists can endure. Jonathan frowned. Even as a body-cultivating cultivator, he couldn't withstand such intense cold. I have a way in. Tara produced a blue-green pearl. This is a water-repelling pearl. With this, we can safely enter the depths of the pond and find the ancient ruins. As she spoke, she gestured, sending a beam of spiritual light onto the water-repelling pearl. A peculiar glow emitted from it. Under this glow, they entered the pond. Just as Tara had said, Jonathan no longer felt the cold. The water-repelling pearl effectively blocked the frigid temperature. Reaching the bottom of the pond, they saw a stone tablet standing in the center, inscribed with ancient, cryptic characters. Tara placed a hand on the tablet. Immediately, a flash of spiritual light enveloped her, and she vanished, taking the water-repelling pearl with her. Sensing the cold returning, Jonathan quickly pressed his hand on the tablet. The world around him blurred, and the scenery changed. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a place markedly different from the canyon. Thick demonic aura permeated the area, creating a sinister atmosphere. What kind of place is this? Why is there demonic aura here? Jonathan frowned. Normally, even ancient ruins wouldn't emit such heavy demonic aura. Who knows? According to information from the Haotian dynasty, this might be a place where celestial demons were sealed during their invasion of the human realm. Perhaps the residual demonic aura is leaking from the imprisoned demons. Tara spoke gravely. A seal for celestial demons? Why did that princess come here? Jonathan was alarmed. He had witnessed the power of celestial demons and knew this wasn't a place to trifle with. Any demon strong enough to be sealed would surely be formidable. Perhaps she's looking for treasures used to seal the celestial demons. Tara continued forward, not turning back as she spoke. Though Jonathan felt this place was extremely dangerous and needed more caution, he had no choice but to follow. Did you hear something? Tara suddenly frowned and looked around carefully. Chapter 308, the tree monster. There's no sound, maybe you're too tense. Jonathan listened carefully for a moment, but did not detect anything unusual. So let's continue. Tara observed for a while and saw nothing out of the ordinary either, so they resumed their journey. However, in the next moment, both of them paused in their steps. This time Jonathan also heard a strange sound. There's definitely something, Tara said with certainty. Jonathan nodded. I heard it too. They looked around but still found nothing amiss. The sound vanished as soon as they stopped walking. Do you feel like there's something wrong with these trees? Jonathan turned to look at the trees beside him. Trees? What can be wrong with trees? Tara dismissed the idea casually, but her expression changed immediately. I remember this tree. It was the one we saw when we first arrived here. Why is it behind us now? That's the problem. Before Jonathan finished speaking, he stabbed his sword directly into the large tree in front of him. Jean Ao's sword pierced through it, causing the entire tree to shake. The dense branches began twisting like living creatures. Damn it, what the hell is this? Jonathan pulled out his sword only to find it covered in blood. A very bizarre sight indeed. A face filled with malice appeared on the tree, and instantly a large number of roots surged from the ground towards Jonathan. Facing this eerie creature, Jonathan didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, his Jin Ao sword was sharp enough to sever the attacking roots with one stroke. Beside him, Terra was also startled and quickly drew her long sword to cut through the advancing roots. Boom! One by one, the surrounding trees came alive, revealing human faces as they approached Jonathan and Terra. There are so many! Terra exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly unleashing waves of sword chi to block the animated trees. I have a way to deal with them. As Jonathan spoke, 3 colored flames appeared in his hand. The moment the 3 colored flames appeared, the tree monsters seemed to sense danger and started fleeing in all directions. Thinking of running? With a thought, Jonathan spread the flames, which chased after the fleeing tree monsters. Soon, the tree monsters touched the 3 colored flames and were rapidly set ablaze, burning fiercely as they emitted painful cries. Let's go. These guys can't threaten us anymore. Jonathan sighed in relief. It was fortunate that he had the primal flame, which effectively countered these tree monsters. Otherwise, dealing with so many would have been a nightmare. Terra also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had other means, none were as efficient as Jonathan's method. If they relied solely on her tactics, escaping these tree monsters might have exhausted their spiritual energy, especially considering they had just arrived at this ancient ruin, with countless dangers yet to come. As they walked out of the inferno, they saw a multitude of tree monsters scattering in all directions. Every tree here was a tree monster. If viewed from above, the entire forest seemed to be moving. Now, where do we go to find Isabella? Jonathan looked around in confusion. Unknown. Let's search slowly. Terra said indifferently. Is there no record or clue about the exact location of the seal demon? Or anything else? Jonathan was astonished, unsure how vast this ancient ruin was. If it was as expansive as the illusory spirit realm, wouldn't searching for Isabella be like looking for a needle in the ocean? More crucially, they didn't know how many dangers lay ahead. Searching aimlessly seemed like inviting every possible peril. Jonathan felt a headache just thinking about it. Finding Isabella this way seemed far too unreliable. Don't worry, perhaps our luck will be good, and we'll find Isabella soon. Terra remained calm, as if this wasn't a problem. Jonathan was speechless upon hearing this. She actually believed in relying on luck, which was highly unreliable. If Jonathan had known this situation earlier, he would have rather left alone. Even if the mission failed, returning to Wudacheng wouldn't result in such severe punishment, considering the low success rate of rescuing someone within the demon territory. Jonathan's eyes glowed with a blue light as he used the Dharma Eye to observe the surroundings. If he had activated the Dharma Eye earlier, he could have easily identified the issue with the tree monsters. After a short while, Jonathan suddenly stopped and stared ahead. What's the matter? Terra asked curiously. Someone is coming. Jonathan replied coldly. How can there be anyone in this place? Could it be those black-clothed people? Terra became alert. Before long, a figure appeared in their line of sight, approaching them. There was no trace of spiritual energy around the figure, only dense demonic aura. What's going on? Why does this guy exude demonic aura? Terra exclaimed in surprise. He's no longer human. He's a demon. Jonathan took out his Jin Ao sword and cautiously watched the figure. Damn invaders, die. The demon rasped as it charged towards them. Clang. Jonathan's sword struck the demon but did not inflict any damage despite its destructive power. Such a sturdy body. The demonic aura has enhanced him. Terra clearly understood demonic aura and swiftly deduced this conclusion. What do we do then? Jonathan tried using the 3 colored flames, but found they couldn't burn the demonic aura, which consumed the flames quickly upon contact. I've read in an ancient book about demonic aura. We need to eliminate the demonic aura from his body before we can destroy him. Terra took out a jade gourd, chanting a spell that caused a radiant light to emerge from it, absorbing the demonic aura from the demon. Seeing this, Jonathan felt hopeful, thinking this disciple of Tai Sanctuary truly had numerous tricks up her sleeve. If her jade gourd absorbed all the demonic aura, the demon would be powerless. However, things didn't develop as Jonathan imagined. After a while, Terra put away the jade gourd with a tired expression. It won't work. The jade gourd can only contain this much demonic aura. Hehe, you think you can kill me? Delusions of grandeur. The demon laughed eerily, waving its arms, causing the surrounding demonic aura to surge back into him, restoring his original strength within moments. Chapter 309, Spirit Sealing Array. It won't work. There's demon energy everywhere here. He can replenish it from the surroundings anytime. Terra's expression darkened as he observed this. Jonathan's expression was no better after seeing this. He still had one trump card up his sleeve, which was the demon-slaying sword. It could suppress any object associated with demon energy. However, in his current state, using the demon-slaying sword again would come at too high a cost. Furthermore, he could only use it once at most. How many such demons were there in this ancient relic? What if they encountered another one later? He wasn't foolish enough to believe Terra would escape with a burden. You have so many methods. Is there a way to stop him from absorbing demon energy from the surroundings? If you can do that, I'll handle him, Jonathan asked Terra beside him. Terra gritted his teeth and said, I have a set of spirit sealing arrays that can isolate spirit energy. I guess isolating this demon energy should be feasible. Alright, let's use this array. Jonathan nodded. But setting up this array will take some time. And if we do it right before this creature, it won't fall for it, Terra said hesitantly. We'll pretend to run away, then separate. I'll lead this creature away while you set up the array. Within moments, Jonathan came up with a plan, and both quickly turned to flee. Wanna run? Die now. The demon saw Jonathan and Terra trying to escape and immediately gave chase. Suddenly, both changed directions, splitting apart. Possibly due to being eroded by demon energy, the demon's mind wasn't very sharp. After hesitation, it decided to pursue Terra. Jonathan, who had been watching from the shadows, suddenly dashed out, striking the demon with a spell and taunting. Come and chase me, you fool. Asshole. Enraged, the demon chased after Jonathan. Even when he was running all out, Jonathan couldn't shake off the demon, which kept closing in on him. As a result, Jonathan had to employ some measures to hinder the demon, widening the distance between them as much as possible. Estimating that the time was right, Jonathan changed direction and ran towards the fire-burning tree where he had previously agreed with Terra to set up the array to deal with the demon. Soon, they reached the destination, finding Terra standing there. Hurriedly approaching, Jonathan whispered, "Did you manage?" "The array is set, along with several restriction arrays. Once he steps in, he won't be able to leave in a short period," Terra replied. "That's good news." Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief and then yelled at the demon, "You fool, try killing us. Disgracing our race like this, what shame! How would you understand the honor of acquiring such power? My master is supreme. He will reign over the human world, ruling everything." Seeing both here, the demon felt triumphant, thinking it could capture them both. Excitedly, it rushed over. As it approached Jonathan and Terra, various colors of spiritual light emerged. Various array patterns appeared, trapping the demon. Even if it was not smart, it knew it had been tricked. "You cunning fellows, how could you think of defeating me this way?" The demon roared angrily and lunged again at them. Seeing this, Jonathan stepped forward to block it, saying, "It's time." Immediately, Terra took out the jade gourd. After expelling the previous demon energy, she aimed it at the demon again to absorb more demon energy until it filled the gourd. "Hee, haven't you realized that this can't defeat me?" The demon laughed confidently and tried to absorb surrounding demon energy again. However, nothing responded this time. "What's happening?" The demon was startled, then looked around at the array-generated spiritual light, fuming. "You used these damned arrays to block my energy. So what? That gourd can't hold much demon energy anyway." The demon sneered despite knowing it had been deceived, thinking that even losing some wouldn't affect killing Jonathan and Terra. "Has your brain been messed up by demon energy?" Jonathan asked disdainfully. Then he watched Terra step out of the array and empty the gourd. "I won't let you succeed." The demon realized its fate. Jonathan and Terra were confining it within the array, gradually draining its demon energy. Roaring, the demon ran toward the array boundary, but Jonathan wouldn't let it escape easily. He intercepted it, fighting it without letting go for a moment. Terra promptly joined in, using the gourd to absorb more demon energy. Working together, they kept the demon occupied while extracting its energy bit by bit. Gradually, the demon's power diminished as the demon energy thinned out. Eventually, all its demon energy was drained, reducing its robust body to a withered corpse-like form. "No, what's happening to me?" The demon seemed slightly lucid, looking at its hands in disbelief. He seems more aware now. Carefully approaching, Jonathan asked, "Who are you? Why are you in this ancient relic?" Struck like lightning, the demon seemed fully conscious and said nervously, "Yes, this is an ancient relic. We released the monster. It enslaved us, making everyone its slaves." "What did you mean by the monster? Could it be the sealed celestial demon?" Jonathan wanted to ask more, but the demon lost its life abruptly. They searched the demon, finding a storage ring and a token. "This is a token from the Imperial Guard of the Hautian dynasty. This guy must be one of Isabella's guards who came here," Terra deduced from the token. If he's right, they might have already freed the sealed celestial demon. Jonathan's expression turned grave as he made the conclusion. Chapter 310, Another Demon. Just one demon has this kind of power, making the strength of the heavenly demon even more unimaginable. Jonathan sighed. The current situation could be considered the worst-case scenario. They didn't know how many demons were under control, and with the unknown strength of the heavenly demon, encountering them would undoubtedly be a near-death experience. We also failed to find out Cyrus' condition earlier. If she has already been demonized, then our mission has failed. Terra remained silent for a moment before speaking. In this situation, it's highly likely that Isabella is in grave danger. Jonathan did not believe that the other party could still survive. "I think so too." Terra nodded in agreement. "We should leave immediately. There's no point in risking our lives unnecessarily." "Then let's go." After hesitating for a moment, Terra agreed with Jonathan's suggestion, their opinions unusually aligned. "So, the question is, how do we get out?" Jonathan frowned, only now realizing this was a problem. "There are transmission stone tablets within these ancient ruins which can help us leave." Terra explained without changing expression. "So, where are they located?" "Unknown." For a moment, Jonathan didn't know how to respond. Even knowing about the transmission stone tablets wouldn't help if they didn't know the exact location. It was wishful thinking to expect to leave the place. Who knew where those damn stone tablets were? Without any better options, the two decided to continue searching for the stone tablet. "That demon we fought earlier didn't manage to kill us, so the heavenly demon will certainly send more people. We need to be cautious." They passed by the site of their previous battle and continued exploring in search of the stone tablet. In these ancient ruins, aside from the tree monsters encountered earlier, there were no trees visible, as though all had transformed into tree monsters, leaving the area desolate. Stone tablet. It's damaged. The two found a stone tablet, but it was already destroyed and clearly useless. How could this be? Could the heavenly demon have intentionally destroyed the stone tablets? Jonathan guessed with a frown, believing this was the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, why would perfectly good stone tablets be destroyed? If that's true, once there are no usable transmission stone tablets left in the ancient ruins, we'll all be trapped here. Terra looked extremely worried. Though she valued this mission, she did not want to die in such a godforsaken place. "Let's keep looking. Hopefully, we can find an intact stone tablet." As Jonathan spoke, he noticed a shadow on the ground. Looking up, he saw a flying creature descending from the sky, with a figure barely visible behind it. Bang! The flying creature landed heavily, its body emanating thick, demonic energy. A similarly demonic figure descended from its back. Another one. Jonathan's face tightened. He hadn't expected another demon to show up so quickly, confirming they were indeed being targeted. "You will all die." The demon wielded a massive axe and charged straight at Jonathan and Tara. Having already experienced the strength of demons, Jonathan and Tara avoided direct confrontation and turned to flee. So these cowards killed Lou Fabian. The demon, seeing Jonathan and Tara fleeing, sneered in contempt, assuming they were merely fearful and cowardly, immediately giving chase. Not long after, Jonathan and Tara repeated their earlier tactic, leading the demon into an array. Damn it! You killed Lou Fabian using this method? The demon roared angrily, breaking free of Jonathan's restraint to reach the edge of the array, trying to break through but stopped by the protective barriers set up around it. Your intelligence doesn't seem much higher than the last one, Jonathan said coldly. This demon situation was no different from the last one, and it was just a matter of time before they could eliminate him. Kill me? Dream on. The demon roared again. The flying creature outside, hearing his call, flew over immediately. Roar. The flying creature let out a piercing cry and crashed directly into the defensive array. Bang. The flying creature's collision made the protective barrier waver. If this continued, the array might not hold much longer. Almost forgot about this guy. Jonathan waved his hand, sending a black beam toward the flying creature, striking it and causing it to fall to the ground nearby. Though the flying creature also exuded strong demonic energy, it couldn't compare to the demons. After being struck by Jonathan's black abyss, it weakened considerably. Controlled by Jonathan, the black abyss repeatedly hit the flying creature, smashing it until it lost all movement. No. The demon roared in rage. He understood that the flying creature was his only aid. Once it was gone, escaping would be nearly impossible. With the flying creature out of the way, Jonathan and Tara cooperated flawlessly. Jonathan kept the demon engaged, preventing any chance of escape, while Tara skillfully used the jade gourd to extract demonic energy from the demon. Before long, the demon, completely drained of demonic energy, lay on the ground gasping for breath. Save Isabella, she's alive. In his dying moments, the demon uttered only this sentence. The princess is alive? Where is she? Tara, upon hearing this news, urgently questioned him. Forget it, this guy is dead. No use asking him anything. Jonathan wasn't concerned about what the demon had said. Who knew if it was true? Maybe Isabella is really alive. Tara's eyes lit up. If Isabella was indeed alive, it meant the mission wasn't a failure. Who knows if this guy's words are true or false? Jonathan remained unconvinced. After all, the demon had lost rationality long ago. Even if it regained some consciousness in its final moments, it didn't mean the words were trustworthy. No matter what, we still have a chance to find Isabella. Tara remained resolute. Finding Isabella meant completing the mission and continuing to search for a way out. A win-win situation. Jonathan didn't argue further. With no clear objective, rescuing Isabella and finding the stone tablet didn't conflict. Successfully saving her could lead them to Hao Tian Imperial Clan's secret sanctuary, potentially offering rewards. Hashtag chapter 311. The three-headed demon. We should have asked that demon right away to see if he had any clues. Jonathan thought for a moment and realized they had both forgotten the most important thing. Right, if we encounter another demon, we should ask him what he knows, Tara nodded and said. The two walked a bit further before Jonathan suddenly stopped and said, perhaps we could wait for them. Since those demons will come looking for us again, why don't we set up traps and wait for them to fall into them? Given their previous failures, the next batch of demons sent to kill us might be even stronger. We must be cautious. That's not a bad idea. Those demons found us shortly after we appeared, which means they have some way to track our location. Instead of aimlessly searching, it might be better to capture one and interrogate him for information. Tara agreed with Jonathan's suggestion. They began setting up array formations right there on the spot. This time, unlike their hurried setup earlier, they carefully selected each formation, considering all factors, especially the compatibility between different arrays. Some combinations amplified power, while others would interfere, rendering the formations ineffective or even causing them to collapse. To Jonathan, this reminded him of the dense code written by programmers in his previous life. Each line was crucial. Jonathan didn't have many formations at his disposal. His main offensive formation was the Red Dragon formation, and the rest were mostly obtained from enemies. After considering compatibility, he only chose a few to deploy. In contrast, Tara seemed highly knowledgeable about formations. He set up over a dozen layers of intricate formations, creating a complex yet effective defense. After completing the setups, they sat down to meditate and recover their spiritual energy. In this ancient relic, only demonic energy permeated the surroundings, with no trace of spiritual energy. They could only replenish through pills and spirit stones. About a few hours later, 3 dark figures flew towards Jonathan and Tara. I didn't expect them to send 3 this time, Tara remarked, slightly surprised. No matter how many come, we are fully prepared, Jonathan replied calmly. With these well-prepared formations, even several martial saints, or even martial deities would struggle to escape quickly. A master of formations, given sufficient preparation, could devise deadly traps capable of eliminating multiple strong opponents. However, the biggest challenge with formations lay in their concealment. If seen by an outsider, even a martial emperor, the extensive setup here would easily raise suspicion due to the dozens of formations, powered by spirit stones, emitting confused spiritual energies that warriors could easily detect. Thus, if faced with a martial artist, seeing such a setup would make them turn and flee. It was like digging a trap right under someone's nose. Who would fall for it? Another weakness of formation masters was that once their identity was known, opponents would avoid battling in chosen locations to evade ambushes. This led to fewer formation masters in Donghua continent. First, their combat abilities were relatively weak, and second, cultivating a formation master was time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring exceptional talent. Neither Jonathan nor Tara were true formation masters. They simply relied on formation flags. A true formation master could inscribe runes using spiritual energy to create formations. While their elaborate setups might deceive martial artists, they weren't dealing with martial artists now. The 3 demons immediately entered the formations upon appearance. Seeing this, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, these demons didn't consider the possibility of traps. Otherwise, it would have been problematic if they had noticed. Humans, you killed our companions, and our master admires your strength. Follow us back and pledge loyalty to our master, and you too can gain immense power like us. Upon appearing, the three demons did not immediately attack. Leading them was a three-headed demon, each head bearing characteristics of a monster beast, clearly not human but from the Beast Clan. This didn't surprise Jonathan, as they were within the territory of the Beast Clan, so it was normal for some to wander into this ancient relic. Behind him were two other demons, dressed similarly to the previous ones, likely royal guards of the Haotian dynasty. Are you that powerful? Jonathan remained unimpressed. Transforming into mindless creatures like them sounded terrifying. It wasn't strengthening but weakening. It seems you haven't realized your current predicament. Don't compare me to those lower-class servants. I will show you the power of a higher-class servant. Each head of the three-headed demon expressed anger in turns, looking extremely bizarre and distorted. Is that so? I don't see it that way, Jonathan replied nonchalantly. Only mindless fools would find servitude honorable. What difference did it make between being a dog and a powerful dog? Ultimately, they were still dogs. Despite the three-headed demon's boastful words, in Jonathan's eyes, his demonic energy was merely twice as dense as previous demons. By strength, this creature was at best a peak martial saint, nearly approaching a martial deity. What made these demons difficult to deal with was their bodies strengthened by demonic energy. Even Jonathan's golden turtle sword couldn't damage their incredibly tough bodies, though this partly stemmed from Jonathan's own lack of power. It also highlighted the demon's strength. Despite the three-headed demon's boastful words, in Jonathan's eyes, his demonic energy was merely twice as dense as previous demons. By strength, this creature was at best a peak martial saint, nearly approaching a martial deity. What made these demons difficult to deal with was their bodies strengthened by demonic energy. Even Jonathan's golden turtle sword couldn't damage their incredibly tough bodies, though this partly stemmed from Jonathan's own lack of power. It also highlighted the demon's strength. You two handle the woman. I'll personally deal with this boy. The three-headed demon gave orders, and the other two demons advanced towards Terra. Who said you can move around freely? Jonathan sneered, and instantly, flames erupted from the ground around them. Fire elements condensed in the air, forming massive fire dragons that roared toward the three demons. Hashtag chapter 312, divide and conquer. No wonder you're so bold, setting up an array here. Do you really think you can defeat me with this kind of thing? The three-headed demon sneered, its central head spewing out a massive wave of cold air. As soon as the cold air touched the fire dragons, it immediately began to melt their bodies, while the power of the fire element was also eroded by the cold. Within moments, the few fire dragons fighting the three-headed demon were obliterated. This sight made Jonathan somewhat pained. After all, maintaining this formation cost him spiritual stones. Just those few fire dragons had cost him tens of thousands of spiritual stones, all gone in an instant, as if thrown into water. Jonathan raised his hand and threw a pile of spiritual stones to be absorbed by the formation, once again condensing several fire dragons. These new fire dragons did not attack the three-headed demon but instead assisted other fire dragons in battling the other two demons. The other two demons did not possess the ability to spew cold air. They could only rely on their demonic aura to forcibly resist the fire dragons, which kept them temporarily unable to break free. Let's deal with this most troublesome one first. Seeing that the other two demons were successfully being restrained by the fire dragons, Jonathan immediately made a decision. The best course of action was to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve the most challenging of the three demons first. The remaining two would pose no real threat. Alright, let's handle him first. Terra took out a jade gourd and aimed it at the three-headed demon, attempting to extract the demon's aura. You actually think you can defeat me with such toys? The three-headed demon had expected Jonathan and Terra to use some powerful method. Seeing only a jade gourd capable of absorbing demonic aura, he instantly showed no concern. He shook his body, causing all the demonic aura around him to coalesce into something similar to a monster's inner core, which he swallowed. This provided him with an endless supply of demonic aura, making it impossible for Terra to extract any. This won't work. This guy has gathered all the demonic aura together, and my magic treasure can't extract anything. Terra tried several times without success, his expression turning grim. Let me try handling him. Jonathan rushed forward to challenge the three-headed demon. Boy, you have a lot of guts, but you've made the most foolish decision. The three heads of the three-headed demon spat out cold air, poison mist, and thunder respectively, all heading toward Jonathan. Facing this dangerous situation, Jonathan immediately retrieved his alchemy furnace, Black Abyss, using it to block the cold air and thunder. However, the poison mist spread over and enveloped him. Haha, even a soul-level powerhouse wouldn't dare face this poison directly. Boy, you are surely doomed. If you surrender honestly, you could serve our master just like me. When the master dominates the human realm, us servants will also have hope for immortality. The three-headed demon turned his gaze to Terra, now considering Jonathan as good as dead and not worth his attention. He slowly said, "What about it? Should you choose to submit? In the face of overwhelming power, the weak must submit. Turning me into a monstrous creature like you? Dream on. I'd rather die than become such a thing." Terra held the wind-calling flag, constantly observing her surroundings for an escape route. She couldn't believe that Jonathan was dead, and as a dermic cultivator without help, she had no chance of defeating the three demons. Very well, then I'll capture you. Once this demonic aura is injected into your body, I want to see if you'll still be as proud. The three-headed demon, relying on his tough physical strength, charged towards Terra, resisting the wind-calling flag's might. Oh no! Terra's expression changed as she quickly activated the power of wind, trying to increase the distance between her and the three-headed demon. You can't escape. The three-headed demon extended a large hand, forming a black net of demonic power that spread out towards Terra. Swish! Wind blades split off, trying to destroy the net in midair, but the dense demonic aura allowed the net to quickly heal any damage done to it. If the net hit Terra, she wouldn't be able to escape the three-headed demon's pursuit. Whoosh! A sword light suddenly appeared, cutting the net into pieces. Then, a dark light collided with the three-headed demon. Bam! The three-headed demon staggered, almost falling to the ground. Who? The three-headed demon angrily turned around, surprised. How are you still alive? Who said I must be dead? Jonathan held his sword, guarding against the three-headed demon's attacks. The toxins had no effect on his 9 transformations divine body. Since you're not dead, then we'll both faithfully serve the master. The three-headed demon rushed at Jonathan again, slapping down with a large hand as if to grab Jonathan. Jonathan defended with his sword, engaging the three-headed demon in combat. Seeing this, Terra hurriedly took out an array flag, infusing it with a spiritual light, creating numerous spirit chains from all directions to tightly bind the three-headed demon. Immediately after, sharp thorns erupted from the ground, piercing the three-headed demon's body. Various attacks followed, raining down on the three-headed demon. Jonathan opened his Dharma eye, seeing that the three-headed demon's inner core was located at the Dantian. Attack his Dantian. The inner core is there. Jonathan immediately pointed out the three-headed demon's weakness. Hearing this, Terra quickly adjusted various offensive formations to attack the three-headed demon's Dantian. Indeed, the three-headed demon protected the Dantian position. Unperturbed, he sneered, so what if you guessed right? Through Jonathan's Dharma eye, the position of the three-headed demon's inner core changed, moving upwards. The position of his inner core has changed. Jonathan promptly reported the new position, and Terra's controlled formations adjusted accordingly. How could this brat see through it? The three-headed demon was shocked. His inner core, entirely composed of demonic aura, had special methods to conceal itself. How could it be seen so easily? He had initially thought Jonathan guessed correctly because generally, a monster's inner core is located in the Dantian. Having found the three-headed demon's weakness, Jonathan and Terra directed all their attacks towards this weak point, with not a single unnecessary blow. Soon, the intense attacks caused the three-headed demon's inner core to disintegrate, part of the demonic aura spilling out, permeating his entire body. Hashtag chapter 313, the demon feeds. Take this opportunity. Jonathan's eyes lit up. If they could use this moment to absorb the excess demonic aura emanating from the three-headed demon into the jade gourd, its power would undoubtedly diminish. Terra had been waiting for just such an opportunity. Seeing this, he immediately took out the jade gourd and absorbed all the demonic aura surrounding the three-headed demon. Then he flew the jade gourd out of the formation and released the demonic aura inside it. Do you really think this can defeat me? How naive. The three-headed demon laughed at the sight, raising his hand to summon the demonic aura permeating the surroundings. What's happening? His expression suddenly froze as he became visibly upset, angrily shouting, "Why can't I absorb the surrounding demonic aura? I understand now. It must be your formation that is isolating the demonic aura. You damned brats, I was thinking of making you slaves like me to our master, but you used such despicable means. I will tear you to shreds." Enraged, the three-headed demon lunged directly at Terra, intending to rip apart the one who had siphoned his demonic aura. Where do you think you're going? Your enemy is me. Jonathan flashed forward, blocking the three-headed demon's path. Get out of my way, you trash. The demon slapped a massive palm toward Jonathan, trying to crush him. Ninth Tribulation Lightning Fist. Jonathan did not dodge. Lightning surged in his hands, and he punched the demon's palm. Zap. Wild lightning crackled on the three-headed demon's palm, the pain forcing him to retreat several steps. Terra's attack then followed closely. Each successive attack caused more demonic aura to dissipate from the three-headed demon. Terra skillfully repeated his earlier actions with the jade gourd, extracting another portion of the demonic aura. After being drained twice and enduring so many attacks, the three-headed demon's strength weakened. It turned its head and ran toward the other two demons. What is he doing? Jonathan thought the three-headed demon wanted to deal with the fire dragons to ease the pressure on the other two demons. Soon, he realized he was wrong. The three-headed demon rushed to another demon battling multiple fire dragons. Seeing the three-headed demon come, the demon thought it was receiving backup but was instead grabbed and devoured by the three heads within moments. Is he mad? Terra felt sickened by the sight. Though the demon had once been human, seeing a human body being eaten by three heads was not pleasant. We have to stop him from replenishing his demonic aura by consuming his comrades. He'll become even more troublesome if we don't. Jonathan used his Dharma eye and saw the demon's internal demonic aura rapidly increasing. Let's attack together. Hearing Jonathan, Terra understood the gravity of the situation. This three-headed demon was already difficult to handle. If it grew stronger, the fight would become even more challenging. Jonathan immediately joined in, rushing forward to interrupt the demon's feeding. Get lost, you trash. You can't stop me. Two of the three heads stopped feeding, spewing poisonous fog and lightning to block Jonathan and Terra, while the middle head continued to eat. The three-headed demon was solely focused on feeding, avoiding direct confrontation with Jonathan and Terra, continuously distracting them. Humph, let's see you keep eating. Jonathan hurled his primal spirit fire at the three-headed demon. The demon blocked most of the flames with two heads, but a few sparks landed on the partially consumed demon, instantly setting it ablaze. If the demon were alive, it could have used its demonic aura to extinguish the primal spirit fire. But since it was dead, the demonic aura fueled the flames further. You damned brats! The three-headed demon shouted, unable to bite into the flaming corpse. It tried to extinguish the flames with a cold breath, but the primal spirit fire burned fiercely, sustained by the dead demon's demonic aura. Taking this opportunity, Jonathan dashed forward again, striking the three-headed demon with another punch and dragging the burning corpse away, tossing it out of the boundary. Now, what will you eat? Jonathan said with a smirk. The three-headed demon had only managed to consume a small part of the corpse, restoring minimal demonic aura, barely offsetting the previous losses. At this level, there was no chance of turning the tide. Aya! Furiously roaring, the three-headed demon turned to the last demon. No way. Having learned from the previous experience, Jonathan wouldn't let the demon succeed so easily. He blocked its path. With Jonathan hindering it and the formation restricting its movement, the three-headed demon couldn't reach the remaining demon. Jonathan glanced at the last demon and suggested, "This guy wants to kill you. Why not join forces with us to finish him off first?" The demon, who was fighting the fire dragons, showed hesitation and looked at the three-headed demon. "Bastard, do you want to betray our master? Do you not know the consequences? Your soul will be obliterated, never to be reborn." The three-headed demon roared angrily at the last demon. Hearing this, the last demon's fear intensified, resuming the battle against the fire dragons. Seeing this, Jonathan felt somewhat regretful. He had hoped the infighting among the demons would make the battle easier. However, the three-headed demon was now restricted and unable to get close to the last demon. It could only weaken and ultimately die at the hands of Jonathan and Tara. The battle lasted another hour, becoming purely a war of attrition, pitting their demonic aura and spiritual energy against each other. Chapter 314. Reinforcements arrive. At this moment, the three-headed demon could not replenish its demonic energy due to the spirit severing array, while Jonathan and his companion could restore their spirit power through elixirs and spirit stones. This imbalance made the three-headed demon's disadvantage increasingly obvious. "It looks like you've lost." Jonathan and his companion continuously drained the three-headed demon's demonic energy. Through Jonathan's Dharma eye, he saw that the inner core within the demon was on the verge of dissipating, unable to maintain its form. Once this core dispersed, Tara would be able to freely use the jade gourd to extract its spirit power. It wouldn't take long before the three-headed demon's spirit power was completely drained. "Damn it, you fool. I order you to offer me all your demonic energy, or else I'll make sure the master shatters your soul into nothingness." The three-headed demon glared at the remaining demon and roared in anger. To him, everything had happened because the foolish one refused to share its demonic energy. Otherwise, he would have already attained God warrior level power and completed the master's task long ago. Upon hearing this, the remaining demon's face turned pale with fear. It struggled to escape the fire dragon and rushed toward the three-headed demon. What is this guy thinking? Jonathan couldn't understand what the demon was doing. Did it no longer fear death? Most likely, their master has placed a soul-binding restriction on them. If they do anything against the master's interest, they will suffer the consequence of having their soul shattered, explained Tara. That makes their master a lunatic. Jonathan felt his scalp tingle at this revelation. Entrusting one's soul to another for binding was an incredibly terrifying thing. In the past, Jonathan didn't believe in reincarnation since he grew up in a scientific era. But after being transported to this world of martial artists, he believed in past lives, rebirths, and the cycle of life and death, especially since he himself could be considered a special reincarnation. Losing the chance for rebirth and having no possibility of living again was a horrifying concept. No wonder the demon became terrified upon hearing the threat from the three-headed demon, to the point where it no longer feared death. "This guy is done for. Let's finish this quickly." Jonathan threw a bunch of spirit stones to replenish the spirit power in the Crimson Dragon array. With ample spirit power, the array once again condensed multiple fire dragons. Dozens of them moved together, leaving no chance for the demon trying to reach the three-headed demon to escape. Jonathan and his companion intensified their attack on the three-headed demon. "No, as a trusted servant of my master, how can I be defeated by two insignificant humans? This cannot happen." With an incredulous look, the three-headed demon hesitated for a moment before pulling out a token and spoke humbly, "Great master, I call upon your presence. Please annihilate these detestable enemies and show them your might." This guy is summoning that celestial demon. Jonathan immediately realized the situation and hurried to stop him, but an invisible force emerged from the token, pushing him back. "We can't let him succeed." Tara also knew they mustn't allow the celestial demon to arrive. Even just a few demons had already pushed them to the brink. Adding such a fearsome celestial demon would probably mean certain death for them. Using every trick in the book, the duo tried to prevent the three-headed demon, but the power emitted by the token thwarted their attacks, preventing them from interrupting the demon. Seeing the token emit intense black light and dark clouds forming in the sky, the surrounding demonic energy began to converge, seemingly trying to forcefully breach the restrictions of the spirit severing array. Jonathan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. There was no time left. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a spiritual arrow shot from afar, breaking through both the array set up by Jonathan and his companion and the token's defense. It struck the token precisely. All the converging demonic energy and phenomena dissipated instantly, clearly foiling the three-headed demon's plan. "No, my great master!" The three-headed demon cried out in despair. The ritual was almost complete, and his master was about to arrive, but now everything had changed. Damn it, who did this? Furious, the three-headed demon looked around, trying to identify the culprit. Whoosh! Another spiritual arrow flew over, hitting the center head of the three-headed demon, which had failed to dodge. The arrow, powerful enough to penetrate the token's defense, exploded the center head into minced meat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Moments later, the other two heads of the three-headed demon were also hit by arrows, leading to its demise. Who did this? Jonathan was astonished. He realized that the arrows that blasted the demon's heads and the token were entirely composed of spirit power, a feat requiring immense strength. Could it be Isabella? Tara guessed, as only a few people could have arrived here. Apart from Tara and Jonathan, others from the rescue team formed by the 9 great sanctuaries might have entered the ancient ruins, but none could possess such formidable power. Still, we should be cautious. We don't know if this person is friend or foe until we understand the situation fully. Compared to Tara's speculation, Jonathan was much more cautious. After all, the person remained hidden, and judging friend or foe too early might be premature. If the person was an enemy, they had to protect themselves. Jonathan didn't want his head to end up like the three-headed demons. Don't worry, we are on the same side. A clear voice sounded from a distance, and a figure approached the battlefield. Jonathan immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman holding a longbow walking towards them. Seeing this, Jonathan and his companion stiffened despite the woman claiming they were allies. They hadn't yet verified her identity. I come from the Xuanhuan dynasty. You're from the 9 great sanctuaries. In this forsaken place, we should consider ourselves comrades, right? The young woman said and promptly produced a token, tossing it to Jonathan and Tara. Jonathan caught the token and examined it, but he didn't recognize it, so he passed it to Tara. Yes, this is indeed a token exclusive to the royal family of the Xuanhuan dynasty. This item can't be counterfeited. Tara examined the token carefully and nodded. Chapter 315. Jonathan's plan. Looks like you're the young princess of the Xuanhuan dynasty, Brianna, Tara said as he turned his gaze back to the young woman and tossed the token back to her. The young woman caught the token and nodded, looking at Tara. That's right, I'm Brianna, but I'm curious, why are you two here? From what I can tell, the spell you use seems to come from the Tai Holy Land. Brianna then turned her gaze to Jonathan. From your appearance, you seem to be a body-refining martial artist. Although I can't pinpoint the specific technique, it's rare for a mere martial king-level body refiner to engage in close combat with those demon beings. Other than the xuanhuan Holy Land, I doubt any other place could cultivate such monsters. It's not the time for this. We still have one more guy to deal with, Jonathan said as he glanced at the last demon being, who was still battling the fire dragons, clearly now cornered. The arrows I just shot cost me a lot of energy. I need to recover some spirit power. You guys can handle him. I saw your earlier battles, and that guy won't be a problem for you. With that, Brianna sat on the ground and began using spirit stones to recover her spirit power. Seeing this, Jonathan had no choice but to draw his sword and focus on the last demon being. He had hoped Brianna would shoot another arrow to finish off the demon, which would have made things easier, but she showed no intention of helping further. Jonathan and Tara had no choice but to continue attacking and eventually managed to defeat the last demon after some effort. Now, can you explain why you're here? Brianna asked curiously. What else could it be? We're here to rescue you, Jonathan replied irritably. If not for her, they wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. He couldn't understand what was going through her mind to venture into an ancient ruin within the territory of the beast clans. Given her status and the Emperor's favor, she should have anything she wanted without needing to take such risks. If he were in her position, he'd stay low and avoid trouble and danger at all costs. You came to rescue me? Brianna looked surprised. She had expected people from the Xuanhuan dynasty to come for her, but never thought it would be people from the 9 great holy lands. The relationship between the 9 holy lands and the 3 dynasties wasn't good. In fact, relations between various holy lands and dynasties were generally strained, given the limited resources and competition among the top forces in donghua continent. Would the 9 holy lands really send people to save her? Brianna found it hard to believe and suspected that Jonathan and Tara were actually here to seek treasure in the ruins. If Jonathan heard what Brianna was thinking, he would surely have rolled his eyes. Does everyone think like you, rushing headlong into death? The situation is complicated and not easy to explain right now. Just know that we are here to save you, Tara said, trying to brush it off since it was difficult to explain everything clearly. Tell us about this ancient ruin first. How do we get out? That's the most important thing, Jonathan asked Brianna, recognizing that she was likely the most knowledgeable among the 3 about the ruins. To leave, we must rely on the transmission stone pillar. Most of the pillars in the ruins have been destroyed. I only know of one place where there should still be a functional transmission stone pillar, Brianna replied after a moment's thought. Where? Jonathan's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to leave this place. After rescuing Isabella and escorting her back to Wudao City, their mission would be complete. At the place where the heavenly demon is sealed, Brianna said with a serious expression. Doesn't that mean the heavenly demon is still there? Jonathan felt a sense of foreboding. If that pillar were easily accessible, Brianna would have left long ago. Yes, the heavenly demon is still there, Brianna confirmed with a nod. This complicates matters. Jonathan's face turned grim. Tara added solemnly, it won't be easy for us to get past this. Don't panic. The heavenly demon hasn't fully broken free yet. He can only use a portion of his power. There's still a chance for us to escape. Brianna tried to encourage them when she saw their discouraged expressions. How powerful is the heavenly demon, and how many demons are left? Jonathan asked for specifics. The heavenly demon has demi-immortal strength, but the seal hasn't completely broken, so he can only use near demi-immortal power. As for the demons, I've killed some, and so have you. There are probably 7 or 8 left, Brianna explained. That sounds too strong. Tara's face changed. Ignoring the heavenly demon for now, dealing with those remaining 7 or 8 demons was already tough, let alone a near demi-immortal heavenly demon. I do have a way to deal with the heavenly demon. Even if I can't kill him, I can injure him severely. But once I use this move, I won't be able to fight the demons for a while. So we need to figure out how to deal with those demons first. Jonathan hesitated before speaking. He didn't want to use the demon-slaying sword again because his own injuries hadn't healed. Using it now would only worsen his condition, but without it, escaping would be extremely difficult. You have a way to deal with the heavenly demon? My demi-immortal weapon couldn't touch him. Brianna was shocked. Her longbow was a demi-immortal weapon requiring the G family's bloodline to wield, even containing a weapon spirit. Despite its formidable power, it was ineffective against the heavenly demon. It was hard for her to believe Jonathan could do better. Jonathan, you must be certain. If your plan doesn't work and fails to effectively attack the heavenly demon, our lives will be in danger. Tara also warned seriously, concerned that Jonathan might overestimate his capabilities and make a wrong decision. I'm sure my plan will work, Jonathan replied confidently. His certainty stemmed from the fact that the demon-slaying sword was not comparable to a demi-immortal weapon. They belonged to different tiers entirely. Chapter 316, The Swamp. Now we need to figure out how to deal with those demonic beings. Just 7 or 8 of them are enough to give us a hard time. Jonathan was confident that his demon-slaying sword was specifically effective against heavenly demons and wouldn't fail him at crucial moments. What he was really concerned about were the demonic beings. After all, they weren't easy to handle either. He could only use the power of the demon-slaying sword once, and had to use it at the most critical moment. It looks like we can only rely on your method. Tara nodded. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, there wasn't a better plan right now, so she could only choose to believe that Jonathan's plan would work. We can lure those demonic beings out. Heavenly demons can't leave the ceiling area, so as long as we lure the demonic beings out of the ceiling area, things will be easier to handle. Brianna pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's rest a bit, and then go observe the situation at the ceiling area. Jonathan made the decision. Fine, I'll lead the way. Brianna nodded. She was the only one among the three who knew the location of the ceiling area, and was also the most familiar with this ancient ruin. The three tried their best to restore their spiritual energy to its peak state. During this process, no more demonic beings attacked them. Obviously, the death of the previous demonic beings had alerted the heavenly demon, making him more cautious. Let's get going. It's still quite a distance from here to the ceiling area. There are many dangers in this ancient ruin. You have to be careful. Brianna led the way while explaining. With someone familiar leading the way, Jonathan and Tara felt more relaxed. Many dangers along the road were avoided. Soon, they arrived at a swamp, where Brianna warned them with a serious face. There are many monsters in this swamp, extremely dangerous. You must pay attention. The three stepped into the swamp, cautiously guarding around. Suddenly, the mud next to them moved. Jonathan instantly became alert. Soon a huge mouth emerged. This giant mouth aimed straight for Tara, seemingly trying to swallow her whole. Be careful. Already on guard, Jonathan slashed with his sword, causing blood to splatter. A giant worm appeared even though it was cut in half. It still thrashed continuously. These damn things are common in the swamp. This isn't the worst of it. The most fatal is a terrifying blood-sucking worm. They aren't individually powerful but are terrifyingly numerous. 2 of my guards died because of these pests. They were sucked dry in an instant. Brianna glanced at the worm's corpse and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He occasionally looked at the ground to prevent sudden attacks. Afterwards, the three encountered some giant worms sporadically, but the noise when they appeared was too obvious. Everyone was vigilant, so nothing happened. After walking a bit further, they found a body of water mixed with mud in front of them, unable to see what was inside. Faced with this, the three decided to fly low and didn't dare fly too high to avoid attracting flying monsters. What's that over there? Tara saw a bump not far ahead. Jonathan used his Dharma eye and exclaimed, It's a big guy. We should bypass it. Hearing this, Brianna and Tara stopped and planned to detour around the unknown creature. However, the next moment, the large creature moved, rapidly approaching them. Even though they couldn't see its exact appearance underwater, they could tell it was huge through the ripples in the water. When the monster quickly approached them, its form was revealed. A gigantic marsh dragon. As soon as the marsh dragon surfaced, it opened its mouth, releasing a cloud of miasma toward Jonathan and the others. Upon seeing this, Jonathan immediately took out a treasure fan and waved it vigorously, dispersing all the miasma. This big fellow doesn't seem easy to handle. Tara stared at the marsh dragon, frowning. Although the marsh dragon was just a lesser dragon, it had a hint of dragon bloodline, which made any demon beast involving dragons notoriously difficult to deal with. I'll finish it with one arrow. Brianna didn't want to waste any more time, pulled back her bow, aiming to shoot and kill the marsh dragon with a single arrow. While drawing the bowstring, she crushed a handful of high-grade spirit stones, releasing thick spiritual energy that gathered towards the bowstring. Instantly, a completely spiritual energy arrow formed, shooting directly at the marsh dragon. Seeing this scene, Jonathan was speechless. Those high-grade spirit stones were extremely valuable, containing not only more spiritual energy than ordinary ones, but also much more concentrated. In the market, one high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, but due to their scarcity, they often went for several times the price, especially for cultivation advancement and high-level arrays. In other words, the few high-grade spirit stones Brianna had crushed were worth at least 200 to 300,000 ordinary spirit stones. That was a considerable amount. What a small force might earn in an entire year. Indeed, the royal family, truly wealthy. Jonathan sighed. People from the royal family were indeed different. They were incredibly rich. Seemingly sensing danger, the marsh dragon dove into the water and vanished. At this moment, Brianna's spirit arrow had already been shot, creating a large crater where the marsh dragon originally was. Water flowed into it, taking some time to smooth out the surface. Darn it, letting that beast escape. Brianna gritted her teeth, annoyed. The spirit arrow had cost her a lot of spirit stones. Let it go if it escaped. At least we're rid of one problem. Jonathan didn't care much. Dealing with a troublesome beast or not didn't matter much to him. However, the next moment proved Jonathan wrong. The water rippled again, and the infuriating marsh dragon reappeared. This marsh dragon sized up Jonathan and the others, flashing a look indicating it was fairly intelligent. It likely thought Brianna couldn't use such a powerful attack again, so it dared to reappear and stir up trouble. This damned beast sure has guts. Seeing it return, Jonathan couldn't help but feel angry. Why did this beast have to target them? My spirit arrows can't be used again. This guy is too cunning. Brianna, having learned from her experience, no longer intended to use her spirit arrows. It wasn't certain they'd hit, and wasting resources was impractical. Hashtag chapter 317. Blood-sucking worms. No problem, I'll take care of it. Jonathan dashed down, intending to engage the swamp dragon in hand-to-hand combat. How did Xuanhuan Holy Land produce such a freak? I remember that among all the Holy Lands, they were at the bottom. Why are they suddenly so powerful? Brianna watched as Jonathan fought with the swamp dragon below. The fight was intense, and surprisingly, Jonathan seemed to be gaining the upper hand. despite the swamp dragon's dragon bloodline and formidable physical strength. This struck her as very unusual. After all, while martial artists focused on body refinement were known for their strong bodies, this level of power was beyond expectations. Although Brother Su is only at the Martial King realm, he is the strongest disciple of this generation in Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even the top disciple of Tianheng Holy Land can't match him. I even doubt if I could defeat him. Terra, the top disciple of Tai Holy Land, prided herself on her abilities. However, after witnessing Jonathan's strength, she began to have doubts. If she were to face him, could she really win? You seem to have a high opinion of him, but I don't think he could beat me. With my treasured bow, no matter how tough his body is, he can't withstand one shot from me. Brianna looked confident, not considering Jonathan a match for her. Her bow was so sharp that even martial god-level experts wouldn't dare face one of her arrows head-on, let alone someone at the same level. Terra remained silent upon hearing this, unsure of what to say. While Tai Holy Land was indeed the strongest, its hierarchy was strict, and no ordinary disciple could obtain something like a semi-immortal weapon, much less one perfectly suited to them. This was common across all Holy Lands. Semi-immortal weapons couldn't unleash their true potential in the hands of non-immortals. Only in the hands of semi-immortals could they be fully utilized. Not even every semi-immortal possessed such weapons. They often spent considerable time gathering materials to craft their own. In other words, even a mighty semi-immortal might not have a semi-immortal weapon, let alone a lesser expert or a martial deity. Brianna must have been greatly favored by Jameson to receive such a royal heirloom for protection. Without it, she might not have survived this ancient relic. She could only silently acknowledge the advantages of being a royal offspring. You beast, blocking our way, now you'll die. Seizing the moment, Jonathan punched the swamp dragon's head, lightning crackling around his fist, paralyzing the entire creature. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his sword into the dragon's skull, ending its life. Why didn't you run when you had the chance? Jonathan planned to dissect the swamp dragon's body, as it was a martial saint-level monster with dragon bloodline, making its core valuable enough to sell for spirit stones, a good compensation for his efforts. Forget about this thing. We should hurry up and leave. Brianna urged impatiently, clearly uninterested in the mere monster core. Jonathan ignored her. A princess who got everything she wanted would never understand the struggles of ordinary martial artists. To pass up the monster core would be wasteful. Jonathan sliced open the swamp dragon's body easily, finding the core in its abdomen. Just as he prepared to retrieve it, he heard warnings from Brianna and Terra. Watch out. Oh no, it's the blood-sucking worms. Without hesitation, Jonathan leaped into the air. Turning back, he saw the water teeming with black, wriggling creatures that resembled leeches. Definitely the blood-sucking worms Brianna mentioned. What happened next left Jonathan speechless. The blood-sucking worms leapt onto the swamp dragon's corpse, quickly draining it dry, turning it into a shriveled carcass as if it had been sun-dried for days. These things are terrifying, Jonathan mused, thankful he acted quickly, or he might have shared the swamp dragon's fate. Now you know why I said so. If you insisted on taking that core, you'd be in real trouble. It's just one core. It's not worth much. Brianna lectured, somewhat condescendingly. You're a princess, of course, you wouldn't care about a few spirit stones. But for us Holy Land martial artists, every stone counts. We take what we can get. That's fine. Before coming here, I killed many monsters within the territory of demons. You can have those cores later. Brianna offered incentives, realizing that Jonathan and Terra were crucial for her survival in the ancient relic. It wouldn't do to lose them over a few monster cores. Jonathan and Terra had no complaints. It was beneficial for them too. Monster cores were versatile and easy to sell, attracting many mercenaries to hunt within demon territories. For Jonathan and Terra, monster cores were as good as spirit stones, hard currency. Apparently unsatisfied with just draining the swamp dragon, the blood-sucking worms began jumping, trying to attack Jonathan, Brianna, and Terra in midair. The trio had no choice but to fly higher, evading the attacks. The worms could only leap a few meters, unable to reach them. Flying in the air was risky but necessary now. There are fierce birds in this ancient relic that can easily spot us in the sky. Let's hurry through this swamp and return to the ground. Brianna sped up, and Jonathan and Terra followed suit, hoping to escape the perilous marshland as quickly as possible. Hashtag Chapter 318, The Sealed Land. Roar. A deafening cry suddenly erupted from the swamp. The sound was peculiar, reminiscent of an infant's wail. What in the world is that? Jonathan felt a sense of unease growing within him. Unknown entities were often the hardest to deal with. I don't know either. When I passed through this swamp earlier, nothing like this happened. Brianna frowned, having not encountered such a bizarre sound before. Could it be because we're flying overhead, making us too conspicuous and alarming some unknown creature? Terra voiced his speculation. Probably. But the sound is coming from below. Up here in the air, we should be safe from attacks. Brianna nodded, agreeing with Terra's reasoning. Something isn't right. Be on your guard. Jonathan noticed the ground below them violently trembling. A mound of mud rose up, and a pale, fleshy hand emerged, reaching into the air toward the trio. Wish it were that easy. Seeing the massive hand, Brianna didn't hesitate. She swiftly drew her precious bow and fired an arrow, which struck the center of the giant hand. Ah! A miserable scream echoed from beneath the swamp as the gigantic hand retreated instantly. What kind of monster is that? I've never seen anything like it. Its arm looks just like a baby's. This is far too strange. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief after driving back the creature, with Terra voicing his lingering fear. The sound earlier sounded like it came from an infant too. Jonathan nodded, sharing the same impression. It doesn't matter what it is. It's already been driven off. Brianna dismissed the matter with indifference. Having seen many peculiar things in this ancient ruin, she had long since stopped being surprised. They increased their speed, eager to leave this perilous place. However, the next moment, the earlier cries seemed to have triggered some mechanism. the entire swamp began emitting eerie, baby-like cries, one after another without pause. This sent chills down the spines of Jonathan and his companions. Each cry indicated a new creature. Who knew how many more monstrous hands lurked within the swamp? More giant hands continued to emerge from the muck, searching for the trio. The three of them hastily increased their altitude, hoping to escape this swamp as quickly as possible. After flying for quite some time, they finally left the swamp behind. We'd better get back to the ground quickly to avoid drawing attention from those strange birds. Returning to the surface, they resumed their journey forward. After leaving the swamp, dealing with the monsters became much easier. According to Brianna, the swamp was the most troublesome area. Now that they were past it, the rest would be simpler. We're close. Just a little further, and we'll reach the sealed land where the demon men are active. Brianna observed the surrounding terrain and deduced they were near the sealed land. As they approached, the demonic aura grew increasingly thick, causing Jonathan to feel somewhat uncomfortable. For martial artists like them, demonic energy was harmful. He glanced at Tara and Brianna, noticing their uneasy expressions as well. Why does it feel like the demonic energy is flowing towards that direction? Preparing to arrive at the sealed land, Jonathan remained vigilant, using his Dharma eye to monitor the surroundings. He saw the demonic energy rapidly converging towards a single point, the sealed land. Damn, it must be the heavenly demon trying to break the seal. We can't let it succeed or we'll face a freely moving half-immortal strength entity. Upon hearing Jonathan's words, Brianna carefully examined the surrounding demonic energy. Confirming Jonathan's observation, her expression turned grave. Jonathan and Tara also grew anxious. If the heavenly demon broke free, Jonathan wasn't sure if the demon-slaying sword alone could defeat a half-immortal level entity. Though powerful, he lacked the ability to use the sword freely. Ignoring any potential dangers, they all transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the sealed land. Soon, they arrived above the sealed land. Below them lay a stone coffin, bound by several chains. A dark mist-like substance had broken through the coffin but was still restrained by the chains. It was attempting to break free. No, we cannot let it succeed. Brianna immediately drew her bow, ready to stop the heavenly demon. You insignificant vermin, you dare to try to stop our master. 3 demon men charged into the sky to block Jonathan and his companions, while 5 others fiercely guarded the heavenly demon, preventing anyone from interfering. You scum, get out of my way. With one arrow, Brianna blew the head off one demon man. The other 2, undeterred by death, continued to fly upwards. Jonathan hesitated. He had only one decisive strike available. If he used it now, the demon men would likely throw themselves in front of his attack, significantly reducing its impact on the heavenly demon. Moreover, even if he avoided the demon men and killed the heavenly demon, he would be left defenseless, leaving Brianna and Tara to face the remaining 7 demons. A daunting task? We need to take out these demons first. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with the heavenly demon. Tara lifted his hand, and a bagua diagram emerged from his storage ring, unfurling behind him. Spells shot out from the diagram, continuously attacking the demons. Stored within the bagua diagram, these spells unleashed their full force all at once. The 2 demon men hit by these attacks became sluggish, their demonic energy dispersing considerably, greatly weakening their defenses. Seeing this opportunity, Tara slashed down with his sword, finishing off one of the demons, while Brianna shot an arrow through the remaining one. Witnessing this, the 5 demon men guarding the heavenly demon flew upward to intercept Jonathan and his companions. Die, all of you. Jonathan unleashed his origin spirit fire, directing Black Abyss to attack. He also scattered a barrage of talismans, employing every means to eliminate as many demons as possible. I'll take another shot. Brianna aimed at a demon knocked off balance by Black Abyss and took it down with a precise arrow. ##### Chapter 319. The Celestial Demon. You damned humans, I swear I will annihilate all of humanity one day. The 5 demon men realized they could not match Jonathan and his 2 companions. The celestial demon let out a furious roar, summoning more demon warriors. The demon men who had initially intended to fight Jonathan's group immediately turned around and rushed towards the stone coffin. Oh no, he's trying to devour these demons to speed up the breaking of the seal. Brianna's face changed, despite her prolonged use of the half-divine weapon, causing her pale complexion and nearly exhausting her energy. She still quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow at the black shadow on the stone coffin. The celestial demon was struggling frantically, attempting to break free from the chains binding him. The spiritual arrow struck his body but shattered instantly. Heh, that cursed half-divine weapon again. If it were used by a demigod, perhaps I would be in real danger, but you are merely a martial saint. How can you possibly harm me? The Black Shadow's words were full of ridicule. If she had fired several more arrows like that, it might have caused some impact, but he had already absorbed those few demon men, and he was only one step away from breaking the seal. They couldn't do anything against him. After all, they were just a few kids, not even reaching the level of martial deity. This half-divine weapon was probably their strongest weapon. True to form for a celestial demon, killing your own subordinates so easily. Truly ruthless. Brianna pulled her bowstring again, mocking as she did so. Subordinates? They are merely lowly human and demon race servants transformed into demons. When I go to the human world, I can have as many of such servants as I wish. The celestial demon looked disdainful. He didn't care about those servants. Dying for their master should be their highest honor. You celestial demons can stay in the ancient ruins waiting to die. You actually want to go to the human world? Pure delusion. Haha, delusion? Soon, I will turn you into an obedient servant, and your bow will become my weapon. The celestial demon stared at the 3 people in midair, scrutinizing them like prey. This sun-chasing bow is the inherited weapon of our vast heaven dynasty. You, a celestial demon, can never control it. Brianna sneered. This inherited weapon wasn't something just anyone could wield. If not someone of the vast heaven imperial family, they couldn't control this half-divine weapon and would suffer backlash. Impossible? There is nothing impossible in this world. It's just that you weak humans lack vision. Just a mere weapon, and you dare defy the will of our celestial demon race? Pure delusion. The celestial demon's expression was filled with disdain. With their vastly superior means over humans, controlling a weapon was a trivial matter. Don't think you'll succeed. Brianna showed signs of panic. The celestial demon's words made her worry. She had already witnessed the power of the celestial demon, who effortlessly turned her guards into obedient slaves. If even a martial artist could be controlled so easily, how much easier would it be for a weapon? Although the treasure bow was given to her by her father, the emperor, it was also a crucial artifact of the royal family. If it fell into the hands of the celestial demon, she would become a sinner of the vast heaven dynasty. Heh, you seem very agitated now. Knowing you've lost, why don't you obediently follow my commands? When my army conquers the eastern desolate continent, your vast heaven dynasty could occupy a place among us demons. The celestial demon slowly tempted her, exhaling pure demonic aura toward Brianna. His words held a mesmerizing power, making Brianna appear dazed, as if losing her senses. Daoist, don't listen to him. He wants to corrupt you. Terra roared loudly, like thunder exploding in Brianna's mind, abruptly bringing her back to her senses. Thank you for your help. Brianna realized she had almost fallen into the celestial demon's trap, which infuriated her. She immediately launched another attack on the celestial demon. Terra also used all his skills to try to disrupt the celestial demon's attempt to break the seal. The hell? You dared to ruin my plan. The celestial demon was enraged. He was about to fully corrupt Brianna, only one step away, when he was interrupted. This left him in a frenzy, struggling wildly to break through the seal sooner. You won't escape. All of you will become my slaves. All the people of the human world will be like this. The celestial demon roared, deflecting Brianna and Terra's attacks. For a moment, he even ignored the presence of another person. Now's the time. Jonathan saw an opportunity. The celestial demon's attention was entirely on Brianna and Terra, making him completely unnoticed. Now was the perfect time to act. He focused his mind, and the demon-slaying sword within his spirit orifices resonated intensely with the presence of the celestial demon, emitting an invisible sword chi that silently descended upon the celestial demon. What's this? What did you do? The celestial demon suddenly sensed an immense danger, but couldn't determine its source, filling him with panic. The invisible sword chi struck the celestial demon, causing his soul body to disintegrate rapidly, as if thousands of blades were cutting through his being. This feeling, it must be him. He has returned. A towering figure emerged in the celestial demon's mind, overwhelming fear taking over him. In his final moments, he stared fixedly at Jonathan, terrified and trying to say something, but ultimately disappeared without a word. It seems we've passed this trial. Seeing the celestial demon vanquished, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. His intense concentration relaxed, leaving him utterly exhausted and falling from midair. Watch out. Terra hurriedly took out a flying sword to catch Jonathan. What did you do just now? You killed that celestial demon. Brianna looked at the weakened Jonathan, amazed. Terra also wore a questioning look. The celestial demon's last gaze was fixed on Jonathan, and his current state clearly indicated he had exerted a powerful technique to destroy the celestial demon. Facing their questions, Jonathan said nothing, but took some pills and began to rest with closed eyes. That single strike had drained him of all strength. Although the immediate threat was gone, they were still in the ancient ruins. Even if they escaped, they would still be in the territory of the demon race, full of dangers. In his current state, encountering any peril would leave him defenseless. Chapter 320, Binding Spirit Technique. Brianna and the other person understood that Jonathan was not willing to reveal the secret when they saw him remain silent. This wasn't surprising. Every martial artist had their own fortuitous opportunities. Jonathan possessed the ability to annihilate a half-immortal grade heavenly demon, which was an astonishing feat even if it had already been sealed. Who would easily share such a powerful method? The outside is under the control of the demon clans and some unidentified black-clothed individuals. Let's recover before we leave, Terra said as he began to regulate his breathing, using elixirs and spirit stones to restore himself. Seeing this, Brianna had no choice but to follow suit, taking out some elixirs to restore her spiritual energy. Although her use of the pursuing sun bow relied on the power of spirit stones, using the bow still consumed a lot of her personal energy. All three were restoring themselves. The biggest threat in the ancient ruins, the heavenly demon, had been resolved. The place was now safer than the demon territory outside, so there was no rush for them to leave. A few days later, Jonathan opened his eyes and said, "We should leave now. After these many days, if any information leaks from Martial Arts City to the demon clans exposing our whereabouts, it will be troublesome. We should leave quickly." Brother Sue is right, Terra nodded. She felt something was off about those black-clothed individuals earlier. Returning to Martial Arts City sooner would put her at ease. Then let's go. The teleportation steel is over there. Brianna spoke while standing up and walking toward the teleportation steel. Do you want to know how I killed the heavenly demon? Jonathan suddenly asked, without context. Since Brother Sue brings it up now, you must not intend to hide it anymore, Brianna laughed. She indeed wanted to know how Jonathan managed to accomplish this. Even with her pursuing sun bow, a half-immortal grade weapon, she couldn't harm the heavenly demon. Yet Jonathan achieved this with just one strike, a feat that was truly remarkable. In fact, I once obtained an ancient treasure related to the spirit clan in a hidden realm. That ancient treasure was used by the spirit clan to counteract heavenly demons, capable of causing immense damage to them. However, it was already damaged, and I only used it once before it was ruined, Jonathan said, producing an ancient-looking demon-subduing mace from his storage ring. This magical artifact was taken from an enemy and appeared old, lacking much power but looking extraordinary, perfect for making a show. Both Brianna and the other person looked at the demon-subduing mace, recognizing its past might as a formidable magical artifact but now being useless. Spirit clan? Terra's expression changed slightly, pondering. Do you know anything about the Spirit Clan, fellow Daoishin? Not much, but I read in an ancient text that the Spirit Clan and heavenly demons are mortal enemies. If it was indeed a Spirit Clan's magical artifact, it could have indeed restrained the heavenly demon, Terra replied after a moment of thought. Jonathan's words were partially true, combined with the ruse of the demon-subduing mace, managing to deceive Terra and Brianna temporarily. These two aren't easy to fool, but it seems I won't be caught out. After observing their reactions, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. He fabricated this story to prevent Terra and Brianna from suspecting him of having valuable treasures. Both came from prestigious backgrounds. If they coveted his possessions, things could become very problematic, possibly leading to a half-immortal grade expert targeting him. Now that they believed the treasure was destroyed and had nothing more to desire, it would eliminate one potential issue. Hold on, I want to examine this stone coffin. Since it once contained a heavenly demon, it might possess extraordinary qualities, Jonathan said, approaching the stone coffin and placing a hand on it. The soul-suppressing coffin, an ancient Spirit Clan tool, used to seal heavenly demons. Would you like to comprehend it? Understand. Flashes of ancient figures appeared before Jonathan's eyes, including various heavenly demons and members of the Spirit Clan, battling fiercely. Several powerful Spirit Clan members jointly performed a mysterious technique, suppressing a half-immortal grade heavenly demon and sealing it within the coffin. Regaining his senses, Jonathan noticed Brianna and Terra watching him, immediately waving his hand. Nothing significant found. It appears this stone coffin is no longer useful. In his mind, however, he now possessed a new secret manual. Comprehension of the first level of the binding spirit technique completed. Indeed, I've gained something. Jonathan was delighted. He always felt the stone coffin was unusual and hoped to gain some insight, unexpectedly achieving comprehension. The binding spirit technique is a potent spell that can bind others, hindering their use of their own powers. Initially developed by the Spirit Clan to counter heavenly demons, it is also beneficial to martial artists. Unfortunately, he only comprehended the first level. To delve deeper, he needed more time. But they were about to leave, leaving no room for further contemplation. Any signs of abnormality would draw suspicion from Brianna and Terra. It seems I'll need to find another opportunity later to come back here. Jonathan reluctantly gave up on further comprehension. Even this first level of the binding spirit technique was helpful, making his trip not entirely fruitless. Relying on the teleportation steel, the three left the ancient ruins and found themselves in a cold pond. Terra immediately produced a water-repelling bead, allowing them to bypass the cold and swim out. Whoosh! Just as they emerged from the pond, several arrows shot towards them. Who are you? Jonathan raised his sword and swept away all the arrows, which were far inferior to Brianna's spirit arrows. Using the golden tortoise sword, he deflected them effortlessly. Several black-clothed individuals surrounded them tightly. Did not expect the little princess to survive the relics. Given that, the items inside must be with you. Hand them over, and I might spare your lives, sneered the leader of the black-clothed group, glaring at Brianna. Who are you? Brianna's expression hardened. Knowing her so well indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Our identity is unimportant. What matters is where the item is. The leader raised his hand, and the black-clothed individuals prepared to attack. This translation preserves the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original Adelardnese text while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 321. A Major Showdown. Seeing these people in this posture, Jonathan looked thoughtfully at Brianna. She had traveled thousands of miles into the demon territory, undoubtedly because there was some treasure in the ancient relic that made her willing to take this risk. After defeating the heavenly devils, she had left without hesitation. Likely, she had already secured the treasure. Not only Jonathan, but Terra's gaze also fell on Brianna. This simple matter would not escape her notice. Why are you all looking at me? Now isn't the time to think about other things. Let's focus on dealing with these black-clothed men first. Brianna, realizing the gazes of Jonathan and Terra, immediately became cautious. Just dealing with these black-clothed men was tough enough. If they had more troublesome opponents now, she truly wouldn't have a chance to leave here alive. What she said is right. These people are our enemies. Our purpose this time was to rescue someone, not to seek treasure. Jonathan quickly snapped out of it. Grabbing any treasure right now was impractical. His current state wasn't good, and besides, if he started a struggle for treasure, everyone, the black-clothed men, Brianna, Terra, would become his enemies. Who would win then? Plus, this was still demon territory. He didn't want to fight tooth and nail over a treasure and end up struggling to survive or even escape. Daoisu is right. We must unite now. Terra nodded. The greatest enemy right now was these black-clothed men. They couldn't afford internal conflicts at this moment. The leader of the black-clothed men felt somewhat disappointed seeing this. His earlier words were meant to sow discord, hoping Jonathan, Brianna, and Terra would no longer trust each other. Once they split up, his group would be the strongest force. It looks like your plans won't work. Brianna breathed a sigh of relief. If Jonathan and Terra insisted on coveting her treasure, things would get complicated. In the end, you're just 3 people. Can you possibly defeat us all? The leader of the black-clothed men wasn't worried. He merely wanted an easier fight. Even in a power play, he believed he wouldn't lose. You won't know until you try. Jonathan's expression changed. He had just obtained a powerful technique and was eager to practice on these black-clothed men. You arrogant brat. Let's start with you. The leader of the black-clothed men gave the order, and several nearby black-clothed men immediately attacked Jonathan. Be careful, Daoisu. Brianna and Terra rushed to help. Now bound together by necessity, if anything happened to Jonathan, they would be outnumbered and hard-pressed to contend with the black-clothed men. They had to save Jonathan. Humph, you cannot interfere. Other black-clothed men moved in, restraining Brianna and Terra, buying time for those attacking Jonathan. They clearly aimed to break through using Jonathan, who seemed the weakest. So what if there are more of you? Jonathan advanced rather than retreating, punching directly at a black-clothed man in front of him. As the man hastily blocked, Chains of spiritual energy bound him tightly, preventing escape. In the next moment, Jonathan killed him with another punch. The surrounding black-clothed men were shocked and hurriedly attacked, hoping to take down Jonathan in one go. Whoosh! Jonathan flashed, creating multiple illusions, while chains flew towards the surrounding black-clothed men. Despite being wary after witnessing Jonathan's technique, they still struggled against the spiritual chains, each one restrained. In this short time, Jonathan had swiftly dispatched several black-clothed men. What kind of technique is this brat using? The leader of the black-clothed men was startled. He had assumed Jonathan was an easy target, but it turned out to be a hard hit. Those chains were bizarre, fully composed of spiritual energy yet unbreakable, even capable of suppressing spiritual power. Brianna and Tara felt relieved. Jonathan dispatching so many black-clothed men increased their chances of victory, though they were surprised by his hidden strength. You all will die. Regaining composure, Brianna distanced herself from the black-clothed men, drew her precious bow, and prepared to shoot. Stop her. Do not let her use that bow. The leader hurriedly ordered his men, clearly aware of the bow's power. Many rushed towards Brianna, but none could match her bowstring speed. An arrow shot out, killing another black-clothed man. Jonathan and Tara weren't surprised. They knew the bow's deadly force. Even mighty demons couldn't withstand a single arrow, let alone these men. She just finished one shot. This is our chance. The leader shouted and charged at Brianna, aiming to capture her. The other black-clothed men joined, not wanting to let Brianna shoot again. Where do you think you're going? Jonathan intercepted all the black-clothed men around him. Meanwhile, Tara engaged part of the black-clothed men, but the leader and 3 others reached Brianna, attacking fiercely. A burst of light from Brianna forced them back. That girl has quite a few treasures, Jonathan commented as Brianna escaped harm. Seizing the opportunity, Jonathan broke through and reunited with them. I'll hold them off with Tara while you attack, Dawisji. Jonathan stood at the forefront, having expended much spiritual power with binding spirit technique. Blocking now would be easier for him, letting Brianna do most of the fighting. Fine, I'll take care of them. Brianna, understanding the situation, shot another arrow, killing another black-clothed man. She knew these men were after her, and if they separated, they'd focus on her. She had to fight now. Chapter 322. The Ghost Shadow Sect Assassin. Seeing this situation, the leader of the black-clothed men became furious. He wanted to leave Tara behind and first deal with Floyd. However, Jonathan's boxing style was incredibly troublesome, giving no chance for the black-clothed men to sneak attack Floyd. Damn it, this kid is only at the Martial King level, yet why is he more difficult to handle than a Martial Saint? The leader of the black-clothed men looked at Jonathan with evident helplessness. Jonathan's ability to restrain others was extremely bothersome, coupled with his powerful offensive skills. Once restrained, Jonathan would use an overwhelmingly ruthless fist technique that even the black-clothed leader couldn't withstand for long, let alone his subordinates. Kid, who are you? The leader of the black-clothed men looked at Jonathan, not knowing his true identity. Who I am? In fact, I'm your grandfather, obedient grandchild. Jonathan said sarcastically. The black-clothed leader wasn't angered. Someone at his level wouldn't be easily riled up by just a few words. You don't know who we are, but I do. You must be killers from the Ghost Shadow Sect, right? Only assassins like you, who kill anyone for profit without hesitation, would dare chase me relentlessly. Floyd once again gripped her resplendent sun chasing bow tightly, the entire bow emitting eerie energy as she locked onto the black-clothed leader, making him more cautious. Hearing Floyd's words, the black-clothed leader laughed heartily. We've never hidden our identities. Yes, we are from the Ghost Shadow Sect. I am Orson, ranked 5th on the heavenly list of the Ghost Shadow Sect. It should be your honor to die at our hands. Funny, don't you see the current situation? It seems you're at a disadvantage, Floyd retorted with disdain. Haha, did you ever think about why we assassins would appear openly before you instead of striking from the shadows? Haven't you wondered why? Orson burst into laughter. This immediately put Jonathan and the others on high alert. Especially Jonathan, who had comprehended multiple array formations and was particularly sensitive to their aura. He hadn't noticed the presence of the formation until now because his previous injuries hadn't healed, especially after using the demon-slaying sword to slay the heavenly demon. The demon-slaying sword was a divine artifact that required the operation of the demon-slaying incantation to use. Using the demon-slaying sword drained Jonathan significantly, combined with his lingering injuries, which delayed his realization that a formation had been set up here. Upon discovery, Jonathan promptly called out, "Quick, gather together." As soon as Jonathan finished speaking, the remaining killers vanished. Tara and Floyd reacted quickly, knowing it was a formation, and backed each other up while scanning their surroundings, aided by Jonathan's warning. Haha, Floyd, I'm determined to take what you have. And both of you, enjoy tasting the power of the Ghost Shadow Sect's Ghost Shadow Formation. Orson's voice echoed from all directions, omnipresent, leaving them clueless about his exact position, unable to find any trace to attack. The surrounding area had plunged into pitch darkness, so dark one could not see their hand in front of their face, and they could hear faint wails of vengeful spirits. Stay focused, the Ghost Shadow Sect's Ghost Shadow Formation. I've heard of it, and it's incredibly troublesome. If set up proficiently, even a divine warrior might find it hard to resist, Floyd warned urgently. Xianxia frowned slightly. Do you know how to break this formation? We can't even clearly see around us. This formation is too formidable. We can only rely on our mental perception. Moreover, this formation influences our minds with spirit-like sounds. Be very careful, don't get controlled and end up hurting ourselves. Floyd was most worried about Jonathan and Xianxia being influenced by the formation and attacking her, which would certainly mean her death. Don't worry, it's just a formation. It can't harm me. These spirits won't stand a chance against me. Jonathan had ways to protect himself. He just didn't want others to know. Whether it was the sky-hiding immortal technique, the demon-slaying sword, the God Attachment, or the Blood Spirit Stone Tablet he obtained earlier. Any of these could counteract the so-called Ghost Shadow formation. If not for his severe injuries, Jonathan could have easily broken the formation with other means. Jonathan activated the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, and 4 colored flames emerged within his body, including the newly acquired Primal Spiritual Fire. Though the Ghost Shadow formation was powerful, Jonathan's 4 colored flames, generated by the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, were not impeded by it. In the darkness, Jonathan turned into a flaming figure, illuminating everything around him. Moreover, when Jonathan's 4 colored flames appeared, the ghosts and demons in the formation seemed to encounter a natural enemy, constantly dodging and not daring to approach. Some ghostly shadows were even burned into nothingness as soon as the 4 colored flames appeared. Xuanhuan and Ji Floyd were quite astonished by Jonathan's peculiar flames. With the emergence of the 4 colored flames, they no longer felt any mental attacks. What powerful 4 colored flames! Ji Floyd watched Jonathan's flames. Although the flames didn't attack her, she still sensed a dangerous aura. Tara had seen Jonathan's 3 colored flames before. Seeing him use 4 colored flames now, he could feel the presence of the Primal Spiritual Fire. Clearly, Jonathan had incorporated the Primal Spiritual Fire as well. This skill was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, these 4 colored flames could suppress evil spirits, preventing them from attacking, which was beneficial. Even Orson outside the formation was momentarily stunned by Jonathan's display. What kind of flames are these? How strange. Orson looked at Jonathan with surprise, but then commanded, "Begin the attack." Yes. Thus, the killers within the formation started attacking Jonathan and the others. Jonathan also said, "We need to resolve this quickly. I can't maintain this state for long." They knew Jonathan had expended a lot previously and was injured. They understood they needed to break the formation swiftly. After analyzing the formation, Ji Floyd reassured everyone, "Don't worry. This Ghost Shadow formation isn't fully matured. There's only one martial saint, Orson. If there were more, the formation's power would be greater, making it harder to break." Chapter 323, The Consequence of Offending a Woman. Be careful, there are assassins approaching. Jonathan had practiced the ancient Darnell clan's cultivation methods, which greatly enhanced his spiritual soul despite the method being modified by the system. Although he rarely practiced the xuanhuan Darnell Jew after learning more cultivation techniques, it still offered significant benefits to his soul. However, with increasing encounters with enemies, Jonathan realized many of them possessed potent soul attack methods. After these incidents, Jonathan planned to intensively practice the xuanhuan Darnell Jew. Of course, if there were specific cultivation techniques for strengthening one's soul, that would be even better. Unfortunately, most of the cultivation methods in the Xian Devon Holy Land were physical cultivation methods, and those focused on magical power or specifically on the soul were rare. These sneaky fellows, leave them to me. Tara, holding a long sword, gracefully appeared beside them and unleashed countless sword auras towards the enemy's position. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword auras tore through space, locking down the entire area. The assassin attempting to attack didn't even have time to escape before being sliced into dozens of pieces by Tara's sword auras. "This side too," Jonathan said again. "I'll handle it." Ji Floyd gripped the Jouet rebow, pulled it back forcefully, and a brilliant light erupted from it. Swoosh! A radiant arrow pierced the sky, instantly impaling an assassin and killing him in one strike. Damn it! Brendan was furious. Activate the Ghost Shadow killing formation. Yes. Ghostly figures reappeared all over the formation. Unfortunately for Brendan, the 4 colored flames on Jonathan's body were far too suppressive against these ghost shadows. The shadows howled, wanting to attack but not daring to move forward. Brendan felt like spitting blood. He had expended great effort to set up this formation, yet it was only providing minimal assistance, making it nearly useless. Ji Floyd and Layla clearly saw the result and laughed aloud. "Brendan, didn't expect your formation to be so ineffective, huh? Don't celebrate too soon." Brendan's voice came from all directions, making it impossible for the 2 women to pinpoint his location. Not wanting to fail, Brendan looked at his companions inside the formation with determination. "Since I accepted this task, I cannot leave without completing it. As members of the Ghost Shadow sect, you should be prepared to sacrifice yourselves for it." After thinking this, Brendan manipulated the entire formation, merging all the ghost shadows into the bodies of the assassins. These ghosts were created using special means to extract the souls of other strong individuals, filling them with resentment before placing them within the formation. Once the formation matured, they would then attack the intended targets inside. Unfortunately for Brendan, Jonathan possessed a way to counteract these ghost shadows, making them too afraid to even approach. Desperate, Brendan used another method to achieve his goal. As soon as the ghost shadows merged into the assassins' bodies, horrific screams echoed. The pain of having one's soul devoured was excruciating, and the assassins never imagined Brendan would go so far to complete his mission. "Brendan, damn your ancestors, you actually? How despicable. I will haunt you as a ghost. You're ruthless. Brendan, F*CKU. Brendan showed no mercy. The moment he acted, he had already forsaken his companions' lives. "By completing this mission, you die meaningfully," Brendan said coldly, smirking as he watched the 3 people inside the formation. "Hee hee, enjoy the feast I've prepared for you." Though Jonathan and the others couldn't see everything happening outside, they could hear the agonizing cries of the assassins and their curses towards Brendan. "What's happening out there? Are the assassins turning against each other?" Layla asked curiously. "That's not right. Those ghost shadows seem to have disappeared," Jonathan replied. Ji Floyd observed carefully, and her expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. Brendan has forced the ghost shadows into the assassins' bodies." Upon hearing this, Tara and Jonathan immediately sensed Brendan's cruelty. This guy was so heartless, willing to sacrifice his own people. Attack where the ghost shadows vanished. Jonathan quickly instructed. Ji Floyd immediately drew her bow, sending a golden arrow into one of the assassins. King Jiqi Floyd, I will torture you mercilessly, make you wish for death, but unable to find it. I'll strip you naked and sell you into the lowest brothel. Brendan shouted angrily upon seeing his plans ruined. You. Jiqi Floyd trembled with rage, her face flushed red in anger. As the Emperor's beloved princess of the Xianxia dynasty, being insulted by Brendan fueled her desire for revenge. She added both Brendan and the Ghost Shadow sect to her hit list, determined to eradicate them once she returned to the Xianxia dynasty. Swish. A sword aura several dozen meters long descended from the sky, slicing another assassin in half. Xianxia, same goes for you. I'll make you beg on your knees and then sell you too. Brendan raged. Xianxia's eyes turned icy cold, filled with fury. Holding his sword, it was enveloped in powerful sword auras, and he exuded boundless killing intent. Humph, there you are. Angered, Brendan revealed his location, allowing Xianxia to locate him. Raising his sword, he released a terrifying wave of sword chi that formed a storm, crashing down onto Brendan's position. Damn woman. Realizing the danger, Brendan retreated immediately, turning into a black blur to distance himself. Boom. The earth shook, dust flew, and a massive sword mark hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground. Puff. Brendan, having spent much spirit energy controlling the formation and merging the ghost shadows into the assassins, was gravely injured but managed to evade the attack partially. Seeing the success of merging the ghosts into the assassins, Brendan yelled, "Let my vengeful comrades play with you thoroughly." With that, he began to retreat. Jiqi Floyd wanted to chase after him, but Jonathan stopped her. We can't catch him now, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. Let's deal with these assassins whose souls have been consumed by the ghosts. I won't let him off easily. Jiqi Floyd clenched her teeth in anger. Don't worry, count me in when the time comes. Layla, who had never been toyed with in such a manner, vowed not to let Brendan go unpunished. Alright, together we'll pursue Brendan. Jiqi Floyd nodded, knowing that additional help would increase their chances of destroying the Ghost Shadow sect. Jonathan shook his head. This is what happens when you offend a woman. Chapter 324, Searching for a Healing Place. Women can be very vengeful, especially those with great talent and strength. Both Brianna and Tara are undoubtedly women of immense talent and power. Brianna is the most beloved princess of the Emperor of the Xianxia dynasty, with exceptional talent and a mysterious constitution. Her vitality flows like a rainbow, akin to a water dragon. Jonathan suspects that Brianna likely has dragon lineage, possibly obtained from the secret realm of the Xianxia dynasty. Otherwise, why would the Emperor of the Xianxia dynasty love her so much? Why go to such lengths to have disciples from the 9 sacred lands rescue her? Even the demi-immortal weapon, the chasing sun bow, was used in her rescue, showing her significant status within the Xianxia dynasty. Brianna herself is also extraordinary, whether it's in terms of talent, strength, appearance, or temperament, making her one of the best on the entire Donghua continent. There must be some connection between the Donghua continent and the Tianwu continent, though Jonathan isn't very clear on what it is. When Jonathan was killing the heavenly demon, the enemy clearly recognized the demon-slaying sword he held, as evident from their expression. Jonathan came here using the boundary-breaking token from the deity mausoleum. He has no immediate plans to return to the Tianwu continent. The Donghua continent, whether in martial arts strength or world spirit energy, is far superior to the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, there aren't many martial saints, let alone legendary martial gods. But in the Donghua continent, martial saints are everywhere, and there are many martial gods, even several semi-immortal level experts. Various circumstances have rapidly elevated Jonathan's strength to his current level. His combat power is formidable. Even half-immortal level experts can't easily handle him when he reveals his strongest cards. Of course, Jonathan is definitely not a match for a half-immortal expert now. Not to mention a half-immortal. Even a middle-stage martial god, Jonathan couldn't kill. He has killed many early-stage martial gods because they underestimated him and his cards were indeed strong. Brianna said, "We are still in the territory of the demon race, and I need to heal first to have a better chance of leaving their territory. What do you think?" Jonathan had the same plan. Although his body is powerful, continuous battles have left him severely injured. If more danger arises, he might not be able to cope. Sure, Orson escaped, but who can guarantee he doesn't have backup? Since this is the territory of the demon race, it's best to be cautious. Tara was naturally also injured and didn't object. She asked, "Did you bring a map when you came here? Do you know where is the best place for healing?" "I did bring a map." Brianna took out a map from her spatial ring, spread it out with her fair hand, and golden light made the map float before them. Her jade-like finger pointed to a place and said, "According to our location, this mountain peak should be suitable for us to heal." Jonathan and Tara looked at the map. Jonathan asked, "Are there any powerful demonic beasts there?" "I've never been there. How would I know?" Brianna replied, "Let's go and see." Tara answered, "Do you want to change direction? That mountain seems to have quite a few demonic beasts. I think this place is better." Jonathan pointed to a barren area. Brianna looked at Jonathan and said, "Do you know that it's a plateau there, with terrible climate and frequent storms, often making people disheveled?" It seems Brianna had been there before, which is why she resisted going. "There should be fewer demonic beasts there," Jonathan said. "Indeed, there are not many demonic beasts, but I don't want to go there." "I dislike it," Brianna said. As a woman, Tara clearly didn't want to heal there either, standing by Brianna. "Let's go to the mountain instead. You're seriously injured. The demonic beasts on the way will be handled by me." Since both agreed, Jonathan wouldn't act alone. Plus, the two women weren't a burden but powerful fighters, so he didn't argue further. The three traveled together cautiously. Brianna had an artifact to conceal their aura, which allowed her to safely enter deep into the demon race territory. Otherwise, the demon's strong sense of smell would easily detect their trail. Roar. Continuous beast roars echoed. After only half an hour, they encountered a pack of demon wolves. These wolves weren't very strong but were numerous, too many to count. Leave it to me. Terra drew her sword, turning into several sword energies, instantly killing several demon wolves. More appeared from the forest, surrounding them. We shouldn't tangle with these demon wolves. There are too many, Jonathan said. Let's fight through. I'll lead. You two cover the left and right flanks, Terra said. Don't worry, I won't let the demon wolves breach our defenses, Brianna said. The demon wolves weren't very strong, some equivalent to human martial masters, the stronger ones to martial emperors, but they were merely a vanguard, designed to exhaust their stamina. They could already sense several dozen martial saint-level demon wolves nearby. Their tactic was simple. Use weaker wolves to drain their strength, then have the stronger ones attack. In a triangular formation with Terra at the forefront and Jonathan and Brianna on the sides, they began advancing. Both Brianna and Terra were top talents and absolute geniuses, initially martial saints, and even with injuries, their combat strength remained formidable. They cut down the charging demon wolves one by one, creating a blood-red path in their wake. Yet, the demon wolves continued to charge recklessly like relentless enemies. Their speed was fast, and soon they broke through the wolf pack's encirclement. Fortunately, the wolves gave up pursuit after several kilometers, allowing them to relax. On the demon race's territory, demonic beasts were plentiful. After resting a while, they continued forward but soon encountered several martial emperor-level giant bears. These were 5 powerful melee combat bear-type demons with formidable defense. Normal attacks couldn't break through. Brianna pulled back the chasing sunbow, gathering her golden spiritual energy into an arrow shaped like a water dragon, instantly killing the strongest bear. Jonathan also used his treasure ding to crush another bear. Seeing their strength, the other 3 bears abandoned their companions and fled into the distance. Translation completed with respect to the original tone and structure. Hashtag chapter 325, beginning to heal. Jonathan had thought these demon bears would pursue them relentlessly, but since the demon bears had fled, there was no need for further confrontation. Jonathan extracted the beast cores from the 2 demon beasts. Chi Floyd naturally showed no interest, but Jonathan and Terra did not waste the beast cores. The value of beast cores was significant. Even some demon beast corpses could be quite useful. Afterward, they encountered more demon beasts, leaving them utterly speechless. Should we change direction? Jonathan suggested. Halfway through, why change now? Chi Floyd insisted, stubbornly refusing to turn back once she chose a path. Let's keep going. Even if we change direction halfway, we'll still encounter other monsters, Terra said. All right, let's continue. After all, you two are doing most of the work. Jonathan didn't mind. He was the weakest among the 3, and most of the demon beasts were killed by them, allowing Jonathan to collect many beast cores along the way. However, they soon detected a hidden killing intent, which, though concealed, was still noticed by them. Creeping around like ghosts? Show yourself if you have the guts. Chi Floyd held her chasing sunbow and shouted at someone ahead. Swish! Terra raised his sword and slashed towards a tree. The sword chi formed a slash several dozen meters long, cutting through the sky, causing a whirlwind that fell fiercely. Just as the sword chi was about to hit the tree, a green light shield suddenly appeared on it. Boom! The sword chi struck the green light shield, exploding with a deafening sound. Then, the tree began to transform, slowly forming a human face, while the ground shook as if something was trying to crawl out from it. The earth cracked open, spreading from the tree to its surroundings. Jonathan and his companions retreated hundreds of meters before stopping. Looking at the tree, Terra asked dubiously, "Is this a tree spirit?" "Probably. I can't believe our luck is this bad to run into a tree spirit like this," Chi Floyd said. "This is demon territory. Encountering a tree spirit isn't unusual. We just hope there aren't too many here, or we'll be in real trouble," Jonathan said. As if confirming Jonathan's words, the surrounding ground began to wriggle, followed by countless branches attacking them. The trio dodged continuously, avoiding attacks and blocking what they couldn't dodge. But these branches were very sturdy, glowing green, making them hard to cut, though blocking wasn't an issue. They quickly left, moving far away. Chi Floyd said to Jonathan while running, "You jinx. Your predictions always come true. Can I help it?" "You chose this path yourself," Jonathan retorted. Terra hurriedly said, "Let's head back to the desert. Although the environment is harsh, at least there aren't so many demons there." Chi Floyd remained silent, clearly agreeing. This place was a tree spirit's territory. Staying was like lambs entering a tiger's den. It was best to leave immediately. Without hesitation, they rapidly moved away. But since they entered the tree spirit's domain, the tree spirits wouldn't let them go easily. Branches lashed out like whips from all directions, and tree roots emerged from the ground, attempting to ensnare them. Jonathan took out the golden crab sword, a semi-divine weapon, incredibly sharp. Despite being protected by the tree spirit's energy, the branches were ineffective against the sharp semi-divine weapon. Seeing this, Sonia was astonished. "Good lad. You actually have a semi-divine weapon. Seems like you're not as poor as you claim. Do you believe me if I say I stole it?" Jonathan answered while attacking. "Stole it? Are you kidding me? A strong person with a semi-divine weapon wouldn't be so easily robbed." Sonia didn't believe him. It really was stolen. Terra knew the origin of Jonathan's golden crab sword and who he stole it from. It was really stolen. This time, it was Sonia's turn to be shocked. Her eyes looked at Jonathan differently as she hurriedly asked, "From whom did you steal it?" "I want one too." Jonathan laughed. "If you're not afraid of offending Gabe, feel free to rob him." Hearing this, Sonia froze in surprise. "Gabe? Isn't he the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Azure Holy Land, known for his ruthless nature? How did you manage to steal a semi-divine weapon from him?" "Who said I stole it from him? You think too highly of me. Stealing from a true semi-divine strong person is beyond my capability," Jonathan explained. Sonia instantly understood. The golden crab sword was probably a gift from Gabe to someone he favored, like a descendant or disciple. Jonathan had stolen it from them. "Don't you have a death wish now?" Facing Gabe, "How dare you use the sword so boldly in battle?" Sonia secretly admired Jonathan. Though his true strength was not remarkable, his combat prowess and methods left even her amazed. Jonathan could already kill celestial demons, and if he grew stronger, no one in Eastern Wasteland might match him. While Jonathan seemed to have special means to counter celestial demons, his ability to fight beyond his level was astonishing. He wants me dead, but my fate is resilient. It's not easy for me to die, Jonathan said. Finally, they left the tree spirits' territory. The tree spirits stopped pursuing, returning to their original state, looking no different from ordinary trees. Without careful observation, no one would suspect they were tree spirits. With this lesson, they no longer dared to underestimate the trees around them, always checking if they were tree spirits. Approaching the plateau, though they encountered demon beasts along the way, the closer they got to the plateau, the fewer demons they faced. After a long time, they finally reached the plateau. Fierce sandstorms swept over them. While the women disliked this environment, endless demon beasts made them feel relatively safe. They found a cave and sealed it off. Sonia took out a luminous pearl, fixing it on her head with spiritual energy, illuminating the cave like daylight. Let's heal and recover as soon as possible. The longer we stay here, the greater the danger, Tara said. Each sat cross-legged, taking healing pills to start recovery. Sonia took out several pills and asked, I have some holy healing pills. One each, enough for you to recover. The moment Sonia took out the pills, Jonathan smelled the medicinal fragrance. Taking the pill from Sonia's hand, he was surprised. Holy grade pill, 9-strand rejuvenation pill. No wonder you're royalty, possessing such pills. That's right, don't forget who your princess is, Sonia said proudly. They began to heal. Chapter 326, The Thousand-Legged Single-Eyed Demon. Thanks to Sonia's miraculous healing medicine, the group's bodies that originally would take over half a month to recover were completely healed in just 3 days. Of course, Sonia was a bit heartbroken since her 9-stripe revitalizing pill didn't have many left. After Jonathan's injuries healed, he found that his realm had advanced even further. His martial path seemed to favor breaking through during battles, becoming stronger the more he fought. Being a practitioner of the body transformation arts, specifically the 9 transformations divine magic body, meant each injury only made him tougher upon recovery. Moreover, recovering from battle injuries allowed Jonathan to better control his body, allowing his strength to burst out at full capacity. Once everyone recovered, they prepared to set off again. However, Layla curiously asked Brianna, I want to ask you, what great treasure did you come into the demon race's territory for this time? Brianna had thought they wouldn't bring up this matter again, but Layla did. She immediately became wary. This doesn't seem to have much to do with you two. You accepted a task to find me, and when I return, you will be able to enter the secret realm of our vast heaven dynasty. If you're lucky, there might be huge rewards. Brianna didn't wish to talk about this, as it was evidently far more important than the vast heaven dynasty's secret realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life retrieving it. While that's true, we now need to guard the Martial Path City, between the human and demon races. If we are unlucky, we might even die. I'm just asking what you got, not wanting your item. You wouldn't refuse us that, right? Layla had no intentions of robbing her. He was purely curious. With such strong capabilities, how could you fall in Martial Path City? Those demons won't stand a chance against you. I believe you can survive. Brianna still didn't wish to tell them. Layla also didn't press her on the issue, while Jonathan had never been interested in it. To him, his own secrets were plenty enough. They then started toward Martial Path City. Their injuries healed, encountering martial deity-level demons wouldn't be as terrifying as before. Despite their recovered strength, they dared not fly and still needed to stay close to Sonia. Only she possessed an artifact capable of hiding them from demonic trackers. Jonathan and Layla lacked such items and knew nothing about demon strengths or where to find such treasures. A few hours later, they felt they were being tracked and stopped. Did you feel that? Sonia asked, scanning the area with her hand on the chasing sunbow, ready to attack. They had been cautious, always inspecting the surroundings for tree demons before proceeding, yet couldn't understand why they were still detected. Be careful. No matter how they discovered us, we cannot let our guard down, Layla warned, also observing the environment closely. Sonia was the mission target for both Layla and Jonathan. Safely returning her was crucial for their entry into the vast heaven dynasty's secret realm. Watch the ground, Jonathan shouted, activating the 9 tribulation lightning fist, purple lightning crackling around his fist. A move, lightning penetrates heaven and earth, struck the head of a beast emerging from the ground. The beast aimed to charge up, but Jonathan's punch slammed it back, causing its head to reel, heavily injuring it. Layla jumped 100 meters away upon Jonathan's warning and turned to observe the beast. What kind of demon is this? Layla asked curiously. It emits a demonic aura. This isn't a beast, but a demon, a soil-type one, Sonia explained. Suddenly, another demon identical to the first emerged from the ground where the two women stood earlier. This demon was insect-like with countless tentacles and only one eye as large as a basketball. Thousand-legged single-eyed demon. Sonia remembered this type of demon from records. These demons live underground and can sense movement above ground. They travel in groups, so there must be more. Feeling her tree shaking violently, Sonia leaped to another. Another thousand-legged single-eyed demon burst from the ground, biting the ancient tree Sonia previously stood on in half effortlessly. Countless more emerged from the ground, mostly targeting Sonia. Only a few attacked Layla and Jonathan, clearly making Sonia their primary target. Might these demons be after what Sonia brought from the heavenly demon ruins? Jonathan hypothesized boldly. Layla also deduced this. Regardless, they needed to help Sonia. If she died, their efforts would be in vain. Jonathan drew the demi-sacred, golden tortoise sword, and performed the thunderbolt sword technique. Having mastered the 9 tribulation lightning fist, his body held immense electrical power, doubling the sword technique's strength. With a swift swing, a thunderous sword beam sliced a demon in half. Combined with the demi-sacred weapon, the power was overwhelming, and the thousand-legged single-eyed demons couldn't withstand Jonathan's attacks. Layla's attacks were equally fierce, each strike carrying destructive energy that felt threatening even to Jonathan. Although he couldn't identify the nature of it, it was undoubtedly very powerful. Chapter 327, Three Great Demons. The thousand-legged single-eyed demons were numerous, but their strength varied. Most of them were only at the martial king realm, with a few scattered between the martial emperor and martial deity realms. Jonathan, Tara, and Sonia's strength was such that they could slay even a martial god if they faced one individually. While the thousand-legged single-eyed demons were many, they did not pose a significant threat to the trio. However, being on demon territory, they naturally did not wish to be held back by these hideous and terrifying creatures. Let's go. Jonathan and Tara hacked their way through to reach Sonia's side and quickly ran off into the distance, not wanting to linger. After the trio left, several figures appeared in the sky. They emitted powerful auras, and their bodies were suffused with intense demonic energy. These three were formidable great demons. One had golden eyes and from the neck down was entirely covered in feathers, with 2 pairs of golden wings. Golden light radiated from his body. The second great demon resembled a human but had long, furry ears, a lithe and delicate figure, and wore a barely there animal skin outfit that left little to the imagination. She was a rabbit demon, both alluring and seductive, yet her aura remained strong and bloodthirsty. The third great demon was surrounded by darkness, looking like a black hole without any discernible features, only a vaguely humanoid black energy form. This third great demon was clearly the strongest and most mysterious among the three, and the other two followed his lead. Arnie, are you not going to chase them? Asked the great demon with golden wings as he looked at the dark-robed demon in the middle. If Orson is correct, these three possess combat abilities that can match even a martial god. Working together, they might even challenge a half-immortal. Let's deplete their strength first. Arnie's voice was deep and resonant, like that of a mature man, yet with no facial features, it was unclear how he spoke. I don't trust that human either. Why should our Gerhard believe a human? We are currently at war with humans. This human cannot be trusted, the rabbit demon remarked. Kaylee, humans are prone to infighting. If they were united, our demon race would have perished long ago during the human-demon war, Arnie explained. Our Gerhard believes that although humans are cunning, we can manipulate them to fight each other. Humph, I think there's no need for this. The humans are nothing more than weaklings. Whenever we encounter them, we just kill them outright, said Cornell dismissively. When you meet powerful humans, you'll realize that there are quite a few formidable ones among them. Their talent and cultivation speed far exceed ours, though their lifespan and innate abilities do not compare to us demons, Arnie continued. It takes us much longer to grow into powerful beings. However, some exceptionally talented humans can become formidable powers within 100 years, or even less than 60 years. Arnie knew everything about humans and would not underestimate any of them, especially Jonathan and company. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't act rashly. Brother Arnie, do you plan to use other demons to wear out these three humans? Kaylee realized Arnie's strategy. Exactly. The Gerhard has specifically instructed us to obtain the item from that woman and allowed me to command all demons. This task must not fail, Arnie replied. What exactly did that woman take from the forbidden area? Cornell asked curiously. You shouldn't ask what you shouldn't. I don't know either, Arnie answered. I've heard that the forbidden area seals a crucial treasure of our demon race. Could it be that she took it away? Kaylee speculated. Who knows? Our demon race can't enter the forbidden area. How would we know what she took? Cornell replied nonchalantly. These three great demons kept tracking Jonathan and company, concealing their presence effectively. Jonathan felt as if someone was watching them but found nothing upon careful inspection. Jonathan's unease didn't escape Sonia and Tara. I also couldn't find who's following us. The tracker is very strong, and their concealment technique is excellent. We've truly encountered experts among the demons, Tara remarked. As long as we reach near Wuxiosity, we'll definitely have someone to come to our aid, Sonia assured. They're obviously after the item on you. Do you think they'll let us return to Wuxiosity so easily? Tara countered. Regardless, we still need to return. Staying here is even more dangerous, Sonia insisted. Jonathan agreed. Indeed. Even knowing the road back to Wuxiosity is fraught with traps, we still need to push through. They hadn't run far when Jonathan stopped the two women abruptly. Surprised, his hands inadvertently brushed against their chests. Why you? Sonia immediately flared up, ready to berate Jonathan. Tara glared silently, waiting for an explanation. But Jonathan explained, there's an array ahead. Do you want to walk into it? Array. Upon realizing, the two women understood it wasn't intentional. However, as pampered daughters, they felt somewhat offended being touched like that by a man. We'll detour, Jonathan suggested. Having once suffered from an array's trap, Jonathan wouldn't fall for it again. He led the women around the array and left via another route. Hidden away, Kaylee observed and exclaimed, that boy is quite sensitive, managing to avoid such an array. I've said it before, never underestimate anyone. The opponent must have higher skills, Arnie reminded. Just an array, knowing it doesn't prove anything. I'll deal with that guy later, Cornell boasted arrogantly. Arnie and Kaylee ignored him, knowing that only a bitter lesson would teach the arrogant Cornell humility. Brother Arnie, after losing the array, what do you have planned next? Kaylee asked curiously. I intended to drain over half their stamina and spiritual energy using the array. Since they evaded it, we'll have to reconfigure. Arnie tossed out a beam of light, sending a message to other demons. All further arrangements were contained in that light. Translation ends. Chapter 328. Instantly slain fox. The leader of the tiger demon clan saw a black crow flying down from the sky and caught it in his hand. That black crow transformed into a message and appeared before the tiger demon. These were demonic scripts, which looked like pictographs and symbols combined, extremely intricate and complex. After receiving this message, the tiger demon leader immediately said, Oh, 3 humans? It looks like this merit will ultimately belong to our Tiger Demon clan. Spread my order. All demonic warriors, follow me. A-A-O. Instantly, tiger roars echoed through the heavens and earth, filling the entire sky with the voices of tiger demons. The tiger demon leader led all the members of his clan to intercept Jonathan and his companions. On the other side, Jonathan, Sonia, and Tara paused again after bypassing the formation. Before them stood many demons. These demons were indeed from the tiger clan, and they had appeared openly before Jonathan and company without setting any traps. Tiger demon clan? Sonia observed these tiger demons, noting their large numbers and powerful warriors. We probably can't leave here easily. Humans, since you've come to our territory, you think you can leave unscathed? Do you take us for granted? The leader of the tiger demon clan sneered at Jonathan's group, looking at them as if they were sheep waiting to be slaughtered. We need to think of a way to break through, Jonathan said. How do we break through? Demons surround us everywhere. And those few powerful demons hiding in the shadows haven't made a move yet. No one can guarantee that they won't strike. Tara carefully inspected the surroundings, but found that those 3 demons had hidden so well that even Jonathan couldn't detect their location. To break through the demons' encirclement, they needed to avoid being monitored by those hidden demons first. Let's charge, Sonia said. We will have to charge, but the key is where to break through, Jonathan replied. Seeing the group of tiger demons, Jonathan stepped forward and asked, Do your tiger demons enjoy bullying the outnumbered? Hemph, puny humans, you dare to be arrogant before us? Do you think you can match us? One of the tiger demons looked down on Jonathan with disdain. Jonathan promptly responded, I don't know about the others, but dealing with you isn't a problem. He spoke with great confidence. What arrogant humans. Your human realm will soon become the domain of demons. Then, we demons will rule the entire eastern wasteland. The demon powerhouse seemed very confident, not thinking the humans could be a match for their clan. Hemph, if your demon race has such strength, why didn't you conquer the eastern wasteland earlier? Why wait until now? Sonia retorted. Hemph, you wouldn't understand the plans of our Gerhard. The tiger demon leader turned to Jonathan and said, Fox, test the strength of this human. Yes, leader. Fox stepped forward, looking at Jonathan with disdain. Human, you seemed quite cocky just now. I wonder how strong you really are. Jonathan, seeing that he was challenged to a duel, did not refuse. Killing one more powerful enemy was something he wouldn't pass up. He looked at Fox and said, Dealing with you is enough. Arrogant enough. I won't give you a chance, take this. Fox then launched an attack towards Jonathan. Demonic bodies were naturally formidable, giving them an advantage over humans. Generally, humans wouldn't engage demons in close combat, which was why Fox attacked first, not wanting to give Jonathan the initiative. However, what Fox didn't know was that Jonathan excelled in close combat, and only in close combat could Jonathan's fighting style reach its full potential. So, when he saw Fox quickly approach him, Jonathan didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward to meet him. The other demons laughed upon seeing Jonathan, a human, engaging in close combat with them, believing he was courting death. Humans were famously weak physically, and for Jonathan to challenge a powerful tiger demon in close combat was clearly hopeless. The tiger clan ranked among the top 10 in demon power, and although Fox wasn't the strongest in the clan, he still possessed considerable strength, able to fight even against peak human warrior saints. This human is dead. Fox's war club is forged from the bones of divine-level demonic beasts, incredibly powerful. Combined with Fox's superhuman strength, even a warrior saint wouldn't dare block his attacks head-on. This human will definitely be killed in one strike. I can almost see this human flattened by Fox. The tiger demons didn't take Jonathan seriously, but Sonia and Tara, who knew Jonathan's strength, understood that killing Jonathan wouldn't be so easy for Fox. As Fox approached, Jonathan swiftly took out the half-divine weapon, golden tortoise sword, from his spatial ring and slashed. The powerful sword chi, enhanced by the half-divine weapon, was overwhelming. In that instant, Fox felt danger, but Jonathan's speed was too fast. By the time Fox sensed the power of Jonathan's weapon, it was too late. Pooh! Their figures separated, standing in their original positions. The next second, Fox's weapon fell to the ground, followed by his body. In one move, Fox was slain by Jonathan. This scene left the surrounding tiger demons stunned, many still smiling and preparing to celebrate Fox's victory. They never expected that the powerful Fox would be killed so easily. Half-divine weapon, the tiger demon leader exclaimed in disbelief. But when he saw Jonathan's weapon, his eyes lit up. It was indeed a half-divine weapon, a rare treasure. The tiger demon leader realized that Jonathan used this weapon to make Fox underestimate him, leading to his death. To me, looking at Jonathan, the tiger demon leader's eyes gleamed with greed. Possessing this half-divine weapon would elevate his own strength, putting him even higher in the demon ranks. Even at great cost, he had to seize Jonathan's weapon. Swish! Jonathan unleashed the thunderous sword technique, thunderbolts transforming into terrifying sword chi, slashing down upon the attacking tiger demons. Pu. More than a dozen tiger demons were hit by the sword chi, their bodies sliced into two. The power of the half-divine weapon was immense, far beyond what these tiger demons could resist. Hashtag chapter 329, splitting up to flee. The tiger demons were numerous, converging from all directions and tightly surrounding Jonathan, Guslu, and Tara. However, with a demi-immortal artifact in hand, Jonathan's sword energy was sweeping across the battlefield, leaving no tiger demon capable of withstanding him. They all became victims of his sword. Guslu also drew her demi-immortal artifact, the Zhu Ri Bao, where strands of brilliant spiritual energy formed terrifying arrows that shot towards the incoming tiger demons. Upon seeing this, the tiger demon leader exclaimed in shock once more, "There's another demi-immortal artifact." He frowned, then laughed heartily. Who would have thought that today my luck is so good, to obtain 2 demi-immortal artifacts? Feeling elated, he ordered his subordinates, whoever wounds any one of them will be rewarded with 1,000,000 spirit stones and promoted to tiger demon commander. The promise of heavy rewards worked just as effectively among demons as it did among humans. The surrounding tiger demons, upon hearing this, had their eyes light up with greed and attacked the trio relentlessly. If I can acquire these two demi-immortal artifacts, I could become the greatest clan among the demons, and the status of our tiger clan within the demon race would rise even higher. The tiger demon leader closely observed the situation. Both Jonathan and Guslu wielded demi-immortal artifacts, and he knew he had to find the right moment to make his move. Though the three were surrounded, their strength was formidable, and the tiger demons around them were no match. But the demons continued charging forward recklessly, forcing the trio into a desperate battle while trying to break free. Porter, Cornell, and Andonistuo, who were hiding in the shadows, eyed Jonathan and Guslu's demi-immortal artifacts with covetous gazes. Seeing the tiger demon leader's expression, Cornell guessed what was on his mind. He was worried that the leader might succeed and said to Porter, "I think Perry and his group can't handle these three. Should I go help?" Porter understood Cornell's intentions. Anyone would be tempted by a demi-immortal artifact. "Not yet. Let Perry wear them down first," he replied. Despite his dissatisfaction, Cornell had no choice but to comply with Porter's orders. The number of tiger demons was overwhelming. Perry, as the leader of the tiger clan, represented an entire demon race which was vast in size. Jonathan realized they couldn't be dragged down here for too long and needed to find a way out. The sky is no longer accessible. It has been restricted from flying, Guslu pointed out. "We can't be held here any longer. We need a plan," Tara added. Suddenly, Jonathan glanced at Perry and said, "We should kill the tiger demon leader first." After hesitating for a moment, the women agreed. "That makes sense. Help me set up a defensive formation. I have a powerful move that might injure the tiger demon leader," Guslu suggested. "All right." Instead of attempting to escape, the trio turned their attention towards the tiger demon leader but didn't attack immediately, cautious not to reveal their intentions. Jonathan and Tara began protecting Guslu as she gathered immense spiritual energy. The Zhu bow emitted a dazzling golden light. With a serious expression, Guslu pulled the bowstring taut, causing the bow to radiate with brilliance like the sun, blinding the tiger demons around. Taking advantage of this moment, Tara and Jonathan killed several tiger demons. What a powerful move. That woman. Her target is Perry. Noticing the situation, Porter urged Cornell, "Go assist Perry." "Got it." Without hesitation, Cornell grabbed his weapon and leaped from the tree toward Perry. The sky was restricted here, preventing anyone from flying. Previously, Guslu hadn't fully drawn the Zhu bow during attacks, but this time she poured a tremendous amount of spiritual energy into it, pulling it into a full moon shape. "Die, tiger demon." Swish. A beam of golden light cut through the heavens, transforming into a golden crow emitting terrifying energy, swiftly heading towards Perry. The arrow's power obliterated the tiger demons in its path. It was incredibly potent. Perry sensed the lethal force of the arrow and knew there was no way to dodge it, as the arrow had sealed off all possible escape routes. This was the power of the demi-immortal Zhu bow. Horror. Perry released his demonic aura, forming a giant tiger around himself, an extraordinary defense created by his demonic powers. Raging Tiger Aura Shield. The enormous tiger enveloped Perry tightly. Boom. The arrow struck the shield Perry had formed, exploding with tremendous force, throwing hundreds of tiger demons away from the impact area. Perry endured the devastating attack, struggling to hold his ground as his feet dragged marks on the ground. Biting his teeth, Perry knew if he failed to resist, the arrow would pierce through him. "I'll help you." Cornell arrived, unleashing a powerful wave of demonic aura directly at the arrow. Both being strong warriors, their combined power prevented Guslu's attack from killing Perry. "Why you?" Perry saw Cornell and wanted to thank him but held back due to his disdain for him. "Humph. If it weren't for me, do you think you could handle all three of them?" Cornell sneered. "Humph. Even without you, I could have handled that attack," Perry retorted. "I want that sword," Cornell declared bluntly. Perry frowned, knowing he couldn't claim both demi-immortal artifacts alone. He nodded. "Then I'll take the bow." "That's fair enough." Cornell charged towards Jonathan. As soon as Cornell appeared, Jonathan sensed the threat and shouted, "Run!" With a burst of energy, he delivered a powerful strike, cleaving through hundreds of tiger demons ahead before fleeing. "Do you really think you can escape from me?" Cornell pursued Jonathan persistently. "Let's see." Jonathan responded without hesitation, striking Cornell with his sword. Clang! Cornell blocked the strike with his axe and laughed. "Haha, that's not enough." Jonathan realized they couldn't escape like this. Worse, he sensed two other formidable experts lurking in the shadows, possibly as strong as Cornell. "We must split up to flee. Whether we can escape depends on our individual fate," Jonathan said. Agreed. They had no choice. The sheer number of demons made their current group too conspicuous. Only by splitting up could they stand a chance of escaping. Chapter 330. Setting up formations to halt the enemy. What now? They've split up and are fleeing. Who should we chase? Andoni's looked at Arnie. Arnie replied, "Our main target is the item on that woman, but the other two cannot be let go either." Arnie surveyed the situation and saw Cornell pursuing Jonathan's direction, and Perry naturally went after Sonia. So, Arnie instructed Andoni's, "You chase the woman named Tara. Be cautious. She's no easy opponent. If necessary, coordinate with other demon clans to surround her." "Yes, brother Arnie." Andoni's transformed into a streak of light and pursued Tara. Arnie didn't bother with Jonathan. His objective was to retrieve the item from Sonia, so he also chased after her. Jonathan ran for a while and noticed only one demon chasing him. Just one demon? Jonathan carefully scanned the surroundings and detected nothing hidden. No one else around. If one alone dares to chase me, they can't leave this place alive. Jonathan had no intention of letting this powerful demon escape. Since he dared to pursue him alone, he must be prepared to be slain. Furthermore, with no witnesses around, Jonathan could unleash all his skills. From his spatial ring, Jonathan retrieved numerous materials and scattered them around. He then cast waves of spiritual energy onto these materials. Soon, Jonathan disappeared from this space. This was the Divine Concealment Formation. He set up to ambush the demon chasing him. After setting the Divine Concealment Formation, Jonathan placed flags for the Crimson Dragon Formation and other components, forming various killing formations. He did this because it was a demon territory, and sensing the formidable strength of his pursuer, he feared causing too much commotion might attract other demons' attention. By setting up these formations, Jonathan could swiftly eliminate the enemy without drawing unwanted attention. Cornell relentlessly pursued Jonathan without investigating the surroundings, and thus blindly entered the formation. Only after a while did Cornell notice something was amiss and frowned. Why am I always circling? Eventually, Cornell realized he was caught in a formation. Damn trickster, truly cunning. To set up a formation just for me. Cornell raised his axe, unleashing a massive surge of demonic aura towards the area before him. Boom. A terrifying fissure appeared in the ground, but the environment remained unchanged. This made Cornell scowl. Just a formation, trapping me momentarily. Can it kill me? Confident in himself, Cornell did not think the formation could harm him, but still sought a way to break out. Cornell unleashed several attacks, hoping to breach the formation, yet failed each time. What kind of cursed formation is this? Cornell continued searching for a solution. Hidden in the dark, Jonathan smirked. Brainless demon. If my formation were that easy to break, I wouldn't have used it against you. Since you believe the formation can't kill you, let's see its power. Jonathan chuckled as his formation, now fully activated, proved sufficient against this demon. As Jonathan manipulated the entire formation, Cornell found himself in a cliff area with intense heat. Illusion formation? Cornell attacked his surroundings, but only hit empty air. Swoosh. From a distance approached a 5-meter-tall flame monster resembling molten lava, engulfed in flames, charging at Cornell. Humph, you think this can kill me? That's underestimating Cornell. Cornell slashed the monster with an axe blast, splitting it in two. Humph, child's play. Cornell scoffed dismissively. Yet more monsters emerged from other directions. Kill. Without hesitation, Cornell charged at them, wanting to show Jonathan that these tactics were futile. But these monsters seemed endless and their strength grew. How can there be so many? Are they real or illusions? Cornell wanted to flee but was constantly attacked wherever he went. These monsters must be illusions. Thinking this, Cornell decided to charge through. Bang! A monster's punch sent Cornell flying, nearly off the cliff, shocking him. Impossible. These monsters are real? How can this be? Realizing the danger, Cornell became wary. Surrounded by endless waves of monsters, he finally understood the peril. Without finding a way out, he would be worn down and killed. Foul human, come out and face me if you dare. Cornell is not afraid. Cornell shouted to the sky. Unfortunately, Jonathan paid him no heed. After all, speaking to a dead man was pointless. Simply killing was enough. With such vigor left, let's try even stronger means, Jonathan said, activating the formation again. In Cornell's space, all spiritual energy was drained, leaving him no way to recover. Detestable human, don't think you'll get away with this. If I ever escape, you will pay. Furious, Cornell internally cursed. Next, the air resonated with tearing sounds as fierce gusts ignited a sea of flames around him. Using his demonic power to form a protective barrier, Cornell barely avoided being burned alive. But Cornell had to contend with both a harsh environment and relentless monsters under dual pressure, angering him further. How can I break this damned formation? Cornell, ignorant of formations, stood no chance. Even those who knew formations needed profound expertise to break what Jonathan set up. A celestial-grade formation, though incomplete, was beyond ordinary masters. Chasing Jonathan was a grave mistake for Cornell. Greedy for the half-divine weapon on Jonathan, he fell into this trap. Cornell's strength and stamina dwindled every moment, and over time, Jonathan could easily finish him. Not that Cornell hadn't tried breaking out, but he lacked the ability. No matter how many monsters he killed, he merely circled within the formation, unable to escape. Hashtag chapter 331, slaying a great demon. Afterward, Jonathan added another formation to Cornell, a gravity spell. When this formation appeared, Cornell almost fell flat on the ground. Human brat, what the heck? Cornell cursed loudly. Unfortunately, Jonathan ignored his curses and remained indifferent. This left Cornell helpless against Jonathan. Jonathan didn't even respond to Cornell's voice. How could Cornell possibly locate him based on sound alone? Jonathan then enhanced several other formations. The Golden Light Formation, the Flying Blade Formation, and the Quagmire spell. Cornell, IF * King Hell. Note: the original text contains creative nonsensical phrases that appear to be censored or garbled, likely for comedic or dramatic effect. For a natural English translation, it's better to convert these into general expressions of frustration or surprise. Cornell used multiple treasures to defend against these attacks, but Jonathan countered with even more powerful means, eventually destroying Cornell's treasures. Under the torment of Jonathan's formations, Cornell's physical strength and demon power were finally depleted. Spit. Cornell was struck by an attack from a monster and spat blood, subsequently suffering severe injuries from various formation attacks. Jonathan controlled the Grand Formation and continued attacking Cornell until he was completely exterminated, not leaving even a trace of life. Then Jonathan emerged. Soon, Cornell's corpse transformed into a peculiar giant beast. It was a rare breed, extremely powerful but tragically lacking in intelligence, having been tricked to death by Jonathan. Jonathan raised the half-immortal weapon, Golden Turtle Sword, sending a wave of sword energy toward Cornell's corpse, splitting it in two. Following this, Jonathan dissected Cornell's body into countless pieces and carried them away. The entire body of demons was precious. The stronger the demon, the more valuable its parts. The flesh and blood of demons were strong, capable of enhancing health when consumed, and demon crystals were immensely valuable. From Cornell's body, Jonathan extracted a golden demon crystal. A peak Martial Saint demon crystal is truly powerful. This single crystal must have significant use, Jonathan said as he pocketed it. He then checked Cornell's storage equipment, finding a pile of spirit stones, various demon race martial arts, and cultivation techniques. There were no elixirs, nor were there particularly powerful magical treasures because Cornell had taken all his treasures out and used them, only to be destroyed by Jonathan. Jonathan retracted the surrounding formations and quickly left the area. Now that there were no other demons pursuing him, this was his best chance to escape. As for whether Sonia and Tara could escape the demons, Jonathan couldn't care less. Even his own safety wasn't guaranteed yet, so he couldn't spare any thoughts for the two women. First, save himself. The road back to Wu Dao City will undoubtedly be heavily guarded by demons, but I have the Heavenly Concealment Immortal Technique, which they won't be able to stop. Jonathan walked towards Wu Dao City. Whenever he encountered demons, he directly used the Heavenly Concealment Immortal Technique. This immortal technique had an incredibly strong concealment ability. Even half-immortal experts couldn't penetrate it. The demons guarding the routes leading to Wu Dao City were densely packed, but Jonathan managed to pass through smoothly using the Heavenly Concealment Immortal Technique. Moreover, each time, he avoided powerful demons before moving on. 2 days later, Jonathan overheard a conversation among a group of demons, causing him to pause. We've been guarding here for so long, but we haven't seen that human escape at all. One woman was driven into the black magic domain, while the remaining two, one was pursued by Demon Sage Cornell, and the other has already fallen into the Immortal Ceiling Grand Formation. They are all doomed eventually. We're just going through the motions here. They cannot escape our demon territory. With so many different demon races around, finding their whereabouts is a breeze, especially with the Flower Clan, Vine Clan, Insect Clan, Bird Clan, and Tree Clan. They gather information the fastest. I heard this from an elder brother of the Treant Clan. For 3 humans, so much effort has been spent mobilizing numerous demon experts. I think it's simply not worth it. These matters aren't within our small demon's control. Upon hearing these words, Jonathan paused for a moment. Should I go rescue them? Jonathan was caught in a dilemma. Sonia and Tara were both in dire straits. One had entered the black magic domain, the other trapped in the Immortal Ceiling Grand Formation. The black magic domain, according to legend, was a forbidden land for demons, notoriously known for being a one-way journey with few survivors over the years. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. Based on the circumstances, Jonathan headed towards the location of the Immortal Ceiling Grand Formation. However, just then, a great demon arrived. Jonathan immediately hid in the void. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this demon. This demon was quite peculiar, covered entirely in black energy, with no discernible features, leaving Jonathan quite puzzled. What kind of demon is this? Jonathan wondered. This demon was extraordinary. He distinctly felt this demon was targeting him. It turned out to be Arnie. He waved his hand, forming a black long sword. The sword sliced through the sky but hit nothing. Am I imagining things? Arnie looked around, striking several times more before confirming there was no one. Jonathan was astonished. He hadn't expected this demon to sense his presence. This demon's ability is exceptionally powerful. This must be his innate supernatural power, Jonathan speculated. Demons not only had strong physical bodies but also possessed inherited bloodlines, or innate supernatural powers, abilities they were born with. Even among humans, there were similar abilities. Tara possessed such an ability, though Jonathan couldn't identify it because he wasn't familiar with her specific skills. Though envious, Jonathan had his own trump card. His full-level comprehension allowed him to understand everything, contributing greatly to his strength. A few demons approached from a distance, reporting to Arnie. Report to Master Arnie. That woman's physical strength and spiritual power are almost depleted. Should we take action? No need to pay attention to that woman. Let her self-destruct within the Immortal Ceiling Grand Formation. How about Sonia's investigation? Master Arnie, you know the black magic domain is too dangerous. We sent tens of thousands inside, but there's been no news. Arnie listened and unleashed a black wind. The demon expert was instantly blown away, spitting blood. I want results, not your complaints. If I don't get word on Sonia soon, even if I forgive you, the Gerhard won't. You have 7 days. If there's still no news on Sonia, your clan will be sent to the front lines to battle the humans. Arnie declared. Yes, sir. I will bring you good news. Despite feeling helpless, the demon expert had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Chapter 332. Comprehending the Immortal Ceiling Formation. When Jonathan overheard their conversation, he thought to himself. It seems that the human and demon races have already declared all-out war. The item on Sonia must be very important to the demons. This significant item must be a supreme treasure. I'm becoming increasingly curious about it. After seeing Arnie leave, Jonathan did not move, remaining in the same space. An hour later, Arnie reappeared and said, It looks like I was overly cautious. There's no one here. Seeing Arnie reappear, Jonathan then moved away into the distance. I hope Tara doesn't die within the Immortal Ceiling Formation, Jonathan muttered as he headed toward the Immortal Ceiling Formation set up by the demon race. 2 days later, Jonathan finally arrived at the location of the Immortal Ceiling Formation. What an immensely powerful formation, Jonathan observed, furrowing his brows. He had only heard about this formation before but never seen it. Rumor had it that even true immortals could be sealed by this formation. Tara's strength was far below that of an immortal, and her knowledge of formations wasn't advanced either. Escaping from inside would be virtually impossible for her. Jonathan approached the Immortal Ceiling Formation, finding no demons guarding it since it was unnecessary. The Immortal Ceiling Formation could trap even immortals, so a mere human didn't require such elaborate arrangements. These formation patterns are indeed extraordinary. No wonder it's called an immortal formation. Jonathan's understanding of formations came from studying various arrays, so he wanted to understand this one better. However, these formation patterns were too intricate for someone without talent to comprehend. Indeed, I can't make sense of it. Jonathan shook his head, stopping his analysis. He decided to use his system to comprehend the formation. Immortal Sealing Formation. A formation capable of sealing anyone below the level of an immortal. Requires 100 comprehension attempts to fully understand. 100 comprehension attempts, indeed. It's not simple. Without hesitation, Jonathan used these 100 attempts and began comprehending the Immortal Sealing Formation. In an instant, Jonathan's soul found itself in a place filled with immortal aura. This was a spirit mountain teeming with abundant spiritual energy, floating in the sky. Everywhere he looked, countless other spirit mountains floated around him, connected by bridges. In front of him stood a young-looking old man with white hair, but a dignified and handsome appearance, dressed in a green robe. His hands emitted powerful energy, which surpassed the ordinary spiritual power of the mortal world. This energy was known as divine power. Semi-immortal cultivators started converting their spiritual power into divine power within their bodies. The green-robed man's hands released divine power, etching intricate and mysterious formation patterns on the ground. Sometimes he paused to think, sometimes he continued carving, and other times he walked around or studied formation books. Time passed unceasingly until he finally completed the formation, though no one knew how much time had elapsed. Swish! The formation erupted with a dazzling light, shooting into the sky with astonishing brilliance. Haha, finally successful. I, Daryl, have finally developed the Immortal Sealing Formation. Ha ha ha. Daryl laughed heartily upon completing the formation and took out a pot of wine, drinking large gulps. Good wine, good wine. The jade liquid drunken clear wine my junior sister gave me is indeed extraordinary. Senior brother, what's so joyful? A young woman flew down from the sky, radiating an ethereal glow. Her beauty was unrivaled, and her demeanor flawless. Adriana, you're just in time. I've just developed a trapping formation called the Immortal Sealing Formation, and I want to test its power, Daryl explained. Oh, you spent more than a decade secluded, just working on this formation? The girl instantly understood. Without hesitation, she entered the formation and said, Senior brother, start now. I'm also very curious about the formation's power. Ha 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 ha, it won't disappoint you, Daryl replied. Activate. Daryl cast hand seals, activating the entire Immortal Sealing Formation. As the formation activated, the young woman noticed that the entire environment transformed into a mountain forest within a spirit mountain. She cautiously explored, looking for any weaknesses in the formation. After a long time, she couldn't find an exit. At this point, Daryl warned her, Adriana, I will attack now. Be careful. Okay, come on. I haven't spotted any weaknesses yet, the girl responded. Daryl manipulated the formation, causing it to change dynamically and become chaotic. Inside the formation, winds howled, clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and darkness enveloped the area. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down towards the girl, who gracefully evaded it. However, this was just the beginning. Lightning bolts continuously descended, while the girl moved elegantly like a dancing fairy, turning into radiant beams of light. Indeed very strong, the girl noted, sensing some insights as she teleported to another location. A vast ocean with a blue sky above. Splash! A massive sea beast emerged from the water, opening its mouth wide to bite her. Heaven tide. With a single command, a streak of light shot out from her body, quickly reaching the sea beast. Puff! The sea beast was instantly killed and fell back into the sea. Jonathan watched and commented, no wonder it's an immortal technique, truly profound. That's probably an immortal weapon. It seems more powerful than the golden tortoise sword, but weaker than the demon slaying sword. Jonathan didn't know the classification of treasures beyond semi-immortal weapons. The golden tortoise sword was merely a semi-immortal weapon and naturally couldn't compare to the girl's sword. The demon slaying sword was a sovereign-grade immortal weapon, rare even in the immortal realm. The girl, despite being attacked by the sea beast for some time, eventually left the formation, although she was considerably worn out. Senior brother, your formation is indeed formidable. If it hadn't contained several familiar formations, I wouldn't have escaped so easily, she told Daryl. In the next moment, the scene disappeared. Comprehended Immortal Spirit Formation, Immortal Sealing Formation. Hashtag chapter 333, Gathering Spoils and the Dragon Emperor Fist. Countless pieces of information about the Sealing Immortal Formation entered Jonathan's mind. His knowledge of formations grew immensely as he absorbed this new data. 1. Sealing Immortal Formation contained an ocean of formation knowledge, allowing Jonathan to master numerous array arts. It could be said that Jonathan was now the person who knew the most about formations in the Eastern Wasteland continent. Even the strongest array master of the Eastern Wasteland continent would merely be a junior before him. No matter how profound his knowledge of formations was, could it compare to the formation knowledge of an immortal? Jonathan not only grasped more than one immortal-grade formation, but also gained extensive knowledge of formation theory through these. This is the Sealing Immortal Formation, indeed very powerful. In the Eastern Wasteland continent, there should be few who can truly walk out of it, Jonathan murmured after mastering the Sealing Immortal Formation completely and gaining the ability to cast it. Of course, with his current strength and materials at hand, he couldn't fully set up a powerful version of the Sealing Immortal Formation. He could only manage a weakened version. Jonathan observed the Sealing Immortal Formation and remarked, fortunately, this formation isn't primarily set up for killing but rather for containment. The greatest power of the Sealing Immortal Formation lay in trapping foes rather than slaying them. Thus, Jonathan believed that while Terra might be unable to escape the formation, his life shouldn't be in danger. Previously, Dark Nether mentioned that Terra would certainly die within the Sealing Immortal Formation. This belief stemmed from the fact that no one or demon had ever emerged from it since ancient times. Moreover, Dark Nether wasn't aware of the true nature of the Sealing Immortal Formation. He only knew it was immensely powerful without knowing its specific strength. Jonathan stepped into the Sealing Immortal Formation, Knowing its operation, Jonathan began forming the seals required to control it. However, he still consumed some pills because this was a genuine immortal grade formation that required spiritual energy to manipulate properly. Not being an immortal yet, Jonathan's spirit energy was limited, so he could only slightly control the sealing immortal formation. Even this level of control was sufficient for him. As he consumed spirit energy, Jonathan gradually understood the formation structure better. He moved around, searching for Terra's position. Hey, monster bones. Jonathan arrived at a certain location within the sealing immortal formation and inspected the corpse before him. It was a powerful beast, whose remains stretched over a kilometer long. Soon, he found several more corpses, some human, others demonic or monstrous. At one spot, Jonathan discovered a storage ring on a corpse along with peak 9th rank armor and shoes. The corpse was in excellent condition, suggesting it hadn't been disturbed. Not bad spoils, Jonathan said, removing the treasures. He checked the contents of the storage ring and was immediately shocked. Wow, millions of spirit stones at least. Who is this person, and why did they come here? Inspecting further, Jonathan found many secret manuals, including cultivation techniques and martial arts. There are many 9th rank techniques and skills, but they're too low level for me now, Jonathan commented. He had encountered too many god-ranked treasures, hence his standards were incredibly high. Ah, this is a god-ranked skill, Dragon Emperor Fist. Jonathan was surprised by the martial art, which was named quite regally. I'll comprehend it when I have time. Examining other items, Jonathan found mostly ordinary things like books and antique paintings, indicating the person had good taste in life. There were even brushes, ink, and paper, along with many artworks, which the individual likely created themselves. Flipping through one painting, Jonathan found the name G. Fabian inscribed. Seeing this name, Jonathan shook his head. Don't know him, never heard of him. Noteworthy are the demon crystals. Could these have been taken from dead demons? Jonathan guessed. It was plausible. Demons left behind crystals upon death, and based on Jonathan's judgment, G. Fabian likely took them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many crystals inside. These demon crystals are mostly god grade. What a windfall. Jonathan was highly satisfied. The rewards were substantial. Just the storage ring alone made the trip worthwhile. Apart from the spirit stones and demon crystals, there was also a single god-ranked martial art, Dragon Emperor Fist, that Jonathan found valuable. He kept all items, including the 9th rank treasures, which were still useful. Taking everything from the body, Jonathan buried it with a punch that created a pit. Rest in peace, senior. Your possessions will be safe with me, Jonathan said, having experience handling such matters since the god-demon mausoleum. Continuing forward, Jonathan found more beast and demon corpses, some with empty spaces where items had been looted, leaving even footprints on bones. After much searching, he found several undisturbed demon corpses. Their belongings remained intact, including storage equipment. Removing their treasures, Jonathan examined the contents, which included cultivation techniques, martial arts, spirit stones, clothes, beast cores, and alchemy materials. However, the techniques were written in demon script. Transforming Heaven Art, God-tier cultivation technique for demons, consumes 50 comprehension points to convert it for human use. The system didn't let me down. Jonathan stored it away. He didn't lack cultivation techniques and saw no need to waste points on converting demon techniques. There are plenty of alchemy materials, which makes this harvest satisfactory, Jonathan said contentedly. Continuing on, Jonathan found more treasures that delighted him. Collecting war spoils indeed brought joy. This is Terra's aura. Looks like she got caught in a killing formation and is injured. Having located Terra, Jonathan wasted no time heading toward her location. Hashtag chapter 334, Healing Terra. Jonathan cautiously avoided the deadly formations within the Seal Immortal Great Array. In theory, this array was not particularly lethal. Its primary function was to trap people. However, this lack of lethality only applied from the perspective of immortals. For those below the immortal realm, if they stumbled into it without powerful protective measures, their demise was inevitable. Inside the deadly formations lay numerous remains of monstrous creatures, each thoroughly shattered, creating a landscape that resembled a living hell. Even if there were any demon crystals or beast cores, they had long been reduced to fragments by the array's energy. Many treasures couldn't withstand the constant assaults and broke apart as well. Amidst these formations, one could frequently find bones and shards of various treasures scattered everywhere. Terra. Finally, Jonathan spotted Terra. However, she was covered in blood and lying on the ground some distance away. Jonathan did not move immediately because Terra's position was inside a deadly formation, and where Terra lay was one of the few safe spots to stand. Here, the ground was pockmarked with craters and littered with bones, dyed a deep crimson from spilled blood, exuding a thick, bloody stench. Concealed within the sky was terrifying energy, which would launch consecutive attacks at the slightest misstep. The Seal Immortal Great Array was unpredictable, especially within its deadly formations, changing its path at regular intervals. Without understanding the array, it was impossible to discern any pattern. Even for Jonathan, who had learned the Seal Immortal Great Array, he had to carefully observe the changes within the formation before daring to move toward the safe areas. After examining the formation, he took his first step. He waited for quite some time before taking his second and third steps. It took nearly half an hour for Jonathan to reach Terra's location. He quickly lifted her up and carefully examined her condition. At least she's still breathing, Jonathan said with a slight sigh of relief. If he hadn't arrived in time, Terra would have met her end here, becoming just another corpse. She is badly hurt. Even her divine armor has shattered, Jonathan frowned. Terra's condition was dire. The powerful energy had blasted open her divine armor, embedding fragments into her body. If the fragments weren't removed promptly, Terra might not survive. However, Terra was indeed extraordinary. Within her body was a strong force that guarded her final breath. This resilient energy protected her heart pulse. Without this force, Terra would have likely already passed away. Jonathan began to remove Tara's clothing, not considering this the time for such proprieties. Moreover, he harbored no ulterior motives. He was solely focused on saving her life. Tara's skin was pale, smooth, and moist, contrasting sharply with her deathly pale face, creating an allure that was both captivating and haunting. Yet, Jonathan remained fully concentrated on saving her, without any inappropriate thoughts. In her unconscious state, Tara moaned softly, but it did not affect Jonathan's resolve. Jonathan's willpower was firm, though his actions betrayed honesty. Having removed the shattered divine armor, Jonathan touched Tara's wounds. Once all pieces of armor were off, her flawless figure was exposed before him. Jonathan raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to form suction above her wounds. Suction. A suction force emanated from Jonathan's palm, drawing out the fragments embedded in Tara's wounds. She moaned again, sounding almost otherworldly. Jonathan steadied his mind and continued treating her wounds. Swoosh. Several fragments flew out of Tara's wounds. Jonathan promptly retrieved a precious vial containing therapeutic holy liquid. He guided the liquid into Tara's wounds and placed his hands over them. The intimate contact caused both of them to shudder slightly. In her semi-conscious state, Tara opened her eyes groggily, seemingly recognizing a familiar figure before slipping back into unconsciousness. After some time, Jonathan retracted his hands. The external wound was partially healed but far from completely. He then applied medicinal ointments to Tara's injuries, tearing pieces of her original clothes to bandage her. Having done this, Jonathan said, external injuries can be treated like this, but internal injuries are more troublesome. He dressed Tara in his own clothes, propping her up into a cross-legged position. Jonathan sat opposite her, feeding her a pill while also consuming one himself. He then placed his palms against hers, closed his eyes, and began to heal her. Hour after hour passed as Jonathan steadily consumed spiritual energy to repair Tara's damaged meridians. This was an extremely taxing task in terms of both spiritual energy and focus. When Jonathan's spiritual energy neared depletion, he took pills to replenish it. Jonathan spent several days continuously healing Tara before finally retracting his palms and wiping sweat from his brow. Truly exhausting. Jonathan sighed, once again stripping off Tara's outer garments to change her medication. He then dressed her again and laid her on the ground. After eating something, he collapsed and rested. These past few days, Jonathan had expended immense effort in healing Tara, leaving him utterly drained. Both now lay on the ground, unconsciously embracing each other as they fell asleep. Unknown hours later, when Tara opened her eyes and saw herself hugging someone, she was startled and tried to sit up, but the intense pain from her injuries made her wince. This is Jonathan. Yes, I'm injured. Severe injuries. It must have been Jonathan who saved me. He actually entered the Seal Immortal Great Array to save me? Why? Why would he do this? Upon regaining consciousness, Tara quickly pieced together what had happened. She remembered Jonathan rescuing and healing her. She understood how severe her injuries were, potentially fatal. Jonathan, why did you treat me like this? Tara looked at Jonathan nearby, feeling complex emotions. Standing up, she noticed her discarded, blood-soaked clothes and the shattered remnants of her divine armor. Touching her wound, her cheeks flushed as she thought, he dressed my wounds. That means, knowing Jonathan had saved her life, Tara didn't blame him. Still, as a daughter of heaven, having a man see her naked body left her unsettled. I owe you my life. If I ever get the chance to repay you, Tara will repay you even with her life. Despite her pride, Tara knew gratitude and wouldn't harbor any resentment towards Jonathan. She began to heal herself further. She had barely survived, but her injuries were still grave. Chapter 335, True Friends. When Jonathan awoke, he found Tara had already regained consciousness and had started healing herself. This greatly surprised him. He had worried that she would awaken and react like other holy maidens, demanding his death for his transgressions against her. It seemed not every woman was so unreasonable. Tara was rational, proving that saving her had been worthwhile. By now, the sky had grown dark. Jonathan took out wood from his spatial ring and used the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist technique to ignite it. After some thought, he fetched pots and pans from his spatial ring and placed previously collected beast meat into the pot to stew. After a long while, Tara, who had been meditating, woke up to the smell of food. Seeing Jonathan cooking, she was quite astonished at how aromatic the dish turned out to be. You're awake, Jonathan said. Yeah. Tara nodded, hesitated for a moment, then continued, thank you very much for this. If you hadn't risked your life to save me, I wouldn't have survived. I just wanted to make sure you were grateful. I was afraid that when you woke up, you might have reacted as most women do and tried to kill me. If that happened, I wouldn't have cared to save you. Jonathan spoke truthfully, not joking. Thankfully, Tara wasn't such a person. Hearing this, Tara couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But reflecting on it, there was indeed a high possibility of that happening. If another woman, like Sonia, found herself in such a situation, her first reaction would definitely not be gratitude but anger. Comparatively, Tara was many times better than Sonia. At least she wasn't an ungrateful person. Rest assured, I know you didn't mean to. I owe you my life, Tara said. If Tara made a promise, she would certainly fulfill it. That was the kind of person she was. Jonathan served her a bowl of meat, saying, your body hasn't fully recovered. You need to eat more to regain strength. I added many medicinal herbs which will benefit your injuries. Smelling the fragrant meat, Tara didn't refuse, taking the bowl with thanks. You're a very thoughtful man. It's rare to find men like you. Hearing such praise, you won't fall in love with me, will you? Jonathan laughed loudly. Not really. I just don't dislike you, and I'm grateful to you. I look at you differently because of that, but I can't figure out why you risked your life to come into the immortal sealing array to save me, Tara smiled. Well, Jonathan pondered, then replied, I'm not sure either. I just happened to hear about your situation and felt that if I didn't save you, I'd regret it all my life. Certainly, it's not that I like you. I just think it's a pity for someone talented and beautiful like you to die here. Your talent is remarkable, and you're also beautiful and have a good personality. Now I feel that saving you was the right decision, and we can be friends, Jonathan concluded. Terra, hearing this, was delighted. Then I'll consider you my first friend. First friend? Jonathan was surprised. You're the Adelartif disciple of Tai's sacred land. Surely you must have friends. My closest friend is you. Others can only be considered acquaintances, not true friends, Terra answered. Do you not fear that I might betray you? Jonathan laughed. Even if you did, it would be like paying back the debt of saving my life, Terra responded seriously. Jonathan realized that once Terra deemed someone worthy, she would trust them completely. He felt he had gained a true friend. Jonathan took out a bottle of wine, saying, let's drink. Don't worry. This wine will also be beneficial for your health. Okay. Terra found that having a good friend made her incredibly happy, fulfilling her emotionally. A cup of wine downed, Terra felt warmth in her stomach, as though she had consumed a sip of nectar, making her whole body feel comfortable. The energy began to circulate within her body, alleviating her injuries significantly. What kind of wine is this? It has such powerful energy, Terra asked curiously. Jonathan pointed at the bottle, explaining, Clear Breeze Peach Garden Wine. I got it from a spatial ring. It's probably quite old. No wonder it has a peach fragrance. There must be a lot of precious spiritual herbs in it. Indeed, my injuries are much better. Terra praised the wine endlessly. It was no ordinary liquor, and she had never seen such excellent wine before. As they drank and ate together, chatting, Jonathan learned that despite being the Adelartif disciple of Tai's sacred land and a holy maiden, Terra's position came with both honor and pressure. Many people looked up to her in awe, but her position also brought fierce competition and many threats. Any minor mistakes or stalling in cultivation could lead to her being stripped of her title and forced into arranged marriages, becoming a sacrifice for the sect's interests. In the realms of empires, sects, and clans, countless women became pawns for political alliances. Because of this, Terra had never considered the topic of a Dao companion and dared not think about it. Only by growing strong could one have the freedom to choose. In the years at Tai's sacred land, Terra had witnessed many women become sacrificial lambs. Even male disciples could be forced into marriages they didn't want due to interests. The truly mutually affectionate ones were few and far between. To avoid becoming part of that system, Terra had trained diligently from childhood, rising from a humble disciple to the Adelartif disciple and eventually becoming a holy maiden. Jonathan also learned that Terra was adopted by an elder of the sect due to her talent. Without talent, she wouldn't even have qualified to be taken in by the sect. This harsh reality reflected the truth of the fantasy world. Only the strong reigned supreme. Not wanting to become a pawn, one must strive to become the chess player, or at least an observer outside the game. Through her efforts and natural talents, Terra had risen step by step. Both her willpower and character were remarkably strong. Therefore, Terra did not develop any romantic feelings for Jonathan because of his rescue. What she felt was genuine gratitude and admiration for him. Opening her heart to Jonathan, she spoke of things she had never told anyone else. Her mood lightened considerably, feeling a sense of relief. Jonathan also admired Terra. This was not liking her but rather respect. Every seemingly lofty individual had unknown struggles and diligence. They continuously strived to become stronger, competing to attain their goals. No one easily succeeded in the world. Each path was fraught with difficulties. Chapter 336, The Chaos Blood Divine Art. After having an earnest conversation with Terra, Jonathan felt a significant sense of relief. It was a spiritual release, as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, Terra sighed as he looked at the great immortal sealing array. You shouldn't have come in here. It's my fault that you're involved. Jonathan smiled and said, Do I look like I've been injured since entering this place? Terra was puzzled and asked, Oh, how did you find me without suffering any injuries? Since I could enter here, it's because I understand this array. Otherwise, how could I have walked in unharmed and found you? Jonathan replied. This left Terra even more shocked, looking at Jonathan in disbelief. Legend has it that this array was set up by immortals from long ago who descended into the mortal realm. No one can understand it. You actually comprehend this array? Terra couldn't help but be stunned. Since the day this array was constructed, no person, beast, or demon had ever managed to leave it. Could it be that Jonathan came down from the immortal world? But the people of the immortal world had long lost their ability to descend into donghua continent, unable even to establish a connection. The only way for someone on donghua continent to contact the immortals was to transcend and become an immortal themselves. Sadly, transcending to immortality wasn't easy. There was a saying on donghua continent, there are countless half-immortals, but not one has truly attained the Tao. This made it clear how difficult it was to ascend to immortality. The last recorded human who managed to transcend to immortality was Ungkor, a prodigy of the human race, over 30,000 years ago. I once obtained an array manual that contained records about the great immortal sealing array. I think it must have been left behind by the predecessor who arranged this array, Jonathan explained. He wouldn't reveal his greatest secret. This matter remained known only to him. Oh, so that's why you could walk in unscathed. Terra nodded. Everyone had their own opportunities. Even Terra herself had hers, and they weren't insignificant either, which led her to where she is today. You're seriously injured. Here, it's very safe and suitable for healing. As long as we don't move beyond 5 meters, this array won't attack us, Jonathan said. Yes, I do need some time to recover, Terra replied. Then Terra began meditating to cultivate. Meanwhile, Jonathan delved deeper into comprehending his existing knowledge and skills. What Jonathan needed most now was to advance his realm. His combat power and physical strength were formidable, but his realm was too low. At the martial king level, Jonathan's current realm was simply insufficient. However, Jonathan's foundation was extremely strong, requiring hundreds of times more spirit energy to break through than others at the same level. This was also a key factor enabling him to fight against higher realms. Jonathan now possessed numerous cultivation methods, such as the Chaos Divine Art, Blood Divine Art, Heaven Earth Cauldron Mastery, and many others. There were too many cultivation methods for Jonathan to learn each one individually. Jonathan remembered that his previous Chaos Divine Art was created by fusing multiple cultivation methods using comprehension points. So, Jonathan started merging these methods again. Terra's injury was severe, taking at least 10 to 15 days to heal. During this time, Jonathan could merge his numerous cultivation methods. Jonathan focused on Chaos Divine Art and Blood Divine Art, using the system to comprehend both simultaneously. Only cultivation methods could be fused, not martial techniques with cultivation methods. Martial techniques among themselves could also be fused. It will require consuming 200 comprehension points to fuse Chaos Divine Art and Blood Divine Art. Do you wish to proceed? 200 comprehension points. Despite being surprised by the prompt, Jonathan agreed. Swish. In the next second, Jonathan was immersed in a profound world, like a chaotic void, devoid of everything except himself. He felt like the master of this universe, perhaps even a creator deity. In this world, Jonathan could reshape anything as he desired. He felt this world was too serene, too empty, with nothing existing within it. He believed life should exist. Suddenly, a terrifying energy appeared in this world. Although fearsome, it was under Jonathan's control. Under his control, this energy condensed until it reached its peak. Boom! The condensed energy exploded. The shockwaves spread outward from the core, creating light and vitality in this previously dark world. Around the energy core, countless rocks of varying sizes emerged, and the shockwaves continued to expand. After the explosion, the world began to undergo mysterious changes. The energy from the core rotated like a whirlwind, growing stronger toward the center. As the light spiraled inward, a powerful gravitational force emerged, attracting nearby meteors and causing them to orbit the energy core. Interestingly, irregularly shaped meteors became spherical after rotating around the core. Jonathan was astonished. Was this the formation of a universe? He thought about the Big Bang. Could the entire universe and all creation form in this manner? Before Jonathan could fully grasp these thoughts, his consciousness exited the world. Fusion successful, forming the Immortal Emperor level cultivation method Chaos Blood Divine Art. The current method is incomplete and requires further fusion to be perfected. An Immortal Emperor level cultivation method. Jonathan was surprised by the transformation brought by the fusion. Moreover, the method was still imperfect, with flaws he could feel. My remaining comprehension points are limited. To fuse other methods, I need to accumulate more time, Jonathan mused. However, Jonathan noticed that his realm had advanced due to the fusion, reaching the peak of a late-stage Martial King realm, or 9th layer peak Martial King realm. With a bit more effort, he could directly advance to the Martial Emperor realm. Chapter 337, Departure from the Sealed Immortal Array. You're awake, Terra said. Jonathan glanced at Terra and asked, Has it been a long time? Terra looked at Jonathan speechlessly and replied, It's been exactly 30 days. 30 days. Jonathan was shocked. In Jonathan's perception, only dozens of seconds had passed. How could it have been 30 days? What cultivation technique did you practice that you lost track of time completely? Terra looked at Jonathan helplessly, but was also quite curious. It should be an Immortal Realm technique, obtained along with the Sealed Immortal Array, Jonathan answered. Oh, I see. Immortal Realm techniques are indeed profound and intricate. Your comprehension ability is truly remarkable. I've seen Immortal Realm techniques before, but without a clue, let alone cultivating them. Terra admired Jonathan. It wasn't always the case that the higher level something was, the better it suited you. The higher level something was, the more stringent its requirements were. Even if you obtained an immortal level technique, if your aptitude and insight weren't sufficient, you couldn't even understand it, let alone cultivate it. Giving you an immortal level martial art wouldn't help if you didn't meet the minimum condition, being a demi-immortal to even attempt it. Would you dare use it without enough strength and realm? Even if you managed to execute it, it might cripple you for life. Is that worth it? A true powerhouse isn't defined by powerful techniques, but choosing what best suits their talent, insight, and effort. There were many such examples. 10,000 years ago, a regular disciple of the Tai Holy Land with average talent became one of the top experts in the Eastern Wasteland, unbeatable at his level. He didn't have an outstanding physique or top-tier techniques, just the perfect match that amplified his power tenfold compared to normal practitioners. Unfortunately, such examples were rare. Not every strong individual was lucky enough to find this. Each person spent much time comprehending and studying their techniques. Changing mid-cultivation meant starting anew, which slowed down the progress compared to peers. Unless the new technique was overwhelmingly stronger than the old one, most cultivators wouldn't switch. Unless the previous technique had low potential or they found themselves unsuitable or stuck in a bottleneck. Jonathan didn't explain further. His talent wasn't high. Everything relied on external aids. Is your injury healed? Jonathan asked. It's almost fully recovered. No major issues remain, Terra replied. Then let's go out. After leaving here, we'll head straight to Wudao City. The demon races have likely abandoned chasing us by now, Jonathan said. Did you hear anything about Sonia when you entered? Terra asked. Yes, I heard Sonia was forced into the Black Demon domain, by demons, Jonathan replied. Upon hearing this, Terra frowned and said, she actually entered the Black Demon domain. That's a demon no-go zone. Even a demi-immortal might not come out alive. If Sonia was pushed there, her life is in grave danger. We can barely save ourselves. How can we bother about others? Whether Sonia survives depends on her fate, Jonathan said. I just feel a bit reluctant. We went through so many difficulties to find her. Unfortunately, since we didn't bring her back safely to Wudao City, the mission failed, and we can't gain access to the Haotian dynasty's secret realm. Terra felt regretful. They spent so much time overcoming dangers and difficulties, yet fell short at the end, feeling very disheartened. But Jonathan was right. They did their best. They nearly died at the hands of demons and couldn't worry about anyone else's fate anymore. After examining the changes in the entire, sealed immortal array, Jonathan finally told Terra, follow my steps closely, Don't stray elsewhere, especially near the killing arrays. Be cautious. Got it. Terra nodded. Terra knew the power of the sealed immortal array's killing arrays well. Escaping each one cost her all her resources, nearly costing her life. Jonathan performed hand seals, releasing peculiar spiritual energies. Under his control, these formed a unique array symbol, eventually becoming an array plate. This plate controlled their path within the array, though Jonathan handled it cautiously due to his unfamiliarity. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, so Jonathan drove cautiously for safety. Terra followed Jonathan's footsteps carefully. An hour later, they finally exited the sealed immortal array, completely, breathing a sigh of relief. I never want to return here, Terra remarked. I'll set up an array first to ensure we can leave demon territory safely. To avoid trouble, Jonathan arranged the heaven-concealing immortal concealment technique. Terra observed the array and recognized its potent power despite knowing little about it. Once completed, Jonathan and Terra were enveloped in a mysterious force. Layla softly exclaimed, realizing she had become invisible. This array concealed them as they moved. What a magical array. This concealment follows our movement. I believe this array has strong hiding abilities that few can detect. Layla marveled again. She knew Jonathan had acquired various skills from the immortals. Neither the sealed immortal array, nor this concealment array was ordinary. Let's go back to Wudao City and see the situation, Jonathan said. That makes sense. So much time has passed. They must think we're dead, Layla commented. We'll know once we get there. They quickly headed towards Wudao City, bypassing demon tribes and beasts undetected, like ghosts moving past living beings. Hashtag chapter 338. The battlefield between the demon and human races. After traveling for many days, the two of them suddenly encountered a large number of demons. There were so many demons that it was impossible to count them all. They were stationed in various locations, each wielding weapons, creating an imposing sight. Seeing this situation, both of them frowned. The demon race and human race must have declared full-scale war. These demons are soldiers from various demon tribes. It looks like the conflict has reached a stalemate, Terra said. Who knows how long this war will last? Let's focus on getting to Martial Dao City first, Jonathan replied. Yes, we can only go to Martial Dao City first and see what happens next, Terra agreed. Jonathan controlled the concealment art of heaven and moved toward Martial Dao City. However, he soon sensed someone approaching and quickly warned, a powerful demon is coming. Let's hide in the void. With that, Jonathan enveloped himself and Terra and concealed them within the void. In the next second, several demons appeared. They had formidable auras and unique appearances. One of them had a blue face with fangs and a third eye on his forehead, exuding immense might. Another demon was entirely transparent, making his internal organs visible, and had no discernible facial features. His race was unknown. The last demon wore armor, even covering his face with a mask, and possessed a pair of purple horns with lightning flashing around them, making him stand out. You also noticed something unusual. Jesus, a member of the Void Clan, remarked. His clan was inherently sensitive to spatial energy fluctuations. Even though the concealment art of heaven utilized spatial abilities, this sensitivity allowed Jesus to detect it. While your Void Clan is sensitive, I have a duty to prevent humans from infiltrating our demon ranks to gather intelligence. I cannot be negligent, xuanhuan said, opening his third eye which emitted a red light, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards the void. Zzzzzt. 3 beams of red light cut through the air but detected nothing. Inside the void, Terra was worried and almost prepared to act but was restrained by Jonathan. Jonathan signaled to Terra not to worry. He had tested the power of the concealment art of heaven extensively and knew that regardless of external attacks, their location was as if it were in an independent space of its own. For safety, Jonathan remained silent, assuring Terra they were secure. Terra trusted Jonathan and refrained from acting, watching one of the red beams pass harmlessly over their position. Xuanhuan frowned. Strange, there's nothing here? I only felt a slight spatial fluctuation but didn't sense any human presence, Jesus said. My Xianxia just picked up a trace of unusual energy but found nothing specific, Xuanhuan added. They then looked at the last demon, who simply left without saying anything, appearing quite arrogant. This Aaron is still as high and mighty as ever, Xuanhuan grumbled. If you could defeat Aaron, you wouldn't hesitate to speak in front of him. Don't be like humans, always gossiping behind people's backs, Jesus sneered. Jesus, your Void Clan boasts innate spatial abilities. Why didn't you gather intelligence on the human alliance this time? Xuanhuan retorted. When did my clan's ability to gather intelligence become related to you, Xuanhuan? I don't need to report anything to you, Jesus coldly answered. Humph, we'll see. This time our clan will surely achieve victory, Xuanhuan left angrily. Heh, there are many powerful demons in the demon race. Gaining top honors won't be easy, Jesus said dismissively before leaving. He cast peculiar energies into the void, causing ripples like water waves. The place where Jonathan was concealed experienced some disturbance, but it wasn't significant. Nevertheless, Jonathan was amazed by the talent of these demons, realizing that reaching Martial Dao City wouldn't be easy. There's no anomaly. Seems I was overly cautious. Jesus finally left. Once the 3 powerful demons departed, Terra asked, can we move forward now? There are too many powerful demons among the demon race. It will be difficult to get through safely. Indeed, and this is only the outermost perimeter. The entire demon race seems well prepared to prevent humans from gathering intelligence, Jonathan replied. We should take a detour. Although it's longer, it's safer, Terra suggested. Agreed. Passing through the demon ranks isn't feasible. There must be even more powerful demons deeper inside, Jonathan nodded. Jonathan waited for 2 hours in the void to ensure the 3 demons were gone before carefully emerging and moving away. No demon followed them, and they began to circumvent the demon territories to head toward Martial Dao City. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield, a scene of utter devastation. Corpses, broken weapons, and shattered magical artifacts littered the ground, while blood-soaked pits and scorched earth spread across the 1,000-kilometer-wide expanse. Facing such a war, life seemed fragile, whether human or demon, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. This is war. A war between two races, Jonathan observed. This is beyond our control. Surviving our return from the demon lands is already fortunate, Tara remarked. In the face of the interracial war, their strength seemed insignificant. More fighting ahead, Jonathan pointed out. As they moved forward, they came upon a small skirmish involving thousands of participants. The demons involved were rat demons, adept in earth magic, using tunneling to ambush human fighters. These rat demons were strong, pushing back the human fighters relentlessly toward Martial Dao City. Haha, don't let these humans escape. Not one shall survive, one of the rat demon leaders shouted. Humans are weak. They crumble before us. Enjoy our slaughter. Kill them all. Rat brothers, follow me. Chapter 339. Return to Martial Art City. Jonathan put away the heaven-hiding immortal art, and Tara and Jonathan struck at once. They moved with blinding speed, dashing toward the enemy like two streaks of meteors. Swish! Tara swung his treasured sword, releasing a dazzling blade aura that extended for dozens of meters. Boom! The blade aura fell upon the rodent demons, completely engulfing them. The attacked rodent demons were instantly alarmed and huddled together, looking back. There are still two humans. The leader of the rodent demons observed Jonathan and Tara and sensed the energy emanating from Tara. He furrowed his brows. These two were quite strong. Kill these two first. The leader gathered over 100 elites to surround Jonathan and Tara. Humans, let you taste our rodent clan's prowess. Kill. Some of the rodent clan burrowed underground while the rest surrounded Tara before unleashing all their power against her. Tara slashed with her sword, spiritual energy flaring up as the blade aura spread out like blossoms in rapid succession. Pu. The surrounding rodents were pierced by the blade aura, unable to resist. Thud. Tara stomped the ground, causing it to tremble as a surge of spiritual energy pressed down like a mountain. Boom. With Tara at the center, the earth within 10 meters sank 3 meters, a result of Tara's forceful compression. The rodents hidden underground were also killed by this move. However, one rodent demon transformed into a ray of light and appeared from the ground. It was the previous rodent leader. It clutched its chest, coughed up blood, looked at Tara in shock, then fled rapidly. You think you can run? Tara swung her sword again, the condensed blade aura forming an arm's length, speeding towards the rodent leader. Pooh! The rodent leader failed to evade, falling to the ground on its knees. The remaining rodent demons, witnessing this scene, lost morale and fled. The previously suppressed human experts retaliated, pursuing the fleeing rodent demons. Only a few managed to escape by quickly burrowing underground. After killing those rodent demons, they approached Jonathan and said, "Thank you both for your assistance. May I know who you are?" Given Jonathan and Tara's young age, they were certainly not ordinary individuals. "I am a disciple of the Xuanhuan Holy Land, and she is a disciple of the Tai Holy Land," Jonathan replied. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that they were from the 9 great holy lands, explaining their astonishing strength. "Ah, disciples of the Holy Lands. I am Ronan from the Boundless sect, and these are some elite members from other sects," Ronan introduced. Jonathan nodded at them and asked, "How is the battle between humans and demons now?" "Oh, you didn't know?" Ronan was puzzled. "We were on a mission earlier and have just returned," Jonathan replied. Only then did Ronan respond. Humans and demons have already fought 5 intense battles, each lasting several days and nights. Both sides are currently at a stalemate. Countless experts from all major dynasties and sects have been dispatched to Martial Arts City. We all know that if we don't hold the demons back outside Martial Arts City, they will advance deeply into human territory, wreaking havoc. If that happens, it would be disastrous for humans. Ronan explained the current situation. Both sides had gathered countless experts, preparing for the next battle. This war could not be lost. If the demons won, the human continent would erupt into chaos, and many humans would become food for the demons. The demons were brutal. Many enjoyed eating humans with immense appetites. Failure to stop the demon attack would place humans in grave danger. But the demons were no pushovers either. With numerous species, each possessing unique abilities, it was uncertain who would win this battle. No one could retreat. Led by the 9 great holy lands and 7 major dynasties, other sects and nations had to follow their command. Jonathan learned from Ronan that the entire human alliance had amassed at least 50 million experts near Martial Arts City. 50 million. Jonathan was surprised. However, seeing the demon army, although unsure of the exact numbers, he knew there were certainly no fewer than the humans. 50 million may seem strong, but during the last few battles, humans have suffered heavy losses, with over 1 million experts perishing, Ronan continued. As Jonathan questioned Ronan, they headed back to Martial Arts City. All defensive formations around Martial Arts City were activated. This included not only defense arrays but also various offensive formations, extremely complex. Jonathan was amazed by these formations, intending to grasp them at the right opportunity. These formations would benefit him greatly. The deeper he delved into formations, the more profound they seemed. Many formations were beneficial in battle. Even opponents far above his level could be easily defeated if preset. Even with numerous enemies, it wasn't a problem, as Jonathan had already verified this when killing Perry. Above the city gate hung a golden mirror emitting light, with an array outside the gate. Ronan explained, "This formation checks whether any among us are possessed by demons or disguised demons attempting to infiltrate Martial Arts City." And the mirror atop the wall, the demon revealing mirror, also detects if anyone among us is possessed by demons. Demon clans are diverse, with many hiding within humans undetected. Recently, many demons use such methods to infiltrate Martial Arts City, posing significant threats. Jonathan nodded. Humans defended against demon infiltration, and vice versa. Demons had peculiar abilities that were hard to detect without familiarity. Everyone passed through the formations and the demon-revealing mirror without issues. Such powerful aura, and not just one. Terra glanced at certain pavilions on the wall. Pavilions spaced every 100 meters along the wall housed powerful guards. With so many human experts present, the wall's defenses were incredibly strong, the first line protecting human territory, hence indispensable. I have translated the text as requested, ensuring natural fluency and coherence while maintaining the original paragraph structure and style. Please feel free to ask if you need further revisions. Chapter 340. Meeting the Holy Land's upper echelons. Upon returning to the martial arts city, Jonathan noticed that the entire city was under extremely tight security. There were countless strong figures guarding both in plain sight and undercover. They inquired about the locations of the 9 Holy Lands outposts and discovered that due to the battles between humans and demons, their location had been reassigned to a different area. Jonathan bid farewell to Terra, saying, I'm going to check on the Xian Holy Lands base. Take care. Alright. Terra also needed to go back to Tai Holy Lands base to see the situation. Jonathan made his way to the Xian Holy Lands residence, a vast estate capable of housing many people. The disciples guarding outside the gate looked incredibly surprised upon seeing him, greeting him with, Senior Brother Jonathan, you've really returned. What do you mean by that? Jonathan asked, puzzled. Well, you went on a mission into demon territory, but there were no updates for so long that many thought you had perished there, one disciple explained. Not only you, but most who joined you on the mission didn't return alive either. The 9 Holy Lands did send people to search for you all, but they couldn't follow through as the large-scale attacks from the demon race interrupted it. Now that we see you've returned, the sect leader will be thrilled, several disciples said. After hearing this, Jonathan nodded, replying, there were some unforeseen circumstances, but I managed to return safely. Walking into the Xian Holy Lands base, Jonathan encountered various disciples who expressed surprise before warmly welcoming him. Being the top disciple of Xian Holy Land, everyone naturally knew him. However, Jonathan didn't recognize most of them, only nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Word of Jonathan's return to Martial Arts City quickly reached the upper echelons of the Holy Land. They immediately sent for him. Soon after, Jonathan met with the sect leader and other elders of the Xian Holy Land. Disciple, it's a relief to see you're unharmed. If not for the war between the two races, I would have searched for you earlier. Darnell Tiansong hurriedly inspected Jonathan closely before feeling relieved. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. You're alive and well. Elliot looked at Jonathan with great satisfaction. Good to have you back. Now is when the sect needs every able hand, the sect leader added before asking, by the way, where are the others? Jonathan briefly recounted what had transpired. After he finished, everyone frowned. So, you mean to say when you went to rescue the others, those black-clothed people knew your identities and deliberately lured a beast tied to attack you? Darnell Tiansong inquired. Yes, and there were assassins from the Ghost Shadow sect. Their target was the treasure carried by the Sira of Haotian dynasty, Jonathan replied. It seems those people want not only to eliminate our elite disciples, but also obtain the treasures brought out by the Haotian dynasty from the ruins, the sect leader stated. Worse yet, this information leaked from within our 9 Holy Lands. It's possible they colluded with the demons, which is why the demons later knew their whereabouts, Xian Floyd Laozu pointed out. Some individuals are still scheming to use the demons to eliminate rivals amid the human-demon war, Elliot said angrily. Though they did not know the culprits, the situation enraged them. In the face of the human-demon war, certain individuals disregarded racial interests, focusing only on personal gain. Jonathan also couldn't guess which force was behind it. The enemy's ambition was huge, aiming to wipe out all disciples of the 9 Holy Lands and take the treasure from Isabella. As long as it happened on demon territory, blame could easily be shifted onto the demons while they reaped benefits secretly. Rest first. There are more battles between the two races ahead, and we'll need to participate, Darnell Tiansong told Jonathan. Yes, master. Jonathan nodded and left the premises. A disciple escorted Jonathan to his quarters. Jonathan, you've returned, a familiar voice called out. It was Hardy. Oh, you survived, Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Hardy responded. After we dispersed, I escaped with help from disciples of other holy lands. It took me half a month to recover. People said you died, but I never believed it. My suspicion proved correct. Many want me dead, but I don't plan to die easily, Jonathan replied. I hope you won't die because I haven't beaten you yet, Hardy remarked. Anytime, Jonathan responded. With a bow, Hardy departed. Though they weren't friends, Jonathan's presence had significantly influenced Hardy's mindset. He became less arrogant and more dedicated. Hardy saw Jonathan not as an enemy but as an opponent, giving him greater motivation. Given his talent, Hardy would eventually become a formidable force if he survived. Meanwhile, Jonathan reflected on the upcoming challenges. His current powerful method was still physical strength, while his cultivation level remained too low. With a major human-demon battle imminent, Jonathan must enhance his abilities promptly. He sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to refine some cultivation techniques. However, merging advanced techniques required numerous comprehensions and considerable time. Despite aiding his level, the impending war and potential deployment prevented him from risking too much time. The serene surroundings suited his focus on self-improvement. Although he had faced dangers, he also gained significant experiences. Amidst the brewing conflict, Jonathan dared not be complacent. The battles ahead demanded he grow stronger swiftly. Chapter 341. War breaks out again between the two races. After practicing for a few days, Jonathan's master came looking for him and said, "The elders from other holy lands want to find out about the situation. Just tell them the truth." "Master, have you found any clues?" Jonathan asked. Darnell Tianking shook his head and replied, "The opponent did a very thorough job. Apart from exposing the Ghost Shadow Gate assassination organization, we haven't found any leads. The strength of the Ghost Shadow Gate is no weaker than that of any holy land. It's just that they cannot operate in the open and are constantly suppressed by us, the 9 holy lands. In fact, among the 9 Holy Lands, many people have secretly sought the help of the Ghost Shadow Gate to deal with members of other Holy Lands. So, we can't find any leads from the Ghost Shadow Gate. Jonathan understood. If it were so easy to find out who did it, then the other party would be too incompetent. Since they had made their move, they must have prepared for the worst, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. Such matters could not see the light of day. No one wanted to be labeled as a traitor to the human race at this critical moment. Darnell Tiankang continued, by the way, the emperor of the Haotian dynasty will also come later. He definitely wants to inquire about Sonia. Oh, even he is coming. It seems the emperor of the Haotian dynasty truly loves his little princess, Jonathan remarked. Jonathan then proceeded to the hall. Darnell Tiankang introduced him to the important figures present. This is Scott, the patriarch of the 9 Seas Holy Land. This is Cade, the senior elder of the Purple Junliang Land. This is Irma, the deputy patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Each Holy Land had sent a key figure to understand what had happened after Jonathan returned. Darnell Tiankang had told Jonathan that they had also questioned Terra from the Tai Holy Land, and all he needed to do was tell the truth. After all, the 9 Holy Lands had dispatched many young elites to the beast race, but the results left them heartbroken. Those disciples represented the future hopes of each Holy Land, only to die needlessly in someone else's scheme, which infuriated everyone. They naturally wanted to find out who was behind this and needed the surviving disciples like Jonathan to recount what had happened so they could gather clues and evidence. Jonathan narrated the events from beginning to end, answering any questions that arose. After 2 hours, Jonathan left. What Jonathan said was consistent with what Terra had said, and no new clues were discovered. The only lead was the Ghost Shadow Gate. However, everyone knew it was extremely difficult to find clues from the Ghost Shadow Gate, as even they might not reveal the information desired. The 9 Holy Lands organized an investigation team consisting of soul-level experts, 2 from each Holy Land, to delve into the matter further. For now, Jonathan set up a defensive array outside the main gate and spent his time in his room preparing for cultivation. Jonathan had already fused all lower-level techniques into the Chaos Blood God art. Only a few higher-level techniques remained unfused due to time constraints. But Jonathan still checked the number of comprehension attempts required to fuse these higher-level techniques. From the number of comprehension attempts required, he could judge how much time he needed. To fuse the Qianwu Dinggong, 10 comprehension attempts are needed. Proceed. Only 10 attempts? Jonathan was surprised. 10 comprehension attempts were not many, nor would they take long. So, Jonathan began fusing the techniques. To fuse the Bundling Spirit Charm, 20 comprehension attempts are needed. Proceed. To fuse the 9 Transformation Divine Demon Body Technique, 100 comprehension attempts are needed. Insufficient comprehension attempts. Fusing the 9 Transformation Divine Demon Body Technique requires 100 comprehension attempts. Jonathan exclaimed. This technique was merely above the divine level, not yet at the immortal level. Because it was a body-strengthening technique, it required 100 comprehension attempts. The 9 Transformation Divine Demon Body Technique had a high upper limit. Apart from the 9 Transformation Divine Demon Body Technique and the Demon Slaying Art, Jonathan had fused all other techniques he learned into the Chaos Blood God art. This art was still at the Immortal King level without any changes. However, the power of the Chaos Blood God art became much stronger compared to before. Jonathan's strength also noticeably increased. Each fusion of a technique raised his realm slightly. He was now only one step away from breaking through to the initial Wu Devon level. Unfortunately, his comprehension attempts were insufficient. If he had enough attempts, Jonathan could fuse the 9 Transformation Divine Demon Body Technique and directly break through to the Wu Devon level. To advance, I can only refine the Tiangang supplement pill, but I still lack materials, Jonathan sighed as he left the room. Someone approached Jonathan. It was Dev, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Seeing Jonathan, Dev smiled and ran up, saying, Senior Brother Su, you finally emerged from seclusion. Oh, is there something? 3 days ago, the human and beast races started fighting again. I came to look for you that day, but seeing the array you set up, I left. I came again today to check, and unexpectedly, you've emerged from seclusion, Dev answered. Another war, huh? Jonathan nodded, knowing Dev was here because it was time to go to battle. Yes, junior brother Yanis is dead, and we can't even find his body. The battlefield is too vast. Maybe his remains have been obliterated. Or perhaps he isn't dead but hasn't returned in 3 days. Sigh, Dev sighed, illustrating the brutality of war. Jonathan patted Dev on the shoulder and asked, how's the current situation? They ceased hostilities yesterday just to cremate the dead bodies. The beast race agreed to resume the fight today, Dev explained. Haven't the battles started yet? Jonathan asked. It should happen within the next couple of hours. You didn't show up the past 2 days, and some people from the Holy Land spread rumors, calling you a coward. That annoyed me, Dev said. That's unnecessary. Let them say what they want. Do I need their guidance on how to act? Jonathan responded. Exactly. When senior brother Su was in seclusion, he didn't know about the war. They refused to believe it, and we stopped explaining. Dev was Jonathan's loyal subordinate, holding Jonathan in high regard. However, Dev then asked, Senior brother Su, I need to ask you something. What is it? What's your relationship with Terra of the Tai Holy Land? When others spoke ill of you, she stood up for you and threatened them, saying if they continued, she'd challenge them to a duel on the platform. That's Terra, the heavenly pride of the Tai Holy Land. Those people wouldn't dare challenge her, so no one dared criticize you anymore. Now everyone is gossiping that there's something special between you two. Is that true? Dev inquired curiously. Hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but laugh and cry, replying, we're just good friends. There's nothing more special. Don't overthink it. Dev clearly didn't believe it, but didn't press further. Jonathan and Terra were indeed good friends who admired each other. That's all it was. Chapter 342, Battlefield Duel. On the walls of Martial Dao City, there were high-ranking members from various major sects, the 9 great sanctuaries, and powerful figures from different dynasties. Lesser-ranking powers from sects and dynasties could only wait below the city walls. Outside, Martial Dao City, millions of human soldiers and formidable warriors from various sects had already assembled. It was an awe-inspiring sight. This vast army comprised warriors, even the least powerful among them having the strength of a martial general. Despite coming from countless nations, in this moment, they all belonged to the human alliance. Jonathan knew that with every war came the death of countless soldiers. War always brought death, no matter if it was between demon or human races. One side would inevitably prevail over the other. Should humans be defeated, it would be catastrophic for their race. On the way, Jonathan heard Dev say that there were more human soldiers stationed elsewhere around Martial Dao City. However, the human alliance couldn't deploy all soldiers at once, with about 10 million being sent into each battle. The duration of this war was unknown, as was its outcome. Humanity had no retreat, no option to fall back. Dev led Jonathan out of the city to where the 9 great sanctuaries representatives gathered. Sect powerhouses stayed apart from the army. Military discipline required coordination and obedience to commands. In contrast, sect powerhouses emphasized individual combat. While some disciples cooperated in formations, such occurrences were rare. Their main role was to confront demon strongmen. Upon arriving at the 9 great sanctuaries, someone quickly spoke up. Is this Xuanhuan Sanctuary's top disciple? Without even reaching Martial Emperor realm, it's not surprising Xuanhuan Sanctuary is at the bottom. Despite his low rank, Jonathan's combat prowess was well documented, especially after his victory on the platform. This person challenging him was clearly targeting him. Upon recognizing him as a disciple of Tiansong Sanctuary, Jonathan deduced he must be allied with Jediah. With past conflicts involving Jonathan and many from Tiansong Sanctuary, several despised him. A gleam flashed in Jonathan's hand as he drew a powerful sword, the demigod-grade, golden tortoise sword. Wielding the golden tortoise sword, before so many eyes attracted considerable attention. You aren't worthy to challenge me. If Jediah wants his sword back, send someone stronger. You are far from enough. Jonathan intentionally displayed the weapon, an act of insult. This was akin to Jonathan announcing, even Tiansong Sanctuary's demigod-level weapon is in my hands. What are you? You. Hearing this, the challenger's face flushed red with anger but dared not fight given the current circumstances demanded unity against demons. Jonathan, you're just a top-ranked powerhouse. Don't think defeating Vlad means you can win against me. If you have the guts, let's have a duel. Hans challenged directly. Unfamiliar with this man, who appeared older and not part of his generation, Jonathan turned to Dev, who explained, he's from the previous generation. Among the 9 sanctuaries, his strength ranks in the top 10 of his cohort. Being from a different generation gave Hans confidence to challenge Jonathan. Those of Jonathan's age recognized his strength, unsure if any could outmatch him. Hans, unaware of Jonathan's true might, underestimated him based on hearsay. Jonathan was indeed at Martial King realm, yet his bodily strength, near mystical, allowed him to slay even martial deities. His immense potential alarmed many, who feared what Jonathan could achieve if he reached their level. Many sanctuaries didn't want Jonathan to rise, none wanting to be overshadowed by another sanctuary. Open conflict was avoided, resorting to intrigues to eliminate Jonathan. As a formidable warrior from the previous generation, Hans fit perfectly to challenge Jonathan. Are you insane? We are fighting demons. How dare you propose a duel now? Jonathan dismissed him, unwilling to engage at such a critical time. I never said we would fight each other. By duel, I meant a challenge, clarified Hans. Curious, Jonathan asked. What do you mean? Dev elaborated. Demon race has youthful prodigies who often challenge our outstanding youths before battles. Feuds are settled through these duels, with demons showing no mercy to losers. Understanding this arrangement, Jonathan agreed, knowing defeat wouldn't save anyone from demons. Confidently, Hans smiled, awaiting further developments. The warrior duel was inevitable. The sanctuaries forbade internal conflicts but supported engaging demons through duels. Lack of human champions would lower morale, thus participation was encouraged. Encouraged by fellow Tiansong Sanctuary disciples, Hans promised a victory, disparaging Jonathan. Conversely, elders from Xianxia Sanctuary warned Jonathan about demon fighters ranging from martial emperor to martial deity realms, known for their unpredictable and potent magic. They advised caution, sharing their history of mostly defeats. Grateful for the advice, Jonathan thanked them. Don't mention it. Your Xuanhuan Sanctuary's pride. Seeing you surpass others brings us joy. Indeed, when we heard of your victories, we felt great joy. Our sanctuary has been ranked last for years. If not for this demonic invasion, we'd likely be in the top 5, all thanks to you. Chapter 343, First Battle of the Warrior Duel. It wasn't long before news of the demon race's warrior duel reached them. Edward turned to Jonathan and said, the warrior duel has already begun. Let's go. Let's go. Jonathan replied. Everyone moved toward the front lines. This time, it wasn't just Jonathan and Edward who were participating in the wager. There were also several disciples who had mutual grudges against each other and were preparing to step onto the stage. At the front line, within the demon race camp, numerous demon powerhouses appeared. They walked to the forefront and shouted loudly. The human ants, Miles from the Bullhead tribe is here for battle. Who among you dares to come out and meet your death? Fabian Duo from the Leopard clan has come to slay humans. I will surely twist off your heads. My Sky Wolf clan warriors are unparalleled in combat. You puny humans, surrender now. From within the demon ranks, various insults towards the human race echoed continuously, and soon enough, the humans began retaliating as well. The two races hadn't even started their warrior duel when they were already engaging in a war of words. Before long, the disciples of the 9 great sanctuaries finally arrived at the battlefield, thus bringing the war of words to an end. These disciples of the 9 great sanctuaries were undoubtedly the strongest among the human race, and would be the main participants in the warrior duel. Seeing how arrogant the demons were, Edward said to Jonathan, our contest is straightforward. Each of us steps into the arena once and must defeat a warrior of at least the martial sage realm before we can retreat and let the other party take over. All right. Jonathan nodded, having no objections. I will challenge a demon first to show you the strength of a disciple from the heavenly azure sanctuary. Damon finished speaking and flew directly toward where the demon powerhouses were. Brother Juan, best of luck. Take down those demons, Brother Juan. The disciples of the heavenly azure sanctuary cheered on for Edward. Edward stood before the demons and said arrogantly, I am Edward from the heavenly azure sanctuary. Which demon comes forward to die? Miles from the bullhead tribe, hearing this arrogance, immediately roared, such audacity from a human, challenging me. Miles of the bullhead tribe? I'll crush your skull with one strike. Edward examined Miles's strength and sneered, just mid-stage martial emperor level, not good enough. At least send forth a martial sage. Miles laughed coldly, brash Callan, you talk big, but let's see your strength. With that, Miles rushed at Edward, swinging his axe downwards. Unfortunately, facing Miles's attack, Edward didn't move, simply extending one finger. Swish! A terrifying energy instantly struck Miles, piercing through his head. Bang! Miles of the bullhead tribe fell dead to the ground. Edward remained indifferent, coldly stating, I said, any challenger below the martial sage realm is not qualified to face me. As per the wager set by Edward and Jonathan, they had to defeat a martial sage level warrior to withdraw, so Edward did not leave but continued challenging demon powerhouses. The disciples of the heavenly azure sanctuary, seeing Edward swiftly defeat a demon powerhouse, were elated, shouting, Brother Juan is indeed formidable, taking down a demon in one move. Brother Juan has long reached peak martial sage. His combat power is incredibly strong. Even martial deity level powerhouses would pose no threat. Even stepping across realms, these demons cannot hope to defeat Brother Juan. These words seemed directed at Jonathan, because although Jonathan was only at the martial king realm, he could fight across multiple levels. They meant to convey to Jonathan that Edward could also battle across realms and had nothing to be proud of. Jonathan ignored this. Ordinary geniuses could fight across minor ranks. True geniuses could battle across major realms. But monsters like him constantly created miracles. The demon powerhouses naturally sensed Edward's strength and stopped their taunts if they were below the martial sage level. But there were still many powerhouses within the demon camp. A towering demon exuding fierce demonic aura, with bloodthirsty eyes, stepped forward towards Edward. Standing over 4 meters tall, every step he took left a huge footprint, and his intimidating presence spread all around. Edward felt the powerful aura emanating from this demon. It was a peak demon sage renowned for its formidable defense and strength, making it a tough opponent even for Edward, who frowned slightly upon seeing it. Andy, heard your clan's defense is extremely potent. Let's see if you can withstand my attacks. Human, you're quite arrogant. Our giant stone clan will teach you fear. The Andy swung its fist downwards at Edward. Bam! The earth crumbled under the impact of a massive fist imprint, but Edward deftly avoided it, his body darting gracefully to dodge dozens of attacks consecutively. Human, do you only know how to run? The Andy, moving slowly, taunted. Since you want to taste my strength, let me show you the might of the heavenly azure sanctuary. Edward unleashed a radiance, transforming a unique ruler emitting terrifying waves into a giant size that descended upon the Andy. Clang! The ruler struck the Andy, releasing a thunderous explosion. However, the demon's defense held strong, leaving it unscathed despite the weapon's power. Not bad, Andy with its robust defense, standing up against my divine artifact. Edward smirked coldly. You can resist once, but can you resist a continuous onslaught? He continued controlling the artifact ruler, relentlessly attacking the Andy. Each blow from the Andy aimed to shatter the ruler, but the artifact's power prevented it from being easily broken. While humans had frail bodies, their ingenuity allowed them to develop cultivation techniques, create various magical treasures, inscribe runes, and draw arrays, enhancing their power significantly. Demons innately possessed the ability to absorb and cultivate spiritual energy without learning. It was their natural talent. Powerful demons also had innate supernatural abilities that, once used, could obliterate foes stronger than themselves effortlessly. Combined with their formidable physical strength, any close encounter with a human was almost impossible to withstand. Not willing to remain on the defensive, the Andy transformed into a stone mass, surging toward Edward. Edward retreated, dodging the incoming rocks while watching closely. Distracted by the rocks, the Andy seized its chance, raising both fists and unleashing demonic chi, slamming downward with a powerful force. Boom, boom. The earth shattered instantly, creating suction, trying to engulf Edward. But Edward was no ordinary fighter, releasing a radiant light that lifted him into the sky, evading the attack. Chapter 344, Time-Space Array. After Damon flew into the sky, he took out a pitch-black treasure. It quickly expanded to the size of a mountain and pressed down. Boom. The stone demon was instantly crushed by this treasure, shocking everyone as they couldn't believe how fast it happened. One's senior brother is invincible. One's senior brother is the best. Damon received a warm welcome from the Sky Azure Holy Land, which made him very pleased. It's your turn. Damon returned to the human camp. Jonathan said nothing and walked straight in front of the demon clan, saying, a disciple of the mystical fantasy Holy Land comes to challenge the demon saints. The demon experts felt Jonathan's realm and sneered. A mere peak martial king dares to provoke our demon clan? I will slay you. A demon expert leaped out and attacked Jonathan. Jonathan slashed with one sword. A beam of sword light flew out, and with a PU, that demon was instantly killed. Anyone below the sage level should not come out, Jonathan said calmly. Yeah. The disciples of the mystical fantasy Holy Land cheered for Jonathan. Half-immortal weapon. The demon experts recognized the weapon in Jonathan's hand. Some were greedy, some were wary, and some were indifferent. In the demon camp, 3 demons had already died. If they kept losing like this, their morale would plummet. I'll go. A demon sage stepped forward, greedily eyeing Jonathan's sword, determined to get the golden turtle sword from him. Swoosh. Jonathan moved swiftly, directly charging at the opponent, initiating an attack. A sword she fell, making the demon not dare to be careless and quickly dodging. But Jonathan's afterimages appeared repeatedly. His speed was incredibly fast, due to his extremely powerful movement technique which few could match. What? That demon sage never expected Jonathan to be so fast, and seeing the sword chi descending, screamed in fear, "No! Pooh!" That great demon was split in two, leaving the other demon experts staring in disbelief. This was a powerful demon, killed just like that? How weak. The opponent was only a martial king. Damon and Jonathan continued to appear on the battlefield, cutting down over a dozen demon experts in quick succession. The demons' morale dropped drastically, while the humans grew stronger. Whistles. A series of horns sounded, signaling the demons' full-scale assault. The demon experts shouted, "Kill!" Demon experts charged towards the humans, who also rushed toward the demons. The human soldiers didn't initiate attacks, but set up defensive formations, with archers readying their bows. Hundreds of thousands of archers launched an attack on the demon soldiers, like a heavy rain. Countless demon experts fell to the ground, trampled by more powerful demons. Humans and demons engaged in a fierce battle, turning this area into the epicenter once again. Strong ones fought in the sky, while weaker ones fought on the ground. Every second, countless demons and humans fell dead. Although Jonathan was killing enemies, he prioritized self-preservation. He wasn't foolish. Killing was important, but not at all costs. With his allegedly strongest, fleeting cloud shadow step, he moved swiftly, leaving multiple afterimages sweeping through the demon ranks, picking off the weaker ones. Other demons couldn't catch up to him, and eventually stopped chasing him. While killing, Jonathan collected loot from the battlefield. He didn't spare anyone, demons or humans alike, taking all their storage equipment. He needed immense energy to advance in realm, thus resorting to this method. The fighting lasted 3 days. Even Jonathan's stamina was greatly drained, but overall, he was still in good shape. Moreover, he had reaped significant rewards from the battlefield, too numerous to count. After a ceasefire, Darnell Tiangang saw Jonathan return and comforted him. "It's fine. Master, you're injured." Jonathan noticed Darnell Tiangong's condition was not good. "Don't worry. By the way, the Emperor of the vast Heaven Dynasty wants to see you. He had something urgent last time, and managed to find some time for you now," Darnell Tiangang said. "Okay." Following Darnell Tiangang, Jonathan arrived at a room where he saw a turner with authority. The man looked exhausted, his robe covered in bloodstains. "I'm Gus, seeking information about Sonia," Gus said. Jonathan recounted how Sonia entered the Black Demon domain. "What? Black Demon domain? Yulu?" Gus felt melancholic upon hearing this, but could do nothing else. After further inquiries, he finally left. Darnell Tiangang gave Jonathan many pills and said, "Rest. The war with the demon clan won't stop, but there likely won't be battles for the next 2 months. "Yes." Returning to his room, Jonathan set up an array, began treating his injuries, and checked his loot. "This is a sacred spirit pill. This is a divine-grade treasure. Great, this can enhance my realm." He obtained many treasures, both pills and magical artifacts, in abundance. "This is..." Jonathan picked up a scroll. It had ancient runes, clearly extraordinary. Time-space array. A temporal array that adjusts time proportions, requiring 30 comprehension times to master. An array of space and time, and it only needs 30 comprehension times to learn. Jonathan was surprised. Such an array should be highly advanced. However, having comprehended many arrays already, his understanding of them had reached a high level. Therefore, mastering this time-space array wouldn't take too long. Jonathan immediately began learning it. Arriving in a mysterious space, he quickly mastered the time-space array as he comprehended it. Finally succeeded. Jonathan was very satisfied. Not much time has passed. Setting up this time-space array isn't difficult for me now. Jonathan immediately started examining the other loot. Very good. This time I got a lot of things, including materials for setting up the time-space array. Jonathan began setting it up and successfully completed it in a few hours. Sitting within the time-space array, he sensed the array's time flow. The time ratio is 10 to 1, 10 days inside equals 1 day outside. Now, I have ample time for cultivation. Jonathan was very satisfied. He sat cross-legged and set up a spirit-gathering array within the time-space array. Lastly, he took out various valuable spiritual treasures, elixirs, pills, medicinal herbs, etc., and began cultivating. As a massive amount of spiritual energy entered Jonathan's body, he started advancing. Breakthrough to early-stage martial emperor. Breakthrough to mid-stage martial emperor. Breakthrough to late-stage martial emperor. Chapter 345. Proclaiming the slaughter of the Gerhard. After Jonathan used all his cultivation treasures, his realm had already broken through to the mid-stage martial emperor. His strength increased significantly. Mid-stage martial emperor realm, compared to before, my current strength has improved greatly. The time-space array is indeed impressive. If I had even better materials, I could set up an even more powerful array and increase the time ratio further. At this moment, Jonathan sensed someone calling him from outside. So, Jonathan dismantled the array and went outside. "Jonathan, the demons have initiated another battle," Dev said. "How long has it been?" Jonathan asked. 2 months, Dev replied. In the outside world, 2 months had passed, but within the time-space array, it was equivalent to 20 months for Jonathan. This was the power of the time-space array. It was also because of this array that his realm advanced from peak martial king to mid-stage martial emperor. Returning to the battlefield, Damon stepped forward again and addressed Jonathan. "We didn't decide a winner last time. How about we continue this time?" "Fine," Jonathan answered without hesitation. Last time he wasn't afraid, and now, with a stronger realm, he felt even less fear. Damon engaged in battle with the demon generals once more. However, none of the demons were weak, especially since many powerful demons had been slain by Damon previously. This time, the demons who appeared were significantly stronger, and even Damon suffered injuries while winning. Holding his wound, Damon turned to Jonathan. "It's your turn." Jonathan confidently stepped forward as a bear demon attacked him. The bear demon was very powerful, at the martial deity realm. Many humans murmured, "He's a martial deity. Jonathan can't possibly defeat him." Jonathan's physical strength is incredible. He's actually fighting head-on with a martial deity-level bear demon. The body refinement techniques from the fantasy Holy Land are truly formidable. They battled intensely, and in the end, the bear demon was killed by one punch from Jonathan, shocking everyone present. Heaven, how strong is Jonathan? What kind of physical strength does he have? Too terrifying. The fact that Jonathan had killed a martial deity-level demon shocked countless people. Then, they noticed Jonathan's realm had reached mid-stage martial emperor, causing them to exclaim, "Heaven, how did Jonathan reach the mid-stage martial emperor realm so quickly? Just 2 months ago, he was only late-stage martial king." Amazing cultivation speed. Many were astonished by Jonathan's rapid advancement. Among them, Damon felt a mix of admiration and jealousy. Looking at Jonathan, he said, "Your turn." Damon was injured. If he fought again, his injuries would worsen. But this battle was his challenge, so he couldn't back down. He gritted his teeth and continued. However, his luck ran out when another martial deity-level demon appeared and killed him instantly. Jonathan watched coldly, not caring. Afterward, he did not engage in battle himself but watched others fight. Over dozens of bouts, both sides erupted into combat again. This time, Jonathan continued gathering war spoils from various regions to enhance his cultivation resources. This great battle lasted a long time, involving at least 20 million troops on each side. Even Jonathan experienced countless fierce battles, yet this extended period solidified his foundation further. After the battle ended, each faction lost many strong warriors, and the demons suffered heavily. It was a stalemate without a clear winner. Jonathan returned to his residence and began setting up arrays to cultivate. This time, he pushed his realm to the mid-stage martial saint realm before rejoining the battles. He grew stronger as he fought, acquiring more and more cultivation techniques and martial arts. The human-demon wars persisted for 5 years. During this period, Jonathan fused all the cultivation techniques obtained from the battlefields into a new method. Fused into Immortal Emperor Grade Technique, Chaos Immortal Art. He then fused all his martial arts into several new forms. Fused into Immortal King Grade Martial Art, Sacred Fist. Fused into Immortal King Grade Sword Technique, Immortal Slayer Sword Technique. Fused into Immortal King Grade Movement, Technique, Void Shield Step. Thus, Jonathan's martial arts narrowed down to 3, Sacred Fist, Immortal Slayer Sword Technique, and Void Shield Step. These 3 martial arts were enough. Quality mattered more than quantity. Each of these was incredibly powerful, sufficient for Jonathan to overcome any opponent. As Jonathan grew increasingly powerful, he drew more attention. In just 5 years, he broke through to the initial stage martial deity realm. Emerging from seclusion, he could now claim invincibility. In the martial emperor realm, Jonathan could already fight semi-immortals. At the martial saint level, he had overpowered them. Now, as a martial deity, he could kill semi-immortals easily. He was peerless in his rank and no longer needed to hide or develop secretly. Leaving seclusion, Jonathan arrived directly above Wu Dao City. His powerful aura enveloped the surroundings, astonishing countless people. Who is he? Many powerful warriors looked up curiously. Jonathan. Darnell Tiansong gazed at his disciple, surprised. "He's my disciple." "You've raised quite the disrespectful disciple," someone remarked. "A promising youth, but merely an initial stage martial deity, nothing special. With so many elders present, you should show some respect." Darnell Tiansong and the other powerful warriors from the fantasy Holy Land quickly flew up and said to Jonathan, "Jonathan, what are you doing? This is too impolite." "Jonathan, many of the greatest elders from the 9 Holy Lands are here. Don't make a fool of yourself. Apologize. This isn't our sect. Be discreet. If you were within the sect, you could do as you please." The semi-immortal elders were generally satisfied with Jonathan. Advancing to the martial deity realm in just a few years was commendable. However, this wasn't the fantasy Holy Land, and as a junior, Jonathan shouldn't behave this way. Jonathan understood, saying, "This great battle should stop." "What do you mean?" Darnell Tiansong and others were puzzled. Without answering, Jonathan addressed the people of the 9 Holy Lands atop the Wu Dao City walls. "I, Jonathan, will slay the Demon King today to end the conflict between the 2 races." Upon hearing this, not only was Darnell Tiansong shocked, but everyone found it unbelievable. Did I hear correctly? Jonathan wants to kill the Demon King? Haha, hilarious. A mere martial deity boasts of killing the half-peak immortal Demon King. How dare he? People call it youthful audacity or ignorance of limits. Laughable. If he could kill the Demon King, I'd eat Wu Dao City. Countless people regarded Jonathan like a joke, disregarding his words. To them, a newly promoted martial deity claiming to kill a peak semi-immortal Demon King was absurd. With a flash, Jonathan transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the demon camp. Heaven, he can't be serious. How is that possible? He's going to his death. Translation ends here, following the instructions closely to maintain paragraph structure and tone, arrogant and ignorant of his own limits. This line fits well within the context, maintaining the tone and style of the original text. It conveys the disapproval and criticism from the crowd towards Jonathan's bold claim. Chapter 346, Instant Kill of a Demi-Immortal. Everyone was watching Jonathan's downfall, but Jonathan ignored them and directly flew towards the place where the demon race was located. Darnell Tiansong and others couldn't stop him in time and could only watch helplessly as Jonathan flew towards the demon camp. He just flew off like that. What is he thinking? Chris couldn't figure it out. I can't be bothered anymore. I have only one disciple and cannot let him die. After saying this, Darnell Tiansong also gritted his teeth and flew towards the demon camp. What do we do? The other several experts from the Mystic Yellow Sacred Land looked at each other after witnessing this. Jonathan is a rare genius in our Mystic Yellow Sacred Land. No matter what, we can't let him go to his death. After speaking, they too flew towards the demon camp. People from the other 8 sacred lands, upon seeing this scene, asked each other what to do. We cannot recklessly rush into danger like him, someone said. At least we are among the 9 sacred lands. Without the strength of Mystic Yellow Sacred Land, our power weakens. This is truly troublesome. They, too, had no choice but to fly towards the demon camp to see what happened. What audacity, actually coming here to die. A few powerful demons flew up and headed towards Jonathan. Jonathan cast out a massive hand that covered the sky, directly enveloping the enemies. The great demons were greatly shocked and their faces changed dramatically, trying to escape the range of this hand, but it was futile. They felt the heavens and earth were sealed off. Release us. Break through this giant hand. They struggled incessantly, even using the demonic abilities. Unfortunately, with a single squeeze from Jonathan, 3 deity-level demons were casually killed by him. They died just like that. Behind, Darnell Tiansong was thoroughly shocked after seeing this, exchanging looks with Chris who followed behind, both very surprised. Even if they themselves had acted, it would not have been possible for them to easily kill 3 demon deities, let alone for Jonathan, who had just advanced to the deity realm. Jonathan continued flying towards the place where the demon king resided, grandly as if fearing the demons wouldn't notice. Audacious human, attack together. Several dozen demon deities, naturally seeing Jonathan's formidable combat power, did not dare take it lightly and attack together. They used the great abilities of demons. Instantly, the sky burst with colorful lights, each containing immense destructive power. Just minor skills. Watch how I dismantle your demonic powers. Jonathan stood still in the air, and with a squeeze, a golden mountain descended from the sky, dissipating the attacks of the dozen demon deities into nothingness. Not good, retreat quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Several shadows flashed across the sky. Boom. The slower ones among the demon deities were directly suppressed by the golden mountain, crushed into flesh and bone. Darn it, what kind of strength does this kid possess? Other demons were very astonished by Jonathan's power, clearly just at the early deity realm, yet his combat power was extraordinarily strong, leaving everyone amazed. Human Jonathan requests an audience with the demon king. Let him come face death. Standing above the demon camp, Jonathan's thunderous voice carried hundreds of miles, heard by all on the battlefield. This was a challenge, a provocation. Jonathan dared to challenge the entire demon race's strongest, essentially disregarding millions of demons. How daring you are, Callan. You must say, you're awfully arrogant. A demi-immortal demon ancestor appeared in the sky, blocking Jonathan. Be careful, Jonathan. He's a demi-immortal with an extraordinary form, possessing powerful innate abilities that can destroy everything, Chris warned hastily. Jonathan nodded, but didn't take it to heart. Moreover, Jonathan wanted to experience the prowess of a demi-immortal. This demi-immortal level demon was precisely who Jonathan aimed to challenge. I came to provoke. Of course, I'm arrogant. And my arrogance has its basis, Jonathan replied. Humph. Then let's try it. The demi-immortal demon patriarch, extremely furious, released an attack. This energy was swift and fierce, emitting a sharp sound through the air, reaching Jonathan almost instantly. Splash. Jonathan punched it apart, turning it into nothingness, with ease as if casually crushing it. Everyone was surprised. This was a demi-immortal expert's attack, moreover, a long-established demon race powerhouse who had previously slain 2 demi-immortal experts in the battle, whose strength could not be underestimated. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Jonathan transformed from mockery to astonishment, frowning. Could Jonathan really end this war? This is the demon patriarch's attack? Just a so-so. Jonathan contemptuously dismissed it, right before everyone's eyes, deliberately provoking. You infuriate me. The demon patriarch raged uncontrollably, transforming into a red glow and rushing directly at Jonathan. Jonathan raised a fist, condensing a unique energy into a massive golden fist. It was as if the world itself was being suppressed, space congealed, immobilizing everything. All around, people and animals felt an immense fear, a powerful pressure, suppressing the plants, suppressing the animals, suppressing the souls and hearts of all people. Everyone was shocked and bewildered. What skill is this? Such intense pressure, terrifying. Is this really executed by Jonathan? I can't move, and I'm terrified. Heaven, I'm at the demi-immortal realm, yet I feel like this. The golden fist grew larger and finally became several hundred meters big, falling down upon the demon patriarch. No, no, no. The demon patriarch, in sheer terror, watched helplessly as the fist easily shattered his defense and fell undiminished upon him. He tried to evade, but he couldn't and had no means to dodge, only to helplessly watch the fist smash down. Boom. The entire void cracked under such massive energy, spatial forces tearing open everything around. Whoosh! Those nearby demons and humans first froze at the scene. Then, a series of exclamations erupted. Did I see wrong? Jonathan actually killed our patriarch instantly. The demi-immortal patriarch was killed? This human is who? Our demi-immortal patriarch died like that? The demon experts watched Jonathan in disbelief, utterly stunned. Even in the human camp, they were equally astonished, looking at Jonathan with incredulity. Heaven, how did Jonathan become so powerful suddenly? He's just at early deity realm. How can he be this strong? Is this really Jonathan? How can he possess such formidable combat power? To kill a demi-immortal demon so easily, how strong is he? Hashtag chapter 347. The war ends? Jonathan ignored the shock and disbelief around him. He stepped into the air and once again walked toward the ranks of the demon race's powerful figures. The other demon race strong ones, seeing Jonathan advancing, regarded it as a major threat and kept retreating. The quasi-immortal demon patriarch had been instantly killed by Jonathan. This level of combat power was truly terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. This time, dozens of figures appeared in the sky, each radiating an astonishing aura. Seeing these figures, the demon race strong ones hurriedly said, "We pay respects to our ancestors." The demon patriarch looked at Jonathan and asked, "You, Callan, intend to fight all of us alone? To kill you all is as easy as turning my hand." Jonathan said disdainfully. Arrogant. Overconfident. Young and hot-blooded. Dozens of demon race strong ones were enraged, but after witnessing their comrade being instantly killed by Jonathan, they weren't sure whether Jonathan's strength was genuine or assisted by external means. Swish. Jonathan struck again, without extra words. He knew that killing these quasi-immortal demon strong ones and the Demon King would intimidate the entire demon race, bringing the war between the two races to a halt. Previously, lacking the strength, Jonathan naturally wouldn't have dared to do this. Now, he could dominate the eastern wasteland. Beware. The demon quasi-immortal strong ones reacted immediately upon seeing Jonathan strike, countering at once. However, Jonathan possessed the immortal king-level movement technique, Void Shield Step, which was extremely fast. By the time one of the demons warned, Jonathan was already standing before another demon strong one. Boom. Jonathan attacked mercilessly, unleashing an immortal king-level holy fist, blocking all retreat paths and directly smashing the opponent's head. What incredible speed. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. Jonathan's speed was simply too fast. Even they hadn't seen clearly how he arrived before the demon strong one and killed another member. Jonathan punched through the oncoming energy attacks from other demon strong ones and continued his assault. Once the holy fist was unleashed, space itself seemed locked down, immobilizing all surrounding demon strong ones. However, the demon quasi-immortal strong ones managed to counter with artifacts and swiftly retreated. Himph. You can block once, but not twice. Jonathan continued using Void Shield Step. This movement technique was extremely swift, akin to teleportation, soundless, and unpredictable. No one could tell where Jonathan would appear next, sometimes within even less than a second, appearing behind others. In the next instant, Jonathan appeared behind a demon strong one, drawing out the demonic slayer sword, an immortal king-grade weapon with extraordinary power. Jonathan, now at the initial stage of soul, martial god, wielded enough strength to unleash the demonic slayer sword's true might. Boom. When Jonathan used the demonic slayer sword along with the immortal king-level martial technique, immortal slaying sword technique, the heavens dimmed. A sharp and fearsome sword aura tore through space, splitting the void apart and slicing through several demon quasi-immortal strong ones, turning them into minced flesh. What martial technique is this? What grade of weapon is this? Too strong, utterly unstoppable. Jonathan slashed again, creating a miles-long rift in space, instantly killing more demon quasi-immortal strong ones. A loud boom echoed, the earth cracked open, forming a trench several kilometers long, dividing the battlefield in half. Countless demons were annihilated, plummeting into the chasm. Jonathan continuously used Void Shield Step, appearing before demon quasi-immortal strong ones one by one, killing them in front of the masses. Several demon quasi-immortal strong ones were terrified. They turned into streaks of light, fleeing for their lives. Nowhere to run. Jonathan relentlessly pursued, slashing with the demonic slayer sword, carving numerous spatial rifts across the battlefield, transforming the void into a maze of terrifying fissures. Everyone felt profound dread as these spatial energies surged outward. Dozens of demon quasi-immortal elders, killed just like that. Who is this human? Is he an immortal strong one? Too frightening. Jonathan traversed the void, his steps seemingly slow yet incredibly fast, directly approaching above the Demon King. Millions of demon strong ones surrounded, but none dared to intercept him. Come out, Demon King, and meet your death, Jonathan said. The demon strong ones around were furious yet dared not speak up. Dozens of demon quasi-immortal strong ones had been killed by Jonathan, leaving no one capable of resisting him. A figure emerged from the tent. It was the Demon King himself. I am not your match, he conceded. You should not have started this war between our races, Jonathan remarked. Humans frequently hunt our kind for demon crystals and beast cores. If this continues, our race will eventually be wiped out by humans. Why can only humans hunt our race, while we cannot eliminate yours? The Demon King gave his reason for the war, but Jonathan remained unsparing. You must die. The two races must cease the war. In the future, any human entering demon territory can be killed by you. I will set up an array outside Wuxia City to prevent interactions between our races. After 10,000 years, this array will disappear. As for what happens after 10,000 years, I won't concern myself. Leave it to future generations. The Demon King replied, even if I die, I choose to die with dignity. There are no cowards in our demon race. With that, the Demon King unleashed his full demonic aura, charging at Jonathan. The demonic aura rose skyward, vast and terrifying, like a dark cloud covering the sun. The Demon King concentrated all his demonic aura and consumed pills, aiming to take Jonathan down with him. Why bother? Jonathan showed no mercy, gripping the demonic slayer sword and slashing a destructive blade of energy, completely obliterating the Demon King. With this, most of the demon race's quasi-immortal strong ones were eliminated by Jonathan. King. Upon the Demon King's death, millions of demon soldiers kneeled in sorrowful cries. Jonathan announced, humans and demons shall be separated for 10,000 years. He returned to the human forces suppression area. Other human strong ones also headed back to Wuxia City. Jonathan then laid a powerful isolation array outside Wuxia City, unbreakable except by true immortal strong ones. But on Xuanhuan continent, true immortal strong ones would ascend to the immortal realm, never remaining in this world. Jonathan told the patriarch of Xianxia sacred land, I will return to seclusion. The two races can remain peaceful for 10,000 years. Very well. The Patriarch of Xuanhuan Sacred Land watched Jonathan vanish outside Wudao City, sighing repeatedly. Jonathan's strength was too terrifying and too powerful. Yet, as a disciple of Xuanhuan Sacred Land, he was their pride. Chapter 348. Invincible Warrior. Jonathan single-handedly quelled the conflict between the two races. He stormed into the demon race's camp, instantly killing dozens of demi-immortal level warriors, even slaying their king. Jonathan suppressed the demons on his own, astonishing all the powerful figures from both races. Therefore, when Jonathan left the human battlefield, all the experts from the other 8 immortal sects came before the mighty figures of the Xian Devon Holy Land. They wore broad smiles, humbling themselves as they addressed the experts of the Xian Devon Holy Land. Congratulations to the Xian Devon Holy Land for having an unparalleled genius that humanity has never seen before. It makes us envious. Gentlemen, I know our Azure Sky Holy Land previously offended the Xian Devon Holy Land on multiple occasions, but we 9 holy lands are interconnected and have always stood together. Our previous actions were driven by a few troublemakers. On behalf of our entire Azure Sky Holy Land, we sincerely apologize to the Xian Devon Holy Land and will personally visit you to apologize again. The last time we did not finalize rankings among the 9 holy lands, so I propose from now on, let's place the Xian Devon Holy Land as our leader. I think this proposal is excellent. With the strength of the Xian Devon Holy Land, being first is unquestionable. Our Tai Holy Land Estera is on good terms with Jonathan of the Xian Devon Holy Land. I feel they're very compatible and will visit with gifts in a few days. We also wish to pay homage to the Xian Devon Holy Land. Please do not refuse us. Experts from the 8 holy lands and 3 dynasties showered praises upon the Xian Devon Holy Land, lauding them sky high. They had no trace of their usual arrogance or aloofness. With Jonathan, an invincible warrior at the Xian Devon Holy Land, who could withstand his might. If he disliked someone, no one would have the confidence to resist him if he attacks. Even the peak demi-immortal demon king, on the verge of ascending to immortality, was easily slain by Jonathan, let alone anyone else. They must ingratiate themselves with the Xian Devon Holy Land. Who could fault them for having such a monstrous talent like Jonathan in their ranks? Especially Henry of the Azure Sky Holy Land, who was terrified pale. He was now living in sheer fear. If Jonathan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. The people of the Azure Sky Holy Land would willingly hand him over to be dealt with. Thus, Henry truly worried himself sick. He now thought only of how to earn Jonathan's forgiveness. Seeing Jonathan leave, Henry decided to go into seclusion indefinitely, vowing never to step out of his sect while Jonathan lived. Meanwhile, the people of the Xian Devon Holy Land felt extremely gratified hearing these once arrogant individuals speak so humbly to them now, especially the Patriarch of the Xian Devon Holy Land, finding immense satisfaction. Weren't they so proud before? Didn't they barely acknowledge us then? Why are they speaking to us this way now? Thus, the Patriarch of the Xian Devon Holy Land casually glanced at them, mimicking their previous mannerism with hands behind his back, saying nonchalantly, "We are quite busy at the Xian Devon Holy Land, and don't have the time to entertain guests, so please don't come." It was how they had spoken to visitors from the Xian Devon Holy Land before. Now, the 8 holy lands felt immensely embarrassed hearing these words. The slap in the face came too quickly. Previously, the Xian Devon Holy Land begged to visit, yet they refused. Now it was their turn to beg the Xian Devon Holy Land, only to be bluntly rejected. However, seasoned experts are thick-skinned. So, a mighty figure from the 9 Seas Holy Land said, "No worries, we have plenty of time. If you can't entertain us, we'll camp outside your gates." Others denounced him as shameless. The Xian Devon Holy Land's Patriarch was speechless. If they really made guests camp outside without allowing entry, they'd face harsh criticism from outsiders. Then, a representative from the Purple Virtuous region proposed, "We are willing to let the Xian Devon Holy Land recruit disciples in our territory. Any prospective disciple you like, we'll allow you to take." The Patriarch immediately asked delightedly, "Is that true?" "Absolutely," the Purple Virtuous region's expert replied. Other holy lands offered apologies in various forms. Artifacts, spirit treasures, even offering slots for secret realms. Finally, Emperor Gus of the vast Heaven dynasty approached after others left, asking, "Can I visit your Xian Devon Holy Land now? You're here for your daughter?" The Patriarch seemed to understand. "Exactly. If Jonathan is willing to rescue my daughter, I will do anything," Gus responded. "Fine. We are returning to our sect soon. If you don't mind, you can come along," the Patriarch said. "Of course not," Gus quickly replied. "Please." The battle in Martial Dao City ended. Humanity's strong all departed, Martial Dao City. The entire eastern desolate continent knew a peerless warrior named Jonathan had emerged among humans. Jonathan single-handedly halted the war between the two races, instantly killing dozens of demon demi-immortals, even the Demon King. The sealing of the border between the two races for 10,000 years spread rapidly. Experts across the eastern desolate continent were shocked. No one expected there would be a super-powerful warrior like Jonathan among humans. Heavens! This Jonathan is too strong, subduing the demon race and instantly killing dozens of demi-immortal demons, even their king. The 8 holy lands and 3 dynasties paid tribute to the Xian Devon Holy Land, acknowledging it as the leading force on the eastern desolate continent. Jonathan is merely at the early stage of martial deity, yet is terrifying beyond belief. I also want to join the Xian Devon Holy Land, to become its disciple and be the next invincible warrior. Jonathan is incredibly powerful, simply my idol. I must go to the Xian Devon Holy Land. Immediately, countless experts wished to join the Xian Devon Holy Land, some hoping to meet Jonathan. More came to congratulate the Xian Devon Holy Land. Chapter 349. Entering the Black Demon Realm. Xuanhuan Sacred Land. When the head of Xuanhuan Sacred Land and others returned, they all looked at Darnell Tiangang with envy. Congratulations, Ainsworth, to have such an excellent disciple. Jonathan's fame spreads across the eastern desolate continent. It is truly our Xuanhuan sacred land's honor. The 8 great sects and 3 major kingdoms have sent invitations and will visit soon. Humph, they didn't care much for us in the past, but now they want to visit. According to my temperament, I wouldn't even receive them. Now, our Xuanhuan sacred land has finally lifted its head and let out a breath of relief. Hee, all this is because of Jonathan. Ainsworth taught such an excellent disciple. Darnell Tiangang saw everyone envying him but was very clear that Jonathan's achievements today were mostly due to his own efforts. But still, seeing others envious of him, Darnell Tiangang felt a surge of pride and said, "Nowhere near, my disciple is passable. Damn it, having an invincible disciple under heaven, and you dare to shamelessly say he's passable. If he were passable, they would really say give me a dozen such disciples." Darnell Tiangang's current status was very high. Even the sect's elder ancestors treated Darnell Tiangang with utmost respect. Who could help it if Darnell Tiangang had an excellent disciple? Gus requested an audience with Darnell Tiangang to meet Jonathan. Darnell Tiangang replied, "I'll check for you. Whether he sees you or not is beyond my control." "Thank you," Gus hurriedly responded. Darnell Tiangang went to Jonathan's residence, but Jonathan had set up an array. Darnell Tiangang helplessly said, "Jonathan, I wish to see you." Whoosh! The array dissipated, and Jonathan appeared before Darnell Tiangang and asked, "Master, what's the matter?" "Gus wants to see you," Darnell Tiangang answered. Jonathan also replied, "Fine, I also need to see the sect master." "What's the matter?" Darnell Tiangang asked. "I need a large amount of cultivation resources, otherwise, I can't break through," Jonathan said. "Don't worry, I'll make sure the entire sect provides you with the best resources. You just focus on cultivating," Darnell Tiangang assured him. Jonathan was only at the initial stage of soul, God Martial, realm. If he were to break through further, his position as the unrivaled figure in the world would be even more solidified. As long as Jonathan was there, the entire eastern desolate continent's resources would be within their control. Upon seeing Jonathan, Gus quickly bowed and said, "Jonathan, I beg you to rescue my daughter. Anything you need, I will provide. I need cultivation resources, the more the better." Jonathan said, "Fine, if you save my daughter, I am willing to offer 100 million high-quality spirit stones." Gus said. Everyone who heard this drew a sharp breath. These were high-quality spirit stones, and he offered 100 million at once. Gus must be truly generous for his daughter. Jonathan was also shocked for a moment. "I cannot guarantee she will be alive." Gus hastily replied, "Be it dead or alive, I'll still offer 100 million high-quality spirit stones." "Fine, wait here for a few days, I'll return shortly," Jonathan said. "Thank you." Gus thanked him immediately. In the next second, Jonathan disappeared. Jonathan's methods were too powerful. No one knew how he left. Darnell Tiangang already mentioned Jonathan lacking resources. Upon hearing this, people from Xuanhuan Sacred Land exclaimed, "What? Jonathan actually lacks cultivation resources? If outsiders knew this, wouldn't it be laughable? Pass my order, half of the sect's resources shall be given to Jonathan. If Jonathan's resources are insufficient, take out the remaining half. Even if we don't have resources for ourselves, we must ensure Jonathan's cultivation resources first." Yes. This order quickly spread throughout the sect. Surprisingly, all the disciples and elders agreed. Many disciples even provided their own resources for Jonathan. Thus, the sect master of Xuanhuan Sacred Land received countless spirit stones, spirit liquids, spirit pills, and magical treasures, leaving even him envious. Finally, these items were handed over to Darnell Tiangang, making him highly satisfied and happy. Jonathan came to the territory of the demonic race and entered the forbidden land of the demonic race, the Black Demon Domain. Jonathan was no longer what he used to be. His strength was formidable, whether in perception or soul power. In his perception, he found the Black Demon Domain to be far from ordinary. Everything here doesn't resemble the mortal realm. It's filled with strange and powerful auras, many runes originating from the immortal realm. Through investigation, Jonathan discovered that the Black Demon Domain belonged to the immortal realm. For unknown reasons, it had fallen into the mortal realm. Jonathan speculated that it might have been caused by a massive battle in the immortal realm, leading to the Black Demon Domain, shattering and falling into the mortal realm. With ease, Jonathan killed a soul realm demon beast, then began searching for Gussel's trail. Using great powers, Jonathan followed the faint traces left in the cosmos and quickly found a weak trace. Following these traces, Jonathan moved forward, searching for where Gussel was held captive. With one punch, Jonathan instantly killed a quasi-immortal evil corpse without giving it a chance to react. This place was extremely bizarre, filled with demon beasts, evil corpses, arrays, and dangerous terrains. But none of it posed a challenge to Jonathan. I didn't expect Gusself to still be alive, though trapped. From the remaining traces, Jonathan deduced Gusself's current state. Even if she weren't killed, being trapped for thousands of years would lead her to an old age death. Not just anyone could leave this place, which was incredibly complex. Once someone fell into certain traps, they would either be killed or trapped, rarely escaping alive. Along the way, Jonathan killed thousands of soul-level monsters and dozens of quasi-immortal evil corpses, illustrating just how perilous this place was. A day later, Jonathan finally found Gusself trapped in an array, uninjured but unable to escape. Whoosh! Jonathan appeared before Gusself. Stunned by Jonathan's sudden appearance, Gusself took a while to react. Then she slapped herself. Ouch! This is real. Why are you here? Gusself curiously asked. We'll talk on the way out. Jonathan took Gusself away from the place. Watching Jonathan easily take her away from where she had been trapped for years, Gusself was genuinely astonished, looking at Jonathan with disbelief. How had he become so strong? Why did he come to rescue her? Seeing Jonathan effortlessly kill powerful demon beasts and evil corpses like child's play, Gusilv was speechless, her mind completely blank. After a long time, Jonathan led Gusilv out of the Black Demon domain, recounting the events along the way. What? My father sent you to rescue me? Gusilv immediately shed tears. Years of trials had matured her, smoothing out her princess temper. Thank you, Jonathan. If there's anything I can do to repay you, just speak up, Gusilv said. No need. Jonathan brought Gusilv back to Xuanhuan Sacred Land, meeting Gus. Father. Gusilv threw herself into Gus's arms, overwhelmed with emotion and years of pent-up words. Everyone left to give them some private space. Later, Darnell Tiangang delivered a large pile of cultivation resources to Jonathan and said, "These are cultivation resources. Is it enough? If not, we'll gather more." Jonathan opened it and was startled. So much. Your cultivation is the most important matter for the entire sect. Many disciples have willingly contributed their resources. Darnell Tiangang explained. Satisfied, Jonathan said, "Reaching the peak of soul isn't a problem." Great, great, great. Darnell Tiangang said, very satisfied. 7 days later, the 8 great sects, 2 additional major kingdoms, and thousands of forces both large and small will come to present gifts. Jonathan said, "Accept all of them. I need to break through to the half-immortal stage, and I require more resources." Agreed. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. It also adheres to the storyline and logic of the previous content, preserving the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 350, the grand finale. 7 days later, the 8 great holy lands, 3 major dynasties, and various forces all brought lavish gifts to visit the Xianhuan Holy Land. As for Gus, he publicly gave Jonathan 150 million high-grade spirit stones as a token of gratitude, shocking countless people. Jonathan sat beside the sect leader because it was his request. He still felt a strong sense of belonging towards the Xianhuan Holy Land. The entire sect had greatly assisted him. Ever since news about Jonathan spread, disciples of the Xianhuan Holy Land walked with their heads held high in the outside world. Just by saying they were from the Xianhuan Holy Land, everyone showed them respect. More and more people wanted to join the Xianhuan Holy Land these days, and the sect recruited many new disciples. Other forces also offered numerous spirit stone mines as gifts to the Xianhuan Holy Land, enhancing its power exponentially. After Jonathan received those from the Holy Lands, Terra spoke to the Xianhuan Holy Land sect leader. "I wish to stay and learn at your esteemed sect for some time. May I?" Upon hearing this, the sect leader looked at Jonathan. Jonathan replied, "Terra, we are close friends. There's no need to be so formal. If you wish to stay, I believe the sect leader will definitely not refuse." "Of course, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Youngsters should indeed interact more," the sect leader promptly said. The other Holy Land leaders glanced at the Tai Holy Land sect leader, calling him an old fox for uttering such words. Following this, the Zhuhai Holy Land sect leader brought out Ethel and proposed, "My disciple Ethel also wishes to stay for a while, fostering relations among the young generation." All right. The Xianhuan Holy Land's leader naturally understood their intentions but couldn't refuse. Consequently, other Holy Lands sent one or even several female disciples each, wishing to remain in the Xianhuan Holy Land. Their leader accepted all, knowing it would do no harm regardless of their intentions. "I also wish to stay here," Sonia said. "That." Seeing Gus nod in agreement, the sect leader complied. Though these visitors had come to present gifts, they didn't linger for too long in the Xianhuan Holy Land and soon left. However, the women who remained wanted to ingratiate themselves with Jonathan. Unfortunately, apart from meeting Terra, Sonia, and Ethel, Jonathan met none of the others. Nor did they have the chance because they couldn't enter the barrier Jonathan set up. Jonathan began guiding the 3 on cultivation issues before starting his own seclusion. Day by day, year by year, those outsiders eventually left when they realized Jonathan wouldn't see them. Jonathan provided guidance to Terra, Sonia, and Ethel without any other motives. Despite their feelings, Jonathan remained indifferent. Satisfied with his guidance, their realms progressed rapidly, and once they reached half-immortal realm, they departed from the Xianhuan Holy Land. "Until we meet again," Terra looked at Jonathan with complex emotions before bidding farewell. With the 3 ladies gone, Jonathan also prepared to leave Donghua continent. However, before leaving, Jonathan intended to visit Tianwu continent once more. After expending massive resources, his realm finally reached the peak half-immortal stage. Advancing further meant being forcibly transported to the immortal realm. Before departure, Jonathan gathered the higher-ups of the Xianhuan Holy Land and said, "I'm going away for a while. When I return, it will be time for me to enter the immortal realm." "So soon? Do as you wish," everyone agreed unanimously. "Spend more time at the Xianhuan Holy Land to suppress other sects," Darnell Tiansong advised. Thoughtful, Jonathan responded, "Fine. I'll stay at the Xianhuan Holy Land for 10 years, and then secretly enter the immortal realm." Agreed. They had no objections. Jonathan disappeared into the void, arriving at a perilous place in Donghua continent, the Divine Fall Place. Due to sensing a connection between here and Tianwu continent, including a teleportation passage, Jonathan explored extensively and quickly found a teleportation array. Understanding it, Jonathan successfully repaired the array, activated it, and was teleported away. Swish. Reappearing, Jonathan found himself back at the familiar place, the God Demon Cemetery. "It's been a long time since I've been here. The Spirit Clan Immortal King has thoroughly perished," Jonathan noted, visiting the site where the Spirit Clan Immortal King once resided. The demon race had completely vanished, and the Spirit Clan Immortal King's soul was nowhere to be seen. The spirit energy in Tianwu continent paled in comparison to Donghua continent. "Heh, Ziwei Palace, I said I'd destroy you." Swish. Breaking through the God Demon Cemetery's seal barrier, Jonathan reappeared above the Ziwei Palace. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Ziwei Palace, and the oppressive killing intent covered thousands of miles. Dark clouds filled the sky, and black lightning flickered as all the powerful beings on Tianwu continent felt an overwhelmingly fearful presence, looking towards Ziwei Palace. "What's happening?" Heavens, what a terrifying aura. What's going on? This is immortal chi. Heavens, an immortal has descended. The Ziwei Palace elders trembled, kneeling before Jonathan. We, the Ziwei Palace disciples, pay homage to the immortal. Jonathan laughed coldly. Immortal? Have you forgotten who I am? Enlarging his form to thousands of meters tall like a giant, many recognized him. Heavens, it's Su. Su. Jonathan. How is this possible? Wasn't he sent into the god demon cemetery? He should be dead. This can't be real. It truly is Jonathan. Heaven help us. He not only survived but became an immortal. Coldly, Jonathan declared, Today, I'm here for one purpose, destroying the Ziwei Palace. I told you, once I left the god demon cemetery, I'd obliterate you. It's time to fulfill that promise. A massive palm descended from the heavens, covering the entire Ziwei Palace, suppressing all escape attempts. Any means against absolute power crumbled instantly. No. Jonathan, please spare me. We were wrong. Boom. Ziwei Palace was crushed under the massive hand, transformed into 5 finger-shaped lakes. All within the god demon cemetery were forcibly expelled. Another massive palm landed on the god demon cemetery, turning it into nothingness. Thereafter, the god demon cemetery ceased to exist on Tianwu continent. Jonathan returned to donghua continent, but legends about him spread across Tianwu continent. Jonathan spent 10 years in donghua continent. During this decade, he toured the landscapes and appreciated the scenery of the entire land. He was now without any regrets. He bade farewell to the people of the Xuanhuan Holy Land once again, including Terra. Then he said, I'll be waiting for you all in the immortal realm. After speaking, Jonathan set up an array that obscured the sky, blocking out everything from the outside world. Finally, Jonathan punched the heavens, directly breaking through the gateway to the immortal realm and entering it. The thunder tribulations were no match for Jonathan, all shattering under his might. Watching Jonathan effortlessly enter the immortal realm and become a true immortal, everyone below sighed. Terra, looking at Jonathan's retreating figure, said, Jonathan, I'll see you in the immortal realm. End of book.